The man was unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. When he woke up, he saw an endless grassland. Before he had time to think, he was stared at by a group of huge prehistoric rhinos. Each rhino had a body as big as an elephant, and its 2-meter-long horn glowed coldly. In panic, Jiang Yuan rolled and crawled onto a huge rock, trying to avoid their attack. However, the real danger was still in the sky. A giant gray eagle with a wingspan of dozens of meters swooped down from the clouds, and the oppressive feeling made it almost impossible for him to breathe. He had never seen this kind of creature in any book. The grass was covered in blood, and the bodies of wild animals were lying everywhere. Jiang Yuan finally realized that this was not an illusion. He really traveled through time and space to the prehistoric era 10,000 years ago. Before traveling through time, he was just an intern who had just graduated. After receiving his first salary, he rode his bicycle to buy a tang sword that he had been obsessed with for a long time. But on his way home, he was struck by a sudden lightning and was unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. After he came to his senses, he tried to call out to the system and the golden finger, but the only response he got was a pile of bird shit falling from the sky on his face. Without cheats or the halo of a protagonist, how can he survive in this era where wild beasts are rampant and the rules are primitive? Jiang Yuan was at a loss for a moment. He looked around but couldn't find the tang sword he had with him. Instead, he found the shared bicycle behind him that had been trampled by the beasts and was completely deformed. Jiang Yuan guessed that the tang sword was also left here, so he walked forward. When the giant antelope saw him approaching, it kept making noises, staring at Jiang Yuan with its eyes like black gemstones. Its body, like a small mountain, struggled but could not move. "Don't be nervous." Jiang Yuan swallowed his saliva. His height was not even as high as the giant antelope's front hoof. He couldn't help but worry that if the giant antelope kicked him with its hoof, he would be easily kicked away. After finding and retrieving the tang sword next to the shared bicycle, Jiang Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Howl! Suddenly, the howling of wolves was heard in the distance. In the grass ahead, more than a dozen wolf-like and jackal-like beasts, strange wolves, were running towards this side. Although the shoulder height of these strange wolves was less than half a meter, there were many of them. Jiang Yuan did not dare to be careless. He held the tang sword tightly and left quickly. The shared bicycle could not be ridden, and Jiang Yuan did not have the strength to take it away, so he could only abandon it. A dozen or so alien wolves began to bite wildly, fighting for the carcass that was trampled to death by the elasmotic rhinoceros. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and bones were exposed. Howl! While eating, the alien wolf would occasionally show its sharp canine teeth, growling softly, and intimidating its companions around it. Seeing the strange wolf approaching, the giant antelope kept moving its body in an attempt to escape, but its hind legs had been broken and it was no longer able to do so. More and more wolves gathered, and there were about 60 or 70 of them, forming a circle and surrounding the giant antelope. 60 or 70 wolves opened their mouths, revealing their sharp fangs. A wolf king with snow-white fur and huge body has torn open the belly of the giant antelope. Half of the wolf's body has crawled into the abdominal cavity of the giant antelope, enjoying the delicious internal organs. The giant antelope was unable to struggle, and as it was bitten by dozens of strange wolves, blood gushed out of its wounds, and it died in a moment. In the wolf pack, the old, weak, sick, and disabled wolves were squeezed to the periphery. Because they could not compete for food, they kept howling miserably. What made Jiang Yuan nervous was that there was a strange wolf following him like a leech from the very beginning, and he couldn't get rid of it no matter what. This was an old alien wolf, with cloudy eyes and yellow canine teeth. It seemed to know that it could not snatch the flesh of the giant antelope from its own kind, so it set its sights on Jiang Yuan early on. The old alien wolf did not attack immediately. As it was experienced, it kept howling to attract its friends. Jiang Yuan looked at the alien wolf and clenched the tang sword in his hand. Jiang Yuan, who was tall and holding a tang sword, was naturally not afraid of an old alien wolf, but he had to be afraid of the wolf pack behind him. Long and distant wolf howls continued to sound, and other strange wolves that were unable to compete for the flesh and blood of the giant antelope also began to gather around Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan did not choose to run away. He knew that there was only one result of being chased by wolves: death. He drew out his sharp tang sword and slashed quickly at the old alien wolf, trying to scare away the wolves. However, the alien wolf reacted extremely quickly, and Jiang Yuan's attack missed, which instead aroused its desire to attack. 3 or 4 strange wolves began to besiege Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan had no way to retreat, so he had to climb up the boulder again and confront the strange wolves with a tang sword in hand. The strange wolf stared at Jiang Yuan with its dark yellow eyes, and its slender fangs were like snow-white swords, making Jiang Yuan feel cold all over. Unable to escape or fight, it seemed that he would only end up being eaten by the wolves. At this time, a relatively sturdy wolf circled around Jiang Yuan, pounced on him, opened its bloody mouth, and bit Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan swung his sword to meet the attack. He used all his strength to slash at the alien wolf that was rushing towards him. The wolf's blood sprayed in the air like a streak of silk. The alien wolf flying in the air was unable to dodge and was stabbed in the throat by Jiang Yuan. The sharp blade almost split its neck in half. Blood gushed out from the torn wound, and the wolf fell heavily to the ground, blood splattering everywhere, and the grass instantly turned red. Jiang Yuan wiped off the wolf blood that splashed on his face, his chest heaving violently, his eyes fierce. The other alien wolves were frightened by this knife and retreated one after another, with a look of doubt in their wolf pupils. The dying alien wolf howled, attracting more alien wolves. This knife not only failed to scare away the wolves, but attracted more alien wolves. More and more alien wolves gathered around the boulder, and many alien wolves that were eating next to the giant antelope were also attracted. They howled at Jiang Yuan on the boulder, trying to scare him. Jiang Yuan looked at the wolves that were gradually approaching, and his heart sank as he smiled bitterly. He had just crossed over for less than an hour, and he was about to become a meal for the wild wolves. At this moment, a tiger roar that pierced the clouds and cracked the rocks suddenly resounded across the grassland. In the knee-high grass, a black shadow shuttled like a gust of wind and rushed straight into the wolf pack. Dozens of frightened wolves abandoned the half-eaten carcass of the giant antelope and fled in panic. Jiang Yuan was shocked by the tiger's roar, and his whole body went cold. When he saw the ferocious black shadow rushing into the wolf pack, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. It was a giant saber-toothed tiger with hanging eyes and white forehead. Its red and yellow hair was as smooth as silk, and its muscles were well-developed, as strong as a dragon. Especially its pair of sturdy forelimbs, which contained the beauty of explosive power. The saber-toothed tiger's two huge fangs, like sabers, pierced through the spine of one of the alien wolves. Blood gushed out from the wound, wetting the saber-toothed tiger's fur, making it look even more ferocious. The saber-toothed tiger held the alien wolf in its mouth, stepped on the giant antelope's head with its paw, and kept making dull roars from its throat, trying to scare away the alien wolves that were besieging it with its tiger roar. This is its territory, and no other beasts are allowed to occupy it. Jiang Yuan stared blankly at this prehistoric beast, and his shock made him forget the dangerous situation he was in for a moment. The shock this giant saber-toothed tiger brought to him was too great. It was not until his eyes met the saber-toothed tiger's cold and fierce eyes that Jiang Yuan suddenly came back to his senses. The moment the saber-toothed tiger stared at him, Jiang Yuan's whole body froze, and his heart felt like it was hit hard by an icy hammer, and he couldn't move. It was terrifying. However, the wolves that used to flee in all directions when they saw the saber-toothed tiger, after a brief panic, actually formed a circle around the saber-toothed tiger, making low howls, ready to attack at any time. The wolf pack obviously did not intend to give up the giant antelope. Howl! As the Snow-White Wolf King let out a long howl, 50 or 60 alien wolves were ready to move, showing their sharp fangs, and began to confront the saber-toothed tiger. After hearing the howl of the Wolf King, the dozen or so alien wolves around Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment, and finally gave up hunting Jiang Yuan and joined in the siege of the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger let go of the dead wolf in its mouth, and its slightly upturned tiger eyes revealed a fierce look. It suddenly pounced out and took the initiative to attack. Its target was the Snow-White Wolf King. Although Jiang Yuan didn't understand why these bugs that would have run away when they saw the saber-toothed tiger in the past dared to attack today, as the overlord of this territory, the saber-toothed tiger would never allow the wolf pack to challenge its dignity. The Wolf King hid in the wolf pack. Relying on its rich combat experience, it did not choose to fight the saber-toothed tiger head-on, but quickly dodged. As the huge tiger claw fell, a strange wolf was unable to dodge, and its cheek was instantly torn apart, leaving several deep scars that could be seen to the bone. Its hard head was smashed to pieces, and its neck fell limply to the ground, losing its life. The wolf pack was obviously about to collapse, but the Wolf King seized the opportunity, howled, and bit the saber-toothed tiger's hind legs with his sharp fangs. The powerful bite force burst out instantly, tearing off a piece of meat. The saber-toothed tiger's hind legs were covered in blood. The Wolf King swallowed the torn meat into his stomach, with wild ferocity flashing in his dark yellow eyes. With another long howl, the wolf pack seemed to have received the order to attack. 60 or 70 wolves began to pounce on the saber-toothed tiger, trapped it in the middle, and began to bite it violently. Although Jiang Yuan's hands and feet had regained some feeling at this time, he couldn't help but feel awe as he watched the fierce fight in front of him. The size of this wolf pack was too huge, otherwise they would never dare to actively attack a giant saber-toothed tiger. Jiang Yuan no longer hesitated. Taking advantage of the fight between tigers and wolves, he quickly jumped off the boulder and ran away. The howls of wolves and the roars of tigers intertwined. Animal hairs fluttered, blood covered the grass. The battle between saber-toothed tigers and wolves continued, and the number of fallen alien wolf corpses gradually increased. Roar! With a thunderous tiger roar, the saber-toothed tiger, with almost no intact skin and flesh, finally broke through the encirclement of the wolf pack and escaped quickly. The wounds on its body were so deep that bones could be seen, its teeth were broken, and even its cold eyes were blinded by a wolf. Blood was spurting from the wounds. The most serious wound was on the abdomen of the saber-toothed tiger, which was long and terrifying. The saber-toothed tiger was covered in blood, but it still maintained an astonishing speed. As it ran away, its fallen intestines dragged on the ground, giving Jiang Yuan an extremely shocking scene. Despite this, the saber-toothed tiger still escaped the pursuit. Its speed was much faster than those alien wolves. A dozen alien wolves followed closely behind, continuing to chase the saber-toothed tiger in the direction it fled, howling in victory from time to time. Next, the wolves surrounded the giant antelope's body again and continued to eat the flesh and blood. The chewing sounds were mixed with low growls to intimidate their own kind. The dozen or so wolf corpses left by the saber-toothed tiger were not taken care of. Jiang Yuan ran desperately, the wind whistling in his ears. He just wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. However, what Jiang Yuan did not expect was that two more strange wolves were chasing closely behind him. One of them was the old wolf with cloudy eyes and yellow canine teeth. Jiang Yuan's speed was far slower than that of these strange wolves, and in a blink of an eye he was surrounded by them from front and back. He was panting like a cow, sweat mixed with wolf blood dripping from his chin. The hand holding the knife was already trembling, and his body was already exhausted. Is God going to kill me? Jiang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart again. In the distance, the wolf king with snow-white fur, after eating and drinking, was leading a dozen strong wolves and walking slowly towards him. Jiang Yuan stared at the old wolf that was like a dogskin plaster and couldn't be shaken off, with a glimmer of ruthlessness in his eyes. Today, no matter what, he would make this old wolf die first. Jiang Yuan swung his sword wildly and chopped without any rules, just trying to take the old wolf's life before he died. However, the wolf was very cunning and Jiang Yuan was unable to hurt it. After a frantic swing of the sword, Jiang Yuan finally collapsed to the ground and could no longer lift the sword. The old wolf observed for a while and finally approached carefully. Seeing that Jiang Yuan had no strength to resist at all, he opened his ferocious wolf mouth, ready to give him a fatal blow. Jiang Yuan suddenly jumped up and used all his strength to twist the old wolf's neck tightly. No matter how it struggled, it could not break free. This sudden action scared away the other wolf, and the wolf pack began to disperse. Jiang Yuan picked up the Tang sword and stabbed the old wolf in the abdomen. The old wolf rolled over wildly, opened its big, smelly mouth, and pounced on Jiang Yuan's neck, almost biting the vital part, but failed to succeed. After a fierce fight, the old wolf was finally pierced in the abdomen by the Tang sword. His internal organs were all exposed, blood splattered everywhere, and he finally died completely. Jiang Yuan let go of the old wolf's body, and his body completely collapsed on the ground. Even if the Wolf King brought the alien wolves to eat him, he would not have the energy to resist. The Wolf King led a dozen strange wolves and quickly surrounded Jiang Yuan. Their mouths were open, revealing their sharp teeth. Just as Jiang Yuan was preparing to wait for death, a sound of breaking through the air was heard, and a black shadow suddenly pierced through the Wolf King's body, nailing it to the ground. Jiang Yuan barely raised his head and saw that the shadow was actually a wooden spear. Because the force of the throw was too great, the tail of the wooden spear was still shaking and making a clanging sound. The Wolf King's abdomen was pierced by the wooden spear and blood gushed out. He howled in pain and tried to struggle, but soon lost his life completely. The death of the Wolf King threw the wolves into chaos. They fled one after another, and wailing was heard everywhere. Wooden spear? Is there really a human? Jiang Yuan was so excited that he could hardly suppress his joy. He wondered in his heart, will he be saved? Just then, there was a rustling sound in the bushes, as if a wild animal was sneaking around. A patch of grass half a person's height was pushed aside, and 3 humanoid monsters walked out, bending over and running fast. These 3 humanoid monsters held wooden spears, were covered in animal skins and leaves, had green skin, and long red hair. They looked as fierce as savages, with hideous faces like ghosts. These primitive people are so scary. Jiang Yuan's heart sank, and he felt something was wrong. He tried to get up and run away, but his whole body was sore and weak that he couldn't move at all. 3 primitive men with red hair and green faces stood up. The one leading them was very tall and had a strong build. The tall primitive man walked to the Wolf King's body, pulled out the bloody wooden spear, and looked up and down at the Wolf King's snow-white fur with satisfaction. "Lord Chishi is so brave," one of the primitive people exclaimed, and took the initiative to carry the Wolf King's body on his back. Jiang Yuan was slightly stunned when he heard this. How can I understand their language? Could it be that the time travelers have the ability to communicate with each other? The tribe is about to hold a grand sacrifice, and I need to prepare prey for the sacrifice. The tall primitive man Chishi looked a little regretful. I thought the tiger would be killed by the wolves. Another primitive said, "Master Chishi, I know where the tiger's lair is. I have seen it enter the Crescent Valley with my own eyes and stay there for a long time." After hearing this, Akashi's eyes flashed with light, and he said excitedly, "Take me there quickly. Kill it." The 2 primitive men looked at each other, looking very panicked. The primitive man who had never spoken glared at the primitive man who revealed the saber-toothed tiger's lair, as if blaming him for being too talkative. The talkative primitive man stammered, "Master Chishi, why don't we go back and bring more tribesmen with us before hunting tigers?" Chishi narrowed his eyes slightly, his face fierce. "What are you afraid of? That tiger has lost so much blood, it won't live long." The primitive man who had never spoken hurriedly advised, "Master Akaishi, I am worried that the prey we just caught is unattended, and I am afraid that they will escape." Chisher nodded and said, "You are right. I am hungry too. Let's go fill our stomach first." Then the 3 primitive men with red hair and green faces walked towards Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan looked at their figures and felt very nervous, not knowing how these 3 primitive people were going to treat him. One of the primitive men stared at Jiang Yuan and sneered, "I didn't expect to meet someone from another tribe here. It's quite interesting. What is this guy wearing?" People from other tribes have become more and more cunning recently, and it's hard to see them. I haven't eaten human flesh for a long time. Chisher looked at Jiang Yuan with a greedy look in his eyes, as if he was looking at a fat and tender lamb. Human flesh. Jiang Yuan realized at this moment that he actually understood the language of these primitive people. His heart suddenly tightened, his back felt cold, and cold sweat broke out in an instant. These primitive people with red hair and green faces are actually cannibals. It's like just getting out of the tiger's den and entering the wolf's den. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but burst into tears. There is probably no more unlucky time traveler in the world than him. Chapter 3. The horrifying prehistoric python. Jiang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and felt a sharp tearing pain behind his head, as if something was cutting his spine. Through his blurred vision, he saw a blue sky, a vast world, almost boundless. At this moment, a thick branch suddenly stretched out from midair and was about to touch him. I'm not dead yet." Jiang Yuan was full of doubts. He remembered the moment when he was knocked unconscious by the cannibals. He thought he had died at the hands of the cannibals, but he was still alive. He endured the severe pain in his neck and sat up with great effort. His limbs were tied up with a tough vine, making him unable to move. Jiang Yuan looked down and found that not only was he tied up tightly by vines, but there was also a primitive man next to him who was also tied up. The primitive man was obviously very frightened, and his body was shaking constantly. Jiang Yuan was stunned. He didn't expect to meet such a beautiful woman in such a desolate and cruel primitive world. Her appearance was almost the same as that of modern people, with black hair, fair skin, and a pretty face, except that her skin was a little dull and her body looked disheveled. Her eyes were filled with fear, and she stared straight ahead. Jiang Yuan followed her gaze and saw a cannibal holding a stone knife, cruelly dissecting the leg of a prey about 20 steps away. Blood flowed out of the wound, dripping onto the rocks and staining the surrounding land red. What shocked Jiang Yuan was that the prey in front of him was actually a human. The broken head, the shattered body, the bloody internal organs, all these scenes made Jiang Yuan's stomach churn. He had heard rumors about cannibals eating people before, but he didn't react too strongly. However, when he saw this scene with his own eyes, he almost collapsed. All kinds of negative emotions instantly filled his heart. Shock, fear, disgust, anger, and other emotions made Jiang Yuan almost unable to bear it. For cannibals, this may be just a daily hunting behavior, but for Jiang Yuan, a modern man, all this is simply unacceptable. He closed his eyes, trying to calm the turmoil in his heart, and took a few deep breaths before he managed to calm himself down. When he opened his eyes again, he began to look around, trying to understand his situation. He found himself in a dense primeval forest with tall trees and lush branches. Although the forest was not too dense, it was enough to make people feel depressed. Not far away, a cannibal was decomposing his prey, while another cannibal was busy dealing with the corpse of a wolf. Further away, Jiang Yuan saw a huge tree whose crown was like an umbrella, covering most of the sky. The most eye-catching one was the cannibal named Akaishi, who sat under a big tree, looking down at the object in his hand. Jiang Yuan's eyes involuntarily locked onto that object, the Tang sword. He was shocked. Qi was actually playing with his Tang sword. The greedy look and focused expression made Jiang Yuan feel a chill. Calm down, calm down. Jiang Yuan muttered to himself, trying to calm himself down. At the same time, he also began to silently try to free his limbs from the vines. Fortunately, the vine was not very tight, and he could move his wrist a little, but it would probably take some time to completely escape. Jiang Yuan thought to himself that the cannibals had no plans to kill him for the time being, but he could not just sit there and wait to die. He had to find a chance to escape. He secretly looked at the primitive girl next to him. Although she was in a dishevel, her beauty could still be seen. She looked much prettier than his ex-girlfriend with whom he had just broken up, which made Jiang Yuan feel a little relieved. However, the current situation did not allow him to have too much time to appreciate the beauty. He whispered, "Can you speak?" The primitive girl turned her head and looked at him, her eyes full of curiosity and seemingly a hint of confusion. Why is this person dressed so strangely? Why is his skin so white? Her expression seemed to be a little doubtful, but she still nodded gently. Jiang Yuan didn't worry about the language problem anymore. He could understand the conversations among the cannibals, so he thought it shouldn't be a problem to communicate with this primitive girl. Jiang Yuan felt the cane getting tighter and tighter. He couldn't help but frown. It's so tight. The more I move, the tighter it gets. The primitive girl explained in a low voice. This is a tough vine. The more you move it, the tighter it will get, unless someone helps you untie it. Her voice was almost inaudible, as thin as a mosquito's hum. Jiang Yuan was a little surprised. It turned out that the special nature of the vines was so strong. He looked down and found that the primitive girl's hands were not tied behind her back. Her arms and fingers had enough range of motion. She could help him untie the vines. But he didn't dare to act rashly, because any big movement would inevitably attract the attention of the surrounding cannibals. He resisted the urge to stay still and continued to observe the situation around him. Qi still lowered his head to play with the Tang sword, and the other two cannibals were busy. Jiang Yuan knew that the only thing he could do now was to wait for an opportunity to escape. However, as time went by, the situation remained unchanged. Jiang Yuan's anxiety grew stronger, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He knew that if these cannibals finished eating their prey, he would have no chance of escape. At this moment, there was a rustling sound from the treetops above. Jiang Yuan looked up and immediately took a breath of cold air, his body involuntarily stiffening. He saw a huge python slowly sliding down from the tree. The snake's body was shockingly large, with a diameter thicker than a bucket. It coiled around the tree trunk, and its black scales sparkled coldly in the sunlight. The python's head was like a huge moon. Its triangular mouth was open, and its tongue was waving in the air, which was chilling. When Jiang Yuan saw the pair of yellow snake eyes, his heart trembled coldly, as if his whole body was frozen. He understood that this snake was undoubtedly one of the prehistoric giants, huge in size and extremely threatening. This world was truly full of unknown dangers. Chapter 4. On the brink of life and death, the snake's tongue was scarlet, its pupils were eerie, and its body was as huge as a dragon. Although the giant python was approaching, Akashi still didn't notice it, and was still concentrating on playing with the Tang sword and its gorgeous scabbard in his hand. The two cannibals nearby did not notice the approach of the prehistoric python at all, and continued to deal with their prey. Although the python was huge, it moved very quickly. Its body was bent into a perfect bow shape, and its huge head was like an arrow shot from a string, biting fiercely at Qishi's head with its sharp fangs. Jiang Yuan held his breath, his body tensed, not daring to move at all. Every second, the breath of crisis was almost unbearable for him. Seeing that the giant python's head was about to fall on Qishi's head, Jiang Yuan almost thought that this moment would come. However, Jiang Yuan underestimated Qishi's reaction ability. As the most ferocious and experienced warrior among the cannibals, Qishi's reaction speed was far beyond that of ordinary people. Although he took it lightly at first, at the critical moment, he relied on his strong combat experience and extraordinary reaction ability to quickly turn his head and avoid the fatal attack. But the giant python's attack did not stop. Its barbed fangs still tightly bit Akashi's right shoulder. The tremendous pain made Akashi let out a low roar, and blood gushed out like a fountain, quickly dyeing the surrounding land red. Akashi's shoulder was torn open, his bones exposed, blood and flesh all over. The tang sword flew out and escaped from Akashi's hand. After the giant python's attack missed, it quickly adjusted its posture, and its thick body squirmed flexibly, trying to bypass Akashi's defense and continue to wrap around his body. Akashi struggled painfully, trying to break free from the giant python's control, but the giant python's power was too great. Its huge mouth opened again and pounced towards Akashi, trying to swallow him in one bite. Akashi tried his best to avoid the giant python's attack, but the giant python was too fast, and its reaction was too fierce. The giant python opened its scarlet mouth again and pounced directly towards Akashi, swallowing Akashi in one gulp. At this moment, Akashi had no strength to resist. His movements became slower and slower, and he was on the verge of collapse due to excessive blood loss. At this critical moment, Akashi finally shouted, "Come and save me." His voice was full of despair. The two cannibals were filled with fear when they saw this scene, and almost collapsed to the ground in fear. However, Akashi shouted desperately, but still did not get any help from the other cannibals. The cannibals exchanged glances, their eyes full of hesitation, but in the end, they gritted their teeth, raised their wooden spears, and attacked the giant python. Seeing that Akashi was seriously injured and bleeding, they finally decided that they could not watch Akashi die. Akashi gritted his teeth and swung the wooden spear with strength. Even though one of his hands was almost unusable, he still tried his best to resist the giant python's pursuit. Although he was seriously injured, he was still the strongest among the cannibals. With extraordinary courage and perseverance, Akashi used a wooden spear to repel the attacking giant python. Jiang Yuan watched silently from the side, his heart filled with tension. The attack of the giant python was too terrifying. Its huge body and great strength made Jiang Yuan dare not act rashly. He had already made a decision in his mind. Now, he had to seize this opportunity. The battle was going on fiercely. Although Akashi was seriously injured, he still fought hard. And the tang sword was lying quietly on the ground not far away, waiting to be taken back. "Sister, help me untie it." Jiang Yuan's voice was quick and low, almost with a commanding tone. He knew that he had to break free as soon as possible to seize the opportunity after the battle. When the primitive girl heard Jiang Yuan's cry, there was still fear in her eyes. She looked at Jiang Yuan's anxious expression and finally reacted. She quickly approached Jiang Yuan and began to untie the vines. Although her movements were a bit clumsy, as the canes loosened little by little, Jiang Yuan's limbs gradually regained their freedom. "Aren't you going to run away?" the primitive girl asked doubtfully. She looked at Jiang Yuan without any movement. The battle in front of her was getting more and more intense. Wouldn't he take the opportunity of the giant python fighting the cannibals to escape? Jiang Yuan hesitated slightly, his heart full of contradictions. Indeed, he had long wanted to leave here as soon as possible, but the tang sword in front of him made him unable to give up easily. That tang sword is a priceless treasure in this primitive world. Getting it means he will have more chances of survival. He whispered to the primitive girl, "Wait a minute, wait until they are done fighting. I will go get something." The primitive girl didn't ask any more questions. She looked at Jiang Yuan with a hint of doubt in her eyes, but finally decided to wait. After all, the current situation prevented her from acting rashly. The battle between the giant python and the cannibals became more and more intense. Although Akashi was seriously injured, he still fought back desperately, and his wooden spear kept hitting the giant python's huge head. Each blow inflicted damage to the python's body, and blood oozed from between its scales, staining the surrounding land red. Roar. Suddenly, one of the cannibals following the giant python pounced on the python from behind, roared, and tried to stab the python's neck with a wooden spear. But the giant python did not miss this opportunity. It swept its tail and knocked the wooden spear out of the cannibal's hand. Then, the python's tail lashed violently, knocking the cannibal 7 or 8 meters away, and he hit the ground directly, blood splattered everywhere, his body motionless, obviously dead. Seeing this, Akashi was extremely angry. He struggled and roared, and raised the wooden spear again with all his strength and rushed towards the giant python. However, the python's anger had been aroused, and its scarlet mouth opened again, ready to devour the enemy in front of it. Akashi fought hard, and the sharp tip of the wooden spear pierced the giant python's head. The bloody wooden spear directly went through the giant python's skull. The huge pain in the python made it roar in pain, and the violent twisting made it unable to continue attacking. It tightly wrapped around Akashi, trying to swallow him and the wooden spear together. Akashi was crushed by the python's enormous force, lost an arm, bled profusely, and eventually died under the python's entanglement. At this time, another cannibal saw this scene and completely collapsed. He dropped his wooden spear, turned around and fled into the jungle, not daring to look back. The giant python stared at Akashi, who was entangled to death by it, and its mouth kept opening and closing, as if it wanted to devour him completely. However, its mouth was deeply pierced by the wooden spear and could no longer close. The python's body gradually began to twist, and the pain made it completely crazy. Jiang Yuan was so nervous that he could hardly breathe. The battle before him had entered a white-hot stage, and he finally seized the opportunity, ready to attack and take back the Tang sword. Chapter 5. Killing the Prehistoric Python. As the python's blood gushed out, the python's movements became slower and slower, and finally it could only lie on the ground, twitching occasionally. Jiang Yuan and the primitive girl hid in the jungle, staring closely at the dying python. When the python's movements completely stopped, and it was confirmed that it was dead, Jiang Yuan carefully stood up from the jungle and prepared to take back the Tang sword. Don't go. The primitive girl suddenly reached out and grabbed Jiang Yuan. What's wrong? Jiang Yuan looked at her in confusion. Snakes and insects can't die so easily. In my tribe, some prey could still hurt my people even if their heads were chopped off. The primitive girl explained seriously. Jiang Yuan naturally understood this common sense, but he still chose to wait for a while to make sure that the giant python was indeed dead before he planned to take back the Tang sword. The primitive girl still did not dare to approach and chose to stay where she was and continue to observe. After waiting for a while, the giant python still did not move. Jiang Yuan finally decided to step forward, and he did not feel at ease until he got the Tang sword. However, when he looked back at the prehistoric giant python that had fallen to the ground, he couldn't help but hesitate. As a paleontologist, Jiang Yuan had a strong interest in this prehistoric giant beast. The python's body was huge, and blood kept flowing out of its wounds, dyeing the surrounding land red. The wooden spear was inserted into the upper jaw of the giant python. The tip of the spear was covered with dark snake blood, emitting a fishy smell. Jiang Yuan watched all this and was secretly shocked. The python was still breathing, its tongue slowly spitting out, and its blood was still flowing. The python's vitality was really strong. Hiss! The sound of the snake's tongue spitting out made Jiang Yuan's heart tighten. Jiang Yuan quickly calmed down. He realized that the giant python was not dead, so he quickly retreated. Just as he turned around, the anxious voice of the primitive girl came. The snake is not dead. Be careful. I know. Jiang Yuan's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he couldn't help but curse himself for being too impulsive. Although the python's body was still twisting in pain, its giant head was raised high, and its cold snake eyes were staring at him. Jiang Yuan knew that if he made the slightest move, the python could attack at any time. The giant python opened its huge mouth again, as if it wanted to bite, but the wooden spear inserted in its mouth made its attack slow. The python's severe pain caused its entire body to twist, and blood continued to flow out of the wound. Jiang Yuan clenched the Tang sword in his hand, preparing for the upcoming life and death struggle. Although the giant python's movements became noticeably slower, it still chose to take the initiative to attack. Its scarlet mouth opened wide, with sharp barbed fangs, and it pounced towards Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan tightly grasped the Tang sword. Feeling a surge of anger and unwillingness, he jumped to the side and barely avoided the attack of the giant python. I don't believe that you, a beast, can survive with your head pierced through. Jiang Yuan roared in his heart. After his body tumbled in the air, he quickly drew out his Tang sword and slashed at the neck of the giant python. The giant python missed its attack, and its huge body lost balance and fell heavily to the ground. The ground shook violently, almost shaking the surrounding trees. Jiang Yuan was relieved to see that the knife was unexpectedly smooth. He pulled back the Tang sword, pointed the sharp blade at the python's neck again, and chopped it down without hesitation. Swish! The Tang sword split the giant python's neck with powerful force. Its scales shattered and blood gushed out. Jiang Yuan did not dodge, and his cheeks were covered with snake blood. He used all his strength to pull back the Tang sword again, letting the blood flow on his face. This prehistoric python fell to the ground, blood gushing out like a river, and finally it collapsed to the ground, having completely lost the ability to resist. A kind of wildness and bloodiness seemed to be aroused in Jiang Yuan's heart. He licked the warm snake blood on the corner of his mouth. Seeing the giant python die, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic and swung his knife again frantically. Swish, swish. The blade cut through the giant python's flesh, and blood flew everywhere. Jiang Yuan's movements became more and more rapid, and the knife had almost chopped the giant python's head into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, and Jiang Yuan's strength was gradually exhausted, but he still did not stop. When he finally stopped and stood breathlessly beside the python's body, he saw the snake's head that had almost been chopped into minced meat, and he felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. There was dead silence all around, with only the sound of his breathing echoing in the air. You killed the giant python? The primitive girl walked in front of Jiang Yuan at some point. Her voice trembled a little, and her eyes were fixed on the bloody giant python. Jiang Yuan turned his head and looked at her, his face tired, without responding. In fact, he did not really kill the giant python, but it was Chishi's wooden spear that really injured it. But facing the admiring eyes of the primitive girl, he did not admit the truth. The primitive girl seemed to think that he was the winner of this battle. With great admiration on her face, you were able to kill the giant python, so you must be a brave warrior from other tribes, right? She looked at Jiang Yuan with admiration in her eyes. Jiang Yuan was slightly stunned and couldn't help feeling bitter in his heart. To him, there was no tribe at all. He was just a lonely traveler from another world. I'm not. Jiang Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. The primitive girl was obviously a little disappointed, but she still smiled and continued to ask, "Are you a wanderer in the Lizon Mountains?" There are more than 20 tribes in the Lizon Mountains, and many wanderers live among them. There may be many reasons, such as being abandoned, driven away, or being an outsider. Jiang Yuan was silent for a moment, and finally replied softly, "I guess so. Then come to my tribe. You are a brave warrior. I believe my tribe will definitely welcome you." The primitive girl's eyes were full of excitement, and it was obvious that her admiration for Jiang Yuan had penetrated into her bones. Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment. Considering his current situation, he really had no other place to go. The wilderness was full of dangers, and joining a tribe as a place to live seemed to be a good choice. "Thank you very much." Jiang Yuan nodded gratefully. Jiang Yuan finally realized that he was covered in snake blood, and the stench was unbearable. There was no water around, so he frowned and felt a little uncomfortable. The primitive girl seemed to see what he was thinking and took the initiative to say, "I know where there is water, and there are no ferocious beasts there." Jiang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. "Then when are we going to set off?" The primitive girl immediately replied, "We can set off now and get back to the tribe before the sun sets." When the two were about to leave, Jiang Yuan noticed that the primitive girl had stopped and her face looked a little strange. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yuan asked. "Can I use your weapon?" The primitive girl seemed a little nervous, her eyes flickering. Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment and finally handed over the tang sword. The primitive girl took the tang sword awkwardly and walked towards the giant python's body. "Don't hurt yourself," Jiang Yuan reminded, his eyes following her movements. The primitive girl held the tang knife and slowly walked to the giant python's body and began to learn how to cut the snake meat. Jiang Yuan walked forward and demonstrated it himself. "This is how you should use a knife." He taught her step by step. "Is your weapon called a knife?" the primitive girl asked curiously. Jiang Yuan nodded. Although she was full of admiration for him, Jiang Yuan felt a complicated emotion in his heart. Only a brave warrior like you can wield such a powerful weapon. Her eyes were full of admiration. Jiang Yuan's face turned slightly red, and he felt a little shy, but in the face of her admiration, he chose to agree. Soon, the primitive girl cut off a piece of snake meat, peeled off the snake scales, and then carried the piece of snake meat on her back. Jiang Yuan looked at her unfamiliar posture and sighed inwardly. Jiang Yuan suddenly realized that this was a cruel primitive era and food was extremely precious to primitive people. The two walked for about half an hour. Along the way, Jiang Yuan saw all kinds of wild animals and strange plants that he had never seen before, which greatly broadened his horizons and greatly satisfied his curiosity. Coming to a remote pool hidden among rocks, Jiang Yuan washed the blood off his face, but the bloodstains on his clothes were difficult to wash off. The primitive girl was panting with exhaustion after carrying dozens of kilograms of snake meat. Jiang Yuan felt bad because he was too tired just now, so he didn't bring any snake meat. "I'll help you." Jiang Yuan offered to help. The primitive girl gave him a shy smile and did not refuse. Jiang Yuan broke off a branch and lifted the heavy piece of snake meat together with the primitive girl. The two of them kept going, led by the primitive girl, and headed towards her tribe. Chapter 6. Lizon Mountain Range, Yunshi Tribe. Jiang Yuan looked at the primitive girl in front of him. Her hair was a little messy, but her smile was particularly bright. Suddenly, he asked curiously, "Why did you invite me to your tribe?" The primitive girl replied with a smile as warm as the sun, "If it weren't for you, I might have been eaten by those people from the chiefing tribe. And you killed the giant snake. You are such a brave warrior. No matter which tribe you are in, you will definitely be welcomed." Jiang Yuan couldn't help but tilt his head and deliberately teased, "Your tribe doesn't eat people, right? When I come to your tribe, please don't eat me." Hearing this, the primitive girl blushed immediately and shook her head in panic. No, I promise. Even if my people starve to death, they will never eat human flesh. Jiang Yuan smiled slightly, and seeing her nervous expression, he couldn't help but feel relieved. After all, he had been frightened by the cannibals of the chiefing tribe, and he was always a little nervous. Seeing her innocent appearance, Jiang Yuan decided to believe her words. Girl, what's your name? Jiang Yuan couldn't help but sigh at the magnificent mountains and rivers around him. The scenery before him made him feel awe. Since he has a name, the primitive girl should also have a name. My name is Qing. She smiled slightly, her eyes clear as water. What about you? My name is Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan explained seriously. Jiang means river, and Yuan means pond. Although Qing looked a little naive and didn't seem very smart, she still understood Jiang Yuan's explanation. She was used to single-word names, and in the tribe, most people also had short names. They carried the huge python meat for a long time. After about 3 or 4 hours' journey, they finally arrived at a valley. At this time, the sun had already set, the entire earth was dyed red, and the howling of wild beasts could be heard in the distance. Qing, are the places we are going today all in the Lisan Mountains? Jiang Yuan remembered Qing mentioned the Lisan Mountains, so he couldn't help but ask. Qing nodded. Yes, we are only walking a small part of the Lisan Mountains today. We have more than 20 tribes here, and the entire Lisan Mountains is too large. There are some places I have not been to. She handed the snake meat to Jiang Yuan and smiled as she led him into the depths of the valley. This is my tribe, the Yunqi tribe. Qing happily introduced it to Jiang Yuan. She suddenly opened her arms and imitated the calls of monkeys and birds, making loud calls. Jiang Yuan looked at her and felt helpless. He thought to himself, this girl is really not particular about small matters. There were steep cliffs on both sides of the valley, and the only passable road was the narrow passage in the middle. Qing's call was quickly responded to by a disheveled boy walking out of the bushes on one side of the valley. He has sharp facial features, a slightly pointed chin, eyes as sharp as a wolf, and a wildness emanating from his body. Qing, you're still alive. The boy rushed over excitedly, his eyes full of excitement and tears. Qing looked at him and was also very happy, and immediately responded, Wolf, I'm not dead. Wolf, he saved me, and he killed the giant snake. He is a brave warrior. I want him to join our tribe. Qing said as he gently pulled Jiang Yuan's wrist. Seeing this, Wolf stepped forward cautiously, his eyes flashing with vigilance. He stood in front of Qing and protected her behind him. Qing, who is this man? Which tribe is he from? Why is he dressed so strangely? Why did he come to our tribe? Qing quickly explained. He saved me. He killed the giant snake. He is a brave warrior. I hope he can join our tribe. Her tone was sincere, hoping that the tribesmen could understand. The wolf's eyes became even darker, and he whispered, Qing, don't be fooled by him. Come back with me. His tone was full of hostility. Jiang Yuan glanced at the wolf and understood something in his heart. The wolf obviously had different feelings for Qing and might be a little jealous. When Qing heard what the wolf said, the joy on his face disappeared instantly, and he said calmly, Go and tell my father that I'm back, and we can talk about other things later. The wolf was unwilling to give in and glared at Jiang Yuan fiercely, then left the valley with gritted teeth. Jiang Yuan shrugged and said with a wry smile, It seems that my arrival is not welcome. Seeing this, Qing hurriedly explained, Wolves cannot represent the entire tribe. The final decision must be made by my father. She knew in her heart that Jiang Yuan's stay or departure must be decided by the tribe leader Tsang. Soon after, a large group of primitive people came out of the valley. They were wearing animal skins, and some of them had animal skins wrapped around their feet, which was completely different from the cannibals in the chiefing tribe. The faces of these primitive people were not much different from modern people, and they looked both rough and sincere. Qing excitedly rushed to her parents, tears welled up in her eyes, and she threw herself into the arms of her father Tsang and mother One. The three of them reunited after a long separation, and the warm scene was touching. Tsang is a burly middle-aged man with white hair and a serious but fatherly face, One is slightly younger and smiling. Seeing Qing return safely, their hearts are filled with joy. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Tsang patted Qing's shoulder, tears flashing in his eyes. He sighed deeply, obviously very happy to see his daughter safe and sound. Jiang Yuan looked around and found that many primitive people looked serious and obviously did not welcome him. He could not help but feel a little nervous, but he remained calm. Qing raised her head from her parents' arms, wiped away her tears, and pulled Jiang Yuan towards the tribesmen. Father, it was Yuan who saved me. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere in the valley became tense in an instant. Many people began to talk in a low voice, especially when mentioning the chiefing tribe. Many people's faces were filled with fear. Song looked at Jiang Yuan's clothes carefully, with a trace of gratitude on his face. Thank you for saving Qing and saving the people of our tribe. Jiang Yuan smiled slightly and waved his hand. No need to say that. He looked at Qing, hoping that she could fight for more opportunities for him. Father, I hope our tribe can accept him. Qing asked again. Song's expression changed slightly, and he seemed hesitant. He kept silent and did not respond for a long time. Seeing this, the wolf immediately objected. No, who knows if he is a slave who escaped from another tribe or a dangerous wanderer. We can't let him join our tribe. Jiang Yuan glanced at the wolf coldly, having already decided to ignore his provocation. Seeing this reaction, the wolf was furious and took a step forward. You dare to insult me? I will kill you. Just as the atmosphere became increasingly tense, another older primitive man stood up and shouted, He saved Qing. Our tribe should be grateful to him. He is not a slave, he is a brave warrior. Qing pointed at the blood on Jiang Yuan's body and said, This is the blood of the giant snake. She pointed to the snake meat behind her and said, This is the prey of our tribe. As soon as she finished speaking, the eyes of many primitive people began to change, from hostility to reverence, and they began to whisper. You said he killed the giant snake? Song looked at Jiang Yuan with a serious look. Yes. Qing put the python meat in front of Song. The primitive man who scolded the wolf went forward to check, then nodded and said loudly to everyone, This is the meat of the giant snake. When I was young, I also killed a giant snake, drank its blood, and ate its meat. He was the elder of the tribe, named Wei, and his words were authoritative. After Wei finished speaking, many primitive people looked at Jiang Yuan with admiration. This was a fierce man who killed a giant snake. In the barbaric and cruel primitive era, the strong were more likely to be respected. Song looked at Jiang Yuan and nodded subconsciously to show his approval. Today, the tribesmen had very little food to gather and hunt because of the search for Qing, and many tribesmen had complaints about this. This huge piece of snake meat could just solve their urgent needs. Song originally had good intentions towards Jiang Yuan, but was afraid that he had an unknown origin. Now, he is not only Qing's savior, but can also kill giant snakes and is a brave warrior. The benefits of joining the tribe are obvious. Wait. Just as Song was about to announce that Jiang Yuan was allowed to join the tribe, a voice suddenly interrupted Song's speech. Chapter 7. Wu. Eating raw materials and drinking blood. Pan. What do you want to do? Elder Wei frowned and looked at the person who spoke. He saw a burly gray-haired old man walking out of the crowd, and his momentum should not be underestimated. Song also looked at him with a puzzled look, obviously not quite understanding why Elder Pan suddenly interrupted. Elder Pan said, Clan leader, although he saved Qing and we should thank him, his origins are unknown and we cannot take him in easily. His tone was full of caution and distrust. Song frowned slightly, obviously not completely agreeing with what Elder Pan said. Elder Pan is right. Wolf immediately agreed. Have you forgotten that we almost attracted an attack from the Eagle tribe last time when we accepted slaves from the Eagle tribe? His tone was serious, and he was obviously wary of foreign visitors. In the eyes of primitive tribes, slaves are almost equal to prey. Accepting slaves means robbing other tribes of their resources, and such behavior often leads to war. Elder Wei glared at the wolf, and the wolf immediately shut up. The atmosphere became a little tense. Jiang Yuan looked at Song, who looked a little embarrassed and uncertain. At this time, Jiang Yuan had already understood that it would not be easy to join the Yunchi tribe. This group of primitive people has to follow rules for everything. Jiang Yuan muttered to himself. He knew that if the Yunchi tribe didn't accept him in the end, it didn't matter. He could always find another place to live. He didn't want to rely on these primitive people. If you don't accept me, it's your loss. Jiang Yuan thought to himself, with a disdainful smile on his face. He glanced at Qing, clenched his Tang's sword, turned around without hesitation, and prepared to leave. Qing saw Jiang Yuan's action and immediately grabbed his arm anxiously, his eyes slightly red, and said anxiously, Father, Yuan is not a slave. He killed the giant snake. He saved me, really. Song remained silent, his brows furrowed. The argument between Elder Wei and Elder Pan became more intense, and the scene was a little chaotic. Qing's eyes were full of expectation, and he continued to shout at Song, Father, Yuan is not a bad person. He really saved me. If it weren't for him, I would have been eaten by the people of the Chiefing tribe. Song's expression changed slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he finally said, Taking away the snake meat is our tribe's apology. He sighed deeply. Jiang Yuan felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. What made him most happy was Qing's persistence and enthusiasm for him. However, when he heard Song ask Jiang Yuan to take the snake meat away, the primitive people around him immediately became chaotic. For these primitive people who grew up in an environment with food scarcity, food is the most important resource. Seeing the problem of snake meat distribution, the emotions of the entire tribe exploded instantly. Father, Qing looked at Song in disbelief, his eyes red. He saved me. If it weren't for him, I would have been eaten by the people of the chiefing tribe. Wolf, Song suddenly ordered in a deep voice. Go get him a rabbit and let him go. When the wolf heard this, he was excited and immediately ran to the depths of the valley. Make way, the witch is coming. Suddenly, a shout broke the noise of the primitive crowd, and the crowd automatically parted to make way. Jiang Yuan looked up and saw a tall and beautiful girl, supporting an old primitive man towards them. The old man was very old, with completely white hair, wearing white animal skins, and holding a red wooden stick as a walking stick. Unlike other unkempt primitive people, the old man's dress and mental temperament were very special. Jiang Yuan observed carefully and found that the entire tribe, whether it was the tribe leader Tsang or ordinary tribesmen, showed great respect for this old man, or Wu. What's wrong? Wu looked at the two elders Wei and Pan with a kind look, but his eyes unconsciously stayed on Jiang Yuan. The two elders Wei and Pan explained the current situation to Wu and debated whether to take Jiang Yuan in. Wu tapped the wooden stick lightly, and the sound was crisp, which immediately silenced the two elders. You killed the giant snake? The witch looked at Jiang Yuan lovingly. Jiang Yuan nodded, a little puzzled, but didn't think much about it. He felt that the witch's eyes were not like those of other primitive people, but more wise and gentle. The witch pondered for a while and said softly, How about this? The tribal gods will be offering sacrifices. You go and hunt a prey tomorrow. If you can do it, it proves that you have the ability to kill giant snakes, and the tribe is willing to take you in. If you can't do it, you can leave on your own. How about it? The witch's voice was gentle and firm. Jiang Yuan pondered for a while. He knew that the witch's test might be intended to make it easier for him to pass. He did not dare to ask more questions. After all, this was his only chance. I promise you. Jiang Yuan finally nodded. Qing smiled immediately after hearing this, with tears in her eyes. Okay, don't stay here. The witch waved her hand and turned to leave. The girl beside her helped her walk into the depths of the valley. Song came over, patted Jiang Yuan on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Take your prey and come to the valley to distribute it to the tribe. Jiang Yuan's heart moved slightly, and he understood what Song meant. This meant that the Yunshi tribe began to accept him. Then, more than 100 primitive people began to flock to the valley. Seeing the witch speak, Elder Pan did not dare to say anything more and followed the tribe into the valley. Elder Wei looked at Jiang Yuan with satisfaction, and it was obvious that he also believed that the warrior who killed the giant snake should be respected. The sky gradually darkened, and the moon had risen above the treetops. Jiang Yuan carried the snake meat on his back and walked into the valley with Qing. The wolf was still carrying the rabbit in the distance, running a little panicked, with confusion in his eyes. When they arrived at the valley, Jiang Yuan noticed that the space here was very open. Except for the very narrow entrance, there were many natural caves inside the valley, which looked like the place where primitive people lived. Soon, everyone stopped at an open area. In the center was a huge flat stone with a small amount of game and fruits placed on it. However, facing hundreds of tribesmen, food seemed quite scarce. Jiang Yuan noticed that many tribesmen also had fruits and small game in their hands, but the quantity varied. He understood that they should be able to keep a portion of the food and game they picked, and the rest would be distributed by the tribe leader. Jiang Yuan was thinking about this when Song waved at him. Jiang Yuan walked forward, and Song began to explain to him how the tribe distributed food, especially the differences between the tribe leader, witch, elders, and ordinary tribesmen. Jiang Yuan put the snake meat on the boulder and pondered for a moment, but did not use the tang knife. Although the stone flakes were rough, he gradually learned how to use them. At this time, a primitive man walked forward with a big laugh and took the initiative to help Jiang Yuan cut the snake meat. His stone flakes became much sharper in his hands. People began to gather around, and Jiang Yuan distributed food to everyone. Everyone got a different amount, but everyone looked at their food with gratitude and satisfaction in their eyes. After the distribution, Jiang Yuan found an open space and sat down with a pound of python meat, half a rabbit leg, and 2 walnut-sized fruits. Not long after, Qing also came to him with half a pound of snake meat and fruits. Yuan, is it enough for you? Qing asked with concern, his eyes full of concern for Jiang Yuan. These are enough. Jiang Yuan smiled and rejected her kindness. The moonlight sprinkled on the earth, illuminating this primitive valley. Jiang Yuan was a little puzzled. Primitive people did not seem to make fire at night. These people don't even know how to use fire? He couldn't help but feel a little worried. Even if the lack of food caused night blindness, as long as there was fire, seeing at night would not be a problem. As if to answer Jiang Yuan's question, many Yunshi people were holding bloody python meat and freshly skinned bloody rabbit meat, tearing and chewing the raw meat with their teeth. Some people even swallowed the hair of the animals. However, without exception, every primitive man had a satisfied look on his face, as if he had eaten a delicious meal. Jiang Yuan looked at the bloody scene of these primitive people eating raw meat and tearing raw meat, and felt a little nauseous and heavy-hearted. Raw meat not only causes great harm to the human body, such as parasite problems and stomach diseases, but also easily leads to premature death. More importantly, eating cooked food can promote the development of the human brain and greatly accelerate the process of human evolution. Fire, fire, fire. The root of all problems is fire, and flames are the kindling of human civilization and progress. As long as there is fire, everything is easy. Chapter 8. Drilling wood to make fire. Miracle. When Qing heard Jiang Yuan mention fire, his expression suddenly became nervous, with a hint of fear on his face. What's wrong? Jiang Yuan subconsciously touched Shang Qing's shoulder. Qing began to stutter. Fire is a gift from the gods to the chiefing tribe. We don't know how to use it, and we can't use it. Jiang Yuan laughed in silence. Fire is a natural phenomenon, but now it has become a gift from the gods? Or it is unique to the cannibals of the chiefing tribe? It is really ridiculous. Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment, then said, the gods can also give us fire. Do you believe it? Qing shook her head subconsciously, but when she saw Jiang Yuan's determined eyes, she nodded again. Then watch me create fire for you, Jiang Yuan said to Qing. But. Qing hesitated. If the people of chiefing tribe find out that we are using fire, we will be eaten. Jiang Yuan frowned slightly. These cannibals in the chiefing tribe were really evil. How far is the chiefing tribe from here? Jiang Yuan asked. Qing thought for a moment and said, my father said that if we start from sunrise and keep walking until sunset, we can reach chiefing tribe. Jiang Yuan calculated that the chiefing tribe was about 60 or 70 kilometers away from here. He breathed a sigh of relief. With such a long distance, there was no need to worry. Do you want to eat cooked meat? It tastes so delicious. Jiang Yuan said to Qing with a smile. What's cooked meat? But I want to eat something delicious. Qing blinked curiously. Jiang Yuan looked at the beautiful primitive girl with pity. Don't eat it yet. Jiang Yuan took away the python meat that Qing was about to put into his mouth. Qing looked at the piece of raw meat eagerly, feeling very reluctant to part with it. Wait here, I'll give you something delicious to eat later. Jiang Yuan touched Qing's head. Because of night blindness, he was afraid that Qing would not be able to see clearly and get hurt, so he did not dare to let Qing join her in searching for materials for making fire. Fire must be lit. First of all, Jiang Yuan cannot eat raw meat like these primitive people. Secondly, in Jiang Yuan's eyes, even in the modern era with advanced technology, there are still people who lose their lives due to parasites, not to mention in this primitive era when medical technology has not yet developed. He also possesses fire? How is that possible? Some primitive people heard the conversation between the two and began to talk about it. Only gods can use fire. In the entire Lisan Mountains, only the chiefing tribe can use fire, and their fire is also bestowed by gods. An older primitive man said proudly to the people next to him. Have you ever seen fire? Asked a child. We have seen nature. Fire only falls from the sky very rarely, and it will soon go out. And we must never get close to fire, because it will eat everything that gets close. The older primitive man enjoyed the admiring gazes of those around him and shared his profound knowledge with everyone. What I mean is, how could he, a slave who escaped from another tribe, possess fire? He is nothing but a liar. The wolf bit the delicious snake meat in his mouth hatefully, staring in the direction of Jiang Yuan and Qing with a gloomy expression. Eat everything? The child looked surprised. Yes, fire can eat anything, whether it is a ferocious tiger or a big tree piercing the clouds, said the older primitive man. Wow. The expressions on the faces of the primitive people were very interesting, with both yearning and fear. Jiang Yuan was looking for materials to make fire by drilling wood together. For the first time, he hated himself for not smoking and not bringing a lighter. If a shared bicycle could make it through, a lighter could certainly do the same. He clearly remembered the steps of rubbing two sticks together to make fire, so he was quite confident that he could make a fire successfully. The valley was littered with dead branches and dry grass, and no one had cleaned them up, but this also made it convenient for Jiang Yuan to make fire. Jiang Yuan broke the dead branches into 1-meter lengths and then built them into a rack. The rack was more than half a meter high and was filled with even smaller dead branches and a large amount of hay. This is done to raise the flame, so that the firewood can fully come into contact with oxygen and make the flame burn more vigorously. Qing watched Jiang Yuan do all this with curiosity and admiration. She knew she didn't understand and couldn't help, so she didn't disturb Jiang Yuan. After building the firewood ladder, Jiang Yuan began to prepare tools for drilling wood to make fire. Jiang Yuan found some tiny dry grass and moss, pinched them into the shape of a bird's nest, and made a tinder nest. He found another dry wooden board and used a tang knife to cut a small V shaped incision on it. This piece of wood is the base for making fire by rubbing two woods together. Jiang Yuan picked out a tough and watery branch, about the length of an arm. This was the fire bough needed to make fire. The bough was ready, but the bowstring was missing. But where could one find the string at this late hour? And perhaps there was no string at all in this era. Jiang Yuan suddenly had an idea and took off the shoelaces on his feet. He pulled them and found they were very elastic. Tie the bowstring tightly at both ends of the fire bough. Now everything is ready. All we need is the fire stick. Jiang Yuan picked up a dry branch and used it as a fire stick. Jiang Yuan remembered that the ancestors of Swearin used flint sticks to make fire. It was said that a light rub of the hand could start a fire, but flint sticks were legendary after all. Sharpen one end of the fire stick to reduce friction with the wooden base when making fire. Everything is ready. Jiang Yuan is extremely excited and is looking forward to the scene of the fire being lit. Making fire, such an achievement, according to the comments of later generations, is ranked among the 3 great emperors. Swearin, also known as Sui Wang. When Jiang Yuan thought of the praise for his achievements from future generations, he couldn't help laughing. Seeing Jiang Yuan laughing for no apparent reason, Qing thought that Jiang Yuan's fire angered the gods, and the gods were punishing him. Qing immediately supported Jiang Yuan anxiously and said, "Yuan, we won't light a fire." Then he knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for forgiveness from the gods. "Qing, I'm fine." Jiang Yuan looked at the silly girl with a very gentle look. He quickly helped Qing up from the ground. "Just wait here, and I'll light a fire for you." Qing sat beside him with an uncertain look, quietly watching Jiang Yuan tinkering with these strange things. Jiang Yuan wrapped the bowstring around the fire stick, with the tip against the V-shaped cut of the wooden board. He then placed the tinder nest around the V-shaped cut to ensure that sparks from friction would fall directly on it. Jiang Yuan pressed the fire stick tightly with a stone, pulled the fire bough, and made the fire stick rotate quickly on the wooden board. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The tip of the fire stick kept rubbing against the wooden board, and Jiang Yuan stared at the V-shaped cut, waiting for sparks to fly. Qing, who was standing by, clenched his fingers tightly, not daring to breathe due to nervousness. Jiang Yuan didn't know how long he had been rubbing, but there was no sign of sparks. Many Yunchi people who were originally very interested in Jiang Yuan's fire-making gradually lost their patience and returned to the cave to sleep. "I told you, only gods and people from the chiefing tribe can use fire. Qing, don't be fooled by him again." The wolf had walked in front of Qing without him knowing, with a smug look in his eyes. Qing glared at him with a look of dissatisfaction. The wolf's face turned red with anger, and he looked extremely aggrieved, yet helpless. Just when Jiang Yuan was about to lose his patience, a bright spark streaked across the night, dispelling the darkness and splashing onto the tinder nest. Jiang Yuan was suddenly extremely excited and did not dare to stop pulling the fire bough. More and more sparks jumped and splashed out, landing on the tinder nest, illuminating the way for mankind to move towards civilization. Wisps of white smoke emerged from the tinder nest. Jiang Yuan picked it up carefully, as if he was protecting a newborn baby. He blew air into it with little breath, looking forward to the flames starting. Finally, a faint flame rose up, leaped above the tinder nest, and cut through the night sky like an elf in the darkness. "Fire, fire, fire, miracle, miracle." Qing looked at the burning flames as if she was looking at a divine being appearing. She was so nervous that she stuttered and kept shouting miracle. The wolf next to him was also stunned with shock. He looked at the faint flame in Jiang Yuan's hand, as if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world. Chapter 9: Cooked Food, The Progress of Human Civilization. Jiang Yuan placed the burning tinder nest under the built firewood ladder. Boom! As soon as the tinder touched the dry grass and wood, it began to burn fiercely. The flames rose into the sky, and the red light illuminated the earth, contrasting with the bright moonlight. Crackle! It was the sound of burning wood, and the air around the fire was distorted by the burning. "Yuan, this is a miracle. You are God. It is you who gave us fire." Qing looked at the blazing fire in front of him and fell to the ground in fright. Then he got up again, holding Jiang Yuan's hand, and his words were so excited that he couldn't even finish them. There were still many tribesmen around who had not left, and the burning flames attracted everyone's attention. The bright firelight illuminated the faces of these primitive people. Surprise, fear, curiosity. All kinds of complex expressions appeared on their faces one by one. They wanted to get closer to the fire, but were very afraid. Everyone looked at a loss and hesitant. The noisy sound spread among the primitive people. The huge noise made by Jiang Yuan woke up many of the tribesmen who were already sleeping. They rubbed their eyes and groped their way out of the cave. When they, who suffered from night blindness, saw the leaping and burning flames in the darkness, everyone's face was filled with awe and surprise. More and more members of the Yunshi tribe gathered around the flames, and in a blink of an eye, there were already 100 of them. Jiang Yuan calmly added firewood to the fire, skewered the snake meat on tree branches, and taught Qing how to grill the meat step by step. The firelight shone on Qing's delicate and soft skin. Jiang Yuan felt moved when he saw her excited look. Miracle! Someone shouted, and many tribesmen followed suit and shouted loudly, Miracle! Miracle! The gods gave us fire. Bless the gods! With loud cheers, no one knew who took the lead in kneeling down. In a blink of an eye, more than 100 tribesmen knelt down, worshipping the burning flame in the center and bowing their heads. Wolf, how dare you not kneel? You are blaspheming the gods. The burly gray-haired elder Pan looked at the wolf with a gloomy expression and roared. The wolf was gnashing his teeth as he watched Jiang Yuan and Qing getting so close. He couldn't understand why Jiang Yuan, a slave who escaped from another tribe, could also use the fire that only gods could use. At this moment, he heard Elder Pan's angry shout, and he knelt down and kowtowed in panic. Gods, please protect the Yunshi tribe and keep my people safe from disaster. The chief of the Yunshi tribe, Song, clasped his hands together and prayed, kowtowing to the flames. Jiang Yuan and Qing, who were standing in the center of the crowd of more than 100 people, still did not kneel down. Instead, many of the clansmen seemed to be bowing to them. As if sensing Qing's panic, Jiang Yuan remained calm and held her hand, still teaching her how to grill meat. Qing, Jiang Yuan, why don't you two kneel? When Song saw this, his face darkened. Qing stood up and explained hurriedly. Father, the flame was brought by Yuan. He is the messenger of God, and it was the gods who asked him to bring the flame. Jiang Yuan did not respond, which was tantamount to indirectly acknowledging that he was God's messenger and that it was God who asked him to bring the fire. Jiang Yuan's move was to establish his own authority and make the members of the Yunshi tribe fear and respect him. Song was slightly stunned when he heard this, and looked at Jiang Yuan in disbelief. What nonsense are you talking about? How can you offend the gods like this? Aren't you afraid that the gods will extinguish the fire? Elder Pan was angry and scolded Qing. Qing felt very aggrieved, but still insisted on his own opinion. Jiang Yuan just found it funny. He guessed that these primitive people didn't even know how to keep the fire burning. But the fire was really brought by Jiang Yuan. A primitive man who witnessed Jiang Yuan making a fire whispered. Elder Pan glared at him, and he immediately lowered his head. The primitive tribes had strict class structure. The fire was indeed brought by Jiang Yuan. It was given to us by the gods. The primitive man who helped Jiang Yuan cut up the snake meat walked to Jiang Yuan's side, raised Jiang Yuan's arm, and said loudly, I saw it with my own eyes. Jiang Yuan looked at the primitive man with gratitude. This man had helped him many times today. His name was Shou. Yes, it was the fire brought by Jiang Yuan. Yes, I saw the flames rising from Jiang Yuan with my own eyes. Many primitive people who saw Jiang Yuan making a fire spoke up, and the originally solemn scene became noisy again. Although they are not as intelligent as Jiang Yuan, they are simple and honest and believe what they see. At one time, there were as many as 50 or 60 people supporting Jiang Yuan. Many people looked at Jiang Yuan with awe, the man who was qualified to use fire because he brought gods with him. Did you really start the fire? Song walked in front of Jiang Yuan and asked in a low voice. Although the reaction of his tribesmen made him believe that the fire was brought by Jiang Yuan, he still couldn't help but confirm it. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, and Song looked at Jiang Yuan with a hint of awe. The gods gave us fire. Jiang Yuan gave us fire. Elder Wei, who heard the conversation between Jiang Yuan and Song, raised Jiang Yuan's arm and shouted loudly, God of fire! Jiang Yuan! God of fire! Jiang Yuan! A group of primitive people kept cheering. Jiang Yuan looked at the crowd who were like fanatical believers and felt inexplicably excited. What's that smell? It smells so good. Song's nose twitched as he searched for the source of the fragrance. Jiang Yuan took the snake meat from Qing's hand and held the golden roasted snake meat in front of everyone. The aroma of the roasted snake meat filled the air, and under the light of the fire, one could even see the tempting fat flowing on the roasted snake meat. This is food made from fire. Jiang Yuan held it high up. This is cooked meat. It is more delicious, more fragrant, and healthier than raw meat. The tribesmen who were nearby had already smelled the aroma of the roasted snake meat. They stared at the roasted snake meat in Jiang Yuan's hand with hungry eyes, and their saliva was almost dripping onto the ground. The primitive people on the periphery also struggled to squeeze into the inner circle. These primitive people who only ate raw meat and drank blood had never seen such delicious food. Even without any seasoning, roasted snake meat was a feast for them. Jiang Yuan blew the roasted snake meat to cool it down and handed it to Qing, motioning her to try it. "How is it?" Jiang Yuan asked tentatively. A group of primitive people also stared at Qing nervously. Qing suddenly covered her mouth and her eyes turned red. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yuan suddenly panicked. Qing held the roasted snake meat and threw himself into Jiang Yuan's arms. "Thank you, Yuan. I have never eaten such delicious food." Jiang Yuan, who was originally worried, breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "As long as it tastes good, it's fine. As long as it tastes good, it's fine." The other primitive people were so moved by the delicious food that they shed tears and stared at the blazing fire. "Excuse me, Lord Jiang Yuan, can we use fire?" a tribesman asked cautiously. Elder Pan's eyebrows immediately raised upon hearing this. Fire was a gift from the gods, and only those of them who had high status in the tribe could use it. He was just about to open his mouth and scold this tribe member. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yuan spoke first. "I started the flame. I brought it here. In the name of the gods, I allow you to use it." Elder Pan was dumbfounded, looking somewhat dissatisfied. Song's expression also became very complicated when he looked at Jiang Yuan. "Jiang Yuan, Jiang Yuan, Jiang Yuan." Many tribesmen cheered Jiang Yuan's name loudly, and those who had not finished eating the snake meat imitated Jiang Yuan and grilled it on the fire. However, most of the tribesmen who had already finished eating the snake meat could only stare blankly, waiting for the aroma of barbecue to whet their appetite. Jiang Yuan said loudly, "Don't worry, the flames will not go out. When we hunt tomorrow, we can still grill the meat." "Okay, those who have finished eating go to the cave to sleep, and the rest of you can grill food here." Song instructed everyone. Many tribesmen have dispersed one after another, and no one knows how many people will have a sleepless night tonight. Not long after, Song came to Jiang Yuan with a red face for the first time and whispered, "Jiang Yuan, can I have some of your snake meat?" Because the food was too scarce, he was afraid that Jiang Yuan would refuse, so he hurriedly said, "I will give you the meat tomorrow." Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "Sure." Then he readily gave half of his 1 pound of snake meat to Song. Song Weiwei nodded to express his gratitude. The grilled snake meat was indeed delicious for primitive people, but it was a little difficult for Jiang Yuan to swallow. Apart from a slightly fishy smell, the snake meat had no taste at all. Salt. Having obtained long, he wanted more. Now that he had the fire, Jiang Yuan set his sights on salt. To Jiang Yuan's surprise, after Tsang roasted the snake meat, he actually gave it to Qing's mother one first. "It smells so good. So delicious." The remaining tribesmen could not stop exclaiming in admiration, eating with great relish. Their faces and hands were all greasy. Some of the snake meat was burnt, and some was half-cooked, but without exception, they all praised the deliciousness of the roasted snake meat. As time passed, the remaining tribesmen gradually returned to the cave to rest, with a look of reluctance on everyone's face. "Chief, I hope someone can guard the flame, add firewood, and make the fire not burn too strongly. Just prevent it from going out," Jiang Yuan suggested to Tsang, who was wolfing down the food. Tsang nodded, swallowed the roasted snake meat, and said, "I'll arrange it, but how can we prevent the flame from going out?" Jiang Yuan was speechless. He held his forehead and pointed at the dead branches and leaves scattered all over the ground. "Just burn these things." Song immediately stood up and gave instructions to the 2 tribesmen. "Qing, bring Jiang Yuan to our cave to rest later." Song instructed his daughter. Qing nodded with a slight blush on her cheeks. Jiang Yuan scratched his scalp somewhat embarrassedly. However, the 3 of them did not notice that Wolf, who had not left yet, had an angry and extremely resentful look in his eyes after hearing Tsang's words. Chapter 10: Strange Sounds in the Cave. As Tsang and Wen returned to the cave, only Jiang Yuan, Qing, and a tribesman who was guarding the fire were left by the fire. Jiang Yuan ate a little bit of the barbecue and couldn't eat any more. Seeing Qing looking greedy, he handed the barbecue to her. Qing pushed it back shyly, saying that she wasn't hungry. Jiang Yuan reluctantly finished the remaining barbecue. A white shadow flashed in the distance. It turned out to be a witch wearing snow-white animal skin, who was supported by the tall girl. Qing and the tribesmen who were guarding the bonfire quickly stood up to show their respect. Seeing the burning flames, the tall girl's face was full of curiosity. She wanted to get closer to the flames, but was a little afraid. The older witch, on the other hand, looked calm as if he was used to it. "Young man, can you make a fire?" The witch stretched out his hand and felt the scorching temperature of the flame. Jiang Yuan responded. He felt that this primitive old man who seemed to have great wisdom was very mysterious. "Fire is a gift from the gods. It is a blessing from heaven for us. The witch spoke slowly, looking at the boundless night sky with awe on his face. After saying this honorific, he said to Jiang Yuan, "Thank you for benefiting our people. No need to thank me. They will become my people tomorrow." Jiang Yuan responded with a smile. "It seems that you are very confident about hunting prey tomorrow." The tall girl who was supporting Wu spoke, and her phoenix eyes looked at Jiang Yuan with a probing look. Jiang Yuan smiled at her and said, "You dare to let the god of fire hunt?" The tall girl was slightly stunned, her face full of awe, and she didn't dare to answer. Jiang Yuan laughed and said, "I will bring the prey tomorrow." Jiang Yuan had an idea in his mind. Not only did he want to bring prey, he also wanted his prey to be able to scare this group of primitive people. Wu said, "When I was young, I wandered outside the Lizhan Mountains and saw people from other tribes using fire. In the Lizhan Mountains, except for the Chiefing tribe, no one knows how to use fire, nor dares to use fire. Are you worried about the revenge of the Chiefing tribe?" Jiang Yuan asked. The witch nodded gently. "Yes, as a witch of the Yunshi tribe, I naturally have to consider the people of the tribe." Jiang Yuan said, "The Chiefing tribe is far away from here. If they come here, we have enough time to react. And I think Wu doesn't want the Yunshi people to live like before, right? This is a gift from the gods to us. How can we give it up?" The witch looked at the rising flames, was silent for a while, and finally made a decision. Jiang Yuan smiled slightly and understood what Wu was thinking. "Your name is Yuan?" Wu asked. Jiang Yuan replied, "My name is Jiang Yuan. Jiang means river and Yuan means deep pool." Wu reached out his hand and patted Jiang Yuan on the shoulder. "You can bring the fire given by the gods to our people. I believe you can also lead us to get rid of the life-like beasts." Qinghe and the tall girl looked at Wu's actions with surprise. They didn't expect Wu to be so close to others. "She, after eating the barbecue, go back to your mother's cave and rest." Wu gave the instructions while leaning on his crutch and was about to leave. "Grandpa, don't you want to eat something?" asked the tall girl. "I'm old and can't eat. You guys eat it." Wu waved his hand. "Then I'll take you home." She was going to support him again. Wu Zixiang smiled and said, "No need. Although I can't see the road clearly after leaving the flames, I can still find my way back to my cave with my eyes closed." After the witch left, Qing squatted down and taught she how to roast snake meat over fire. Having been taught by Jiang Yuan, she had a very good grasp of the temperature, and the snake meat she roasted tasted much better than that roasted by others. Jiang Yuan enjoyed admiring the white thighs of the two young girls under the animal skins and felt quite pleased. These two girls are rare beauties in modern society. However, the two have different types. She tends to be more of a mature woman, while Qing looks more pure. "Which tribe were you from before?" She looked at Jiang Yuan, this strange man, curiously. He was a man who could kill giant snakes and bring fire to the tribe. He seemed to be full of mystery. "I don't have a tribe." Jiang Yuan yawned and looked at the night sky. The moon tonight was exceptionally bright and round. People have joys and sorrows, separations and reunions. The moon waxes and wanes. It is impossible to have everything in life. Jiang Yuan whispered slowly, thinking of his elderly parents. He felt very sad, lost, and lonely. "I hope my younger brother can help me fulfill my responsibilities to my parents." Jiang Yuan sighed in his heart, tears welling up in his eyes. "What do you mean?" She saw that Jiang Yuan was in a low mood. She savored Jiang Yuan's words, feeling an inexplicable charm, so she asked. Jiang Yuan ignored she. Seeing Qing's concerned look, he touched her head, dispelled the unhappiness in his heart, and forced a smile to Qing. "I'm fine." She pouted her lips slightly, very dissatisfied with Jiang Yuan's ignoring her. She poked the fire angrily, sparks flying. "You are offending the gods." Jiang Yuan threatened her. The flowers by the stream pale in comparison. After a long time, she went back to rest, and Qing led Jiang Yuan to the cave where he lived. The cave was pitch black, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you, but it was dry and well ventilated. The snoring sounds of Tsang and one could be heard nearby. Qing led Jiang Yuan to where she slept. It felt soft to the touch. I didn't know what kind of animal skin it was, and underneath was a layer of fine dry grass and branches, like a simple mat on the ground. "Yuan, just sleep here," Qing said in a low voice. "Then where do you sleep?" Yuan held Qing's slender wrist, not letting her leave. Qing blushed slightly. "I have other places to sleep." "Liar," Jiang Yuan whispered. Many ordinary members of the tribe were crowded into one cave, but Tsang's family of 3 could live alone in a cave because Tsang was the tribe leader. On weekdays, there were only 3 of them, so where would they get extra beds to sleep on? Qing's lies were exposed and his ears turned red, but he didn't know how to explain because he was tongue-tied. Jiang Yuan gave up half of his bed and said, "You sleep here." Qing quickly shook his head and refused in a panicked tone. No, I won't touch you. Jiang Yuan lowered his voice. Don't you believe me? Jiang Yuan was also not interested in Qing at this time. Although you are beautiful, you should at least wash yourself cleanly. Qing originally wanted to express his protest silently, but after hearing Jiang Yuan say this, he shook his head and denied it. No, I believe you, Yuan. Then go to sleep and don't wake up your parents. Jiang Yuan pulled Qing onto the animal skin without giving her any chance to refuse and let her lie down. Jiang Yuan distanced himself from Qing in a gentlemanly manner. Jiang Yuan was in a heavy mood, with many things on his mind. In addition, there was a young girl lying next to him, so he lay there for a long time but couldn't fall asleep. When he turned over, he accidentally touched Qing beside him, causing the girl to let out a soft cry immediately. So you didn't sleep either? Jiang Yuan felt amused when he sensed Qing's nervousness. I don't know how much time had passed, but just when Jiang Yuan was about to fall asleep, he was suddenly awakened by a strange noise. Pee 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 pee. The confused Jiang Yuan immediately became clear-headed. Depend on. Jiang Yuan listened to the voice coming from the other side, and couldn't help cursing in his heart, and felt like crying but couldn't cry. Brother, can you please be more careful? We have guests at home. Are primitive people so open? Qing beside him suddenly uttered a short, muffled groan. It turns out that you didn't fall asleep either. Now it's okay. Let's all be embarrassed together. Jiang Yuan was speechless. Even though he was only a foot away from Qing, he could feel Qing's body stiffening and his rapidly rising temperature. Chapter 11 Crescent Moon Valley. As dusk passes and morning comes, everything wakes up. The sunlight outside the cave was already somewhat dazzling. When Jiang Yuan woke up, he could no longer see Qing's figure. You're awake. Song, who had been awake for a long time, greeted Jiang Yuan. As the chief, he has the highest status in the tribe. Although Jiang Yuan is not even an ordinary member of the tribe now, he dare not look down on this young man who can kill a giant snake and create fire. Song even wanted to withdraw his hunting proposal and let Jiang Yuan stay. Jiang Yuan smiled and nodded in response. Song looked calm, as if he was not the one playing poker last night. On the contrary, Jiang Yuan felt somewhat uncomfortable when being with Song. However, the next moment, he saw that Song was holding a long snake about 2 meters long and brown-gray in color. Jiang Yuan felt a chill, unable to imagine how he had spent a night with this long snake, and goosebumps almost appeared all over his body. Seeing Jiang Yuan's discomfort, Song explained, I don't know when this thing crawled into the cave, but it's not poisonous and the meat can be eaten. After saying that, he took the snake to skin it and clean it. Jiang Yuan walked out of the cave and found that many tribesmen had already gathered in the valley, waiting for today's hunting and picking. Generally speaking, the elderly and weak and women pick fruits, while strong adult men choose to hunt. Jiang Yuan came to a stone pond to wash. The water in the pond was gurgling and clear, and the bottom was visible, gathering into a stream in the distance. Qing Hushi was washing here, with her pretty face turned up to the sky, holding her mouth full of clear water and spitting out bubbles, looking very pleasing. Yuan. Qing called out happily when she saw Jiang Yuan, but then she thought of the beautiful scene last night, and her face became a little shy. Jiang Yuan nodded in response and washed his face beside the pool. Yuan, what prey are you going to catch today? Qing asked from the side. This was related to whether Jiang Yuan could stay, so Qing was very concerned. Jiang Yuan had already made a plan in his mind yesterday. Although the witch's requirements were not high, any prey would do. However, Jiang Yuan wanted the Yunshi people to recognize, believe in, and respect him more, so ordinary prey was far from enough. Jiang Yuan scooped up some water from the lake to rinse his mouth and asked casually, Qing, do you know where Crescent Moon Valley is? Crescent Valley, where the seriously injured saber-toothed tiger hid. Jiang Yuan also learned this information from the cannibals of the chiefing tribe. Qing shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Drops of water slid down Shi Qiao's face. I know where it is. I heard about it from my grandfather. Her skin was very white, like flawless jade, and she didn't look like a primitive person at all. Can you take me there? Jiang Yuan asked sincerely. Yuan, she is the next generation of witch. She does not participate in hunting and picking. Qing explained hurriedly. Jiang Yuan thought to himself. No wonder he is so white. It turns out he is a man who is served by others. As the daughter of clan leader Song, Qing rarely receives such treatment. A trace of hesitation flashed across Shi's face, and he gritted his teeth. I need to ask my grandfather. Jiang Yuan thanked him. Thank you. If possible, I will give you something. He hadn't thought of what gift to give, but he was confident that the things he could make would be something these primitive people had never seen before. She nodded slightly and walked towards the witch's cave. Jiang Yuan saw from afar that Song was holding half a roasted snake meat and walking towards Wu's cave. In contrast, other tribesmen, even Elder Pan and Elder Wei, had no food to eat in the morning. Jiang Yuan saw Qing looked a little lonely and touched her messy hair. I will give you 2 things when the time comes. Hearing Jiang Yuan's words that sounded like a confession, Qing's cheeks turned red and she ran away shyly. It's a shame not to take care of such beautiful hair, Jiang Yuan said secretly in his heart as he stroked Qing's hair. After a while, she came running over excitedly and told Jiang Yuan Wu that Wu agreed to his request, but asked her to be more careful. Song was very worried when he knew that Jiang Yuan was going to take Qing and she to Crescent Valley. One was his daughter, and the other was the tribe's next generation witch, both of whom were very important. Although they were protected by Jiang Yuan, a brave warrior who could kill giant snakes, Song still sent a strong and muscular tribesman to follow the 3 of them. The tribesmen had already set out to hunt and gather food. The surrounding fruits had already been eaten by the tribesmen of the Yunshi tribe, and the prey had become alert, so they might have gone a long way. Yesterday, Qing got separated from his tribe members while picking fruits, and was then captured by the cannibals from the chiefing tribe. Jiang Yuan held the Tang's sword in his hand, and the 4 of them separated from their tribesmen and headed towards the vast mountains along the same route they came yesterday. The Lizon Mountains have many mountains, but also many scattered grasslands. The 4 of them walked for a long time and came to the pool where Jiang Yuan had cleaned the snake's blood yesterday. They drank some of the water to replenish their water. Not far from the jungle where the giant python was killed yesterday, Jiang Yuan thought of the dozen or so wolf skins. He saw that many members of the Yunshi tribe covered their bodies with leaves. Only people of higher status like King Gexi could use animal skins, and some even wasted it by using animal skins to wrap their feet. Just like the big brother next to him, who looks very honest. His name is Rock. Apart from leaves, he has only a dirty black animal skin wrapped around his waist, and no one knows how many years he has used it. Jiang Yuan led them into the jungle, but except for the blood-soaked land, the bodies of the giant python and 2 cannibals, the wolf corpse and wolf skin, and the primitive man killed by the cannibals, everything had disappeared. Jiang Yuan said to himself, "It seems someone has been here." He looked around and guessed that if carnivorous beasts had eaten their bodies, there would at least be some bones left here. Jiang Yuan sighed, feeling it was a pity. Without any gain, he continued to head towards Crescent Valley under Shi's leadership. After walking for less than an hour, they finally arrived in front of the valley. The valley is barren, with bare rocks and no vegetation, and it seems to have nothing to do with the crescent moon. However, Jiang Yuan saw some hidden bloodstains on the rocks in the valley. Judging from the time, they should have been left yesterday. It looks like the saber-toothed tiger is hiding here. Jiang Yuan pondered for a long time and judged in his heart that the saber-toothed tiger should be dead. Even if it was not dead, it was at least seriously injured and dying. But he didn't want others to know the truth about Sabertooth's death. Jiang Yuan said, "Yinshi, you stay here to protect King Gexi. I will go in by myself." Qing still didn't know what kind of beast Jiang Yuan was going to hunt, so he hurriedly expressed his desire to go in with him. She was also very dissatisfied with Jiang Yuan for not allowing them to go in. "It's too dangerous in there." Jiang Yuan refused decisively. "If I let you in, how can I establish my heroic image as a tiger-killing hero?" Yinshi scratched his head innocently and said to Jiang Yuan, "But the tribe leader also asked me to protect you." Jiang Yuan asked him, "Can you kill the giant snake?" Rock shook his head and said gruffly, "No." "Then stay here and protect them both." Jiang Yuan ignored Qing and Shi's dissatisfied attitude, turned around and left, following the blood trail into the valley. Qing Hushi tried to catch up quickly, but was blocked by rocks. "Get out of the way," she ordered coldly. As the next generation witch, she has a very high status in the clan, which can be seen from the attitude of clan leader Tsang towards witches. The rock remained silent, guarding the entrance to the valley with its arms outstretched. No matter how angry she got, or how he scolded him, he remained motionless. Qing's pitiful pleas to him were of no use. He was truly as upright and dull as a rock. Qing Hushi was furious, but there was nothing he could do. All they could do was watch Jiang Yuan walk into the valley alone. Chapter 12 Hunting the Saber-Toothed Tiger. Jiang Yuan was walking in the Crescent Valley holding a Tang sword. The sword was already unsheathed, and the sharp blade was flashing with cold light. The river went deeper and deeper. The vegetation in the deep valley was still dense and lush, which formed 2 extremes with the barrenness at the entrance of the valley. In the center of the valley, there is an arc-shaped deep pool, shaped like a crescent moon. Standing on the top of the valley at night and looking into the distance, The water in the pool must be extremely beautiful under the moonlight. Jiang Yuan noticed that the inconspicuous bloodstains of the saber-toothed tiger disappeared into a thicket of lush bushes and grass that were rooted on the mountain wall. Jiang Yuan didn't dare to be careless. After all, the saber-toothed tiger was the top predator in prehistoric times. If he was careless, he might die in the tiger's mouth. If Jiang Yuan was not extremely confident in his judgment, he would not dare to take the risk alone. Jiang Yuan carefully pushed aside the grass, and a fairly spacious natural stone cave appeared before him. Roar! Jiang Yuan had just pushed aside the grass when he heard a faint tiger roar. A giant saber-toothed tiger was lying in the middle of the cave. Its once muscular limbs were now stretched out limply and powerlessly. Its body was covered with bloody wounds, and its broken sharp teeth were still bleeding. It no longer had the majesty it once had. Roar! There was another weak tiger roar, and the saber-toothed tiger raised its head to scare away the invading enemy, but it fell to the ground weakly. Jiang Yuan looked at the horrifying face of the saber-toothed tiger with only one tiger eye left. The extreme hideousness made Jiang Yuan a little frightened. Jiang Yuan felt like he was really courting death. Yesterday's giant python and today's saber-toothed tiger, either one of them could easily kill him. However, he also lamented his extraordinary luck, as he always encountered these ferocious beasts on the verge of death, waiting for him to finish them off. Jiang Yuan comforted himself in his heart that he was the chosen one, otherwise he would not have traveled through time. Jiang Yuan was amazed at the strong vitality of this saber-toothed tiger. It did not die even after suffering such serious injuries. You should know that its intestines fell out from the hideous wound in its abdomen. Jiang Yuan held a knife and confronted the saber-toothed tiger. He did not dare to move forward rashly. Now the last resort is to drag it out until the saber-toothed tiger dies. The saber-toothed tiger was still as powerful as ever, and its only remaining eyes were full of ferocity as it stared at Jiang Yuan. However, it could not hold on for half a moment. The saber-toothed tiger's head tilted, and it could no longer hold on. Its tongue, which was covered with bone spurs, trembled. It was obvious that it was breathing out more than breathing in. If you don't die, then you are the hunter and I am the prey, Jiang Yuan whispered in his heart and moved forward with his tang sword. As a paleontology fan, he always has some inexplicable feelings towards these ferocious prehistoric beasts and top predators, as if he couldn't bear to see them die. As if sensing the approaching danger, the saber-toothed tiger struggled to get up, and its intestines protruded from the wound in its abdomen and fell to the ground, but no more blood was flowing from the wound. Roar, roar. The tiger's teeth were as sharp as sabers, and the saber-toothed tiger kept growling, but with every roar, a small amount of blood flowed out of its mouth. Jiang Yuan felt relieved when he saw that the saber-toothed tiger was so seriously injured. He was extremely calm and fearless at this moment, and was unmoved by the saber-toothed tiger's intimidation. You are a saber-toothed tiger with only one breath left, and you want to eat me? Base. A knife swung out. The saber-toothed tiger dragged its body to dodge with difficulty. Jiang Yuan was extremely surprised. He didn't expect that the saber-toothed tiger still had the strength to dodge. But this dodging seemed to have consumed all of the saber-toothed tiger's strength. Its huge body fell to the ground like a collapsed stone. The thick, almost tangible tiger blood that kept flowing out of its mouth and nose soaked its beard and fur. However, the saber-toothed tiger's eyes, filled with unwillingness, were still staring at the upright ape in front of it. Roar! A terrifying tiger roar resounded throughout the entire valley, piercing through the clouds and splitting the rocks. Qing Hushi, who were anxiously waiting outside the valley, heard the tiger roar that resounded through the sky, and their faces changed at the same time. Tiger! Qing's voice trembled as he spoke. When Qing thought of Jiang Yuan entering the valley alone, his eyes went dark and the scene of him being eaten by a tiger kept appearing in his mind. She hurriedly supported Qing, who was about to fall to the ground. Qing's eyes were red, and he stumbled towards the valley. What are you still doing here? She yelled at the big rock who was standing there in a daze with a look of surprise on his face. Yanshi was awakened from his dream by Xi's shout. Thinking of the possibility that Jiang Yuan might be eaten by the tiger, his expression suddenly became extremely anxious. He pushed King Gexi away and ran quickly into the valley with a wooden spear in hand. What's wrong with you? Jiang Yuan put away the blood-stained tang sword, looked at Yanshi who was standing at the entrance of the cave with sweat all over his forehead, and asked curiously, Master Jiang Yuan, I'm glad you're okay. Yanshi's face was red, and he was breathing heavily while leaning on his wooden spear. The tribe leader asked me to protect you. You must not get into any trouble. Plop. Qing, who broke into the cave, fell to the ground due to anxiety. Jiang Yuan did not bother to wipe the blood off his hands and hurried forward to help Qing up. "Girl, what's wrong with you? Is it serious?" Jiang Yuan held the girl's soft waist and asked with concern. "Yuan, I'm glad you're okay. I thought you were eaten by a tiger." Qing wiped her tears and cried. Jiang Yuan felt warm in his heart. In this world, no one had ever cared about him as much as Qing. He wiped Qing's tears lovingly and whispered to comfort her. I'm fine. She, who was standing aside, looked at everything in front of him with a complicated expression. "Lord Jiang Yuan, you killed the tiger?" Yinshi opened his eyes wide in shock when he saw the half-skinned tiger, and he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. But Rock was so honest and simple that he simply ignored the wounds of all sizes on the tiger's skin. Jiang Yuan didn't say anything, but just raised his chin slightly and nodded. Jiang Yuan thought that this would make him look more impressive, more like a master and a tiger-fighting hero. However, Jiang Yuan did not expect that Yinshi would kneel down excitedly, his eyes red, and he kept knelt in front of him. "Master Jiang Yuan, you are the most powerful person in the Yunshi tribe, the most powerful person in the Lisan Mountains." Jiang Yuan was shocked to see Yinshi's action. He looked at Yinshi's fanatical and crazy expression and quickly helped him up from the ground. "Wow, is this my fanboy?" Qing and Shi, who were standing by, were looking at the dead king of beasts in front of them. They were also shocked, their eyes widened and their rosy mouths opened wide, unable to close for a long time. Qing looked at Jiang Yuan with eyes so gentle that they almost melted her heart, and the admiration in her eyes was so strong that it seemed to become tangible. She looked at Jiang Yuan with eyes full of disbelief, mixed with a hint of special brilliance. This man who killed snakes and tigers and brought divine fire inadvertently touched the heartstrings of the young girl. "Why are you so excited?" Jiang Yuan looked at Yinshi's strong reaction and felt a little confused. She explained softly, Yinshi's mother was once taken away by a saber-toothed tiger while she was picking fruits. That's why he was so excited. Jiang Yuan's heart sank slightly when he heard this, and he remained silent for a moment. In this barbaric and cruel primitive world, danger was everywhere. "Okay, don't get excited. Come and help us quickly. We have to get back to the tribe before sunset." Jiang Yuan broke the tense atmosphere, pulled out a sharp tang knife, and continued to skin the tiger. While peeling the skin, Yinshi looked at Jiang Yuan's sharp tang sword with envy and asked, "Master Jiang Yuan, is this your weapon?" Jiang Yuan nodded to him. Yinshi was a simple and honest person, so Jiang Yuan felt that there was no need to be on guard against Yinshi when using this sharp weapon. "Lord Jiang Yuan, only someone as powerful as you can use such a powerful weapon." Yinshi touched his head and smiled at Jiang Yuan innocently. With the halo of glory on his body, Jiang Yuan shamelessly enjoyed Yinshi's flattery. After all, there were two beautiful girls next to him, right? After peeling the skin, Jiang Yuan looked at the entire tiger skin and nodded with satisfaction. Although there were some wounds, they were not serious. However, Jiang Yuan felt it was a pity to leave the remaining tiger carcasses here. As a medical student, he knew that the saber-toothed tiger's entire body was a treasure, including its skin, bones, fangs, and eggs. However, it was impossible for 4 people to completely take away this giant saber-toothed tiger. In desperation, the 4 could only take away 3 tiger teeth, a tiger skin, tiger liver, and more than 100 kilograms of tiger meat. Yinshi alone carried 70 to 80 kilograms of tiger meat. Before leaving, Jiang Yuan brought stones to block the entrance of the cave to prevent wild animals from eating the corpses, preparing to retrieve the remaining tiger carcasses the next day. After walking in the dense primitive jungle, the 4 people returned with a full load. Chapter 13. Carnival of the Yunshi Tribe. Jiang Yuan and his 3 companions returned to the Yunshi tribe in the afterglow of the setting sun. The Yunshi tribesmen who had gone out to pick fruits and hunt had already returned. The primitive times at night were too scary. Song would rather let his people go hungry than allow them to stay outside the valley at night. The 4 men had just walked into the Yunshi tribe when a primitive man hiding at the entrance of the valley saw the huge piece of meat brought by Jiang Yuan and his 4 companions. He immediately cheered and roared and ran towards the depths of the valley. Not long after, Song led hundreds of people from the Yunshi tribe out to greet them. Song and Wu walked at the front of the crowd, walking side by side. Seeing the 4 people returning safely, Song and Wu were obviously relieved. Song looked at the piece of meat on Yinshi's back, stepped forward and asked, "What prey did you catch today?" This is related to whether Jiang Yuan can successfully join the Yunshi tribe today. Jiang Yuan said nothing. He walked to a high place, spread out the huge and complete tiger skin in his hand, and let it flutter in the wind. The tiger's skin is stained with blood and looks lifelike. The saber-toothed tiger seems to be reborn, and its might is still there. Hundreds of tribesmen from the Yunshi tribe looked at the tiger's skin in Jiang Yuan's hand, each of them dumbfounded with shock. The whole valley was silent. Many tribesmen looked at Jiang Yuan, who was unfolding the tiger's skin with awe and respect, as if they were looking at a sacrificial god. Song Yi was stunned, with a look of disbelief on his face. Rocks slowly spoke, breaking the silence of the valley. Lord Jiang Yuan killed a tiger alone today. He threw hundreds of kilograms of tiger meat on the ground. That saber-toothed tiger is too big. We can only bring back this much tiger meat. Many tribesmen were still not recovered from their shock. Even the wizard, who was calm and experienced in all kinds of situations, had his fingers trembling slightly as he held onto his cane. When will humans be able to kill the overlord of the jungle, the saber-toothed tiger? Normally, only tigers eat people. Who would kill tigers? Even if hundreds of members of the Yunshi tribe faced a saber-toothed tiger together, they would probably be frightened and flee in panic. Song was the first to struggle out of his shock and took a step forward, his face flushed with excitement. Did you really kill a saber-toothed tiger? Jiang Yuan looked calm. The tiger skin is here. How can it be fake? Hundreds of primitive people came back to their senses from the shock. The way they looked at Jiang Yuan was completely different. Their awe and respect for Jiang Yuan was already on par with Song and Wu. For a while, they talked a lot, and the noise broke the tranquility of the valley. Lord Jiang Yuan killed the tiger. He is the bravest warrior in the tribe and the most powerful warrior in Lizhan Mountains. Yinsha shouted excitedly. Jiang Yuan, you are brave and powerful. The blood of hundreds of tribesmen was aroused by the rocks, and they shouted together, their voices shaking the valley. Their faces turned red with excitement, as if they had just killed a tiger. Jiang Yuan stood on a high place and looked around, feeling very satisfied. This was the effect he wanted. Excuse me, Chief Song, can I become a member of the Yunshi tribe now? Jiang Yuan looked at Song, who was equally excited, with bright eyes. Of course, Song Zhong said confidently, looking at Jiang Yuan with appreciation and satisfaction. Kill the giant snake, bring the sacred fire, kill the tiger, and most importantly, rescue his daughter from the cannibals of the chiefing tribe. He couldn't ask for more of such tribesmen. Jiang Yuan, who killed snakes and tigers and brought the sacred fire, is a brave and powerful warrior of our tribe. The witch said to Jiang Yuan with a smile. Kill snakes and slay tigers, Jiang Yuan, Jiang Yuan, Jiang Yuan. Roars came out from the mouths of these primitive people, with admiration in their eyes, and they were very fanatical. Kill snakes and tigers, great strength. Bring them fire that only the gods can use, and let them eat delicious cooked food. Moreover, for 2 consecutive days, they were able to eat precious meat and have a full meal. Deep down in their hearts, it is impossible for these primitive people not to worship Jiang Yuan. Qing and she were all smiling. They had never seen a tribe worship someone so much, not even the tribe leader Song. However, among the cheering crowd, Elder Pan had a complicated expression with a hint of regret, while Wolf had a terrifying look and a face so gloomy that it seemed like water seemed to be dripping from it. Elder Wei stepped forward and patted Jiang Yuan's shoulder heavily. Elder Wei was also a brave man when he was young. He had killed countless enemies and hunted countless prey for the tribe. That was why he admired Jiang Yuan, who was so good at killing snakes and tigers. The cheering ended, and the moonlight was already hanging on the branches. Everyone carried more than 100 kilograms of tiger meat to the open area of yesterday. In addition to hundreds of kilograms of tiger meat, there were also many fruits and more than a dozen wild pheasants. Jiang Yuan declined Shou's offer to help him cut up the tiger meat, and personally picked up the stone knife to distribute the tiger meat to everyone. Everyone was given a large piece of tiger meat, weighing more than 1 pound. Jiang Yuan, Song, Wu and others got even more. Yesterday's bonfire was already burning brightly, with raging flames shooting up into the sky, but one bonfire was far from enough. Under the astonished and incredible gazes of the crowd, Jiang Yuan picked up a burning piece of wood and started a few more fires. I told you, Lord Jiang Yuan can control the fire of the gods at will. A dark-skinned female primitive looked at Jiang Yuan with shining eyes, as if she saw a fat prey. There was plenty of food, and the tribesmen worked hard. Everyone gathered firewood, and the flames grew high. Several bonfires illuminated the valley, reflecting the excited and flushed cheeks of the Yunshi people. Jiang Yuan was calm as he quietly roasted the saber-toothed tiger's liver. Yunshi's tribesmen all suffered from night blindness, and were almost blind at night. Eating animal livers could effectively improve this symptom. Qing, this is for you. Jiang Yuan used a stone knife to cut a piece of roasted tiger liver and handed it to Qing. Is it delicious? Jiang Yuan asked. Qing nodded and smiled brightly. It's delicious, Jiang Yuan explained. This will allow you to barely see things at night, so you won't be completely blind. Qing had a look of delight and longing on his face, as if he was lost in the memory of being able to see things at night. You have such a good thing, but you keep it to yourself. You are so good to Qing. A faint voice came from beside Jiang Yuan, but it was she who stood aside with a dissatisfied look on his face. Qing blushed slightly when she heard Xi's words. Jiang Yuan explained, if I have the chance in the future, I will try my best to cure the eyes of all my tribesmen. He looked serious, as if he was making a promise. She said calmly, what did you say you were going to give me? Jiang Yuan didn't expect Xi to ask for a gift now. He had planned to grind and polish the 2 smaller teeth of the saber-toothed tiger and make necklaces to give to Qing and Xi respectively. You'll know when I'm done. Jiang Yuan kept her in suspense and didn't tell her. She glared at him with her beautiful eyes and walked away angrily. Jiang Yuan felt puzzled, but he was not narcissistic enough to think that the beautiful Xi would be interested in him. After all, Xi is different from Qing. Jiang Yuan saved Qing's life. After eating the delicious tiger meat, the members of the Yunxi tribe were all very satisfied. Their mouths were full of oil and the taste was endless. After eating and drinking, they did not even return to the cave to conserve their energy and rest as they did in the past, but chose to sing and dance around the campfire. Although the singing and dancing seemed extremely funny to Jiang Yuan, they danced very passionately. Many young boys and girls who were interested in each other invited each other to dance passionately with their bodies close together. Many female tribesmen also came to invite Jiang Yuan, making Jiang Yuan sweat profusely and want to escape. Jiang Yuan refused one by one, but suddenly he noticed that Qing beside him had a slightly red face and was looking at him shyly with her teeth bitten. What's wrong? Jiang Yuan thought she was feeling unwell, so he reached out and touched her smooth forehead. Yuan, I want to invite you to dance, Qing said shyly, hesitating. Jiang Yuan was stunned when he heard this, and felt like his heart missed a beat, and the next second it started beating violently again. Okay. Jiang Yuan did not refuse and gently took Qing's slender hand. The two of them came to the center of the crowd and danced by the fire. Jiang Yuan didn't expect that Qing, who looked quite pure and introverted, could dance so passionately. All the open movements and close rubbing made Jiang Yuan's face turn red, and he was completely unable to resist. However, the nosy tribesmen held hands, formed a circle around the two men, and kept cheering. Song and Wen leaned against each other, looking at their happy daughter with relief on their faces. They had lived together after dancing together back then. She had a complicated expression, and her bright, watery eyes looked at Jiang Yuan and Qing. Xi's mother looked at her daughter, gently ruffled her long hair, and said, if you are unhappy, go find your grandfather. He is a witch and will have a solution. She bit her lip, turned around and left, heading towards the back of the deserted valley. Pan, how is it? Jiang Yuan didn't disappoint you, did he? He is much stronger than you were when you were young. Elder Wei deliberately angered this friend who he had played with since childhood. The gray-haired and burly Elder Pan rolled his eyes and did not answer. However, when he asked himself, he realized that he was indeed not able to kill snakes or tigers when he was young. When he thought of this, he could not help but sigh. There was also a wolf sitting in the dark corner, watching Qing and Jiang Yuan dancing, his hands clenched into fists with such force that his knuckles turned slightly white, and he threw the roasted tiger meat aside. I don't know how long the wolf looked, but he suddenly stood up and left the place in tears. It was late at night, and everyone dispersed, leaving only 2 tribesmen to guard the campfire. Jiang Yuan had no choice but to reluctantly stay in Qing's cave for another night. I wonder if Chief Song will play double poker again today, Jiang Yuan thought secretly. Night blindness may not be so easy to cure in reality, but it is set as such in this book. Chapter 14, Making a Bed. The next day, Jiang Yuan couldn't help laughing when he saw Qing, who had dark circles under her eyes and looked pitiful. Tiger meat is so nutritious. Not only Tsang and Wan, but also many caves were filled with the sound of playing double poker for a long time last night. After waking up, her face turned slightly red, and she looked at Jiang Yuan with an embarrassed look, while the shy one was nowhere to be seen. Qing fled away and went to the pond to wash. The daily picking and hunting cannot be stopped, because stopping means going hungry. If it rains or snows, life will be even more difficult for these primitive people. The members of the Yunxi tribe were preparing to go out to pick and hunt. Jiang Yuan was thinking about whether to go with them. After all, he was now also a member of the Yunxi tribe. But Jiang Yuan also has a lot of things he wants to do right now. After thinking for a long time, Jiang Yuan decided to go with them, but he found Song coming over and saying to him, Jiang Yuan, you have killed giant snakes and tigers these days, and brought the flames of the gods and delicious food to the tribe. You should stay in the valley and have a good rest. Jiang Yuan was slightly stunned, but found that the tribesmen looked very calm when they heard this and had no objections. Jiang Yuan went with the flow and nodded in agreement. Okay, I happen to have a lot of things to do around me. Song led many of the tribesmen away, leaving only Jiang Yuan, a tribesman who was guarding the fire, and Wu Hushi in the valley. Seeing that Qing had dark circles under her eyes, Jiang Yuan wanted to let her rest for a day, but Qing said that she was not tired at all and insisted on picking fruits with the tribe members. Jiang Yuan had no choice but to let her leave. Before everyone left, Jiang Yuan called Yanshi and asked him to find someone to bring back the remaining tiger meat. After all, the weather was a little hot, and Jiang Yuan was worried that the tiger meat would rot. After many tribesmen left Yunshi Valley, she came towards him and brought him a palm-sized, slightly green-white fruit. What is this? Jiang Yuan was a little curious. He had never seen this kind of fruit before. This is cloud fruit because it is as white as a cloud, she explained to him. What about yours? Jiang Yuan asked her. She brought him some fruits, but he himself came back empty-handed. She stuck out her tongue and said, Grandpa said that we can only pick cloud fruits after offering sacrifices to the cloud tree. I dare not pick too many for fear that Grandpa will find out. Jiang Yuan was a little puzzled. Why did the Yunshi tribe offer sacrifices to a fruit tree? She replied, I don't know either. Anyway, the Yunshu is the deity worshipped by our Yunshi tribe. When it's very cold every year, our people rely on it to survive. Jiang Yuan understood in his heart that each tribe worshipped different gods. The Yunshi tribe relied on the cloud fruit produced by the cloud tree to survive, so there was nothing wrong with worshipping the cloud tree. Jiang Yuan looked at she in front of him and had some indescribable feelings in his heart. He didn't understand why she was so nice to him. After all, they had very few interactions. Hurry up and finish eating. Then I'll take you to find a cave. She urged him. Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement. It was indeed inconvenient for him to live with Song's family. Although he had Qing's company, he could only look at Qing's delicious dish, but not eat it. Jiang Yuan put the cloud fruit into his pocket, preparing to eat it later. She led Jiang Yuan to a cave of moderate size. The rock walls were hard, and the ground was soft. It looked like the rock was naturally formed. After all, these primitive people did not have the ability to dig caves. The cave is very spacious, about 20 square meters, with good ventilation, enough for Jiang Yuan to live in. Thank you. Jiang Yuan was a little surprised, because many members of the Yunshi tribe were crowded in one cave. Some larger caves even housed more than 20 people, and there were very few caves suitable for living. It was not easy for she to find him such a good place to live. The tribesmen go out to pick food. What do you do in the tribe on a daily basis? Jiang Yuan asked curiously. She's skin was too white, and he didn't look like a primitive man at all. I will learn sacrifices from my grandfather, and I will also help my tribe members get better when they are in pain, she explained. Jiang Yuan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Wu Hushi knew some simple and primitive medical skills. Jiang Yuan and she walked out of the cave together. Jiang Yuan prepared to collect dead branches and hay to make a bed. After all, there were too many snakes, insects, rats and ants in the valley. The brown snake that crawled into the cave yesterday morning made him very uncomfortable. Do you have any extra animal skins? Jiang Yuan asked with the mentality of giving it a try. Yes, Grandpa has a lot of them. She replied. Jiang Yuan was a little puzzled. Why did Wu collect so many animal skins? You know, many people in the Yunshi tribe wrap themselves in leaves. However, people of high status like King Gexi can use a lot of animal skins, and even use them to wrap their feet. Could it be that the high-ranking officials of the Yunshi tribe are so harsh to ordinary people? She saw his confusion and explained, it's very hot now, and some tribesmen don't want to wear animal skins. When it gets cold, Grandpa will give them to everyone. Jiang Yuan understood. He did not immediately go to the witch to borrow animal skins. Instead, he chose to find a lot of soft hay, washed it in the stream, and then put it in the sun to dry. The sun is so hot that it is not a problem to dry the hay in one day. This stream is called Yunshi. My grandfather gave me this name based on the stream. She stretched out his hand and slid across the cold stream water and asked, Do you need me to clean your tiger skin for you? Jiang Yuan didn't expect that she, who seemed aloof, would be so enthusiastic. He was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and said thank you. There are a lot of meat scraps on tiger skin, and it has a strong bloody smell. It needs to be washed, dried, and rubbed before it can be used. She took the tiger skin and washed it by the stream. Jiang Yuan was not idle either. He found many straight tree trunks of moderate thickness in the valley, chopped them down with a tang sword, cleared the branches and leaves, and then buried them around the bed according to the size of the bed. The tree trunks used for the four corners of the bed were particularly thick and strong, and the bed legs in each corner were reinforced with 3 small wooden sticks as supports. He originally wanted to use wooden boards to make a bed, but he had to give up because he found the workload was too heavy. After filling the center with a large number of small dry branches, Jiang Yuan used some vines to wrap around the bed several times to seal it. This not only reinforced it, but also prevented some snakes, insects, rats, and ants from getting in. While waiting for the hay to dry, Jiang Yuan followed Shi to the witch's cave to borrow animal skins. The witch's cave was very tidy, and there were many animal skins. However, what made Jiang Yuan speechless was that the skins were very small and fragmented, and there were only a few pieces of deerskin that could be used. Jiang Yuan once again felt that it was a pity to lose those dozen wolf skins. After borrowing the deerskin and leaving, Jiang Yuan, who had been busy all day, noticed the sunset and thought that almost all his tribesmen would be back. The hay had been dried and felt warm and soft to the touch. Jiang Yuan placed the hay on the dead branches and then covered it with animal skins. Jiang Yuan lay on the bed, feeling it was so soft and comfortable. He felt many times more comfortable than those tribesmen who slept directly on the ground. More importantly, the bed is very stable and will not make any noise or shake no matter how vigorously you exercise. Jiang Yuan stretched comfortably, feeling that the busy day was not in vain after all. Let me try. Seeing Jiang Yuan so comfortable, she became eager to try. Jiang Yuan stood up and made room for her, but she was so comfortable lying there that she didn't want to get up. When she stretched her body on the bed, her white thighs and slender waist were inadvertently exposed under the animal skin, which made Jiang Yuan a little tempted. He quickly turned his head away and dared not look again. Jiang Yuan turned his head and said, "The tribesmen should be almost all back. Let's go find some firewood for the fire later." She, however, stayed in bed and didn't want to get up. Finally, under Jiang Yuan's constant urging, she left reluctantly. The lingering look in Shi's eyes made Jiang Yuan feel uneasy. He was afraid that this girl would run to his bed to sleep again in the middle of the night. If she was discovered, the misunderstanding would be hard to explain. Chapter 15 Tiger Tooth Necklace. As night fell, the birds returned to the forest, and Tsang led his tribesmen back under the moonlight with food. 200 or 300 fruits, 7 or 8 wild rabbits, and several wild pheasants. What surprised Jiang Yuan was that a fat and round badger was also caught. She explained, "Shou is a good hunter in our tribe. He always catches the most prey." Jiang Yuan smiled. No wonder his name was Shou. Yanshi came over carrying the tiger carcass and placed it in front of Jiang Yuan, saying in a rough voice, "Master Jiang Yuan, this is the remaining tiger meat." The tiger meat had not yet rotted, nor had it been destroyed by wild animals. Jiang Yuan patted his shoulder happily and said, "I'll give you an extra piece of meat later." The rock smiled innocently. Jiang Yuan asked Shou for help to separate the tiger bones and the tendons in the tiger spine from the tiger meat. Tiger bones are a precious traditional Chinese medicine, and tiger tendons are tough, flexible, and strong, making them the best choice for bowstrings. Shou had easily helped Jiang Yuan cut up the giant python meat last time, so the saber-toothed tiger was no problem either, and he readily agreed immediately. "Shou, are you planning to eat that badger today?" Jiang Yuan asked, looking at the fat and tender badger running around in panic. "Yes, what's the matter, Lord Jiang Yuan?" Although Shou's status is higher than that of ordinary tribesmen, he still calls Jiang Yuan Lord, which is enough to show Jiang Yuan's current status in the Yunchi tribe. "Keep it," Jiang Yuan said. "At least more than 100 kilograms of tiger meat can be cut out today. It would be a waste to kill the badger. It would be better to keep it until tomorrow. Do you want to eat it yourself?" Shou misunderstood Jiang Yuan's meaning and thought he wanted to eat it all by himself. Shou looked embarrassed. "I can only get a portion of the badger. The rest is up to the tribe leader." Jiang Yuan burst out laughing and explained his meaning to him. Shou immediately said that he would report to the clan leader in a moment. After obtaining the tiger bones and tendons, Jiang Yuan asked Qing to help him take them back to the cave. "Yuan, aren't you living in my cave anymore?" Qing looked a little lost. Jiang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. "It's not that I can't live with it. It's that your father is too fierce. I don't know how Qing has survived all these years. After all, it's a bit inconvenient for me to live with you," Jiang Yuan explained to Qing. "Oh," Qing nodded disappointedly. After a long while, she mustered up the courage to ask, "Can I live with you?" Jiang Yuan was speechless, and Qing Tong blushed and hurriedly explained, "I mean the cave next to you." "I couldn't ask for more." Jiang Yuan winked at her and said in his heart, "I don't mind if you and I live in the same cave or even share a bed." After putting the tiger bones and tendons back into the cave, the two men came to the huge rock in the center of the valley. A bonfire was burning, and many tribesmen were already feasting on the tiger meat. Jiang Yuan originally wanted to eat the cut tiger X. After all, it was a treasure. But when he thought about how he had nowhere to vent his anger, and that without seasonings like onion and ginger, the fishy smell would be too strong if he just roasted it over fire, he had no choice but to give up. Jiang Yuan found it hard to swallow tiger meat, which had no taste at all, and he really had no interest in it. Salt, Jiang Yuan wailed in his heart. His eyes lit up whenever he thought of salt. It was tasteless to eat, but it was a pity to throw it away. So Jiang Yuan gave the remaining tiger meat to Elder Tsang, Elder Wei, Yinshi, and Shou. Jiang Yuan let Qing Hushi eat a lot of tiger liver. Tiger liver cannot be stored for a long time, so it has to be eaten quickly to avoid waste. After dinner, many tribesmen began to sing and dance around the campfire. In the past, the Yunshi tribe was extremely short of food and had never had enough to eat and drink. These 2 days could be said to be the happiest days for the Yunshi people since they were born. She looked at Jiang Yuan from a distance as he watched his tribesmen dancing. After a long mental struggle, she finally mustered up the courage and walked towards Jiang Yuan, ready to invite him to dance with her. However, for some reason, the closer she got to Jiang Yuan, the weaker her long legs became, and in the end she could only flee with a red face. Although she seems to be an extrovert, she is not as bold and unrestrained as Qing when facing Jiang Yuan. It was late at night. Jiang Yuan returned to the cave and had a sound sleep. This was the deepest and most relaxing sleep he had ever had since he traveled through time. The next day, it was already noon and the sunlight shone into the cave. Jiang Yuan woke up slowly and found that all the tribesmen had gone out hunting and picking. The stream at the entrance of the cave was teasing the badger tied with vines. "Are you awake?" she greeted him. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. He felt a little hungry, so he ate all the cloud fruit that she gave him yesterday. It is sweet and slightly sour. The flesh is refreshing yet soft, and the taste is very strange. She brought him another cloud fruit, and Jiang Yuan was stunned. "Aren't you afraid that your grandfather will find out?" "It's okay," she said nonchalantly, but her tightly clenched hands made Jiang Yuan realize that she was very nervous. Jiang Yuan took over and remained silent. "What are you going to do today?" she asked curiously. This man who brought the divine fire always came up with some strange things. "I'll make a bed for Qing." Jiang Yuan took out his Tang sword and prepared to cut branches and wash and dry hay. He did not forget that Qing said yesterday that he wanted to live in the cave next to him. The smile on Xi's face froze for a moment, and then he lowered his head slightly. After a long silence, he said, "Can you make one for me?" Jiang Yuan immediately agreed. "No problem." With yesterday's experience, it wouldn't take half a day to make these 2 beds today. However, when she saw Jiang Yuan built Qing's bed in the cave next to his cave, she was stunned again. She seemed to be hesitant to speak, completely losing the demeanor of a queer queen. After helping Qing build the bed, Jiang Yuan headed for the cave where she and her mother lived. After walking a few steps, Xi's cheeks suddenly turned red and she shouted at him, "I want to live next to your cave, too." Jiang Yuan was slightly stunned when he saw Xi's red cheeks, not understanding why this tall girl was crazy. Could it be that she likes him? Jiang Yuan thought to himself, but he didn't think he was that attractive. After all, how could a beauty like Xi and Qing like him so easily? It was already very rare for Qing to fall in love with him. You have to know that he has only had one love affair since he was born. Jiang Yuan was silent. Could it be that he was so handsome that even gods and ghosts could be shocked? He built a bed for Qinghe Creek without saying a word, but his heart had already flown to the horizon with excitement. After building beds for the 2 women, Jiang Yuan took out 3 canine teeth of a saber-toothed tiger. The upper canine was as sharp as a saber and was 20 centimeters long. After a little polishing and a handle, it became a dagger. The 2 lower canine teeth are shorter and suitable for making necklaces. Jiang Yuan found a stone with uneven grains on the surface beside the stream and polished it carefully to reduce the length. Although the finished product cannot be described as crystal clear like jade, it can be regarded as a rare handicraft in the primitive world, which is enough to open people's eyes. Jiang Yuan used a tang knife to cut a small hole in the tiger's tooth, and then used a smaller bone to penetrate and grind it. It took him an entire afternoon just to make these 2 small holes. After everything was finished, Jiang Yuan found a tough vine, pulled out the long silk threads inside, and rolled them into a rope, and the 2 tiger tooth necklaces were completed. It was getting dark at this time, and Jiang Yuan lamented that he had wasted another day. Putting the 2 tiger tooth necklaces into his pocket, Jiang Yuan walked towards Shi's residence and found that she was tidying up the large tiger skin for him. I promised to give you something. Jiang Yuan took out the canine tooth that had been polished to a slightly smooth texture and handed it to Shi. She took it with some surprise. Although the Yunshi tribe already had bone, tooth, and feather ornaments for decoration, none of them was as exquisite as Jiang Yuan's tiger tooth, and the material was so special. How do I use this? She asked, her eyes and brows blooming like a painting. She was very happy. Jiang Yuan wordlessly helped Shi put it on her jade neck. The fragrance from Shi's body made his breathing heavier. Why do you smell so good? Jiang Yuan asked to distract himself. Shi's hair was in great condition, not as messy as Qing's. She was slightly stunned. The warmth from Jiang Yuan's body made her face slightly red. She replied, I have nothing to do in the valley, so I wash more often. Jiang Yuan suddenly realized that this was the case. Qing would only follow the tribe members to pick fruits on rare occasions. Although the number of times was not many, over time, her skin would definitely not be as white as Shi's, and her hair would not be as good as Shi's. After putting it on, Jiang Yuan took a look and found that she looked really beautiful in it. Jiang Yuan sighed a little. The appearance of a female tribesman of high status like Qing Hushi and that of an ordinary female tribesman was really very different. She stroked the necklace with a slight smile on her lips. At this moment, there was a noise outside the valley, and the tribesmen who had been collecting food had returned. Chapter 16. The sense of crisis brought by hunger. Jiang Yuan and Shi walked out of the valley to greet them, but the mood of the tribesmen was a little low. After some observation, Jiang Yuan found that the prey collected by the tribesmen was much less than before. No wonder. Jiang Yuan said in his heart, walked to Qing's side, and took the 5 or 6 fruits from her hand. Are you tired? Jiang Yuan asked with concern. Qing shook her head slightly, feeling lost. Come, I prepared a tiger tooth necklace for you. Jiang Yuan took out the necklace and helped Qing tie it around her neck. Qing was no less beautiful than she. Only then did a smile appear on Qing's face. The wolf, who was holding a hare nearby, saw the two being so close and gnashed his teeth, wishing he could break the hare's neck. Why are we picking so few? Jiang Yuan asked in a low voice. He was a little puzzled. If he found a fruit tree, it should not be a problem for one person to pick thousands of fruits all day without stopping. Qing thought Jiang Yuan was blaming her, so she explained sheepishly. I usually pick this much. The taller fruits are out of my reach, and the shorter ones are eaten by wild beasts. Jiang Yuan frowned slightly. He didn't expect the fruit to be so difficult to pick. As for prey, there were even fewer, only half of yesterday's, just 6 or 7 small prey, and no large prey. This is too inefficient for obtaining food. Jiang Yuan thought to himself, dozens of strong male tribesmen, 6 small prey. Did these people get kicked in the head by a donkey? Are they so stupid? Could it be that the Yunshi tribe has to rely on the picked fruits to survive? Jiang Yuan felt a little nervous. It seemed that he had to change the food structure of the Yunshi tribe. They could not rely too much on fruits. The Yunshi tribe should still mainly eat grains and meat. Otherwise, when winter comes and the fruits fall and become hard to find, it will be difficult for the tribe to survive. But where to find the grain? Jiang Yuan was at a loss. Arriving at the huge rock in the center of the valley, Song distributed food to everyone, and the badger that had lived one more day was also slaughtered. However, without exception, all the tribesmen were in a bad mood. Without the python meat and tiger meat that Jiang Yuan brought today, they would starve. However, many Yunshi people are used to it. In their eyes, this is their daily life. The reason why they are in low spirits is that the difference from yesterday is too big. Jiang Yuan took his 4 fruits and a small piece of rabbit meat the size of his palm and walked silently to the campfire to grill them. His status in the tribe is now higher, and he can get more food than ordinary people without having to participate in hunting. However, he was in a heavy mood, thinking about how to get more food. Jiang Yuan was stunned when he saw 2 palm-sized pieces of roasted pheasant meat suddenly handed to him. Qing and Shi, who handed over the food at the same time, were also stunned. They looked at each other blankly, with the same necklace around their necks. Qing suddenly became like a frightened little animal. His cheeks turned red. He took back his food and fled the place directly. Jiang Yuan came to his senses and subconsciously wanted to chase after her, but he found that she was still standing beside him, looking at him quietly. No matter how stupid Jiang Yuan was, he could see that she was interested in him. After hesitating for a long time, he sighed slightly and took the barbecued pheasant handed to him by Shi, but also gave her his own rabbit meat. Let's try something else. Jiang Yuan smiled at her and said, try my roasted rabbit meat. Are you worried about something? She saw Jiang Yuan's sadness, but her face was as calm as a lake, and she was secretly excited in her heart. I'm thinking about how to get more food. Jiang Yuan sighed slightly. Food was scarce and grains were hard to come by. Where could he find grains? Why don't I go and help pick them tomorrow? She suddenly said. Jiang Yuan shook his head and said, You are the granddaughter of the witch. The whole tribe agrees that you don't need to work. But the tribe members have too little to pick and hunt. She's expression was a little gloomy. A light suddenly flashed in Jiang Yuan's mind. If the efficiency of hunting and picking is low, why should he improve the efficiency? Why does he have to be obsessed with grains? Jiang Yuan knew that he had fallen into a misconception. He couldn't help but curse himself for eating too much rice and flour, and kept thinking about these two things. With an idea in mind, Jiang Yuan's mood became much brighter, and the tasteless pheasant meat in his hand became very fragrant. Qing left alone and came to the back of the valley in a very depressed mood. The vegetation here was lush and verdant, and many different kinds of plants took root here. There are 3 towering cloud trees growing in the back of the valley, covered with green and immature fruits, but no one dares to pick them. Qing sat on a rock, her night blindness making everything dark before her eyes. Suddenly, footsteps were heard. Qing was delighted and asked softly, Yuan, is that you? The man in the dark shadow fell silent, and the roasted rabbit meat in his hand was tightly clenched into small pieces. It's me, Wolf. Qing's smile froze. His mood became gloomy again, and he sat there without saying a word. Qing, have something to eat. I caught a rabbit today and got a lot of meat. The wolf came to Qing, and his voice trembled as he spoke. I don't want to eat. Qing refused directly. Why? I don't understand. Is it because of Jiang Yuan? The wolf's voice was shaking with anger. What's so good about Jiang Yuan? Qing stood up. The wolf's voice frightened her. Qing groped his way back in the darkness. Because he is Yuan, who killed snakes and tigers and brought the divine fire. He is the most courageous warrior of the Yunshi tribe. I can do better than him, said the wolf excitedly. He was also in darkness because of night blindness. No, you can't, Qing said. You will never be able to compare to him, never. As Qing spoke, he ran desperately towards the center of the valley in the dark. The wolf listened to the direction of the clear footsteps going away. He stood there without chasing after them. After an unidentified while, he suddenly had a breakdown, sat down on the spot, and started crying with his hands on his face. In the dark and silent valley behind, the cry was so creepy, so terrifying. Jiang Yuan had an idea and kept thinking about what tools to make to improve the efficiency of hunting and picking, and forgot to look for Qing for a while. Bow and arrow. No, there was no suitable wood, nor the tendons for bowstrings, arrowheads, and feathers. It was too much trouble. Jiang Yuan gave up. Slingshot. Too weak. Animal traps? No, the process is too complicated and the efficiency is too low. Wooden spear? It's useless. Jiang Yuan sighed in his heart. It's not like the Yunshi tribe didn't have wooden spears. He could just improve them. Net? Jiang Yuan also rejected it. How many nets could he make in such a short time? Boomerang? No, it's complicated to make, prone to failure, and has little lethality. It seems that only the flying stone rope can be used. Jiang Yuan made up his mind. As an archaeology enthusiast, Jiang Yuan is very familiar with flying stone ropes. They are about 100,000 years old and were one of the important tools used by ancient humans for hunting. As for the tool for picking fruits, Jiang Yuan decided to make a long hook. If he encountered prey that was out of reach, he could just use the long hook to twist it off or knock it down. Jiang Yuan stood up and walked towards Tsang. He planned to borrow 10 tribesmen to make flying stone ropes and long hooks tomorrow. Chief, I would like to borrow 10 clan members from you tomorrow. Jiang Yuan asked Tsang. What are you going to do? Tsang frowned. The 10 tribesmen were very important laborers. Today's food was a little insufficient. If there were fewer tribesmen collecting food tomorrow, it would seriously increase the complaints of the tribesmen. So Jiang Yuan's light words put a huge pressure on him. I want to make something to make hunting and picking fruits easier. Jiang Yuan said frankly, letting Tsang understand his plan. Tsang looked at him and thought for a long time, and finally nodded in agreement. After all, Jiang Yuan, who killed snakes and tigers and brought the divine fire, brought too many surprises and wonders to the tribe. Chapter 17. Flying Stone Rope and Long Hook. The silver moon hangs high in the sky, and the moonlight is bright. The Yunshi people, who had not filled their stomachs, stopped their post-meal carnival dance, and, after eating 2 or 3 fruits and a few slices of meat, they all walked back to the cave in silence to rest. The atmosphere was a bit depressing, but Jiang Yuan ignored it and his mind was full of thoughts about the flying stone rope and the long hook. It was not until she came over to remind him that he realized that all the tribesmen around him had left, leaving only one person watching over the campfire. Jiang Yuan stood up and walked back to the cave along the stream. It was not until he saw Qing's bed in the cave that he remembered Qing, who had left at dinner today. Jiang Yuan felt a little guilty and said to Shi, "Go back to sleep first." "What are you going to do?" She was a little stunned, not knowing what Jiang Yuan was going to do so late. "I'll go find Qing." Jiang Yuan turned and left. In the darkness, she bit her lip and said, "Take me back first. I seldom come here." She knew that Jiang Yuan could barely see at night. Jiang Yuan knew that what she said was true. As the granddaughter of the witch, although she was given a lot of food on a daily basis, she also suffered from night blindness. Jiang Yuan and she walked back to the cave side by side, but found that she was staggering and was afraid to walk in the dark. He seemed very unfamiliar with the surrounding environment of his new residence. Jiang Yuan thought for a long time, and finally took her hand. She's body stiffened slightly, but she did not refuse. Jiang Yuan felt the hot sweat on the tall girl's palms and could tell that she was very nervous at the moment. However, there was not a single bit of romance in his heart. At this moment, all Jiang Yuan was thinking about was the girl, Qing, whose eyes were full of him. "You should sleep well." Jiang Yuan drove away the chaotic emotions in his heart and walked towards Song's cave. Only the stream remained in the cave, gazing at the dark valley in the distance. Jiang Yuan came to Song's cave. Song and Wen had already fallen asleep for a long time, but Qing was sitting alone on the animal skin, staring blankly outside the cave. Something seemed to be moving in the darkness. Qing immediately became nervous and asked softly, "Who?" "I, Jiang Yuan." Jiang Yuan lowered his voice, gently held Qing's slender waist, and helped her up from the ground. "Yuan, what are you going to do?" Qing did not refuse, but his body was very stiff. "Don't you want to sleep next to me? I have cleaned up your cave for you. There is also a bed. It is made of hay and is very soft." Jiang Yuan took Qing's jade hand, picked up her animal skin, and walked in the dark. In the darkness, Qing's face was already red. She let Jiang Yuan pull her, but whispered, "Don't you like Sister Shi?" Jiang Yuan paused. "Who told you that?" "I just guessed it myself." Qing's voice was already weak and tinny. "You guessed wrong," Jiang Yuan said lightly. With the help of moonlight, he could see the joy on Qing's face at the moment, but Qing could not see anything. "What's wrong with your leg?" Jiang Yuan found that Qing's knee was broken, with red flesh exposed. "I was just going to the back of the valley. It was too dark, and I tripped," Qing explained in a low voice, not mentioning the existence of the wolf. Jiang Yuan felt indescribable heartache for this girl whose eyes were full of her. He hugged her tightly in his arms and walked in the dark. Qing's heart was beating so fast that he didn't know where to put his hands. "Hold my neck." The next day, Jiang Yuan got up at daybreak. The sun was rising in the east. Shi and Qing's caves were just on both sides of his cave. Both of them were still sleeping soundly in the caves, especially Qing, who had a sweet smile on his face while sleeping. Jiang Yuan stretched lazily. Today's tasks were busy and heavy. He went to the witch's cave, ready to borrow a large amount of animal skins to make flying stone ropes. Flying stone ropes are divided into single-strand and double-strand types, and Jiang Yuan plans to make some of both. The reason why Jiang Yuan did this was because the two types of flying stone ropes each had their own advantages. The witch had woken up long ago and was sitting alone on a low hill looking at the sky. He seemed to be thinking, and his whole body was as motionless as a stone sculpture. Perhaps only thinking can promote human evolution, Jiang Yuan thought to himself. "Wu, I want to borrow some animal skins from you." Jiang Yuan was very respectful to the older Wu. Wu is not as ignorant and stupid as other primitive people. "Child, what are you going to do?" the witch asked him. "Make tools so that the tribesmen can hunt more prey and collect more fruits." Jiang Yuan's eyes were clear. "Come with me." Wu walked down the hill with a red cane, and Jiang Yuan hurried forward to support him. In the witch's cave, the witch stroked the many animal skins and said, "I plan to give these skins to my people when the heaven is angry and punishes us by sending cold weather." Jiang Yuan said, "As long as we can catch more prey, we can give you as many hides as you want. I believe in you, kid." Wu stroked Jiang Yuan's head and said, "You are different from the rest of us." Jiang Yuan's heart was slightly shaken. He looked at the witch in front of him and always felt that he was a man of great wisdom. Jiang Yuan left the witch's cave with dozens of small pieces of animal skins. But my mood couldn't calm down for a long time. Song had already led many tribesmen out to pick fruits and catch prey, leaving 10 tribesmen for Jiang Yuan, all of whom were strong men and young women. Including Qing and Shi, there were a total of 12 people. Jiang Yuan asked 7 women to collect a large amount of vines and stones in the valley to make flying stone ropes. He led 5 male tribesmen and went out of the valley with wooden spears to find tall and strong trees to make long hooks with the trees. Lord Jiang Yuan, "Are we going to make wooden spears?" a tribesman asked curiously. He respected and admired Jiang Yuan very much. It was Jiang Yuan who kept him full for 2 consecutive days, and the barbecue they ate was extremely delicious. Jiang Yuan shook his head and said, "It's to make a long hook. Do you know where to find lighter wood? If the hook is too heavy, it will be very inconvenient for female tribesmen to pick fruits." He scratched his head and said he didn't know. Another member of the tribe said, "I know where it is." Jiang Yuan's eyes lit up. "Take me there quickly." The 6 people walked for about half an hour before Jiang Yuan realized that this person had brought them to a poplar forest. Jiang Yuan stroked the sturdy poplar tree, which was more in line with his psychological expectations, and he was not particularly disappointed. There are few seedlings in this poplar forest, and many of them are sturdy big trees. He walked to a slender poplar tree that was not yet fully grown and was as thick as a child's wrist. "Find more trees that are this thick and tall, and then I will cut them down." At last, Jiang Yuan instructed, "Don't go too far. If you encounter danger, run away immediately." Poplar trees are very resilient, and it would take these primitive people a long time to cut them down with stone knives. Time was running out, so Jiang Yuan did not hesitate to use his tang sword. After all, it cost 5 or 6,000 yuan to make this tang sword, and he didn't believe that the tang sword would be so unreliable. A tribesman looked envious and said, "Master Jiang Yuan, your weapon is really powerful. It would probably take them an hour to cut a poplar tree slowly using a stone knife, but Jiang Yuan could cut down a poplar tree with just one knife." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly to him. He felt that there was no need to hide Tang Dao from these tribesmen at this time. After cutting down nearly 20 or 30 poplar trees of appropriate thickness and length, Jiang Yuan took a look at the blade and found it was still sharp. They tied the poplar trees together with vines, and 6 people, in groups of 2, carried the poplar trees on their shoulders and returned to the valley. It was almost noon when they returned to Yunqi Valley. Qing Hushi led the female tribesmen to collect many egg-sized stones and vines. The good thing about primitive times is that there is no shortage of natural resources. Jiang Yuan ordered several male tribesmen to peel the bark of the poplar trees with stone knives and then soak the trunks in water. He himself took Qing Hushi with him to prepare to make ropes. The toughness and elasticity of rattan were too strong, which affected the strength and accuracy of the flying stone rope, so he had to use ropes instead of rattan. He and 7 female tribesmen tore rattan and peeled poplar bark into long strips, soaked them in water, and then took them out to dry, so that the rattan fibers and bark used to make ropes would be more tough. After everything was ready, Jiang Yuan called everyone to his side and asked them to learn from him how to rub the rattan silk and bark silk together, tie knots at the 2 ends, and make thin ropes. Then he taught them how to weave a 3-strand rope by weaving 3 thin ropes into a 3-strand rope, successfully making a rope that is wear-resistant, tough, and strong enough. Jiang Yuan pulled it and was very satisfied. Qing and she were clever and skillful, and they learned how to make it in no time. Although the quality of the ropes they made was slightly inferior, they were barely usable. The other 5 female tribesmen only had a vague idea of what was going on, while the 5 male tribesmen were completely confused. Jiang Yuan took great pains to teach these people for more than 2 hours before they finally learned it. Although the primitive people had a low IQ and were clumsy, they were numerous. Including Qing Hushi, 13 people worked together to make ropes. By dusk, they had successfully made 50 or 60 3-strand ropes, which far exceeded Jiang Yuan's psychological expectations. Although these 3-strand ropes are low-end versions, they are sufficient for the use of flying rock ropes. As long as we teach these people to make ropes, you can get as many flying stones as you want. Jiang Yuan took 30 rabbit and mouse skins, dug 2 small holes at the corners of the skins with a tang knife, and then tied 2 ropes through the small holes. He then tied the end of the first rope into a loop and tied a knot at the end of the second rope. In this way, the first double-strand flying stone rope in the primitive era was completed. Restraining his inner excitement, Jiang Yuan tied up the larger stones with ropes to make a single-strand flying stone rope. After teaching the rest of the people, the 13 started working together, making double-strand flying stone ropes and single-strand flying stone ropes at the same time. When Song led his tribesmen back, Jiang Yuan finally led them to successfully create 20 double-strand flying stone ropes and 20 single-strand flying stone ropes. I have put the pictures of the single-strand flying stone rope and the double-strand flying stone rope in the chapter review at the end of this chapter. You can take a look at them to understand the purpose of the flying stone rope. Chapter 18. Range and Power of the Flying Stone Rope. Jiang Yuan came to the entrance of the valley to greet the tribesmen who had returned from collecting food, and found that the atmosphere among the tribesmen was even more serious than yesterday. As soon as Tsang Gang saw Jiang Yuan, He hurried over and asked him in a low voice how the things were made. Because there were too few people collecting food today, the tribesmen began to complain and grumble, and dissatisfaction spread among the tribe. Jiang Yuan smiled at Song. He was ready to show the latest weapon he made today to the entire tribe, the flying stone rope. Jiang Yuan looked confident, which made Song feel a little relieved, who had also been helped over by Shi at this time, and was waiting with hundreds of tribesmen for Jiang Yuan to demonstrate the flying stone rope. Jiang Yuan asked Qing to bring the single-strand flying stone rope and the double-strand flying stone rope. Is this the weapon you made? Song's eyes were strange, and he seemed to be hesitant to speak. What's the point of tying the stone with vines? Although Elder Pan no longer had the same opinion about Jiang Yuan as before, he still couldn't help but feel confused and asked in a rough voice. Jiang Yuan said, "This is not a vine. This is called a rope, which is much stronger than a vine. And this weapon is called a flying stone rope, and you can use this rope to throw stones." The wolf mocked. Then why don't we just throw stones? Many tribesmen echoed in confusion, not understanding why Jiang Yuan went to so much trouble to do something useless. How much prey did you kill today? Jiang Yuan suddenly asked the wolf. The wolf's face turned red. He came back empty-handed today. He grunted for a long time before saying, "I didn't catch any prey today, but I caught a rabbit yesterday." Then he hastily explained, "Those prey are too cunning. As soon as we get close, they run away. They are too far away, and the stones and wooden spears can't reach them at all." Many tribesmen booed, making the wolf even more embarrassed. "That's why I made this weapon." Jiang Yuan's voice was heard by everyone. "My flying stone rope can hit farther and has greater power." He picked up a single-strand flying stone rope and showed everyone how to use it. Hold one end of the rope, then swing the stone to accumulate power. After aiming at the prey, let go and let the stone lead the rope out to knock down the enemy. Jiang Yuan explained while placing the single-strand flying stone rope above his head and swung it in a circle. After turning 5 or 6 circles, Jiang Yuan swung it with all his strength. Whoosh! As the flying stone rope flew out, a sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the flying stone rope was actually thrown more than 100 steps away. And after hitting a big tree, it made a bang sound before falling to the ground. Hundreds of tribesmen were instantly speechless, with shock on their faces. You know, the strongest man in their tribe could only throw a stone 60 or 70 steps. Song's face flushed with excitement. He couldn't understand why the flying stone rope could be thrown so far, and he couldn't understand what was going on, but he knew that the flying stone rope made by Jiang Yuan was very powerful. What a pity. I missed the target. Jiang Yuan sighed. He had originally wanted to hit another big tree, but he immediately said to everyone, "The stones used by the single-strand flying stone rope are large, so we can hit more accurately, with greater power and higher damage." Many tribesmen came back to their senses from their shock, and the scene suddenly became extremely chaotic. As a hunter expert in the tribe, Sho was also very excited at this time. He shouted loudly, "With the weapons made by Lord Jiang Yuan, we can knock down the prey from a long distance without being discovered by the prey and bring food to everyone. Lord Jiang Yuan, Lord Jiang Yuan, Lord Jiang Yuan." Many tribesmen cheered. Their eyes lit up when they heard the word meat. This is exactly the effect Jiang Yuan wanted. He wanted his fellow tribesmen to admire and respect him, so as to consolidate his position in the tribe. He interrupted everyone's cheers with a smile and said, "There is also a double-strand flying stone rope. Hurry and take a look." Elders Tsong, Pan, and Wei urged hurriedly, more excited than Jiang Yuan. Hundreds of tribesmen dared not breathe, for fear of disturbing Jiang Yuan's performance. Jiang Yuan took out a double-strand flying stone rope, put 3 or 4 stones into a bag made of animal skin, passed his fingers through the rope ring at the end of one rope, while pinching the knot at the end of the other rope, then lifted the double-strand flying stone rope above his head and swung it in a circle. After accumulating strength for 7 or 8 times, Jiang Yuan let go of the knotted rope. The 3 or 4 stones in the animal skin bag were thrown out along the rope, gathered into a ball, flew 100 steps away, and then appeared like scattering flowers from the sky, hitting the ground heavily. Many tribesmen were even more shocked than before, including Tsong, and it took them a long time to recover. How is this possible? Throwing one stone is hard enough. Lord Jiang Yuan threw so many stones at the same time. Could he throw them so far? However, when they thought that it was Lord Jiang Yuan, hundreds of clansmen seemed to understand everything in an instant. Who is Lord Jiang Yuan? He is the man who killed snakes and tigers and brought the divine fire. What can't he do? Wu looked at Jiang Yuan, who was demonstrating the flying stone rope, with an unstoppable smile on his old face. He hadn't been so happy in a long time. He looked at his granddaughter, she standing beside him, with affection in his eyes. He stared at Jiang Yuan without blinking, as if nothing could make her look away. Looking at his granddaughter's appearance, Wu laughed even louder. Compared with a single-strand flying stone rope, a double-strand flying stone rope can throw more stones and cover a larger range, but its power is relatively small. Jiang Yuan explained to everyone. Lord Jiang Yuan, can you let me try? Shou came back to his senses excitedly and stepped forward to ask. It was originally prepared for you. Jiang Yuan handed him the flying stone rope. But I guess you won't be able to hit it accurately at the beginning. You need to practice more so that you can catch more prey and hit whatever you point at. Shou nodded excitedly, took a single-strand stone-throwing rope, put a fist-sized stone in it, swung it around for more than 10 times before throwing it out. The whistling stones turned into black shadows and hit a big tree 50 steps away. The powerful impact force directly smashed a 3 or 4 centimeter hole in the tree trunk. Everyone exclaimed. Song laughed heartily, and the two elders Pan and Wei were also eager to try. Come, come. Jiang Yuan called those strong adult men, about 30 people in total, and brought them to the stones collected by the female tribesmen in Qinghe Creek and distributed the flying stone ropes to them. You can practice your aim and try to catch more prey tomorrow, Jiang Yuan said loudly. Thank you, Lord Jiang Yuan, these adult men cheered. When they took the flying stone rope handed over by Jiang Yuan, their hands were shaking, and each of them had longing and fantasy on their face. They imagined themselves holding the flying stone rope and becoming the most powerful warrior in Lisan Mountains, bringing prey for their tribe and meat for the woman they loved. And all of this was given to them by Jiang Yuan. Yuan. Qing walked over and called him softly. She was extremely happy for Jiang Yuan, even happier than Jiang Yuan himself. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Yuan's eyes were gentle, and he rubbed her head. Qing collected stones, kneaded and wove ropes, and made flying stone ropes, working nonstop all day long. And there was she, this spoiled girl, who also didn't rest for the whole day. When he thought of this, Jiang Yuan felt a little sorry for the two of them. Although there was also very little food today, every member of the tribe had excitement on their faces, sweeping away the previous discouragement and decadence. Because they know that my life will get better and better, and I can eat meat every day. After hastily finishing their meal, the 30-odd adult men did not care that they were not full yet, and did not spare any energy. Even in the dark, they continued to practice throwing stone ropes in the light of the campfire to improve their accuracy. The tribesmen seemed to be infected by the high spirits and cheered for them one after another. Jiang Yuan, you made weapons for them. What about ours? Qing's mother walked up to Jiang Yuan and asked. Jiang Yuan respected Wen very much. As the wife of the chief of the Tsang tribe, she never took advantage of her privileges. She led the female tribesmen and the young and old tribesmen to collect and pick fruits every day and never rested. Aunt, don't worry. I will make your long hooks for you tomorrow. Jiang Yuan explained to her with a smile. One day was too short. It was not easy to make these flying stone ropes in a hurry. The long hooks for picking fruits could only be put off until tomorrow. Wen nodded. Although she didn't know what aunt meant, Jiang Yuan respected her very much, so Wen liked this title very much. Unlike the cheering and excited crowd, the wolf sat alone in the corner, looking depressed and unhappy. After a tiring day, Master Jiang finally got a break. Chapter 19, Making a Long Hook. The next day, when Jiang Yuan woke up, it was already noon. The tribesmen who were hunting and gathering had left the valley, taking all the flying stone ropes with them. Jiang Yuan was speechless as he discovered that the stones Qing and her friends had collected for most of the day were all consumed by the hunters. Fortunately, the stones can be recycled, and it is not so troublesome to collect them again. Qing Hushi was working with the 10 tribesmen who had worked together yesterday to make flying stone ropes, and they had already made more than 20 of them. How long have I slept? Jiang Yuan looked at the sun, unable to tell the exact time. Are you awake? Qing smiled at him shyly. I saw that you were very tired, so I didn't call you. Thank you, Qing. Jiang Yuan rubbed her hair and called on the tribesmen to follow him to the stream where the poplar trunks were soaked yesterday. Zhongxi gently pulled Jiang Yuan to the back of the team and quietly handed him a cloud fruit. Jiang Yuan held the yunghua, feeling mixed emotions and confused for a moment. He shook his head and led his tribesmen to fish out all the poplar trunks that had been soaked in water yesterday, and then placed them next to the fire. Jiang Yuan asked his tribesmen to cut off the soft and thin part of the top of the tree trunk with stone knives, while he started to make a fire and increase the size of the fire. Lord Jiang Yuan, what are we going to do? A tribesman asked curiously. Everything Jiang Yuan did impacted and changed his original narrow worldview. Jiang Yuan said, I plan to bend the tops of these poplar trees and make them into a hook. Jiang Yuan tried his best to explain the shape of the hook to him, and then said, this way, when our people pick fruits from high places, we can use the hook to hit them, and if we can't hit them down, we can use the hook to twist them down. Every member of the tribe, including Qing Hushi, was confused. But the tree will break. Qing asked in confusion. That's why we need to soak the poplar trees in water to increase the water content of their trunks. Jiang Yuan tried to explain it to them, but finally gave up after thinking about it. In Encouraging Learning, it was written that bend the tree trunk to make it wheel, which means to bake the tree over fire to make it bend. Jiang Yuan planned to use this method to make hooks, and the prerequisite is that the tree trunk reaches a certain water content. In fact, it is more convenient to use the steaming method to make hooks. Many modern solid wood crutches are made using the steaming method, which causes the boiled wooden sticks to bend and deform. However, Jiang Yuan can't even drink a sip of hot water now, so he can only give up this unrealistic method. After trimming and tidying up more than 30 poplar trunks, Jiang Yuan found a round stone with a large curvature to use as a model for making the hook later. The tree trunks, which contained a large amount of water, emitted thick smoke when they burned, making Jiang Yuan's eyes red, and he kept coughing. Jiang Yuan placed the baked top part of a tree trunk on the curved stone and bent it hard according to the curvature of the stone. As expected, the trunk cracked directly. The future of the development of things is bright, but the road is tortuous and upward. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Yuan failed in his first few attempts to make the long hook. Either the tree trunk cracked, or it burned too fiercely, or it simply couldn't bend. After failing several times, Jiang Yuan finally succeeded in making his first long solid wood hook. But it doesn't look like a hook, but more like a weapon. Gub. With the experience, Jiang Yuan began to teach his tribesmen how to make long hooks. Although these primitive people were stupid and their IQ was much lower than Jiang Yuan's, they watched the process of Jiang Yuan making the long hooks several times and learned it quite well. Jiang Yuan led his tribesmen and spent a day, wasting more than 20 tree trunks, before they successfully made 15 long hooks, with curved tips like hooks and about 3 meters long. Jiang Yuan looked at the strangely shaped, long hooks in front of him. Although they were somewhat different from what he expected, he still nodded with satisfaction. After drying and carbonizing these long hooks to make them stronger, moisture-proof, and corrosion-resistant, Song also led his people back. Lord Jiang Yuan, Lord Jiang Yuan. As soon as he reached the entrance of the valley, Jiang Yuan heard a shout. He saw the hunter carrying an antelope and running towards him quickly, shouting excitedly as he ran. What's wrong? Jiang Yuan looked at Shou excitedly, and a smile appeared on his face involuntarily. Shou placed the antelope in front of Jiang Yuan and said, Master Jiang Yuan, this is the prey I caught with the weapon you made. Jiang Yuan squatted down to check. The antelope's forehead was sunken with a small dent, and the blood from the wound had stained its fur. Jiang Yuan patted Shou's shoulder and said, Thank you for your hard work. You brought food to the tribe. Shou suddenly knelt down and kowtowed to Jiang Yuan as if worshipping a god. Master Jiang Yuan, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to catch so many prey. So, I want to thank you. Jiang Yuan hurriedly helped him up, but the other tribesmen who had caught the prey also knelt down and kowtowed to him. Jiang Yuan felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, and looked towards King Gexi for help. She said quickly, Master Jiang Yuan has received your thanks. Get up quickly, or Master Jiang Yuan will be angry. After hearing this, Shou and his tribesmen quickly stood up and placed all the prey they had caught today in front of everyone. There were 2 dead antelopes, a living deer, a dozen pheasants, and a dozen rabbits. Jiang Yuan was astonished. He had never expected that the flying stone rope could increase the amount of prey his tribe members could catch several times. Jiang Yuan, Jiang Yuan, Jiang Yuan. Many tribesmen looked at so many preys and cheered Jiang Yuan's name loudly. Qing Hushi was smiling, while Zhang looked at everything in front of him with a complicated expression. Jiang Yuan came to the front of the chief of the Zhang clan and said to him, Clan chief, we can't eat all the prey. Let's eat the dead ones and keep the living ones. Song came back to his senses, as if awakened from a dream, and said in a panic, Feeding them? We don't even have enough food for ourselves. Jiang Yuan held his forehead with his hand. Just ask a few tribesmen to pick some grass to feed them. Song nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. It was you who made the tools that allowed us to catch these prey. Everyone lit a bonfire and started a feast, followed by a lively revelry and hot dancing. Song silently gnawed on the antelope meat in his hand. The delicious barbecue of the past now became a little tasteless. Song, what's wrong with you? When noticed that her husband was acting strange and asked with concern. Song kept his mouth shut and tore the antelope meat in his hand with his mouth. Are you worried that Jiang Yuan will take away your position as clan leader? When said in a low voice. Song was silent for a while, then suddenly pointed at his white hair and said with a smile, "Why should I worry? I am already old. Even if Jiang Yuan wants to be the tribe leader, I believe he can lead the tribe members to eat better. What's more, our daughter, Qing, also likes him." After saying this to one, Song seemed relieved and felt a lot more relaxed. Just then, Jiang Yuan walked towards them, and Wen quickly stood up to greet him. From his unintentional actions, one can see Jiang Yuan's current status in the tribe. Jiang Yuan suggested to Song, "Chief Song, the tribe now has enough manpower. I would like to ask you to let some of the tribe members specialize in collecting fodder and raising prey in the tribe." Song thought for a moment and said, "Let Wei go. He is old and his leg is injured. Let him stay in the valley to raise prey, and let the children and the elderly in the tribe follow him." Jiang Yuan nodded. Perhaps because of the low survival rate, there were very few children and elderly people in the tribe. In the past, they all followed when to collect fruits. Now, following Elder Wei and staying in the tribe to raise prey was also a good choice. "Aunt, come and take a look at the tools I made for you." Jiang Yuan invited one to see the long hook. Song also followed curiously to see what strange things Jiang Yuan would come up with next. Jiang Yuan led the two to a tree, picked up a long hook about 3 or 4 meters long, and demonstrated to one how to knock down the fruits and twist off the fruit stalks. The long hook was much easier to use than the flying stone rope. One learned it in no time. She happily held the long hook and said to Jiang Yuan, "In the past, the fruits in the lower places were eaten by wild beasts, and we couldn't touch the fruits in the higher places. Now with this hook, we will definitely be able to collect more fruits." Song also patted Jiang Yuan's shoulder with great satisfaction. He didn't quite understand why Jiang Yuan could create so many strange things. At this moment, the tall she came over, her face slightly blushing, and she invited Jiang Yuan to dance by the campfire. Jiang Yuan was stunned and didn't know how to refuse, so she pulled him to the campfire. Song and Wen looked at each other, and Song suddenly sighed. She also likes Jiang Yuan very much. She is Wu's granddaughter. Wen looked calm and said, "Then let Qing Hushi live with Jiang Yuan." Song nodded, not thinking there was anything wrong with what Wen said. Chapter 20. Investigating Yunshi Valley. Jiang Yuan was a little confused as to whether these primitive girls all danced so passionately, boldly, and unrestrainedly. The Qing in the past and the Shi in the present both make him feel a little overwhelmed. Shi's slender and soft waist, beautiful and seductive face, passionate and bold dance moves, and close rubbing made Jiang Yuan unable to resist. He was defeated step by step and finally sat on the ground. This action caused many tribesmen to jeer and laugh, but she did not intend to let him go. With red cheeks, she wanted to dance with Jiang Yuan, who was lying on the ground, forcing Jiang Yuan to flee in panic. Qing looked at the dancing Jiang Yuan, and she with soft eyes, her expression a little sad. "It's not you he likes, it's she." Wolf walked to her side and said in a low voice. Qing glanced at him, then stood up and left. "Even if Yuan likes Shi, I like him too. I won't like you, Wolf." The wolf looked at Qing Yuan's back with extremely sad eyes. The wolf looked at Jiang Yuan again, helplessness in his eyes. Jiang Yuan's deeds of beheading snakes and tigers, bringing divine fire, and creating flying stone ropes have completely broken down the wolf's psychological defenses. An indelible mark has been left in the wolf's heart. He is inferior to Jiang Yuan in every aspect. The wolf clenched his fists, then unclenched them, and left the place dejectedly. "What's wrong, my daughter?" Wen walked up to the sad Qing. Qing's eyes were red, and she couldn't hold back any more tears when she saw her mother. "Mother, Yuan said he doesn't like Shi. Why? Why does he still do this?" Wen sighed and wiped Qing's tears. "Jiang Yuan is a strong man. Strong men will be liked by many women and will have many women. Your father also had several women when he was young. You have to be more open-minded, understand?" Qing's eyes were hazy and he nodded, not quite understanding. After the Yunshi tribe's carnival, the entire Yunshi Valley was once again shrouded in darkness and silence. The next day, Jiang Yuan woke up and Qing Zheng came over with the leftover roasted antelope meat and fruits from yesterday. There were so many left yesterday? Jiang Yuan was a little surprised. The flying stone rope was too powerful and could easily kill the prey. If the prey could not be eaten, the food would be wasted. Jiang Yuan thought to himself, "It seems that I need to hurry up and create a new hunting tool and try to catch prey alive and raise them. As long as I successfully develop the breeding industry, no matter how strong the winds and rains, or how icy and snowy the weather is, I will remain as steady as a mountain and remain unmoved. After all, I have food in my pocket, so there is no need to worry." Jiang Yuan was thinking about the breeding problem and asked with concern, Qing, how are your eyes? In recent days, he has been roasting the livers of various animals for Qing and Shi to eat, hoping to cure their night blindness. Qing felt a little warm in her heart, and her face was slightly excited because of Jiang Yuan's concern. Although I can't see it very clearly, it's not like before when I couldn't see anything. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. As long as the condition could be improved, there would be no problem. He tore off a piece of mutton and stuffed it into Qing's mouth. Qing's face turned slightly red, and he chewed it in small bites. After finishing their first breakfast in the primitive era, Jiang Yuan took her out of the cave. White clouds float like jade, and the weather is fine. Jiang Yuan took a look at the tribesmen led by Elder Wei, all of whom were children and elderly people. He observed the age structure of the Yunshi tribe yesterday. There were about 80 young and strong men and women in the tribe, and 20 older people. The ratio of elderly people and children was very low, only about a dozen people. The entire Yunshi tribe has only about 110 people. Jiang Yuan felt a little heavy in his heart. Having too few children would seriously restrict the development of the Yunshi tribe. He put aside his unhappiness and took a look at the prey tied with ropes. A deer, 6 or 7 pheasants, and 6 or 7 rabbits. Jiang Yuan used a tang sword to cut off the feathers on the pheasants' wings to prevent them from flying away. He also asked Elder Wei to lead the tribesmen to cut grass and collect grass seeds, and taught them how to weave cages, and then began to modify the flying stone rope. He tied stones on both ends of the rope, similar to a double meteor hammer. Not only would it cause damage to the prey, but the rope would also entangle the prey due to the inertia of the stones at both ends, thus capturing the prey alive. Jiang Yuan tried it and found that the entanglement effect was good, but the prerequisite was that the aim was good enough. Jiang Yuan named this hunting tool Meteor Stone. After all, it doesn't have a hammer, so it's not appropriate to call it a meteor hammer. Looking at Elder Wei and the tribesmen who were busy making cages, Jiang Yuan did not disturb them and planned to let them make meteor stones in the afternoon. Since arriving at the Yunshi tribe, Jiang Yuan has been busy with the flying stone ropes, long hooks, and food issues for the tribe members, and has not yet seriously walked through the Yunshi Valley. He let Qing lead the way and prepared to check out the shape of the Yunshi Valley. Yunshi Valley is surrounded by a steep mountain range, and the area inside the valley is extremely wide. The entire valley has only a narrow passage more than 2 meters wide at the entrance of the valley, and most other areas are inaccessible. Moreover, the slopes on the outside of the mountain are extremely steep and impossible to climb, while the slopes on the inside of the mountain are relatively flat and can be moved freely. It is really easy to defend, but difficult to attack. Jiang Yuan thought to himself that as long as he built a barrier at the entrance of the valley and then buried traps in some difficult-to-defend places on the mountains, the entire Yunshi Valley could be made like an iron barrel. The members of the Yunshi tribe mainly live in the center of the valley, where they rest and eat. There is not only a spacious area, but also streams and naturally formed caves. The back of the valley is covered with lush vegetation, numerous large trees, a variety of plants, and a river winding through it. The gods of the Yunshi tribe, who are also the objects of worship, the 3 cloud trees, are rooted here. It was the first time that Jiang Yuan saw a cloud tree. The trunk of the cloud tree was particularly thick, with luxuriant branches and leaves. The crown of the tree was like a canopy, covered with palm-sized, still green cloud fruits. So many fruits. Jiang Yuan was a little surprised. This cloud tree can bear 500 or 600 fruits. When it's cold, we mainly eat these cloud fruits. Qing introduced them to him. It will take a long time for the cloud fruits to grow. She looked at Yunguo with a somewhat greedy look in her eyes. After all, Yunguo tasted really good. Do you want me to pick one for you? Jiang Yuan saw Qing's greedy look and asked while preparing to pick the cloud fruit. No, Qing was so scared that she quickly pulled him back. The cloud fruit can only be eaten after the sacrifice. Otherwise the witch and the gods will punish us. Jiang Yuan burst out laughing. He didn't know how many cloud fruits this girl she had secretly picked for him. Jiang Yuan ignored her and jumped lightly to pick a fruit. He then forced it into Qing's mouth and asked her to eat it. Is it sweet? Jiang Yuan asked. Qing nodded slightly in fear while sucking on the cloud fruit juice. Jiang Yuan laughed and comforted her. It's okay, sister. I am God's messenger. I command you to eat this cloud fruit. The two walked for a while, and Jiang Yuan asked, Sister, why are there cloud trees bearing fruit behind your valley? Jiang Yuan was a little surprised that there were no other fruit-bearing trees or old vines. Qing blushed slightly and explained, We ate them all. Jiang Yuan was speechless, thinking to himself, You guys are really powerful. If it weren't for Wu, these 3 cloud trees would have been eaten by the Yunshi people long ago. Along the way, Jiang Yuan had already had many ideas in mind about developing Yunqi Valley. He is ambitious and ready to make a big move. Chapter 21, Puffball and Alternaria. Jiang Yuan left the back of the valley. Elder Wei has led the tribesmen to make many cages. After putting the wild rabbits and pheasants into cages, Jiang Yuan led his people to the river at the back of the valley and taught them how to build fences in preparation for keeping the prey there. Not only is there abundant grass and lush vegetation next to the river, making it easy to feed, but there is also a river flowing through, making it convenient to deal with the feces of the prey. While cutting down trees for a fence, Jiang Yuan looked at the river, thinking about the possibility of building a wooden bridge and setting up fishing nets. While developing and utilizing this river, we also need to be more cautious and set up ambushes here. If the tribe goes to war with the enemy in the future, and the enemy cannot break in through the valley entrance, they will most likely swim into the valley through this river. Jiang Yuan placed the cage containing the wild pheasant under the shade of a tree, preparing to domesticate the wild pheasant into poultry to lay eggs. Eggs can cure night blindness, which is of great significance to the Yunqi tribe. After letting Elder Wei lead the tribesmen to start making meteor stones, Jiang Yuan walked around the periphery of the Yunqi Valley. When they reached the back of the valley, Qing pulled Jiang Yuan's sleeve and suddenly said, "Yuan, don't go any further." "What's wrong?" Jiang Yuan asked puzzledly. "In front of us are towering ancient trees, old vines all over the ground, and piles of fallen leaves, looking like a primitive, deep forest. The witch said that the food there is poisonous, and we are not allowed to go in." Qing looked a little uneasy. "Toxic." Jiang Yuan looked a little serious, but he majored in traditional Chinese medicine and was very confident in his knowledge. "You wait here." Jiang Yuan patted Qing's arm and clenched his tang sword. He was determined to explore. The primitive, deep forest contains rich treasures. If we can find some precious medicinal herbs or food to fill our stomachs, it will bring about a huge change to the Yunqi tribe. Qing gritted her teeth, but still pulled Jiang Yuan's sleeve and followed. Jiang Yuan is such a person. From his active hunting of saber-toothed tigers, we can see that he likes walking on a tightrope and seeking wealth and fame in dangerous situations. "Aren't you scared?" Jiang Yuan asked with a smile. Qing shook her head and held Jiang Yuan's sleeve even tighter. "Are there jackals, tigers, leopards, or other large wild animals in here?" Jiang Yuan asked again in a low voice. "No," Qing said in a low voice. "Then what are you afraid of?" Having said that, Jiang Yuan did not dare to take it lightly. The cool and humid primeval forest with towering ancient trees and heavy shadows would undoubtedly make people feel seriously fearful. And you never know when a poisonous creature might suddenly appear and bite you, and then you're done for. However, Jiang Yuan, who was determined to change the food structure of the Yunqi tribe, had to take a risk because the fruit could not be eaten as a staple food after all. Withered branches and fallen leaves were everywhere, and Jiang Yuan left a footprint on the ground with every step he took. The two walked a short distance when Qing suddenly pointed at a round, grayish-yellow mushroom under a dead leaf and asked, "Yuan, what is this?" Jiang Yuan lowered his head and observed that the mushroom was formed after he stepped on the fallen leaves. Half of its body was crushed. Jiang Yuan, a student of traditional Chinese medicine, could tell at a glance that this was a puffball mushroom, a traditional Chinese medicine that is very effective in stopping bleeding, reducing swelling, clearing away heat, and removing blood stasis. "Qing, you are really my lucky star." The excited Jiang Yuan almost held Qing's face and kissed her. Qing was also very happy, although she didn't know why Jiang Yuan was so excited. Jiang Yuan hurriedly squatted down, picked the puffball from under the dead leaves, and handed it to Qing. Puffballs like shade and mostly grow under dead branches and fallen leaves. Jiang Yuan took a tang knife and turned over the fallen leaves, trying to find more puffballs. In this primitive era when medical means had not yet developed, puffball was undoubtedly a miracle medicine for the injured and bleeding tribesmen. After collecting more than 20 strains of puffballs, Jiang Yuan didn't find any more. Jiang Yuan was a little discouraged, but then he dispelled his unhappiness. The Lizan Mountains were so huge, he didn't believe that he would only find so few puffballs. Jiang Yuan asked Qing to wrap the puffball mushroom with animal skins, and then led Qing deeper into the water. Jiang Yuan recognized several kinds of poisonous fungi on the way and led Qing to avoid them. The toxicity of these fungi varied from strong to weak. The weak ones could make people unconscious and comatose, while the strong ones were enough to kill people. Jiang Yuan avoided many colorful poisonous fungi along the way, but he did not encounter any herbs or food. Even some of the poisonous creatures that Jiang Yuan was worried about, such as poisonous frogs, poisonous snakes, and poisonous scorpions, were rarely seen. The two walked in this primitive forest for a long time, but only saw a poisonous snake that was not very poisonous. Many white insects were flying around Jiang Yuan's ears. Just when Jiang Yuan was feeling a little disappointed and irritated, there was a ray of hope. Jiang Yuan suddenly saw a colony of white fungi. Jiang Yuan walked quickly forward and found that these mushrooms were actually Alternaria japonica. Alpinia chicken mushroom is delicious and sweet in nature. It can be fried or made into soup. It is a food that many people like. Jiang Yuan felt very happy. There were so many chicken mushrooms, enough for the tribe members to eat for several days. But these are secondary. What really makes Jiang Yuan excited is the termite nest underneath this patch of chicken mushrooms. The Altissima fungus lives in symbiosis with termites, whose nests are made of clay. Clay, which is very rare, is an indispensable material for making pottery. If you use ordinary clay to make pottery, the pottery will easily crack during the firing process and will be difficult to shape. Most importantly, it will waste time. It takes at least 1 day and 1 night to make pottery. Jiang Yuan had been depressed because he could not drink hot water or enjoy a bowl of delicious broth. Now, the termite nests and large patches of chicken mushrooms in front of him once again gave him hope of making pottery and improving his meals. Jiang Yuan suppressed his inner excitement and did not touch the cluster of chicken mushrooms in front of him. First of all, without a pottery kiln, the conditions for firing pottery were not met. In Jiang Yuan's opinion, it would undoubtedly be a waste of clay if the pottery was simply placed in the fire and fired. Secondly, without charcoal, the flame produced by firewood will not burn at a high enough temperature. Too low a temperature will affect the quality of pottery, so the prerequisite for making pottery is to burn a large amount of charcoal. Finally, chicken mushroom is not easy to preserve. If it is picked hastily, it will easily rot and deteriorate in hot weather. Jiang Yuan suppressed his joy and left the primitive forest with Qing. This patch of chicken mushroom was his biggest gain of the day. Clay is rare and can only be collected near a lake. Being near a lake means there are large and ferocious beasts lurking, and there is a greater chance that crocodiles and giant pythons are hiding under the lake. This is also the reason why Jiang Yuan has never let his tribesmen go to the lake to collect clay. Now that the chicken mushroom and termite nests have been discovered, all the problems with pottery seem to have been solved. Carrying more than 20 puffballs, Jiang Yuan and Qing returned to the Yunqi Valley, dried the puffballs, and prepared to grind them into powder. These precious puffball powders may very likely become life-saving medicines in the future. Chapter 22. Building a pottery kiln. Taking Qing back to the valley, Jiang Yuan taught she how to dry puffballs and grind them into powder. She followed Wu to learn medicine since childhood, although this medical skill was insignificant in Jiang Yuan's eyes. But Jiang Yuan still planned to train she to be a doctor. After all, illness and injury were inevitable in primitive times. Now that Wu is old and Jiang Yuan has a lot of things to do, it is natural for she to share the medical tasks with Jiang Yuan. The moonlight was alluring and the bonfire was burning brightly. The members of the Yunqi tribe had already returned, and everyone was in high spirits, with an unconcealable excitement on their faces. Song and Wu looked at the joyful scene in the tribe with smiles. The tribesmen had not been so happy for a long time. Jiang Yuan, the long hook you made is really useful. We picked too many fruits today, and we can't even carry them all. As soon as Wen saw Jiang Yuan, he pulled him to watch today's results. The fruits were piled up like a mountain. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "Then bring more animal skins tomorrow. Put the fruits in the skins and bring them back to the tribe." No one would complain about having too much food. In primitive times, the thing that was most in short supply was fruit. Jiang Yuan didn't even consider the possibility that all the fruits would be picked. It was impossible to pick them before, but now we can pick as much as we can. While teaching Wen the simple method of making bags out of animal skins, he considered digging a cellar. There were too many fruits, and the tribesmen couldn't eat them all. The weather is hot now, and the large amount of remaining fruits can easily rot and spoil, so it is best to keep them fresh in the cellar. If the cellar is cool and ventilated and the fruit is stored properly, it can be kept fresh for half a year. Wen happily went to the witch to borrow the animal skin. Wen had just left when Shou brought many tribesmen to report to Jiang Yuan about the prey they had caught today. A total of 4 large prey were captured, including 2 grass deer killed, 2 wild ibex captured alive, and a dozen wild pheasants and rabbits. The living prey had been taken by Elder Wei and kept in a fence at the back of the valley. Jiang Yuan was happy. At this hunting speed, the people of the Yunqi tribe would soon be able to eat large amounts of livers and pheasant eggs, and their night blindness would soon be cured. Shou admired Jiang Yuan very much and kept telling him about his battle achievements today. Elder Wei also came over. He had difficulty walking and was older, but he still looked full of energy. Elder Wei said gruffly. Jiang Yuan, the meteor stone you asked us to make today is finished. Go take a look. Jiang Yuan led the hunters and the strong male members of the tribe together. There were as many as 30 or 40 meteor stones, which were the result of an afternoon's work by Elder Wei and a dozen tribesmen, young and old. Jiang Yuan expressed his gratitude to Elder Wei. He understood that it was not easy for Elder Wei and his clansmen, young and old, to produce so many meteor stones. Unexpectedly, Elder Wei held Jiang Yuan's hand with tears in his eyes and said, Jiang Yuan, you let the people of the tribe use fire and eat meat. Compared with what I made, what are they? Jiang Yuan looked at Elder Wei's sincere expression and was deeply moved. After teaching the hunters how to use the meteor stone, Jiang Yuan believed that they would capture even more live prey tomorrow. Several people came to Jiang Yuan one after another to tell him about the situation of the tribe today. Unknowingly, the members of the Yunshi tribe vaguely regarded Jiang Yuan as the center of the tribe. Jiang Yuan had been thinking about making charcoal and refining pottery. While his tribesmen were eating venison and dancing excitedly, he went to the back of the valley alone to select suitable firewood. Dead branches are not suitable because they will be gone in a fire. Freshly cut wood is also not suitable because it has too high a moisture content and cannot be dried in a short time. Forcing it to burn will affect the quality of the charcoal. So Jiang Yuan could only look for dead trees to make charcoal. Fortunately, in primitive times, the vegetation was lush, there were many trees, and also many dead trees. Jiang Yuan asked Song Mingtian to leave behind a few tribesmen and prepare to let them cut down the dead trees and chop them into firewood. Although the Tang sword is sharp, Jiang Yuan is reluctant to use it all the time. After investigating the location for the pottery kiln, Jiang Yuan considered for a long time and decided that the riverside was the most suitable location. First, there were no containers for water, so it was convenient to get water from the riverside. Second, the soil near the river was easier to dig. Unfortunately, the river is too turbulent and very little clay is formed. Otherwise, Jiang Yuan would not have spent so much effort digging out the termite nest. After finalizing all the plans and making all the arrangements in his mind, Qing came to his side with a piece of barbecue at some point. Yuan, you've been running all day, why don't you eat anything? Qing held the roasted lamb and brought it to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan felt soft in his heart. He touched Qing's head and said warmly, Thank you, sister. Qing just smiled foolishly, with a very pure and brilliant smile. After the tribesmen's revelry, Yunshi Valley returned to peace. When Jiang Yuan woke up the next day, Elder Wei was leading a dozen old and weak tribesmen to weave straw cages and collect fodder. We caught a lot of pheasants and hares yesterday. These agile prey require straw cages to prevent them from escaping. The 10 tribesmen left behind by Tsang Duo were slowly cutting the dead trees with stone knives to prepare firewood for burning charcoal. Although their efficiency was not high, they had the advantage of having more people. The amount of manpower allocated to the tribe shows how efficient food collection is today. In the past, more than 100 tribesmen went out together to look for food, but they still couldn't fill their stomachs. Now, the prey obtained by just 90 people is enough for the tribe to use, and there is still a lot of food left. Therefore, no one can compare to Jiang Yuan's contribution to the Yunshi tribe. Jiang Yuan brought King Gexi to the river and dug the soil to build a pottery kiln. Qing Hushi was confused. Why were Jiang Yuan leading them to play in the mud while all the other tribesmen were busy? Yuan, why are we playing in the mud here? She was digging the soil on the ground with a wooden stick with some dissatisfaction. Since Jiang Yuan came to the tribe, she had been working even though she had never worked before. I'm building a pottery kiln. Jiang Yuan also worked hard to dig the soil with a wooden stick. It's not that he didn't think about the open-air firing method, but pottery fired in the open air would break down within a few days, so it was really unnecessary. It would be better to build a pottery kiln in a down-to-earth manner and use it continuously. What is a pottery kiln? Qing asked with curiosity. Jiang Yuan pinched her nose, making the tip of her nose full of dirt. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, You'll know when I finish building it. I promise to let you eat more delicious food. Qing's eyes lit up when he heard the word food, and he worked even harder. Seeing the intimate actions of the two, she snorted in dissatisfaction and vented all his resentment on the soil, causing the soil to fly all over the place. Jiang Yuan coughed awkwardly and could only dig the soil with all his might. Jiang Yuan became a little impatient after digging for a while, so he used a tang sword to carve out 3 wooden hoes. Although the shapes were strange, they greatly improved the digging efficiency. After digging a large pit 1 meter square and half a meter deep, Jiang Yuan stopped. Qing Hushi was panting and his face was covered with sweat. It's not over yet. Jiang Yuan encouraged the two of them. asking them to break off a leaf from a large tree and go to the river to fetch water and mud. The two of them responded weakly and could only agree. After working for a while, Jiang Yuan saw that the two girls were very tired. He felt sorry for them, so he let them play in the river and play with wild pheasants and rabbits, while he lay in the pit to build a pottery kiln. Jiang Yuan took off his shoes and rubbed the soil with his feet. When he felt it was almost done, he lay down in the dug hole and built the kiln. Jiang Yuan was very serious. He roughly kneaded the kiln soil into the shape of long bricks, and then built the pottery kiln piece by piece. A pottery kiln is composed of the kiln head, kiln chamber, and the chimney at the kiln tail. Jiang Yuan piled up the kiln bricks, one by one according to the appearance of the pottery kiln in his mind. After an unknown amount of time, a neat pottery kiln was finally formed. And because of Jiang Yuan's carefulness and meticulousness, the kiln head, kiln chamber, and kiln tail are all made to perfection. The only thing missing is the chimney, Jiang Yuan thought to himself, and he used the remaining soil to build the chimney high up, making it much taller than the pottery kiln. The purpose of doing this is to promote air circulation, increase the firepower, and raise the temperature inside the kiln. Jiang Yuan originally wanted to build a blower, but the actual conditions were not met at the moment, so he had to give up. After being covered in mud, a pottery kiln was finally completed. Yuan, are you going to grill food in this strange mud pit? Qing asked curiously. Jiang Yuan's face was full of black lines, and he didn't explain to them. He just said, "You will know tomorrow. Anyway, I won't let your hard work today be in vain. I will definitely let you eat delicious food." There was a hint of expectation in Qing Hushi's eyes. Jiang Yuan took off his clothes and jumped into the river to wash. The river was not turbulent, but a little deep. Jiang Yuan washed off the stinky sweat and mud on his body, and felt so comfortable. Qing Hushi looked at the naked Jiang Yuan. Her face flushed, and she was very surprised. In their eyes, rivers and lakes were as terrifying as fire, because they can all eat people. "Do you want to take a shower together?" Jiang Yuan rubbed his upper body comfortably and invited the two women. Qing Hushi glared at him in shame and anger, then left in a hurry. Qing took Jiang Yuan's clothes and washed off the dirt on them, while she came back and brought back the saber-toothed tiger skin that had been sorted out. The tiger skin was very soft, and Jiang Yuan felt it fit him perfectly and was very comfortable. You know what? Jiang Yuan looked quite heroic after putting on the tiger skin, with a bit of the demeanor of a tribal leader and a true emperor. What made Jiang Yuan feel even more thoughtful was that she specially made a small piece of animal skin for him to cover a certain part that he was embarrassed to see. Chapter 23. Burning charcoal and collecting clay. After the pottery kiln is built, you have to wait for it to dry naturally, which will make the pottery kiln more solid and durable. If you use flame drying in a hurry, the result will be counterproductive and the kiln will easily crack and collapse. But now the weather is hot and the sun is scorching, so the pottery kiln is almost dry in one day and one night. Jiang Yuan and she left the back of the valley, where Elder Wei and the old and weak tribesmen were collecting firewood for dinner. The 10 tribesmen who had been cutting down the dead trees were sitting on the ground to rest. Each of them was sweating profusely and breathing heavily. They were indeed very tired. Jiang Yuan said, "Thank you for your hard work. I will definitely let you eat more delicious food." "Master Jiang Yuan, we are not tired." A tribesman's palms were red from being rubbed by the stone knife, but his face was full of smiles. Compared to eating delicious barbecue and having a full meal, these are nothing. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and took a look at the dead trees. Although the tribesmen's efficiency was not high, there were many of them. The collected dead trees had piled up into a small hill, and they were all broken into firewood for easy burning. The firing of charcoal is much simpler and easier than pottery. Jiang Yuan plans to use the most primitive earthen kiln charcoal firing method to fire charcoal. He found a suitable cave to use as an earthen kiln and brought his tribesmen to put the firewood in. However, there was too much firewood, so Jiang Yuan could only use a wooden hoe to double the size of the cave before he could barely put in the firewood. Jiang Yuan took a burning branch from the campfire and some dry grass, and lit the dry firewood in the earthen kiln. After all the dry firewood in the earthen kiln was burning, Jiang Yuan led his tribesmen to dig the soil, seal the entrance of the cave, and isolate the air. As long as he waits until tomorrow, Jiang Yuan will be able to get a large amount of charcoal. At this time, Song led his tribesmen back with animal skin bags filled with fruits, lively pheasants, rabbits, antelopes, and deer. There was excitement on the face of every member of the tribe. Elder Wei smiled as he led the living prey away and put it into a straw cage. Whenever Elder Wei saw the number of captive prey increasing, he would feel a great sense of satisfaction. Song and others looked at the tiger skin on Jiang Yuan with some surprise. Jiang Yuan had always worn strange things before, which made him out of tune with people like them. Jiang Yuan, you look much taller and more handsome in this tiger skin than before. Song did not hesitate to praise her. Elder Shou and Elder Wei and others echoed and laughed together. Jiang Yuan also had a smile on his face as he looked at everything in front of him. The conditions in the Yunshi tribe were getting better and better, which made the burden in his heart lighter and lighter. Everything in the Yunshi tribe is about to get back on track, and Jiang Yuan is confident that he can lead his people to a better life. After eating, drinking, and reveling, Yunshi Valley returned to peace. The next day, as soon as Jiang Yuan woke up, he couldn't wait to run to the earthen kiln where charcoal was burned yesterday and dug up the soil that sealed the kiln. The sealing soil still has a trace of residual warmth, and you can still feel the warmth when digging the soil. Jiang Yuan craned his neck to look at the earthen kiln, which was filled with more than half of charcoal. Jiang Yuan's mouth almost stretched to the corners of his eyes from laughing, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. He himself did not expect that his first charcoal making would be so successful. He could produce most of the charcoal from the firewood in the earthen kiln. The charcoal in this half kiln is more than enough to make pottery 3 times. Jiang Yuan laughed as he used 2 wooden sticks to pick out the charcoal from the kiln one by one. Each piece of charcoal is like black jade, with clear texture on the surface. It feels heavy in the hand. The surface of the charcoal is bright and shiny under the sunlight, and the quality is very good. Jiang Yuan called Lai Shi and Qing and asked them to break off many large leaves, wrap them in charcoal, and bring them to his cave. Yuan, why are we getting these black sticks? Qing looked puzzled. The charcoal had stained her hands black, and she felt a little disgusted. Jiang Yuan smiled and replied, "Don't you want to eat delicious food? Now we are preparing for the delicious food." She, who was standing by, pouted and said, "If I had known that making delicious food would be so troublesome, I might as well have gone for barbecue." Jiang Yuan comforted the 2 of them, then got up and went to find Wu to borrow animal skins. When Wu saw Jiang Yuan coming, he looked worried and said, "Young man, you are almost using up all the animal skins in the tribe." The production of flying stone ropes and animal hide bags almost consumed all the animal hides in the tribe. Jiang Yuan laughed loudly and reassured Wu that the tribe was now hunting more and more food, and there would be more and more animal skins. After looting the last bit of animal skin from the witch, Jiang Yuan prepared to lead his people to collect chicken mushrooms and clay. "Elder Wei, are you still weaving cages?" Jiang Yuan asked with concern. In the past few days, Elder Wei has been leading a group of his tribesmen, young and old, to cut grass, weave cages, build fences, and make 3-strand ropes, flying stone ropes, and meteor stones. He has not rested at all. You are old now. You can't just eat the tribe's food. You have to make some contributions. Elder Wei said with a smile. The prey they catch is increasing. The cages can't hold it anymore. Elder Wei is the same age as Tsong, but because of the injuries he suffered, he looks much older than Tsong. "Lord Jiang Yuan, where are you going?" Elder Wei asked when he saw Jiang Yuan was in a hurry. Unconsciously, Elder Wei also began to call Jiang Yuan sir. "I'll go find some tribesmen to get some food and dig some soil." Jiang Yuan replied. "Do you want me to help?" Elder Wei said. "No need, Elder Wei, just take care of the prey. The tribe leader left a few tribesmen for me to use." Jiang Yuan finally instructed him. Elder Wei is old. He should pay attention to rest. Elder Wei quickly agreed with a smile on his face. Jiang Yuan found the 10 tribesmen who had cut down dead trees yesterday, and they were still cutting down dead trees. "Thank you for your hard work, brothers," Jiang Yuan shouted as he distributed large pieces of picked leaves and animal skin bags to them. "It's not hard, Lord Jiang Yuan." When these tribesmen heard Jiang Yuan call them brothers, they were flattered and looked very excited. When had they ever received such respect from the tribal leaders before? In the past, not only was the food they were given small and poor quality, but they also had to do the most tiring work in the tribe. And Lord Jiang Yuan not only let them eat meat and be full, but also let them eat exactly the same food as the clan leader and elders. If it weren't for Lord Jiang Yuan, Elder Pan might not even let them use the divine fire. When these ordinary tribesmen thought of this, their eyes filled with tears. They wished they could kneel down and kowtow to Jiang Yuan several times, worshipping him as a god. If you put the people in your heart, the people will lift you above their heads. "Brothers, come with me to collect some food and dig some soil," Jiang Yuan shouted. "Good." The tribesmen responded loudly, all full of energy. Jiang Yuan led them into the deep primitive forest. Although each of the tribesmen was a little afraid of the deep forest, they still went in. After walking for a while, they came to a group of chicken mushrooms. Jiang Yuan taught them how to collect chicken mushrooms and clay, and he went deeper into the area alone. This journey was rewarding. When Jiang Yuan saw a colony of yellow fungi, he was so happy that he almost jumped up. Chanterelles. Its color is bright yellow, and its taste is sweet. It is a delicious delicacy. What's more, chanterelles can cure night blindness. Jiang Yuan suppressed his inner ecstasy. His brain worked rapidly, and he directly ruled out the method of growing altissima and chanterelles. Firstly, it is too difficult to obtain the fungus strains, and they are not easy to cultivate. Secondly, in primitive times, there were treasures everywhere, and these edible fungi were not difficult to obtain. It was just that primitive people were afraid of their toxicity and did not dare to pick and eat them. Jiang Yuan immediately asked his tribesmen to collect these chanterelles as well. 10 tribesmen ran back and forth several times before they transported all the chicken mushrooms and chanterelles back to Yinshi Valley. What made Jiang Yuan speechless was that these tribesmen had indeed collected a lot of poisonous fungi. Jiang Yuan could only spend energy picking out the poisonous fungi and throwing them away. The weather is hot, and the chicken mushrooms and chanterelles are not easy to preserve. Jiang Yuan asked his tribesmen to spread them flat in the valley, expose them to the sun to dehydrate them, and dry them. After instructing Qing to collect the dried mushrooms after sunset, Jiang Yuan couldn't wait to go to the primitive forest to see the clay collected by the tribesmen. Although the termite nest under the chicken mushroom is large enough, the amount of clay collected is not much. Jiang Yuan estimated that the clay can only be used to make 7 or 8 pottery jars and a dozen pottery bowls. This is without any loss at all. Jiang Yuan thought to himself that these pottery jars and bowls were not enough for the tribesmen to use. After finishing the clay, chicken mushrooms and chanterelles, it was almost noon. While letting the tribesmen who were collecting clay rest under the shade of the trees, Jiang Yuan went alone to look for a location to dig the cellar. The fruits collected by the temperate tribesmen have piled up like mountains and must be quickly stored in the cellar for preservation. Jiang Yuan felt a headache. All kinds of things were pressing on his shoulders, making him a little breathless and busy. After selecting for a long time, Jiang Yuan found a location with hard soil, dry soil, and higher terrain. Give the wooden hose made yesterday to the tribesmen and let them use them to dig the soil. After Jiang Yuan explained to them in detail how to dig the cellar, he devoted himself to the work of making pottery. Chapter 24. Making pottery and digging cellars. Arriving at the river at the back of the valley, the pottery kiln that had just been built yesterday was not yet completely dry. Jiang Yuan was not in a hurry. After all, there was no sign of the pottery blanks yet. The clay just collected was sticky, and there were a few termites crawling around on the surface of the soil. The clay also contained many impurities. Jiang Yuan broke off large leaves to scoop up river water, carefully added water and soil, and sifted out impurities to make the fired pottery of higher quality. Jiang Yuan had never made pottery before, and all he had seen and heard was what he had learned from books and videos. After he estimated the degree of wetness of the clay, he began to knead it vigorously. After kneading for a long time, the bubbles in the soil were exhausted and the clay became smooth, and Jiang Yuan began to shape the pottery. He originally planned to make a primitive, blank car with stones, but after trying it out in his mind, he found it too difficult and had to give up. There was no way to use the wheel-throwing method, and there were no molds, so Jiang Yuan had no choice but to mold the pottery with his bare hands. Jiang Yuan's craftsmanship was not very good. His original plan was to make some pottery jars, but after several attempts, they just wouldn't take shape. Jiang Yuan had no choice but to make pottery basins instead, but judging from the appearance of the pottery pot would be more appropriate. The clay bowl can hold more things, and the soup cooked in it tastes better. Jiang Yuan deceived himself and comforted himself while making a clay bowl with the remaining clay. After making 7 or 8 pottery bowls, Jiang Yuan suddenly put down his work and sat there motionless. He said to himself, "Why am I making pottery bowls? Can't I just carve a few wooden bowls out of wood? Why waste precious clay to make these bowls when other items could serve as substitutes?" Jiang Yuan reacted immediately and kneaded all the pottery bowls back into clay and made 2 more pottery basins. After wasting nearly an entire afternoon, Jiang Yuan finally finished making 8 ceramic basins. Although the clay basin looks ugly, it at least looks like a pot or pan. Jiang Yuan examined his work and nodded with satisfaction, sighing that he was truly a genius in handicraft. Because the capacity of the pottery kiln was limited, Jiang Yuan made the bottom of the pottery basin smaller but deeper. After carefully polishing the surface of the pottery with stone chips, Jiang Yuan moved the sticky pottery back to his cave and placed it in a corner. He waited for the pottery to dry naturally before preparing to fire the pottery. If the pottery is refined while it is wet or dried by the sun, It is very easy to crack, deform, and break in the pottery kiln. So although Jiang Yuan was anxious, he did not dare to be careless. Haste makes waste. The more impatient he was, the greater the possibility of failure in firing the pottery. Every detail and every bit of experience that Jiang Yuan uses in firing pottery are the crystallization of wisdom accumulated by his predecessors over thousands of years, and are also the basis for Jiang Yuan's easy success. This is not just true for pottery making, it's true for anything. After putting the pottery back into his own cave, Jiang Yuan went to check the cellar dug by his tribesmen. An afternoon has passed, and I don't know how their digging is going. Jiang Yuan planned to dig the cellar bigger because he heard from Qing Hushi that during the cold season, food would be extremely scarce in the Yunshi tribe, and many elderly members of the tribe would starve to death or be driven away every year due to food shortages. Jiang Yuan was determined not to let this situation happen this winter, so he not only planned to dig the cellar bigger, but also to dig more cellars. When they arrived at the center of the valley, Qing was collecting the chicken mushrooms and chanterelles that had been dried today. Jiang Yuan pinched the dried mushrooms and found that they had been dehydrated, so he helped Qing collect them into a hide bag. The half-person hide bag was filled with 10 bags. Jiang Yuan asked Qing to carry the dried mushrooms to his cave. Jiang Yuan was thinking about whether he should find a bigger cave to store his belongings. After all, as the life of the Yunshi tribe became better and better, the tribesmen made more and more flying stone ropes, meteor stones, ropes, and straw cages. Jiang Yuan wanted to unify the management and storage of these tools. While planning in his mind, Jiang Yuan had already arrived at the place where the tribesmen were digging the cellar. A cellar consists of two parts, a ventilation duct, which is used for ventilation and for the entry and exit of people and items, and a storage room, which is used to store food. The ventilation duct has been dug to a depth of 3 meters by the tribesmen, and construction of the storage room has just begun. Jiang Yuan was very puzzled. With 10 tribesmen working for an entire afternoon, why was the progress of digging the cellar so slow? It was not until a tribesman brought him a broken hoe and leaves that Jiang Yuan suddenly realized what was going on. The soil in the cellar chosen by Jiang Yuan was dry and hard, and the wooden hoe was easily damaged. It was also very inconvenient for the tribesmen to transport the excavated soil to the ground. The 3-meter-deep ventilation duct required the tribesmen to build a human ladder and carry the leaves filled with soil up and down, which was too troublesome. Jiang Yuan immediately asked his tribesmen to stop, saying that if one wants to do a good job, one must first sharpen his tools. Jiang Yuan first took his tribesmen to make tools for digging the cellar. The wooden hoe was still the first choice, and Jiang Yuan directly abandoned the bone hoe and stone hoe. The bone hoe and stone hoe also needed to use wooden handle ropes, which had high requirements for binding and inlaying, and were more easily damaged than the wooden hoe. Jiang Yuan planned to use rattan baskets to transport the soil. He had used up all the animal skins of the witch and could not make bags, so he could only weave rattan baskets. Elder Wei and the old and young tribesmen had experience in weaving straw cages, so Jiang Yuan gave them the task of weaving rattan baskets. He himself led 10 tribesmen to dig the cellar, cut down trees, and make wooden hoes and ladders. Now that the news that Jiang Yuan possessed a sharp weapon had spread throughout the tribe, Jiang Yuan no longer carried the Tang sword on his back when using it. Everything was arranged, and Jiang Yuan was just about to start work when he heard a noise outside the valley. Song and the others had returned with food. Jiang Yuan looked up at the sky, and the afterglow of the setting sun covered the earth. Jiang Yuan was secretly annoyed in his heart. He was so busy that he forgot about time, and the tribesmen who worked with him hardly took a break and worked nonstop. Jiang Yuan, secretly denouncing himself as a traitor, hurriedly asked the tribesmen who were chopping trees with stone knives to rest, while he went to welcome Song, Wen, Shou, and others back. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Yuan patted Shou's shoulder. Shou was very happy. It's not hard, Lord Jiang Yuan. This is all thanks to you. Song watched all this with satisfaction. He only had Qing as his daughter. In his eyes, Qing and Jiang Yuan admired each other, and he already regarded Jiang Yuan as his own son. Jiang Yuan looked at today's prey, 5 large prey, 2 of which were dead, and the remaining 3 were looking around in panic. It can be seen that since the invention of the flying stone rope, the hunting efficiency of the Yunshi tribe has been greatly improved. On weekdays, they could not catch 1 large prey in 10 days, but now they can catch 4 or 5 in a day. Moreover, after Jiang Yuan invented the meteor stone, most of the prey they captured were alive and kicking. Before they knew it, the Yunshi tribe had already raised more than a dozen large prey animals, such as deer, wild antelopes, and there were dozens of wild rabbits and pheasants locked in grass cages. And this number was still growing. The tribesmen poured into the valley together to start today's dinner and wild dancing. Among the crowd, only Elder Pan and Wolf felt a little lost. Elder Pan once stopped Jiang Yuan from joining the tribe, but now that Jiang Yuan had become a core figure and potential leader of the tribe, he was embarrassed to approach him. As for Wolf, he had always hated and despised Jiang Yuan because of Qing, but he could do nothing about it and could only shed tears and sigh in secret. During dinner, Jiang Yuan suggested to Tsang that they should select some more food from the tribesmen who were collecting food and use it for tribal construction. Now, the large amount of fruits when collected and the prey he hunted were enough for the tribe to use, and there was even a surplus. Song Weiwei nodded in agreement. Jiang Yuan immediately began to select his clansmen. After everything was arranged, Jiang Yuan ate a little and returned to the cave to rest. After a tiring day, he fell asleep immediately. Chapter 25, Firing Pottery. Today, the Yunqi Valley is not as empty and quiet during the day as it used to be. Apart from the 70-strong tribesmen who are collecting food, there are now nearly 50 people working in the Yunqi Valley. Elder Wei was leading a dozen tribesmen, young and old, to weave rattan baskets and harvest fodder. Song led 20 older tribesmen to cut down trees, collect stones, and prepare to build the tribe. Jiang Yuan felt a sense of crisis in his heart. He didn't know where this sense of crisis came from, but it forced Jiang Yuan to put the defense project of Yunqi Valley on the agenda. He personally led the 10 tribesmen who had dug the cellar yesterday to make wooden hoes, stone axes, and wooden ladders. He originally didn't want to make a stone axe because it would be too easily damaged during the chopping process. However, the tribesmen's efficiency in cutting down trees with stone knives was too low, forcing Jiang Yuan to make a few stone axes. The manufacturing process of a stone axe is simple. It only requires a thick and sharp stone piece and a sturdy wooden stick, which are inlaid together and then tied with a rope. The disadvantage is that the axe head can easily fall off the handle. After working for a whole morning, Jiang Yuan led the 10 tribesmen and successfully made 10 stone axes, 10 wooden hoes, and 2 wooden ladders. Jiang Yuan gave 10 stone axes to Tsang and asked him to use them to cut down trees. On the way, Jiang Yuan and Tsang discussed finding a larger cave to store supplies. Jiang Yuan also told Tsang to remember how much supplies there were and to find someone to guard the cave. Tsang scratched his head and said that he couldn't remember the amount of supplies at all. Jiang Yuan felt powerless in his heart. He had too many things to do and did not want to manage supplies. These primitive people could not count at all and would get confused if there were too many numbers. The two were silent for a long time, and Tsang suddenly said, "The witch will count the supplies, how many animal skins there are, how many tribesmen there are. The witch will keep track of them." Jiang Yuan asked, "How did the witch record it?" Tsang recalled for a long time before saying, "It seems that the witch used a vine and tied knots on it." Jiang Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. The knotted rope counting method really showed that Wu was the wisest person in the Yunqi tribe. Tsang said quickly, "I will ask Wu to count the supplies." Jiang Yuan stopped him and said, "Wu is too old and can't even walk. Go find Wu and learn how to count, and then go and count the supplies." After saying this, without giving Tsang a chance to refute, he went straight to urge the tribesmen to dig the cellar. He stayed there with a miserable face, but there was nothing he could do. It would be better for him to follow them hunting than to let them keep count. Now that the ventilation duct of the cellar has been dug, the next step is to dig the storage room. This is also the most time-consuming and laborious task in digging a cellar. However, with the wooden hoe, rattan basket, and wooden ladder, the work efficiency of 10 people will surely be greatly improved. 4 people were responsible for transporting the soil, while the remaining 6 people worked in groups of 3, each digging the storage room in the opposite direction. No one understood Jiang Yuan's purpose for doing this, but they all chose to believe in Jiang Yuan unconditionally. After explaining the size of the storage room, Jiang Yuan told them to be careful and went to check the pottery basins he had made yesterday. The pottery has not yet completely dried in the shade, and the pottery kiln has not yet completely dried. Jiang Yuan had no choice but to use the tang sword to carve the wooden bowl. Jiang Yuan first cut the tree into wooden stakes with a thickness of 15 centimeters, and then hollowed out the wooden stakes bit by bit with a tang knife and carved them into the shape of a bowl. "Yuan, what are you doing?" Qing Hushi ran over, her alluring white skin faintly visible under the animal skin. The figures of the 2 women made Jiang Yuan a little distracted. "I'm carving a wooden bowl," Jiang Yuan said without even raising his head. "What are wooden bowls used for?" Qing blinked her big watery eyes, looking curious. "From now on, when you drink water or soup, you can use this wooden bowl," Jiang Yuan explained to the 2. "Can't you drink water with your hands?" "What is soup?" Qing and she asked at the same time. their faces full of curiosity. Jiang Yuan had a dark look on his face and silently drove the two girls away, asking them to go play in the water in the river. Jiang Yuan actually had another purpose in mind, playing in the water, so he could enjoy the beauty of Qinghe Creek. Qing Hushi refused to leave and wanted to help Jiang Yuan carve a wooden bowl. Jiang Yuan had no choice but to let the two of them make trouble on the side. The three of them chatted and laughed while carving wooden bowls, and the atmosphere was pleasant and relaxed. "Ah!" Qing suddenly cried out, and Jiang Yuan looked over quickly. Qing's finger was cut by a sharp stone knife, and red blood was oozing out from the wound. "Why are you so careless?" Jiang Yuan blamed her, and quickly sucked the wound on her finger. Qing's injured finger was held in Jiang Yuan's mouth, and she looked very shy. She didn't care to see Xi's expression at this time. Now Qing was like an ostrich, not even daring to raise her head. "Humph." Xi, who was standing by, looked at the scene and groaned softly. With a look of dissatisfaction on his face, he poked the wooden bowl with a stone knife, as if venting his resentment. "Ah!" She suddenly let out a scream. Jiang Yuan looked over quickly and saw that Xi's finger was also cut by the stone knife, and blood flowed out instantly. Jiang Yuan held Qing's finger in his mouth and looked at Xi speechlessly. "Big sister, are you playing here?" However, Jiang Yuan didn't care whether she did it intentionally or not at this time. He could only suck the injured fingers of both of them at the same time. Jiang Yuan held Qing and Xi's injured fingers in his mouth for a long time at the same time, until he felt something was wrong. Then he hurriedly drove Qing and Xi away. After instructing them to apply some puffball powder on the wound, Jiang Yuan carefully smoothed the burrs off the carved wooden bowls with a stone chip, then put the wooden bowls in a pile and checked the number of them. There were more than 20 wooden bowls in total. After carrying the wooden bowl back to his cave, Jiang Yuan checked the condition of the 8 pottery basins, which had been completely dried in the shade. Excited, he immediately called his tribesmen and asked them to help move the pottery and charcoal to the pottery kiln at the back of the valley, ready to start firing pottery. Jiang Yuan carefully placed 8 pottery pots into the kiln chamber, then put charcoal into the kiln mouth and ignited the charcoal with a burning wooden stick. After the charcoal was ignited, it burned fiercely, and the entire pottery kiln became scorching hot. As the charcoal burned, the white smoke produced in the pottery kiln floated into the end of the kiln and out through the chimney. However, the charcoal burned by Jiang Yuan was of good quality and produced very little smoke. Firing a kiln is a very hard, boring, tiring, and time-consuming job. It often takes a whole day and a night to fire a batch of pottery. Jiang Yuan stared at the kiln fire, not daring to relax for a moment, and kept adding charcoal to the pottery kiln to maintain sufficient fire and temperature. Charcoal burns at a higher temperature than firewood, so the quality of pottery produced is naturally better. Before he knew it, it was already getting dark. Jiang Yuan was so focused on firing pottery that he didn't even know when Shou and when would come back. When Elder Wei came over with the wild ram they had caught today and a cage filled with pheasants and rabbits, he noticed Jiang Yuan, who was staring at the pottery kiln intently. Elder Wei put the prey into the fence. Seeing Jiang Yuan so focused, he didn't dare to disturb him. However, dinner was already ready, so he had no choice but to invite Song over and ask him to call Jiang Yuan to eat. Song got up and headed to the back of the valley. Many tribesmen followed him curiously, ready to see what strange things Jiang Yuan had come up with. Song led his tribesmen to look behind Jiang Yuan for a long time, but could not see anything. He finally couldn't help but asked curiously, "Jiang Yuan, what are you doing?" The Kang people did not dare to approach the pottery kiln, where the hot steam was rising and the flames were like fire dragons, which made these primitive people instinctively fear. Jiang Yuan blinked his sore eyes and said, "I'm firing pottery." Everyone looked at each other in confusion. "What is pottery?" Jiang Yuan said, "You guys go have dinner, I'll just watch here." Song nodded and said, "Okay, I'll ask Qing to bring you the barbecue later." Then he led his people away and no longer disturbed Jiang Yuan. Qing brought the barbecue and stayed with Jiang Yuan for a long time, then asked cautiously, "Yuan, how long will this burn?" Jiang Yuan added charcoal to the kiln and said, "When the pottery inside is completely burned red and transparent, we can seal the kiln." Qing was completely confused and didn't understand anything at all. He could only accompany silently. The river burned for a long time. The moon was already hanging on the branches, and the night was as thick as ink. He took a look at the pottery inside through the kiln mouth. The 8 pottery basins had been completely burned red, like flowing magma, very beautiful and dazzling. Jiang Yuan estimated that the pottery had been thoroughly burned, so he stopped burning the fire and sealed the kiln mouth and chimney with mud to prevent air circulation. Only after the entire pottery kiln was sealed did Jiang Yuan pat the dirt off his hands with satisfaction. From the observation just now, the quality of the pottery should be very good. During the firing process, none of the 8 pottery blanks showed any signs of breakage or deformation. Now, as long as Jiang Yuan waits for the kiln to cool down, he will be able to obtain 8 nearly perfect pottery basins. Jiang Yuan stood up and prepared to leave, only to find Qing was still waiting for him silently beside him. He didn't know when she had arrived, but he was dozing off with a sleepy face. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but feel distressed. The 2 girls' night blindness had not yet fully recovered. He didn't dare to let them walk alone in the dark, but he couldn't bear to leave one behind and take the other back first. Helplessly, he could only hold the 2 girls in his arms at the same time. Qing and she were very shy, and they kept struggling to escape. Jiang Yuan held the 2 women's slender waists domineeringly, not allowing them to refuse. Under the dim moonlight, the 3 of them left the place. Chapter 26 Mutton Soup, Setting Rules. The sky was a little gloomy, dark clouds were gathering in the distance, and the sky and the earth were gray. Jiang Yuan walked out of the cave and found that the weather was not good. He quickly ran to the pottery kiln at the back of the valley to collect the pottery basins that had been fired yesterday. The surface of the pottery basin is smooth enough because the kiln fire temperature is high enough to burn the pottery thoroughly. The smooth surface of the pottery basin reflects the earthy light under the sunlight. Jiang Yuan was so happy that his mouth almost stretched to his ears. He carefully took out the pottery basins from the kiln. 7 of the 8 pots were perfect, but one had some cracks on the edge, which looked a little imperfect. Jiang Yuan called his clansmen and asked them to carefully pick up the pottery basin. He led them to the stone pond to fetch water. The water in the stone pond was clearer and cleaner than the river water behind the valley and was suitable for drinking. The 7 tribesmen carefully held the pottery basins filled with clear water in their hands, their faces full of curiosity and confusion. Why don't these strange-shaped muds in their hands melt when they come into contact with water? Jiang Yuan asked them to put the pottery basin in his cave and let them leave. At this moment, Shou suddenly ran into the cave. Shou, don't we have to hunt today? Jiang Yuan took stones and built a simple stove at the entrance of the cave. Shou said, it will be time for the sky to go into the water soon. Let's not go hunting today, otherwise our body will feel uncomfortable. As he spoke, Shou placed a large piece of roasted lamb in front of Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan nodded and asked, it's good to take a break. And this is not called going into the water, this is called raining. Rain. Shou repeated the 2 words doubtfully, and then said to Jiang Yuan happily, then I will teach the tribesmen to say this in the future. Wait, Shou, how much roasted lamb are there? Jiang Yuan called him. Although the tribesmen's hunting and gathering efficiency has been greatly improved, they still only have 1 dinner a day and simply eat a few fruits in the morning. Only tribesmen with higher status can eat meat in the morning. Not much left. I'm just about to send it to Chief Song and Lord Wu. Shou replied, kill another wild-horned sheep and send all the meat to me. Jiang Yuan instructed him, remember to let all the tribesmen come to my place to eat delicious food later. The members of the Yunshi tribe were too thin, so Jiang Yuan planned to let them drink broth in the morning, and at the same time, change the plan of the high-ranking members to eat alone in the morning. While he was building the stove, he called Qi to go to the campfire and get a burning stick and some hay, and called Qing to get some dried chicken mushrooms and chanterelles. There was a shortage of ingredients, no onions, ginger, garlic, or seasonings. But Jiang Yuan believed that the broth he cooked was good enough to win praise from these primitive people who had never tasted such delicious food. After a while, Qing Hushi brought flames and dried mushrooms. Jiang Yuan lit the firewood and placed all 7 pottery basins on the stove. He made this stove extremely long so that he could cook 7 pots of broth at one time. Yuan, what are you doing? Qing was full of desire for knowledge. Sometimes she could not understand what Yuan did at all. I'll make you something delicious. Jiang Yuan replied as he used a tang knife to cut the roasted lamb sent by Shou into small pieces. She was also confused and didn't understand why Jiang Yuan wanted to boil water with fire. Would the water become more delicious after being boiled by fire? After a while, the hunter came running over with several large pieces of roasted lamb and a wild ram that he had just slaughtered on his back. What made Jiang Yuan speechless was that this guy directly called all the tribesmen over. More than 100 tribesmen surrounded the cave entrance, watching Jiang Yuan making soup with curiosity. Under the gaze of more than 200 eyes, Jiang Yuan felt uncomfortable all over. Fortunately, it hasn't rained yet, otherwise they would be soaked to the skin. Jiang Yuan asked them to disperse and not to surround the cave entrance. Before the water boiled, he used a tang knife to cut the mutton into finger-sized pieces. A wild-horned sheep can produce about 70 to 80 kilograms of fresh meat. Jiang Yuan was busy for half a day before he finished cutting it. Many tribesmen had heard that Jiang Yuan had a sharp weapon. Now that they had seen it with their own eyes, everyone's eyes were filled with envy and praise. As expected of Lord Jiang Yuan's weapon, so powerful, some people whispered, only Lord Jiang Yuan is worthy of such a sharp weapon. After putting half of the mutton into the pot, Jiang Yuan added a large amount of dried mushrooms and asked Shou to find a few wooden boards to use as a pot lid. Jiang Yuan was excited at the thought that he could still drink a mouthful of delicious mutton soup in the primitive times. Although there was no seasoning, being able to do this with bare hands was enough to make Jiang Yuan proud. Jiang Yuan stared at the clay pot containing the cooking mutton with full enthusiasm, without blinking. The red flames kept licking the bottom of the pottery pot, and soon the tempting meaty aroma emanated from the pottery pot. Jiang Yuan closed his eyes and inhaled the tempting and rich aroma of the mutton soup with ecstasy. When he opened his eyes, he found that the aroma of the meat had attracted the eyes and souls of all the tribesmen. Looking at the tribesmen's eager faces with drooling mouths, Jiang Yuan felt angry and amused at the same time. In Jiang Yuan's eyes, he can eat, sleep, and work together with ordinary tribesmen, but the order of seniority, status, and hierarchy cannot be changed. If these change, then the whole tribe will change. So, now is the time for them to set the rules. Jiang Yuan looked stern, stared at everyone, and shouted, "What are you doing? Are you trying to steal food?" Hearing Jiang Yuan's shout, all the tribesmen hurriedly took a few steps back, looking at each other, not daring to speak, and there was silence in the air. Jiang Yuan saw that his reprimand had taken effect, so he said, "Food should be eaten first by the elderly, young children, honorable clan leaders, respected witches and elders. Do you understand?" There was still complete silence both inside and outside the cave. After a long while, one of them finally stammered, "But Lord Jiang Yuan, in the past, the elderly always ate last." That was in the past. Jiang Yuan looked at him and said, "We didn't have enough to eat before, but it's different now. We can eat enough now. The elderly are your fathers and mothers. Now that they can eat enough, shouldn't we let them eat first?" When many tribesmen heard Jiang Yuan's reprimand, they nodded with shame on their faces. You know, in the past when it was cold and food was scarce, they would drive the elderly out of the tribe with their own hands. Elder Wei coughed and broke the silence, saying, "Don't forget who brought the divine flames and delicious food. It was Lord Jiang Yuan. He made sure you had enough to eat, so you have to listen to him. Do you understand?" Many tribesmen nodded frantically, and they all felt that what Elder Wei said made sense. Yes, it was only after Jiang Yuan came to the tribe that they were able to eat delicious barbecue for every meal. Jiang Yuan gave Elder Wei an appreciative look. "Old buddy, your assist is still awesome." The broth in the pottery basin behind him was bubbling, and the aroma of mutton soup filled the entire cave. "All right," Jiang Yuan cleared his throat. "Let the old people, children, clan leaders, witches, and elders eat first. If they are not full, I will continue to cook. Don't be impatient. Do you agree or not?" "Agree." The tribesmen shouted in unison without any objection. Jiang Yuan nodded with satisfaction and lifted the wooden board. The aroma of mutton in the cave became stronger. He took a wooden bowl to serve the soup. Since he had no spoon, he could only tie a wooden stick to the wooden bowl to use as a soup spoon. "Let the oldest and most respected witch eat the first bowl." Jiang Yuan asked she to bring the wooden bowl to Wu and told her to be careful of the heat. "The second bowl shall be eaten by the honorable clan leader Tsang." No one answered. "Where is Chief Tsang?" Jiang Yuan asked. Shou explained, "The leader of the Tsang tribe is busy in a cave. I don't know what he is doing." Jiang Yuan asked someone to send another bowl to Tsang, and continued, "Let Elder Wei and Elder Pan eat the third bowl first." Elder Wei and Elder Pan took the broth eagerly, and the gray-haired and burly Elder Pan had a hint of embarrassment on his face. Seeing the tribesmen drinking the mutton and mushroom soup without caring about the burnt mouths, with their eager and intoxicated expressions, Jiang Yuan felt a very satisfied sense of accomplishment. A small bowl of mutton soup can conquer these primitive people who used to eat raw meat and drink blood. Qing Hushi drank the fragrant hot mutton soup. The two girls' faces were flushed. After drinking a bowl of mutton soup, they still looked at the pottery basin with a greedy look, and they wanted to pick up the pottery basin and take it for themselves. Jiang Yuan asked them to put away their wooden bowls. After all, there were only more than 20 wooden bowls, and except for them, the wooden bowls of the rest of the tribesmen were used in turns. After each tribe member drank a bowl of mutton soup, the 7 pottery basins were empty, but the tribesmen were only half full. Seeing their eager looks, Jiang Yuan shouted, "Get some water, find some wood. I'll make 7 pottery basins of mutton soup." He just put in half of the mutton just to make the second mutton soup. The tribesmen cheered and jumped as they went to look for firewood and water, each of them full of energy. Chapter 27 Inventory of Supplies. Jiang Yuan put the remaining half of the mutton and a lot of dried mushrooms into a ceramic basin and cooked 7 large basins of mutton and mushroom soup. I had just finished cooking the mutton and mushroom soup when a drizzle started to fall. Fuck, Jiang Yuan cursed, and suddenly remembered the pottery kiln and the cellar. I was so focused on the pottery basins that I forgot to cover the pottery kiln and the cellar entrance with leaves. Before the rain got heavy, he hurriedly took rocks and picked many large leaves to cover the pottery kiln. He also moved a stone slab to block the entrance of the cellar to prevent the cellar from being flooded. By the time the 3 of them finished their work and returned to the cave, the tribesmen had already left. Fortunately, the rain wasn't heavy yet, otherwise the 3 of them would have been soaked. There's still so much left, Jiang Yuan asked in surprise, looking at the half bowl of mutton and mushroom soup left. The tribesmen have already eaten 1 bowl, and the elderly and children eat less, so there is more left. She explained to him. Jiang Yuan nodded. Now a wild horned sheep and half a bag of dried mushrooms to make some mutton soup are enough to feed the tribe members. It is much more cost-effective than before. You have to know that in the past, when eating barbecue, at least 2 wild horned sheep had to be killed to feed every member of the tribe. The pottery jars and mutton soup made by Jiang Yuan helped the tribe reduce its food burden invisibly. Jiang Yuan invited Shou and Yinshi to have a second bowl of mutton soup. Half of the pottery basin of mutton soup was enough to fill them up. Have you eaten? After Jiang Yuan served Shou and Yinshi the food, he found Qing and she were staring at the pottery basin. They both shook their heads at the same time. Then come and eat together. Jiang Yuan laughed, took their wooden bowls to hold the soup, and filled their bowls with mutton. Lord Jiang Yuan, you are biased. Yinshi stared at the mutton in the 2 women's bowls and said naively. Jiang Yuan laughed loudly. Qing Hushi blushed and felt a little embarrassed. Xiao's gently patted Yinshi's shoulder, signaling him to stop talking. Jiang Yuan took a sip of the mutton mushroom soup. The broth was filled with a rich aroma. The rich flavor of the mutton and the deliciousness of the chicken mushrooms and chanterelles merged together and rushed directly to his taste buds. Jiang Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Although it could not be compared with the mutton soup he had drunk before, it was still a rare delicacy in the primitive era. Is it delicious? Jiang Yuan asked. He looked at Yin, sure licking the bottom of the bowl with his tongue. He looked very funny and couldn't help but feel a little amused. Yinshi nodded stupidly, and Jiang Yuan immediately served him another bowl. Thank you, Lord Jiang Yuan. Yinshi's eyes sparkled as he drank the mutton soup in big gulps. You're tall and strong, so just eat more. Jiang Yuan patted his shoulder. Unlike the Yunshi people who were generally thin, Yinshi was tall and strong, and didn't look like he grew up in an environment with a lack of food. Shou and Yinshi were about to leave after eating and drinking their fill. Jiang Yuan stopped Shou and said, Shou, find a few female tribesmen and ask them to wash the pottery basins and wooden bowls in the river. After washing, bring them to me. Tell them to be careful and don't break the pottery basins. Shou nodded in agreement and then asked, Master Jiang Yuan, is there anything else? Jiang Yuan pointed at the stove and said, We'll find a cave later and move this stove over there to use for making soup. Jiang Yuan couldn't turn his cave into a kitchen, otherwise how would he live? After Jiang Yuan finished explaining everything, Shou and Yinshi left the cave together. Shou was very efficient and completed everything Jiang Yuan had arranged for him in no time. Qing and she stood up and left to return to their own cave. Although their cave was just around Jiang Yuan's cave, Jiang Yuan didn't want them to go back, so he took them to lie on the rocks at the entrance of the cave to enjoy the rain. At this time, the rain outside was getting heavier and heavier, and a rain curtain formed in the sky. The heavy rain was like a downpour, and the smell of soil and rain was floating in the air. Jiang Yuan's mind gradually relaxed, and he felt very cool and comfortable. Suddenly Tsang grabbed a few vines and a large leaf and rushed into Jiang Yuan's cave in the rain. Looking at Jiang Yuan and the other 2 who were enjoying the rain, Tsang was slightly stunned. I am a middle-aged and elderly person going out in the rain to take inventory of supplies, but you 3 young people are enjoying yourself here. When Qing saw his father coming in the rain, he quickly stood up to greet him and brushed the raindrops off Tsang's body. Jiang Yuan quickly stood up and asked, Chief Tsang, have you had the mutton mushroom soup? Tsang looked a little dissatisfied, but still hummed, I've drunk it. Someone sent me 2 bowls. That's fine. Jiang Yuan agreed. Jiang Yuan had preconceived ideas and was intentionally reminding Tsang, you just drank my mutton soup, so be more polite to me when you speak later. Is this mutton and mushroom soup delicious? Jiang Yuan asked as he took Song to the small bonfire that had not yet been extinguished, letting him warm himself by the fire to dispel the chill from the rain. Song nodded, and just as he sat down by the campfire, he realized that he no longer had the urge to reprimand the three people. He said helplessly, "Jiang Yuan, I have already taken inventory of the supplies in the tribe." Song felt that as the clan leader, he should explain the quantity of supplies to Jiang Yuan clearly. Jiang Yuan asked, "How many are there in total?" Song took the knotted vines and counted the knots while slowly saying, "There are a total of 21 large prey, including wild sheep, wild deer, and antelopes. There are about 100 wild pheasants and rabbits. There are too many fruits to remember. There are about 50 flying stone ropes, not counting the ones in the hands of the hunters, and a total of 35 wooden spears." Jiang Yuan nodded. Song was a quick learner and learned the knotted counting method from the witch in just one day. With so many game fruits, the tribe members can last for 10 days even if they don't go out hunting. Flying stone ropes are not disposable items, so making so many is more than enough. As for things like stone axes, wooden hoes, wooden ladders, wrought tin baskets, and straw cages, Jiang Yuan knew how many there were. What is most in short supply now is pottery, wooden spears, and animal skins. 7 clay basins were not enough for more than 110 tribesmen to use, so more clay had to be collected to make pottery. The number of wooden spears was too small, and the quality was too poor. Most of the wooden spears of the Yunshi tribe were simply made by breaking tree branches and sharpening the spear tips with stone flakes. They were not only easy to break, but also not durable. The witch's animal skins have been used up, so he must hunt more prey and obtain more animal skins to prepare for the coming winter in advance. Jiang Yuan kept thinking in his mind. After pondering for a long time, Jiang Yuan said to Song, "Chief, I want you to gather the high-level people of the tribe, such as the elders and witches." "What are you doing?" Song asked puzzledly. Jiang Yuan explained, "Now that the life of the tribe is getting better and better, I think it is necessary to allocate the tribe members and tasks more carefully, so that the efficiency of the tribe members can be further improved, and the Yunshi tribe can be completely put on the right track." Song was confused by what he heard, but he still nodded slightly subconsciously, agreeing with Jiang Yuan's statement. "How do you plan to distribute it?" Song asked with an inquiring look. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment and then started discussing with Song. Qing Hushi listened quietly beside the two of them without saying anything to interrupt them. Jiang Yuan and Song discussed for a long time, and after finalizing the distribution plan, Song left in the rain despite Jiang Yuan and the other two's attempts to keep him. Chapter 28: Distribution of Power. The next day, the wind stopped and the rain stopped. The first high-level meeting of the Yunshi tribe officially began. In addition to Jiang Yuan, Song, Wu, Elder Wei, Elder Pan, and Wen, Qing Hushi and Shou also participated. Everyone sat around the huge stone where food was usually distributed. Song was the first to speak and break the silence. "Yesterday, Jiang Yuan and I discussed and felt that now that one has picked more and more fruits and hunted more and more prey, I think it is necessary to redistribute the responsibilities of the clan." Everyone nodded in agreement, and it was indeed the case. Song looked around, paused, and announced, "Then, let Jiang Yuan reallocate everyone's tasks." Except for Elder Pan, who remained silent for a moment, everyone had no objection. Jiang Yuan coughed and said, "Everyone, there are currently 6 main tasks that need to be undertaken in the tribe." Everyone looked at each other. It was more like distributing power than taking on responsibilities, so everyone's breathing suddenly quickened. Jiang Yuan observed the reactions of the crowd and waited until they calmed down before saying, "Among these 6 tasks, the most important one is the food problem for the tribesmen." Everyone nodded subconsciously. Food was indeed the top priority of the tribe. Jiang Yuan looked at Shou and said, "There are a total of 80 strong men and women in the tribe. Shou, I plan to give 35 strong men to you and let you be responsible for catching prey." 35 male members of the tribe must listen to him? When Shou thought about commanding 35 members of the tribe, his face flushed with excitement. Jiang Yuan asked, "Is it possible?" Shou was originally thinking about counting the 35 tribesmen on his fingers, but when he heard Jiang Yuan's question, he immediately stood up and shouted, "Master Jiang Yuan, no problem." As a hunting expert of the Yunshi tribe, Shou now has the flying stone rope and meteor stone, so he has great confidence in leading the tribe to catch prey. Jiang Yuan nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "Aunt Wen, you usually lead the female tribesmen to pick fruits. I plan to hand over 30 strong female tribesmen to you. Is that okay?" Wen has a gentle personality, and she said calmly, "No problem. Now that they have long hooks, they only need to collect fruits from tall trees near the tribe. They don't need to run far or worry about safety issues. After Jiang Yuan assigned the tasks of obtaining food, he looked at Elder Wei again. Elder Wei, you have been leading more than a dozen tribesmen, young and old, to feed prey and make tools these days. Thank you for your hard work. I plan to let you be fully responsible for the feeding of the tribe's prey in the future, and you will also be responsible for the food that the tribesmen eat on a daily basis. Can you do it? Elder Wei chuckled and said, we don't have many prey in the tribe. We just need to pull some grass to feed them and make food for the tribesmen. That's not a problem. Jiang Yuan nodded, and after handing over a dozen tribesmen, young and old, to Elder Wei, he looked at Song again. Chief Song, although you are old, you are still ambitious. The management of a tribe's supplies is very important. I have decided to let you lead 5 strong male tribesmen to guard and manage the tribe's supplies. Is that okay? Song's eyes were full of enthusiasm, and he thought to himself, managing the tribe's supplies is a good job. Not bad, not bad. This kid still has me, the tribe leader, in his heart. But Song was a little confused. Jiang Yuan, what do you mean by chicken? Is it for eating? Jiang Yuan rolled his eyes speechlessly. He looked at everyone and said, during the process of hunting and picking, the tribesmen will inevitably get injured and bleed, so medical treatment is very important to the tribesmen. I plan to let Qing Hushi take 10 strong female tribesmen to learn how to treat diseases and injuries from the witch on weekdays. At the same time, they will be responsible for collecting herbs and grinding medicinal powder. Can you two do it? Qing and she looked at each other in bewilderment. They had never expected that Jiang Yuan would assign responsibilities and powers to them. Is it okay? Jiang Yuan looked at Qing Hushi with eyes wide open and couldn't help but urge her. Okay. The two girls nodded in agreement. Looking at everyone present, Elder Pan was the only one who had not yet taken charge of a task. All eyes were immediately on Elder Pan, making him feel uncomfortable and unable to sit still. Elder Pan, Jiang Yuan shouted. Yes. Elder Pan responded quickly, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Elder Pan thought to himself, is it finally my turn? Is this guy really going to give me the power? Elder Pan looked at Jiang Yuan with a puzzled look, waiting for his next words. Elder Pan, the 80 strong men and women have been divided up, and a dozen old and young tribesmen have followed Elder Wei. Now there are 20 older tribesmen here. Are you willing to lead these tribesmen? Although they are said to be old, they would be in their prime in modern times. After all, the lifespan of primitive people was too short compared to that of modern people. I do. Elder Pan nodded quickly in agreement, as if he couldn't believe that Jiang Yuan really let bygones be bygones. Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment and said, this last task is a bit arduous. Are you sure about it? The burly, gray-haired Elder Pan patted his chest, his face flushed with excitement. When I was young, I was also the bravest warrior in the tribe. What difficulties have I ever been afraid of? Okay. Jiang Yuan slapped the table and said, then, making tools, cutting down trees, collecting stones, and building the tribe will all be your responsibility, okay? Elder Pan nodded and said, no problem. Jiang Yuan said, in that case, I will let the tribesmen with work experience teach your people how to make tools and build the tribe. As for how to allocate manpower, you decide it yourself. Elder Pan agreed. All clan members have been assigned. You just need to find clan leader Tsong to lead the group. Jiang Yuan waved his hand, indicating that the meeting was over. Well, Yuan, what tasks are you going to be responsible for in the tribe? Qing suddenly said in a low voice. Jiang Yuan gave Qing an approving look. He just didn't know how to express his problem, and Qing came to his aid. Qing, my dear baby. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Jiang Yuan now had power, but no position. Although he had already become a core figure in the Yunqi tribe, it always felt a little inappropriate that he did not have a suitable status or position. Song thought for a moment and said, why not let Jiang Yuan be the deputy chief of the Yunqi tribe? Everyone agreed that the deputy clan leader was second only to the emperor and above everyone else, and was in a high position of power. His status was equal to that of the witch, but his power was much greater than that of the witch. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and did not refuse. After all, he did need a suitable status and position. Thank you all for your recognition. I swear, I will make the Yunqi tribe live a better life. Jiang Yuan shouted, his voice inspiring. The witch standing by nodded slightly, very satisfied with the scene before him. In the eyes of the witch, Jiang Yuan was too smart and difficult to control. Making Jiang Yuan feel a sense of belonging to the tribe was what the witch wanted to see most. Chapter 29. The Lake Full of Dangers. After everyone's tasks were clearly explained, the meeting ended. The quiet Yunqi Valley became busy again. After drinking 2 bowls of delicious deer blood soup, Jiang Yuan took out the Tang's sword from the cave. Yuan, what are you going to do? Qing came out and stopped him and asked. Jiang Yuan touched her head and said, Show, and I will go collect some clay. Clay is rare and can only be found near lakes, and lakes mean the presence of ferocious beasts. Jiang Yuan was determined to take his companions to collect enough clay at one time to solve the problem of insufficient pottery in the tribe. You have to be careful, Qing warned. She didn't understand the dangers of collecting clay. Jiang Yuan smiled and comforted her. Don't worry, there is no danger. Come back and tell she that I am leaving. Qing nodded slightly, and seeing Jiang Yuan smile, she was no longer so worried. Jiang Yuan called Shou and asked him to gather 35 strong members of the tribe and take away all the wooden spears and animal skin bags in the tribe. More than 30 people were fully armed, each with a wooden spear, 2 stone-throwing ropes, and animal skin bags filled with stones and roasted meat. According to Shou, the lake is far away from here. After walking back and forth, it might be late at night when they return to Yunqi Valley. Therefore, Jiang Yuan asked the tribesmen to bring food with them. Jiang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He felt a little uneasy. After dispelling his worries, Jiang Yuan led his tribesmen to set off. Unlike his tribesmen who were fully armed, he only brought a Tang sword and a tool for making fire by drilling wood. Shou, Yanshi, and Jiang Yuan walked side by side, and the 3 of them talked along the way. The land was a little muddy after the rain, but it did not prevent people from walking. More than 30 people were fully armed and full of murderous intent. Many beasts avoided them when they saw them. Even Jiang Yuan, who had seen the wolf pack that had seriously injured the saber-toothed tiger, did not dare to approach them and stood at a distance to watch them. Jiang Yuan led his people on the journey and walked for who knows how many hours. Jiang Yuan looked up at the sun, and it was almost noon. How far is it? Jiang Yuan asked. Shou went to a high place to look around, then ran down and said, Master Jiang Yuan, we are almost there. I saw a group of giant antelopes. They live next to the lake. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and glanced at his tribesmen. Many of them were breathing heavily. Everyone, take a break and eat the barbecue we brought. Jiang Yuan wiped the sweat off his forehead. Something dangerous might happen while collecting clay. Now he couldn't worry about saving food. Maintaining energy and strength was the most important thing. After everyone had replenished their supplies, they continued to move towards the lake. When the vast lake came into view, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but marvel at it. The lake was rippling with green waves, merging into a line with the blue sky. A few willow trees on the shore were swaying in the wind. Mammoths as big as mountains were spraying water and playing. Groups of elasmonic rhinos were strolling on the shore. There were also giant antelopes raising their huge horns, and their eyes like black gems were vigilantly observing the surroundings. There were also tiny herbivorous beasts drinking the lake water. A scene of grassland paradise. Jiang Yuan did not act rashly. He led his people to hide under a giant tree and continued to observe the lake. Jiang Yuan believes that dangerous things are often bound to happen in the safest places. The treetops rustled, and Jiang Yuan was startled, thinking that another giant python had disappeared. However, it turned out that a giant cheetah as big as a lion jumped down from the tree and flew away from the place like an arrow. Looking at the giant cheetahs leaving back, Jiang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Such a big prey. If we kill one, the tribe can eat it for at least several days. The tall rock licked his lips and looked at the giant beast by the lake with a greedy look in his eyes. Jiang Yuan patted his head and said, Our wooden spears can't even pierce his skin. The rock smiled innocently and said nothing. Lord Jiang Yuan, what are we doing lying here? Everyone had been lying here for a long time, and Shou couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Didn't Lord Jiang Yuan say that he wanted to collect clay? There were no ferocious beasts around at that time, and these herbivores, although they looked big, were actually timid and posed no threat to them at all. Wait! Jiang Yuan tightly gripped his Tang sword, unmoved by Shou's words. He didn't believe that with so many herbivorous beasts by the lake, there wouldn't be any ferocious beasts waiting to ambush them. As if to confirm Jiang Yuan's words, a few gray-yellow figures jumped out from the undulating grass by the lake and ran quickly towards the herd of wild horses drinking water by the lake. It turned out to be a prehistoric beast, the cave lion. Cave lions are social animals, with 7 or 8 individuals in a group. They are huge in size, even larger than African lions, but slightly smaller than the giant saber-toothed tiger that Jiang Yuan hunted. But the cave lion wins because of its large number of people. The 8-headed cave lion is as fast as the wind, and its limbs move quickly. Its strong muscles are highlighted under the sunlight. Its well-developed muscles are like a twisting dragon, bursting out with amazing power. There was a sudden sound of neighing and neighing by the lake. Countless huge herbivorous beasts became a mess and fled from the lake on all fours. The mammoths and elasmotherium were so huge that their mountain-like bodies blocked the pursuit path of the 8-headed cave lions, allowing the herd of wild horses by the lake to escape successfully. Cave lions, both male and female, have no manes. One cave lion still wanted to prey on the giant antelope, but they had already exhausted all their strength and could not catch up. They could only watch the delicious prey slip away from them. The 8 cave lions helplessly looked at the direction where the beasts were running away, their chests heaving violently, and they kept panting. The cave lions stretched out their tongues covered with bone spurs, licked each other's fur for a few times, and then lay there to rest for a long time, drank a few mouthfuls of lake water, and then slowly left. Looking at the direction where the cave lion left, Jiang Yuan called on everyone to slowly move towards the lake from where they were hiding in the grass. Lord Jiang Yuan, your guess is absolutely right. Shou was convinced and couldn't stop praising him. Just as Lord Jiang Yuan had expected, there was a ferocious wild beast lying in ambush nearby. If they had gone out rashly just now, they might have become food for the cave lion. Stop talking and collect the clay quickly. Jiang Yuan stopped Shou and continued to flatter him. He told the tribe members the shape of the clay and led them to line up by the lake to quickly collect the clay. There are abundant clay resources by the lake, and they can be found everywhere, so it is easy for Jiang Yuan and others to collect the clay. Jiang Yuan tightly gripped the Tang sword in his hand and kept patrolling the grassland and the lake, alert for attacks from large beasts. Seeing the increasing amount of clay in his tribesmen's animal skin pockets, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Collecting so much clay at one time will be a once-and-for-all solution for the entire Yunshi tribe, and they will never have to worry about the clay problem again. Some herbivorous wild animals were slowly approaching the lake. Their throats burned by the scorching sun, and they were unbearable thirsty, so they had no fear of these mud-collecting monkeys, and they all drank the lake water. Jiang Yuan did not take these herbivorous beasts seriously and did not drive them away. At this moment, the calm lake surface suddenly began to ripple, and a huge beast with a blue-gray body and a back covered with scales emerged from the lake. The beast's huge mouth, like an abyss, was dotted with dozens of white and slightly blunt teeth. Although the teeth were blunt, they were so huge. Dozens of teeth were arranged in the huge mouth, like rows of shiny blunt knives. This beast is a giant prehistoric crocodile. The giant crocodile bit the neck of a wild ram with its big mouth. Meh! The wild ram only had time to let out a scream. Its entire body was too small compared to the giant crocodile. It had no strength to struggle at all and was dragged into the deep lake in an instant. Run! Jiang Yuan, who had just reacted, shouted to his tribesmen, his face flushed with anxiety. It happened too fast. Jiang Yuan had no time to react to what happened in that instant. The sound of huge waves has attracted the attention of Shou and Yanshi. When the Yunshi people heard Jiang Yuan shouting, they didn't even bother to check what kind of beast was in the lake. They retreated with animal skin bags full of clay. However, something unexpected happened. With another huge wave splashing, another giant crocodile leaped out of the lake. The splashing waves hit his face, and Jiang Yuan subconsciously blinked to avoid them. Hearing the miserable screams of the tribesmen around him, Jiang Yuan looked over hastily and saw that one of the tribesmen who had not been able to retreat had been bitten on the foot by the giant crocodile. Blood gushed out from the wound instantly, dyeing a large area of the lake red. Chapter 30. Distress in the lake. Spear pierces giant crocodile. Tongue. Shou shouted loudly to the tribesmen and rushed towards this side with a wooden spear. The giant crocodile was too powerful. A person was like a weak ant in front of it. The tribesmen whose feet were bitten had no chance to break free. As another splash of water rose, the water and blood on the lake's surface blended and surged, and the tribesmen disappeared in the blink of an eye, dragged into the depths of the lake by the giant crocodile in an instant. Jiang Yuan's eyes were bloodshot. It was the first time that a member of his tribe died tragically in front of him. He swung his Tang sword with all his strength, but it missed and only created a wave on the lake's surface in vain. Let's go. Jiang Yuan grabbed Shou, who was rushing over, and forcibly took him away from the lake. The giant crocodile is the overlord of the water. There is no possibility of saving Tongue. No one can fight and defeat a prehistoric giant crocodile in a deep lake. What Jiang Yuan needs to do now is to lead his people away from this dangerous lake. The tribesmen who were splashed with lake water retreated away from the shore, and everyone's face was filled with fear and panic. Tongue. Shou clenched his fists, tears rolling down his face. Jiang Yuan felt a little guilty and stood on the shore without saying a word. Okay, It's normal for tribesmen to die. Yinsher came over and patted Shou on the shoulder. He looked silly on weekdays, but he took the initiative to comfort Shou. Everyone felt extremely heavy in their hearts. Boom! In the distance, waves were splashing and a giant wild boar was struggling frantically on the shore, attracting everyone's attention. The giant teeth, as long as ivory, kept shaking in the air as the giant boar struggled, just like two 1-meter-long giant knives swinging quickly in the air. It was another prehistoric giant crocodile, with blue-gray scales, a huge body, and weight. It opened its huge scarlet mouth, bit the giant boar's hoof, and dragged it into the lake with all its might. There was once a saying, 1 pig, 2 bears, and 3 tigers, which can show the fighting power of wild boars. This wild boar is not only strong and huge like a rhinoceros, but its skin is also covered with a thick layer of mud and grass. Under the sun and wind, it has formed an extremely hard armor. The giant crocodile's teeth were like blunt knives, and for a moment they were unable to tear the thick skin of the giant boar, which was like armor. However, the giant crocodile's powerful bite force still caused the giant boar to howl miserably. The two giant beasts were deadlocked and struggling on the shore, but neither could do anything to the other. Wow! The waves broke, and another prehistoric giant crocodile jumped out of the lake, pounced on and bit the other front hoof of the giant boar. Yay! The saber-toothed wild boar kept screaming. The teeth of the second prehistoric giant crocodile were particularly sharp and instantly penetrated the saber-toothed wild boar's fur. The blood of the saber-toothed wild boar dyed the giant crocodile's scales scarlet. Bang! The wild boar's huge body collapsed, and with the splashing of lake water, it was dragged into the lake by two giant crocodiles in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yuan was extremely horrified as he looked at the scene in front of him, and was once again deeply shocked by the cruelty and ferocity of the primitive world. How many giant crocodiles are hiding in this lake? Jiang Yuan muttered to himself. Lord Jiang Yuan, someone exclaimed at him. Jiang Yuan looked back as he did, and saw another giant crocodile crawling out of the lake at some point, and while no one was paying attention, it quickly crawled towards Jiang Yuan's back. Jiang Yuan's hair stood on end. The giant mouth of this prehistoric crocodile was bigger than him. He had no intention of fighting and turned around and ran away with his tang sword in hand. However, the giant crocodile kept chasing after him, opening its huge scarlet mouth. Every tooth it revealed could easily crush a human's head. Jiang Yuan looked back and cursed in his heart, wondering what was wrong with this giant crocodile. It was as if it had set its sights on him, like a leech attached to his bones. Although the prehistoric giant crocodiles are huge in size and bloated in body, they can run more than twice as fast as humans. Flying stone rope. Jiang Yuan knew that it was futile to continue running and he would end up in the crocodile's mouth, so he couldn't help but shout anxiously. The flying stone rope was an important weapon for ancient humans to conquer the primitive world. Even a mammoth as big as a mountain would die in a bloody mass if hit on the forehead dozens of times by the flying stone rope, because it could not withstand the power of the flying stone rope. Imagine dozens of hard rocks as big as fists being thrown at you at a speed of hundreds of meters per second. Can you withstand it? Many primitive people used flying stone ropes to defeat ferocious wild beasts and powerful enemies one by one and became the masters of the earth. Although the giant crocodile in front of him was ferocious, its tonnage was still far less than that of a mammoth. Hearing Jiang Yuan's cry, Shou led his people to quickly take out a single-strand flying stone rope and threw it out. Suddenly, stones fell from the sky like rain. Dozens of stones intertwined into a net, hitting the chasing giant crocodile heavily. The crocodile's roar sounded like a tiger or thunder. Rocks poured down and hit the giant crocodile's huge body. Even with the protection of leather armor, the sharp edges of some stones left severe scars on the giant crocodile. One stone even hit the giant crocodile's eye, and blood overflowed from its eye socket, flowing like a stream. The giant crocodile felt pain, and its attack was blocked. Its huge scaly tail swung back and forth like a whip. Seeing the crocodile in pain, Jiang Yuan remembered the vine that was dragged into the deep water by the crocodile just now. At this time, the vine had probably been torn apart by the crocodile's huge mouth and swallowed into its stomach. Jiang Yuan felt very depressed. He knew that Tang's death was normal in primitive society, but he still had to bear most of the responsibility for Tang's death. Now he just wanted to hunt down the giant crocodile in front of him to vent his anger and ease his hatred for Tang's death. Brothers, this beast climbed ashore to die. Kill him and avenge Tang. Jiang Yuan shouted angrily and took the lead. He ignored the angry crocodile with bleeding eyes and chopped forward with his Tang sword. The blood of the tribesmen seemed to be ignited by Jiang Yuan. They roared and raised their spears. More than 30 tribesmen surrounded the giant crocodile with wooden spears in their hands. They usually participate in hunting together and have a good understanding and rich experience. The tribesmen in front of and behind the giant crocodile held wooden spears to harass them, but never moved forward to avoid being bitten by the giant crocodile's big mouth and hit by its tail. The tribesmen on both sides of the crocodile held 2-meter-long wooden spears to avoid the giant crocodile's thick scales, and the sharp spear tips kept hitting the giant crocodile's abdomen on both sides. The giant crocodile stretched its neck and opened its huge mouth to chase and bite madly, and its huge tail kept swinging, but it was all in vain. It couldn't touch the nimble monkeys in front of it at all. In an instant, more than a dozen bloody holes had been pierced on both sides of the crocodile's abdomen by the wooden spears, and large amounts of blood dyed the grass red. The giant crocodile climbed ashore, just like a dragon trapped in shallow water and being bullied by shrimps, and it lost 80 of its power in the water. It was constantly stabbed by the wooden spears, and its wounds kept increasing. Its injuries gradually worsened, and it kept roaring, but no giant crocodile crawled out of the deep lake to help it. The giant crocodile roared helplessly and furiously, relying on its huge body to rush through the crowd, trying to break through the encirclement and swim back to the deep lake. "Let me!" A loud roar was heard among the crowd, and the tall and strong rock brought a huge stone as big as a millstone from somewhere, raised it above his head, and smashed it heavily on the forehead of the fleeing giant crocodile. Bang! Blood was flowing, flesh and bones were flying, and the giant crocodile let out a painful roar. Its extremely long crocodile mouth was smashed in half by the boulder, and its forehead covered with scales was smashed in. Even so, the giant crocodile did not die and continued to crawl madly towards the lake. "Kill it!" Jiang Yuan roared. He seized the opportunity, leaped forward, and inserted the Tang's sword, which was still flowing with crocodile blood, heavily into the giant crocodile's forehead. Boom! Jiang Yuan was instantly thrown backwards by the giant crocodile and fell heavily on the grass. He felt as if his whole body was torn apart by pain. The hunters did not give up the excellent opportunity to kill the crocodile. They threw the wooden spears in their hands and stabbed at the giant crocodile. Although some of the wooden spears were bounced away without even breaking the leather armor, some of them pierced the giant crocodile's soft belly. One of the wooden spears turned into an arrow and pierced through the giant crocodile's only remaining eye and penetrated deep into its head. The giant crocodile with a Tang sword and a wooden spear stuck in its head was only 10 feet away from the lake, but it had no strength to struggle anymore, and its mountain-like body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Only blood continued to flow out of the wounds, flowing along the scales like a river, soaking the soil under its huge body. Chapter 31. Surrounded by Fierce Beasts. "Lord Jiang Yuan, how are you?" Shou hurried over and helped Jiang Yuan up from the ground. "I'm fine." Jiang Yuan grimaced in pain. "My tribesmen, are there no more injuries?" "Not hurt." Shou replied quickly. Jiang Yuan patted the dirt off his body and said, "Tell the tribesmen to quickly collect the wooden spears and clay." While giving the orders, he endured the pain and walked to the dead giant crocodile and pulled out the Tang sword that was stuck in its forehead. 3 ferocious beasts have already died under this Tang sword. Jiang Yuan looked at the Tang sword stained with blood and sighed in his heart. The giant python, saber-toothed tiger, and giant crocodile, these 3 prehistoric beasts, all became his prey and died under his sword. Jiang Yuan didn't know why a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. When would he become someone else's prey and meal? The tribesmen had already gathered their weapons and were carrying bags full of clay on their backs. Jiang Yuan looked at the vast, blue lake that looked like a grassland wonderland and felt a little heavy in his heart. A member of the tribe was buried forever in this lake. "I hope you can understand me. I'm doing this for the tribe," Jiang Yuan whispered in his heart. With the clay pot for making soup, the tribe could save at least half of the meat. This was an important reason why Jiang Yuan was willing to collect clay despite the danger. "Lord Jiang Yuan, what should we do with this beast?" Shou asked, looking at the huge body of the giant crocodile. There were so many pieces of meat that could be broken down from this prehistoric giant crocodile that Shou was reluctant to throw them away. Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment. He looked at the sun, which had already begun to set. By the time he returned to Yunqi Valley, it would surely be late at night. "Let the tribesmen cut some meat and leave quickly," Jiang Yuan ordered. "This lake is full of dangers. Giant crocodiles, cave lions, giant cheetahs, and all kinds of ferocious beasts are lurking around. Jiang Yuan doesn't want to stay any longer. However, traveling for a long time without food is not possible." Carrying clay and large pieces of crocodile meat, the crowd fled away from the dangerous lake. The sun sets, The moonlight becomes hazy, and darkness begins to cover the earth. "Shou, can you still see the road clearly?" Jiang Yuan asked in a deep voice. The night blindness of his tribesmen was what he was most worried about at the moment. "It's a little hard to see." Shou rubbed his eyes. The dim night made everything in front of his eyes blurry and dark. Although the members of the Yunshi tribe have recently eaten a large amount of game livers and wild pheasant eggs, night blindness cannot be cured in a short period of time. "Don't go anymore," Jiang Yuan said loudly, stopping the tribesmen who were on their way. "What happened to Lord Jiang Yuan?" Shou asked anxiously. The sky was getting darker and darker, and they would soon be completely unable to see. The primitive world at night is more cruel than during the day, and all kinds of ferocious beasts will go out to hunt for food under the cover of darkness. Howl. While the two were talking, several long and prolonged wolf howls were heard in the distance. Shouwen's expression couldn't help but change slightly. Wolves are wild beasts that are more ferocious and cunning than most other beasts. It will take a long time to get back to the tribe. We can't go back. Jiang Yuan's face looked heavy. Leading these tribesmen, who were like blind people on the journey at night, was undoubtedly seeking death. Jiang Yuan ordered, "Let's find a cave and spend the night in the wild." Shou gritted his teeth, and out of trust and admiration for Jiang Yuan, he nodded heavily, believing Jiang Yuan's words unconditionally. Before the night fell completely, more than 30 people ran across the grassland. The moonlight was bright. After a long journey, the group finally found a cave. The entrance to the cave is narrow, but it is spacious inside, except that there is a faint smell of wild beasts in the air. Jiang Yuan and the others didn't take the fishy smell seriously. After all, the smell of wild beasts was common in the wild. Jiang Yuan ordered everyone to find firewood nearby, while he took Yanshi and Shou and found 2 huge stones next to the cave. After all the tribesmen had entered the cave, he pushed the huge stones with great effort to block the entrance of the cave. When everything was settled, Jiang Yuan took out the fire bow and other things, used the wood drilling method to make fire again, and created a flame. The cave is very spacious, and more than 30 people can stay together without feeling crowded. Jiang Yuan lit a bonfire and asked the tribesmen to take out the crocodile meat that they had caught during the day and grill it. The air smelled a bit unpleasant, and Jiang Yuan had no appetite. He came to the entrance of the cave, and through the gap between 2 stones, he looked at the boundless darkness and forest. From the depths of the darkness, the howling and whistling of wild beasts could be heard, mixed with the whistling of the wind, echoing in the vast land for a long time. A breeze blew into the cave, and Jiang Yuan felt a little bleak. Looking at his tired tribesmen leaning against the stone wall, Jiang Yuan suddenly thought of his parents, Qing Yushi in the Yunshi Valley, and Teng, who died tragically in the mouth of the giant crocodile today. "Lord Jiang Yuan, please eat something." Shou brought a piece of golden roasted crocodile meat. Crocodile meat is delicate, fragrant, and full of fat. Jiang Yuan, however, had no appetite. He pushed aside the roasted crocodile meat and asked in a gloomy mood, "Shou, does Teng have any relatives?" Shou fell into deep thought. Teng's parents died a long time ago, but she has a younger sister. It's just what? Jiang Yuan asked anxiously. "It's just that her sister became a member of the Valley tribe when she was very young." Shou explained in a low voice. "What's going on?" Jiang Yuan looked puzzled. At that time, Teng's sister got lost and was picked up by the people of Gu tribe. Teng went to look for her, and the Gu tribe asked Teng to exchange 3 wild-horned sheep. "We had no choice but to do this," Shou explained in a low voice. Jiang Yuan rubbed his eyebrows and felt a little headache. Teng died because of his actions, and he must compensate Teng no matter what. Let alone 3 wild-horned sheep. Even if it was 30, Jiang Yuan would still exchange Teng's sister back. Jiang Yuan said to his tribesmen, "Everyone go to sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow to travel." After a tiring day, he saw how exhausted his tribesmen looked. "Lord Jiang Yuan, I will watch over the campfire. You go and have a rest," Shou said to him. Jiang Yuan refused. "No need. You should get some rest quickly." The body odor of the tribesmen was too strong, and with so many people crowded together, he couldn't sleep at all. "Then I'll take over from you when I wake up," Shou said to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan did not refuse again. He came to the 2 stones blocking the cave again, felt the breeze pouring into the cave, smelled the scent of the grassland, looked at the bright moon in the sky, and recalled his bizarre experience while in a daze. The primitive world at night is far more active than during the day. The sound of wild beasts' hooves and neighs, the roars and howls of ferocious beasts, constantly float into Jiang Yuan's ears. I don't know how much time has passed, but the night outside the cave has become as dark as ink. Jiang Yuan only knew that he had added firewood several times, and he felt a little sleepy. Shou happened to wake up by rubbing his eyes. Master Jiang Yuan, you should rest for a while. Otherwise you will not be able to bear the journey tomorrow. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. He really couldn't bear it anymore. So he leaned into the cave, leaned his head against the stone wall, and fell into a deep sleep. A series of screams echoed throughout the cave, and Jiang Yuan was instantly awakened from his sleep. The tribesmen also woke up in a daze. The cave was in chaos and noisy. Seeing darkness all around, Jiang Yuan subconsciously looked towards the direction of the campfire. Only a few sparks were still flickering with faint light. The bonfire went out. Don't panic, everyone, Jiang Yuan shouted, calming everyone down. He tightly gripped the Tang sword in his hand and walked towards the direction where the scream came from. The screams continued, heart-wrenching, and no one knew how much pain he was enduring. The direction of the tribesman who made the scream was exactly at the entrance of the cave. Jiang Yuan groped to him and held down his struggling hands. Don't panic. I am Jiang Yuan. What's wrong? It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The tribesman just screamed and wailed. Jiang Yuan touched his face and his palms were wet and a little warm. Blood. Jiang Yuan's heart tightened. He actually touched blood on his hand. Jiang Yuan's eyes accidentally swept across the gap between the two huge rocks. He was instantly shocked by the scene outside the cave, and his whole body became extremely stiff. Outside the cave, there were green eyes everywhere, densely packed, covering the grass outside the cave. Dozens of pairs of animal eyes were staring at the cave without blinking. Chapter 32 Wolf Blood Splashes. The moonlight is hazy in Yunxi Valley. Dozens of tribesmen sat around a blazing bonfire, and the atmosphere was depressing. Every member of the tribe felt as if there was a dark cloud filled with rain over their heads. They were extremely nervous, just waiting for a torrential downpour. I can't wait any longer. I want to go find Yuan. She stood up suddenly, her eyes red, and walked quickly out of Yunxi Valley. Stop! Song shouted angrily, and immediately two female tribesmen grabbed she. No matter how she struggled, she could not get rid of her. Qing, crying, broke free from Wen's embrace and ran to Song and kowtowed. Father, please, let me and sister she go find Yuan and the people. Nonsense. Song's fingers were trembling slightly. His expression was terribly heavy, and his eyes were full of worry and melancholy. Seeing that his father's heart was as hard as a rock, she crawled to the gray-haired Wu and kowtowed. Grandpa Wu, please let us go. Wu sighed slightly, his eyes solemn, and he touched Qing's head with his wrinkled hands. Child, you don't know how terrible the wasteland and forest are in the dark night. You can't go there. Tears streamed down my face, but I could do nothing. Song said to his tribesmen in a low voice. More than 30 tribesmen. They are also my fellow tribesmen. My heart feels like it is being burned by the flames. It hurts and is as anxious as yours. But look, the tribesmen now are all women, old people and children. How can we find Jiang Yuan and his men? What's more, Jiang Yuan and his men took away all the wooden spears in the tribe. We don't even have any weapons. Elder Wei advised the many impatient tribesmen. Fellow tribesmen, don't panic anymore. My son is also in the hunting team. I am as anxious as you are. Let us trust Lord Jiang Yuan. He is a man who killed snakes and tigers and brought the divine fire. He will definitely bring the tribesmen back safely. With constant persuasion, the impatient Yunxi people gradually calmed down. Although some people were still craning their necks to look at the entrance of the valley, there was no longer the previous chaos and noise. Elder Wei kowtowed to the sacred fire and prayed. Flames of the gods, boundless heaven, please bless our people to return safely. Seeing this, many tribesmen knelt down and kowtowed to the sacred fire in the sky and prayed. Wu stood up tremblingly and walked towards the back of the valley shrouded in darkness with the help of his crutches. There were 3 sturdy cloud trees rooted there, and he could only feel at peace when praying under the cloud trees. It was the fruit of the cloud tree that helped the Yunxi people survive one cold winter after another. At the entrance of the narrow stone cave, Jiang Yuan slowly moved his body, which was stiff with fear. They were only separated from the wolves outside by a stone, and the stench of the wild beasts in the cave was like the breath of death. Jiang Yuan felt as if his body was shrouded in a dark cloud. He forced himself to calm down and soothe his troubled emotions. He did not immediately tell his clansmen about the dangerous situation. Jiang Yuan took out the puffball powder he brought with him and sprinkled it on the injured tribesman's face to help stop the bleeding and relieve the pain. This is medicine, don't panic. Jiang Yuan held his hand tightly and comforted him. It can stop your bleeding and make you better. With Jiang Yuan's constant comfort, the injured tribesman gradually calmed down. Who? Jiang Yuan shouted angrily. Why did the flame go out? Those few sparks had completely gone out, and the cave was completely dark. Lord Jiang Yuan. I accidentally fell asleep. Shou crawled in front of Jiang Yuan in a crying voice, touched Jiang Yuan's feet, and kowtowed to admit his mistake. In the past, the Yunqi tribe had strict hierarchies, and elders like Song, Wu, and Pan and Wei could decide the life and death of tribe members who made mistakes. That's why Shou was so panicked. Jiang Yuan snorted coldly and stopped blaming him. Jiang Yuan pulled him to the entrance of the cave, asked him to look through the gap between two huge rocks, and pointed at the dozens of pairs of green wolf eyes outside the cave. What do you see? Shou rubbed his eyes, as if he saw clumps of shining green grass, but in the blink of an eye he could see nothing. He whispered, Master Jiang Yuan, I can't see anything. Jiang Yuan threw him aside and told his tribesmen in a deep voice, Brothers, there is a pack of wolves outside, dozens of them. Hearing that there were dozens of wolves outside, the tribesmen in the cave immediately became extremely panicked, and there was a lot of noise. Don't panic, Jiang Yuan comforted everyone. The cave entrance is blocked by rocks, they can't get in, and we have wooden spears. We are the strongest people in the Yunqi tribe, what are we afraid of? But Lord Jiang Yuan, we can't see it. A tribesman said in a terrified tone. Darkness is their biggest enemy at this moment. And me. Jiang Yuan lowered his voice to sound more cohesive and intimidating. Everyone, stay away from the cave entrance. I think a wolf stuck its mouth in from the gap between two rocks and bit this brother who was sleeping at the cave entrance. As soon as these words were spoken, the tribesmen moved away from the entrance of the cave and crowded towards the depths. Jiang Yuan groped in the dark for tools to start a fire, preparing to rekindle the bonfire. All wild beasts are afraid of fire, and this is Jiang Yuan's biggest trump card to defeat the wolves. What Jiang Yuan didn't expect was that a gray wolf actually stuck its head directly into the gap between the two stones, and its dark green eyes sparkled in the dark cave. Ouch! The wolf bared its fangs, showing its canines, and howled threateningly at the people in the cave, as if it saw a group of monkeys waiting to be slaughtered. However, its body was too strong and its shoulder blades were stuck on the rocks, so it could not move forward or backward at all. It was completely unable to move. Jiang Yuan stepped forward with a tang sword in his hand. He saw the wolf's predicament. This wolf was different from the strange wolves Jiang Yuan saw when he first arrived in the primitive world. The strange wolves were smaller, like wolves or jackals, while the wolf in front of him was larger and had longer canine teeth. The wolf bared its canine teeth and kept growling, intimidating Jiang Yuan who was approaching. Base. As the knife chopped out, Jiang Yuan felt the hot blood spurting out, even splashing on his face. Jiang Yuan estimated that the knife must have hit the bone. He did not chop off the entire wolf's head neatly, but only cut off half of the wolf's neck. The wolf howled a few times and then stopped moving. Blood gushed out of its broken neck like a fountain for a few seconds before it stopped flowing. Jiang Yuan cut off the wolf's head and threw it among the crowd. What are you afraid of? They're just beasts. Jiang Yuan encouraged everyone's morale. He put down his tang sword and groped for a fire based on the feel of his hands. Hearing a strange noise behind him, Jiang Yuan vaguely saw in the darkness the headless wolf corpse being dragged out by its own kind. Then bursts of chewing and biting sounds were heard outside the cave. Jiang Yuan's heart sank. These wolves actually ate their own kind. Looks like they are still a group of hungry wolves. Jiang Yuan whispered in his heart, fearing that these hungry wolves would not leave until they had eaten them. He quickened the pace of his fire-making, for fire is the natural enemy of all wild beasts. Boom! When a cluster of flames ignited in the darkness, Jiang Yuan's heart was finally half relieved. Chapter 33, Destroy the Wolves. Light the bonfire. Jiang Yuan called to Shou. He picked up the tang sword and walked towards the entrance of the cave again. Just now in the darkness, there was a rustling sound. This group of hungry wolves must be moving again. The flames illuminated the dark cave, and the frightened people calmed down. Shou ran to Jiang Yuan with a burning stick to provide light for him. Under the huge rock blocking the entrance of the cave, two gray-furred wolves were digging the soil with their front paws at a rapid speed. The soil at the entrance of the cave was flying around, and a hole had been dug out on the ground. Jiang Yuan looked at the four wolf claws that stretched in and out. His face looked a little ugly. Wolves can be said to be the most ferocious, cunning, and intelligent beasts in nature. They not only know how to work in a team, but are also extremely patient. Jiang Yuan was once again amazed by the wolves in front of him. It was hard to imagine how ancient humans in primitive times could compete with such beasts. Lord Jiang Yuan, what should we do? Shou looked a little self-blaming, because the bonfire went out because of his sleepiness. It's not your fault. Even if the bonfire hadn't been extinguished, these wolves would have found their way here. Jiang Yuan asked him, "What's the name of this wolf?" "Shoudao. We call it a mountain wolf because most of these wolves live in the mountains." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. The stone cave they were in was located under a low mountain. It seemed that they were the first to invade the territory of these hungry wolves. Jiang Yuan didn't take the fishy smell in the cave seriously at first, but he ended up running into the mouths of these hungry wolves. It was like a man falling into the mouths of wolves. "Lord Jiang Yuan, what should we do?" Shou asked in a low voice. At this time, the tribesmen came forward with wooden spears in hand. With the fire to dispel the darkness, they were no longer so afraid of the hungry wolves outside the cave. Jiang Yuan looked at the night outside the cave through the gap. There was already a hint of light in the east, and dawn was about to come. "Don't panic, it will be daybreak soon. Just don't let these wolves break in." Jiang Yuan suddenly drew out his tang sword, and when the time was right, he chopped off the claw of a digging wolf. The wolf's blood dyed the soil red. The wolf that lost its forelimb retreated quickly, wailing constantly, shouting wildly among the pack, and licking the wound on its forelimb frantically with its mouth. The wolves smelled the scent of blood. They stared at their injured companions, their eyes revealing ferocity and desire for flesh and blood. How long has it been since these hungry wolves caught any prey? Jiang Yuan picked up the wolf claws and threw them into the flames to roast. Just when Jiang Yuan thought that the injured wolf was going to be eaten by its own kind, a black wolf with dark hair, smooth and shiny fur like silk, and a body size that was obviously larger than ordinary mountain wolves, let out a short howl and stopped the wolves that were about to eat its own kind. Although the wolves were ready to move, they did not move forward. After the wolf pack suffered a loss, no mountain wolf threw soil again. Led by the Black Mountain Wolf King, they all stood guard at the entrance of the cave, with dozens of pairs of green wolf eyes staring at the gap between the two rocks. Are these beasts going to trap us to death in there? Jiang Yuan felt a bad feeling in his heart. Time passed by minute, and the sun had risen from the east, breaking through the darkness of the primitive world. More than 30 tribesmen were highly nervous and alert. Jiang Yuan looked through the cracks between the rocks and found that there were about 40 mountain wolves. Why aren't these beasts leaving yet? Jiang Yuan rubbed his brows and felt a slight headache. Wolves are extremely patient creatures. The crocodile meat from yesterday had been eaten, and the tribesmen had nothing left to eat. The Wolf King, who was completely black, actually closed his eyes slightly at this moment, as if he was taking a nap comfortably. Jiang Yuan looked at his tribesmen. Mountain wolves can resist hunger, but the tribesmen cannot. He was worried that soon the tribesmen would not even be able to hold the wooden spears in their hands. Moreover, the firewood was about to burn out, and without the flame, there was one less weapon to fight against the wolves. "We can't waste any more time." Jiang Yuan gritted his teeth and began to order his clansmen to prepare for battle. The entrance to the cave is narrow, which is an advantage for the Yunshi people. Jiang Yuan ordered the first 10 tribesmen to abandon their wooden spears, take all their slings, stand in a line, and wait for the wolves to rush into the cave, then attack them immediately. The 10 tribesmen in the middle held 20 wooden spears, and they threw the spears immediately after the slingshot was thrown. The last 14 tribesmen held their spears ready for fighting. They were the last line of defense and needed to create opportunities for the tribesmen who had just come out to throw slingshots and wooden spears again. "Yinsher, Shou, go and push the stone at the entrance of the cave away." Jiang Yuan drew out his tang sword, ready to fight with his tribesmen. "Yes." Yinsher and Shou stepped forward and pushed the stone away with all their strength. The narrow cave entrance was instantly exposed. Seeing dozens of ferocious mountain wolves outside, the tribesmen's breathing became noticeably heavier. As Jiang Yuan had expected, these wolves did not attack rashly, but instead wandered around the cave entrance. Yinsher and Shou took the opportunity to run back. The Black Wolf King narrowed his eyes slightly and paced with wolf steps. His hunger made him unable to hold back, and he let out a long wolf howl. Dozens of wolves rushed forward at once, howling, roaring, and threatening. The entrance to the cave was narrow, only allowing 7 or 8 to pass through. They opened their wolf mouths, showing their canine teeth, and pounced forward, one after another, seemingly fearless of death. "Let go," Jiang Yuan shouted coldly. The flying stone rope, which had already been swung over the heads of the tribesmen and filled with full force, whistled out and smashed into the pack of wolves that were rushing into the cave. There is a saying that a wolf has a head of steel, bones of iron, and a waist of bamboo. 10 fist-sized rocks whizzed down on the heads of the wolves at a very close distance. Some mountain wolves had blood oozing from their mouths and broken canine teeth, some had sunken eye sockets, and one mountain wolf was even knocked flying. However, a round of flying stone ropes only knocked 4 or 5 wolves to the point where they could not move. Howl. Like the roar of a devil, the wolves howled, stepped on the corpses of their own kind, and continued to pounce into the cave. They had already rushed through the narrow entrance of the cave, and more than a dozen wolves pounced and bit at them side by side. The tribesmen who were throwing flying stones retreated back, and the tribesmen who were holding wooden spears threw them out. The wooden spears were thrown out, and their strong, penetrating power instantly caused the 10 wolves in the front to fall into a pool of blood. In the blink of an eye, 1/3 of the 40 mountain wolves had been lost, but the remaining wolves continued to fight without stopping. Their wild eyes were dyed red with blood, and only killing and brutality remained in their eyes. Throw. The last row of 14 tribesmen, holding spears, threw their burning fire sticks into the wolves. The burning sticks hit the wolves. The burning flames, the scorching temperature, and the flying sparks instantly hindered the wolves' attack. They jumped around in the cave, howling in panic and becoming a mess. Jiang Yuan took the opportunity to kick over the fire. Burning sticks, flames, and thick smoke flew among the wolf pack, making the mountain wolves even more confused. Throw again, Jiang Yuan shouted. Unrestricted by the narrow entrance of the cave, the wooden spears and stone ropes flew and whistled in the cave, smashing into the wolf pack, mixed with flying sparks, causing the wolves to scream and howl continuously. No matter how the Black Wolf King howled and commanded, he could not stop the mad wolf pack. Bang! A gray mountain wolf was knocked flying, its mouth bloody and its canine teeth falling out, and its waist bent as if a mountain had collapsed. Laugh! A wooden spear pierced through the chest of a brown wolf, nailing it to death in a pool of blood. The wolf's limbs were trembling, and it was unable to struggle. This wooden spear was improved by Jiang Yuan, and is sharper than the cannibal's wooden spear. The tip of the wooden spear was sharpened by stone flakes and made harder by the charcoal fire. It can be said to be a powerful weapon of the Yunchi tribe. The wooden spears and flying stone ropes poured down like a rainstorm, causing the wolf's hair to fly and blood to splatter everywhere. More than a dozen wolves became dead in an instant. Kill! Jiang Yuan roared, raised his tang sword, and led 14 tribesmen holding wooden spears to rush towards the remaining mountain wolves. The remaining dozen or so wolves fled in panic like stray dogs, stepping on the corpses of their own kind and scrambling to crawl out of the cave. Squeak! Blood splashed like a fountain. Jiang Yuan chopped off the head of a mountain wolf with one knife. Without stopping, he cut open the belly of a mountain wolf that was rushing towards him with another knife. The sharp tang sword was unstoppable. Blood gushed out from the wound of the mountain wolf in an instant, and its intestines fell to the ground. Puff! Puff! A dozen tribesmen armed with wooden spears, like a victorious army, frantically slaughtered the group of panicked mountain wolves in front of them that were only concerned with fleeing. Swish! Wolf, a member of Yunchi's tribe, this young man who admired Qing, was addicted to killing at this time. The wooden spear in his hand stabbed in and out of the wounded wolf on the ground frantically, causing blood flowers on the wolf's body. The Black Wolf King wanted to escape from the cave, but the entrance was blocked by the corpses of its own kind, making it impossible to escape. The Black Wolf King howled unwillingly a few times, looked back at the group of monkeys holding long sticks, leaped out with his strong body, opened his scarlet wolf mouth full of sharp canine teeth, and bit towards the throat of his wolf tribe member. The wolf was still immersed in the pleasure of slaughtering mountain wolves and had no idea that death was approaching. "Be careful!" shouted the hunter, and the wolf woke up as if from a dream. He looked back and saw the sharp fangs of the Black Wolf King, just inches away from his throat. Chapter 34 Return to the Tribe. Bang! Jiang Yuan quickly kicked the frightened wolf away, and the ferocious mouth of the Black Wolf King brushed past the wolf's throat. The wolf was still in shock and had not yet recovered from his fear. He stared blankly at Jiang Yuan, who had rescued him. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere as 7 or 8 spears stabbed at the same time, piercing through the Black Wolf King's body and splashing blood. Swish! A white light flashed, and the sharp tang sword cut the Black Wolf King's throat, completely depriving it of the possibility of escape and counterattack. The Black Wolf King was lying in a pool of blood, his silky black wolf skin stained with blood. His dark green wolf pupils stared at the Yunchi tribe member who killed him. The remaining ferocity and wildness in his eyes still flashed with a frightening light that made people dare not look directly at him. Jiang Yuan glanced at his tribesman wolf, who was lying limp in the wolf's corpse. He had an impression of this tribesman. He had once prevented him from joining the Yunchi tribe, and he also admired Qing very much. Jiang Yuan had no feelings for him. In Jiang Yuan's eyes, the wolf was just a member of his tribe that he should protect, and it was only natural that he had saved him from the wolf's mouth just now. The entrance to the cave was filled with wolf corpses. Almost all the mountain wolves were dead. Jiang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. The other tribesmen were gathering their wooden spears to finish off the mountain wolf that was not yet dead. This kind of mountain wolf is cunning and ferocious, and its body size is larger than the alien wolf. Jiang Yuan suddenly had the idea of taming the mountain wolf into a dog. The strong wolves in the pack are all here, so the wolf cubs must be nearby as well. He glanced at the condition of his tribesmen and gave up the idea. The tribesmen were all very tired, and feeding the wolf cubs also required a large amount of meat, which the Yunchi tribe did not have the ability to supply. Are there any more casualties among the tribesmen? Jiang Yuan glanced around the cave and asked Shou with some concern. No, Lord Jiang Yuan. Shou was still immersed in the joy of defeating the wolves. More importantly, there were no casualties among the tribesmen. If the fire had not disturbed the wolves, a fierce battle would have been inevitable when the wolves rushed to the crowd. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart at the power of fire in the primitive world. Let the brothers peel off the wolf skin and leave quickly. Jiang Yuan ordered Shou. He gave up the wolf meat. The tribesmen could not carry the clay and wolf meat at all. Jiang Yuan could only settle for the second best and let the tribesmen take the wolf skin away. Shou quickly led his brothers to skin the animals with stone knives. Jiang Yuan cleared a path through the piles of wolf corpses. He walked out of the cave, gathered some firewood, and then blocked the cave entrance with stones again. It takes a lot of time to skin a wolf, and he was afraid that the wolf carcasses and blood in the cave would attract carnivorous beasts. Jiang Yuan was not idle either. He drilled wood to make fire again and lit a flame. While the tribesmen were skinning the wolf, he grilled wolf meat for everyone. From last night till now, except for eating some crocodile meat, the tribesmen have not eaten anything. Jiang Yuan is worried that the tribesmen behind him will run out of energy on the journey. The most important thing is that Jiang Yuan himself wanted to know the difference in taste between wolf meat and dog meat. The cut wolf meat was bloody. Jiang Yuan didn't bother to clean it and just roasted it on the fire. The tribesman wolf had a complicated expression. He looked at Jiang Yuan, who was grilling wolf meat, and felt upset. He didn't understand why someone he hated so much would save him. Wolf was confused and asked himself, I like Qing too, but shouldn't Jiang Yuan wish I were dead? The wolf couldn't understand all this, and he was too embarrassed to thank Jiang Yuan, so he could only keep his head down and use a stone knife to skin the wolf. After a long time, everyone had skinned 40 wolves, basically one skin for each person. Jiang Yuan asked everyone to eat barbecued wolf meat. The wolf meat tasted sour, and because the blood was not washed off, the fishy and bloody smell was extremely strong. It was completely different from the plump and delicate dog meat. He had no intention of eating it at all. The Yunchi people, who had developed a picky taste for food, also complained and ate the wolf meat with frowns. Yanshi and Shou pushed away the stones blocking the cave entrance. Jiang Yuan led the crowd, holding wooden spears, wearing stone-flying ropes on their waists, carrying clay and wolf skins, and rushed towards the direction of Yunchi Valley. In the Yunchi Valley, Song and the tribal leaders were looking around at the entrance of the valley. The tribesmen were working normally as usual, but everyone had a look of absent-mindedness on their faces. Chief, do you want to send out 10 more tribesmen to look for Jiang Yuan and the others? Elder Wei had a hint of sadness on his face. Song hesitated, thought for a long time, and finally said, Qing Hushi has already led 10 tribesmen out. We can't let the tribesmen take risks anymore. The tribe is now full of women, children, the elderly, and the weak. Not to mention looking for Jiang Yuan and the others. There is a great possibility that they themselves will be buried in the wild forests and mountains. Chief. Suddenly, a young boy who had not yet grown up ran towards where everyone was. Song quickly stepped forward to greet him, with a hint of hope on his face. Yang, have you found anything? Song held the boy's shoulder and asked anxiously. Young Yang was panting, his face covered with sweat, but he said excitedly, Clan leader, Jiang Yuan. Master Jiang Yuan and the others are back. Really? Song's face was instantly filled with ecstasy. He turned around and glanced at everyone, who was also too excited to contain themselves. Really. Yang wiped the sweat off his forehead. They have already walked to the wild boar mausoleum. I saw it with my own eyes. Ha! Song burst into laughter upon hearing this, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. He suddenly knelt down, cowed out, and shouted, Thank God for blessing my people, and thank the Yunshu for blessing my Yunchi tribe. He stood up again and ran towards Wild Boar Ridge. Elder Wei and others hurried to catch up. Chief, we are here. Shou saw Yunchi and his group running towards him from afar, and he excitedly raised his wooden spear to greet them. Song ran up to them and looked at everyone's faces one by one. The corners of his lips trembled slightly with excitement, and he didn't say a word for a long time. Do you know that we are almost worried to death about you? Elder Wei was both happy and angry. He walked up to the rock and slapped him hard. Father, look. Yanshi smiled naively, scratched his head, and held the peeled wolf skin in front of Elder Wei. Jiang Yuan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Yanshi was actually Elder Wei's son. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Song pounded Jiang Yuan's shoulder heavily and said, it's okay, 3 times in a row. The more than 30 tribesmen that Jiang Yuan took away were the hope and defenders of the tribe. If anything happened to these more than 30 tribesmen, the consequences for the Yunshi tribe would be disastrous. Chief, take a look. Shou came up to the two excitedly, opened the animal skin bag, and revealed the clay inside. As long as we have this, we can drink more mutton soup. Song nodded slightly and asked happily, have all the tribesmen returned safely? Jiang Yuan and Shou froze, and they looked at each other. Jiang Yuan said in a deep voice, tongue was eaten by a wild beast. Song opened his eyes slightly, looking a little bit unacceptable. He was silent for a while, then slowly said, it is normal for people in the tribe to die. Every time it gets cold, doesn't our tribe lose 1 or 2 people? Song could not bear to interrupt the high spirits of the rest of the tribesmen, so he called on them to walk towards the valley and instructed Elder Wei to slaughter sheep and deer to celebrate the safe return of the tribesmen. Chapter 35, The Lost Tribesmen. As everyone walked into the Yunshi Valley, the tribesmen who were working put down their work and excitedly welcomed their family members who had returned safely. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, just after noon, and the bonfire was burning brightly. The clay collected by everyone was stored in the cave by Tsang, and Jiang Yuan handed over more than 40 wolf skins to Elder Pan, asking him to lead the tribesmen to wash, dry, and rub them to soften them. There are many tribes in the Lisan Mountains, with wild beasts running rampant. There is also the cannibalistic Chiefing tribe, which can be said to be a sword hanging over the head of the Yunshi tribe. Therefore, Jiang Yuan has always wanted to create an army specifically responsible for combat, and intends to make wolf skin exclusive to the army. Just imagine that in this primitive world where there are no combat teams, an army covered in wolf skins, well-trained and well-equipped, will surely be invincible and unstoppable, becoming the nightmare of all enemies. However, the productivity of the Yunshi tribe is too low at the moment, and many aspects of Jiang Yuan's plan have just begun to be implemented and have not yet gotten on track. The Yunshi tribe does not have the conditions to establish an army. Jiang Yuan could only temporarily put aside the idea of creating an army. Elder Wei was leading his tribesmen to grill venison and boil mutton soup in a ceramic basin. Jiang Yuan always felt that something was missing in the tribe. He looked around but didn't see Qing Hushi. He felt something was wrong. Normally, Qing Hushi should have come to greet him excitedly when she saw him return safely. He quickly found the Tsang tribe leader who was sorting out supplies in the cave and asked anxiously, where is Qing Hushi? When Tsang heard Jiang Yuan's words, he remembered Qing Hushi who went out to look for Jiang Yuan, and his expression changed instantly. Qing Hushi went to look for Jiang Yuan and the others. He had been away from the tribe for most of the day, and now he and 10 other tribesmen have not returned yet. What's wrong? Jiang Yuan looked at Tsang's expression, grabbed his wrist tightly, and asked urgently. Tsang forced himself to calm down. While comforting himself that nothing was wrong, he said, Qing Hushi led 10 tribesmen to look for you, and they haven't come back yet. Jiang Yuan felt as if his heart was burning when he heard this. He looked at the vast mountains, forests, and grasslands, and his heart sank to the bottom. Song said with some uncertainty in his tone, it should be okay to clear them, right? Did King Gexi say where he was going? Jiang Yuan suppressed his temper and asked patiently. A trace of sweat appeared on Song's forehead. He walked quickly to the outside of the cave and said quickly, I don't know either. Qing Hushi didn't say so much when he left. After hearing this, Jiang Yuan immediately left Song behind, ran back to his cave, picked up the Tang sword, and ran out of Yunshi Valley. Song had gathered the busy tribesmen around the campfire. Shou, take the wooden spear and the stone rope and come with me to find someone. Jiang Yuan shouted to Shou from a distance. Yes. Shou hurriedly called his tribesmen. The more than 30 strong tribesmen who had just wiped out the wolf pack did not even take a rest and immediately began to work again. Jiang Yuan looked at the women, children, the elderly, and the weak who were also anxious. He rubbed his brows and said to Tsang, Chief, take them to guard the valley and don't let them come out again, so that we don't have to look for them later. Song opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he just nodded slightly in silence to show his agreement. Shou walked up to Jiang Yuan and comforted him. Master Jiang Yuan, don't worry. When often leads the female tribesmen to pick fruits far away. Master Qing and Master, she will be fine. Jiang Yuan shook his head and said in a heavy voice, it's different. One has experience, Qing and she. Suddenly a loud shout came from outside the valley, interrupting Jiang Yuan's words and attracting everyone's attention. Outside the Yunxi Valley, a tribesman staggered towards the valley entrance. Why are you back? Where are Qing and the others? Song walked past the crowd and grabbed the tribesman's shoulder. Chief, Chief, the tribesman panted and said, we have encountered people from the Chiefing tribe. When Song heard about the Chiefing tribe, his face turned pale and he was very excited. He shook the tribesman's shoulders vigorously. What about Qing? Why didn't he come back? Master, don't be impatient. Jiang Yuan held Song's wrist, pulled the tribesman aside, and asked patiently, take a rest and talk slowly. The tribesman swallowed and panted. Master Jiang Yuan, when we went to look for you, we encountered the Chiefing tribe. Jiang Yuan frowned deeply. After hearing about the Chiefing tribe, he felt a little short of breath. Jiang Yuan couldn't imagine the consequences if Qing Hushi and the others fell into the hands of those red-haired, green-faced cannibals. Then what? Jiang Yuan asked patiently. He said intermittently, those people from the Chiefing tribe wanted to kill us, so Lord Shi led us to hide in the Snake Swamp Forest. Now those people from the Chiefing tribe are blocking the exit of the Snake Swamp Forest, and Lord Shi and his men can't get out. What? At this moment, the wolf suddenly rushed out from the crowd with red eyes, pinched the tribesman's neck, and asked, you said that my mother and Qing went into the Snake Swamp Forest? Upon hearing this, the Song clan leader's expression instantly turned extremely pale. Shou kicked the wolf away and shouted at him, what do you want to do? Do you want to strangle him to death? The wolf's eyes were filled with tears. Snake Swamp Forest, hunting. My mother has entered the Snake Swamp Forest. He cried loudly and pounded the ground frantically with his hands. Jiang Yuan felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped by a large hand, making it difficult for him to breathe. He slowly asked, Xing, where is the Snake Swamp Forest? Shou said, Master Jiang Yuan, the Snake Swamp Forest is full of swampy and poisonous snakes. Anyone who enters it will surely die. Jiang Yuan was silent for a moment. Then he clenched the tang sword in his hand and said firmly, don't mention the swamp snakes. Even if it's a snake's nest, I will go there. He grabbed the tribesman who came back to report the news and asked, why did you come back? The tribesman who reported the news looked a little terrified. I was not with Lord Shi and the others at the time. When I saw them, Lord Shi and the others were just being chased into the snake swamp by the people of the Chiefing tribe, so I came back to report the news. Jiang Yuan said, you lead the way. Take us to the Snake Swamp Forest. He was just about to leave when he found that his tribesmen looked hesitant and were hesitant to move forward. Even the clan leader, Song, was silent. What's wrong? Jiang Yuan frowned. A tribesman stammered, Master Jiang Yuan, Master Shi and the others will surely die if they enter the Snake Swamp Forest, and moreover, we cannot defeat the man-eating tribes of the Chiefing tribe. Jiang Yuan was slightly stunned. He never expected that the Yunxi people would react like this. Jiang Yuan's face was somewhat desolate. He pointed at everyone and said angrily, do you know that our people will definitely die? There are 11 of us in the Snake Swamp Forest. Are you so afraid of death? You abandon your people so easily. He pulled over the tribesman who had reported the news and said, you lead the way for me. I will go by myself. Lord Jiang Yuan, I'll go with you. Shou suddenly shouted. And me, said the rock and the wolf in unison. I want to go too, another tribesman shouted. He was tall and strong, with bright eyes. His name was La. Me. My sister is also in the snake swamp. And me. Okay. Jiang Yuan was very relieved, his eyes filled with tears. If you are willing to go, follow me. We are all willing to follow Lord Jiang Yuan. More than 30 strong tribesmen who followed Jiang Yuan to exterminate the wolf pack roared in unison, and their voices shook the valley. Chapter 36. Killing the Cannibals. The primitive land was vast and boundless, covered with dense undergrowth. A group of more than 30 people, looking down from the sky, looked like crawling ants. How many people are there in the Chiefing tribe? Jiang Yuan asked as he hurried on his way. There are about a dozen. The tribesman who reported the news answered. He ran back and forth, gradually losing strength, and seriously slowed down everyone's progress. Jiang Yuan shouted, Shou, do you know the Snake Swamp Forest? Shou quickly replied, I know. You should go back and have a rest. Jiang Yuan asked the tribesman who reported the news to return to the tribe, not wanting him to delay the journey. Jiang Yuan suddenly discovered that the faces of his tribesmen all showed a hint of uneasiness, or even fear. Jiang Yuan asked, "Are you all so afraid of the chiefing tribe?" Shou gave a bitter laugh. "Lord Jiang Yuan, the people of the chiefing tribe are too strong and too brutal. We are no match for them at all." Jiang Yuan asked again, "There are only a dozen of them, and we have more than 30 tribesmen. What are you afraid of?" Although those red-haired and green-faced cannibals were indeed terrifying, Jiang Yuan did not believe that he could not defeat them with 2 against 1. Shou was silent for a moment, then said, "Master Jiang Yuan, do you know how many people there were in the Yunchi tribe before?" "How much?" Jiang Yuan asked with a frown. Shou said, "When I was still a child, there were many people in our tribe, too many to count." Shou took a deep breath and continued, "But since the chiefing tribe came to the Lisan Mountains, we have lost more people than we have left now." Jiang Yuan was shocked. "So, because of the chiefing tribe, the Yunchi tribe has lost at least more than 100 people in the past few years. Just how brutal and barbaric were the man-eating chiefing tribe?" Shou had tears in his eyes. "My parents were captured and eaten by the people of the chiefing tribe." Jiang Yuan was silent for a moment. He comforted Shou and said, "Shou, believe me, I will definitely help you get revenge." It felt like a fire was burning in his chest at this moment, and Jiang Yuan secretly swore, if anything happened to King Gexi, he would do his best to destroy the chiefing tribe. Shou nodded and said, "Lord Jiang Yuan, I believe you can do it. But the people of the chiefing tribe are too powerful. They are stronger and more powerful than us, and their wooden spears are sharper than ours. One person can beat at least 3 of us. Are their wooden spears sharper than ours now?" Jiang Yuan asked after a moment's pause. Now the Yunchi tribe only has more than 30 wooden spears, all of which have been improved by him. Not anymore. Shou wiped his tears. The wooden spears made by Lord Jiang Yuan are much sharper than those of the chiefing tribe. Keep on moving. Master Jiang Yuan, the snake swamp forest is ahead. Shou lowered his voice and spoke to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan led everyone to hide on a hillside. In front of them was a dense forest with lush green vegetation. The roots of many plants were soaked in the mud. In the whole forest, there were only a few places with exposed soil. Countless long snakes were swimming in the mud, and countless more were coiled on the winding branches, with their tongues sticking out and their necks stretched out and hissing, forming a dense mass. At first glance, this forest looks like a snake den, making one's scalp tingle. No wonder it's called Snake Swamp Forest. The exposed soil in the snake swamp formed a path, on which long snakes crawled from time to time. On the outskirts of the snake swamp, 7 or 8 cannibals with red hair and green faces were sitting on the ground with wooden spears in their hands, and one of them was cutting a dead antelope with a stone knife. Why are there only 7 or 8 people? Jiang Yuan hid in the slope and observed for a while, but he did not see any other cannibals, and he felt a little confused. The tribesmen who reported the news said that there were more than a dozen people from the chiefing tribe chasing them. Did they enter the snake swamp forest? Jiang Yuan guessed secretly in his heart. He felt that these cannibals would not dare to enter the snake swamp forest where snakes were everywhere. No more waiting. Jiang Yuan thought to himself. If he waited one more second, Qinghe Creek would be in greater danger of being buried in the snake swamp forest. At this time, they were only 100 steps away from the people of the chiefing tribe, and had reached the maximum attack range of the flying stone rope. But Jiang Yuan was worried that the flying stone rope would not be powerful enough because the distance was too far, so he called everyone and moved forward quietly. When they were about 50 steps away, the 7 or 8 cannibals had not noticed yet. "Let go!" Jiang Yuan shouted angrily. More than 30 tribesmen threw out the flying stone ropes that they had already swung in circles. The stones in the sky intertwined into a net and smashed towards the cannibals with a sound of breaking through the air. Ah! Ah! Screams were heard in front of the snake swamp forest, and 7 cannibals were instantly submerged by the rain of stones. Spraying blood, splattering brain matter, sunken cheeks, exposed bones. Under the heavy blows of fist-sized stones, the snake swamp forest became a living hell. The screams of the 7 cannibals lasted for a few seconds and then stopped abruptly, becoming silent in an instant. Those cannibals, whose bodies were much stronger than those of the Yunchi people, collapsed to the ground. "We won! Lord Jiang Yuan!" Shou shouted loudly with red eyes. This is the first time that the Yunchi tribe has defeated the chiefing tribe. In the past, whenever there was friction between the 2 tribes, the Yunchi tribe was the one that was unilaterally slaughtered. This overwhelming victory caused all the Yunchi people to cheer. Shou led his people and rushed to the snake swamp forest excitedly. They used their spears to poke the dead cannibals hard to vent their hatred. The wooden spears brought out blood flowers and blood holes were pierced on the cannibals' bodies. Only when the 7 cannibals were stabbed so badly that it was impossible to tell what species they were did Shou and his people stop. This is enough to show the hatred that the members of the Yunshi tribe have for the Qifeng tribe. In just a few years, the Qifeng tribe reduced the number of members of the Yunshi tribe by half. It can be said that every member of the Yunshi tribe has a blood feud with the Qifeng tribe. Okay, let's go and save people. Jiang Yuan urged everyone. He didn't want to waste a moment. Lord Jiang Yuan, someone else is coming, a tribesman suddenly shouted. Jiang Yuan followed his gaze and saw 10 cannibals with red hair and green faces running towards them. Each of them had a fierce face and fluttering red hair, like a devil. The momentum of the 10 people running was like that of thousands of troops, and they did not take the 30-odd people seriously at all. Quick, prepare the flying stone rope. Jiang Yuan shouted calmly, and could only suppress the urge to rescue Qing Hushi in his heart. The Yunshi people opened their pockets and filled the middle of the flying stone rope with stones. Fuck, it's too late. Jiang Yuan cursed in his heart. Those cannibals were running too fast. In the blink of an eye, they were only 50 steps away from them. Jiang Yuan looked at the cannibals, each with a rough face, strong back, and broad waist. They were strong and tall, with bulging muscles all over their bodies, forming a sharp contrast with the relatively thin Yunshi people. Judging from their sturdy bodies, the cannibals can definitely throw their wooden spears farther than the Yunshi people. Wait for them to start throwing spears. Even if the Yunshi people can kill them all with their wooden spears, our side will suffer heavy losses. Jiang Yuan found that many of his tribesmen's legs began to tremble, and their hands that were loading the flying stone ropes were also shaking. Stop pretending and throw the meteor stone, Jiang Yuan shouted. The meteor stone is too weak to kill these cannibals, and it mainly serves to entangle them. However, the throwing distance of meteor stone is much farther than that of wooden spear. Don't panic, Jiang Yuan shouted angrily. These Yunshi people were so scared of the Qifeng tribe that they had completely lost the ruthlessness they had when they ravaged the cannibals' corpses. Swish! More than 20 meteor stones were thrown out in a rotation, knocking 5 or 6 cannibals to the ground. Some had large bumps on their heads, some had blood in their mouths, their teeth were broken all over the ground, and they kept covering their mouths and kneeling on the ground howling in pain. Several people also had their hands and feet entangled by the many meteor stones flying at high speed, and they tripped to the ground. However, there were still a few cannibals who were still fearless and charged forward with wooden spears. Chapter 37 Bloody Fight. Follow me and kill. Jiang Yuan roared, drew out his sharp tang sword, and rushed towards the cannibals who were coming to kill him. Now the morale of the Yunshi people has plummeted. They are completely frightened by these cannibals. He urgently needs to boost everyone's morale. Kill! Yanshi and Shou roared and rushed forward with wooden spears, following Jiang Yuan closely. Kill! 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 Lang and Lai also roared. They were both relatively strong and were also charging forward. Jiang Yuan stared at the cannibals. If they dared to throw spears, they would lose their wooden spears and become fish on the chopping board for the rest of the Yunshi people. 30 steps. 20 steps. 10 steps. Jiang Yuan clenched the tang sword in his hand. These cannibals had not yet thrown their spears. It seemed that they were determined to fight in close combat. Yanshi and Shou were so fast that they had surpassed Jiang Yuan's body. 10 men fought against each other. Wooden spears collided, blood splattered as soon as they came into contact, and Rock's shoulder was pierced by a cannibal's wooden spear, and at the same time, the strong Rock also picked up his opponent with a spear and sent him flying. Laugh! The sharp tip of the spear brushed past Jiang Yuan's face. He bent down and slashed the tang sword in his hand towards his opponent's waist. The cannibal roared, not taking Jiang Yuan seriously at all. He swung his strong arm and punched Jiang Yuan, who was unable to dodge, and sent him flying. At the same time, Jiang Yuan's tang sword also cut his waist and abdomen, and the wound was bleeding. The cannibal covered his wound with disbelief in his eyes. He couldn't understand why the white stick in Jiang Yuan's hand only touched him lightly, but it could make his flesh burst and cause him excruciating pain. The cannibal roared angrily, ignoring the wound on his waist, and raised his spear to chop towards Jiang Yuan's head. Jiang Yuan ignored the pain and rolled over to avoid the attack, but was kicked away by the cannibal again. Fuck, so cruel. Jiang Yuan cursed and rubbed his chest as he quickly stood up. He was 1.85 meters tall and was a good fighter. If it weren't for the sharp tang sword, he would have been no match for the cannibal. Jiang Yuan looked at the other people. Only the Rock, who was as strong as an ox, was fighting hard with his opponent. Shou, Lai and Lang were beaten by the 3 cannibals. Lai was lucky, as he still had room to fight back. Shou and Lang were beaten so hard that they ran away. It seems that what Shou said was true. This cannibal is enough to match the 3 of their tribesmen. The injured cannibal went crazy and stabbed at Jiang Yuan again with his wooden spear. He didn't think much of it during the fight, but when it came to the bloody battle, the sharp tip of the spear became a death warrant in Jiang Yuan's eyes, and he dared not look directly at it. Kill! He roared to give himself courage, swung out his Tang sword, and chopped at the cannibal's wooden spears. The cannibal's wooden spears were too long. Jiang Yuan had to fight against the enemy with a Tang sword whose blade was less than 1 meter long. It was dangerous everywhere, and he felt under great pressure. Laugh! The wooden spear was cut into 2 pieces by the sharp Tang sword. The cannibal was visibly stunned when he saw the broken stick in his hand. Die for me! Jiang Yuan took advantage of his opponent's distraction and stabbed the enemy's throat with the sharp tip of the knife. Blood splattered as the cannibal avoided the tip of the knife. The Tang sword pierced through his shoulder, leaving a 10-centimeter wound on his shoulder. The cannibal seemed to have no sense of pain. He grabbed Jiang Yuan's shoulders, roared at him, and smashed his big sandbag fist towards Jiang Yuan's face. Jiang Yuan looked at the green face so close to him. The cannibal really looked like a ghost. The stench from the cannibal's mouths made him want to vomit, and the deafening roars almost broke his eardrums. Get out of here, you stink! Jiang Yuan cursed angrily, pulled out the Tang sword that had been inserted into the cannibal's shoulder, and chopped hard at the opponent's head. The cannibal's fist was faster, and it was like a heavy hammer. Jiang Yuan felt dizzy and saw stars. Jiang Yuan was unexpectedly knocked flying backwards by the punch, and the Tang sword in his hand also slipped out of his hand. Kill! At this moment, the rest of the Yunshi people finally plucked up their courage, picked up their wooden spears, and rushed over to stop the cannibal and fight with the enemy. Jiang Yuan was confused. He reached out and touched his cheek, which felt swollen. He struggled to get up and looked at the battle situation. Several cannibals who were knocked down by the meteor stone were struggling hard. The other 5 cannibals were surrounded by more than 30 people from the Yunshi tribe. It was basically a 1-on-7 situation. Jiang Yuan picked up the Tang sword beside him. His right eye was swollen, and he could only see things with his left eye. Brothers, pick a few people and kill those cannibals who were injured by the meteor stones first. Jiang Yuan shouted loudly while holding up the Tang sword. Several cannibals who were injured by meteor stones and had their hands and feet tied were about to break free. If they were really allowed to join the battlefield, based on the fighting strength of these cannibals, the Yunshi tribe would surely be involved in a fierce battle. As soon as these words were spoken, several tribesmen raised their wooden spears and rushed towards the fallen cannibal. Puff! You will definitely be wiped out by the great chiefing tribe. No, spare me, Blood gushed out, and screams continued to ring out. The fallen members of the chiefing tribe became lambs to be slaughtered and were slaughtered one after another by the Yunshi people. In the center of the battlefield, the remaining 5 members of the chiefing tribe were fighting 1 against 5, or even 7, and their bodies were covered with bloody wounds from the wooden spears. Even so, these cannibals did not retreat. They fought madly like trapped beasts, trying to exchange their lives for others. Jiang Yuan was secretly shocked when he saw this. Apart from anything else, the fighting spirit and fearlessness of these cannibals were something that the Yunshi people could not compare to. Jiang Yuan joined the battlefield with a knife in hand. These cannibals were basically exhausted and could no longer withstand the siege of the crowd. They were about to die. Jiang Yuan seized the opportunity and attacked. The sharp Tang sword continued to harvest the lives of the cannibals. In a blink of an eye, only 1 cannibal was left on the field still fighting. Kill! You bastards! The cannibal who had fought with Jiang Yuan at the beginning roared loudly. He held a snatched wooden spear in his hand, waving it wildly and stabbing angrily at a member of the Yunshi tribe. Laugh! Blood splattered, and the cannibal's back was immediately pierced with several bloody wounds by several wooden spears. He ignored the pain and rushed forward with all his might. A member of the Yunshi tribe looked at the ferocious cannibal as a devil rushing towards him and was too timid to meet the enemy head-on, choosing to dodge to the side. The cannibal broke out of the encirclement of the Yunshi people in an instant. He immediately spread his legs and ran quickly into the distance. Kill him! We can't let him escape! Jiang Yuan shouted, and the tribesmen chased after him. More than 30 wooden spears rained down like rain, stabbing at the cannibal. Base! The cannibal's shoulder was pierced by a wooden spear. He staggered and continued to run wildly, regardless of the spear stuck in his body. I can't catch up, Lord Jiang Yuan. Shou panted and sat down on the ground. He was still immersed in the joy of defeating the chiefing tribe. After all, this was a brilliant achievement in which more than a dozen people from the chiefing tribe were annihilated without a single person from the Yunshi tribe dying. Shou didn't notice Jiang Yuan's heavy expression at all, and said happily, Master Jiang Yuan, you are so brave. You took the initiative to fight with Qifeng tribe's strongest warrior Qixi. This is the first time that our Yunxi tribe has defeated the Qifeng tribe. What's wrong with you, Lord Jiang Yuan? Lai, who had just fought the cannibals with ease, noticed that Jiang Yuan's face was not right, so he walked up to Jiang Yuan and asked. The cannibal ran away, they will find him back. Jiang Yuan said solemnly. Because of his facial injury and the first time he killed someone, his mind was in a mess and he felt very uncomfortable. Lai and Shou's smiles froze, and they looked at each other. Lai comforted Jiang Yuan and said, although the red snake is powerful, his body was pierced by the wooden spear. He was so badly injured that he will definitely die. And even if he returns to the Qifeng tribe alive, he won't know which tribe we are from. Jiang Yuan shook his head. He had not yet gotten over the cruelty of his first murder. He thought he was used to cruel scenes, but the first bloody fight and slaughter of enemies was still a little hard for him to bear. Jiang Yuan didn't care about resting, and supported Tang Dao to stand up. Come with me, rescue King Gexi and the others. Chapter 38. The Terror in the Snake Swamp. The Snake Swamp forest is right in front of us. There are groups of snakes lurking in the forest. The ground is muddy, like a living snake cave. Some deeper mud pools in the distance have formed swamps. The mud in the swamp was surging, and from time to time some bones came out with the mud. It was unknown how many lives this swamp had swallowed. At first glance, everyone felt their scalps tingling and their bodies running cold. What should we do, Lord Jiang Yuan? Someone asked from the side, his calves trembling. Jiang Yuan gritted his teeth. His worry about Qing, and she had already overcome his fear. Especially Qing, who has been with him since he came to the primitive world and has never left him. And the silly girl, she is also deeply in love with him. She is now trapped in the snake swamp in order to find him. Take off all your animal skins. Jiang Yuan urged everyone. The tribesmen did not question and took off their animal skins one after another. The wolf saw what Jiang Yuan was thinking, and he stepped forward and said, I want to go too. My mother is in there too. The wolf's eyes were unusually determined. The tribesmen requested to enter the snake swamp forest, but Jiang Yuan stopped them. The snake swamp forest was full of poisonous snakes, and no matter how many people went, they would all die. Jiang Yuan selected 5 people to go with him, most of whom were family members of the tribe who were trapped in the snake swamp forest. The 6 of them were wrapped in a thick layer of animal skins, which were smeared with mud, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. Let's go. Jiang Yuan, carrying a tang sword on his back and holding 2 wooden spears, stepped onto the only piece of land in the snake swamp forest that was not submerged by the quagmire. Hiss! Countless long snakes stretched their necks and hissed, coiled around the branches, and lurked in the mud, flicking their tongues and baring their fangs, all taking attacking postures towards Jiang Yuan and his 6 companions who had intruded into the snake swamp forest. Run! Don't stop! Jiang Yuan shouted. He didn't know if his command was correct, but the longer they stayed in the snake swamp, the greater the possibility of death there. I'll lead the way. The wolf brandished 2 wooden spears, rushed to the front, picked up the long snakes that were pouncing on him, and sent them flying, and led everyone to clear the way in front. He walked quickly, and many long snakes bared their fangs and pounced on him to bite him. The snake fangs pierced into the animal hides, but he seemed to feel no pain. Hiss! A viper with a triangular head coiled around the tree trunk, baring its fangs and biting towards Jiang Yuan's head. Jiang Yuan knocked it away with a spear. A ferocious poisonous snake covered in green jumped out from the mud and bit Jiang Yuan's ankle. Bang! Jiang Yuan kicked him away. Fuck! Jiang Yuan felt a sharp pain in his back. He gasped and looked back, only to see Lai's wooden spear hitting his shoulder. There's a snake. Lai explained in a low voice. Hiss! Lai's body stiffened slightly, and he felt the hissing of a snake in his ears. Don't move, Jiang Yuan said softly. A long red-scaled snake was coiled on Lai's shoulder, and its dark and poisonous eyes were staring at Lai's head. Swish! Jiang Yuan swung his spear at Lai's shoulder, but the red-scaled snake dodged quickly, and its body bit towards Jiang Yuan's face like an arrow shot from a bow. Lai made a quick move, grabbed the red-scaled snake's tail, and threw it away. The red-scaled snake coiled in the air and fell into the mud. Jiang Yuan was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He swore that if he could go back alive, he would have a nightmare at night, dreaming that he was drowned by a tide of snakes. Jiang Yuan looked at the wolf charging forward fearlessly, and his heart was deeply touched. Qingxi! Jiang Yuan shouted loudly. Everyone had already run more than 100 steps towards the snake swamp forest, but their figures were nowhere to be seen. Master Jiang Yuan, there are fewer snakes. a tribesman said in a muffled voice, and Jiang Yuan found that his eyes were soaked with sweat. The number of snakes is indeed decreasing rapidly. The area covered by the quagmire is also decreasing, and more bare soil is exposed. Jiang Yuan had a vague feeling that Qing Hushi and the others must be nearby. Qingxi, Jiang Yuan shouted, and the wolf leading the way in front suddenly staggered and almost fell to the ground. Jiang Yuan held his arm and found that his face under the animal skin was a little blue. How? Jiang Yuan asked. The wolf broke free of his arms and grunted. Nothing. Yuan, I'm here. Suddenly, a faint voice came from a patch of green grass and floated into Jiang Yuan's ears. Jiang Yuan was overjoyed and led everyone to run wildly towards the green grass. Pushing aside the brush, 8 or 9 tribesmen were seen lying on the ground in a mess. Yuan. She couldn't help crying when she saw Jiang Yuan. What's wrong? Jiang Yuan quickly held her in his arms. She's face was pale and his lips were blue. Obviously, he had been poisoned by a snake. Don't worry about me. Just look clearly first. A thin layer of cold sweat appeared on Xi's forehead, and his lips trembled slightly. Jiang Yuan hurriedly looked for Qing and found that she had fainted in the grass. Qing. Jiang Yuan anxiously held her in his arms and called her softly, but she didn't respond at all. Qing's breathing was extremely weak, his face was slightly blue, and his lips were bloodless. He quickly untied Qing's animal skin and found 2 deep tooth marks on her calf and arm, and the wounds were black. Lord Jiang Yuan, save my mother. The wolf's eyes were red, and he hugged a female member of the tribe and cried to Jiang Yuan. Lord Jiang Yuan. Lord Jiang Yuan, my wife. Every member of the tribe hugged their family members and called out to Jiang Yuan, looking at Jiang Yuan as if they were looking at the last straw. Don't panic. Jiang Yuan's voice was trembling. He swallowed and forced himself to calm down. He shouted loudly. Look at where the teeth marks of their snake bites are. Jiang Yuan found that there were only 2 teeth marks on Qing's arm and calf, and the snake venom in Qing should not be that strong. Otherwise, he would not have been able to last so long. Jiang Yuan took a tang sword and cut open the 2 snake tooth marks on Qing's body, squeezing out the black blood. He did not stop until the smell and color of the squeezed blood returned to normal. Water to clean the wound. Jiang Yuan's eyes were dull at this time, and he kept muttering to himself. His mind was frantically recalling the first aid measures for dealing with snake venom in college. Water? Where is the fucking water here? Jiang Yuan yelled madly, looking at Qing's pale face, his emotions on the verge of collapse. Yes, urine and urine. Jiang Yuan quickly untied the animal skin on his body with trembling hands. He didn't care about anything else and used urine to wash the wounds on his body. Urine is sterile, so in this situation, urine can only be used to replace water. Come. Jiang Yuan held Xi in his arms, cut open the tooth marks on Xi's body, squeezed out the dirty blood, and continued to wash the wound with his own urine. Ugh, bastard. Xi's pale cheeks were now red. She cursed softly, her eyes closed tightly, and her eyelashes were trembling slightly. It's already this time, and you still care about so many things? Jiang Yuan scolded her. Jiang Yuan tore off the animal skin on his body and tied up the wounds of Qing and Xi to stop the blood circulation. Although it has been a long time since they were poisoned, Jiang Yuan will try his best regardless of whether the method is effective or not. Jiang Yuan removed the snake venom from the tribesmen who were trapped in the snake swamp forest one by one according to the severity of the poisoning. Except for 1 tribesman who had already died with snake tooth marks all over his body, the rest of the tribesmen were rescued by Jiang Yuan. Of course, Jiang Yuan's urine alone is definitely not enough, and their respective families need to work hard on their own. Thank you, Lord Jiang Yuan. Wolf knelt down and kowtowed to Jiang Yuan, his face full of tears. After Jiang Yuan's rescue, Wolf's mother's symptoms have been alleviated a lot. No, not yet. Jiang Yuan didn't bother to accept Wolf's thanks. He touched Qing's forehead and found that she was still in a coma, her forehead was burning, and her body was still shaking slightly. Jiang Yuan's lips trembled slightly, and he said to himself, Medicine. There must be medicine. Without medicine, they will not survive. Chapter 39, Cleaning the Wound. Medicine. But where can I find the medicine here? Jiang Yuan slapped his head, forcing himself to calm down. Yuan. She called him softly. What's wrong? Jiang Yuan hugged her body and looked at Xi's pale and blue cheeks, tears welling up in his eyes. She pointed to the grass beside her and said in a weak voice, Look at those grasses. Are they useful? I chewed a piece of grass just now, and I feel my mind is much clearer. Jiang Yuan woke up as if from a dream when he heard this. Just now he was so worried about the situation of Qing and Xi that he even forgot this common sense. As the saying goes, wherever there are poisonous snakes, there must be an antidote within 7 steps. Jiang Yuan's fingers were shaking with excitement at this moment. No wonder the number of poisonous snakes near this place has decreased drastically, and even those poisonous snakes dare not approach this area. The old saying is so true, where poisonous snakes live, there must be things that are naturally incompatible with them. After Jiang Yuan figured it out, he immediately went to the surrounding bushes to look for herbs that could cure the snake venom. Lobelia, Paris polyphylla, erythema. Looking at the detoxifying herbs in front of him, Jiang Yuan's heart was overwhelmed with ecstasy. He never expected that in this snake swamp forest that was like a snake cave, there were so many miraculous antidotes. Lobelia, Li Shizhen once recorded in Compendium of Materia Medica, in case of snake bites, mash the juice and drink it, and apply the residue around the wound. Lobelia is a plant that is very effective in detoxifying snake venom and can be called the nemesis of all snake venoms. Paris polyphylla, also known as seven-leaf lily, is also recorded in Compendium of Materia Medica as eliminating various sores and relieving snake venom. It has the effects of clearing away heat, detoxifying, reducing swelling and relieving pain, and is known as a magic weapon for detoxification. There was once a rumor, wherever Chonglu grows, all snakes will retreat and dare not approach. Jiang Yuan was overjoyed. He did not dare to waste even a second. He picked many herbs, chewed them into pieces in his mouth, and applied them to Qing Hushi's wounds. He then passed the chewed herbs into the 2 women's mouths lips to lips, and then gently stroked their chests and let them swallow. Jiang Yuan instructed everyone to follow his example and use the herbs they picked to treat the poisoned tribesmen through external and internal application to treat the snake venom. These herbs really had miraculous detoxifying effects. After taking them for only half an hour, everyone regained consciousness. The detoxification is so fast, partly because the snake venom is not very toxic, but the main reason is the powerful medicinal properties of the herbs. Yuan. When Qing woke up and saw Jiang Yuan's cheek, she couldn't help but cry softly. I thought I was going to die and would never see you again. Qing buried her cheek in Jiang Yuan's chest, sobbing. It's okay, it's okay. The people of Qifeng tribe are dead, and the snake venom has been neutralized. It's okay, it's okay. Jiang Yuan hugged Qing in his arms, patted her back gently, and kept comforting her in a soft voice. She, who was standing aside, had a pale face. She looked at the 2 intimate people and felt very lost. However, the next moment Jiang Yuan stretched out his arms and gently held her in his arms. She felt sweet and sour in her heart, an indescribable feeling. You 2 are more important than anyone else. Jiang Yuan hugged the 2 women's slender waists and whispered that the recovery of the 2 women made him cherish them even more, and he was unwilling to let go. Bang! The ground shook, and Jiang Yuan looked over to see a wolf falling headfirst to the ground. Jiang Yuan hurried forward, and after a quick inspection, he discovered that the wolf had many teeth marks from poisonous snake bites on its body. Lord Jiang Yuan, save my son. The wolf's mother had just woken up from a coma. Seeing her son fall to the ground, she hurriedly knelt down and begged Jiang Yuan for help. Lai suddenly knelt down and begged, Master Jiang Yuan, please save him. He opened the way for us, so he was bitten so badly by the poisonous snake. You don't have to tell me. I will save him. Jiang Yuan knew very well that if it weren't for the wolves, they would not have been able to find their tribesmen trapped in the snake swamp forest safely. No matter what, Jiang Yuan will try his best to save him. He untied the animal skin wrapped around the wolf, drained the blood and squeezed out the poison from the place where the wolf was bitten by the poisonous snake, applied herbs to the wound, and then made him take a lot of detoxifying herbs. Everything is over. It all depends on the wolf's own luck. Of the 11 tribesmen trapped in the snake swamp forest, except for one who had already died, the rest had their snake venom removed by Jiang Yuan, and their symptoms were much alleviated. Lai stepped forward and said, Master Jiang Yuan, let's leave quickly. We can't stay here for too long. After all, there are poisonous snakes everywhere around here. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. He asked people to pick many detoxifying herbs, chew them up, and smear the juice on their bodies. When retreating, they used the strong herbal smell on their bodies to scare away the snakes. They were unable to take away the body of the tribesman who had died long ago, so they could only bury him here. Qing looked at the corpse, his eyes red with tears welling up in them. Yuan, if he hadn't cleared the poisonous snake for us, we would have died. Jiang Yuan nodded heavily and said, After returning to the tribe, I will ask the tribe to take better care of his family. Without further ado, everyone smeared grass juice on their bodies and supported each other to walk out of this oasis in the snake swamp forest. As soon as they left this place, countless long snakes stretched out their fangs, bent their necks, and wanted to attack everyone. As soon as they smelled the strong herbal scent on Jiang Yuan and the others, these venomous snakes of various sizes and species all avoided and fled, not daring to approach, as they were naturally restrained by these detoxifying herbs. Jiang Yuan and his companions successfully left the snake swamp forest without being attacked by poisonous snakes again. A few drops of grass juice that can repel poisonous snakes are far more effective than wrapping your body in layers of animal skins and smearing mud on it. Lord Jiang Yuan, the hunter who was waiting outside the snake swamp forest, led many tribesmen to greet him. As soon as he walked out of the snake swamp forest, Jiang Yuan felt dizzy and had difficulty breathing. Shou hurriedly supported him and asked anxiously, "Master Jiang Yuan, what's wrong with you?" Jiang Yuan opened his mouth, but no words came out. Everything in front of him became blurry. Jiang Yuan fell heavily to the ground uncontrollably, and everything went dark before his eyes. "Yuan! Yuan! Lord Jiang Yuan!" The cries of Qinghe Creek and the anxious shouts of Shouhe Rock gradually faded away in my ears. Looking at the unconscious Jiang Yuan, Shou's eyelids twitched and he asked in panic, "What's going on?" Yanshi grabbed Lai's hide, his expression extremely excited, and he shouted loudly, "What happened to Lord Jiang Yuan?" In Yanshi's heart, he will never forget his mother who was taken away by the saber-toothed tiger, and he will never forget Lord Jiang Yuan who killed the saber-toothed tiger with just one sword. Lai pushed the rock away, and without paying attention to it, he untied the animal skin on Jiang Yuan's body and examined it carefully. "Here." Lai pointed at Jiang Yuan's shoulder, where there were 2 small holes, and the wounds were black. Lai looked extremely solemn, and he said to himself in self-blame, "When was Lord Jiang Yuan bitten by a snake?" "You mean you were bitten by a snake?" Shouhe Yanshi's face changed drastically. "Why didn't you protect Lord Jiang Yuan?" Yanshi roared angrily, his eyes red. "Don't let him mess up, Shou." Lai ordered Shou. He didn't take the rock seriously. Lai took Jiang Yuan's tang sword and imitated Jiang Yuan's way, gently cutting open the wound and squeezing out the dirty blood until the blood in the wound returned to normal. Next, rinse the wound. Lai was slightly stunned. He looked at Shi and Qing. After a moment's hesitation, he didn't care about that. Lai said to them, "Master Qing, Master Shi, please clean Master Jiang Yuan's wound." Qing was slightly stunned, not understanding what was going on, while Shi's pretty face turned slightly red. "We dare not blaspheme Lord Jiang Yuan, please." Lai knelt down in front of the 2 men. "I'll do it." She stood up with difficulty. She was still very weak. "Let's go." Lai led everyone away from here, leaving space for King Gexi. She gritted her teeth, walked to Jiang Yuan, and slowly took off the animal skin on her body. "Sister Shi, why are you not saving Yuan quickly? What are you doing?" Qing, who had been unconscious just now, was now full of confusion, not knowing what was going on. She blushed with shame, and she said coquettishly, "Don't ask." She didn't dare to delay any longer and hurriedly untied the animal skin around his waist. The sound of running water and a cry of surprise echoed throughout the place. Chapter 40, Blood Feud. In the northern part of the Lisan Mountains, there are large grasslands with herds of prey, fat cattle and sheep, and trees full of fruits. The land is vast and boundless. However, other tribes in the Lisan Mountains never dared to set foot on this grassland. This is because the most powerful tribe in the Lisan Mountains lives here, and it is also a cannibalistic tribe, the Chiefing tribe. Where the grassland and the mountains meet lies a huge valley. The cold wind poured into the valley, making a whistling sound, howling between heaven and earth. The sound was piercing, like the cry of a ghost or the wailing of a ghost, making people feel cold all over. In the valley, there were bones everywhere, blood turned into mud, skulls piled up into mountains, bones piled up into ridges, blood dyed the river red, and human hair connected into pieces. One step further, and you'll smell the fishy smell, and another step further, and the stench will be even worse. In the depths of the valley, nearly 1,000 red-haired and green-faced cannibals were gathering at a blood-stained altar. The nearly 1,000 chiefing people, except for 200 weak and young people, the remaining 600 people are all strong men. All of them have strong backs and strong waists, and their bodies are rugged. On the blood-stained altar, there were many wild beasts, including wild bulls, wild sheep, and giant antelopes. Flesh and blood piled up like a mountain, and blood flowed along the stone altar. In the center of the altar, a bonfire was burning fiercely. The flames flickered like fire dragons, burning the air and causing it to slightly deform. In the blazing flames, 7 or 8 skinned and beheaded humanoid creatures were being roasted by the flames. The smell they emitted was madly tempting the taste buds of these cannibals. Below the altar, above the stairs, on a huge throne, was the complete hide of a saber-toothed tiger. At this time, a tall man with bulging muscles like a dragon sat on the throne, scanning the 800 tribesmen below the steps with his sharp eyes. This man, who is as powerful as a bear or a tiger and as muscular as a bull, is none other than the chieftain of the chiefing tribe, Chi-Man. In the middle of the 800 tribesmen, a man with wounds all over his body and a wooden spear stuck in his shoulder was kneeling. He was the red snake who escaped from Jiang Yuan and his men. Chi-Man's gaze was like an ice knife. He asked, "Chi snake, who hurt you?" The red snake bowed his head and said, "Father, today I was hunting prey with a dozen of my tribesmen near the snake swamp forest. I don't know which tribe attacked us. I was the only one who broke out of the encirclement and killed them." "You mean the other dozen or so tribesmen are all dead?" The red snake shuddered, lowered its head even lower, and said in a trembling voice, "Yes." "Humph." Chi-Man snorted coldly, slapped the throne under him fiercely, and shouted angrily, "Which tribe is so bold? My son Chi-Shur just died, and you were almost killed again." A sturdy man next to Chi-Man said angrily, "Father, our chiefing tribe has not dealt with these insects in the Lizhan Mountains for a long time. It seems that they have forgotten the tribesmen we ate." "This person is Chi-Man's other son, Chi-Shan." Chi-Man nodded slowly and said, "It seems like it's time to intimidate these bastards." Chi-Shan said in hatred, "No tribe has ever dared to provoke my chiefing tribe like this." Chi-Man said coldly, "Chi-Shan, my son is here." Chi-Shan walked down the stairs, side by side with Chi-Shi, and knelt on one knee. Chi-Man stroked the round skull on the throne with his palm. "Now that the cold has just passed, it's time to confiscate the tribesmen and prey from those tribes. If they dare to harm the red snake, the entire Lizhan mountain range will pay the price. I must avenge my brother Chi-Shi." Chi-Shan shouted angrily with clenched fists. Chi-Man's eyes flashed coldly. "Go and inform all the tribes. Tell them that the tribute will be doubled this time. Let them prepare well. If they dare to resist, kill all of them and use them as food." "Yes." Chi-Shan clasped his fists. Chi-Man looked at Chi-Snake, who had a wooden spear stuck on his shoulder. He suppressed his anger and said, "Chi-Snake, take care of your wound. When the time comes, I want you to find the tribe that hurt you and flatten their tribe to wash away the shame on you." "Yes," Chi-Shi replied in a trembling voice. Because of his shoulder injury, sweat was dripping from his forehead. "Revenge." Chi-Shan waved his fist and shouted angrily, "Revenge! Revenge! Revenge!" 600 strong chiefing tribesmen, including 200 immature children, raised their fists and shouted in unison. The sound resounded throughout the huge valley, and the leaves rustled and trembled. Yunchi Valley. Jiang Yuan woke up slowly, his head aching unbearably, as if it had been hit by an axe or hammer. There were many figures in front of him. He blinked several times, and it took him a long time to dispel the dizziness in his head. Jiang Yuan looked at the people in front of him and was slightly surprised. Wu, Song, Wan, Elder Pan, Elder Wei, almost all the high-ranking officials of the tribe, were standing by his side. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yuan looked a little surprised. "Yuan, do you know that you were bitten by a snake?" Qing was very happy to see Jiang Yuan wake up, but suddenly she was about to cry. "Was I bitten by a snake?" Jiang Yuan was a little confused. He had never felt any stinging sensation in the snake swamp forest. "Yes." She came closer and saw the wound on Jiang Yuan's shoulder, and suddenly blushed. Elder Wei said, "When Yinshur carried you back, we were almost scared to death." Jiang Yuan didn't care. He touched his head and smiled. "Isn't it okay now?" Jiang Yuan knew that his tribesmen had given him herbal medicine, so it was nothing serious. The witch stepped forward and said, "Come, child, eat this." The witch handed over a bright red fruit the size of a grape. "What is this?" Jiang Yuan asked. As a top student majoring in traditional Chinese medicine, he couldn't recognize what kind of plant it was. She explained, "This is a fruit that cures snake venom. My grandfather picked it himself, and those of us who were poisoned have eaten it." Jiang Yuan swallowed the fruit in the witch's hand without hesitation, and then expressed his gratitude to the witch. Song kept nodding and said, "It's good that everything is fine. It's good that everything is fine." When he saw Jiang Yuan wake up, he was obviously relieved. After the fruit entered his stomach, Jiang Yuan clearly felt that the tingling and dizziness in his brain subsided a lot. Jiang Yuan's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Are there any more?" "Another one." She rolled her eyes. "How can there be so much? When you were unconscious just now, I couldn't pry your mouth open. Now that you are awake, it would be a waste to eat more." Jiang Yuan pretended to be wronged and said, How could you do this to me? The tribesman in the cave burst into laughter. She's fair cheeks flushed red, and she said angrily, I won't pay attention to you anymore. Then he ran out with his long legs. Yuan, do you want some water? Qing brought a wooden bowl. Thank you, sister. Jiang Yuan laughed and immediately enjoyed Qing's service, completely forgetting that Qing was also a wounded soldier. Wen felt sorry for her daughter. She couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so she said, Qing, go and have a rest. I'll give Jiang Yuan some water. Jiang Yuan quickly refused and smiled awkwardly. I dare not. I dare not. He felt much better and no longer pretended. Jiang Yuan sat upright, his expression becoming very serious. He said in a deep voice, Everyone, I must tell you something. This matter concerns the survival of the Yunshi tribe. Elder Pan and Elder Wei looked at each other. Song Zhe asked with a puzzled look on his face. Jiang Yuan, what happened? Jiang Yuan immediately told everyone present how he had killed more than a dozen members of the chiefing tribe and let one escape. Song's face turned pale immediately. He never expected that his tribesmen would kill more than a dozen members of the chiefing tribe without killing anyone. However, this is not something to be happy about, because the escaped cannibal is very likely to bring a devastating disaster to the Yunshi tribe. Wen's face turned pale, and her body trembled when she heard about the chiefing tribe, because her and Song's 2 sons, Qing's 2 brothers, were killed by the chiefing tribe. Elder Pan and Elder Wei were both surprised, but since they were both brave men when they were young, they were not unable to withstand this explosive news. Shou, Lai, why didn't you 2 tell me earlier? Song turned around and scolded them angrily. He had no idea about the news at all. Shou hesitated for a while and explained in a low voice. Chief, Qi was seriously injured. His body was pierced by the wooden spear. He may not be able to return to the tribe. And even if he can return, the chiefing tribe will not know that we killed their people. Red Snake? Song was horrified, as if he was caught in a horrible memory. He subconsciously looked towards Wu. The witch looked normal, but his body trembled slightly. What's wrong? Jiang Yuan asked subconsciously. Wu touched Jiang Yuan's head and said calmly, Child, Xi's father died at the hands of the Red Snake. Jiang Yuan was slightly stunned. He couldn't imagine what Wu would feel when he said the name of the enemy who killed his son. He was silent for a moment. Then he held Wu's hand tightly and said in a deep voice, Respected Wu, I will definitely avenge you and Wei Shi. Wu nodded gently, but his eyes were as calm as a lake. Jiang Yuanjia cleared his throat and said, Whether the Red Snake is dead or not, we must be prepared for the coming war. We killed more than a dozen of their tribesmen, and they will not give up. Song looked a little depressed and said nothing. Elder Pan hesitated for a moment before saying, Master Jiang Yuan, you don't know how big the gap in strength is between us and the chiefing tribe. Jiang Yuan was not panicked at all. That's why I need you to explain to me clearly what is the difference of this chiefing tribe and why it is so powerful. Song coughed and said slowly, Let me talk to you. I can't remember how long ago the chiefing tribe suddenly came to the Lisan Mountains. Song paused and said, They are a group of demons who kill without blinking an eye. They eat human flesh and drink human blood. We have 20 tribes, big and small, in the Lisan Mountains, and we can do nothing about the chiefing tribe. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, indicating that he should continue. Song continued, So our tribes united and fought against the chiefing tribe, but we were still no match. After several battles, almost half of the people in each of the 20 tribes in our Lisan Mountains died. Every member of the tribe in the cave had an expression of grief and pain, as if they were trapped in those unbearable memories. Jiang Yuan was deeply shocked. He didn't expect that even if the entire Lisan mountain range united, they would still be no match for the chiefing tribe. Song sighed and said, We were desperate, so we took the initiative to beg for mercy and made an agreement with the chiefing tribe that we would offer them a large amount of prey and tribesmen every 3 cold seasons in exchange for our survival. Song's face was full of anger and hatred when he said this. Even so, the chiefing tribe would still hunt and plunder our people in the wild. Jiang Yuan couldn't describe the feeling in his heart at this moment. He hated and despised the chiefing tribe, but also despised these tribes for voluntarily offering their people. Jiang Yuan was silent for a while, then asked, Why don't you leave? Song smiled bitterly. We have lived here for generations. Where else can we go? If we go somewhere else, it might be even harder to survive. Hometown is hard to leave. Jiang Yuan sighed in his heart and asked a question that had puzzled him for a long time. How powerful is the chiefing tribe? Chapter 41. Fight to the death. Song shook his head and said in a very depressed mood, Their strength is as vast and boundless as the sky. We are no match for them. The witch, who had been silent all this time, suddenly lifted up his animal skin and counted the knots on an animal skin rope. After a moment, Wu said to everyone, "Chiefing tribe, they have about 800 people." "So many." Jiang Yuan was shocked. 800 tribesmen were 8 times the population of the Yunshi tribe. Song laughed bitterly. Moreover, these 800 people are all male members of the tribe, and the strong members account for the majority. How is this possible? Jiang Yuan felt it was ridiculous. He retorted, "If there are no female tribesmen, how can the people of Chiefing tribe reproduce?" Just when Jiang Yuan thought Song and Wu had said something wrong, Song explained to him, "The women of the Chiefing tribe were all plundered from other tribes. After they gave birth to a few children, the Chiefing tribe would kill them and use them as food. Moreover, the people of the Chiefing tribe are very strange. The offspring they gave birth to are basically all males." Jiang Yuan was completely shocked. He had never imagined that there would be such a horrible, brutal, and inhumane primitive tribe in the world. Their actions could be said to be more terrifying than the devil. If the Chiefing tribe is really as Song said, then they are destined to become a tribe that constantly invades others. Jiang Yuan was silent for a long time. After a long time, Jiang Yuan asked, "Are all the tribesmen you contributed young females?" Song nodded with difficulty, and he whispered, "This time, I think, if the red snake really comes back alive, I plan to." "Stop talking." Jiang Yuan stopped him. His heart was filled with resentment and discomfort. He felt a little difficult to breathe. He could not tolerate the Yunshi tribe's behavior. He felt as if his chest was about to be burned by fire. These are our people, our family. How could they be like this? The blood feud and the hatred have not yet been avenged, but here they are compromising with the enemy and trying to survive. If it were Jiang Yuan, he would never do such a cowardly thing even if it cost him his life. Jiang Yuan pulled out a sharp tang sword and thrust it heavily into the ground. The sword was 2 feet deep in the ground, and the sharp blade was shining. "Are you going to fight or seek peace?" Jiang Yuan swept his sharp eyes over the crowd. He gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. Song's expression was a little ugly. He looked at Jiang Yuan and said slowly, "Jiang Yuan, for the sake of more people in our tribe, we must." Swish! Jiang Yuan kicked a pottery basin and smashed it to pieces. He shouted angrily, "This is not peace. This is struggling to survive. This is a great shame. Fight. At worst we can fight the Chiefing tribe." Elder Pan suddenly stood up and shouted angrily. He was gray-haired, sturdy, and had red eyes. His son and wife had both died at the hands of the Chiefing tribe. "Fight!" Elder Wei also shouted loudly. Even though he had a limp, he stood straight at this moment. "I have had enough of this humiliation. The worst that can happen is death. When have I ever been afraid of the Chiefing tribe? Fight! Fight! Fight!" Shou, Lai and Yinshi shouted in unison. Their voices echoed throughout the valley and attracted many tribesmen to watch. "Respected Wu, what do you think?" Jiang Yuan did not look at Song, who had a painful expression, but turned around to ask Wu for his opinion. Wu's expression was calm, his eyes wise and peaceful. "My child, ever since you joined the tribe, I have always believed that you can lead the Yunshi tribe to success. Chief Song, are you still planning to make peace?" Jiang Yuan looked at him and clenched the tang sword in his hand. Song's eyes were red and hot tears rolled down. He roared loudly, "You really think I want this? I want this. You really think that I am afraid of the Chiefing tribe? My 2 sons died in their hands. I handed one of my daughters to the Chiefing tribe with my own hands. Why did I do this? For the entire Yunshi tribe." He held his head and cried, venting the resentment that had accumulated in his heart for many years. Jiang Yuan helped him up from the ground, his eyes slightly moist. Jiang Yuan held Song's arm high, facing the entrance of the stone cave, facing everyone, and facing all the members of the Yunshi tribe. He shouted loudly, "If that's the case, then we will fight the Chiefing tribe to the death. Fight to the bitter end. Never give up until one dies. Fight to the bitter end. Never give up until one dies. Fight to the bitter end. Never give up until one dies." More than 100 members of the Yunshi tribe shouted in unison, and their voices echoed throughout the Yunshi valley. All the Yunshi people, no, all the people in the Lisan Mountains, have a blood feud with the Chiefing tribe. Since everyone is prepared to fight to the death with the Lisan Mountains, we must be prepared for the coming war. Jiang Yuan swept his sharp eyes over everyone and said slowly. Song wiped his tears and stood up. He said firmly, "I am not a person who fears death. I will risk my life today. Jiang Yuan, all the members of the Yunshi tribe will listen to your command now." "Okay." Jiang Yuan nodded. "We don't have as many people as them, and our people are not as strong as them. However, Our weapons are sharper and stronger than theirs. Jiang Yuan slapped the Tang sword in the middle of the crowd. We must rely on the power of our weapons to narrow the gap between us and them. I will make a more powerful weapon to equip the tribe members later. Song and his group all showed ecstasy on their faces. They all truly experienced the power of the flying stone rope and meteor stone. Jiang Yuan looked at Shou Howen again. From today on, we must store as much food as possible and be prepared to be trapped in the valley by the chiefing tribe. No problem. Shou Howen nodded slightly. Jiang Yuan led everyone to the narrow entrance of Yunqi Valley, which was about 2 meters wide. Jiang Yuan pointed at the entrance and said, I plan to build a wooden door here to block this entrance and prevent the people of the chiefing tribe from rushing into the valley from here. Everyone was a little confused. They didn't understand the meaning of door. Jiang Yuan explained the situation to everyone. An elder Pan immediately took a stone axe and led the tribesmen to cut down the thick trees. Jiang Yuan looked at Song and said, Elder Pan, collect materials, make tools, and build wooden doors. There are too many tasks. 20 tribesmen are definitely not enough. After Chief Song has counted the supplies, he must help them as much as possible. Song said that it was no problem. Elder Wei on the side interrupted and said, After my tribesmen and I have raised the prey, we can also help Lao Pan. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, and he looked at Qing again. Jiang Yuan said to her softly, Once the war starts, there will inevitably be casualties in the tribe. You should take advantage of this peaceful time and lead the 10 tribesmen with Shi to collect as many herbs as possible. Qing's face was still a little pale because of the snake venom. She smiled and nodded slightly. Jiang Yuan stroked her cheek lovingly, feeling very distressed. Qing looked at Jiang Yuan being so intimate with her in front of everyone, and ran away with red cheeks. Jiang Yuan didn't take it seriously. He smiled and said to everyone, Everyone should work harder during this period. You should also make use of the time before going to bed at night to use torches for lighting, collect as much wood and stone as possible, and make more weapons and tools. No problem. Everyone shouted in unison. When everyone was excited, Master Patriarch, Master Jiang Yuan. A shout interrupted the conversation. A young man came running over breathlessly. It was a member of the tribe, Yang. What's wrong? Tell me slowly. Song touched Yang's head. Yang panted and said, Chiefing, people from the chiefing tribe are coming. They have already arrived at Wild Boar Ridge. Chapter 42, People from Chiefing. What? Everyone's expressions changed. They never expected that the chiefing tribe would come so quickly. You know, it takes most of the day to get from chiefing tribe to Yunqi Valley, even if you travel nonstop. Don't panic. Jiang Yuan glanced at everyone and calmed them down. Jiang Yuan suppressed his inner anxiety and asked, How many people came from the chiefing tribe? Yang stretched out his fingers and counted them, saying, More than a dozen. Jiang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from the number of people, it seemed that the chiefing tribe did not come here to start a war. They were most likely looking for the murderer who injured the red snake. Jiang Yuan said, Chief Song, you must first stabilize the chiefing tribe and don't provoke them. If the situation goes wrong, immediately kill all the people in the chiefing tribe. Song nodded and immediately ordered 40 strong male tribesmen to prepare wooden spears and stone-throwing ropes and lie in ambush on both sides of the valley. He himself led Elder Wei and Elder Pan to wait at the entrance of the valley to greet them. Jiang Yuan also hid with everyone to avoid being recognized by the red snake. Soon, the tall Qishan led a dozen strong cannibals and appeared in front of the Yunqi Valley. Seeing those red-haired, green-faced cannibals, the breathing of many Yunqi tribesmen became noticeably heavier. People from the Yunqi tribe, get out here. Qishan had a proud look on his face, and he shouted loudly towards the Yunqi Valley, showing off his might. Song clenched his fists and immediately took Elder Pan and Elder Wei out of Yunqi Valley. Song remembered Jiang Yuan asking him to stabilize the chiefing tribe, so he took a deep breath and put on a flattering smile. I wonder what Lord Qishan is here for. Qishan didn't take Song, the leader of the Yunqi tribe, seriously at all. His eyes were cold, and he said, Let me ask you, was it you who killed my tribesmen and injured my brother yesterday? No. Song shook his head like a rattle. He would never admit it. Master Qishan, you misunderstood. We definitely did not kill any of your people. Besides, our Yunqi tribe is so weak that we don't have the strength to do so. Qishan laughed loudly and said arrogantly, I'm sure you, the Yunqi tribe, don't dare to provoke our chiefing tribe. Everyone knows that your Yunqi tribe is a well-known waste in the Lisan Mountains. Bastard. Shou, Yinshi, and other members of the Yunqi tribe had flames in their eyes and their blood boiling. They wished they could rush out and tear Qishan to pieces. Keep calm. Jiang Yuan patted their shoulders, extremely calm. Song clenched his fists, and he took another deep breath with a smile on his face. Master Qishan is right. Qishan snorted coldly, his eyes contemptuous. Song, you are old. You don't have the bloodiness and bravery you used to have. Song lowered his head slightly. He remembered Jiang Yuan's words, but still chose to endure it and did not refute. The gray-haired and burly elder Pan on the side couldn't stand it. Although he was older, he was much braver and stronger than ordinary tribesmen. He couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to curse loudly, but was grabbed by Elder Wei. What? You want to be my food? Qishan sneered when he saw Elder Pan's actions. His tone was cold. I dare not, I dare not. Song quickly apologized with a smile. I won't waste my time talking to you useless bastards. Seeing Song's cowardly look, Qishan felt bored. He said coldly, the cold has just passed. It's time to surrender the prey and the tribesmen. Song, are you ready? Song stabilized Qishan and said, Master Qishan, please give us some time. We will definitely be ready. Qishan narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a cold voice, this time, we want double the prey and tribesmen. 40 prey and 20 young female tribesmen. What? Elder Pan and Elder Wei were shocked. This meant that all the prey and half of the young female members of the Yunshi tribe were taken away at once. So many. Jiang Yuan was secretly surprised and clenched his fists. Even though the Qifeng tribe only collected prey and tribesmen once every 3 years, the price was too high for the Yunshi tribe to afford. Why? Song Chong asked in a low voice, suppressing his anger. Why? Because you, the useless bastards from the Lisan mountain range, injured my brother Qi Shi and killed my people. Qishan shouted angrily. As long as the murderer is not found, we will make your entire Lisan mountain range pay the price for this. Jiang Yuan saw that the situation was about to get out of control, and he was not sure he could kill all the cannibals, so he immediately walked out of Yunshi Valley. Respected Lord Qishan. Jiang Yuan smiled at him. Who are you? Qishan asked. Qi Shi was recuperating in the tribe, so no one here recognized Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan said, Lord Qishan, you don't need to know who I am. The prey and tribesmen that the Qifeng tribe wants, my Yunshi tribe has agreed to it. You can come and get it when the time comes. Okay, that's great. Qishan laughed loudly, then revealed a cruel smile, and said in a cold tone, it's still the same. For every prey I lose, I will take one more woman. For every woman I lose, I will kill a man. No problem. Jiang Yuan agreed generously. It's just that Yunshi needs time to prepare. Qishan asked coldly, how long will it take you? Jiang Yuan thought for a moment and said, 30 days. Qishan shook his head and refused. Impossible. I only give you 20 days. Jiang Yuan felt a little relieved. He had originally planned to fight for 10 days, but he didn't expect Qishan to give him 20 days directly. Okay, thank you Lord Qishan. Jiang Yuan said respectfully. Qishan smiled at him and said, if everyone in the Yunshi tribe was as obedient as you, so many people wouldn't have died. After saying this, Qishan laughed and led his people away. Song looked at their departing backs, his face livid. Everyone returned to Yunshi Valley. Song looked at Jiang Yuan and said, Jiang Yuan, what do you think we should do? Jiang Yuan pursed his lips slightly and said, since they have made up their minds to fight to the death, it is naturally impossible for them to make peace. Originally, I planned to buy the tribe 10 days to prepare. Now we have 20 days, which is more than enough for our Yunshi tribe to prepare for war. Elder Pan's face was red with anger, and he had not yet gotten over his previous emotions. This time I must wash away the past shame. All right, Jiang Yuan said to everyone. Now everyone hurry up and complete your tasks. Time is running out, so we need to make the most of every moment. Yes. Everyone left. Song looked at Jiang Yuan in deep thought and asked him, Jiang Yuan, what are you thinking about? Jiang Yuan looked at the lush and green Yunshi Valley and said, the gap in strength between Yunshi Valley and Qifeng tribe is too big. Even if we have an advantage in weapons, it is difficult to make up for it. I'm wondering, should we unite with other tribes? Song shook his head and said, it's unlikely. The other tribes are already terrified of the Qifeng tribe. How could they go to war with the Qifeng tribe just to help us? Chief Song, the Qifeng tribe has oppressed you too harshly. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Jiang Yuan looked at Song with a gleam in his eyes. Song hesitated and said, you want me to give it a try? Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. We must strive for all the power we can get. Whether it is the Wanderers or other tribes, we must work hard to fight for it. We can explain to them the benefits of helping our tribe, such as letting them eat delicious barbecue, drink fragrant broth, and use our tribe's most advanced weapons. While the two were talking, The wolf woke up and was supported by his mother to Jiang Yuan. Thump. As soon as the wolf saw Jiang Yuan, he knelt down and kowtowed. Thank you, Lord Jiang Yuan, for saving my mother's life and mine. Get up. Jiang Yuan helped him up, his eyes calm. You and I are both from the Yunshi tribe. No matter what, I will save you. Song interrupted and said, Wolf, you have to learn to be grateful to Jiang Yuan. The wolf's eyes were red. Master Jiang Yuan, from now on my life belongs to you. You can do whatever you want. Jiang Yuan patted his shoulder and said, Have a good rest. We will soon go to war with the chiefing tribe. We will have a tough battle to fight then. Yes, the wolf answered loudly. Song asked Jiang Yuan again, Who do you think we should send to recruit wanderers and contact other tribes? Jiang Yuan said, You decide on the arrangements. The person you choose should be eloquent and smart. When explaining to others the strengths of our tribe, you should also explain our dangerous situation to avoid attracting people with ulterior motives. Chapter 43 The Power of Spear Throwers. Jiang Yuan had been away from the tribe for more than 2 days since he went to collect clay and had encountered many twists and turns along the way. One day, he walked through various places in Yunshi Valley to see what changes had taken place in the tribe. Elder Pan led the tribesmen and collected a lot of wood, stones, and vines in these 2 days. They also made many tools, such as stone axes, ropes, long hooks, wooden hoes, wooden ladders, rattan baskets, etc. What surprised Jiang Yuan was that, inspired by the stone axe, Elder Pan and his companions took the initiative to create a tool that Jiang Yuan had never taught them. The stone hammer. Stone hammers are used to mine stones and build tribes, which is very convenient. It has to be said that since Jiang Yuan came to the Yunshi tribe, it has greatly promoted the brain evolution and intelligence improvement of the tribesmen, allowing the Yunshi tribe to successfully enter the Stone Age. Elder Wei raises about 30 large prey, such as wild sheep, antelopes, and wild deer, and about 100 small prey, such as wild pheasants and hares, all of which are kept in straw cages. Because Jiang Yuan had taken away all the strong male members of the tribe to collect clay in the past 2 days, the number of captive prey had not only increased but was decreasing. The cellar that Jiang Yuan had always dreamed of had already been dug by the tribesmen. The cellar was located more than 10 feet below the ground and had 2 storage rooms. Each storage room was large in area and volume and could store a large amount of food. Following Jiang Yuan's instructions, the tribesmen used stones to compact the walls and top of the cellar to prevent the soil from falling off. At the same time, they also placed more than a dozen logs in the storage room for reinforcement. Now half of the storage room's capacity has been used, and it stores a lot of fruits and 7 or 8 bags of dried mushrooms filled with animal skins. Jiang Yuan estimated that the various fruits added together weighed nearly 1 ton, enough to support the consumption of hundreds of tribesmen for nearly 20 days. The entrance to the cellar is much higher than the ground, and a stone slab is usually used to seal the entrance to prevent rainwater from flowing into the cellar during rainy and snowy weather. Jiang Yuan was very satisfied with the cellar built by his tribesmen, but he planned to build another cellar to store more food for use when winter comes. Jiang Yuan found 2 clever tribesmen and asked them to bring the collected clay to the pottery kiln at the back of the valley. Jiang Yuan taught them how to make charcoal and how to mold and fire pottery. Nowadays, there is a shortage of pottery jars, pottery basins, and other things in the tribe, which will seriously affect the tribe's cooking and dining speed, so Jiang Yuan wants to ease this tense situation. Just after Jiang Yuan had taught 2 tribesmen how to make pottery, Chief Song came over. He looked a little embarrassed. Jiang Yuan, I really can't find a suitable candidate. In my opinion, let me contact them myself. Jiang Yuan thought for a moment and agreed. As the patriarch of the Yunshi tribe, Song had a high status and position, and he had enough weight to attract others. Jiang Yuan asked him to lead 2 strong tribesmen and be careful on the road. Before leaving, Jiang Yuan called Song and said, Chief Song, when you go to the Gu tribe, can you ask for news about Sister Teng? If possible, bring her back to the tribe. Jiang Yuan felt extremely guilty about Teng's death in the lake and always wanted to compensate Teng's sister. Chief Song nodded to show that he understood, then left the place to prepare to contact other tribes. After inspecting the Yunshi Valley, Jiang Yuan decided to make a new weapon, a spear thrower. A spear thrower can throw a spear farther than a wooden spear thrown by a person with bare hands, causing greater damage and with higher accuracy. In general, the spear thrower is a weapon that is much better than throwing wooden spears with bare hands. The spear thrower is a weapon with extremely high lethality. It has increased the lethality and killing distance of the wooden spear by several times, and has completely helped primitive humans to reach the top of the food chain. It is one of the top weapons for humans to conquer the world, hunt wild beasts, and expand the wilderness. Its importance and lethality far exceed the stone-throwing line. However, the difficulty of making a spear thrower is much higher than that of a stone-throwing sling. So Jiang Yuan waited until the war came before deciding to make this weapon to resist foreign enemies. The spear thrower is a thick branch about 1.5 feet long, with a horizontal bar embedded at the bottom of the branch and a handle at the top. After Jiang Yuan made a spear thrower and a spear based on his memory, he couldn't wait to try them out. He placed the spear on the spear thrower, with the thicker tail of the spear against the crossbar of the spear thrower to secure it, and he held the handle of the spear thrower with his hand. Jiang Yuan bent his front legs, straightened his hind legs, and then threw the spear in his hand out with force. Laugh. After being supported by the spear thrower, the spear flew 70 or 80 steps away with a whistling sound, and then stabbed into a big tree. The sharp tip of the spear penetrated the trunk and was more than 2 inches into the tree. Because Jiang Yuan's throwing force was too strong, the tail of the spear was still shaking slightly. Jiang Yuan was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the first test would be successful. Moreover, the spear's power was so strong and its range was so long that it completely exceeded Jiang Yuan's psychological expectations. You know, the maximum distance that an ordinary tribesman can throw a wooden spear with his bare hands is only 40 or 50 steps, and after reaching this distance, the lethality of the wooden spear will be greatly weakened. The spear thrower made by Jiang Yuan completely made up for this shortcoming. The principle of using a spear thrower is to extend the lever of the arm, so that the initial velocity of the spear can be increased when it is thrown, thereby improving its lethality. However, the disadvantage of the spear thrower is also obvious. That is, it takes too long to practice accuracy. Just now, Jiang Yuan was able to hit the tree the first time he used the spear thrower, but it was just luck. After Jiang Yuan made the first spear thrower in primitive times, he tried to practice it several times, but his accuracy was not satisfactory. Jiang Yuan gave up practicing spear throwing and went to look for one. When Zheng led the female tribesmen to pick fruits near the Yunxi Valley, Jiang Yuan took away half of her 30 subordinates, leaving only a dozen of them to pick fruits. The large amount of fruits stored in the cellar now is enough to support the tribe's consumption, but the manufacture of spear throwers is an urgent matter. Jiang Yuan really has no manpower available, so he can only do this. Jiang Yuan carefully taught the 15 female tribesmen how to make spear throwers and also taught them how to make spear guns. The spear of a spear thrower is different from an ordinary wooden spear. It is shorter and sharper. After teaching them how to make spear throwers, Jiang Yuan also plans to make 2 of his own weapons. During the last battle with the red snake, Jiang Yuan deeply felt the truth that the longer the weapon, the stronger it is. Compared with the 2-meter-long wooden spear in Chish's hand, his Tang sword was too short. The sword with a blade less than 1 meter put him at a disadvantage in the battle and put him in danger. Jiang Yuan removed the handle of the Tang sword and found an extremely tough and smooth wooden stick. Jiang Yuan embedded the Tang sword into the top of the wooden stick and reinforced it with many circles of rope. Jiang Yuan finally made such an iron spear. With a 70-centimeter blade and a spear handle, the iron spear was 2.5 meters long. Jiang Yuan tested the sturdiness of the spear head and the spear handle and found no problem at all. There was no need to worry about the spear head falling off. Jiang Yuan immediately tried to make stone spears, but found that the stone spears were not sharp enough. The stone spear heads could easily fall off the spear handles during battle. Jiang Yuan had to give up the idea of equipping the entire Yunxi tribe with stone spears. After making his own iron spear, Jiang Yuan took out the canine tooth of the giant saber-toothed tiger. He had treasured this canine tooth for many days and never used it. In modern times, the world record for the length of saber-toothed tiger canines is 28 centimeters, while the canines of the giant saber-toothed tiger in Jiang Yuan's hand are only 20 centimeters, which is not too exaggerated. Jiang Yuan carefully polished the sharp tiger tooth in his hand and matched it with the handle of a Tang sword to make a sharp and pointed tiger tooth dagger. Jiang Yuan tried it and found cutting and chopping was no problem at all. Looking at the 2 weapons in his hands, which could be considered top-notch in the primitive tribe, Jiang Yuan actually felt a little inflated in his heart, as if he was holding the heaven sword and dragon-slaying sword and had become the best master in the world. Chapter 44. Letting others take advantage of the situation, but being surrounded on all sides. The sun was setting in the west, and its afterglow spread over the earth. The hunter and his people returned with 5 large preys and about 20 small preys, including wild pheasants and rabbits. The bonfire was burning brightly, and the Yunxi people were enjoying the delicious barbecue and soup, but the atmosphere among them was not as warm as before. The tribal leaders gathered in a circle, and on a round stone in the middle were placed roasted fruits and clay pots filled with broth. Jiang Yuan took out the spear thrower he made today and placed it in front of everyone. "This is the latest weapon I made, the spear thrower." Everyone craned their necks to watch. Song took the spear thrower in his hand, looking a little disappointed. "Just this one stick?" Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "Don't underestimate this stick. It can throw the spear 100 steps away, and the damage is higher than throwing a wooden spear with bare hands." Everyone opened their eyes wide, their eyes filled with disbelief. The hunter took the spear thrower in his hand, looked at it left and right, but could not see any mystery in it. Jiang Yuan said to everyone, "When you use it tomorrow, you will know how powerful this spear thrower is, but—" Jiang Yuan kept the question in suspense. "But what?" Song asked hurriedly. Jiang Yuan said, "This weapon requires a long time of practice to master its accuracy. I have asked my tribesmen to mass-produce spear throwers. Once the production is completed, I will need to train some of my tribesmen to become spear throwers." Everyone understood Jiang Yuan's intention, and the hunter who led the largest number of tribesmen said, "Master Jiang Yuan, how many tribesmen do you need?" Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment and said, "You now have 35 strong male tribesmen under your command. I want to take 15 of them away. I also need to take away the 5 strong male tribesmen under Chief Song who are guarding the supplies." Song nodded. "I have no problem. We can just find a few old tribesmen to look after the cave where the supplies are kept." Shou looked embarrassed. "But, Lord Jiang Yuan, if I only have 20 tribesmen to participate in the hunt, the prey we get will be very small, probably only enough for the daily consumption of the tribe." Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment. This was indeed a thorny problem for the Yunchi tribe. Nowadays, the Yunchi tribe can capture about 5 large prey every day, and the tribe consumes about 3 per day. If the hunting team is short of manpower, the prey captured every day is indeed only enough for consumption, and it is impossible to increase the number of captive prey. It was not difficult for Jiang Yuan to decide whether to train spear throwers or to capture and raise more prey. Jiang Yuan made up his mind and said, "The battle is coming, and the spear throwers must be trained and prepared for the battle." Jiang Yuan patted Shou's shoulder again and said to him, "Tell me about the methods and processes of capturing prey in the past." Everyone ate barbecue and listened to Shou's story. After spending so many days in the tribe, Jiang Yuan's taste buds had long been fed up with the torture of barbecue without any saltiness. Jiang Yuan took a few bites of the barbecue and put it down, then picked up the wooden bowl and drank a few sips of the broth. After listening to Shou's statement, Jiang Yuan thought for a moment and said, "I will go hunting with you tomorrow. We will try to capture more prey with fewer people." Nowadays, there are too few people in the Yunchi tribe, and everyone wishes they could be split into 2 people to use. After enjoying their dinner, the Yunchi people did not go on with their usual revelry. Instead, they all took burning sticks and continued their daytime work without stopping for a moment. Jiang Yuan tightly grasped the tiger fang dagger, looked at the vast starry sky, and prayed silently in his heart, "God, please let the Yunchi tribe survive this." The next day, Jiang Yuan went to check the number of spear throwers and spears completed, and the number was very small. There is absolutely no need to train spear throwers today. Jiang Yuan asked the tribesmen to continue making them, and he joined Shou and others with the iron spear and tiger-tooth dagger. Song was also here with 2 of his tribesmen. The 3 of them were holding pottery basins, barbecue, stone-throwing ropes, and a simple fire starter that Jiang Yuan had made yesterday. "Be careful on the road," Jiang Yuan instructed Song. Song nodded slightly. "I believe that after other tribes see the advancement of our tribe, they will have the idea of forming an alliance." After Song finished speaking, he took his people and some things to contact other tribes. Elder Pan and Elder Wei saw everyone off at the entrance of the valley. Jiang Yuan looked solemn and said to the 2, "Lead the people to protect the tribe." Now the construction of the tribe has not yet started, and there is no wooden gate erected at the entrance of the valley. Jiang Yuan is really worried about the tribe. Elder Pan and Elder Wei patted their chests and said, "Don't worry, we will protect the tribe with our lives." Jiang Yuan nodded and said to Shou, "Let's go." 40 men, fully armed with wooden spears and stone slings, set out in a mighty procession towards the vast grasslands and lush forests. After listening to how they hunted last night, Jiang Yuan wanted to improve their hunting methods and was determined to capture more prey today. However, Jiang Yuan knew very well that he did not know how to hunt. This was his first time participating in the tribe's hunting. He had no experience at all and just followed the hunter and listened to his instructions. Ahead is a small herd of wild horned sheep. They have large coiled horns and yellow-gray hair. They are feeding on a lush green meadow. A sturdy wild-horned sheep occasionally looks up and observes its surroundings, acting as a sentry to guard the herd. The hunter signaled everyone to keep quiet and quietly groped his way forward from behind the flock. After being 100 steps away from the flock of sheep, everyone took out their weapons. Some used wooden spears, some used flying stone ropes, and some used meteor stones. Jiang Yuan took out his iron spear and prepared to throw. After groping forward about 20 steps, the leader of the wild-horned sheep herd suddenly made a fierce, bleating sound in the direction of the crowd, and 20 or 30 wild-horned sheep immediately ran away. "Release!" Shou shouted. More than 40 tribesmen chased forward and threw out their weapons. Wooden spears, stones, and meteor rocks flew out from the sky and covered the herd of wild-horned sheep. However, the distance was too far, and all the wild sheep ran away in the opposite direction of the crowd and disappeared. The hunter looked normal, and many of the tribesmen did not look discouraged, and they all stepped forward to pick up their weapons. Jiang Yuan also picked up his iron spear. The spear penetrated the ground 1 foot and missed. Shou smiled at Jiang Yuan and said, "Master Jiang Yuan, this is a very normal thing. We can't always catch prey." Jiang Yuan nodded. Although he had his own ideas about hunting, it was just talk after all. Only after actually seeing how the hunters hunted would Jiang Yuan put forward his own suggestions. After gathering more than 40 tribesmen, Shou led them for a walk in the grasslands and forests. A hunter is a master hunter. He knows where animals like to gather and where there are the most prey. Soon, a group of wild deer appeared in front of everyone. Wild deer were more alert and flexible than wild ibex. They ran faster and were more difficult to hunt. So it is not easy to drink a bowl of hot and fragrant deer blood soup. The hunter was far away, so he asked the tribesmen to line up and slowly approach from behind the wild deer herd. Everyone bent over, not daring to even breathe, for fear of making the slightest noise. After being about 50 steps away from the herd of wild deer, everyone was ready to go. Whoosh! As the first meteor stone was thrown out, weapons were then thrown all over the sky. The wild deer are indeed alert. They will run away for their lives at the slightest sign of trouble. They are very fast, and each deer is an excellent escape artist. Weapons fell from the sky, but only an old deer with white hair and injured legs had its legs entangled by a meteor stone. Everyone looked delighted and cheered as they stepped forward to take the wild deer into their pockets. The hunter took out a rope, tied it around the wild deer's neck, and wrapped it around its mouth. He then led the group and continued to search for the herd. Jiang Yuan drew out his iron spear and caught up with the team again. However, they were not so lucky afterwards. After a whole morning, they tried hunting many times, but there was no gain except a few hares and pheasants. Today's hunting results are even worse than in the past. Usually at this time, at least 2 or 3 large prey have been caught. Many tribesmen were already sweating profusely and breathing heavily. Shou asked Jiang Yuan, "Do you want to take a break, Lord Jiang Yuan?" Jiang Yuan said, "The tribesmen are tired. Let's take a rest and let the brothers drink some water." Shou immediately led everyone to find a nearby pond to drink water and rest. Many tribesmen took out 2 fruits from their pockets and ate them to relieve their hunger. Jiang Yuan chewed the fruit in his mouth and said, "Shou, let me lead the hunting this afternoon. I will teach you 2 hunting methods." Shou was slightly stunned, then nodded and asked, "Master Jiang Yuan, what is the hunting method?" In Shou's mind, when it comes to hunting, even the powerful Lord Jiang Yuan is not as good as him. Jiang Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Let one go and surround them from all sides." Chapter 45, A Rich Harvest. Shou looked a little puzzled and asked, "Master Jiang Yuan, what is a net?" In their world, the concept of the internet has not yet been formed. Jiang Yuan laughed and patted Shou's shoulder. After everyone had rested, they set out again to look for prey. The grassland ahead was lush and green. A group of spotted deer were leisurely nibbling on the tender green grass. A dozen smooth-furred cubs were lying in the arms of their mother deer, sipping the sweet milk comfortably. Many spotted deer would raise their heads from time to time while eating, their black gemstone-like eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The spotted deer looks very similar to the sika deer and is very beautiful, but it has a huge white spot on its throat, which is one of the main differences between it and the sika deer. An adult, fat spotted deer can produce nearly 100 kilograms of meat. For the Yunshi tribe, spotted deer are very suitable prey. The herd of spotted deer ahead was very large. Jiang Yuan watched from afar and thought that there were at least hundreds of spotted deer in the herd. The yellow fur of the spotted deer is dotted with white spots. The limbs are slender and strong, and the male spotted deer have forked antlers on their heads. However, In the eyes of many hunters in Jiang Yuan, they are just moving pieces of fat meat. Shou looked at the huge herd of spotted deer with eager eyes. He asked in a low voice, "Master Jiang Yuan, how should we start?" Jiang Yuan signaled everyone to be quiet and to surround him. Jiang Yuan whispered, "Spotted deer are very timid and run very fast. We must be absolutely sure." Everyone nodded slightly, and Jiang Yuan said to them, "This time we will surround them from all sides." He then ordered, lead 10 tribesmen to the rear of the spotted deer herd. When you are about 50 steps away from the herd, throw flying stone ropes and shout loudly to scare the deer herd. Rock, Wolf. Each of you leads 10 of your tribesmen to go around to the left side of the spotted deer herd. When Lai attacks, you immediately use wooden spears to throw and chase them loudly to scare the deer herd. Hunting. Jiang Yuan looked at him and said, "You lead 10 tribesmen to go around to the front of the deer herd." Shou gave a bitter smile and said with some embarrassment, "But Lord Jiang Yuan, if I go around in front of the deer, I will probably be discovered by the deer within 100 steps." Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. By the time you are discovered, Lai and the others will have already taken action. At that time, you just need to use wooden spears with your tribesmen to block the path of the spotted deer and cooperate with Lai, Rock, Wolf, and the others to trap the deer in the middle." The 4 of them nodded at the same time to show that they understood. Jiang Yuan added, "When the deer are surrounded, 40 tribesmen will immediately throw out all the meteor stones and catch as many as they can." "Yes," the 4 answered at the same time. In primitive times, the human population was sparse, so Jiang Yuan didn't even consider draining the pond to catch all the fish. The 4 of them took orders and left with their tribesmen. Jiang Yuan looked at the figures of the people leaving, his heart aching. He didn't know whether his plan could succeed. The leader of the spotted deer herd is a strong male deer with well-developed muscles and long antlers. The stag's black eyes kept looking around, and it always felt vaguely uneasy in its heart, as if a pack of foraging wolves had ambushed around the herd of spotted deer. The stag wanted to roar and lead the herd away, but when he thought about how the herd had just escaped from the claws of a saber-toothed tiger and had no time to rest, the stag hesitated again. The stag turned its head and looked behind it, and saw a black shadow passing through the green grass. The stag's sense of crisis instantly reached its maximum, and it subconsciously made a yo-yo call to alert the herd. But it was too late. A dozen monkeys roared, ran, jumped out of the grass, and threw a large number of stones at the deer. The stones arrived in the blink of an eye, and the anxious male deer kept neighing and led the herd to escape. The agile deer suffered no casualties, and a dozen monkeys were chasing them with wooden spears. The stag couldn't help but feel contempt. "You stupid and slow monkeys want to catch up with my herd?" Just when it was about to show off its skills to tease the monkeys, 20 or so monkeys suddenly rushed out from both sides of the herd. The wooden spears thrown by them made it impossible for the fleeing deer to react in time and difficult to dodge. 2 spotted deer were knocked down in the herd in an instant. The injured spotted deer lay on the grass, unable to move, and kept screaming, making the spotted deer herd even more panicked. The leader of the spotted deer herd, the stag, became frightened. He gave up the idea of teasing these monkeys and led the herd to run towards the only remaining escape direction. The stag couldn't understand why there were so many monkeys on both sides of the herd. Roar, roar, roar. There was a thunderous sound ahead, and another dozen monkeys rushed towards the deer herd, roaring and holding wooden spears. The male deer looked at the monkeys holding the sharp wooden spears that had just killed 2 of his people. The male deer was instantly timid and subconsciously turned around and fled with the spotted deer herd. However, another dozen monkeys rushed over from behind with wooden spears, blocking their way. Seeing the Yunshi people surrounding them from all directions, the timid spotted deer herd fled in panic towards the gaps between the Yunshi people like headless flies. Meteor stone. Jiang Yuan shouted loudly. Swish, swish, swish. Meteor stones were scattered all over the sky, covering the huddled herd of deer. Yo, 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 yo. In the blink of an eye, 8 or 9 spotted deer had their forehooves tied up by meteor stones. Some of the spotted deer seemed to be knocked unconscious by the meteor stones and crashed into the arms of the Yunshi people. The timid stag had no intention of resisting the predator. It led the rest of the tribe and ran away from the encirclement of the Yunshi people with all its might. The excited Yunshi people didn't care about the escaped spotted deer. They cheered and took out ropes and tied them around the necks of the spotted deer whose forehooves were entangled. The 4 hunters came running over breathlessly, their faces full of excitement. Master Yunshi, we caught 11 spotted deer." Jiang Yuan laughed loudly. When this group of timid spotted deer were surrounded, He knew that he could capture at least 10 spotted deer today. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, Okay. Quickly, my brothers, catch these spotted deer. Don't let them escape. Shou excitedly ran to Jiang Yuan and kowtowed. He was convinced. Master Jiang Yuan, you are truly a manifestation of the gods. No one has ever been able to lead us to catch so many prey at one time. Jiang Yuan smiled without saying anything, accepting the admiration of the crowd with a clear conscience. However, Jiang Yuan knew in his heart that it was not his hunting skills that were so good, but the hunting skills of these primitive people were too crude. After counting the spoils, there were a total of 9 living spotted deer, 2 dead spotted deer, and a wild deer captured in the morning, so a total of 12 large prey had been captured today. Jiang Yuan looked at the tribesmen who were in high spirits, and he was also filled with excitement. He couldn't help but shout loudly. The hunt is not over yet. We still have to hunt in the wilderness, hunt the entire Lizhan Mountains, and hunt the whole world. Hunting. Jiang Yuan, Jiang Yuan, Jiang Yuan. Waves of roars echoed throughout the grassland, scaring the surrounding animals and birds away. Jiang Yuan looked at everything in front of him and felt satisfied. This was exactly the result he wanted. He wanted his people to worship him and be convinced. Chapter 46 Hunting Techniques. The group did not end today's hunting trip. Jiang Yuan decided to continue leading the tribe to hunt truly large prey, the wild bull. As the name suggests, the barbarian bull has a ferocious temperament, like a raging fire, and is extremely difficult to tame. The barbarian bull has huge horns on its head that are like blades, and its body is huge, like a hill. It can be said to be one of the leaders of herbivores. Jiang Yuan led everyone to a herd of wild bulls and lay in ambush, observing secretly. Everyone was so frightened by the huge bull that they had no intention of hunting it. Shou showed a bitter look on his face. Master Jiang Yuan, let's not provoke these wild bulls. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, What are you afraid of? We are the hunters, and they are the prey. Jiang Yuan encouraged everyone. No matter how fierce the barbarian bull is, it still eats grass. Its first reaction when it encounters danger is to run away. It is this first reaction that we should take advantage of. Looking at the puzzled eyes of the crowd, Jiang Yuan made the same arrangements as when he was hunting spotted deer just now. The difference is that Jiang Yuan redistributed the manpower and let Shou lead 20 tribesmen to block the front of the wild bull herd. Shou was a little scared, and he wanted to refuse. Master Jiang Yuan, we will be torn to pieces by the horns of the charging bull. Jiang Yuan advised him, Don't be afraid. When the herd of wild bulls comes running, you and your brothers throw all your wooden spears and immediately run away in both directions. The herd of wild bulls will not chase you. Shou nodded reluctantly, looking a little hesitant. After leaving a few tribesmen to look after the spotted deer, things went smoothly as Jiang Yuan planned. Lai, Yanshi, and Lang each brought 3 or 4 tribesmen with them, roaring and threatening loudly. The wild bulls were really panicked and driven by them to flee in the direction of the hunter ambush. For a moment, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. When the herd of wild bulls approached, the hunters immediately threw all their wooden spears at them and then retreated quickly. To Jiang Yuan's slight disappointment, the 20 wooden spears thrown out seemed to have only knocked down one wild bull. The herd of cattle ignored the injured bull and ran wildly into the distance, raising clouds of dust and dirt. After completing the task, the tribesmen ran back to Jiang Yuan, each of them sweating and panting. Shou still had an expression of surviving a disaster on his face. Jiang Yuan laughed and patted Shou's shoulder, indicating that he had done a good job. Hearing Jiang Yuan's praise, a hint of red appeared on Shou's pale face. After the herd of bulls settled down, they turned back and surrounded the fallen bull, their huge eyes constantly looking around. Seeing that the herd of wild bulls refused to leave, Lai had a worried look on his face. What should I do, Lord Jiang Yuan? Those wild bulls don't seem to want to leave. Jiang Yuan didn't take the reaction of the wild bulls to heart. As someone who often watched the animal world, he knew that the wild bulls wouldn't stay for long, so he advised everyone not to be impatient. Things turned out just as Jiang Yuan expected. After staying for a while, the herd of wild bulls gave up on the fallen bull and left the place slowly. Jiang Yuan led many tribesmen forward holding stone knives. The injured bull had 4 or 5 wooden spears stuck in its body. It was presumably that this wild bull was at the front of the herd when it escaped, and therefore became the target of their concentrated fire. The bull still had some breath left, and the blood from its wounds dyed the grass red and soaked the soil beneath it. Looking at Jiang Yuan and his men approaching, the wild bull mooed a few times, but was unable to struggle or resist. Jiang Yuan looked at the bull in front of him that was as big as a small mountain and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This bull must weigh at least 1,000 pounds, and the meat it produced would be enough for the Yunshi tribe to consume for 5 or 6 days. Jiang Yuan did not hesitate. He took out his iron spear and killed the wild bull. Being in the wild, every second you stay there means more danger. There is no telling how many ferocious beasts are lurking around them. The bull was too heavy to be taken away, so Jiang Yuan asked Shou and the others to kill the bull immediately and cut the meat into pieces. Seeing that the wolf was about to throw away the pair of horns that were nearly 1 meter long, Jiang Yuan stopped him and told the wolf that the horns were of great use. The wolf was puzzled and didn't understand what the horns were for since they could neither be eaten nor worn. But the wolf was so convinced of Jiang Yuan that he obediently put away his horns. More than 40 members of the Yunshi tribe gathered their weapons, slaughtered the wild bull, and then carried the huge pieces of beef on their backs, led a dozen spotted deer, and set out on their journey back to the Yunshi Valley. After today's hunting, more than 40 members of the Yunshi tribe, including Shou, were full of admiration for Jiang Yuan's hunting skills. On the way back, Shou approached Jiang Yuan and asked, "Master Jiang Yuan, you have never participated in hunting before. How did you lead us to capture so many prey?" Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "Didn't I teach you today? There are 2 moves in total. Surround them from all sides and leave one side open." These 2 moves are nothing at all, but compared with the crude hunting skills of these primitive people, they are much more advanced. Shou touched his head and said with a simple smile, "But I haven't learned it yet." Jiang Yuan straightened his face and stopped laughing. He said seriously, "When catching prey, we must learn to use different weapons and hunting methods. I asked Lai and the others to use flying stone ropes behind the herd because they have a long throwing distance and can injure as many prey as possible when the herd flees in the opposite direction. I asked Yensher and Lang to throw wooden spears on both sides of the herd to kill as many prey as possible and prevent them from escaping the encirclement. I asked you to use wooden spears in the direction of the herd's escape so that you can intercept the prey. Finally, use meteor stones when encircling the herd so that you can capture the prey alive." Shou nodded slightly, as if he understood the reason a little. Jiang Yuan also pointed out the shortcomings of hunting. When you lead your tribe to hunt, although you can find many herds of animals, you don't know how to use weapons and hunting methods properly, so you are prone to failure. Shou's face turned slightly red, and he nodded shamefully. Jiang Yuan added, "When facing different prey, we need to analyze their personalities and use different hunting methods. For example, when we were hunting spotted deer today, the spotted deer were timid and would just run away, so we surrounded them from all sides. Even if they were surrounded, the spotted deer dared not attack us and could not escape, so we were able to catch more spotted deer." Shou seemed to understand, but not quite, but he listened very carefully. Jiang Yuan added, "When we captured the wild bulls, we used a lenient approach. Wild bulls are easily frightened, have a violent temper, and are large in size, making them difficult to kill. So I asked Lai and the others to roar loudly to scare and drive away the herd." Jiang Yuan paused and continued, "And you blocked the only escape route of the herd. After you threw the wooden spears to injure the wild bull, you immediately retreated, leaving the herd a way out. Then the wild bulls would choose to escape blindly and not care about the injured wild bull. By the time the herd turned back and chose to protect the wild bull, everything was too late. This is a lenient way to get away with it, understand? Hunting." Shou was convinced by Jiang Yuan's teaching. He patted his head and said with an annoyed expression, "Master Jiang Yuan, if I were as smart as you, I would have caught more prey for the tribe earlier." Jiang Yuan laughed, patted Shou's shoulder and encouraged him. "It's not too late now. Now that you have learned how to hunt, you should catch more prey for the tribe." "Yes," Shou responded loudly and happily. As the 2 talked and hurried on their way, they unknowingly arrived at the entrance of Yunshi Valley. By this time, the sky had already darkened slightly, and the moon was hanging on the branches. Chapter 47 Spear Thrower. In the Yunshi Valley, Elder Wei had already led the tribesmen to prepare delicious barbecue and tasty broth for everyone. The rich aroma of meat wafted from the pottery basin, stimulating everyone's taste buds. Chief Tsang has returned, and is now leading a large number of tribesmen to welcome those who are going out to participate in the hunt. When they saw the people returning with full loads appear in their sight, every member of the Yunshi tribe opened their eyes wide. "Wait, what are they holding? A dozen spotted deer? What are they carrying on their shoulders?" Each of them is carrying a large, plump piece of meat. The primitive people were shocked. They rubbed their eyes, as if they couldn't believe what they saw. When did the Yunshi tribe catch more than a dozen prey a day? You know, before Jiang Yuan joined the Yunshi tribe, they might spend 10 days without being able to capture a large prey. Even if Jiang Yuan made weapons such as the flying stone rope and meteor stone, The Yunshi tribe could only harvest 4 or 5 large prey every day. The people of the Yunshi tribe had never thought of catching more than a dozen large prey in a day, nor did they dare to think about it. Song rushed forward, stuttering a little due to his excitement. Jiang Yuan, what's going on? How is it possible to catch so many prey in one day? Shou put the piece of meat off his shoulder and answered happily. This is all thanks to Lord Jiang Yuan. If he hadn't taught us how to hunt, we wouldn't have been able to catch so many prey. Song swallowed hard. He looked at Jiang Yuan, who was already in a fight with Qing and Shi, and his shocked expression gradually calmed down. Jiang Yuan, it's okay, it's just a routine operation. Elder Wei, with a beaming face, took the still wild spotted deer from the hunter's hands. Elder Wei didn't even have time to eat the delicious barbecue at this time. He smiled and led his tribesmen to the back of the valley and kept the spotted deer behind the fence. Jiang Yuan, Jiang Yuan, Jiang Yuan. Suddenly, someone in the Yunshi tribe cheered, and then hundreds of tribesmen began to shout Jiang Yuan's name loudly. The sound was deafening. Jiang Yuan heard the long-lost call with a smile on his face. He grabbed Qing Hushi, who was a little shy and wanted to escape, and hugged the two women's slender waists. Stop it, Yuan. Qing was thin-skinned and could not stand being intimate with Jiang Yuan in public, not to mention that Jiang Yuan was hugging her sister Shi at the same time, so Qing kept struggling. Jiang Yuan didn't let go at all, and no matter how Qing resisted, he couldn't escape. She didn't resist at all. She leaned obediently in Jiang Yuan's arms, her fair cheeks with a faint blush. She was too white. She didn't look like a primitive person at all. Her jade-like skin reflected the white light under the bonfire. After enjoying the cheers of his people with peace of mind, Jiang Yuan invited everyone to enjoy dinner. There are hundreds of tribesmen in the Yunshi tribe, and each of them has been busy and tired for a whole day. Dinner time is a rare rest time for them. Jiang Yuan took out a tiger-tooth dagger and cut off 2 pieces of fat and tender mutton dripping with hot oil from the roasted wild-horned sheep. He handed them to Qing and Shi respectively. He himself was enjoying the delicious mutton and mushroom soup. The fatness of the mutton and the aroma of the dried mushrooms were rare delicacies in the primitive world for him. Song came over with a leg of lamb. He tore the lamb meat into big bites and sat next to Jiang Yuan. Did you gain anything today? Jiang Yuan filled a wooden bowl with mutton soup and handed it to Song. As the clan leader and his future father-in-law, although Song is stubborn and cowardly in some places, Jiang Yuan still respects him very much. After all, overall, Song is a relatively qualified patriarch. Song took the broth and shook his head with a heavy look on his face. He sighed and said, "No one is willing to form an alliance with us. They would rather hand over their people and pray to the chiefing tribe." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. This was within his expectations. Today we seed 5 cities, tomorrow we seed 10 cities, and then we can sleep peacefully for one night. The tyrannical Qing's desires are insatiable. The more we pay tribute, the more urgent our invasions become. These primitive people will never understand this truth, or perhaps they do understand it, but are helpless about it. Jiang Yuan took a sip of the broth and said with determination, "If we can't rely on others, then we have to rely on ourselves." Song nodded silently. He smiled bitterly and said, "There are no people in the valleys of some tribes. I don't know where they have migrated to. I think they are trying to avoid the chiefing tribe." Jiang Yuan didn't care. As long as they don't leave the Lisan Mountains, the chiefing tribe will find them sooner or later. "Chief, have you been to the Gu tribe today?" Jiang Yuan was still thinking about Tang's sister. Song shook his head and said, "No, I only went to 4 or 5 tribes today. I will go to Gu tribe tomorrow." "Okay, Chief Song. Tomorrow I will take you to see the power of the spear thrower." Jiang Yuan smiled at Song. He just took a look at the progress of the spear thrower's production. The female tribesmen had already made 20 spear throwers and 50 to 60 spear guns. Tomorrow, 15 tribesmen will be selected from Shou's subordinates, and 5 strong male tribesmen under Song will be transferred away. In this way, a team of 20 spear throwers will be formed. The next step is to train continuously. Song looked a little impatient. He had been listening to Jiang Yuan bragging about the spear thrower, and he was eager to witness its power with his own eyes. After the conversation, Song left tactfully, leaving Jiang Yuan, Qing, and Shi some private space. Jiang Yuan spent some time with Qing and Shi in a gentle and affectionate manner, during which he couldn't help but take advantage of the 2 women and take advantage of them. When the night was as dark as ink, Jiang Yuan hugged the 2 women and returned to the cave. The 3 people's caves were close to each other, and King Gexi usually lived next to Jiang Yuan. It is a pity that Qing Hushi successfully escaped from Jiang Yuan's clutches and returned to his own cave. The next day, at dawn, Jiang Yuan put on the skin of a saber-toothed tiger. The animal skin had been softened by the stream and was very comfortable for Jiang Yuan to wear. Jiang Yuan found the 20 spear throwers selected last night and called Chief Song and other tribal leaders to watch. The rest of the tribesmen were also very curious. Even Shou and Wen delayed their food collection task today to watch the spear throwers debut. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Yuan asked his tribesmen to bring javelin throwers and spears. Jiang Yuan decided to let Lai lead this team of spearmen. First of all, Lai was very strong and could fight a cannibal alone with ease. He was a good fighter. Secondly, Lai was smart and had rich combat experience. So Jiang Yuan gave up on Rock and Wolf. After all, Rock was too honest and the wolf was too weak in combat. Jiang Yuan took out the spear, which was long and sharp, hardened by the flames, and not only hard but also very tough. Moreover, on the sharp tip of the spear, there were 4 long blood grooves carved by the tribesmen with stone knives. Jiang Yuan pointed at the blood groove and said to everyone, "This can further increase the lethality of the spear. Anyone pierced by the spear will bleed profusely and it will be difficult to heal." Elder Song, Elder Wei and others had looks of surprise and doubt in their eyes, as if they couldn't believe that a few long grooves on the tip of the spear could cause such great damage. Jiang Yuan ordered his men to bring a captured wild boar and had the tribesmen place it 80 steps away, far beyond the maximum distance that could be reached by throwing a wooden spear with bare hands. Elder Song Hui was a little skeptical and asked, "Can we hit it from such a distance?" Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "You'll know if you try it." He was confident. Jiang Yuan led 20 spear throwers to line up in a row. Since only 60 spears were made, each person was given 3. "Release!" Jiang Yuan shouted. Whoosh! As the sound of breaking air was heard, 20 spears cut through the sky, whistling in the wind, and were thrown straight towards the wild boar 80 steps away. Tsk tisk. The huge wild boar let out a scream and instantly fell into a pool of blood. Its forehooves trembled slightly, and then it became motionless. Chapter 48. Actively prepare for war. Hundreds of tribesmen from the Yunshi tribe stared blankly in the direction where the spears were thrown. They were all stunned and stood there like wooden chickens that had been trained for 2.5 years. Chief Song swallowed hard, with a look of disbelief on his face. This is so far. The tribesmen came to their senses and swarmed over to watch the fallen wild boar. Only Lai and the other 20 spear throwers looked at the spear throwers in their hands with great interest, all of them grinning and laughing with a look of excitement on their faces. "Let's go and take a look." Song anxiously pulled Jiang Yuan, pushed away the crowd, and went to check what was happening with the wild boar. The huge wild boar fell to the ground, already lifeless, with 5 or 6 spears piercing its huge body. The wounds from the spears looked like they were torn by the canine teeth of a wild beast, which was horrifying to see. The wild boar's bright red blood gushed out along the blood groove on the spear and continued to flow. The rest of the spears that didn't hit the wild boar were thrown 100 steps away, with their tails facing the sky and the tips of the spears 1 foot into the ground, which was enough to show how powerful they were. Song squatted down and touched the wild boar's wound, still seemingly unable to believe that a spear could kill a wild boar. You should know that wild boar skin is the thickest. Wild boars are creatures that like to roll in mud and grass the most. For a long time, their bodies are like wearing a suit of armor. Ordinary wooden spears cannot hurt them at all, but now they can be shot and killed directly with spears thrown by spear throwers from 80 steps away. Song stared at the dead wild boar in silence without saying a word. The onlookers were at a loss as to what to do and fell silent. After a long time, Song pulled out a spear with all his strength. He stared at the sharp spear stained with blood and suddenly laughed up to the sky. "The Yunshi tribe is saved. The Yunshi tribe is saved. The Yunshi tribe is saved. Ha ha ha." No one knew the pressure Song was under when the Yunshi tribe decided to go to war with the Chiefing tribe. Even with Jiang Yuan, Song still felt like he had a mountain on his shoulders. It was not until the appearance of spear throwers and spear guns that he was completely relieved of this pressure. Jiang Yuan watched all this with a smile on his face. Only now did he have full confidence in defeating the Chiefing tribe. The pressure in his heart was even heavier than Song's. The life and death of the entire Yunshi tribe rested on Jiang Yuan's shoulders. Jiang Yuan looked up at the sky and thought to himself, "Let's make the powerful weapon like the spear thrower come out ahead of time to speed up the process of mankind's expansion into the wasteland and conquering the world. We will win." Jiang Yuan raised his spear high and shouted loudly, "We will win! We will win! We will win!" Hundreds of tribesmen imitated Jiang Yuan, waving their arms and roaring angrily. The sound resounded through the mountains. The morale of the people was high and surging, as indestructible as mountains and as destructible as huge waves. Qing Hushi, who was watching from afar, looked at Jiang Yuan, who was leading everyone in cheering. Her beautiful eyes turned red and filled with tears. From then on, everything in the Yunshi tribe was back on track, and more than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 days, one led the tribesmen to collect fruits continuously. Although there were only a dozen tribesmen, the number of fruits stored in the cellar continued to grow. Shou led the remaining 20 tribesmen to continue hunting. Although the number of hunters decreased, since Shou learned Jiang Yuan's two tactics of surrounding on all sides and letting the net open, the 20 people could catch 5 or 6 large prey every day. Song went back and forth to contact other tribes every day, but most of the time he returned empty-handed, and other tribes refused to form an alliance with the Yunshi tribe. No one knew where the Gu tribe had migrated to, and there was no news about Teng's sister. To Jiang Yuan's surprise, Song actually recruited 6 or 7 wanderers, and Jiang Yuan immediately incorporated these wanderers into the production team. Li Zhe leads the spear throwers to train their aim every day, and now the accuracy of their spear throwing has been greatly improved. The dozen or so tribesmen who were making spear throwers and spear guns did not stop, and still made spear guns, wooden spears, and weave flying stone ropes and meteor stones every day. Unknowingly, the various weapons stored by the Yunshi tribe were more than enough to equip hundreds of tribesmen. Elder Wei continued to be in charge of raising prey. The fence at the river behind the valley was constantly expanded. There were as many as 70 to 80 large prey in it, and countless small animals such as pheasants and rabbits. Jiang Yuan counted the grass cages and found that there were at least hundreds of them. Elder Wei's tasks were also very heavy now. He harvested and stored grass, cleaned up the feces of the prey, and was busy every day. As for Shi Huqing, who led 10 female tribesmen, they had been collecting herbs. Now the tribe had stored a considerable amount of herbs. They followed Jiang Yuan and Wu to learn medical skills every day. Under Jiang Yuan's guidance, Shi Huqing remembered herbs such as hay for detoxification, puffball for hemostasis, and parsnip for clearing heat very clearly. Elder Pan also led 20 tribesmen who cut down trees, collected stones, gathered vines, and made various tools every day in preparation for the tribe's defense construction. After more than 10 days, the wood and stones had been piled into a small hill, waiting for Jiang Yuan to lead them to build fortifications. The sun was high in the sky, the breeze was blowing across the earth, the leaves were rustling, and Jiang Yuan was enjoying the rare cool breeze comfortably. He was using his iron spear to trim the 2 huge bull horns in his hands. Jiang Yuan plans to make 2 horns to command attack or retreat during battle. Lord Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan saw Elder Pan calling out to him from a distance, waving his hands continuously. Jiang Yuan put down the work in his hands and walked up to him. Elder Pan, what's wrong? He was not a stingy person and never took to heart the small matter of Elder Pan's obstruction of him joining the tribe. From another perspective, Elder Pan was also thinking about the Yunshi tribe at that time. Lord Jiang Yuan, we have already made the wooden door you ordered. Elder Pan had a smile on his face. Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered. The defense project of the Yunshi tribe had not started for more than 10 days, just because of this wooden door that the tribe members had spent a lot of effort on. Let's go and take a look. Jiang Yuan's heart was pounding, and he couldn't help but want to see the most important barrier of Yunshi Valley. Good fellow. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but let out an exclamation of admiration. Even though Jiang Yuan was used to seeing tall buildings in modern times, he was still shocked by the wooden doors made by Elder Pan and his team. The 2 gates were made of more than a dozen sturdy whole logs. Each door was about 10.5 feet high, 10 feet wide, and 1 foot thick. Needless to say, it must be that Elder Pan used a stone axe to cut the thickest part in the middle of each big tree and then built the wooden door. Moreover, Elder Pan used the simplest mortise and tenon joint technique that Jiang Yuan taught them. At the connection between the 2 trees, Elder Pan led the tribesmen to use stone axes to carve out many uneven places. These uneven places could be perfectly fit together, making the wooden door extremely firm and strong. The elder was still a little worried about this, so he used a large amount of ropes to tightly wrap around the joints, leaving no gaps at all. Not to mention resisting the people from the chiefing tribe. Even if mammoths and elasmonic rhinoceros came, they would not be able to break the wooden door unless they hit it with all their strength a dozen times. Jiang Yuan was very satisfied with the 2 wooden doors and immediately called on all the tribesmen in Yunshi Valley to come and help. Dozens of people carried the 2 wooden doors and came to the narrow entrance of Yunshi Valley. 2 stone pits have been smashed into the top rocks on both sides of the valley entrance. and 2 huge stones are buried on the ground. There are also stone pits carved out of the stones with stone axes. These 4 stone pits are used as hinges for opening and closing the door. With the help of dozens of people dragging and pulling, the hinges of the 2 heavy wooden doors were installed on the door hinges with great difficulty, allowing the 2 doors to have the function of opening and closing. However, in order to open and close this wooden door, it would take at least 5 or 6 people to push it. Jiang Yuan took another look at the 3 solid wooden bolts arranged from high to low on the wooden door and couldn't help feeling speechless. This elder was being too careful and cautious in doing things. Chapter 49, Golden City Hot Springs. Lord Jiang Yuan, how is it? Elder Pan asked Jiang Yuan excitedly as he looked at the wooden door he had built. He looked as happy as a child waiting for praise from his parents. The 2 wooden doors are about 2 meters wide, which can be said to completely block the narrow entrance of Yunqi Valley. Jiang Yuan touched the 2 wooden doors that were a foot thick and couldn't help but sigh. Elder Pan, these 2 wooden doors you built are so blocked that not only the people from the chiefing tribe, but even poisonous snakes, beasts, wolves, tigers, and leopards can't get in. Hearing Jiang Yuan's praise, Elder Pan immediately laughed heartily, looking quite proud. Jiang Yuan looked at the heavy wooden door, thought for a while, and said, Elder Pan, there are still some gaps between the 2 sides of the valley and the middle of the wooden door. We need to fill them with stones and soil. Elder Pan nodded and said, no problem. He immediately led his people to fetch water and mud, move stones, and fill the gaps. Jiang Yuan paced back and forth around the wooden door. Although the entrance to the valley in front of him was impregnable, he always felt that something was missing. After thinking for a long time, Jiang Yuan finally understood. Although the wooden door has been erected, the Yunqi tribe can only rely on it for defense without any offensive means. You should know that the mountain walls on both sides of the entrance of Yunqi Valley are narrow and steep, and it is impossible to climb them whether inside or outside the valley. If the chiefing tribe attacked the wooden gate, the Yunqi people would be unable to use their stone-throwing ropes or spear-throwing devices due to the obstruction of the mountain walls and the wooden gate. They would have to stay in the valley in vain, waiting for the enemy to break in. Jiang Yuan's heart immediately tightened. The issue of attack was of utmost importance. He walked around the entrance of the valley 7 or 8 times and decided to dig 2 corridors on the top of the mountain wall. Corridors were the paths that ancient soldiers walked on when defending the city, and build a cross bridge above the wooden door. Jiang Yuan was a man of action. He immediately led the tribesmen who had not yet dispersed and started digging stone stairs on the mountain wall, leveling the corridor, and building a horizontal bridge. Fortunately, the soil on the mountain wall was soft and easy to dig. Jiang Yuan led all the tribesmen and worked nonstop for 2 days before finally completing the project successfully. A wooden bridge made of several thick trees tied together and inlaid spans both sides of the entrance to Yunqi Valley, with guardrails made of wooden ropes on it. The corridor at the top of the mountain wall has also been leveled and connected to the cross bridge for easy passage. Jiang Yuan walked up the corridor from the stone steps on both sides of the valley and came to the horizontal bridge. He stood on a high place and looked around. The vast land and the endless wasteland in front of the Yunqi Valley were all in his sight. Although the corridor of the horizontal bridge is only 2 or 3 feet above the ground, Jiang Yuan has a heroic feeling of standing on the top of the mountain and overlooking all the other mountains. When the chiefing tribe attacks, we only need to let the spear throwers stand on this corridor and the bridge, looking down from a high position, and throw wooden spears to easily repel the invading enemies. It can be said that one man can block the passage of 10,000 men. After turning the entrance to the valley into an iron wall, Jiang Yuan did not stop building the tribe's defense facilities. There is a river flowing behind the valley. The river water passes under the mountain wall and forms 2 gaps. These 2 gaps also require the construction of defensive facilities. If the enemy swam into the valley from the river, it would catch the Yunqi tribe off guard, which would be enough to make Jiang Yuan regret it. Fortunately, the river was shallow and the gap was small. Jiang Yuan and his people drove wooden stakes into the riverbed and put up fences to block the enemy from passing. Finally, Jiang Yuan asked his tribesmen to bury many sharp bamboo thorns at the bottom of the river. As long as the enemy dared to go into the water, they would be stabbed all over by these long bamboo thorns. Only after all the defense facilities were built did Jiang Yuan feel completely at ease. The Yunqi tribe today can be said to be like an iron bucket. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a golden city and hot springs. Jiang Yuan led Elder Tsang and Elder Wei and other tribal leaders to inspect the Yunqi Valley. After seeing the results of the tribe's labor over the past 10 days, The smiles that had disappeared for a long time reappeared on everyone's faces. Song suggested, "Let's go and see the training results of Lai and the other spear throwers." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly to show his agreement. The 20 spear throwers led by Lai will become the core and backbone of this battle. Everyone came to the place where they trained. The sharp spears whistled in the air, and after being thrown hundreds of steps away, they stabbed deeply into the ground. There are now enough spears in the tribe, and each spear thrower has 10 spears available. Jiang Yuan looked at Lai and the others throwing spears and lances continuously, and couldn't help but say in his heart, "If we keep practicing for a long time, we will definitely be able to develop the Qilin arm." When Lai saw everyone, he immediately stopped training and ran over. Lai said respectfully, "Master Patriarch, Master Jiang Yuan, Elder Pan, Elder Wei." Although Lai now commands 20 spear throwers and his actual power may be higher than the two elders, his status is far inferior. Jiang Yuan smiled and asked, "How is your training going?" The 20 spear throwers had never participated in any labor in the past 10 days, and the tribe provided them with good food and drink. Jiang Yuan was naturally very concerned about their training results. Lai thought for a moment and replied, "Within 50 steps, all 10 spears can hit the target. Within 80 steps, 7 out of 10 spears can hit the target. Beyond 100 steps, 5 out of 10 spears can hit the target." Jiang Yuan secretly calculated in his mind that the maximum distance for throwing a wooden spear with bare hands was only 50 steps. If the people of the Qifeng tribe approached the Yunxi Valley within 80 steps, 20 spear throwers could throw 20 spears at once and at least kill a dozen cannibals without any injuries. With 10 spears per person, and after 10 rounds of throwing, at least 100 members of the Qifeng tribe would be killed. Jiang Yuan immediately felt a sense of expansion in his heart. This feeling was like, "With the spear in my hand, the world is mine." The expressions of Tsang and the others at this moment were also very subtle, and they were likely thinking the same thing as Jiang Yuan. At the same time, in the northern part of Lisan mountain range, in the huge valley with howling winds and bloody mud all over the ground, nearly 1,000 cannibals from the Qifeng tribe gathered again under the bloody altar and throne. Qi Man is as strong as a bull, with blood and energy like the sea. Just being close to him can make people feel frightened and terrified. Qi Man, who was as powerful as a bear or a tiger, was currently holding a roasted thigh of a humanoid creature and chewing it. Looking at his enjoyable expression, one could tell how delicious the exclusive barbecue in his hand was. Qi Man looked at Qi Snake, who was kneeling on the ground, and asked loudly, "Qi Snake, how are you recovering from your injuries?" "Father, my injury has healed." Qi Shi patted his strong shoulders, his slightly blood-red eyes gleaming with spirit. Qi Man seemed to be in a good mood. "Okay, then let's go and lead our people today to find those insect tribes and seize their prey and people." "Yes, father." Qish's eyes revealed desire and eagerness. He clenched his fists and swore to himself. He must find the tribe that injured him and kill all their members. Qi Man walked down from the throne. His figure was even taller than Qi Snake. Any tribe that dares to resist will be killed and brought back as food. Qi Man's eyes were as sharp as knives, with a sneer of contempt on his face, and he handed the roasted human leg in his hand to Qi Shi. The red snake took the human leg respectfully and laughed loudly. "Don't worry, father. It won't be a problem to destroy the tribe of those worms. Let's go." Qi Man waved his hand. He felt very happy when he thought that he would soon be able to enjoy new young female tribesmen and delicious human flesh. "Yes," the red snake responded loudly. Led by Red Snake, hundreds of strong and rugged-looking cannibals, holding wooden spears, walked across the Bone Mountain and Skull Ridge at the mouth of the gloomy valley and headed towards the vast wasteland outside the valley. After walking out of the valley, the red snake instructed the others, "Each of you, take some tribesmen to collect the prey. Anyone who resists will be killed. The Lisan Mountains are too large. If more than 100 Qifeng people gathered together, it would take at least 3 or 4 days to collect all the prey from the tribe." Qi Shi dared to divide his troops in this way because he had absolute confidence. He believed that even if there were only 20 or 30 people from the Qifeng tribe, they could easily massacre any tribe in the Lisan Mountains. As for the last failure, Qi Shi attributed it to the enemy's despicable sneak attack. Chapter 50 Ambush. The teenage Yang was sweating profusely as he ran towards this side. He looked a little panicked. Master Chief, Master Jiang Yuan. The people from the Qifeng tribe are here again." Jiang Yuan and Song looked at each other, and Jiang Yuan held Yang's shoulder. "Don't panic. Where are they? How many people are there?" "We have reached Wild Boar Ridge. There are more than 30 of us." Jiang Yuan looked a little solemn. With more than 30 people, considering the chiefing tribe's combat effectiveness of 1 against 3, if it were a close fight, the Yunchi tribe might be wiped out here. After all, there are still many female tribesmen, elderly people, and children in the Yunchi tribe. Jiang Yuan shouted loudly. Lai, take the spear throwers to the mountain gate to gather. Yes. Lai answered loudly, his eyes flashing with ardent desire, and he couldn't wait to kill these 30 cannibals from the chiefing tribe here. As Tsang walked, he asked, Jiang Yuan, what should we do? It looks like they are here to collect our people and prey. Jiang Yuan clenched the iron spear tightly. He had gone out hunting with 20 strong male tribesmen, and they had not returned yet. Now in the tribe, there were only 20 spear throwers and a few strong female tribesmen who had real fighting power. Jiang Yuan said, the chiefing tribe will not rest until they see the prey and the female tribesmen. We must fight today. Okay. Although Tsang was panicked, he was now confident with the spear thrower. Jiang Yuan ordered, tell the tribesmen to quickly close the wooden door and bolt it. It has been arranged. Elder Pan responded from the side, holding an extended wooden spear. This was a further improvement of the wooden spear by Jiang Yuan. Not only had the tip of the spear been roasted, polished, and hardened, but the handle of the spear had also been lengthened. Jiang Yuan sighed slightly. What's wrong? When Tsang heard Jiang Yuan sigh, his whole body tensed up, and he felt uneasy again. Jiang Yuan analyzed to everyone. We only have 20 spear throwers. Even if we kill 20 of their tribesmen in 1 round of spear throwing, they still have 10 tribesmen. If they want to escape, we can't stop them. This means we will face a massive attack from the chiefing tribe. Jiang Yuan really wanted to annihilate these 30 people here and buy some time for the Yunchi tribe to develop. Elder Pan said in a gruff voice, Master Jiang Yuan, now we have weapons, food, and wooden doors. Even if they launch a massive attack, what does it matter? Jiang Yuan rubbed his brows and looked up to the sky and said, I am indecisive. Chief Tsang, Elder Pan, and Elder Wei looked at each other, not knowing what indecisive meant. Jiang Yuan ignored the 3 people and quickened his pace to the gate of Yunchi Valley. Lai has already led 20 spear throwers to gather here. Each of them is equipped with a spear thrower, 10 spears, and an extended wooden spear for close combat. Ambush in the corridor. Jiang Yuan gave the order. The corridor can hide people, and the cross bridge only has guardrails. If there is an ambush on the cross bridge, the chiefing tribe will see it at a glance. Yes, Lai responded, and 20 spear throwers went up one by one along the stone stairs built on the mountain wall and hid in the corridor. Jiang Yuan turned around and said, Chief Tsang, the effective killing range of the spear thrower is 100 steps. Try to lure the people of the chiefing tribe to within 50 steps, so that Lai and the others can buy time to throw the second round of spears. The Tsang clan leader smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid they won't be fooled. Jiang Yuan gripped the iron spear, thought for a moment, and said, let the tribe open the wooden door. Elder Wei, go find 20 tribeswomen and bring 40 prey to stand at the door. The Tsang tribe leader was horrified. Jiang Yuan, are you crazy? The people of the chiefing tribe will rush into the valley. Jiang Yuan made up his mind and said, if you don't put out the bait, the fish won't take the bait. Don't worry, Chief Tsang. After being hit by the spear throwers, they will just turn around and run away. There is no way they will rush into the valley. Seeing Tsang still looking a little hesitant, Jiang Yuan said in a deep voice, go. Elder Wei gritted his teeth, ignored the opinion of Chief Tsang, and immediately went to find the female tribesmen and lead the prey. Jiang Yuan, clan leader Tsang, and Elder Pan walked onto the horizontal bridge and looked at the vast area in front of the Yunchi Valley. Dozens of figures were swarming in the mountains and forests, and the number seemed to be far more than 30 people. What's going on? Jiang Yuan's heart sank, thinking that Yang had reported the wrong number of cannibals. He looked carefully and saw that there were 30 cannibals with red hair and green faces, each of them strong and sturdy, escorting 30 young women and dozens of prey, rushing towards Yunchi Valley. Jiang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. If they were all from the chiefing tribe, the offensive pressure they would face would be too great. It seems that the chiefing tribe has already gone to other tribes to collect some tribesmen and prey. Jiang Yuan ordered, Lai, if I tell you to, throw the wooden spears immediately. Yes. Lai and 20 spearmen shouted in unison. They hid in the corridor, and it was difficult for the enemy to find them in the valley below. About 600 or 700 steps away from Yunchi Valley, the Red Snake and 30 of his tribesmen were slowly walking towards Yunchi Valley, escorting more than 30 female tribesmen and dozens of prey. The Red Snake was carrying a wooden spear and was in a good mood. In his hand, he was holding a bloody arm and tearing raw meat. Red Snake is different from others. He doesn't like to eat delicious roasted meat, but prefers raw meat with a bloody smell. If it is human flesh, it will be even more delicious. A strong tribesman at the side said, Lord Red Snake, you are so brave. Those people from the water tribe actually dared to resist. The red snake sneered contemptuously. They are just a bunch of worms. If you dare to resist, you are seeking death. He stuffed the arm he had not finished eating into the hand of the tribesman, whose name was Lizard. There were a total of 60 or 70 members of the water tribe. More than 20 young female members were all abducted by them, and more than 20 male members had just been slaughtered and became food. There was no way that the dozen or so old and weak members of the water tribe who were left could survive in the Lizhan Mountains. It was tantamount to genocide. The price Red Snake and his men paid was only a dozen or so tribesmen being slightly injured. The hide of the red snake was soaked with blood, and the sharp wooden spear was still stained with blood, shining in the sunlight. Just now, at least 7 or 8 members of the water tribe died under the wooden spear of the red snake. The lizard looked at the Yunshi Valley ahead and said respectfully, Master Red Snake, the Yunshi tribe is approaching. Chi-Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. Let's go. I want to see if this song is still as tough as before. The lizard smiled flatteringly and said, No matter how tough he is, what can he do? We have already eaten half of their people. The red snake laughed loudly. He enjoyed the lizard's flattery very much. Let's go. The red snake waved his hand and led 30 tribesmen, heading towards the Yunshi Valley with great momentum. Chapter 51 Ambush and Kill the Cannibals. They are coming. When Elder Pan saw those cannibals with red hair and green faces, who looked like evil spirits, his breathing became heavy. Even though he was brave and strong and was not afraid of these cannibals, the chiefing tribe left an indelible shadow on his youth and made him very nervous. Red Snake. Song's expression changed slightly. Jiang Yuan's eyes narrowed and he subconsciously tightened his grip on the iron spear. Red Snake, the only cannibal who escaped from them that day, was also the murderer of Shi's father. Jiang Yuan crouched down and hid in the corridor. I won't show my face for now. The red snake recognizes me. Chief Song, we must lure them within 50 steps. There was already sweat on Song's cheeks, and he nodded with difficulty. Chi-Shi led his people closer to the Yunshi Valley. Seeing the groups of prey and young and energetic female tribesmen at the entrance of the valley, he couldn't help but smile. The Yunshi tribe is really obedient. Red Snake couldn't help but burst into laughter. The lizard immediately flattered him. They must be afraid of the chiefing tribe and you, Lord Chi-Shi. After hearing this, the red snake was very pleased and proud. He looked at Song standing on the tree, with some confusion, not understanding why the Yunshi tribe wanted to build a few trees above the entrance of the valley. What are the people of Yunshi tribe doing? The lizard also noticed the changes at the entrance of Yunshi Valley. Who cares? Chi-Shi didn't care. All he could think about were the groups of prey and young female tribesmen from the Yunshi tribe. The red snake laughed from a distance and said, Song, you did a good job. Song smiled and responded. The chiefing tribe gave us orders. How dare we not obey? Ha! The red snake laughed again. Then bring your people and pray over here. The place where Chi-Shi and his men stopped was very clever, just 100 steps away from the Yunshi mountain gate and out of the killing range of the spear throwers. The Tsang clan leader's eyes moved slightly. He had a lot of experience in dealing with others, so he immediately thought of an excuse. Lord Red Snake, please come in. We have slaughtered the prey and are waiting for you to enjoy it. The red snake snorted disdainfully. You idiots, you can't even use fire. What delicious food can you make? Although he said this, he, who loved eating raw meat, took a step forward and walked towards the entrance of Yunshi Valley. While listening to Jiang Yuan teaching him how to speak, Chief Song imitated him and said, Master Chi-Shi, the Yunshi tribe has always wanted to submit to the chiefing tribe. I only ask Master Chi-Shi to take care of the Yunshi tribe in the future. After hearing this, the lizard couldn't help but burst into laughter. Master Red Snake, the people of the Yunshi tribe are really mean. They want to submit to us so much. The red snake snorted coldly and said, Our chiefing tribe is the most powerful and brave tribe in the Lizhan Mountains. As they were talking, the cannibals left a few people behind to look after the captured tribesmen and pray at a distance, while Chi-Shi led the remaining 20 or so tribesmen towards the mountain gate of Yunshi Valley. Song was sweating coldly. Jiang Yuan, what should we do? They didn't all come here, and left a few people there to guard the prey. Jiang Yuan gritted his teeth and whispered, Never mind. I can't just hand over my people and pray to them. Getting closer and closer. Looking at the cannibals approaching, Song had unconsciously clenched his hands into fists. The red snake was still staring at the young and lively female tribesmen at the entrance of the valley. His eyes were flashing with lust, and he didn't realize that death was approaching. 60 steps, 50 steps, 40 steps, 30 steps. Song looked at the red snake's blue cheeks becoming clearer and clearer, and its tall and strong body getting closer and closer, and he subconsciously held his breath. Let go. Seeing that the group of cannibals were only 20 steps away from the mountain gate, Song couldn't help but shout loudly. The 20 spear throwers who were ambushed in the corridor stood up instantly. They were ready to go. 20 spears cut through the sky like the scythe of the god of death, and with the sound of wind, they were thrown towards the 20 or so cannibals in front of the gate of Yunshi Valley. Qi Shi and his people looked up at Song on the horizontal bridge in confusion, not quite understanding why he suddenly shouted so loudly. However, what came into view were 20 spears whistling towards them. The spear tips, polished by stones and burned by flames, were extremely sharp and ruthlessly pierced through the bodies of the cannibals. The red snake's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously raised the wooden spear in his hand, wanting to throw it at the Tsang tribe leader on the horizontal bridge. Puff! Puff! The pain of his body being torn apart seemed to steal all of Red Snake's strength, causing his arms to go limp, and he couldn't even lift the wooden spear. The red snake lowered his head and stared blankly at the two spears that pierced his chest. The sharp spears pierced through his body. Large amounts of blood gushed out along the blood grooves and flowed down along the sharp spear tips that pierced his back, like a small waterfall made of blood. The red snake felt a salty taste in its throat, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground uncontrollably. Chish's face hit the ground heavily. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Only large amounts of blood flowed out of his throat. He could only stare blankly at the lizards fleeing in panic, and at a dozen tribesmen who were also pierced by spears and fell in a pool of blood. Let them all die. Chief Tsang looked at the dozen or so chiefing people lying in a pool of blood at the entrance of Yunshi Valley, struggling and wailing in pain. His shoulders were shaking with excitement. When will it be the turn of the Yunshi tribe to wantonly slaughter these cannibals? You know, they're the chiefing tribe. Even if the entire Lisan Mountains unite, they cannot defeat the chiefing tribe. At this moment, Chief Tsang just wanted to cheer. Jiang Yuan was not carried away by this tiny victory. Having killed more than a dozen cannibals before, he remained calm and shouted, "Shoot them again." Among the 20 or so cannibals, only a dozen were pierced by spears, and the remaining 7 or 8 were fleeing from the Yunshi Valley like crazy. Lai and the others were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Some of the spear throwers even felt their arms holding the spears unsteady. The second round of 20 spears were thrown down, and the 7 or 8 cannibals who were fleeing instantly fell in a pool of blood. Some cannibals were pierced through the body by 3 or 4 spears and lay on the ground like porcupines. Are you crazy? Are the Yunshi tribe crazy? The lizard cursed loudly and fled madly. He never expected that the Yunshi tribe would dare to attack them. He watched as his fellow tribesmen who had gone with him fell in a pool of blood one by one, and in the blink of an eye, he was the only one left. The lizard was so frightened that its soul was about to die, as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. Its legs were like rapidly spinning flywheels, and it used all its strength to frantically escape from the Yunshi Valley. It was not until he ran hundreds of steps away and came to the remaining tribesmen that he sat down on the ground, gasping for breath and sweating profusely. "Lizard, what's going on?" A chiefing member who was guarding the prey and the female tribesman asked loudly. "Are you a fool or a blind person? Can't you see that the Yunshi tribe attacked us?" The lizard escaped death and cursed loudly in frustration. What? There was disbelief in the cannibal's eyes, as if he couldn't believe that the Yunshi tribe dared to ambush and attack them. "Lord Red Snake is dead." The lizard dragged his sore legs and said coldly to the few people. Think about how to explain this to the clan leader. When the remaining tribesmen heard this, they all shuddered. They could not imagine how furious Qi Man would be after losing his 2 sons, Qi Shi and Qi Shi, in succession. "What should we do?" the person questioning the lizard asked in panic. The lizard pursed his lips. He was smarter than other primitive people, otherwise he would not have learned to flatter. He said in a cold voice, "The Yunshi tribe attacked us and killed Lord Red Snake. If we don't want to be blamed and killed by the tribe leader, we can only go back and kill all the members of the Yunshi tribe ourselves to get the tribe leader's forgiveness." Several people looked at each other. It seemed that this was the only way. "Let's go. Take these tribesmen and pray back. Maybe we can make the tribe leader happy." The lizard touched the wild and untamed wild-horned sheep, then looked at the female tribesmen around with contempt. These female tribesmen were even worse than prey. Their legs were so weak that they could hardly walk. "Kill. Just as they were preparing to go back, they found dozens of tribesmen rushing out of the Yunshi Valley with wooden spears in their hands, making deafening roars, and rushing towards them. The lizard was so frightened that it ran away. What should we do with these female prey members? One of them angrily asked the lizard while running away. The lizard shouted angrily, "Why don't you turn around and take them away?" The man looked at the lizard with disdain, snorted coldly, threw down the wooden spear, and instantly threw the lizard behind him. Fight! No. 4 or 5 people taking on the entire Yunshi tribe. Only a fool would do that. As the lizard ran away, he looked back at the Yunshi Valley and said in hatred, "Damn Yunshi tribe, I will kill all of you and eat you as food." Chapter 52, Beheading the Red Snake. Jiang Yuan held an iron spear in his hand, and 20 spear throwers including He chased after him. Kill! The roar shook the valley as more than 20 people charged forward with wooden spears. Looking at the remaining cannibals who had already fled far away, Jiang Yuan chased them for a dozen steps, and then gave up the idea of killing them. Jiang Yuan ordered, "Lie, you lead 10 people to bring back the women and prey left behind by the chiefing tribe." She took the order and left. Jiang Yuan took the remaining 10 spearmen, collected their spears, cleaned up the battlefield, and also finished off the cannibals who were still alive. Looking at the valley entrance filled with dead bodies and a river of blood, Jiang Yuan looked calm, not as miserable as he was the first time he killed someone. After experiencing many brutal, cruel, and bloody events, Jiang Yuan's character was constantly tempered and his psychological endurance was constantly improved. Puff! Puff! The sound of wooden spears piercing flesh rang out, and the cannibals who were nailed to the ground by the spears let out wailing cries, and the screams were endless. Jiang Yuan dragged the iron spear and held the tiger-tooth dagger, and walked to the red snake whose body was pierced by 2 spears. The red snake's breath was weak, its eyes were dull, and its pupils were gradually dilating, but it was not dead yet. Looking at this fierce cannibal with red hair and green face, who looked like a ghost, Jiang Yuan remembered what they did in the Lisan Mountains. 2 words: inhumane and cruel. The red snake stared at Jiang Yuan with lifeless eyes. His lips moved, but only a stammering sound came out of his throat. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth to the ground, and he couldn't utter a word. Die! Jiang Yuan's eyes were cold. He raised the sharp iron spear and chopped down at the red snake's neck. Puff! Blood splattered all over Jiang Yuan's face, staining his long hair and animal skin red. Jiang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, as if he was liberated. Picking up the red snake's head, Jiang Yuan looked at the headless corpse, his mind as calm as a lake, without a single ripple. At least, I can give she an explanation. This red snake's head is the most suitable betrothal gift for him to marry she in the future. The Tsang tribe leader held a wooden spear and looked in the direction where the cannibals fled. He sighed and said, "What a pity, those cannibals escaped." Jiang Yuan said calmly, "It doesn't matter. The tribe has already prepared for the battle. We just need to be ready for battle." Patriarch Tsang and Elder Pan looked at each other with confused eyes, not knowing what Jiang Yuan was talking about. What is Deputy Clan Leader Jiang Yuan saying? We are finding it increasingly difficult to understand. Lai and 10 spear throwers came over with the female tribesmen and a large number of prey. Jiang Yuan took a quick look and saw that there were 50 or 60 female tribesmen and less than 50 prey, which was a huge fortune for the Yunshi tribe. Those female tribesmen were all young, but their performance at this moment was very terrible. They looked at the Yunshi tribesmen holding wooden spears and with fierce faces, and some of them were so scared that they collapsed to the ground. So many people. The Tsang tribe leader looked a little surprised. He learned how to count with knotted ropes and roughly checked. Then he said to Jiang Yuan, "Before this red snake came to our tribe, it at least plundered and confiscated 3 tribes." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. If so many female tribesmen were taken into the Yunshi tribe, the labor force of the Yunshi tribe would be greatly improved. Jiang Yuan said, "Elder Wei, bring the prey back to the tribe." Elder Wei was overjoyed, and he led his men, leading the large prey, to the fence at the back of the valley. Including these dozens of prey, the number of large prey in the Yunshi tribe is now about 130 to 140. According to the Yunshi tribe slaughtering 3 prey every day, it is enough for 40 to 50 days of food, not to mention the large amount of fruit stored in the cellar. Untie the vines from their hands. Jiang Yuan ordered. Let them join the Yunshi tribe. This will be a rare help to us. Jiang Yuan's eyes were dim, and ordinary people could not tell what he was thinking. Tsang's expression changed. He pulled Jiang Yuan aside and whispered, "They all have their own tribes, and will not join ours. If their tribes knew that we forced them to stay, they would definitely come and ask for them. Maybe, It would even attract an attack from their tribes. I know. Jiang Yuan's eyes were calm. He naturally thought of this. I'll win over as many as I can. I won't force them to stay. Although Jiang Yuan was unwilling to let these female tribesmen go back in vain. But now that the Yunshi tribe was facing a powerful enemy, he would naturally not make enemies for the Yunshi tribe because of these people. Li, Jiang Yuan shouted. Lord Jiang Yuan, I'm here. Li stepped forward with the wooden spear that was still dripping with blood. Jiang Yuan glanced at him and said, Go get some barbecue and broth for these female tribesmen to eat. Li touched his head, looking confused, not understanding Jiang Yuan's purpose, but he still led a few tribesmen to do so. Chief Tsang asked in confusion, Jiang Yuan, what are you doing? Jiang Yuan smiled slightly. We won't force them to stay, but if they want to stay, then it's not our fault. Tsang suddenly understood Jiang Yuan's thoughts. Jiang Yuan took a step forward and looked at these abducted female tribesmen. Some of them were shaking with fear. Jiang Yuan said to everyone in a clear voice, My Yunshi tribe will provide you with food. After you eat, you can return to your tribe. However, if you want to stay and join our Yunshi tribe will also welcome you very much. As soon as the words fell, 40 or 50 female tribesmen suddenly became chaotic, and the valley was filled with noisy sounds. After a long while, a female tribesman asked cautiously, Is this true? Of course, a gentleman's word is as good as his bond. The female tribesman looked confused. Jiang Yuan was speechless and said loudly, Really? These female tribesmen were suddenly ecstatic and shouted excitedly. The female tribesman who had just asked Jiang Yuan about this matter knelt down and crawled in front of Jiang Yuan. Her face was filled with excitement, and she spoke incoherently. Our tribe will be grateful. Thank you. After saying that, she immediately crawled on the ground and kissed Jiang Yuan's toes. Dozens of other female members of the tribe also rushed forward, kneeling down to kiss Jiang Yuan's shoes, rescued them from the chiefing tribe's devil's cave, and allowed them to return to their own tribe. These people could only express their gratitude in this way. Jiang Yuan didn't move, allowing these people to kiss him, and he enjoyed it with peace of mind. In Jiang Yuan's opinion, this is what he deserves. Chief Tsang watched this scene calmly, without any resentment or discomfort. He had long regarded Jiang Yuan as his own son. Eat the food, Jiang Yuan said calmly, raising his foot to break free from the crowd. The barbecue and broth were divided up in an instant. Looking at the appearance of these female tribesmen who were like reincarnated ghosts of starvation, Jiang Yuan smiled. Roasted meat and delicious broth are enough to conquer any primitive person in this world who has never eaten cooked food. Jiang Yuan spoke at the right time. Now that we have finished eating, you should leave. Of course, you can choose to stay and join our Yunshi tribe. You will be able to eat this delicious food every day in the future. Each of these female tribesmen had an unsatisfied look on their faces, and their taste buds still lingered on the delicious flavor of the broth, tempting them to stay in Yunshi Valley. At this time, there was silence among the dozens of female tribesmen. They looked at each other, and some of them were staring at the empty wooden bowls and pottery basins. Go back or stay. When I went back, I could only eat a few fruits every day and couldn't eat a piece of meat for 10 days, and I had to endure hunger every day, but there I had my own family and tribe. Staying means you can eat delicious barbecue and soup every day, but it also means parting with your family and clansmen. After a commotion, out of the nearly 50 female members of the tribe, 40 chose to leave, and only 10 chose to stay. When Jiang Yuan asked, he found out that these 10 women were all single, and their family members in the tribe had all died long ago. Jiang Yuan smiled in his heart. This is the best, no worries, and no need to be entangled with the original tribe. After these 10 people joined the Yunshi tribe, together with the few wanderers that Chief Tsang had recruited before, the Yunshi tribe now has more than 130 members. Let's go back. Jiang Yuan walked into Yunshi Valley, holding an iron spear in one hand and the red snake's head in the other. Liang, Jiang Yuan shouted loudly. Exist. Cut off the heads of those 20 or so chiefing tribe members and bring them back to the tribe. Chapter 53. Storm is coming. In the northern part of Lisan Mountains, in the chiefing tribal valley, a bloody wind was howling in the valley, and the ground was covered with blood and mud. The sky above the heads of nearly 1,000 chiefing people seemed to be covered by dark clouds. Chi-Man's face was as gloomy as water, and he looked like a volcano about to erupt. He gnashed his teeth and asked word by word, Are you saying that my son Chi-Shi was killed by the worms from the Yunshi tribe? Yes. Several lizards who had escaped were crawling on the ground. Their bodies were shaking and trembling like sieves. One timid member of the tribe had a wet crotch. Bastard. Damn it. Man was instantly furious. He was like an angry lion, with his red hair standing out and his blue-skinned face distorted. Bang! Man punched his throne, smashing the skull into pieces. Man walked down the stairs quickly. He was furious, his eyes were bloodshot, and he lifted the tall lizard from the ground with one arm. Why are you still alive? Why didn't you die with the red snake? Man carried the lizard in one arm and strode towards the altar as if he was carrying a child, then hung him above the altar which was burning with flames, as if he was going to throw him into the fire in the next second. Chief, the lizard screamed in horror. He struggled continuously but couldn't break free from Man's arms. The lizard looked at the blazing fire beneath him and said in a trembling voice, Master Chief, please spare me. I am willing to lead my men to destroy the Yunshi tribe and kill all their people to avenge Master Red Snake. At this time, Shan, the last son of Man, stepped forward and said, Father, please spare his life and let him lead his men to flatten the Yunshi tribe. When Man heard these words, his scarlet eyes gradually regained a bit of clarity. The successive loss of 2 sons was too much for Man to bear. Man threw the lizard under the altar. The height difference of 2 or 3 meters caused the lizard to fall heavily to the ground. Its body curled up in pain. Man had a grim smile on his face. He shouted angrily, If you guys can't crush the Yunshi tribe, I will personally pull out your tendons, peel off your skin, break your bones, dig out your hearts, and roast you on the altar, so that all the tribesmen can enjoy your bodies. Yes. The lizard escaped death, and he knelt on the ground with shaking shoulders. Man shouted coldly. Father, Shan responded while kneeling under the altar. Man gritted his teeth and said in hatred, Choose more than 200 tribesmen and let the lizards flatten the Yunshi tribe to avenge your brother. Revenge. Shan raised his arms and shouted angrily. Revenge! 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 The sound resounded throughout the place, echoing in this gloomy valley that was like a ghost town. Yunshi Valley. The moonlight is bright, and the earth is silvery white. The members of the Yunshi tribe have been eating barbecue, drinking broth, and consuming wild pheasant eggs every day for many days, and most of them have been cured of night blindness. Shou returned with 20 tribesmen. When he saw the ground at the mouth of the valley soaked in blood, he hurried back to the tribe, shouting loudly. What's wrong? Jiang Yuan brought people to greet them. Shou wiped his red eyes. Master Jiang Yuan, I saw so much blood in the valley, and I thought. Jiang Yuan laughed and patted his shoulder. That's the blood of the chiefing tribe. Shou was slightly stunned, his face showing some doubt. Jiang Yuan said, We killed more than 20 members of the chiefing tribe today. They will probably launch a large-scale attack on our tribe tomorrow. So starting from tomorrow, we should not go out hunting anymore. Shou nodded happily. He clenched the wooden spear in his hand and was finally ready to go to war with the chiefing tribe. He couldn't wait to kill those devil-like cannibals with his own hands. Jiang Yuan ordered people to light torches, and the place became bright as if it were daytime. The leaders of the Yunshi tribe sat around a campfire. A fat and tender wild-horned sheep was being roasted on the fire. Hot oil was constantly dripping into the fire. The fragrant and delicious broth in the pottery basin was also mouth-watering. Jiang Yuan glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, Tomorrow, we will start fighting. Chief Tsang nodded. Today's battle results gave him more confidence. Starting tomorrow, Antwan no longer needs to go out to pick fruits, and she no longer needs to go out to hunt. All the hundreds of members of the Yunshi tribe must do their best to protect the tribe. Chief Tsang responded, This is our tribe. We will definitely protect it to the death. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and shouted, Wolf, here. When the wolf heard Jiang Yuan calling him, his body trembled slightly with excitement. He was not qualified to participate in the discussion, but Jiang Yuan let him sit here. Jiang Yuan threw him a bull horn, which was the horn he had just made. Tonight, you take 2 tribesmen to guard the Hengqiao to prevent the chiefing tribe from attacking at night. If you find anything wrong, blow the horn immediately. Jiang Yuan said. The wolf picked up the horn, fiddled with it in his hands, then put it in his mouth and began to blow. Woo-woo. It sounds like the roar of a giant elephant, the roar of a tiger, and even more like thousands of troops charging across the earth, making the earth tremble. The horn sounded, its sound shaking the valley, piercing the clouds and splitting the rocks, and everyone's hearts seemed to be about to jump out of their chests. Everyone was startled. They didn't expect the horn to be so loud. The rest of the tribesmen who didn't know the truth were all terrified and behaved at a loss. Jiang Yuan quickly spoke to comfort the tribesmen and told them that if the horn sounded, it meant the enemy was attacking and they should prepare for battle immediately. The wolf was extremely excited. He held the horn and the wooden spear tightly and said, "Master Jiang Yuan, don't worry. I will definitely complete the task." Jiang Yuan found 2 more tribesmen to take turns with the wolves. Jiang Yuan stood up, picked up the red snake's head, and threw it among the crowd. These primitive people who were used to bloody and cruel scenes were very calm and were not scared by the head at all. Jiang Yuan walked up to Shi, gently stroked her fair cheek, and said softly, "Shi, this is the head of the red snake. I have avenged your father." Shi's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She couldn't hold back any longer and cried in Jiang Yuan's arms. Jiang Yuan patted her on the back and looked at the witch, who was calm and focused, like an old monk in meditation. "Respected witch, I have done what I promised you." He had once promised the witch that he would kill the red snake with his own hands. The witch stood up tremblingly and walked to the red snake's head with the help of a crutch. His calm face finally showed a ripple. Wu looked up at the sky, tears streaming down his face. After a long time, Wu finally stopped crying. He said to Jiang Yuan in a trembling voice, "Thank you, kid. From now on, I can die peacefully." Jiang Yuan held Wu Wenra's generous hand and smiled. "That won't do. When she and I become partners in the future, we will need your blessing and witness." Everyone burst into laughter, and Shi Qiao's face turned red. After spending many days with Jiang Yuan, they naturally understood what a partner meant. The witch smiled and agreed. He had blessed every young couple in the tribe. Jiang Yuan stretched out his arms and took Qing, who looked a little lonely, into his arms. "And Qing, she dreams of getting your blessing." Everyone laughed again, and the cheerful laughter diluted the tense and depressing atmosphere before the battle. The wolf, standing on the periphery, looked at the girl he liked being embraced by someone else with a gloomy face. But that person was his benefactor and the person he admired most. Wolf looked at Qing's back and said silently in his heart, "Qing, you will definitely be happy if you follow Lord Jiang Yuan." He tightly grasped the wooden spear and horn, and without any hesitation or reluctance, he turned around and walked towards the bridge at the entrance of the valley. Chapter 54, Pre-War Sacrifice to Heaven. The sun rises in the east, breaking through the night sky. At the entrance of Yunqi Valley, under the instructions of Jiang Yuan, Elder Pan led the tribesmen early in the morning to use wooden ladders and wooden hoes to dig a wide and deep trench in front of the wooden gate, and buried a large number of sharp bamboo thorns in it. Above the wooden door, more than 20 heads of chiefing people were suspended by ropes under the horizontal bridge, looking hideous and terrifying. A timid person would be frightened to death if he just took a look at it from afar. At the entrance of Yunqi Valley, an altar made of earth and stones, on which were placed a slaughtered wild-horned sheep, a wild deer, a wild boar, as well as a large amount of fruits and a few cloud fruits. Hundreds of members of the Yunqi tribe stood together beneath the altar. The leaders were elders Wan, Qing, Shi, Pan, Wei, and other tribal leaders. Behind them came Shi Lai and 20 spear throwers, all of whom were wearing wolf skins, holding wooden spears in one hand and spear throwers in the other, with their backs full of spears. Further behind were Shou and 20 strong young male tribesmen, also holding wooden spears, wearing wolf skins, with meteor stones and flying stone ropes on their waists, and all of them had eyes full of fighting spirit. Finally, it was the other tribesmen. Without exception, they all held weapons, prepared for battle, and vowed to live and die with the tribe. Jiang Yuan held an iron spear in his hand and respectfully placed a leaf of a cloud tree and a burning torch in the center of the altar. Chief Tsang and Jiang Yuan stood on either side of the altar. The witch was dressed in snow-white animal skin and covered with numerous bone ornaments. He looked extremely solemn and dignified. Woo-woo. 2 tribesmen stood under the altar and blew the bull horns in their hands, accompanied by the thrilling and exciting trumpet sound. The witch threw away his crutches and walked up to the altar step by step until he reached the highest point. The trumpet sounded. The witch turned his back to everyone, looked up at the sky for a long time, then took out a stone knife, cut his fingers, and dyed his facial features red with the flowing blood. On the altar, under the altar, and in the valley, there was complete silence, and no one dared to speak out to disrupt the witch's actions. The witch knelt on the altar with his hands clasped together, his eyes closed, and his mouth constantly uttering strange and peculiar notes, as if he was communicating with the heavens or praying devoutly. Worship the heavens. Following a loud shout from Chief Tsang, hundreds of members of the Yunqi tribe, except Jiang Yuan, Wu, and Tsang, knelt down and kowtowed in front of the altar, then stood up. Worship the earth. Worship the cloud tree. Worship the sacred fire. Worship the ancestors. After worshipping again and again, Wu slowly opened his eyes. He turned to face everyone with a serious look and a louder voice than ever before. God told me that we will win this battle. The Yunshi tribe will win. The Yunshi tribe will win. Jiang Yuan raised his iron spear and shouted loudly. Song looked at Jiang Yuan in surprise and panic. No one had ever dared to disrupt a witch's sacrifice. However, Wu did not react at all. His face remained calm. The Yunshi tribe will win. Shouhe Lai were the first to respond, and 40 strong male tribesmen shouted in unison. The Yunshi tribe will win. Yinshir's face turned red with excitement. He shouted at the top of his voice, holding up his wooden spear. The Yunshi tribe will win. Hundreds of tribesmen shouted in unison, and the shouts were like waves, one higher than the other, surging and surging, echoing in the valley and resounding through the sky. Jiang Yuan looked at the Yunshi people whose morale was as high and indestructible as mountains. The blood in his body was boiling and flowing like magma, making him unable to suppress his excitement and roaring out loud. As the roars shook the world, the morale of the Yunshi people was completely aroused to the peak. Jiang Yuan raised his sharp iron spear, the tip of which shone white in the sun. Isn't the Qifeng tribe known as the strongest and bravest tribe in the Lizhan Mountains? Let's use this battle to tell them who is the bravest, strongest, and most invincible tribe. Brave, powerful, invincible. Jiang Yuan stood on the altar and shouted, Lai, take the spearmen to guard the corridor and the bridge. Yes. Shou, bring your 20 flying stone soldiers to guard the place fiercely. Be ready to fight at any time. Yes. Elder Pan, Elder Wei, each of you leads 20 tribesmen, carrying wooden spears and stone-throwing ropes to the back of the valley to guard the river. Each of you carries a horn. If the Qifeng tribe attacks from the river, blow the horn immediately. Elder Pan patted his chest and said, Don't worry, Master Jiang Yuan. Qing, Shi, prepare the herbs and be ready to rescue the tribesmen at any time. Yes. The two responded in a crisp voice. They and the 10 female tribesmen had already made preparations. The rest of the tribesmen, be prepared to fight. Defend your tribe to the death. Yes. Lord Jiang Yuan, people from the Qifeng tribe are coming. Suddenly a loud shout came from the bridge. Jiang Yuan led everyone to the horizontal bridge. Looking from afar, they saw many figures in the forest ahead. There were so many people that it was impossible to tell how many there were. Jiang Yuan took a quick look and saw at least 200 cannibals. Here it comes. Song's breathing suddenly became heavy, and his hands holding the bridge guardrail unconsciously tightened. Jiang Yuan whispered, Don't be nervous. He waved his hand, and 20 other spear throwers were ready to attack. In the distance, the lizard was leading more than 200 cannibals towards the Yunshi Valley. Each of them was sturdy and strong, holding a sharp wooden spear in his hand. Just this fierce and brave aura is far beyond the reach of the people of the Yunshi tribe. However, the sharpness of the wooden spears of the Qifeng tribe is far inferior to that of the Yunshi tribe. Looking at the Yunshi Valley that came into view, the lizard clenched the wooden spear in his hand and said hatefully, Damn Yunshi tribe, I must flatten Yunshi Valley and kill all of you. 100 steps away from the gate of Yunshi Valley, the lizard waved his hand to ask all the tribesmen to stop. What are you doing? A tribesman asked impatiently. In the past, when they attacked other tribes, they would simply rush into the valley and massacre them. The lizard's status was not high. He was just the temporary commander of these cannibals. The lizard patiently explained, The people of the Yunshi tribe are very cunning. We have to be careful. The man snorted disdainfully. What's the big deal? No matter how cunning they are nothing but a bug in front of our brave and strong Qifeng tribe. What is that? Just as the lizard was arguing with this person, one of them suddenly pointed at something hanging under the horizontal bridge and asked. More than 200 people watched from afar and discovered that all the heads of Qifeng tribe members were hung under the bridge. Bastard! How dare you treat our people like this? Looking at those red-haired, green-faced, bloody and hideous heads, the Qifeng people who had never suffered such an insult were furious and furious. Kill. Destroy the Yunshi tribe. A cannibal roared and rushed out first with a wooden spear, rushing towards the entrance of Yunshi Valley. Kill. 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 The shouts of killing shook the sky, and more than 200 people from the Qifeng tribe with red hair and green faces formed a red torrent and rushed into the Yunshi Valley. Come back. The lizard shouted loudly and complained bitterly. He knew very well that the wooden spears of the Yunshi tribe were sharp and could easily tear and pierce their bodies. I wonder how many members of the Qifeng tribe will die in such a reckless charge. But his shouts were instantly drowned out by the cries of killing, like a drop of water falling into the boundless ocean, without causing a ripple or making the slightest sound. Chapter 55, River of Blood. Kill. In front of the Yunchi Valley, more than 200 cannibals swarmed in, charging forward with their lives held high with wooden spears. His fierce and fearless aura is enough to scare most people. Spear throwers, get ready. Lai shouted loudly, while raising the spear thrower in his hand high. Jiang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, his whole body tensed, and his palm subconsciously clenched the iron spear. This scene of hundreds of people fighting in a bloody battle was the first time for him. 100 steps, 80 steps, 60 steps. Within 50 steps, the cannibals could throw wooden spears with their bare hands, threatening the lives of the Yunchi people. Shoot, roared loudly. 20 spears cut through the sky, interweaving into a net, and came down like a rainstorm, covering the sky and the earth. It really is like dancing pear blossoms in front of the valley gate, and spears and lances are falling like auspicious snow. Puff, puff. Flowers of blood splattered among the cannibals, and more than a dozen cannibals fell down instantly. The body was pierced by a sharp spear and nailed to the ground. More than a dozen cannibals died in an instant, and their offensive was instantly blocked, and the momentum of their entire charge was stagnant. Kill! Jiang Yuan shouted angrily and raised his arms. Kill! 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 The Yunchi people shouted in unison. Their voices were uniform and unified, shocking the enemy's mind. While the spear throwers were preparing their spears, 20 stone throwers rushed forward, each of them wielding a double-stranded stone rope filled with stones of all sizes. Let go! Shou shouted angrily. Swish! 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 Hundreds of egg-sized stones cut through the air, whizzed out, smashed into the chiefing tribal group, and then exploded instantly like flowers scattered from heaven. Oh! Bang! Oh! Muffled groans accompanied by screams could be heard in front of the Yunchi Valley. The ground was dyed red with blood, and blood mist exploded among the cannibals. The double-stranded stone-throwing ropes can hurl a large number of stones at one time. At such a close distance, it will undoubtedly cause great damage to the cannibals who are huddled together and charging below. Bang! A man was hit in the face by a stone and fell down instantly. His face was covered with blood, his nose was broken, and his mouth was full of broken teeth. He was lying on the ground, breathing more than breathing in. Bang! A member of the chiefing tribe had his eyeball scratched by a sharp edge of a stone, and blood gushed out of his eye socket. How powerful was the force of the stone thrown at such a close distance? The force of the stone did not diminish, and its sharp edges shattered his skull, leaving his skin and flesh torn apart. White brain matter mixed with rich blood splattered around his head. Headshot. Good. When the Tsang clan leader saw this scene, he couldn't help but shout out and cheer for it. Oh! A charging cannibal was hit on the forehead, his brow bones suddenly caved in, and his head was knocked back by the flying stone, and he staggered and flew backwards. Puff! The sharp wooden spear of the tribesman behind him pierced his back. He groaned and fell to the ground, blood gushing out of the wound. His body was trampled by his fellow tribesmen, and he was submerged and disappeared. Such chaos was happening everywhere among the chiefing tribesmen who were charging forward. The injured cannibal covered his wounds that were broken by stones and kept shouting and yelling, instantly disrupting the rhythm of the entire cannibal's attack. Swish! The sound of the wooden spear piercing the wind was heard. Some of the cannibals rushed within 50 steps of the Yunchi mountain gate, and some of them began to throw wooden spears to fight back. Jiang Yuan swung out his iron spear and knocked away a flying wooden spear. The cannibals threw wooden spears at the horizontal bridge with their bare hands. 50 steps was the maximum distance the wooden spears could reach. The wooden spear that flew in front of Jiang Yuan was weak and powerless, like a spent crossbow, and the arrow could not even penetrate the silk cloth. Jiang Yuan asked the chief of the Tsang clan to leave the bridge and hide in the corridor to avoid being accidentally injured by the wooden spears that were shooting like stray arrows. 20 spear throwers equipped with spears started the second round of throwing. The 20 spears were like the death sides of the god of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of the chiefing people in front of them. SHHHHH. In an instant, more than a dozen people in the cannibal group were pierced by spears, and their bodies collapsed to the ground in the exploding blood mist, losing their breath of life. The cannibal group was shrouded in the dark cloud of death and began to become confused and panicked. It was unknown which cannibal was the first to become frightened, turned around and ran away, and instantly retreated with the other cannibals like a tide. The chiefing people fled in panic, leaving behind more than 30 bodies of their companions in front of the valley gate, and more than 20 members who were unable to move due to injuries. Kill! 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 The morale of the Yunchi people was high. Looking at the chiefing people who were fleeing in panic like dogs that had lost their homes, loud shouts continued to be heard from the corridor and the cross bridge. Kill! The head of the Tsang clan shouted with all his might, his face flushed with excitement and his whole body trembling. Without losing a single person, they were able to kill more than 30 members of the chiefing tribe and seriously injure more than 20 of them. Such a brilliant achievement was unprecedented. Lord Jiang Yuan, let the brothers fight their way out and hunt them down. Shou shouted excitedly. He wished he could slaughter all these 200 chiefing people. Now the people of Yunxi are as powerful as mountains, indestructible, unstoppable, and able to break through anything. In Shou's opinion, this is a good opportunity to hunt down the chiefing tribe. Jiang Yuan glanced at Lai and found that Lai pursed his lips and remained silent, his eyes looking into the distance in the direction where the chiefing tribe fled. Although he was very excited, he was not carried away by this short-lived victory and was still sober. Jiang Yuan's heart moved slightly. I was right. Lai Bisho is more suitable to lead the tribe to fight. No. Jiang Yuan held Shou's shoulder, telling him not to get too excited. Although the chiefing tribe has fled, there are still nearly 200 uninjured tribesmen. Rushing out to chase and kill them now is tantamount to seeking death. But what? Shou asked excitedly, gripping the wooden spear tightly. He couldn't wait to rush out. Jiang Yuan thought for a moment and said, but we can take advantage of the chiefing tribe's collapse to reap the lives of those injured chiefing people. We can save them from being rescued and causing trouble in the future. Hunting. Exist. Jiang Yuan tightly grasped the iron spear and quickly walked down the stone steps, shouting, open the wooden door, build a short bridge, and fight your way out. Yes. Shou immediately led 20 stone-throwing men, holding sharp wooden spears, and followed Jiang Yuan closely. Jiang Yuan said as he ran, Lai, lead the spear throwers to be on guard. If the cannibals dare to approach, immediately throw spears and shoot them. Cover us. Yes. Lai shouted loudly, and 20 javelin throwers guarded the corridor, equipped with spears, ready to go. Boom. The 2 1-foot-thick wooden doors were pushed open by the female tribesmen who had been waiting here for a long time, and then a short bridge was built over the trench. Kill! Jiang Yuan roared angrily, and he led 20 stone-throwing men, holding sharp wooden spears, crossed the trench, and rushed towards the cannibals who were unable to move because of their injuries. Kill, kill, kill. All the Yunxi people shouted in unison, and the sound of killing shook the sky. Hearing the angry roars behind them, the chiefing people who were fleeing in panic became even more frightened. They rushed to run away, not daring to stop for a moment. Chapter 56. Fighting to the Death. The lizard looked at these dejected and panic-stricken tribesmen scrambling to escape, and he couldn't help but feel a little proud. You stupid things, why don't you obey my command? Now that's great, we were defeated. Nearly 200 members of the chiefing tribe fled from the Yunxi Valley and sat on the ground, gasping for breath, with frightened looks on their faces. Lizard walked up to the crowd and said, I've said it before, the people of the Yunxi tribe are too cunning. You charging in like this is no different from committing suicide. A cannibal whose face was swollen from being hit by a flying stone rope said in hatred, the Yunxi tribe is like a bunch of worms. They can only stand on the mountain and throw stones and wooden spears. They don't dare to fight us head-on. The lizard narrowed his eyes slightly. They can throw wooden spears and stones, and so can we. One of the cannibals was stunned for a moment and questioned aloud. But if we throw away the wooden spears, we will be left with no weapons. The lizard frowned slightly. This was indeed a problem. In the primitive times, few primitive people threw wooden spears in battle because the accuracy of throwing spears was not high. If you missed the target and lost the wooden spear, fighting with others was no different from committing suicide. In addition, wooden spears are difficult to make, so these primitive people cherish their weapons even more. You should know that before Jiang Yuan came to the Yunxi tribe, the hundreds of tribesmen in the entire Yunxi tribe only had more than 30 wooden spears in total. As for the many wooden spears in the Lisan Mountains, most of them were looted from other tribes. Just as the lizard was doubtful, a cannibal suddenly shouted, People from the Yunxi tribe are coming out. Upon hearing this, the lizard squinted his eyes and looked over. About 20 Yunxi people rushed out of the valley, and were using wooden spears to finish off the chiefing people who were still alive, while also collecting the spears scattered on the ground. Lizard's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he shouted excitedly, It seems they don't have any more wooden spears to throw. Let's kill them now and flatten the Yunxi Valley. Every member of the chiefing tribe is strong and brave, and with the encouragement of the lizard, their morale quickly improved. After all, in their eyes, as long as the Yunxi tribe is willing to fight head-on, they will never be a match for the chiefing tribe. At that moment, nearly 200 cannibals, holding wooden spears, let out earth-shaking shouts and roars, and rushed towards the Yunshi Valley again. Lizard also joined the charge. He thought to himself, "Despicable Yunshi tribe, I will tear you apart head-on this time. Master Jiang Yuan, come back soon. Come back soon." Lai stood on the horizontal bridge and looked out. Seeing the chiefing people charging towards him, he shouted anxiously. Jiang Yuan, who was standing under the Hengqiao Bridge, swung his iron spear and slashed the throat of an injured cannibal. Blood splattered, and the scene was extremely sad and beautiful. Hearing Lai's shout, he looked up into the distance. In the distance, nearly 200 cannibals were rushing towards them in a wave. Their unparalleled momentum seemed to destroy everything. "Go!" Jiang Yuan shouted loudly, stopping the tribesmen from continuing to attack and collect their spears. "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!" Shou roared anxiously. He and Jiang Yuan stood at the back to cover the evacuation of the rest of the tribesmen. A distance of several hundred steps could be covered in the blink of an eye, not to mention the cannibals charging at full speed. Lai saw the large number of cannibals who had rushed within 100 steps, less than 80 steps away from Jiang Yuan and his group. He could not wait any longer and shouted angrily. Whoosh! 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 20 spears cut through the sky and fell into the charging crowd of the chiefing tribe. A dozen cannibals screamed. Their bodies were torn apart by spears, and they fell in a pool of blood with blood splattering. The moment they fell, their bodies were trampled by their fellow tribesmen who were charging behind them. One round of throwing could not stop the chiefing tribe's charge for even a moment. Such a fearless and life-saving charge is rare in the world. Load the spear. Quickly. Seeing this scene, Lai became anxious as if on fire, with cold sweat running down his forehead. Without stone throwers throwing stone ropes to fill the attack gaps, these unstoppable chiefing people could rush to Jiang Yuan and show who were left behind in one encounter. Run, Jiang Yuan. Song stood on the horizontal bridge and saw the cannibals coming towards him like a surging wave. His eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted loudly. He closed his eyes reluctantly, not wanting to see Jiang Yuan being torn to pieces by the cannibals the next moment. Walk! Jiang Yuan shouted loudly, and he and Shou retreated quickly. They should have retreated into the wooden door long ago, but because of the dying counterattack of an injured cannibal, they were delayed for a moment, so they fell into such a crisis. Lord Jiang Yuan, you go first. Shou held up his wooden spear and faced the charging chiefing tribe. The short bridge is narrow and can only allow one person to pass through the trench at a time. Swish, swish. The 20 stone-throwing men who had crossed the trench at the beginning lined up in front of the wooden door and swung the double-stranded stone-throwing ropes in their hands. Hundreds of stones flew out at once and smashed into the group of cannibals who had rushed to within 50 steps. Stop wasting time. Jiang Yuan kicked Shou onto the short bridge, and he followed closely behind. The overwhelming amount of stones caused chaos in the chiefing tribe's charge. The flying stone rope is different from the spear. The spear will kill people directly in most cases, while the flying stone rope will more often cause serious injuries to the enemy. The subconscious actions of the injured person will naturally disrupt the charge rhythm of the entire team. Having said that, several chiefing people still rushed forward with wooden spears in hand. The distance of 30 steps was only 20 meters, and they reached Jiang Yuan in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yuan heard a noise behind him. He turned around and saw a cannibal as strong as a bull stepping onto the short bridge, holding a wooden spear and chopping at his head. Jiang Yuan swiftly swung out his iron spear and pushed the wooden spear aside. The two spears collided, but the man's force was too great, and Jiang Yuan felt his arm go numb slightly. The iron spear almost slipped out of his hand. Jiang Yuan didn't dare to retreat any further. Retreating would mean exposing his back to this man, which was no different from committing suicide. There was a ferocious smile on the cannibal's green face. He was already fantasizing about tearing the Yunshi man in front of him into pieces with his bare hands, then chewing his flesh and drinking his blood. The cannibal thrust out a spear, the sharp tip of the spear pointing directly at Jiang Yuan's throat. Jiang Yuan ducked and dodged. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to pounce on the man and stab him to death with his tiger-tooth dagger, but he was afraid that he would pester him before he died. If that happened, the two of them would fall off the short bridge and would surely be pierced all over by the bamboo thorns in the trench. Jiang Yuan had no choice but to pick up his iron spear and stab it into the cannibal's waist and abdomen. A fierce look flashed across the cannibal's eyes. He had not yet retracted the wooden spear he had thrust out, but immediately and bravely stretched out his other hand to grab the tip of the iron spear. With a scream of pain, the cannibal's 5 fingers were cut off by the sharp blade of the iron spear. He immediately threw down the wooden spear, held his wrist, stared at the bare broken part of his palm with bloodshot eyes, and kept letting out heart-wrenching wails. He couldn't understand why his finger broke just by touching it. Jiang Yuan took this opportunity to chop the cannibal's head with an iron spear. The cannibal didn't care about his broken fingers and subconsciously dodged to the side. Unexpectedly, he stepped on empty air and stumbled and fell into the trench. Puff, puff, puff. More than a dozen bamboo thorns pierced through the man's body at the same time, and a blood-stained bamboo thorn even pierced his neck and came out of his throat. The torn wounds all over the cannibal's body gushed blood wildly, and in the blink of an eye he became a bloody man. The cannibal's hands and feet that were pierced by the bamboo thorns struggled slightly. Then he became motionless and became dead. However, as soon as this man died, the cannibals behind him rushed onto the short bridge again with their wooden spears. Jiang Yuan had no choice but to continue fighting with them with his iron spear, choosing to retreat while fighting. 20 spear throwers and 20 stone throwers simultaneously aimed at the cannibals who were fighting with Jiang Yuan on the short bridge. Don't throw the spear. Don't throw stones. Lai and Shou were afraid of accidentally hurting Jiang Yuan, so they shouted to stop everyone. Chapter 57, Battle in the Valley. Shou stood in front of the trench holding a wooden spear, wanting to fight alongside Jiang Yuan. However, Jiang Yuan was fighting fiercely with the chiefing people on the opposite side of the short bridge. His body kept dodging and moving, and Shou had no chance to attack him at all. Looking into the distance, a large group of people from the chiefing tribe were about to break free from the chaos caused by the flying stone ropes just now, and were showing a trend of charging towards this side again. Shou was anxious as if he was on fire, but the battle between Jiang Yuan and the cannibals on the short bridge was becoming more and more stalemate. Although this man was not as brave as the cannibal just now, he had extremely rich combat experience and seemed to be able to suppress Jiang Yuan. Although Jiang Yuan was tall, he was almost exhausted and could not withstand the opponent's dense attack of wooden spears. Laugh! Jiang Yuan felt a whistling sound, and a sharp wooden spear stabbed out from behind, bringing up a strong wind and brushing past Jiang Yuan's ear. Puff! The cannibal opposite Jiang Yuan was unable to dodge and was pierced in the throat by the swift spear. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, blood spurted out of his mouth, and a hideous wound was torn on his neck by the wooden spear. Large amounts of blood gushed out along the blood groove on the tip of the spear. The cannibal subconsciously dropped his wooden spear, covered the wound on his neck, opened his mouth, trembled, fell from the short bridge, fell into the trench, and was pierced through the body by a dozen bamboo thorns. Jiang Yuan took advantage of this opportunity to roll on the short bridge and cross the trench. He looked at the cannibals standing on the short bridge and charging towards them, and shouted angrily, "Shoot!" 20 spears and countless stones flew out in an instant and smashed towards the cannibals on the short bridge. "Retreat! Retreat!" Jiang Yuan shouted loudly, commanding everyone to retreat. At this time, most of the chiefing tribe members were rushing over, and Jiang Yuan had no time to retract the short bridge over the trench. Jiang Yuan tightly grasped the iron spear, his body covered in blood, and led his people into the wooden door. Boom! More than a dozen female tribesmen who had been waiting by the wooden door pushed the two wooden doors together, closing the heavy wooden door at the entrance of Yunxi Valley again. As soon as Jiang Yuan rushed into the valley, he immediately collapsed to the ground. Completely exhausted, he kept gasping for breath. After resting for a while, Jiang Yuan stood up, leaning on his iron spear, and said to the wolf, "Thank you." Just now, the wolf stabbed him from behind with a spear, allowing him to escape. The wolf touched his head and smiled sheepishly. Bang! 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 There was a sudden heavy banging sound from the tightly closed wooden door, and Jiang Yuan's expression couldn't help but change slightly. Lai shouted loudly on the horizontal bridge, "Master Jiang Yuan, they have rushed across the trench." Jiang Yuan didn't care about resting anymore, and immediately shouted to the valley, "All tribesmen, hold the wooden door, quick, quick, quick." Although there were 3 solid wooden bolts on the wooden door, Jiang Yuan was still worried, fearing that the chiefing people would break through the wooden door and rush into the Yunxi Valley. When the 30 or 40 members of the Yunxi tribe who did not participate in the battle heard Jiang Yuan shouting, they all shouted and rushed forward, using all their strength to hold on to the wooden door. "Kill, kill, kill." Outside the door came the deafening shouts of the cannibals. Even through the wooden door, it stirred and frightened the minds of the Yunxi people. "Kill!" Jiang Yuan raised his iron spear high and shouted loudly to boost the morale of the crowd. He was afraid that the Yunxi people would be scared by the cannibals' shouts and screams, and their morale would plummet. The Yunchi tribe would no longer have the strength to fight and could only wait to be slaughtered by the enemy. Kill, kill, kill. Dozens of Yunchi people roared angrily and rushed forward one after another to block the mountain gate, shouting and killing that shook the valley. They relied on the 3 thick solid wooden bolts on the wooden door to form a stalemate with the strong cannibals who were hitting the wooden door outside. The stone throwers are on the corridor bridge. Get ready to throw stones. Jiang Yuan gave orders loudly, and he quickly climbed up the stone steps, walked onto the corridor, and looked down. More than 100 chiefing people gathered in front of the trench, holding wooden spears. Dozens of cannibals had crossed the trench through a short bridge and were ramming hard against the wooden door at the entrance of Yunchi Valley. Jiang Yuan's heart sank involuntarily. Just now, the large army of the chiefing tribe took advantage of the spear throwers and stone throwers to intercept the cannibals on the short bridge, and then took advantage of the attack of the Yunchi tribe and crossed the trench. After several rounds of throwing spears and stone flying ropes, the chiefing people have lost nearly 100 people. There is a sea of blood and corpses under the bridge. The ground is red and the soil is soaked with blood. The trench was filled with blood. Some cannibals even rushed onto the crowded short bridge in order to fight, and were pushed into the trench by their own people. Kill! The shouts of killing were deafening. Every member of the chiefing tribe was bloodthirsty. They were not afraid of death at all. They stepped on the corpses of their companions and charged forward. Jiang Yuan felt extremely heavy in his heart. Every member of the chiefing tribe was fearless and brave, like mad beasts. They were really hard to stop. Whoosh! A wooden spear flew towards Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan dodged quickly and swung his iron spear to knock it away. The wooden spear spun and flew out diagonally, falling on the horizontal bridge. A dozen cannibals stood in front of the trench, throwing wooden spears with all their might at the stone throwers and spear throwers in the corridor and the cross bridge. Shoot! Lai roared. 20 spears flew out with a whistling sound, and the sharp spear tips mercilessly pierced and tore through the bodies of the cannibals, reaping their lives. Blood splattered, and nearly 20 cannibals fell down in an instant. Some fell into the trench and were pierced by bamboo thorns, while others fell to the ground and were trampled by their fellow tribesmen. Lai looked at the remaining spears. There were still 5 of them. After 5 rounds of spear throwing and 5 rounds of stone throwing, the chiefing tribe had lost hundreds of people, but there were still more than 100 people who were charging forward at the risk of their lives, trying to destroy the wooden door and tear apart the last barrier of the Yunchi tribe. He was so crazy about hunting that his whole body seemed to be bathed in blood, and blood kept dripping down from the animal's hide. The stones of the double-strand flying stone rope were completely used up, and they could only use the single-strand flying stone rope to kill these cannibals. Although a single strand of stone throwing rope has greater power and damage when attacked individually, the damage from such close range is comparable to that of a spear thrower. However, its attack range is not as wide as that of the double-stranded flying stone rope, and it cannot cause chaos among the charging tribes of the chiefing tribe. Brains splattered, blood flew. The cannibal, whose head was smashed by a single strand of flying stone rope, fell into the trench, his body pierced by bamboo thorns. After more than a dozen cannibals were brutally killed by a single flying stone rope, it seemed that the ferocity of these chiefing tribe members was aroused. The numerous cannibals standing in front of the trench waiting to charge raised their wooden spears and threw them in retaliatory force at the spear throwers and stone catapults in the corridor. Hundreds of wooden spears were thrown out at the same time, flying into the sky, interweaving into a dense, giant death net that ruthlessly reaped lives. Looking at the wooden spears rising into the sky like a torrential rain, pouring down towards the Yunchi people in the corridor, Jiang Yuan's eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a heart-wrenching cry. Avoid! Chapter 58, Defeat Chiefing. Avoid! Jiang Yuan roared angrily, reminding the spear throwers and stone throwers on the corridor bridge to avoid the wooden spears. Swish! 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 Hundreds of wooden spears cut through the sky and headed straight for the corridor bridge. Many people noticed the actions of the chiefing tribe members when they threw wooden spears and subconsciously rolled into the corridor before Jiang Yuan reminded them. However, the hundreds of wooden spears thrown in had already filled the entire sky. However, one of the stone throwers didn't have time to evacuate the bridge and was instantly pierced through the body by more than a dozen wooden spears. Laugh! The Yunchi man's mouth was filled with blood as his chest and back were pierced by a dozen wooden spears. His blood was all over the bridge. The powerful impact of the spears caused him to fly backwards, and he fell off the bridge to his death. The tragic death of the Yunchi people instantly boosted the morale of the chiefing tribe members, and they all cheered and howled like gorillas. After all, this was the first time that someone from the Yunshi tribe had been killed since the war began. Before this, inside and outside the valley, in the trenches, there were corpses of the chiefing tribe, and the blood of the chiefing tribe was flowing. The trench had been filled with the bodies of the chiefing people, and countless sharp bamboo thorns had been covered by their corpses. The trench, which was a barrier to block the attack of the chiefing tribe, has completely lost its function. The tragic deaths of the Yunshi people seemed to have aroused the bloodiness and ferocity of the chiefing tribe members. These cannibals were extremely excited and kept making strange howls. They rushed forward, stepped over the trenches that were filled with corpses, stepped over the corpses of their own people, and desperately banged on the wooden door of the Yunshi tribe. People were crowded together, and the wooden door in front of the Yunshi valley was filled with a sea of red. Everywhere were the red-haired and green-faced heads of the chiefing tribesmen. More than 100 people from the chiefing tribe outside the door rushed forward with all their might, while 30 or 40 people from the Yunshi tribe inside the door roared angrily and resisted desperately. Jiang Yuan felt a chill in his heart. Even though the two wooden doors were 2 zhang wide, 10.5 zhang high, and 1 foot thick, with huge rocks supporting them from top to bottom, and 3 solid wooden bolts inside the doors, they would probably not be able to withstand the desperate charge of more than 100 cannibals for long. Wolf, blow the horn. Let Elder Pan and Elder Wei come to support. Jiang Yuan shouted loudly. Elder Pan and Elder Wei took away the wild ram horns, while the barbarian bull horn was in the hands of the wolf. Now that they can no longer hold on, they have to temporarily give up guarding the river gap at the back of the valley. Whoa! Like the cry of a wild elephant or the roar of a tiger, the huge horn sounded throughout the Yunshi valley and spread everywhere. When the Yunshi people heard the sound of the horn, they were shocked. The bloodiness hidden in their bodies seemed to be aroused. They shouted angrily and tried their best to defend the wooden door. The chiefing tribe, which had never heard the sound of the horn, was in a panic, thinking that there were carnivorous beasts lurking around, which relieved the pressure on the dozens of Yunshi people who were guarding the wooden gate. Show, bring the broth over. Jiang Yuan shouted loudly. The dozen or so pots of meat soup were originally meant for the tribesmen to enjoy at noon, but now they could only be used to defend against the enemy. Yes. Shou did not hesitate. At this critical moment, he, who had long worshipped Jiang Yuan like a god, immediately led the 10 stone-throwing men to do as he was told. Lai also led the spear throwers to throw wooden spears down continuously. The puff sound of the spear tips cutting through the flesh was accompanied by the screams of the chiefing tribe members, leaving dozens of corpses behind. Lord Jiang Yuan, the spears are running out. Lai said to Jiang Yuan while panting. He threw 8 rounds of spears in a row, using all his strength each time, which consumed their size very seriously. However, the most important thing is that each of the 20 spear throwers was equipped with 10 spears, but after 10 rounds of throwing, each of them now has only 2 spears left. By then, Yunshi will lose all means of attack that allow it to stay ahead of the chiefing tribe. Don't panic, Jiang Yuan shouted coldly. He stood on the horizontal bridge, stabbing downwards with the iron spear, piercing a bloody hole in the head of a cannibal who was climbing the wooden door. The wooden gate of Yunshi Valley is nearly 2 meters high, but the cannibals in front of the gate have piled up like a human mountain, and several cannibals tried to climb over the wooden gate and rush into Yunshi Valley. Yinsher, take the remaining flying stones and poke them down with the wooden spears in your hands. Seeing that these cannibals were about to climb over the wooden door, Jiang Yuan shouted immediately. Yes. Rock led the remaining 10 stone throwers to throw away the stone ropes, kneel on the cross bridge, and poke at the cannibals who were climbing the wooden door with wooden spears. Blood splattered everywhere, screams continued, and in an instant, several cannibals had their heads pierced and their throats pierced by wooden spears. However, the strong smell of blood made these cannibals fight even harder. Lord Jiang Yuan, we are here. 2 loud shouts rang out at the same time. Jiang Yuan looked in the direction of the sound and saw Elder Pan and Elder Wei, each leading 20 tribesmen, rushing towards this side with wooden spears in their hands. Jiang Yuan's eyes were slightly moist, and he shouted loudly, "Hold the wooden door." Yes. 40 tribesmen shouted and roared in unison, rushing to the wooden door and trying their best to hold it open. In an instant, the 80 Yunshi people inside and outside the gate and the hundreds of cannibals were in a stalemate again. Lord Jiang Yuan, the broth is here. Wolf came running with 10 stone-flying hands, patting their palms with animal skins, carrying 10 large basins of steaming hot broth. Be careful, don't spill it. Jiang Yuan asked them to bring the boiling hot broth to the horizontal bridge, under which was a huge crowd of people from the chiefing tribe. There are too many people in the chiefing tribe. Even if hundreds of them have died, there are still 100 people left. Pour it down, pour it on them, Jiang Yuan shouted. Crash. As the boiling broth from the 10 large earthenware basins was poured down, the hundreds of chiefing tribe members gathered in front of the gate of Yunxi Valley let out heart-wrenching screams, like the howling of ghosts and gods. The skin on the faces and bodies of many cannibals who were the first to be hit peeled off and festered, revealing the bright red, tender flesh underneath. They screamed and wailed, rubbing their injured skin frantically. The blue skin and flesh looked like they were cooked and rotted at the slightest touch. Some of them had been burned beyond recognition and had completely turned into evil ghosts and monsters. Hundreds of cannibals were piled together, and everyone's flesh was more or less attacked by the boiling broth. They no longer had the desire to attack the mountain gate of the Yunxi tribe, nor did they have the courage to face death. The severe pain made them struggle to retreat, fall to the ground, and escape. Kill! Jiang Yuan roared angrily, his voice resounding through the mountains like thunder. These cannibals who had lost their wooden spears and were scalded by the broth, fled madly like crazy, and were destined to become prey to the Yunxi tribe's wanton slaughter. Open the wooden door and fight your way out, Jiang Yuan shouted excitedly, waving his iron spear vigorously to get everyone to open the wooden door of the valley. Kill, kill, kill. After throwing all their spears, the spear throwers, led by Lai, grabbed their wooden spears, rushed down the stone stairs with all their might, and rushed out of the door. Go to hell, damn chiefing tribe. Rock was the most ferocious. He was covered in wolf skin and holding an extended and thick wooden spear. He jumped off the bridge and rushed into the cannibal group to kill them. Rock, who is nearly 2 meters tall, is sturdy and brave. At this moment, in front of this group of injured cannibals, he is like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. A single blow from his wooden spear can easily take the life of a cannibal. Boom! The 1-foot-thick wooden door soaked in blood was pulled open with great effort by the Yunxi people. Outside the gate, corpses were strewn all over the ground. Blood flowed like a river. The earth was stained with blood. Corpses filled the trenches. Countless bloody spears and stones were scattered on the ground. The red-haired and green-faced cannibals were scalded beyond recognition by the broth. Their skin and flesh were festering. They were fleeing madly, rolling and wailing among the piles of corpses. This situation can no more be described as hell on earth. Looking at the tragic scene in front of them, and seeing the chiefing tribe members running away in panic, more than 100 Yunxi people showed no fear, nor did they hesitate. Regardless of gender, age, or whether they were young or old, the hatred engraved in their bones made them grab wooden spears and charge forward, ruthlessly slaughtering these enemies with whom they had a blood feud, wantonly venting the accumulated resentment and hatred in their hearts. Chapter 59, Great Victory. Jiang Yuan stepped on the blood-soaked ground, and all he could see were broken limbs, shattered internal organs, and shattered heads. The fight between just a few hundred people was so brutal and bloody. It is hard to imagine how terrifying the bloody battles between tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of troops in ancient times were. After this battle, of the more than 250 primitive people from the chiefing tribe who came with great momentum, only 60 or 70 escaped back with injuries, leaving behind nearly 200 corpses. Jiang Yuan looked at his tribesmen who were exhausted but full of excitement and fighting spirit, and he couldn't help but feel very happy. The Yunxi tribe only paid the minor price of 1 death and a dozen injuries, but was able to annihilate nearly 200 people from the chiefing tribe. Jiang Yuan played an indispensable role in achieving a complete victory in this battle, and hundreds of Yunxi people were also heroes. The Yunxi tribe will definitely win. The Yunxi tribe is brave. Jiang Yuan felt quite proud in his heart. It was no exaggeration to say that he was full of heroic spirit. He couldn't help but shout out loud after the great victory. The Yunxi tribe will win. Jiang Yuan's loud shout aroused the emotions of the tribesmen, and they all shouted out. Chief Tsang walked up to Jiang Yuan and patted him on the shoulder vigorously. Thanks to you, we were able to defeat the chiefing tribe. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, It is reasonable to serve your own tribe. You should do your best. Chief Tsang smiled knowingly. Nearly 140 members of the Yunxi tribe did not rest after the battle. Instead, they dragged their exhausted bodies and carried 200 cannibal corpses into a nearby dead forest and set it on fire. We cannot allow the corpses to pile up at the entrance of Yunxi Valley and leave them unattended. In the hot weather, these corpses are likely to cause an epidemic. Transporting dead wood to burn not only saves labor, but also saves firewood. After the Yunxi tribe cleared the bodies from the trench, they collected their weapons, such as wooden spears, lances, and stones. After the baptism of this battle, almost every weapon of the Yunshi tribe was soaked and stained red with blood. After leaving a few tribesmen on the horizontal bridge to guard, the Yunshi tribe closed the wooden door at the entrance of the valley, and the tribesmen returned to the valley to rest and enjoy food. Under Jiang Yuan's instructions, Elder Wei led several tribesmen to kill 4 large prey. About 300 kilograms of fresh meat were roasted on the fire rack and put into a ceramic pot to cook the broth. This food is enough to feed and satisfy the entire tribe. One led the tribesmen to the cellar and took out several baskets of fruit to distribute to the tribesmen. Qing Hushi had already prepared a large amount of medicine and was now instructing several female tribesmen who were studying medicine to treat the wounds of the injured tribesmen and stop the bleeding and pain. Bury the brother who died in the battle on a high mountain so that he can always see that our Yunshi tribe is growing stronger and stronger. Jiang Yuan ordered Shou. This stone thrower was pierced by more than a dozen wooden spears thrown by the cannibals. He was a warrior who died fighting for the Yunshi tribe. Shou nodded silently in agreement. A great victory was certainly joyful, but the tragic death of his brother was also heartbreaking enough. The bonfire was burning brightly. Jiang Yuan looked up at the horizon. The sun was setting, and it was already dusk. From the morning sacrifice to the bloody battle at noon, to the later disposal of the corpses, it took them nearly a whole day. Elder Pan used a stone knife to cut off a piece of the most delicious and tender roasted mutton and held it in front of Jiang Yuan. Master Jiang Yuan, please enjoy this delicious barbecue. Okay. Jiang Yuan took it calmly. When Elder Pan saw Jiang Yuan taking it, his eyes turned red. He said excitedly to all the tribesmen, since the chiefing tribe came to the Lizhan Mountains, they have wantonly slaughtered our Yunshi tribe members. Today, we can finally avenge our family and clansmen. Without Lord Jiang Yuan, we would not have been able to win. He raised Jiang Yuan's arm high and shouted, Master Jiang Yuan is invincible. Lord Jiang Yuan is invincible. Hundreds of tribesmen from the Yunshi tribe all had a blood feud with the chiefing tribe. At this moment, their emotions were aroused by Elder Pan, and they all had tears in their eyes and shouted along. Lord Jiang Yuan is invincible. Rock, Hunter, Fierce, Wolf, and those spear throwers and stone throwers shouted the hardest and the loudest. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but have red eyes when he saw the scene in front of him. It was as if a warm current flowed through his heart. He shouted loudly, The Yunshi tribe is invincible. The Yunshi tribe will win. The Yunshi tribe is invincible. The Yunshi tribe will win. Elder Pan suddenly turned around and knelt down towards Jiang Yuan. Lord Jiang Yuan, please forgive me for my foolish behavior in preventing you from joining the tribe. Jiang Yuan quickly helped him up from the ground. Elder Pan, what are you doing? These things are in the past. There is no need to mention them again. I don't take them to heart. Elder Pan nodded vigorously. He knew that Jiang Yuan was not a petty person, but if he did not beg Jiang Yuan for forgiveness, Elder Pan would not be able to sleep or eat well. The moon is low, the night is bleak, wolves are lurking in the wilderness, wild beasts are rampant. 60 or 70 chiefing tribe members with wounds and festering flesh were fleeing across the wilderness. It took them several hours to escape from Yunshi Valley to here. They had already used up all their strength. Now they were able to walk only by relying on their willpower. Call. One person collapsed to the ground, which caused a chain reaction, and dozens of people lay on the ground, gasping for breath. A cannibal dragged his sore body to his feet with difficulty. He gritted his teeth and urged everyone, Let's go quickly. We are almost back to the tribe. The wasteland at night is too scary. He shouted several times, but the tribesmen lay on the ground as if they didn't hear him, and no one paid any attention to him. He had no choice but to move forward alone. It was another chain reaction. When one person was in a hurry, the others couldn't help but become anxious and could only drag their tired bodies to keep up. Lizard, why aren't you leaving yet? A cannibal whose shoulder was torn by a wooden spear asked the lizard still lying on the ground. The lizard's arm was burned by the boiling broth, and the skin had rotted away, revealing the bloody tender flesh inside. He didn't care about his arm that felt like it was on fire, and his eyes were rolling around. Go back, or run away. More than 200 cannibals attacked the Yunshi tribe of only 100 people, but not only did they fail to capture the tribe, but nearly 200 of their members were killed. Now there are only dozens of injured tribesmen who have escaped back to the tribe. The lizard couldn't imagine the consequences if the patriarch saw such a scene. He shuddered all over, his body still falling into a cold cave. The lizard shook his head violently to dispel the chill from his body. What are you doing standing there? Why don't you leave? The cannibal who was urging the lizard said angrily. The lizard gritted his teeth. If he went back like this, he would definitely be skinned, bones broken, tendons pulled out and heart dug out by the Chi-man. You go first, I'll rest for a while. The lizard made up his mind to escape, so he said to the tribe member. The tribesman snorted coldly. Then you better be careful and don't get eaten by mountain wolves again. Watching the tribesman walking away, the lizard stood up with difficulty, leaning on the wooden spear. Lizard recalled the tragic scene of the battle this afternoon, and a fear arose from the bottom of his heart. The lizard gritted his teeth and said to himself, I'm leaving here and never coming back. He took one last look in the direction of the Chiefing tribal valley, then walked with difficulty towards the outside of the Lizhan Mountains. Chapter 60. War is about to begin. In the Chiefing Valley, the valley was dark, and the fire on the altar was burning brightly, bringing the only ray of light to the valley. Chi-man was furious. He had never expected that after sending out more than 200 strong tribesmen, only dozens of them escaped back with injuries. Chi-man pulled a tribesman over and tightly grasped his neck with his big hands. Chi-man almost roared. How come you guys can't even defeat the Yunchi tribe? Clan leader. The neck of this tribesman was almost broken by Chi-man. His blue cheeks were flushed with blood, looking extremely red, and every blue vein was bulging. Tell me, why? Chi-man threw him heavily to the ground and roared. The tribesman's legs were already wet, and he became incontinent due to the fear of the furious Chi-man. He held his neck, coughed violently, and cried, Chief, the people of the Yunchi tribe are too cunning. 200 tribesmen. 200 tribesmen. Chi-man kicked him and sent him flying backwards, causing him to cough up blood. Although the Chiefing tribe is powerful, it has only 800 members and more than 100 children. Now their strong fighting force has been reduced by 1/3. Chi-man now wishes he could put all these escaped members on the altar and roast them with flames. Father, please calm down. Chi-shan knelt in front of Chi-man and comforted him. Looking at his only remaining son in front of him, Chi-man calmed down a lot. Chi-shan looked at these wounded tribesmen calmly and asked, Tell me, why are those people from the Yunchi tribe so cunning? The tribesman prostrated himself on the ground. They blocked the entrance to the valley with trees and stood on the hills and trees throwing wooden spears and stones at us. Shishin's eyes flickered slightly. Won't you throw it at them too? Hearing this, the tribesman almost cried out in grievance. But they can throw it farther than us. We can only throw it 50 steps, but they can throw it 100 steps. Chi-shan shouted angrily. How is it possible? Our people are much stronger than them. I don't know. I'm telling the truth, Lord Chi-shan. The tribesman knelt on the ground, his body shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. And, moreover, the Yunchi tribe also splashed water on us. The feeling of being splashed with water was like being punished by divine fire. The tribesmen stretched out their arms, revealing the burned parts. The wound was bare and slightly pale, with signs of festering. Chi-shan took a look and asked in confusion, Is it water or divine fire? The tribesman hesitated for a long time, but his answer was not clear. Shishin's eyes were cold, and he held a wooden spear against his throat and asked, Speak clearly. Chi-shan, there's no need to ask him. An old man wearing black animal skins and with a few black feathers tied in his red hair walked out from a dark corner and interrupted Shishin's words. Master Wu. Chi-shan bowed slightly towards him. The witch of the Chiefing tribe was holding a bone cane, and his face looked very old. He touched the necklace with wolf teeth around his neck and said slowly, The Yunchi tribe seems to be able to use the sacred fire. Chief Chi-man interrupted him and said, How is that possible? In the Lizhan Mountains, only we can use the sacred fire. The wizard of the Chiefing tribe walked up to Chi-man with a bone cane and bowed slightly. What if there are people from outside the Lizhan Mountains in the Yunchi tribe? After hearing this, Chi-man fell silent. His eyes flickered and he did not refute the wizard's words. The Chiefing tribe migrated to the Lizhan Mountains from other places, so they naturally knew what the scene was like outside the Lizhan Mountains. Where's the lizard? Chi-man patted the throne, glanced at the tribesman who had escaped and asked, Did that guy die in the battle? A tribesman stood up tremblingly. He glanced around and knelt down again and said, Chief, the lizard is not dead. When we retreated, he said he wanted to rest for a while and let us go first. Why haven't we seen him for so long? Chi-man asked angrily. Chi-shan said, Father, that lizard is as cunning as the Yunchi tribe. He must be afraid that you will punish him, so he ran away. The corners of Chi-man's eyes twitched, and he breathed heavily through his nose. He couldn't bear it anymore and kicked a skull under the throne away. He looked around with a ferocious look, and with a grin, he carried a tribesman who had followed the red snake to plunder other tribes onto the altar. Clan leader, please spare my life. Although this man was burned by the flames, he was covered in cold sweat and kept begging for mercy. Chi Man sneered, "When my son Chi Shi died that day, I remember you escaped back. Today, so many of our tribesmen died in the battle, and you escaped back again." Chi Man punched him so hard that he vomited blood. His eyes were as fierce as a wolf. "Tell me, why didn't you die?" He ignored his tribesmen's screams and pleas for mercy, took out a stone knife, cut open the man's chest, tore off the flesh and blood, and then punched the wound. Blood splattered all over Chi Man's face, and pieces of internal organs flew out of the wound. Despite such a bloody and brutal scene, the members of the chiefing tribe did not react much and seemed to be accustomed to it. Chi Man thrust his hand into his chest, pulled hard, and dug out his heart. Chi Man turned to face everyone and held his heart high. The sticky blood flowed from his palm to his shoulder until half of Chi Man's body was dyed red. "Chi Shan, my son is here." Chi Shan knelt in front of him. Chi Man chewed the heart in his hand with big mouthfuls and glanced at the rest of the people. "Continue to lead the tribesmen to attack the Yunshi tribe until their tribe is flattened and destroyed, and all the tribesmen of the Yunshi tribe are killed." "Yes." Chishan's eyes flashed. When he was questioning his tribesmen just now, he was thinking about ways to attack the Yunshi tribe. He thought that it would be easy to flatten the Yunshi tribe. Yunshi tribe. Jiang Yuan sat on the bridge and looked into the distance. He looked at the ground under the bridge that was stained red with blood and couldn't help but be dazed. Along the way, my own experience is like a dream. He wondered more than once whether he was dreaming, but the tragic atmosphere before him told him that it was not the case. The wooden door of Yunshi Valley was left with mottled bloodstains, and no one knew what kind of despair those cannibals faced before they died. Jiang Yuan clenched the iron spear in his hand. The wooden handle had been soaked in blood and turned red. Since he came to the primitive era, at least dozens of people had died at his hands. "Yuan, eat something." Qing walked up the stone stairs and brought him a wooden bowl of meat soup, some fruits, and a piece of fat and tender barbecue. "Have you eaten?" Jiang Yuan touched her cheek. Her skin had become much whiter over the past few days, and her figure was not as thin as before. It seemed to be more curvy. Qing smiled and nodded slightly. "Are you scared?" Jiang Yuan tore off a piece of barbecue and stuffed it into Qing's mouth. Qing shook his head, his face calm and indifferent. "I'm not afraid. When I was young, the chiefing tribe killed my two brothers, and when my sister was abducted by them, I will never forget the scene at that time." Jiang Yuan touched her head with a look of pity in his eyes. "I will help you get it all back," Qing said softly. "Although I also want revenge, I think it would be better if my people were safe and sound." Jiang Yuan stroked her slender waist and smoothed her long hair. Jiang Yuan once found a plant called honey locust. After Qing washed her hair with soapberry, her hair became much smoother, not as messy as before, and it even smelled fresh. Jiang Yuan felt a little tired and buried his cheek in Qing's chest, feeling the rare delicacy and softness. "Qing, how old are you?" "Ah." Qing looked confused and didn't understand what Jiang Yuan said. "How many times have you eaten the cloud fruit?" Jiang Yuan thought for a moment and changed the way he asked the question. Qing counted on his fingers and said, "My mother said that the cloud tree has borne fruit 17 times since I was born." "You are so young." Jiang Yuan was a little surprised. He hugged Qing's slender waist tightly, wishing he could rub her body into his body. Qing felt the temperature of Jiang Yuan's body. Her pretty face flushed, and she was a little at a loss. Jiang Yuan leaned on her shoulder and whispered, "Qing, you are my rare support and spiritual sustenance in this barbaric and cruel primitive era." Chapter 61. The Water Tribe's Surrender. "Elder Pan, this place needs reinforcement." Jiang Yuan was drilling small holes on the wooden door with an iron spear. "Okay." Elder Pan led everyone to work enthusiastically. He was using river water, clay, and stones mixed to reinforce the wooden door and the gaps next to it. "Lord Jiang Yuan, come and take a look at this trench." Shou's voice came from outside the door. Jiang Yuan went out to check and found that the original trench had been dug wider and deeper by the hunters, and many sharp bamboo thorns were buried inside. "Well done." Jiang Yuan patted Shou's shoulder and asked him to continue leading the tribesmen to transport large stones to the corridor and the cross bridge. At the end of the last bloody battle, the spears of the spear throwers and the stones of the stone throwers were not enough. Jiang Yuan thought of the rolling stones and wooden beams used by ancient soldiers to defend the city, which were very suitable for defense. By then, the chiefing tribe will attack in groups, and a huge rock will be thrown down, which will cause heavy casualties among these cannibals. Lai led a dozen people to build solid wooden guardrails on the cross bridge. Jiang Yuan could never forget the horrific scene of hundreds of cannibals throwing wooden spears last time. If there was a place to hide on the cross bridge, then the members of the Yunchi tribe who died in the battle might not have died. Wolf, be on guard. If you spot an enemy, blow the horn immediately. Before Jiang Yuan left, he told the wolf worriedly. Lord Jiang Yuan, don't worry. The wolf patted his chest. He was very confident in his vigilance. Jiang Yuan wanted to teach one and the others how to weave rattan shields, which could be used to block wooden spears thrown by the enemy during combat. Jiang Yuan discovered through his accumulated combat experience that in close combat, the rattan shield can provide very strong protection and can sometimes block fatal injuries. Moreover, in this world where weapons are primitive and lack offensive power, and the sharpness of many weapons is insufficient, the protective effect of the rattan shield will be further amplified. The Yunchi tribe now has a large amount of rattan stored, enough for them to make rattan shields. The rattan shield is round, convex on the outside and concave on the inside, and can withstand weapons, arrows, and stones. It is about 1 meter in diameter and has 2 rattan rings inside for easy arm insertion, and a crossbar for easy grip. The craft of weaving rattan shields is not complicated, and Jiang Yuan easily taught one and others how to make them. Lord Jiang Yuan, there is someone outside the door. A tribesman came running over and said breathlessly, Is it the chiefing tribe? Jiang Yuan asked as he walked with the iron spear in his hand. If it were the chiefing tribe, the wolf would have blown the horn long ago. No. The tribesman shook his head. Which tribe is that? Jiang Yuan was a little confused. Who would come to visit when the Yunchi tribe was fighting a bloody battle with the enemy? Could it be that Song's alliances a few days ago worked and won over allies? I don't know either. The tribesman shook his head again. 3 black lines slid across Jiang Yuan's head, and he looked speechlessly at this tribesman who knew nothing about anything. Jiang Yuan walked quickly up the stone steps and climbed onto the horizontal bridge. At a glance, there were about 40 tribesmen blocked outside by the trench. There were more than 20 young female tribesmen, a dozen old and young tribesmen, and almost no adult strong men. Jiang Yuan could tell at a glance that the 20 or so female tribesmen were the ones he had captured from the chiefing tribe and then let go that day. Jiang Yuan had a general idea in his mind and understood the purpose of these people's visit. Go and invite Chief Song, Jiang Yuan ordered. Although he can make the decision on this matter, it would be better to let Song, the clan leader, participate. Ask them which tribe they are from. Jiang Yuan's lips moved slightly. Which tribe are you from? The wolf asked loudly, using the horn as a trumpet. Dear Yunchi tribe, we are from the water tribe. An older member of the water tribe stepped forward and answered the wolf's question. This person's name is Xiang. You people from the water tribe, what are you doing in our Yunchi tribe? Jiang Yuan said one sentence at a time, and the wolf imitated him. Xiang hesitated for a moment and said, We, the water tribe, want to form an alliance with your Yunchi tribe. Oh, why do you want to form an alliance with us? Asked the wolf. Jiang Yuan had a sneer on his face. Xiang replied, Chief Song has told us about the idea of an alliance before. We can fight against the chiefing tribe together with you. Our Yunchi tribe can fight against the chiefing tribe on our own. The wolf stretched out his wooden spear and poked the cannibal's head hanging under the horizontal bridge. The red soil under your feet is dyed with the blood of the chiefing tribe. What is hung under our horizontal bridge is the head of the chiefing tribe. The people of the water tribe were horrified when they heard this. If it was true as the people of the Yunchi tribe said, how many people would have to die in the chiefing tribe to dye the land red? Is this Yunchi tribe deceiving us? The only adult male in the water tribe suspected. He was very young, and his name was Ao. The chiefing tribe is so powerful. How could the Yunchi tribe kill so many people? At this time, a female member of the water tribe stammered. We have seen them fighting with the chiefing tribe. The members of the Yunchi tribe were able to throw their wooden spears very far, and those members of the chiefing tribe were killed before they could even get close. After hearing this, the elephant believed what the wolf said. The red soil under his feet and the cannibal's head hanging under the bridge forced him to believe it. The water tribe came here this time with the intention of joining the Yunchi tribe. Now that they have seen the results of the Yunchi tribe's battle with their own eyes, the water tribe and the Yunchi tribe, who have been forced into a desperate situation, are even more determined to form an alliance. Xiang made up his mind and said, If we form an alliance, we can help you resist the chiefing tribe. At this time, Chief Song came to the two of them and asked in a low voice what was going on, and Jiang Yuan explained it to him. Then what are your conditions? Wolf asked on behalf of Jiang Yuan. As a condition of the alliance, our water tribe must live in the Yunchi Valley and enjoy the same food as you. Ao said loudly. When the people from the water tribe and the Yunchi tribe talk, they not only have to look up, but also shout loudly. This had already made Ao, the young chief of the water tribe, dissatisfied. The people of the water tribe were worried as they wondered whether the Yunshi tribe would agree. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan looked at Chief Tsang. Both of them had sneers on their faces. The people of the water tribe are really smart. They are not at all as stupid and naive as other primitive people. The wolf sneered and replied, "What can you use to help us resist the chiefing tribe? Rely on you old and weak people, and you women." Jiang Yuan deliberately let Wolf say this. Although the water tribe has 7 or 8 old people, there are more than 20 young female tribesmen and 10 children. If the water tribe can be absorbed into the Yunshi tribe, it will be very cost-effective for the Yunshi tribe. However, Jiang Yuan is not willing to cooperate with the water tribe under the banner of alliance. Jiang Yuan's plan is to merge the water tribe and make it disappear completely from this world. After hearing what the wolf said, the people of the water tribe turned purple in the face. They hesitated for a long time, but couldn't utter a word. He originally thought that the Yunshi tribe would gladly accept the conditions proposed by the water tribe. After all, it was their chief Tsang who asked for help first. However, he did not expect that the Yunshi tribe would directly refuse. "Let's go." Ao was proud and arrogant, and wanted to leave immediately. But the older elephant grabbed him. "Then what do you, the Yunshi tribe, want to do?" Xiang's attitude was already a little humble. Wolf followed Jiang Yuan's instructions and said, "It's very simple. Merge your water tribe into the Yunshi tribe. From now on, there will only be the Yunshi tribe and no more water tribe. Of course, after your people join the Yunshi tribe, they can also enjoy delicious food and use powerful weapons." Although the Yunshi tribe had a tough attitude, they also pointed out the benefits of the water tribe joining the Yunshi tribe. When the people of the water tribe heard this, they were moved and looked at each other in bewilderment. "No more water tribe? Go away, I can't agree to it." Ao turned around and left. Xiang pulled him back again, and he looked a little humble. "Young chief, if we leave, we will die. We can't catch any prey, and we can only pick a few fruits every day. We will starve to death." Ao's face flushed. "Then let's form an alliance with other tribes." The old tribesman shook his head and said, "No. If we ally with other tribes, we will be attacked by the chiefing tribe just like the others. Then people from our water tribe will die. Then what do you want to do?" The elephant's face had a determined look. The blood all over the ground and the hanging heads of the chiefing tribe made Xiang more determined than ever to join the Yunshi tribe. Even if the water tribe disappeared, it would not shake him. On the horizontal bridge, Jiang Yuan and Chief Tsang talked quietly with smiles on their faces. They crossed their arms and looked at the desperate group of water tribe members at the entrance of Yunshi Valley. They knew in their hearts what decision the water tribe would make in the end. Chapter 62. Merge Water Tribe. We are willing to join the Yunshi tribe. From now on, there will be no more water tribe. When Xiang said this, it was as if all the bones and strength in his body were sucked away, and he looked even older. Jiang Yuan and Chief Tsang smiled at each other, and the water tribe finally chose to compromise. "Why?" Ao asked angrily. He couldn't accept this result. On the other hand, the rest of the water tribe chose to remain silent. Because in their minds, the water tribe existed in name only, and without male tribe members who could protect them, joining the Yunshi tribe was a better choice. Xiang let out a long sigh. He remembered that after the chief of the water tribe was seriously injured by the chiefing tribe, he told him to take good care of Ao before he died. If he had not fulfilled his promise to the old patriarch, he would have jumped off the cliff and sacrificed his life long ago. Just when Jiang Yuan was planning to let the water tribe make further compromises, he suddenly discovered that there were many figures on the barren mountains in the distance. Jiang Yuan's heart tightened instantly. He looked intently and saw countless chiefing people walking in the barren mountains with wooden spears in their hands. At first glance, they were so densely packed that it was impossible to tell how many cannibals had come. Jiang Yuan felt his scalp tingling. The number of cannibals attacking the Yunshi tribe today was much greater than the last time. The wolf had apparently also discovered the cannibals rushing towards the barren mountain, and he looked towards Jiang Yuan in panic. Jiang Yuan let out a long sigh in his heart. He had just repelled them yesterday, and a fierce battle was inevitable today. It would be more tragic, bloody, and cruel than yesterday. Judging from the number of cannibals coming, it seems that they will not stop until they have razed the Yunshi tribe to the ground today. "What should we do, Lord Jiang Yuan?" Wolf asked anxiously, subconsciously tightening the horn in his hand. Chief Tsang looked at Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan was now the backbone of the Yunshi tribe. "Blow the horn, let the tribesmen gather, and prepare for battle," Jiang Yuan ordered hurriedly. The people of the chiefing tribe are still far enough away from here for them to make deployments. Today, the wooden doors of the Yunshi tribe have been reinforced, the trenches have been deepened, solid wooden fences have been added to the cross bridges, and a large number of rolling stones have been prepared. So what if there are more cannibals coming from the chiefing tribe? Jiang Yuan just didn't believe that the Yunshi tribe, whose defense facilities had been strengthened in all aspects, would be defeated by the chiefing tribe. I was able to beat them up yesterday and make them return with a bloody head. I can do the same today. Whoa! Like the roar of a lion, the growl of a tiger, and the charge of cavalry, the heart-shaking sound of the horn resounded throughout the Yunshi Valley and also frightened the people of the water tribe standing in front of the trench. They all fell into panic, thinking that there were wild beasts roaring around them. What's going on? Ao's face turned pale, and he looked around in panic. Standing at a low point, they didn't notice the approaching chiefing tribe members at all. When the members of the Yunshi tribe heard the horn, they put down their tasks, picked up their wooden spears, carried their lances, and slung their flying ropes. Regardless of gender, age, or status, they all ran to the wooden gate of the Yunshi Valley to gather. All clansmen, go to your positions according to yesterday's assignment. Jiang Yuan shouted to everyone. Yes. Everyone responded. Elder Pan and Elder Wei each led 20 tribesmen to guard the river gap at the back of the valley. Lai and Shou each led the spear throwers and stone throwers onto the cross bridge of the corridor, raised the spear throwers and stone throwing ropes in their hands, pointed them at the bottom of the valley, ready to go. She, lead the tribesmen to cook hot soup. Jiang Yuan shouted at Xinghe. Ever since Jiang Yuan invented the pottery basin, the Yunshi tribe has developed the habit of drinking boiled water. Jiang Yuan felt that using broth to fight the enemy was too much, so he asked she to boil water. She nodded and immediately led a few tribesmen to get clay basins to boil water. Jiang Yuan anxiously asked one again. Aunt One, have you made several rattan shields? Less than 10. They are all here. When asked the female tribesmen to carry the rattan shields up the stone stairs. Jiang Yuan took a look, and although the rattan shield was not regular, it was still usable. It would become a powerful weapon for them to resist the wooden spears thrown by the cannibals. Seeing dozens of Yunshi tribe members wearing wolf skins quickly coming to the corridor to defend and pointing various weapons at them, dozens of Shui tribe members all looked pale. It's not that they are cowardly, but they have not yet escaped from the nightmare of the water tribe being wantonly massacred by the chiefing tribe. Excuse me, honorable Yunshi tribe, why are you pointing your weapons at us? Xiang walked forward, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and asked fearfully. The chiefing tribe is here. Lai said to them loudly. What? When they heard the name of the chiefing tribe, the people of the water tribe felt dizzy and their legs went weak. Some of them were so scared that they lay on the ground like a pile of mud. Then why don't you let us into your valley? Ao shouted loudly with a trembling voice. He looked back and could vaguely see the figures of the chiefing tribe. He looked at the wide and deep trench in front of him that was like an abyss, and the tall wooden door that was like a natural chasm, and felt a sense of despair in his heart. The tragic scene of his father's death seemed to reappear in front of Ao. Jiang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Ao. He found that this young man had a high status in the water tribe and was very likely a troublemaker. After joining the Yunshi tribe in the future, he would most likely disobey discipline. Why are you yelling? Now you are begging us, not me begging you. Jiang Yuan shouted at him coldly. He decided to give these people from the water tribe a warning and then give them some sweet benefits. Only by using both kindness and force can the people from the water tribe more easily integrate into the Yunshi tribe. Xiang asked, Dear Yunshi tribe, we have promised your water tribe to join the Yunshi tribe. From now on, there will be no water tribe. May I ask why you won't let us in? He looked extremely anxious. If the Yunshi tribe delayed any longer, the Shui tribe might really be destroyed here. Jiang Yuan had a blank expression on his face. Let that young man kneel down to Yunshi Valley, as if he were offering sacrifice to the gods of Yunshi Valley. Only after offering sacrifice to our gods can you gain the qualification to enter Yunshi Valley. Ao's face turned pale and his expression was uncertain. He wanted to turn around and leave, or even curse, but when he thought of the chiefing tribe behind him, he lost all his courage. Shall I kneel down before you? Begged the elephant. Jiang Yuan said in a cold tone. I'm talking about that young man. The chiefing tribe will be here soon. If you don't want to become their food, I advise you to hurry up. Song looked at Jiang Yuan with some confusion, not understanding why Jiang Yuan insisted on doing this. Jiang Yuan explained in a low voice. If we don't break their arrogance, it will be impossible for the water tribe to obey, and if they don't obey, the water tribe will never truly integrate into the Yunshi tribe. Naturally, after breaking their arrogance, we must also give them some benefits. Song's face looked very interesting, as if he had suddenly realized something, but there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. Jiang Yuan had no time to explain to him. He clenched the iron spear in his hand because the chiefing tribe was about to arrive. Kneel down. Why don't you kneel? Does this mean that they want us to be eaten by the chiefing tribe? Looking at Ao, who was standing still, the tribesmen of the water tribe talked among themselves, and many of them urged him in a low voice. They did not have a good impression of Ao, the young tribe leader. In the past in the water tribe, Ao often used his status as the young patriarch to bully ordinary members of the tribe. Now that it has come to a critical moment of life and death, the members of the water tribe no longer care about the identity of Chief Ao Shao, and all urged him to hurry. I kneel down. Ao's fear of the chiefing tribe finally overcame his pitiful dignity. In order to save his own life, he finally chose to kneel down. Plop. Ao slammed his knees on the ground, knelt in front of the trench, and kowtowed heavily towards the Yunchi Valley. But his clenched fists and clenched teeth revealed his inner anger and humiliation. Xiang sighed in his heart. Having lived for so many years, he was very experienced and knowledgeable. He knew that after this kneeling, the water tribe would completely disappear from the world. If they can even abandon the gods worshipped by their own tribe, how can they talk about the continuation of the tribe? Jiang Yuan smiled slightly with satisfaction and said loudly, "Open the door." Chapter 63, War breaks out again. The Yunchi tribe opened the gate, built a short bridge, and quickly allowed about 40 members of the water tribe to enter the Yunchi Valley. Chief Tsang was responsible for welcoming them at the entrance of the valley. Xiang bowed to the Tsang tribe leader and thanked him. "Thank you for the help from the Yunchi tribe." Tsang smiled and said, "It's nothing. As members of the Yunchi tribe, we should help you." The elephant's face froze. Jiang Yuan raised his iron spear high and said to everyone, "The chiefing tribe is about to attack. All tribesmen should prepare for battle and defend the wooden gate." The members of the water tribe looked at each other in bewilderment. They were all women, old and young, and had long been frightened by the chiefing tribe. They had no intention of even thinking of defending themselves, and now they all wished they could hide in the deepest part of the Yunchi Valley. Jiang Yuan saw what they were thinking and immediately said coldly, "Wolf." "Here." The wolf answered loudly, gripping the wooden spear tightly. Jiang Yuan shouted to everyone, "Yunchi tribe, all the tribesmen are united. Anyone who escapes during the battle, Wolf, I order you to kill them immediately." With a cold look in his eyes, he stared at all the tribesmen behind the wooden door of Yunchi Valley and shouted, "The Yunchi tribe will win. The Yunchi tribe will win." 50 or 60 tribesmen behind the wooden door of the Yunchi tribe shouted angrily. All of them were eager to fight. Yesterday's great victory brought the morale of the Yunchi tribe to its peak. Hearing the thunderous shouts from the Yunchi tribe next to them, the people of the water tribe were all shocked and terrified. They had never seen any tribe show such courage when facing the chiefing tribe. Lang immediately picked out 10 people from the Yunchi tribe who were guarding the wooden gate and stood behind them to supervise the battle. Chief Tsang understood Jiang Yuan's thoughts, and he also saw the extraordinary status of Ao in the water tribe. Chief Tsang immediately pulled the elephant and turtle of the water tribe up the stone steps and onto the horizontal bridge. "Please fight alongside us," Jiang Yuan said to the two. "No, I want to go down." Ao stood on the high place of the horizontal bridge and felt dizzy looking down. Before the chiefing tribe attacked, he was already trembling with fear and wanted to escape. Xiang looked at Ao's appearance and couldn't help but sigh softly. "Chief Tsang, please give us wooden spears so that we can defend together with you." Xiang said to Chief Tsang, but his eyes were looking at Jiang Yuan. He saw that Jiang Yuan was the real controller of the Yunchi tribe. Chief Tsang also cast a questioning look at Jiang Yuan. "No need," Jiang Yuan said. "You two can just stand here and watch the battle. As for the rest of the tribesmen, just defend the wooden gate. There is no need for wooden spears." After all, Jiang Yuan was still a little worried about the water tribe members who had just joined the Yunchi tribe. Although the Yunchi tribe had many brand new wooden spears, Jiang Yuan would never give them to them. The elephant nodded helplessly. Jiang Yuan held Ao's shoulders and asked him to hold the guardrail on the horizontal bridge. He said half jokingly and half seriously, "We will execute any of our tribesmen who escape." Ao nodded tremblingly. "No one will protect you when a fight breaks out, so be careful." Jiang Yuan patted Ao's chest again. He looked towards the front of Yunchi Valley, at the densely packed chiefing people whose numbers were indistinguishable, and said in a deep voice, "Here they come." It was noon when Qishan led more than 300 chiefing people to the vicinity of Yunchi Valley. He did not allow his tribesmen to attack without authorization, but let them rest on the spot. Qishan himself led 2 tribesmen who had participated in the battle yesterday to the front of Yunchi Valley to look over. How far can their wooden spears be thrown? Qishan measured the distance between himself and the entrance of Yunqi Valley. It should be about 100 steps. The tribesman with burned face answered in a low voice. Qishan nodded slightly. His position was very clever. It was about 120 steps away from the horizontal bridge of the Yunqi tribe, just out of the attack range of the spear thrower. Jiang Yuan on the horizontal bridge narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that the chiefing people were much more cautious in attacking the Yunqi Valley this time. They did not attack rashly, but chose to wait and see first. What is that? Qishan looked at the wooden door blocking the entrance of Yunqi Valley with a shocked expression. How did the Yunqi tribe move the tree there? The tribesman explained. They cut down the big tree and moved it there. We were blocked by it yesterday and couldn't rush into Yunqi Valley. In front of Yunqi Valley, there is a big pit full of sharp bamboos. Our tribesmen will be stabbed to death if they fall into it. Qishan nodded slightly. He was somewhat surprised at the defensive methods of the Yunqi tribe. He had never thought that this method could be used to defend the tribe. You must know that in the past, the chiefing tribe was able to conquer all other tribes in the Lizhan Mountains thanks to Qishan's brain. Qishan is much smarter than ordinary primitive people. His two younger brothers, Qishi and Qishi, cannot compare to him at all. Qishan looked out for a long time, waved his hand, selected 100 people from more than 300 tribesmen, and ordered them to charge. He wanted to find the weak points of the Yunqi tribe from the attacks of his tribesmen, and then defeat the Yunqi tribe in one fell swoop. The 100 cannibals were all ready to fight, with an air of bravery and ferocity in the air. They were not afraid of the Yunqi tribe at all. In their opinion, destroying the Yunqi tribe is a piece of cake. As for the nearly 200 fellow tribesmen who were killed yesterday, they became weak trash and insects in their eyes. You outnumbered others and still got defeated. If you are not a waste, then what are you? Rush! Qishan shouted coldly. Kill! Hundreds of cannibals charged forward with their wooden spears at the risk of their lives. Why did you choose only 100 people to charge? Jiang Yuan saw the approximate number of cannibals attacking, and he couldn't understand why these cannibals didn't attack in full. Spear throwers and stone throwers, get ready. Jiang Yuan did not dare to be careless. He raised the iron spear high and asked his tribesmen to prepare for defense. If these cannibals break through the defense line of the Yunqi tribe, even if there are less than 100 of them left, the Yunqi tribe will not be their match in close combat. Put. Seeing the members of the chiefing tribe rushing within 60 steps, Jiang Yuan immediately shouted coldly. 20 spears and hundreds of stones thrown by double-stranded stone-throwing ropes whizzed towards the cannibal tribe with strong winds. Accompanied by screams, about 30 cannibals fell down instantly, and a dozen injured cannibals lay on the ground wailing. Kill. After a brief period of chaos, the tribesmen of Chiefing continued to charge, but when they reached the trench covered with bamboo thorns, they had to stop. If he takes one more step forward, he will be pierced to death. Even so, several cannibals were pushed into the trench by their tribesmen behind them. Suddenly, blood splattered. Another round of spears and flying stones poured down, and the members of the chiefing tribe left behind dozens of corpses, then fled in panic, covering their heads. After seeing the strength of the Yunqi tribe, Ao and Xiang on the Hengqiao forgot the fear and cowardice they felt when the chiefing tribe charged just now. They were stunned and fell into endless shock. When did the chiefing tribe get slaughtered wantonly like docile wild sheep? This is the chiefing tribe. Even if the entire Lizhan mountain range unites together, they cannot defeat the chiefing tribe. You have to know that a few days ago, Qishi led only 20 or 30 people from the chiefing tribe and almost slaughtered their water tribe to the point of annihilation. They couldn't resist 20 or 30 chiefing people, let alone the collective charge of hundreds of cannibals. However, what surprised the two was that the cruel and barbaric people of the chiefing tribe were as fragile as children in front of the Yunqi tribe. The two of them swallowed at the same time. Is the Yunqi tribe now powerful enough to easily massacre the chiefing tribe? Originally, they both thought that their tribesman's description of the Yunqi tribe was a bit exaggerated, but now they completely believe it. Joy appeared on Xiang and Ao's faces. It seemed that their decision to surrender this time was the right one. Chapter 64, Secret Passage. Qishan watched as less than half of his tribesmen fled back in a panic. His face was calm and his reaction was unperturbed. Qishan understood why. Last time more than 200 tribesmen attacked the Yunqi tribe. Only a few dozen people escaped. Hundreds of people launched a charge towards Yunqi Valley, and half of them were directly lost. Such a heavy price. In the Lizhan Mountains, only their chiefing tribe could afford it. Looking at the frightened tribesmen, Qishan said calmly, "It seems that this Yunqi tribe is not a big deal. You guys take a good rest. Prepare to attack the Yunqi tribe again." After saying this, Qishan took 2 tribesmen away. From the previous attack, Qishan had already realized that it was impossible to break through the Yunshi tribe's defense from the front. Qishan thought to himself, since the Yunshi tribe's frontal defense is like an iron barrel, I will change the direction of attack. Time passed by minute, and soon a long time had passed. Jiang Yuan, standing on the horizontal bridge and looking in the direction of the Qifeng tribe's station, felt vaguely uneasy. The Qifeng tribe that came to attack them was too quiet, and everyone was lying in the shade of the trees to rest. On the other hand, the members of the Yunshi tribe were exposed to the scorching sun because there was nothing to shelter them on the corridor and the cross bridge. They were all sweating profusely and looked very tired. Jiang Yuan's uneasiness gradually grew, and he even felt a little panicked. Since entering this primitive world, Jiang Yuan has never felt panic, but today is the first time. What on earth do these cannibals want to do? Jiang Yuan muttered to himself, clenching his iron spear tightly. The snow-white and sharp spear blade flashed white light under the scorching sun, and the spear handle soaked in blood reflected an eerie blood-red color. Qishan held a wooden spear and led 2 tribesmen around the Yunshi Valley. After walking for about half an hour, Qishan looked at the rushing river in front of him and couldn't help but feel happy. The direction in which the river is rushing is Yunshi Valley. No matter how tight the Yunshi tribe's defense is, there will always be loopholes. Qishan laughed loudly. Let me see how you, the Yunshi tribe, are going to defend this river. The 2 tribesmen beside him didn't understand why Qishan was laughing. Let's go back. Lead the tribesmen to attack from the river. Qishan couldn't contain his inner joy and said with a wave of his hand. What? The 2 Qifeng people's faces changed when they heard Qishan's words. In primitive times, primitive people revered water as if it were fire. In the eyes of primitive people, water and fire were both gifts from gods and were necessary resources for human survival. At the same time, water, like fire, was something that could devour and kill humans. Therefore, primitive people were very respectful of water. In the Lizhan Mountains, far away from the sea and rivers, few people could swim. Although the river flowing into the Yunshi Valley was only 1 person deep, they did not dare to wade in it easily, let alone step into the river to attack the Yunshi tribe. On that day, Jiang Yuan drove wooden stakes, erected guardrails, and buried bamboo thorns at the bottom of the river. Jiang Yuan himself led some of his tribesmen to do the work. 2 cannibals followed behind Qishan. Their faces looked very ugly, their blue skin even a little red, but neither of them dared to refute or question Qishan's words. Because Qishan is the 3rd person in the Qifeng tribe, second only to the tribe leader Qiman and the Qifeng wizard. Since the death of his 2 younger brothers Qishi and Qishi, Qishan's status has become even higher. Moreover, Qishan is not only strong, brave, and fierce, but more importantly, he is smarter and more brutal than other primitive people. Although the 2 cannibals were afraid of the river, they did not dare to disobey Qishan's orders. Qishan spent another half an hour returning to the front of Yunshi Valley and mobilized hundreds of tribesmen to attack Yunshi Valley. Jiang Yuan looked at the cannibals coming towards him aggressively and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I'm not afraid that you won't come. I'm just afraid that you won't come. Sharp spears and heavy stones whizzed out. The attacking Qifeng people didn't even reach the trench. After leaving behind the bodies of more than a dozen people, they began to retreat. Qishan also took advantage of this opportunity to lead hundreds of other Qifeng people to quietly leave this place and head towards the river flowing into the Yunshi Valley. Jiang Yuan looked at the fleeing members of the Qifeng tribe and felt somewhat confused. The most outstanding feature of these cannibals is that they are fearless and brave, and when they fight, they are like ferocious beasts risking their lives. Why did they choose to retreat so hastily this time? Let's fight our way out. Just when Jiang Yuan was deep in thought, Ao, with an excited look on his face, suddenly spoke, disrupting Jiang Yuan's thoughts. Ao looked at the 50 or 60 corpses and injured cannibals in front of the gate of Yunshi Valley. The excitement of killing and the joy of victory clouded his mind and closed his eyes, making him forget the tragic massacre of the Water Tribe by the Qifeng tribe in the past. That's why he demanded to kill his way out so arrogantly. Jiang Yuan frowned slightly as he looked at him. His appearance at this moment was very similar to that of Shou, who was overwhelmed by his short-lived victory that day. Jiang Yuan was a little angry. He was interrupted in his deep thoughts just now. He was about to open his mouth to scold him, but unexpectedly Shou opened his mouth first and scolded him harshly. Who do you think you are? You are yelling and shouting here? Have you killed any of these 60 or 70 Qifeng people? Open your eyes and look at how many Qifeng people are there in the distance. If we go out, we will be killed by them. Don't you know that? Stupid. Shou will never forget the last time when he tried to finish off the cannibals and almost caused Jiang Yuan's tragic death, and the Yunshi tribe was breached. Whenever he thought of that scene, he was still frightened. Although the fault of the command was attributed to Jiang Yuan, Shou thought in his heart that if it wasn't for his suggestion, Jiang Yuan would not have made such a decision. So Shou always felt guilty. Hearing Ao say this again, Shou couldn't help but feel angry. Ao's face turned pale and blue when he was scolded. The blue veins on his forehead throbbed slightly, and his face was a little distorted. In the water tribe, no one has ever dared to talk to him like this. Who do you think you are? I'm the young chief of the water tribe. Ao couldn't stand Shou's rebuke and retorted. Shut up. What water tribe? This is the Yunshi tribe. If you don't want to stay here, get out. The rock behind Jiang Yuan shouted angrily. He strode forward and lifted Ao out of the bridge with one arm. No, he knows he is wrong. Xiang begged hurriedly. If he threw Ao off the horizontal bridge, not only would he be half dead, but he would also be torn to pieces by the people of the chiefing tribe. Ao was hanging outside the horizontal bridge. He was afraid of heights to begin with, and now he felt as if he was falling into an ice cellar. He was terrified to the extreme, and yellow liquid dripped down his thighs. He was actually frightened to the point of peeing. Okay, stop making trouble. Chief Tsang frowned and said. Although Ao was a troublemaker, it was a bit too much to punish him like this. Xiang quickly thanked Chief Tsang. With a hint of contempt on his face, Yanshi threw the shaking claw to the ground and was about to mock him again. Not good. Jiang Yuan, who was standing by, suddenly shouted. What's wrong? Everyone was startled by Jiang Yuan's shouting, wondering why Jiang Yuan lost his composure like that. Jiang Yuan clenched the iron spear in his hand. He had been feeling uneasy since just now. He just heard Shou say, Open your eyes and see how many chiefing people are there in the distance. Jiang Yuan just woke up from his dream. Now the number of cannibals stationed in front of Yunshi Valley has decreased a lot, at least by hundreds. Where will these people go? Jiang Yuan said to himself. The gap in the river behind the valley? After hearing what Jiang Yuan said, the expressions of the people on the bridge changed. Whoa! At this moment, the sound of a horn came from the back of the valley and slowly spread to this place. That's the direction of Elder Pan. Looking at the direction where the horn sound came from, Jiang Yuan's heart sank. Chapter 65. Bloody Battle with Cannibals in the River. Elder Pan led 20 tribesmen to station at the river gap behind the valley. There are more women among these tribesmen, but they are still barely capable of fighting. Each one was armed with a wooden spear, equipped with a meteor stone and a flying stone line. The gray-haired and burly Elder Pan was holding a wooden spear and pacing back and forth vigilantly on the shore. From time to time, he looked up in the direction of the entrance of Yunshi Valley, his eyes full of worry. Haven't we repelled the chiefing tribe yet? Elder Pan frowned slightly. According to the last battle, the battle should be over by now. Elder Pan, Lord Jiang Yuan is here. Everything will be fine. If they can't hold on, Lord Jiang Yuan will blow the horn. A middle-aged female member of the tribe saw that Elder Pan was worried, so she spoke to comfort him. Elder Pan nodded slightly in response. Although Jiang Yuan has always said that clan members should eat, sleep, and work together, and emphasized that there are differences in status, they should have equal rights. However, Elder Pan could not let go of his arrogance as an elder and felt that he still had the power of life and death over ordinary members of the tribe. Elder Pan was quite old after all, and after being on guard for a while he felt tired and had to sit on a huge rock to rest. Maybe those bastards from the chiefing tribe have already been killed by Lord Jiang Yuan and his men. Elder Pan rubbed his brows with his hand. The sun was high in the sky, scorching hot. It was past noon, and he was already feeling a little sleepy. Elder Pan yawned loudly and cursed in his heart. These bastards from the chiefing tribe should all die. My head was groggy, and the sound of the river flowing in my ears was more like a lullaby that made me sleepy. A heart-wrenching scream woke the members of the Yunshi tribe who were guarding the river from their slumber. Elder Pan rubbed his eyes and woke up. He looked towards the river and saw several red-haired, green-faced, and sturdy cannibals screaming in the river. Large amounts of blood gushed out from the river beneath the men, dyeing the river red in an instant. Assemble. The people from the chiefing tribe are here. Elder Pan jumped up instantly, clenched his wooden spear, and shouted loudly. It seemed that the members of the red-haired tribe wanted to swim into the tribe through the river, but they were pierced in the thighs and soles of their feet by the bamboo thorns buried at the bottom of the river. You bastards, Lord Jiang Yuan really did predict what would happen to you. You will indeed attack the Yunshi tribe from the river. Elder Pan sneered, and he stabbed at the injured members of the chiefing tribe across the solid railings in the river. The members of the Yunshi tribe, who were originally a little frightened, saw the miserable appearance of the cannibals in the water with their thighs and feet pierced, and remembered the great victory of yesterday. They all plucked up their courage, stepped forward, raised their wooden spears, and stabbed. The people of the chiefing tribe already had a great fear of rivers, and now their thighs were pierced by bamboo thorns in the river, making it even more inconvenient for them to move. The cannibals who were stabbed by the bamboo thorns had no idea what was happening at the bottom of the river. They thought the river spirit was angry and punishing them, so they were all terrified. These cannibals wanted to turn around and flee, but their injured legs prevented them from moving. They wanted to climb to the shore, but the tall railings in the river prevented them from climbing over. They wanted to raise their wooden spears to fight back, but they were powerless and could only wait in the river to be killed by the Yunchi people. Puff! The sharp tip of the spear pierced the throat of a cannibal. Watching the man die in despair, Elder Pan cursed angrily. I didn't get enough of killing you yesterday. I didn't expect you to come and die again today. Kill them all. Elder Pan shouted angrily, raising his spear. Kill. The Yunchi people gathered on the shore, raised their spears, and stabbed at the cannibals in the river through the railings. The cannibals who were waiting to be killed had no ability to defend themselves or fight back. In a blink of an eye, 7 or 8 of them died, and their bodies were washed by the river and hung on the railings. Damn chiefing tribe. Today I will avenge my child. The burly gray-haired Elder Pan chopped and stabbed with the wooden spear with all his might, wishing he could stab all the members of the chiefing tribe to death in the river. Large amounts of blood gushed out from the cannibal's body, and the river had turned into a river of blood. Kill. Elder Pan's eyes were bloodshot at this time. His body was agile, and he didn't look like an old man at all. A chiefing tribe member dragged his injured thigh and swam back with all his might. He was completely frightened by the bamboo thorns at the bottom of the river and the Yunchi tribe members on the shore. Chishan looked at the chiefing tribe members who swam back, his eyes flashing coldly. He shouted angrily, "Didn't I tell you to attack the Yunchi tribe? Why are you running back?" The tribesman was trembling with fear. He soaked in the river and his voice kept shaking. Master Chishan, the gods in the river are angry and are punishing us." As he spoke, he picked up his pierced thigh and tried to climb back to the surface. Chishan took a look at his wound and understood what was happening. He shouted coldly, "Go ahead, charge into the Yunchi Valley and crush the Yunchi tribe. The fire god of the chiefing tribe is more powerful than the gods of the Yunchi tribe and the river." The tribesman turned pale upon hearing this. His lips turned slightly white due to excessive blood loss. He grabbed the shore with both hands and begged desperately, "Master Chishan, please let me get up. I can't move my legs." The veins on Chishan's forehead were throbbing, and he could no longer suppress his anger. Chishan was already furious today because 50 or 60 of his tribesmen had died. Now seeing his tribesmen cowardly and shrinking back from fighting, he couldn't help but get furious. "If you don't attack the Yunchi tribe, then die," Chishan said in a cold tone. He kicked the tribesman back to the river and stabbed out the wooden spear in his hand with great force. Puff! The tribesman covered his throat, which was pierced by the red mountainwood spear, with disbelief in his eyes. Thick blood flowed out from between his fingers, flowing down his neck and shoulders, dyeing a large area of the river red. The tribesman struggled silently for a moment, then fell headfirst into the river. His body floated down the river into the Yunchi Valley, stacked together with the many bodies that were blocked by railings in the river. Chishan stabbed a member of his tribe to death. He shook off the blood on the tip of his spear and glanced at the many chiefing people who had not yet entered the water with a cold and ruthless gaze. The people of the chiefing tribe should be brave and invincible and sweep across the entire Lisan mountain range. Now jump into the river and attack the Yunchi Valley. I will kill anyone who escapes. Under the threat of Chishan, these cannibals all remembered his cruel methods, which were far more cruel than those of Chi-Man. Whether one can swim or not, everyone has to bite the bullet and jump into the river, rushing towards the gap in the river in Yunchi Valley. Kill, kill, kill. The shouts and cries of killing were deafening, and the chiefing people stepped into the river and charged forward with wooden spears in hand. The sharp bamboo thorns buried at the bottom of the river scratched the cannibals' thighs and pierced their feet. Accompanied by wailing and screaming, the entire river was dyed red like blood. The tragedy was even worse than yesterday. Kill, kill, kill. Elder Pan shouted angrily and led his people to swing wooden spears vigorously, slitting the throats and splitting the heads of chiefing people one by one. His face and animal hide were covered in the cannibal's blood, and even the sharp tip of his spear was broken because it had stuck into the enemy's bones. However, even so, it is impossible to stop these desperate cannibals. Hundreds of chiefing people rushed forward in the river, fearless of death, and rushed towards the shore of the Yunchi Valley. Clatter, clatter. The blood kept churning, and the bamboo thorns at the bottom of the river were full of the corpses of the chiefing people, losing their original stabbing effect. The railings made of thick wooden stakes buried deep in the river blocked the cannibals' way to land, but also blocked a large number of cannibals' corpses, which had already piled up into a mountain. If the situation continues like this, the members of the chiefing tribe will most likely step on this mountain of corpses to get ashore and rush into the Yunchi Valley. Elder Pan stared at the growing number of cannibals who showed no fear of death, and his hand holding the broken wooden spear trembled slightly due to exhaustion. 40 strong adult males of the Yunchi tribe were defending the entrance to the Yunchi Valley. He wanted to rely on these 20 ordinary tribesmen to defend against hundreds of fierce and brave cannibals. As difficult as climbing to the sky. Chapter 66. Chishin's Violence. Elder Pan smashed the broken wooden spear into the face of a cannibal. He suddenly remembered the ram horn that Jiang Yuan had given him, and he suddenly woke up as if from a dream. Elder Pan reached for his waist in a hurry, only to find that the horn was missing. His face changed drastically, and he looked around, only to find that he had left the horn of the wild ram on the shore during the battle. Looking at the 20 tribesmen who were injured all over and under increasing pressure, Elder Pan didn't care about anything else. He rushed forward and grabbed the horn of the wild ram in his hand. A dozen cannibals who were blocked in the river saw that Elder Pan dared to approach the river bank, and they all raised their wooden spears and stabbed at Elder Pan angrily. Although Elder Pan is old, he is also a tough and brave man. When he was young, he once fought 2 cannibals alone and did not lose. Elder Pan rolled over, his body splashed by the river water, and at the same time dodged 7 or 8 wooden spears that were thrusting at him. However, there were too many cannibals in the river. Puff! Blood splattered as Elder Pan's shoulder was pierced by a wooden spear. Elder Pan endured the severe pain, covered his shoulder where blood was gushing out, staggered back, and leaned against a boulder, gasping for breath. Without taking a moment to rest, Elder Pan raised the horn with one arm and started to blow it, woo-woo-woo. Hearing the exciting and loud sound of the horn, the offensive of the chiefing tribe members was halted. The Yunchi tribe seemed to have taken stimulants, and men, women, young and old, fought more fiercely. What's going on? Why are these damn bastards so brave? Chishan looked at the chiefing tribe that had been impossible to attack for a long time and the pile of corpses at the railings in the river. His face was terribly gloomy. Chishan was a little confused. Why were the Yunchi people, who were not even strong and mostly women, so brave in battle? Charged forward and crushed the Yunchi tribe to the ground. Chishan jumped into the river, raised a wooden spear to push away the tribesmen, and rushed to the front. He stubbornly believed that as long as they could break through the defenses of the Yunchi Valley, given the chiefing tribe's ability to outnumber 3-1, no matter how many people there were in the Yunchi tribe, they would not be a match for the chiefing tribe. Kill, kill. Seeing Chishan taking the lead, the morale of the chiefing tribe suddenly boosted. They were no longer afraid of this river that concealed deadly weapons, and followed Chishan and rushed forward. Chishan is worthy of being the most extraordinary person in the chiefing tribe. His wisdom and fighting power are far beyond ordinary primitive people, and can even be said to be far beyond this era. The former Lizhan Mountain Tribal Alliance suffered a crushing defeat at his hands. Looking at the 7 or 8 wooden spears stabbing at him through the railings, a chill flashed in Chishan's eyes. He swung the wooden spear with one arm and almost knocked all 7 or 8 wooden spears away. His strong fighting ability and bravery are evident from this. Climb up with me. With one blow, Chishan defeated all the people in Yunchi. Disdain flashed in his eyes. He grabbed the railing in the river that blocked him from getting ashore and climbed up with all his might, trying to attack the Yunchi Valley. Rush ahead. The morale of the chiefing tribe was boosted again, and nearly 100 cannibals rushed forward. Seeing the cannibals about to attack the river bank, the 20 Yunchi people couldn't help but panic. These Yunchi people were not people who specialized in participating in combat, and there was not even one strong adult male among the 20 of them. On weekdays, they just pick fruits and make tools. Seeing these fearless cannibals charging forward without regard for their lives, the members of the Yunchi tribe were all a little frightened. They even had the intention of fleeing. The members of the chiefing tribe, led by Chishan, clung to the railings and stepped on the pile of corpses. They were about to cross the railings and get ashore from the river. We can't let them go ashore. Kill them all. If they go ashore, our people will be killed by them. Elder Pan roared angrily, his eyes bloodshot. He obviously understood the difference in combat power between the Yunchi tribe and the chiefing tribe, and knew that he must not let these cannibals go ashore. Hearing Elder Pan's roar, the Yunchi people thought of their families. Although they were afraid, They all raised their wooden spears and stepped forward again to block the chiefing tribe. Kill. Elder Pan picked up a wooden spear and rushed forward with one arm, ignoring his pierced shoulder. Go to hell. Qishan straddled the railing, and with just a light leap, he could jump into the Yunqi Valley. However, he did not do so. Instead, he sat on the railing, looking down from above, and used a wooden spear to wantonly slaughter the members of the Yunqi tribe below. Puff. A female member of the Yunqi tribe rushed forward and tried to use a wooden spear to drive away the red mountain on the railing. Qishan looked at the woman as if she were a bug. He thrust out his wooden spear and instantly pierced the woman's throat. Qishan's arm trembled slightly, and as the blood-stained wooden spear was pulled out, the female tribesman's body fell into the river. Crash. A large amount of blood dyed the river red. You bastard. Qishan sneered with disdain. Damn chiefing tribe. Elder Pan cursed angrily. He roared, raised the wooden spear with one arm, and stabbed towards Qishan. It's you, old thing. There was a cold light in Qishan's eyes. It was obvious that he had a deep impression of the gray-haired, burly Elder Pan with a fiery temper. Qishan still remembers clearly how bravely he faced Elder Pan during the battle against the Yunqi tribe. Go to hell. Qishan looked at Elder Pan, whose shoulder was injured and bleeding and whose hair was gray. A sneer appeared on his face, and he mocked him. Qishan looked down from a high place and swung the wooden spear with great force, smashing it towards Elder Pan's head. Elder Pan swung out his wooden spear with one arm to block, and the two spears collided. Elder Pan only felt his arms go numb and sore. He was already exhausted, and the wooden spear in his hand was almost shaken away. You are old. Qishan estimated the gap in strength between the two people in his heart. He became more arrogant, jumped off the railing, and stepped into the land of Yunqi Valley. Hurry up and rush into Yunqi Valley and kill them all. Looking at the chiefing people who were still blocked by the railings, Qishan couldn't help feeling annoyed and urged them. What a bunch of stupid things that hold us back. Let me send you to death. Qishan sneered, raised his wooden spear, and rushed towards Elder Pan. Stop them. Don't worry about me. Elder Pan looked at the several Yunqi people who rushed to protect him and shouted loudly, ordering everyone to retreat. The chiefing troops who are stepping on the pile of corpses in the river and struggling to climb the railings are the targets that should be focused on defense. You are seeking death. Qishan couldn't help but sneer when he heard Elder Pan's words. Even if he was the only one stepping into Yunqi Valley at this moment, he would not be afraid at all. Come on, let's see who will die. Elder Pan clenched the wooden spear in his hand and roared at Qishan. The scenes of his wife and children dying tragically at the hands of Qishan flashed through his mind one by one, until finally, he was the only one left in the family. His heart was burning with rage, and all he wanted in this life was to kill Qishan with his own hands. Maybe you were okay when you were young, but now you are just a dying reptile. Qishan stopped talking nonsense, rushed forward, and stabbed Elder Pan's throat with a spear. Elder Pan rolled over to avoid the spear, but the violent movement tore the wound on his shoulder, causing his face to twist a little, and he had to cover his shoulder tightly. Qishan burst into laughter. Relying on his youth and agility, he kicked Elder Pan in the lower back. The old and exhausted Elder Pan was no match for him. He was knocked over on the spot, and the wooden spear flew out of his hand. Qishan looked at the Yunqi people who were fighting with his own people at the railing, and a grim smile appeared on his face. The chiefing tribe would soon rush into the Yunqi Valley and completely flatten the Yunqi tribe to avenge his brother Qixi. Qishan stepped on the wound on the fallen Elder Pan's shoulder. He tore off his own hide, revealing a hideous scarred hole on his chest. Old man, do you remember this spear? Elder Pan looked fierce and laughed loudly. I only regret that I didn't kill you with this spear back then. Qishan did not get angry. He sneered and said, You, the Yunqi tribe, will all die in my hands. Elder Pan was filled with rage. He once again thought of his wife and children who had died tragically under the Qishan spear. He struggled with all his strength, but to no avail. Go to hell. Qishan raised the wooden spear, ready to pierce Elder Pan's throat. Kill, kill, kill. The deafening shouts of killing suddenly resounded throughout the valley, causing ghosts and gods to retreat and all the beasts to tremble in fear. Qishan was startled. He looked in the direction where the shouting and killing sounds came from. Dozens of Yunqi people were rushing towards this side with javelins and stone ropes raised high. Chapter 67. The Sorrow of the Yunqi Tribe. Kill. Jiang Yuan led his people to charge forward holding an iron spear. Since the horn sounded, they have not stopped for a moment. The tribesmen fought desperately against the cannibals by the river, and Elder Pan, who was knocked to the ground, was on the verge of death. Jiang Yuan felt as if his heart was being fried in oil. If he hadn't underestimated the wisdom of these primitive people, Elder Pan and others would never have fallen into such danger. If he had been able to see the change in the number of people in the chiefing tribe earlier, fewer people would have died. After all, primitive people are human beings, not beasts. Although they are stupid and have low intelligence, they have rich combat experience, their brains can evolve, and they can also use strategies. Jiang Yuan had never been so embarrassed and angry since he came to this primitive world. It was also the first time that he was at a disadvantage in fighting against the primitive people. Jiang Yuan originally thought that with his own wisdom, he could run rampant in this primitive world without restraint, but facts told him that he was wrong. However, this also made Jiang Yuan never dare to look down on these primitive people again. Ha ha ha, Qishan, you're done. Elder Pan looked at the Yunshi people who were rushing here. He laughed loudly and mocked Qishan, who was stepping on his chest. A large number of members of the chiefing tribe were still blocked by railings in the river, unable to move forward or backward. As long as the Yunshi people arrived, they would become soft lambs to be slaughtered. Qishan's face was a little gloomy. He looked at his nearly 100 tribesmen, but they were blocked in the river by a dozen women from the Yunshi tribe. They spent half a day without setting foot into the Yunshi valley. Qishan was furious and couldn't help cursing. Waste. Waste. So what if they arrive? You're still going to die. Qishan's eyes were as cold as a knife. He didn't hesitate any longer. Holding the spear in both hands, he stabbed towards Elder Pan's throat. Elder Pan. When Jiang Yuan saw Qishan raising the wooden spear in his hand, his eyes widened and he couldn't help but roar. Snort. Elder Pan groaned, stretched out his arms, and used all his strength to grasp the tip of the spear that was stabbing at him. Laugh. The sharp tip of the spear cut through Elder Pan's palm, leaving blood all over his palm. Qishan didn't expect that the old guy under his feet could still burst out with such tremendous power, even though he was old and exhausted and had a shoulder injury. Die! Qishan roared and put all his weight on the wooden spear, trying to pierce Elder Pan's throat. As the two men wrestled in a stalemate, the sharp tip of the spear kept falling down until it cut through the flesh of Elder Pan's throat and could no longer fall any further. Die! Qishan roared, veins bulging on his face and his blue skin flushed. He couldn't understand why he couldn't pierce the old man's throat even with all his strength. Elder Pan used all his strength to hold the wooden spear. The wound on his shoulder bleeds gushing out due to excessive force and flows down his shoulder to the ground. The tragic death of his wife and children, the cannibalization of his tribesmen, scenes after scenes flashed through Elder Pan's mind. I haven't taken revenge yet. How can I die? Elder Pan roared, staring at the enemy with whom he had a blood feud. Under Qishan's terrified gaze, the gray-haired and burly Elder Pan grasped the tip of the spear and raised the wooden spear inch by inch. He seemed not afraid of pain, tireless, and would never be exhausted. Put! Jiang Yuan roared angrily, and the moment he rushed within 100 steps, he immediately ordered 10 spear throwers and stone throwers to throw all their spears and stones. Whoosh! A spear came rushing over at high speed and stabbed towards Qishan's back. Qishan, who was experienced in combat, felt a chill on his back. Reluctantly, he threw down the wooden spear in his hand and quickly ran towards the river, trying to escape from the Yunshi Valley. Stay with me. Elder Pan leaped up despite his serious injuries. He hugged Qishan's waist, and the two of them rolled over. No matter how Qishan struggled, the two were entangled in the embrace. Qishan looked at the Yunshi people who were about to kill him, and he became more and more panicked. He completely lost the bravery and fearlessness of the chiefing people. At this moment, Qishan just wanted to escape. However, no matter how he attacked Elder Pan, he could not break free from Elder Pan's restraints. Damn you bugs! Qishan cursed angrily. His face looked ugly and ferocious like an angry beast, making people dare not look at him. Crack! With a crisp sound, Qishan broke one of Elder Pan's fingers with force, then kicked Elder Pan hard, sending him flying backwards. Kill him! Jiang Yuan rushed forward dragging his iron spear, vowing to keep Qishan in Yunshi Valley. He just broke free from Elder Pan's Qishan, like a dragon entering the sea or a tiger returning to the mountains. The Yunshi people who were defending the railings could not stop him at all, and a gap was torn in the defense line by him in an instant. Qishan climbed up the railing, jumped into the river, and swam hard towards the outside of Yunshi Valley. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the river was a sea of blood and corpses. The bamboo thorns at the bottom of the river were filled with the corpses of cannibals, and the corpses blocked by the railings on the river's surface were piled up into a mountain. The chiefing people who were still attacking in the river saw Qishan choose to escape, and saw the rest of the Yunshi tribe coming to charge. They all gave up the idea of attacking and followed Qishan, swimming away outside. Kill. Jiang Yuan led everyone to the riverside and ordered them to raise their spear throwers and stone ropes and throw spears and stones. Along with screams, more than a dozen chiefing people who were struggling in the river were completely buried at the bottom of the river. Jiang Yuan stood on the shore, looking at the chiefing people's receding backs in the river, feeling angry. He underestimated the primitive people of the chiefing tribe. Jiang Yuan had no time to chase Qishan. He turned back and helped up Elder Pan, who had collapsed on the ground. Elder Pan was seriously injured. The wooden spear pierced a bloody hole in the flesh on his shoulder, and the wound was bleeding. His palm was also cut by the wooden spear, and the flesh was blurred. At the same time, one of his fingers was completely broken by Qishan. Master Jiang. Lord Jiang Yuan. Elder Pan's mouth was bleeding. Seeing Jiang Yuan, he smiled proudly. I managed to hold on. Okay. Jiang Yuan nodded heavily. He instructed, don't talk. I will heal you. Looking at the miserable appearance of Elder Pan and the tragic deaths of his tribesmen by the river, Jiang Yuan's eyes turned red and his eye sockets were moist. He held back his tears, took out the puffball powder he carried with him, and sprinkled it on Elder Pan's wound to stop the bleeding. He then tore the only piece of clothing he had worn in primitive times into strips, tied them around Elder Pan's shoulders and palms, and bandaged his wounds. However, Jiang Yuan was powerless to treat Elder Pan's broken finger. Jiang Yuan called 2 tribesmen and asked them to carry Elder Pan to the witch's cave, and asked Qingheshi to lead the medical team to treat the injured tribesman. The wolf ran to his side, and he said with a trembling voice, Master Jiang Yuan, our tribe has lost another 10 members. Jiang Yuan wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. In his heart, he had long regarded the Yunshi tribe as his own home, and every member of the Yunshi tribe as his own family. Now that 10 people have died at once, how can he not be heartbroken? Jiang Yuan tried his best not to lose his composure. He asked in a tough voice, how many people died in the chiefing tribe? The wolf shook his head. Too many. Some bodies sank to the bottom of the river. I can't count how many people died. Jiang Yuan ordered. Take 30 tribesmen to clean up the bamboo thorns, salvage the bodies, and defend here. If the chiefing tribe attacks, be sure to blow the horn in time. Yes, the wolf answered loudly. Now that the water tribe has just joined, there are nearly 40 more tribesmen, which is more than enough for Jiang Yuan to use and allocate. However, how to control the hearts of these water tribe members is still a difficult problem for Jiang Yuan. Rocks. Jiang Yuan ordered again. Bury these tribesmen on the high mountains in Yunshi Valley, but before that, ask their families to come and take a look. Rock was also feeling a little depressed and responded with his head down. Jiang Yuan led the stone throwers and spear throwers to the entrance of Yunshi Valley. Now the main force of the chiefing tribe has not retreated yet and is still stationed outside the trench. Frontal defense is still the top priority of the Yunshi tribe. Jiang Yuan's face was cold. He was thinking about how to make the chiefing tribe pay a heavier price. Chapter 68. The chiefing tribe suffers heavy losses. Qishan led the remaining tribesmen to flee in panic. They were in a miserable state and soaked all over, like a drowned rat that had been soaked in water for 2.5 years. Okay, stop running. Qishan shouted to stop the fleeing tribesmen. His face was gloomy and his eyes were alternating between coldness and anger. Qishan glanced at the crowd and estimated that about 30 more people had died. They had not even taken a step forward into the Yunshi Valley, but today they had already lost hundreds of members of the tribe. The total number of tribesmen lost over the past few days is about 300. When thinking of this number, no matter how ignorant Qishan was about numbers, his mind became a little confused and his back teeth were almost broken. Although the chiefing tribe is powerful and has a large population, excluding children, there are only about 600 strong adult males, and now nearly half of them have been lost. Damn Yunshi tribe. Qishan felt his eyes go dark and he almost fainted. Qishan steadied himself. He didn't expect that even his secret attack from the back of Yunshi Valley would fail. You should know that in order to prepare for this attack, he even asked his clansmen to disrupt the front of Yunshi Valley. However, it turned out that all this was in vain. Qishan couldn't figure it out. He muttered to himself, why did we fail? Why were the Yunshi tribe's bugs traveling so fast? Qishan fell into deep thought, and he suddenly remembered the horn that Elder Pan was willing to get at the cost of being seriously injured. Is it that cow horn? Qishan said to himself. Ever since Elder Pan blew the horn, the members of the Yunshi tribe became fearless and brave and fought to the death to stop them from entering the Yunshi Valley. It was after Elder Pan blew the horn that the members of the Yunshi tribe came to support them and repelled them. Qishan couldn't understand the existence of the horn. He thought it was really the power of the gods of the Yunshi tribe. Qishan looked panicked and terrified. Could that horn really have magical power? Could it be that the gods of the Yunshi tribe are really protecting them? Qishan felt a sharp pain in his brain. He collapsed to the ground, covering his head and rolling on the ground. The piercing pain made him feel like dying. How can I explain to my father when I go back after so many of my clan members died? How to avenge his dead brother Qishan? Qishan suddenly hugged his head, and a ferocious and fierce look flashed across his face. Qishan endured the pain and stood up. He pushed away the tribesman who was helping him up. What gods? There are no gods. If there really were gods, we wouldn't have killed half of the Yunshi tribe members. Qishan gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. He looked up at the sky. The afterglow of the setting sun was spreading all over the earth, and night was about to fall. I will never go back until I destroy the Yunshi tribe today. Qishan made up his mind. Even at night, he would stay at the entrance of the Yunshi Valley, waiting for the opportunity to attack. Qishan led his people back to the base camp. Of the 350 or so members of the tribe, only 250 were left. Every member of the tribe looked exhausted and tired. After a whole morning's journey, they arrived at Yunshi Valley and launched a series of attacks, leaving them with still more rice and water than they had before. No matter how strong these cannibals are, it is impossible for them not to feel tired. Let the tribesmen go hunting and picking fruits, sleep here tonight, and continue the attack tomorrow, Qishan said coldly. What? A chiefing tribe member shouted out in surprise. He didn't expect that after a tiring day, he would have to spend the night here. What? What do you want to say? Qishan stared at him coldly, his tone extremely chilling. No. The tribesman shook his head quickly. He could see that Qishan was very angry at the moment. So how could he dare to provoke him? Qishan's cruelty is even worse than his father Qiman. This tribe member immediately told all the tribe members about Qishan's decision. The rest of the tribesmen had been starving for a day and complained after hearing this, but under the intimidation of Qishan's gaze, they still got up and looked for food. Qishan was holding a wooden spear and lying in the shade of a tree to rest. Although he was brave and strong, he was physically and mentally exhausted at this moment. Lord Qishan, would you like some water? A tribesman came up to him and asked politely. When Qishan heard about water, he became furious. Water. He almost died in the river today, and he had already drunk enough blood. Damn bastard, if you bring me water again, I will kill you. The furious Qishan pinched his neck and said hatefully. The cannibal felt like his neck was about to be strangled. His blue cheeks turned blood red. He kept begging for mercy and coughing. Even tears came out. He stayed at the entrance of Yunshi Valley for a whole day, without a drop of water and extremely thirsty. Little did he know that Qishan had drunk a belly full of blood. I wanted to show some kindness, but ended up getting a cold shoulder. Seeing his tribesman about to die, Qishan snorted coldly, threw him to the ground, and lay down under the shade of a tree to rest. This chiefing tribe member immediately knelt and crawled away from Qishan. Jiang Yuan sat steadily on the horizontal bridge. He looked at the scattered chiefing people from afar, watching them hunting and looking for fruits in the forest. Lord Jiang Yuan. Wolf trotted up the stone steps and whispered in Jiang Yuan's ear. More than 30 people from the chiefing tribe died in the river behind the valley. Okay. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. He had always remembered the number of casualties among the chiefing tribe. How is Elder Pan? Jiang Yuan asked. Elder Pan is resting in Lord Wu's cave. When the wolf mentioned Wu, his expression became very respectful. Also, it's time for the tribe to have dinner. Wolf said to Jiang Yuan again. Jiang Yuan looked up at the sky, and it was indeed time for dinner. Okay, let the tribesmen bring the food here, Jiang Yuan ordered. Spear throwers and stone throwers guard the entrance of Yunshi Valley and cannot leave for a moment. The same applies to the 2 river gaps at the back of the valley. Then, those people from the water tribe, will we also give them food? The wolf hesitated for a moment, but still asked. Of course I will. Jiang Yuan nodded. He wanted to conquer and merge the water tribe, and the means he adopted were a combination of kindness and force. Now that he had shown his power, he naturally had to show them some favors to let them know the benefits of joining the Yunshi tribe. You can't just let people come to your tribe and not even give them food. Behind the wooden door of Yunshi Valley, dozens of members of the Yunshi tribe and 40 members of the water tribe sat on the ground. Among them were men and women, old and young. Next to them were burning bonfires, fat and tender barbecued meat, delicious broth, and plenty of fruits. The people of the Yunshi tribe were fine, as they were still able to restrain themselves when it came to food, But those people from the water tribe all stared at the food eagerly, their saliva almost dripping. Jiang Yuan invited Chief Tsang, Elder Wei, Lai, Shou, Yinshi, as well as Ao and Xiang from the water tribe to come to the corridor together. They sat around a pottery basin filled with broth and half a roasted deer. Jiang Yuan took out a tiger-tooth dagger, cut the roast meat, and filled a wooden bowl with broth, placing it in front of Ao and Xiang, and saying, "Please." Where has Ao ever seen such delicious food? In the past in the water tribe, although he was the young chief, he could only eat a few fruits and palm-sized pieces of meat every day. Moreover, the water tribe had no fire, and they ate only bloody raw meat. How could it compare to the delicious barbecue and broth? Ao smelled the aroma of the food, and his mouth was drooling. He had been hungry and thirsty for a whole day and could no longer bear it. He wanted to pounce on the food and enjoy it to his heart's content. However, Ao had just been taught a lesson by Yinshi today, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Although the older elephant appeared to be more calm when faced with food, the rolling of his throat and the swallowing of saliva were enough to show his desire for food. As soon as Ao heard Jiang Yuan say please, he immediately grabbed the barbecue and gobbled it up. The elephant couldn't bear it anymore and took a big sip from the wooden bowl. However, the elephant was so burned after taking the first bite that he almost threw the wooden bowl away. "Be careful, it's hot," Jiang Yuan said. "You can actually use the sacred fire." In order to hide his embarrassment, Xiang changed the subject. In the Lisan Mountains, it was a consensus that only the chiefing tribe could use the sacred fire. This is the fire bestowed by the gods on the Yunshi tribe. It is Jiang Yuan who brought the divine fire, Chief Tsang said to him. As soon as Xiang heard the word divine, his expression immediately became respectful. He bowed slightly to Jiang Yuan to show his respect. He also realized early on that Jiang Yuan was the core figure of the Yunshi tribe. "I didn't expect the Yunshi tribe to be so powerful now." Xiang looked at Ao wolfing down the food and shook his head slightly. He secretly compared the water tribe with the Yunshi tribe and found that the water tribe was nothing. He couldn't help but sigh. Chief Tsang said proudly, "We have been fighting all day today, so I can't let you see other advanced places in the Yunshi tribe. I will take you to visit tomorrow." Chapter 69, Two Clans United. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Jiang Yuan asked with a smile as he looked at the crab with its mouth full of oil. "Delicious, delicious." Ao held a piece of barbecue in each hand, chewed it with big mouthfuls, and responded vaguely. Jiang Yuan looked at his starving face and said, "As long as you join the Yunshi tribe, we will work together to strengthen the Yunshi tribe and do our best for the Yunshi tribe. I promise that you will be able to eat this kind of food every day in the future." Ao nodded quickly. At this moment, his eyes and heart were blinded by food. No matter what Jiang Yuan said, he would nod in agreement. Jiang Yuan smiled lightly. According to Ao's character and ability, even if the Yunshi tribe wanted to forcibly annex the Shui tribe, he would hardly be able to make any waves. Xiang looked at Ao eating with relish and couldn't help but sigh slightly. But when he looked up, he found Jiang Yuan looking at him with a smile. Xiang's heart immediately shuddered, and his back tightened. He asked tentatively, "Master Jiang Yuan, what's wrong?" Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "Master Xiang, what do you think of what I just said? If you can agree with me, I think it won't be a big problem for the two tribes to merge." Xiang was silent, his face a little sad, and he looked even older with his worried look. "What's wrong? You seem to be worried about something." Jiang Yuan cut off a piece of barbecue and put it into his mouth. Although the barbecue was tender, it was tasteless. Jiang Yuan felt a desire for salt again. "Our water tribe can join the Yunshi tribe, but I would like to ask Chief Tsang and Lord Jiang Yuan to make a commitment to our water tribe." Xiang was silent for a long time before he said with difficulty. Upon hearing this, the head of the Tsang clan frowned slightly, looking a little unhappy. "If we hadn't let the water tribe enter the Yunshi Valley, you would have become food for the chiefing tribe. You promised us to join the Yunshi tribe unconditionally, but now you are negotiating conditions after the fact." Jiang Yuan inserted the tiger-tooth dagger into the barbecue. His face was calm, you say. Jiang Yuan paused and said, "But Xiang, I think you know the bottom line of the Yunshi tribe, which is that we can only merge, not form an alliance." Xiang wiped the sweat from his forehead. He felt a lot of pressure. "Of course, I understand that. I just want the people of the water tribe to enjoy the same living conditions as you and to be able to use the same weapons." Jiang Yuan said in confusion, "I have already promised you that the Yunshi tribe will do this." He didn't understand why Xiang mentioned this condition again. Xiang lowered his head and said, "But there are few people in our water tribe, and they are all old people, children and women. I am worried that our people will become your slaves in the future. Whenever the tribes went to war, the captured tribesmen would become slaves of the other side." Jiang Yuan and Chief Tsang looked at each other. When Jiang Yuan first joined the Yunshi tribe, Elder Pan refused to let him join because he was worried that he was a slave who had escaped from another tribe. The head of the Tsang clan said, "I promise you with the spirit of the cloud tree that we will treat you as our own people." When Xiang heard the Tsang tribe leader swear by the gods, he breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded and said, "That's good, that's good." Since entering Yunshi Valley, Xiang has been entangled in this issue, in addition to worrying about the attack of the Chiefing tribe. Now that he has received the promise of the Tsang tribe leader and Jiang Yuan, he feels relieved. Any other conditions? Jiang Yuan pulled out the tiger fang dagger and asked again. Xiang glanced at Ao, who was only focused on eating, and shook his head with a gloomy expression. "I don't have any more." He originally wanted to fight for some power for the water tribe, but seeing Ao's behavior, he simply gave up. Jiang Yuan stood up and said, "Then enjoy your meal. I'll go check it out." The Chiefing tribe was also stationed in front of the entrance of the Yunshi Valley, so the Yunshi tribe had to be on guard at all times. Yanshi took a leg of lamb and chewed it while saying, "Master Jiang Yuan, I will follow you." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and patted his shoulder. Jiang Yuan and Yanshi left the corridor and came to the horizontal bridge to look out. The sun sets in the west, and its afterglow spreads all over the earth. Night is about to fall in this vast and wild primitive world. Qishan sat under the shade of a tree, tearing the rabbit meat in his mouth with big bites. He put the exposed internal organs and bloody pieces of meat directly into his mouth and chewed them. There was still a wisp of yellow rabbit hair stuck to the corner of Qishan's mouth. Although it was raw meat, Qishan, who had been hungry for a day, felt that the wild rabbit meat in his mouth was extremely delicious. The sacred fire can only be controlled by the witch of the Chiefing tribe. The Chiefing people have no way to use it. Dozens of Chiefing people sat around Qishan, staring at the rabbit meat in Qishan's hand with eager eyes and swallowing their saliva continuously. Qishan immediately frowned and asked coldly, "Why? Do you want to eat?" These tribesmen were so frightened that they quickly shook their heads and denied. "We dare not. We dare not." Qishan snorted coldly and continued to enjoy the rabbit meat. The people of the Chiefing tribe felt a little aggrieved. The fruits in the surrounding area had already been picked by the Yunshi tribe, and they didn't get to pick a single fruit. Even wild animals were scarce. More than 200 Chiefing people only caught 2 wild rabbits, which they presented to Qishan. The Chiefing people sat on the ground with dejected looks. They were listless due to the intense hunger, and their stomachs were making gurgling sounds against each other's skin. They no longer dared to go far away to look for prey. Walking in the wild at night was tantamount to sending themselves into the mouths of ferocious beasts. "I'm so hungry," a cannibal muttered. He looked at a little bird on a branch, his eyes revealing his desire for food. He picked up a stone and threw it at the bird. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. I have to say that this guy is quite good at throwing stones, enough to be comparable to the trained stone throwers in the Yunshi tribe. The bird let out a mournful cry, its feathers fluttering, and then it fell headfirst to the ground. The cannibal's eyes revealed ecstasy, and he pounced towards the direction where the bird fell. However, his actions had already attracted the attention of other cannibals, and several of them rushed over and tried to snatch it. A whole day of traveling and fighting, coupled with not having a drop of water, had already made these cannibals hungry and lost their minds. Once they attacked, they did not hesitate to use any force, and each of them had a violent and fierce personality, so in the blink of an eye it became a group-sized fight. Flying dust, screams, and roars continued to drift out from the fighting crowd. Jiang Yuan, who was less than 200 steps away from here, stood on the horizontal bridge and had a panoramic view of everything that happened to the Chiefing people. Jiang Yuan looked towards the Yunshi Valley again. The people of the Yunshi tribe and the Shui tribe had already merged into one. Under Jiang Yuan's instructions, the members of the Yunshi tribe were holding delicious barbecue and warmly entertaining the members of the Water tribe. The people of the 2 tribes were all equal. Everyone gathered around the broth and food, eating, drinking, and chatting, enjoying the deliciousness of the meat. There was a happy look on everyone's face, and they all looked very happy. Jiang Yuan was very satisfied with the scene before him. If he wanted the Yunshi tribe to truly merge with the Shui tribe, it was essential for the 2 tribes to be united in heart. Today, the scenes inside and outside the wooden gate of Yunshi Valley are completely different, forming an extreme contradiction. Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered as he looked at the Chiefing people who were fighting over a little bird. The scenes of Elder Pan being injured and his tribesmen dying tragically kept flashing before his eyes. He once said that he would make these cannibals pay a heavier price. Chapter 70 Poisonous Mushroom Soup. Jiang Yuan made up his mind, and he immediately shouted, "Shou, go get some pottery basins and fill them with water." Shou looked puzzled and asked, "Master Jiang Yuan, Aren't you full? Go quickly, Jiang Yuan urged him. Since a large amount of clay was collected from the lake, Jiang Yuan taught the tribe members how to make pottery. Now the Yunshi tribe has a large number of pottery basins, pottery jars, pottery bowls, and other pottery, which are completely sufficient for the tribe's use. Jiang Yuan asked Lai to get a large amount of meat, while he returned to his cave and found a hide bag full of dried mushrooms. Jiang Yuan looked at the dried mushrooms in his pocket, grabbed a handful, and looked at them in his hand. These are the various poisonous mushrooms he specially collected when he was collecting chicken mushrooms and chanterelles in the deep primitive forest last time. Jiang Yuan looked at these poisonous fungi and thought to himself that this might be the first time in human history that poison was used in warfare. Jiang Yuan led everyone to build a bonfire behind the wooden door of Yunshi Valley and cooked meat soup. Master Jiang Yuan, what are you doing? The elephant on the corridor asked in confusion. Aren't there plenty of food? Why are you making food again? Chief Tsang shook his head and smiled. Jiang Yuan of our tribe is a wise man, as smart as a god. All the changes in our tribe were brought about by him. So we should not think about what Jiang Yuan is going to do, because we cannot understand it. When Chief Tsang said this, he was filled with pride, and his tone was like a father showing off his son. The elephant took a look at the turtle, which was already full with a round belly but still eating meat in big mouthfuls, and could not help but shook his head slightly. The number of times I shook my head and sighed today may be more than in the entire first half of my life. Xiang thought to himself, perhaps joining the Yunshi tribe is a better choice for the water tribe. Under Ao's leadership, the water tribe will eventually perish. The blazing flames licked the bottom of the clay basin, and the aroma of meat oozes out of it. Yinshur asked, Lord Jiang Yuan, what are we going to do? He looked at the bubbling broth in the pottery basin and couldn't help licking the corner of his mouth. Although he was already very full, as soon as he smelled the meat, he felt that he could eat a little more. Jiang Yuan looked at Yinshur's greedy look and warned him sternly, you can't eat the broth here. It's poisonous. Poisonous. Rock was so scared that he sat down on the ground. Jiang Yuan broke up the dried poisonous mushrooms, threw the pieces into a ceramic basin, and then stirred them with a wooden stick. Shou asked, Master Jiang Yuan, poisonous food cannot be eaten, so why are we doing this? Lai was observing Jiang Yuan's actions, wondering why Jiang Yuan did this. Jiang Yuan fanned the ceramic bowl a few times, and the aroma of meat filled his nose. Even though he was not hungry, he couldn't help but want to have a bowl of it. Lai, tell me what I want to do. Jiang Yuan looked at him. In Jiang Yuan's heart, he has always wanted to train Lai to be a leader of the army. Lai is not only very skilled, but more importantly, he is smart and has rich combat experience. Lai hesitated for a moment and said, Lord Jiang Yuan, are you trying to poison the people of the chiefing tribe? Not bad, Jiang Yuan praised. Do you have any way to make those chiefing people drink the poisonous broth? Jiang Yuan asked while stirring the broth. After thinking for a while, he decided to give up. He really couldn't think of a way to make the cannibals drink the poisonous broth. It's very simple, Jiang Yuan said. Those chiefing people who are almost starving to death, as long as they see us drink this broth with their own eyes, they will definitely drink it. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Jiang Yuan looked at the sun. It was about to set. If it got dark, the plan would be difficult to complete. Come, each of you take a pot of poisonous meat soup. Jiang Yuan ordered the 3 people. He himself took the animal skin as a cushion and took a pot of non-toxic meat soup and a lot of barbecued meat. Open the door, Jiang Yuan shouted. With a loud rumbling sound, the 1-foot-thick wooden door was opened by the tribesmen. Many tribesmen looked puzzled. The people of Chiefing tribe had not left yet. What was Lord Jiang Yuan doing? Wasn't he afraid that the cannibals would rush into Yunshi Valley? Although the Yunshi people were confused, they were not afraid. They lay at the door and looked in curiously. On the other hand, the people of the water tribe turned pale when they saw the wooden door open. They no longer had the intoxicated look they had when they were enjoying the meat just now. Jiang Yuan ordered his tribesmen to build a short bridge over the trench. He led Lai, Shou, and Yinshur to cross the trench and sit on the ground. Lord Jiang Yuan, what are we going to do? Shou looked at the chiefing people who were watching this side. His heart was in his throat. He didn't understand the purpose of Jiang Yuan's doing this. Don't be nervous. Jiang Yuan's face was calm. He served the non-toxic broth to several people and motioned them to drink it. Jiang Yuan asked them to talk loudly. They looked at each other, and although they couldn't understand, they still did it. So a few people drank soup, ate meat, and chatted and laughed in front of the trench. The hearty laughter and loud conversation attracted more and more people's attention. The people of the Chiefing tribe in the distance and the people of the Yunshi tribe in the valley were all looking over here. When Jiang Yuan realized that everyone's attention was on them, He immediately drank another bowl of broth in big gulps, and the conversation between the few people became louder. Fuck, I'm so full. Jiang Yuan touched his round belly. After drinking a few bowls of meat soup, he felt so greasy that his throat was feeling uncomfortable. He really couldn't drink the broth anymore. In the distance, all the members of the chiefing tribe were also paying attention to the actions of Jiang Yuan and his companions. Lord Qishan, what are they doing? A cannibal asked Qishan. He looked at Jiang Yuan and his companions enjoying the delicious meat and swallowed unconsciously. Qishan tore the raw rabbit meat in his hand. He looked at Jiang Yuan and the others with his eyes slightly narrowed. For a moment, he could not figure out Jiang Yuan's purpose. Let's rush over and kill them, Lord Qishan. The cannibal rolled his throat. At such a close distance, we can definitely tear them into pieces. As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on the pottery basin filled with broth and the barbecue in Jiang Yuan's hand. Idiot. They must be deliberately luring us to attack and then throwing wooden spears at us. Qishan slapped him hard. Qishan stood up and stared fiercely at all the tribesmen. Whoever dares to attack without permission, I will kill him. After warning his tribesmen, Qishan looked in the direction of Jiang Yuan and his companions with a sneer of contempt. Stupid Yunshi tribe, how could I be easily fooled? Yanshi, go scold them. Jiang Yuan said to Yanshi suddenly while savoring the delicious broth. Yanshi was stunned for a moment and asked, Master Jiang Yuan, how should I scold you? You can curse as harshly as you want. Jiang Yuan glared at him. Do you need me to teach you how to curse? Yanshi responded, immediately put down the wooden bowl and started cursing at the people of the chiefing tribe. Jiang Yuan listened to the curse from the rock, held his forehead, and felt speechless. The curse words of this primitive man were quite monotonous. Even so, the people from the chiefing tribe on the opposite side were already breathing heavily, their eyes blazing with fire, wishing they could rush up and tear the foul-mouthed rock into pieces. Lord Qishan, let's rush up and kill him. A cannibal said hatefully and made another request to Qishan. No. Qishan's veins throbbed as he heard those dirty words. He gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. Can't you see? They did this on purpose. I won't attack. Jiang Yuan listened to Yanshi's increasingly weak words and decided to take action himself. As a modern man, Jiang Yuan's vocabulary is much richer and his words are extremely vicious. I won't go into details here. Seeing Jiang Yuan cursing like a shrew, the people of Chiefing tribe were furious, and the people of Yunshi tribe were stunned. Chapter 71. Poison. Qishan, you grandson, you will be a turtle for the rest of your life. You will have to stay in your shell forever and be a turtle forever. You, the useless worms of the Chiefing tribe, are you all starving to death? Your grandpa has food here. Just call me grandpa, and I will give you as much food as you want. Jiang Yuan cursed until his mouth was dry. He swallowed and started cursing again without caring whether the people of Chiefing tribe could understand him or not. Lai and Shou looked at each other, while Yanshi looked at Jiang Yuan at a loss as to what to do. Damn it, come and fight us. Jiang Yuan cursed and wanted to put the pottery basin here and turn around and leave, but he was afraid that these cannibals would not be fooled and his plan would be wasted. But he never expected that these cannibals had already been frightened by the spears and stone catapults and did not dare to come forward at all. If Jiang Yuan had been a little closer to them, these cannibals would have rushed over and torn them into pieces. Jiang Yuan, who was thirsty, took a sip of the broth, but felt even thirstier. Lord Qishan, I can't bear it anymore. I want to tear him into pieces and eat him. A cannibal clenched the wooden spear in his hand. His eyes were very fierce. Many chiefing people stared at Jiang Yuan and his companions as they gulped down the broth, gnawed on chunks of meat, and wolfed down the meal voraciously. Their stomachs were burning with hunger. It would be more accurate to say that they were trying to steal food rather than tear Jiang Yuan to pieces. Qishan listened to Jiang Yuan's scolding and clenched the bones in his hand angrily. Until there was a crack sound, the rabbit bone was broken by him with great force. Qishan lowered his head slightly, and the sharp bone cut his palm, with trickles of blood flowing out. He looked in the direction of Jiang Yuan, his throat rolling slightly, and he was very eager for the food in Jiang Yuan's hand. Qishan looked at the many tribesmen behind him and said in a low voice, Do you really want to kill him? The cannibals nodded heavily, looking at Jiang Yuan and his companions with fiery eyes. Then go. Qishan's eyes wandered. Be careful of danger, kill them, and bring the food back quickly. After getting Qishan's consent, more than 200 cannibals rushed out with wooden spears. But their eyes were burning as they stared at the pottery basins under Jiang Yuan and his companions' feet and the barbecue in their hands without blinking, and completely forgot about Qishan's words, bring the food back. Let's go. When Jiang Yuan saw the cannibals rushing towards him, He immediately called on Lai, Shou, and others to retreat. Pretend to be a little embarrassed, Jiang Yuan said to a few people while running. Several people fled in panic, like defeated ostriches, and they looked so fearful that they wished they could tuck their heads between their legs. Jiang Yuan, Shou, and others pulled out the short bridge over the trench and fled into the Yunxi Valley, asking the tribesmen to quickly close the wooden door and bolt it. As soon as he entered the valley, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Many Yunxi people looked at Jiang Yuan, who was laughing and didn't dare to approach him. They felt that Master Jiang Yuan was abnormal in every aspect today. Jiang Yuan's eyes flashed. As long as the toxicity of these poisonous mushrooms was strong enough, it would be no problem to poison hundreds of people in the Qifeng tribe to death. He quickly climbed onto the horizontal bridge, looked ahead into the valley, and took in the situation of the Qifeng tribe. More than 200 cannibals were in chaos in front of the trench. Insults, shouts, and roars came one after another. Some people even started fighting and pointed spears at each other. However, everyone's target was the broth in the clay pot and the barbecue scattered on the ground. The idea of hunting down Jiang Yuan and his men had long been forgotten. Jiang Yuan, who was standing on the bridge, looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but want to curse again. Why don't you let others eat some? If you eat so much, Kumba will poison you and turn you green in no time. Just eat if you want to. Why did you smash the bowl? Will others still eat? Can you be a little more humble and generous to your own people? Let everyone have a bite. Jiang Yuan stood on the cross bridge, mumbling to himself nonstop. He was anxious, so his face looked very grim. According to the current situation, at most only 50 or 60 tribesmen will be able to drink the poisonous broth. Fire spears and throw stones, Jiang Yuan ordered in a cold voice. The cannibals began to fight each other, and the competition for food became more and more intense. The possibility of large-scale poisoning of these cannibals was very small. Yes, Lai and Shou responded, calling on the well-fed spear throwers and stone throwers to attack. 20 sharp spears and hundreds of stones came overwhelming, instantly killing 20 or 30 Qifeng people in a pool of blood. These cannibals were so frightened by the spears that they instantly lost the desire to fight for food and fled in panic. Good. Jiang Yuan looked at the scene in front of him, cheered loudly, and slapped the railing on the horizontal bridge with his palm. Hundreds of Qifeng people have been killed today, plus those who are about to die from the poison. The Qifeng tribe's losses today are at least around 150 people. There are fewer and fewer people in the Qifeng tribe, and it will be no sooner than later before they are all wiped out. When Jiang Yuan thought of the scene of the Qifeng tribe being exterminated, his heart surged, and a great passion burned in his chest. Damn bastards. Where's the food I asked you to bring back? Qishan stared at the tribesmen who ran back and roared like thunder. Many Qifeng people looked at Qishan, which was as violent as a volcano about to erupt. They were so frightened that they dared not get close to Qishan. Some people were still licking the oil on their fingers, savoring the delicious taste of the broth. Qishan was furious. 20 or 30 tribesmen lost their lives for this little food, but in the end, Qishan, didn't even smell the soup or barbecue. He was so angry that he was breathing heavily. Qishan kept looking at his people with fierce and vicious eyes. No matter how angry he was, he couldn't kill them all. Qishan snorted coldly, feeling extremely irritated. He glanced at the remaining tribesmen, who numbered only 250 people, and became even more confused and worried. Qishan sighed heavily and helplessly laid down under the shade of a tree to rest. Damn Yunxi tribe. Qishan clenched his fists and clawed, his nails tearing the flesh on his palms. The Qifeng tribe is now severely damaged, with at least 300 tribesmen killed at the hands of the Yunxi tribe. With such a deep blood feud, it is difficult to eliminate the hatred in Qishan's heart unless all the members of the Yunxi tribe are cut into pieces. A member of the tribe suddenly screamed, covered his stomach and wailed on the ground, with a layer of cold sweat all over his body. What's going on my head? I feel so dizzy, it hurts. Another tribesman staggered while holding his head. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. Help! Help me! A cannibal's facial features were distorted with pain. His face was pale, he kept spitting white foam from his mouth, and his whole body was shaking. In an instant, there were as many as 40 or 50 cannibals who collapsed to the ground and wailed. Without exception, they had all eaten the food of the Yunxi tribe. What's going on? Qishan stood up and asked hurriedly. He looked at his tribesmen screaming and wailing, and his heart was filled with anxiety. Lord Qishan, they are all people who ate the food of Yunxi tribe. A cannibal said to Qishan tremblingly. He was somewhat glad that he didn't snatch the food just now. When Qishan heard this, he felt happy, angry, and scared. Fortunately, these bastards didn't bring back food for him. What did those bastards from the Yunshi tribe put in the food? Qishan cursed loudly, his brows furrowed as he checked the symptoms of the poisoned people one by one. Master Qishan, why are the people of Yunshi tribe okay after eating? We ate after we saw him eat. A cannibal asked Qishan, holding his stomach. His blue cheeks were wrinkled, his red hair hung down, and his face was hideous because of the severe pain. At this moment, he looked like a living ghost. Qishan's face was gloomy. He couldn't figure out what was going on. His intuition told him that there was something wrong with the food in the Yunshi tribe, but he also saw with his own eyes that several people in the Yunshi tribe also drank the broth and ate the barbecue. A tribesman suddenly let out a loud scream that echoed throughout the forest. He opened his eyes wide, and his limbs suddenly stretched out. In an instant, he lost his life and died from the poison. This scream seemed to be a death sentence for all those who drank the poisonous soup, and all kinds of screams and wails continued in the woods. Everyone who drank the broth died one after another. In the blink of an eye, more than 40 chiefing people had died. The remaining chiefing people listened to the dying howls of their tribesmen and looked at their hideous and painful faces. Their faces turned pale and their hearts were tense, as if they had seen the king of hell himself. Chapter 72. The stream flows. The moon hangs on the branches, the night is falling, and the vast earth is as dark as ink. Only a ray of bright moonlight brings a ray of light to this dim, primitive world. In the Yunshi Valley, on the corridors and bridges, several bonfires were burning, dispelling the darkness. Although the night blindness of the Yunshi people has been cured, it is impossible to see at night without fire lighting. Jiang Yuan stood on the horizontal bridge, looking at a mountain forest in the distance, trying to see the situation there clearly. But the night was too dark. Jiang Yuan only heard a few screams, and then there was complete silence over there. He had no idea what was going on. Patriarch Song, Elder Wei, Lai and others did not rest. They all stayed beside Jiang Yuan and watched. Chief Song, Lord Jiang Yuan, you guys go and rest. I will lead the tribesmen to keep watch here. Lai said. Jiang Yuan shook his head slightly, frowning. He didn't know whether the poison of the fungi was strong enough. Although he knew that the cannibals would be poisoned, he didn't know whether the poison could be fatal. So Jiang Yuan felt unsure. Seeing Jiang Yuan shaking his head to refuse, the Song clan leader looked very helpless. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopped. He was too embarrassed to suggest taking a rest. You guys go and rest. Jiang Yuan saw the tiredness of the tribesmen and said, just leave a few people here to guard. The Yunshi tribe cannot take it lightly as they have no idea of the current situation of the chiefing tribe. As everyone was leaving, Jiang Yuan asked with concern, have you arranged a cave for the tribe members who just joined the tribe today to stay in? Elder Wei said, one has already arranged everything, but the beds won't be built in a short time, so we can only make do with animal skins and hay. Since Jiang Yuan built a bed in his cave, other members of the Yunshi tribe followed suit, which has led to a continuous improvement in the quality of life of the Yunshi tribe. You should also go and rest, Lord Jiang Yuan. Elder Wei also advised. You have all been fighting all day today, let me keep watch tonight. Jiang Yuan did not refuse again. He was indeed very tired and was just holding on. Jiang Yuan walked alone in the dark night. The night in Yunshi Valley was very quiet. In the hazy moonlight, a tall, fair-skinned girl was standing by the roadside waiting for him. What's wrong? Jiang Yuan walked up to her and gently put his arms around she's slender waist. Nothing, I just want to talk to you. She felt Jiang Yuan's strong arms and her face blushed slightly. Do you miss me? Jiang Yuan chuckled and touched she's fair cheek. Judging from appearance alone, Qing looks like a simple girl, while she is more like a hot and sexy queen. Are you tired? She asked softly, hugging Jiang Yuan's shoulders. How can I feel tired with you accompanying me? Jiang Yuan picked she up and felt the girl's tall and curvy figure. He suddenly had the desire to eat the girl in his arms. She lay on Jiang Yuan's shoulder and said in a soft voice, the people of Chiefing tribe are too powerful. I have been worried these days. Jiang Yuan sniffed she's scent, his heart surging. It's okay, the Chiefing tribe is no match for us. I will definitely kill them all. She responded softly. She looked embarrassed and felt Jiang Yuan's big hands playing tricks on her. Jiang Yuan kissed she's cheek. He felt that all the tiredness of the whole day seemed to disappear with she's soft body. Jiang Yuan breathed heavily and seduced. Sleep in my cave tonight. No. She's voice was seductive. She refused in a low voice, keeping her legs tightly together, not wanting to let Jiang Yuan succeed. You have to do it no matter what. Jiang Yuan would not allow her to refuse and said in a rude tone, stop messing around. I have something to talk to you about. She grabbed Jiang Yuan's shoulders with both hands, her tone trembling with helplessness. After all, she was no match for Jiang Yuan and was defeated. What's the matter? Jiang Yuan felt the girl's skin as smooth as cream. Grandpa asked me to give this to you. She bit her lip and forced herself to hand Jiang Yuan a golden object about the size of a thumb. Jiang Yuan took it and took a look. The texture was hard and soft. It turned out to be a piece of gold. It's gold. Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered. In this primitive era when even currency had not yet appeared, these primitive people probably would not understand the value of gold. Is this gold? She looked puzzled. She didn't understand what gold was. Jiang Yuan pecked her bright red lips and said, "Keep this thing safe. It may be of great use in the future." When Jiang Yuan saw gold for the first time, he suddenly had the bold idea of issuing currency and developing trade. However, the current situation of the Yunshi tribe is extremely precarious, so he can only suppress this unrealistic idea. "But Grandpa asked me to give it to you," she said with difficulty. She almost screamed out. "Why does he want you to hand it over to me?" Jiang Yuan looked puzzled. She suppressed her discomfort, her face shy. "Grandpa said that if I give this to you, it means I am also giving myself to you." "Okay." Jiang Yuan was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he agreed softly. His eyes were gentle, and he stretched out his wet palm to take the small piece of gold. "Then you will be mine from now on." Jiang Yuan was teasing her again. She blushed and buried her head in Jiang Yuan's arms again. "Kiss me. I have been fighting for the Yunshi tribe for so many days. You must give me some reward." Jiang Yuan said deliberately. "No." She refused in a muffled voice, and she refused to look up. "Little white rabbit, you have to give up, or the big bad wolf will eat you up soon." Just as the two were talking sweetly and about to become intimate, Jiang Yuan's eyes froze. The delicate and frail Qing was standing at the entrance of the cave, blinking her big eyes and looking at Jiang Yuan and the others. Jiang Yuan felt a chill in his heart, and the idea of knocking down both of them at the same time came to his mind, but this was too unrealistic. Jiang Yuan lamented that his plan had failed and had no choice but to let Qi retreat halfway. As dusk passes and morning comes, everything wakes up. Jiang Yuan barely fell asleep until late at night yesterday. He glanced at King Dexi, and the two women were no longer in the cave. Jiang Yuan picked up the iron spear and walked into the Yunshi Valley. Many tribesmen were washing, while Elder Wei led many tribesmen to make broth and prepare breakfast for everyone. After Jiang Yuan finished washing up, he came to the entrance of Yunshi Valley. The bonfire that was burning brightly last night has been extinguished, and the tribesmen who were on nightstand guard have already completed the handover. "Lord Jiang Yuan." The two men looked very respectful and bowed to Jiang Yuan and shouted. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly in response. He stood on the bridge and looked ahead. The corpses of the chiefing tribe yesterday were still left in front of the valley. Their deaths were hideous and horrific, and very bloody, making people afraid to approach. The forest where the chiefing tribe was stationed last night was already deserted, without a single person in sight. There were only dozens of cannibal corpses lying on the ground. Jiang Yuan's brows raised, and he was overjoyed. It seems that yesterday's poisonous mushroom soup was quite toxic. Jiang Yuan observed for a long time and confirmed that there was no ambush by the cannibals. He immediately asked Yanshi and Lai to select 20 spear throwers and walk out of the Yunshi Valley. Jiang Yuan wants to confirm whether Qi Shan died of poisoning. Chapter 73 Food Consumption Increases. Jiang Yuan led the spearmen out of the mountain gate, crossed the trench, and past the corpses of many cannibals, and walked towards the distant mountains and forests. The spear thrower in the hand is ready to go, and the sharp spear is shining with cold light, alerting the cannibals who may be ambushing here. Everyone walked into the forest, and when Jiang Yuan saw the cruel scene of corpses everywhere, he felt a little relieved. Only the tragic death of the enemy can bring you peace of mind. Jiang Yuan stretched out his iron spear and moved the enemy's bodies to see if there were any who were still alive. If there were, he would finish them off. After some investigation, none of the 48 cannibals in the forest survived. Jiang Yuan lamented the strong toxicity of the poisonous mushrooms and called on his fellow tribesmen to clean up the corpses later. The weather is hot, and the bodies cannot be piled up. Yesterday, the chiefing tribe left more than 100 bodies here, which was a big burden for the Yunshi tribe. After drinking the meat soup in the morning, the members of the Yunshi tribe started to work. If the cleanup is not completed before noon, the chiefing tribe will most likely arrive at noon, and the danger level will greatly increase. After everyone finished breakfast, they all started to get busy. "Let's go and clean up the bodies." Shou patted Ao's shoulder, motioning him to follow everyone to work. Ao drank the broth and shook his head reluctantly. "No. Why not go?" Shou was a little surprised and urged again. The tribesmen are all working. You can't just drink soup here. Ao said impatiently. I am the young leader of the water tribe. You have sent so many of my tribesmen to work. Why should I go? Showei was stunned for a moment. Then he sneered and pinched his finger joints, making a crackling sound. I'm telling you, this is the Yunchi tribe, not the water tribe. Don't mention some bullshit young clan leader to me. There are only 2 clan leaders here. One is clan leader Tsang, and the other is Lord Jiang Yuan. You are nothing. Ao blushed and shouted. I have never worked before, and I can never work. Sho said in a cold voice. I think you are itching for trouble. Jiang Yuan, who had just finished a bowl of meat soup, heard the noise here. He put down the bowl and walked towards the 2 people. What's wrong? Jiang Yuan asked. He doesn't go to work. Sho explained the situation clearly. Jiang Yuan's face was calm. Why not go? What did I tell you yesterday? What did you agree to? Have you forgotten everything? Although Jiang Yuan was not as intimidating as Sho, the invisible pressure he brought to Ao doubled the stress. Ao felt extremely guilty, and his eyes became evasive and wandering. Xiang noticed the situation here, and he tried to smooth things over by saying, Master Jiang Yuan, this child has never worked before. I will do more work with other tribesmen later. Is that okay with you? Don't talk. Jiang Yuan didn't even look at the elephant. He stared at Ao without blinking. From top to bottom, the Yunchi people eat, work, and sleep together. There has never been a saying that they cannot participate in labor. Both Chief Tsang and I have our own tasks. If you don't participate in the labor, it will be unfair to other members of the Yunchi tribe. Ao kept avoiding people's gazes, feeling uncomfortable under the watchful eyes of everyone. He hesitated for a while, then lowered his head like a deflated ball. I don't want to clean up the body. The intestines are too disgusting. Okay. Jiang Yuan nodded and agreed to his request. Jiang Yuan immediately called Antwin and asked her to help him weave a wrought tin shield. Ao had no choice but to follow one. Jiang Yuan first led his tribesmen to take down more than 20 heads of chiefing cannibals hanging on the horizontal bridge. Within a few days, these 20 or so heads had already shown signs of decay. Jiang Yuan then ordered his tribesmen to hang dozens of freshly severed heads under the horizontal bridge and then burn the other bodies together. It was already noon when we finished dealing with all this. After leaving a few people to guard the corridor and the cross bridge, many tribesmen returned to the valley to prepare for lunch. According to Jiang Yuan's regulations, on days of combat or days of excessive labor, 3 meals a day are provided. On days when there is no fighting, there are only 2 meals a day. Jiang Yuan, who was chewing on venison, noticed Elder Wei walking towards him with a worried look on his face. What's wrong, Elder Wei? Jiang Yuan cut off a piece of the freshest roasted venison with a tiger-tooth dagger and handed it to Elder Wei. Jiang Yuan had a great affection and gratitude for this old man who had helped him join the Yunchi tribe and protected him everywhere. Yinsher also handed Elder Wei a bowl of broth. Ever since Yinsher's mother was taken away by a saber-toothed tiger, Elder Wei had raised Yinsher alone. The father-son relationship between the two is very strong. Elder Wei sighed and said, Master Jiang Yuan, now that there are more people in our tribe, there is more food to eat. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment. There were now 140 people in the Yunchi tribe, 11 of whom had died in battle so far. Together with the 40 people from the Shui tribe, there were a total of about 170 people, which was indeed a large number. Jiang Yuan asked, How many large prey do you have now? How many do you kill a day? There are still 120 prey in the tribe. If we calculate based on 2 meals a day, we have to slaughter at least 5 every day. Elder Wei said. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. The chiefing tribe was now attacking rapidly, and the tribesmen were unable to go out to collect food. The water tribe came to seek refuge again, and their numbers increased dramatically. The Yunchi tribe is now in a situation where they are living off their resources. Don't worry. Jiang Yuan comforted him. Kill the prey when necessary. They are meant to be eaten. We can't let our people starve. He paused for a moment and said, The chiefing tribe won't be able to remain so arrogant for much longer. After seeing Elder Wei off, Wen came over again with a grim look on his face. What's wrong, Antwin? Who made you unhappy? Jiang Yuan smiled and filled a bowl of deer blood soup for his future mother-in-law. Deer blood soup is rare. Only Jiang Yuan and Chief Tsang have deer blood soup in their pottery basins, while the rest of the tribesmen have ordinary meat soup. Wen shook his head, indicating that he had already eaten at Tsang's place. She slowly said, Jiang Yuan, the new tribe member Ao has either a stomachache or a headache, and he hasn't done any work. Jiang Yuan put down the ceramic bowl and said after a moment's hesitation, Well, Antwin, let him stay with you for another afternoon. If he still does nothing, I will teach him a lesson. Wen nodded, and she looked a little confused and asked, What is afternoon? Jiang Yuan was slightly stunned when he heard this. He had been in the Yunshi tribe for such a long time, but he had never realized that the Yunshi people had no concept of morning and afternoon. Do you know the difference between day and night? Jiang Yuan asked tentatively. Wen nodded and said, if you can see it, it's daytime. If you can't see it, it's nighttime. Jiang Yuan pursed his lips and asked again. Then do you know the directions of east, west, south, north, spring, summer, autumn, and winter? Wen shook his head in confusion. Jiang Yuan felt a little tired. He didn't expect that these primitive people didn't even have these basic concepts. It seems like I need to teach them some common sense. Jiang Yuan thought to himself. He stood up and saw Ant Wen off, then went to the corridor and the bridge to check. Jiang Yuan looked at the empty land in front of the valley, puzzled. According to the Chiefing people's speed, they should have reached Yunshi Valley from the Chiefing tribe at noon. Why are they absent today? Jiang Yuan didn't think much about it. After instructing a few tribesmen on duty to be on guard, he walked to the river gap behind the Yunshi Valley and inspected it. Chapter 74, Visiting Yunshi Tribe. Chiefing Valley. Qishan knelt under the altar, on all fours. Qi-man no longer had the energy to be furious as before. He looked at the Chiefing Valley where only half of his tribesmen were left and slumped on the throne. Qi-man remained silent for a long time. After a while, he took a snow-white skull with his rough hands and looked at it in front of his eyes. Qishan raised his head slightly and looked at his father with a calm face, but his heart was filled with panic like a raging storm. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. He suddenly picked up a stone knife and used force to cut off a piece of flesh from his arm. The bone was visible and blood was dripping. Qishan stood up and walked towards the altar step by step. He threw the piece of meat cut from his body into the blazing altar and then knelt at the foot of Qishan again. Father, please forgive me. Qi-man looked at Qishan's arms where the bones were visible and couldn't help but sigh heavily. He didn't know how long it had been since he sighed. Qi-man touched Qishan's head and said, "Get up." Only after Qishan kowtowed to Qi-man did he stand up, feeling a little relieved. Qi-man's eyes swept across the entire Chiefing Valley again. There were only 500 people in the Chiefing Valley now, including more than 100 children. A few days ago, the Chiefing tribe had more than 800 members, and Qi-man had 3 strong and brave sons. However, all this has become a thing of the past. Qi-man's terrifying strength crushed the skull in his hand. He said hatefully, "The Yunshi tribe killed half of my people. This hatred must be avenged. Revenge! Revenge! Revenge!" Hundreds of cannibals roared in unison, including the young children, who were screaming desperately. Their crazy appearance was frightening. Qi-man grabbed a woman he had just abducted and broke her neck. "My fellow tribesmen, after eating these members of the insect tribe, tomorrow, we will flatten the Yunshi Valley and slaughter all of their members." Qi-man threw the woman into the altar, and the raging fire instantly devoured the woman's body, with flames shooting up into the sky. "Master Patriarch." The Chiefing wizard walked up to him and bowed slightly. Qi-man restrained the fierceness in his eyes. "Master Wizard, what can I do for you?" Chiefing wizard stood up tremblingly. He touched the wolf-tooth necklace on his neck and said, "Master, the tribe is about to hold a grand sacrifice. These women will be used to sacrifice to the gods. Moreover, sacrificing to the gods of heaven and earth is much more important than attacking the Yunshi tribe." Anger flashed in Qi-man's eyes. "Then these people from our tribe died in vain." Chiefing wizard leaned on his bone cane and said, "Master Qi-man, please don't be angry. The Yunshi tribe will not let us go, but I think it would be best to launch the attack after the tribe's grand sacrifice is held." A several-foot-long black-scaled poisonous snake was wrapped around the Chiefing wizard's right arm, hissing and spitting out its tongue. Chiefing wizard said to Qi-man, "The Yunshi tribe slaughtered my people and stole my sacred fire. If I don't flatten the Yunshi tribe, I won't be able to vent my anger." Qi-man was stunned when he heard this. "Didn't you say that the Yunshi tribe's sacred fire was brought from outside the Lizhan Mountains? Why are you saying that the Yunshi tribe stole the sacred fire now?" The Chiefing wizard turned to face all the Chiefing people. "You stole my sacred fire and insulted my gods. You will destroy the Yunshi Valley. We will win this battle. We will win. We will win." The public was outraged. Qi-man was not stupid. He understood the wizard's purpose in saying that the Yunshi tribe stole the sacred fire. Qishan also spoke up at the right time. "Father, the people of the Yunshi tribe are very cunning. I think we need to think of some way to deal with them." After days of defeats, Qi-man had been listening to his tribesmen talking about how cunning the Yunshi tribe was. Hearing his son say this again, his ears were almost calloused. Qi-man couldn't help but ask, "Why are they so cunning?" Qishan immediately explained to Qi Man how the Yunshi tribe dug trenches and could throw wooden spears from a distance. Qishan the wizard was old, knowledgeable, and experienced. He had seen battles between tribes involving thousands of people. He listened to Qishan's story, pondered for a moment, and then came up with a way to deal with it. Yunshi Valley. Jiang Yuan waited and waited on the Hengqiao Bridge, but the chiefing tribe never came to attack. He strolled around the valley for a few laps, and after visiting Elder Pan and the witch, he decided to introduce the Yunshi tribe to the people of the Water Tribe. Jiang Yuan invited Chief Song, Elder Wei, and Aunt Wen to join him, and also called 40 members of the Water Tribe, including Ao and Xiang. As soon as he heard that he didn't have to work in the afternoon, all his illnesses disappeared immediately, and he became very excited. Jiang Yuan first took them to look at the horizontal bridge, corridor, and wooden door built by the Yunshi tribe. The members of the Water Tribe had already seen these before, so they were not particularly surprised. However, they still admired the Yunshi tribe for being able to come up with such an extraordinary defense method. After visiting the defense facilities, Jiang Yuan took out the foundation of the Yunshi tribe, spear throwers and stone-throwing ropes, as well as reinforced wooden spears and newly woven rattan shields. Jiang Yuan explained to them in detail the power and usage of these weapons. Xiang touched the spear thrower and the stone-throwing rope and exclaimed, "These weapons are so powerful. With them, we no longer have to be afraid of the hateful chiefing tribe. From now on, I guess I can hunt as many prey as I want." Many members of the Water Tribe were amazed and praised continuously. Jiang Yuan laughed loudly. Amid the praise and compliments from the Water Tribe members, Chief Song looked very proud and pleased, his mouth almost reaching the corners of his eyes. "I don't know when we can use this weapon," Xiang said suddenly. Upon hearing this, the members of the Water Tribe looked at Jiang Yuan eagerly, and it was obvious that they were also very eager for this kind of weapon. Jiang Yuan looked calm and unperturbed. "The people of the Yunshi tribe are all my brothers and sisters. My weapons are their weapons. You can use them as you like. Haven't we joined the Yunshi tribe now?" A female member of the Water Tribe scratched her head and said in confusion, "Yes, aren't we also members of the Yunshi tribe?" At that moment, nearly 40 members of the Water Tribe looked confused, talking among themselves and looking at each other. Jiang Yuan glanced at Xiang and found that he looked embarrassed and his face was a little gloomy, while Ao was staring at the spear thrower with shining eyes. After viewing the weapons of the Yunshi tribe, everyone walked along and visited the Yunshi Valley everywhere. Xiang looked at the neat and tidy Yunshi Valley, with birds singing, flowers blooming, and clear springs, and his face turned red with shame. The hygiene of the Water Tribe's campsite cannot be compared to that of the Yunshi Valley. The people of the Water Tribe excreted everywhere, the ground was dirty, and the air was filled with a pungent stench. In fact, when Jiang Yuan first arrived at the Yunshi tribe, the sanitation in the Yunshi Valley was not much better than that of the Water Tribe. Later, at Jiang Yuan's request, the environment improved after vigorous rectification and cleaning. Jiang Yuan led everyone to the cave where Chief Song stored supplies and showed the people of the Water Tribe a large number of tools and various utensils. Jiang Yuan took out many tools including long hooks, wooden hoes, wooden ladders, charcoal, stone axes, stone hammers, ropes, straw cages, meteor stones, etc., and let the people of the Water Tribe visit them and explain them to them. After all, these members of the Water Tribe will have to participate in various labors in the tribe in the future, so it would be beneficial for them to learn these tools early. The members of the Water Tribe were like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. They looked at all kinds of tools, dazzled and overwhelmed, and kept exclaiming in admiration. Jiang Yuan then took them to visit the cellar and explained its function. The members of the Water Tribe almost dropped their jaws in shock when they saw the mountains of fruit piled up in the cellar. When they were in the Water Tribe, they never dared to dream that they could have so many fruits. There was an episode on the way. Ao was so scared by the two Yunshi people who were guarding the cellar, who had fierce eyes and strong bodies, that he sat down on the ground. After visiting the cellar, Jiang Yuan led them to the back of the valley. This is a pottery kiln, which can produce various pottery, such as pottery basins, pottery jars, pottery kilns, etc. Jiang Yuan explained to everyone. "How is it? Our tribe is pretty good, right?" said the partner of the Tsang clan leader, looking a little too proud. This scene suddenly gave people the feeling that city people were looking at country bumpkins. "Great, great." Xiang kept nodding his head. He could hardly see anymore. "Is this what those delicious broths are made from?" A member of the Water Tribe stared at the pottery basin with shining eyes and swallowed his saliva continuously. "You only know how to eat. You are the same as me." Amid the laughter of the crowd, they came to the place where Elder Wei kept his prey. The The fence here has been expanded many times, and now it holds hundreds of large prey. There are also hundreds of straw cages containing pheasants and rabbits, each of which contains 3 or 4 pheasants or rabbits. At this time, there were more than a dozen Yunshi people feeding the prey with grass seeds, processing their feces, and collecting pheasant eggs. Where had the water tribe members ever seen so many prey? They were all extremely shocked, as if they had been practicing for 2.5 years, and they were as motionless as clay sculptures. They couldn't catch a single large prey in 10 days, but in the Yunshi tribe, they were raising them in groups. No wonder the Yunshi tribe can barbecue and have meat soup every day. The members of the water tribe, who had been shocked and dazed for a long time, had been somewhat numb by the advancement and strength of the Yunshi tribe. Under the leadership of Jiang Yuan, they arrived at the last stop of Yunshi Valley, 3 tall and sturdy cloud trees with lush branches and leaves like a canopy. The cloud tree is full of thousands of green cloud fruits of various sizes, and the plump flesh looks very tempting. This little girl, she hasn't picked cloud fruits for me recently, Jiang Yuan complained in his heart. He and the chief of the Tsang clan looked at each other, and they both nodded slightly at the same time. Chief Tsang then said loudly to all the water tribe members, "This is the deity of our Yunshi tribe, the god of the cloud tree. Since you have joined the Yunshi tribe, as a member of the Yunshi tribe, I would like to. You should offer sacrifices to the cloud tree and bow down to the gods of the Cloud Creek tribe." Chapter 75 Sundial. Sacrifice to the cloud tree and bow down to the gods of the Cloud Creek tribe. As the words fell, Xiang, who had just recovered from his shock, stiffened slightly. He raised his eyes to look at Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan's face was calm, and he looked at him without any emotion. This was what Jiang Yuan and Chief Tsang had discussed in the morning. It was not enough to just agree with Xiang that the 2 tribes merge, but all the members of the water tribe must understand that their current identity was members of the Yunshi tribe. And offering sacrifices to the Yunshu tree and kneeling down to worship the gods of the Yunshi tribe is the best way to confront them. Xiang looked at Chief Tsang, but found that Chief Tsang had his back to him, counting the fruits on the cloud tree one by one with his fingers. The members of the water tribe looked confused and at a loss as to what to do. Some people wanted to kneel down, but when they saw that the people around them were motionless, they stopped themselves. Some people looked at Xiang and Ao, waiting for their reactions. Jiang Yuan took in all the reactions of the water tribe members, and he saw clearly that Xiang and Ao still had prestige in the water tribe. Jiang Yuan looked at Ao, whose face was flushed and whose limbs were uncoordinated, and asked with a half-smile, "Ao, don't you want to enjoy the food of the Yunshi tribe?" Upon hearing this, Ao's face turned even redder, as if it was on fire, like a monkey's butt. He looked at the elephant for help. Xiang sighed deeply. His throat was dry, and he spoke with difficulty, "Kneel down. We are already members of the Yunshi tribe." He bent his hunched body tremblingly, knelt on the ground, and did not get up for a long time. Upon seeing this, the rest of the water tribe members followed the elephant and knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Only Ao was left, standing in the middle of the kneeling crowd, his body looking so out of place. Jiang Yuan looked at him quietly. His calm eyes made Ao feel as if he was facing raging waves and poisonous snakes and ferocious beasts. Ao felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his shoulders, and finally, he knelt down heavily. "Worship the cloud tree." As the loud shouts came down, all the members of the water tribe bowed their heads. Jiang Yuan, Chief Tsang, and other high-ranking members of the Yunshi tribe hurried forward to help Xiang, Ao, and the others up. Jiang Yuan held Xiang's rough hand and said with a smile, "Master Xiang, from now on, we are a family." He forced a smile and nodded uncomfortably. After leading these people to visit the entire Yunshi Valley and worship the gods, Jiang Yuan immediately asked many tribesmen to continue their work. Everyone was busy making tools, strengthening defenses, mining stones, and leveling the land. Jiang Yuan had a secret meeting with Qingheshi for a while, then began his mission. Nowadays, these primitive people don't even have the concept of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, east, west, south, north, and morning and afternoon. Jiang Yuan feels it is necessary to popularize this knowledge to them. Taking advantage of the time when the chiefing tribe did not attack, Jiang Yuan took some time off from his busy schedule and spent the entire afternoon looking for a disc-like stone. Jiang Yuan is preparing to make a sundial. Sundial is one of the most important tools for humans to tell time in ancient times. The sundial can be said to be the crystallization of the wisdom of the ancients and one of the greatest inventions. Jiang Yuan is not talented, but as long as the Yunshi tribe needs it, he can make anything. However, to Jiang Yuan's disappointment, after an entire afternoon, he still hadn't found the disc-shaped stone he was looking for. It turned out that all the large and small stones of the Yunshi tribe had long been collected as stone materials by Elder Pan and his tribesmen. Jiang Yuan went to the place where the stones were stored and found that the stones were piled up into a small hill. However, the stones were either in the wrong shape or broken into two pieces. Jiang Yuan left with a look of disappointment on his face. He planned to use clay to bake a disc-shaped pottery, but next to the pottery kiln, across the river, there was a round stone lying quietly. With a little polishing, it could be made into a sundial. When Jiang Yuan saw this, he was overjoyed. He immediately jumped into the river and swam to the other side. But the round stones were too heavy for him to lift or carry by himself. Jiang Yuan had no choice but to go find a few tribesmen for help. However, when these members of the Yunshi tribe saw the river, they were timid and did not dare to approach it, let alone go into the water. Jiang Yuan held his forehead helplessly, and he went to look for the few tribesmen who had followed him to bury bamboo thorns and drive wooden stakes at the bottom of the river and who could swim. It took a lot of effort to transport the round stones to the river. Jiang Yuan stood on the shore, breathing heavily, his whole body as if he had been drenched in rain. He looked across the river, thinking for a moment. The back of the Yunshi Valley is divided into two halves by this river. Because of the river barrier, the other side of the river is a relatively unfamiliar area for the Yunshi tribe. However, looking from here, the vegetation on the other side is dense and the aquatic plants are abundant, and many areas have not been developed by the tribesmen. Moreover, on the steep slopes surrounding the Yunshi Valley, all kinds of lush green plants grow, covering the entire mountain wall. Maybe among those plants there are all kinds of rare medicinal herbs and vegetables. It is also very likely that they have what the Yunshi tribe currently lacks the most: grains. Although the food structure of the Yunshi tribe has improved a lot, it is still mainly based on meat and fruits, and only rarely can they eat wild vegetables. Jiang Yuan was eager to improve the dietary structure of the Yunshi tribe. Eating mainly meat for a long time is also a heavy burden on human health. Moreover, grains can be stored for a longer period of time, which can effectively deal with food crises caused by food shortages in this extremely dangerous primitive world full of crises, natural disasters, and man-made disasters. Jiang Yuan suddenly had the urge to build a few bridges across this river. This idea was even stronger than his current desire to make a sundial. After the bridge is built, the wooden bridge will connect the two sides of the river, which will greatly promote the development of the other side. At that time, the entire rear of the Yunshi Valley can be utilized. How to say it? A bridge connects the north and the south, turning the natural barrier into a thoroughfare. But building a bridge over a river is different from laying a short bridge across a trench. It is not that simple, and it is a huge project. Jiang Yuan shook his head and suppressed the sudden thought. For some reason, Jiang Yuan suddenly felt that he was being too ambitious. Training troops, issuing currency, building bridges. All kinds of unrealistic ideas popped up one after another. These plans are simply not something that the current Yunshi tribe can undertake and complete. Jiang Yuan calmed his restless heart. He calmed his fluctuating mood and asked several tribesmen to help him move the round stone into his own cave. After several tribesmen left, Jiang Yuan went to the cave where Chief Tsang stored supplies and took a stone axe. The two Yunshi tribe members who were guarding the supplies were very respectful when they saw Jiang Yuan. They insisted on helping Jiang Yuan get the stone axe into the cave. Sent to the stone cave, and also helped Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan found it quite funny and immediately drove away these two very enthusiastic but ignorant tribesmen. Carving a sundial is a time-consuming, laborious process, and requires constant measurement and estimation of angles. Even if Jiang Yuan was carving the simplest sundial, the manufacturing process was very complicated and took a lot of time. Jiang Yuan was reluctant to use his own iron spear to carve, as this would cause severe wear and tear on the tang sword that served as the tip of the iron spear. Jiang Yuan could only use a stone axe to chisel slowly. However, slow work produces fine work, so Jiang Yuan was not too impatient. Chapter 76: The Taste of the Creek. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse, and the bonfire was burning high. The Yunshi Valley was filled with the aroma of meat and fruit, and the sounds of tribesmen's conversations and laughter could be heard constantly. The chirping of cicadas could be heard from the forest. Jiang Yuan sat at the entrance of the stone cave. A bonfire was burning in a clay pot. The charcoal burning in the pottery pot was quite precious. Jiang Yuan used the firelight and a stone axe to gently carve on the disc-shaped stone. He used charcoal to draw many straight black lines on the disc-shaped stone. These were the most important scales used by the sundial to tell time. A sundial consists of a style and a dial, and Jiang Yuan is currently making the dial. In fact, the working principle of the sundial is very simple, which is to use the projection direction of the sun to measure and divide the time. Jiang Yuan did not intend to use the 12 earthly branches to divide time. He planned to directly divide the scale on the sundial into 24 hours, which would be easier for the members of the Yunshi tribe to understand. Although Jiang Yuan's arrival greatly promoted the brain development of these primitive people and improved their intelligence. But they are primitive people after all. The more complicated Jiang Yuan's things are, the more confused they become. Jiang Yuan has already carved out half of the scale on the sundial, and the other half is yet to be completed. Jiang Yuan listened to the cicadas chirping beside him and looked at the endless darkness outside the cave, feeling inexplicably sad. He put down the stone axe and sighed in his heart. It has been dozens of days since he came to this primitive world. It's summer already. Jiang Yuan sighed as he listened to the chirping of cicadas, recalling the days when he used to hold a flashlight to catch cicadas as a child. Yuan, are you hungry? Qing walked towards his cave with a bowl of meat soup and a piece of tender barbecued meat. How can I be hungry with you here? Jiang Yuan took the wooden bowl and barbecue, put them on the ground, and gently pulled Qing into his arms. Looking at Qing's tender face, Jiang Yuan felt a mixture of love and hate in his heart. It was this little girl who ruined his and she's good fortune yesterday. Qing, you are getting more and more beautiful. Jiang Yuan pinched Qing's nose. Since the quality of food in the tribe has improved, Jiang Yuan has found soapberry, and the soapberry is already beautiful. Qing now has a bit of goddess demeanor. Not only does she have a curvy figure, but her skin, which was not very fair to begin with, has become fair and tender, which makes Jiang Yuan a little obsessed with her. What a fair and tender little white rabbit. Jiang Yuan kissed her red lips and praised her. Qing is getting more and more beautiful, and one of the important reasons is that she does less work on weekdays. Qing blushed. Even if she was a primitive person, no matter how ignorant she was, she knew what a kiss meant. Just when Jiang Yuan was about to take a step further, she came over with a few fruits that were plump and juicy. Looking at she, who was tall and fair-skinned, Jiang Yuan smiled at her awkwardly. I was still playing tricks on she yesterday, but today I changed my target. Sister She. Qing called softly and broke free from Jiang Yuan's arms. She nodded slightly, looked at the grinning Jiang Yuan, snorted coldly, and didn't give him a good look. But she still handed the fruit in her hand to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan laughed and forcefully hugged the capricious She into his arms. Jiang Yuan was eating dinner while chatting with the two women, and naturally he couldn't help but take advantage of Qing Hushi. Qing Hushi was also curious about the sundial that Jiang Yuan was making. Jiang Yuan said that this was used to tell time, and immediately explained it to the two girls. After Qing Hushi heard this, his eyes were still confused, and he only had a vague idea of what was going on. Just as Jiang Yuan put his arm around a beauty and was about to transform into a big bad wolf, one walked over with a sullen face. Mother, Qing called softly. Her face turned red with shame when her mother saw her being intimate with Jiang Yuan. She nodded slightly in response. As the granddaughter of Wu and the next generation of Wu, her status was higher than Wen's. Aunt Wen. Jiang Yuan stood up to show respect. As the wife of the Tsang clan leader, Wen did not use her privilege to avoid participating in labor. She gets up early and works late every day, leading the tribe to pick fruits without any complaints. This is enough to make Jiang Yuan admire her. Jiang Yuan. That AO still didn't work today. Wen looked very unhappy. Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment. Then he consoled her. Aunt Wen, don't be angry. I will teach him a lesson tomorrow. In just those few seconds, he had already come up with the idea of punishing AO. Wen nodded slightly. She didn't stay any longer and immediately got up and left, leaving the space to the three young people. Jiang Yuan played with the two girls for a while. She was more open than Qing, and her love was bolder and more passionate. As Qing watched Jiang Yuan and Xi's actions becoming more and more bold and explicit, she couldn't help but run away shyly. Jiang Yuan carried the breathless and full-bodied Xi into the cave and covered her naked body with animal skins. After Jiang Yuan told her to have a good rest, he got up and left. In the end, he didn't eat Xi. After all, according to modern standards, she was still an underage girl. Jiang Yuan looked at his wet palms, which were glistening with water under the firelight, and finally couldn't help but licking them a few times. It tastes much better than broth. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim as he tasted the flavor of the stream. Jiang Yuan patrolled the Yunshi Valley and found that there were tribesmen guarding the two river gaps on the horizontal bridge and at the back of the valley. After instructing the tribesmen on night watch to be on guard and be vigilant, Jiang Yuan returned to the cave to rest. Nothing happened overnight. The next day, Jiang Yuan got up early. He did not continue carving the sundial, but went to see how Ao was working. As one said, Ao did not participate in the labor for the whole morning. He did not even pick up a few canes or twist a few ropes. Ao was either teasing other female tribesmen or chasing rabbits or playing with birds. I spent the whole morning doing nothing and relaxing. Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered. He would certainly not tolerate Ao being so idle. The tribe would not keep idle people. Near noon, Jiang Yuan walked across the stone steps and stepped onto the horizontal bridge to wait and see. If the chiefing tribe came to attack, they should have arrived by now. However, Jiang Yuan waited for a long time, but still saw no movement. Jiang Yuan was puzzled. Could it be that the chiefing tribe was frightened by their attack? Did they not dare to come? However, Jiang Yuan did not dare to let his clansmen go out to investigate the situation, for fear that they might encounter danger. After once again instructing his tribesmen to be vigilant, Jiang Yuan left. There is no fighting today, so we will have 2 meals a day and no lunch. The 170 members of the Yunshi clan had no objection to this, because the rules set by Jiang Yuan had always been like this, and no one would object. Except Ao. Ao, who had been spoiled with food these days, kept complaining and grumbling when he heard there would be no food at noon. He also said some divisive words among the members of the original water tribe, inciting everyone to go to Jiang Yuan to ask for food. But the members of the water tribe were unmoved and few of them paid any attention to him. They originally lacked a favorable impression of Ao, the young patriarch, and now that they have all become members of the Yunshi tribe and their status is equal, they no longer take Ao seriously. Ao was so angry that he couldn't help but beat and scold several people from the former water tribe. These people did not resist and let him beat and scold them without fighting back. It was not until Lai saw this scene that he gave Ao a severe beating. Only after Xiang's constant pleading did Lai give up. Ao, who was beaten with a bruised face and nose, looked at the direction where Lai left, spat fiercely, and kept cursing and saying some vicious words in a low voice. Xiang kept whispering to persuade him, but was pushed to the ground by Ao, who was full of anger and impatience. Jiang Yuan, who was in the dark, saw it all. In the blink of an eye, it was night. The aroma of meat wafted through the Yunshi Valley again, and the laughter of the tribesmen was endless, making it very lively. Ao, who had been lying in the cave for an afternoon, smelled the aroma of broth wafting from outside the cave, and immediately jumped up quickly. He ignored his swollen cheeks, rushed out of the cave, and ran towards Elder Wei, who was distributing food. Ao cut in line and stood at the front of the queue. He stared at the barbecue in the ceramic basin without blinking, and saliva was about to drip from the corners of his swollen mouth. Ao's face was full of impatience. He urged anxiously, "Hurry, give me some barbecue, I'm starving." Ao couldn't wait any longer and reached out anxiously to grab the chopped barbecue in the ceramic basin. However, his arm was suddenly grabbed by a strong hand and stopped in midair. "What are you doing?" Ao struggled hard for a few times, but couldn't move. He immediately raised his head angrily and shouted at the man, "Do you want to die? I'm the young leader of the water tribe." Chapter 77. The Recognition of the Gods. When Ao looked up and saw the person who was insulting him, his expression froze. Jiang Yuan, with a smile on his face, was holding his wrist tightly. "How dare you insult Lord Jiang Yuan?" Yinshi, who was following behind Jiang Yuan, heard Ao's insults and immediately raised his eyebrows and was burning with anger. With a temper as raging as a rock, he swung out his fist as big as a sandbag and knocked the turtle to the ground with one punch. Ao let out a scream, his body flew backwards, and he lay on the ground wailing, covering his swollen eye sockets. Rock continued to move forward and beat Ao. Jiang Yuan grabbed him. He was beaten by Lai at noon and by Yinshi at night. If he is beaten again, Ao will turn into a pig's head. "Master Jiang Yuan, we must let Yinshi beat him," Elder Wei said with a displeased look on his face. "In the Yunshi tribe, no one can disrespect you, let alone scold you." "Right. Yes, no. He must be beaten." The rest of the Yunshi people were filled with righteous indignation. They felt more uncomfortable hearing others insulting Jiang Yuan than hearing themselves being insulted. It was Jiang Yuan who made sure they had enough food. It was Jiang Yuan who brought them the divine fire. It was Jiang Yuan who enabled them to resist and kill the terrifying chiefing tribe. It can be said that every member of the Yunshi tribe places Jiang Yuan in an unattainable and inviolable position in their hearts. Jiang Yuan waved his hand gently, signaling everyone to be quiet, and the Yunshi Valley immediately became quiet. Jiang Yuan walked up to Ao, said nothing, just looked at him quietly, his face calm. However, when Ao saw Jiang Yuan, he felt as if he had seen a ferocious beast, and he trembled as he stepped back. Ao was not afraid of Lai, Shou and Yinsher who beat him up. Instead, he was more afraid of Jiang Yuan, who never showed his emotions and was always harmonious. Whenever Ao faced Jiang Yuan, it was like facing a mountain, pressing him so hard that he couldn't breathe. Looking at the panicked Ao, Jiang Yuan slowly said, "You said you were the young chief of the water tribe?" Ao shook his head quickly. Jiang Yuan took another step forward, and Ao became even more panicked. "Don't be afraid." Jiang Yuan pulled Ao up from the ground and calmly brushed the dust off his hide. "Tell me, where's the water tribe?" His voice was loud and clear, and every tribe member present could hear it, including the nearly 40 members of the water tribe. For a long time after the words were spoken, the Yunqi Valley was completely silent. Jiang Yuan saw out of the corner of his eye that an anxious elephant was walking towards him, but was stopped outside the crowd by the wolves that Jiang Yuan had arranged long ago and could not get close. No, no. Ao didn't dare to look at Jiang Yuan. He lowered his head and answered in a whisper. Jiang Yuan's voice was clear and high-pitched. He looked at all the Yunqi people and spoke in a deep and powerful voice. "You eat the food of the Yunqi tribe, live in the caves of the Yunqi tribe, and enjoy the protection of the Yunqi tribe. Then you are a member of the Yunqi tribe. Since you have already joined the Yunqi tribe, don't mention the water tribe again. If anyone mentions it again, I will open the wooden door and personally expel him from the Yunqi tribe." When Jiang Yuan said these words, his face was solemn and his voice was cold, which gave off a very oppressive feeling. After the words were spoken again, the entire Yunqi Valley fell into silence, and one could hear a pin drop. No one dared to utter a word in rebuttal. The Yunqi tribe is invincible. Shou, who had been arranged by Jiang Yuan, suddenly shouted, and the shout was like a bomb that suddenly exploded around everyone. The Yunqi tribe is invincible. The Yunqi tribe is invincible. Just like a barrel of explosives exploded by sparks, all the Yunqi people began to shout, their faces flushed and their expressions excited. The sound shook the valley. The Yunqi tribe is invincible. As the crowd's emotions were aroused, many members of the water tribe also began to shout along, and only a very small number of members of the water tribe remained indifferent. They kept silent and seemed like an alien among the excited Yunqi people. Each of them looked uneasy, behaved in a confused manner, and felt uncomfortable all over. They suffered so much that they could not hold on any longer and started to roar one after another, until all the Yunqi people in the tribe, without a single one left behind, roared loudly. Jiang Yuan waved his hand, and the valley immediately became silent. Jiang Yuan looked at Ao, who was dazed with fear. Jiang Yuan woke him up and asked, "Do you want to eat barbecue?" As he asked, he took a piece of fat and tender roasted wild boar meat and placed it in front of Ao. Ao swallowed his saliva and was about to take it, but he withdrew his hand as if he had been stung by a scorpion. He shook his head quickly. "I don't want to eat it." Jiang Yuan put down the barbecue and asked again, "Do you know why I didn't give you food?" Ao quickly shook his head and said he didn't know. Jiang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Ao nodded quickly again. I know. Jiang Yuan said to all the Yunqi people, "In the Yunqi tribe, if you want to get food, you must participate in labor. This is true for both Chief Song and me." Jiang Yuan paused for a moment and continued, "Anyone who does not participate in the labor without reason will not be given food. I think everyone has no objection to this." All the Yunqi people nodded in agreement. "But I also made a straw cage today." Ao lowered his head and said in a low voice. Jiang Yuan was slightly stunned and looked at him with a half-smile. Ao spent the whole morning having fun and even lay in the cave for several hours in the afternoon. How could Jiang Yuan not know whether he had made a straw cage? Sure enough, as soon as Ao finished speaking, one stood up angrily. She exposed Ao's lies in public, and the other tribesmen also accused Ao of lying. They all saw that Ao was idle all day. Jiang Yuan waved his hand slightly to signal everyone to be quiet. He already had an idea in his mind. Jiang Yuan's eyes were filled with sadness and his tone was dark. "You said you made a grass cage, so you deserve food. Let the gods judge whether you can get food or not." Hearing the word God, all the tribesmen were stunned, and then their faces were filled with awe. In this primitive era of worshipping theocracy, no one does not fear the gods. Jiang Yuan also relied on the divine fire to gain a foothold in the Yunqi tribe at that time. Jiang Yuan ignored everyone's doubts and led Ao away from there. Everyone was very curious. They didn't even have the heart to enjoy the delicious food. They all followed the two and left. Jiang Yuan held up a burning stick to illuminate and dispel the darkness of the night and led Ao to the cellar. The Yunqi tribe now has 2 cellars. Since the cellar was dug, it has been sealed with slate and clay and has never been opened. Jiang Yuan said loudly to Ao. There are a lot of fruits stored in this cellar. It can be said that they are piled up like a mountain. As long as you can take out a fruit from it, it means that the god of the earth thinks you deserve food. If you can't take it out, the god of the earth will think you don't deserve food. After hearing this, many Yunshi people looked at each other and talked about it. They were all discussing whether Ao would be recognized by the god of earth. When sneered and said, "He has never picked up a cane in a day. How can he gain the recognition of the gods?" Everyone nodded, agreeing with Wen's words. Chief Tsang said immediately, "The fruits are all in the earth. If you can take them out, it means that the god of the earth recognizes you. If you can't take them out, you will be punished for lying." Chief Tsang had no idea what Jiang Yuan was up to, but since Jiang Yuan had said so, he immediately echoed his words. When interrupted again, "Jiang Yuan, there's no need to open the cellar. I still have a lot of fruit there." It was very troublesome to open the cellar and climb the wooden ladder up and down. Jiang Yuan rolled his eyes slightly and whispered to Wen not to interrupt. When Ao heard what Jiang Yuan said, he was instantly overjoyed, and all the fear and anxiety he had just felt were dispelled. "Isn't it just taking a fruit? What's so difficult about that? As long as I can take out the fruit, it means I have gained the approval of the god of earth. By then, the Yunshi tribe will be afraid of me, and they will all kneel before me." Ao was overjoyed and full of confidence, and agreed immediately. Chapter 78. The Punishment of the Gods. Jiang Yuan asked someone to bring a rope and tie it around Ao's waist. The night was as thick as ink, and the cellar was even darker, like an endless abyss. Ao held the burning stick and climbed down the wooden ladder. Ao stretched out the torch and tried to shine it into the distance, but the boundless darkness suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, making him timid, and he hesitated to move forward. At this time, the flame burning on the wooden stick has become Ao's only support in the dark cellar. Many members of the Yunshi tribe gathered in circles around the entrance to the cellar, shoulder to shoulder, making it impossible to get through. The tribesmen all stretched their necks and heads, looking into the cellar. Ao had just walked down 3 or 4 steps when his figure was engulfed in darkness, and even the flames disappeared. The tribesmen were discussing the matter. Some said that the cellar was too dark and too scary, while others said that the god of earth would not let Ao get the fruit. Ao groped his way down the wooden ladder. The torch in his hand could only illuminate half a foot of space around him. Ao was frightened and wanted to turn around and run away. Just thinking of Lai and Rock's fists, he suddenly found the courage, gritted his teeth, and continued to go down. "Divine fire, please protect me," Ao whispered in his heart, looked at the flame burning on the wooden stick in his hand, and prayed silently. Puff! It was like a cold wind blowing, and Ao only felt a stuffy feeling in his mouth and nose. The burning flame flickered, like a banana tree being ravaged by a storm. What's going on? Ao didn't care about the shortness of breath in his chest. He stared at the burning flames. His heart seemed to be tightly grasped by a hand, making it difficult for him to breathe. The flame on the stick flickered a few times, and then went out completely. Ao was completely plunged into endless darkness. Creepy. The panic of the extinguished torch, the oppressive darkness around him, and the suffocating feeling as if someone was covering his mouth and nose made Ao unable to breathe. Gods and ghosts were always together, and primitive people worshipped gods and had already developed the concept of ghosts. Ao's heart was beating violently. The appearance of ghosts and extreme fear filled his heart and mind, making him shudder. He was panting rapidly, and the feeling of chest tightness and shortness of breath made Ao give up the idea of looking for fruit. He frantically scratched around his face, mouth and nose, trying to tear away the big hand that was covering his mouth and nose. Ao let out a hysterical scream that echoed throughout the dark cellar, and he felt dizzy. Ao rushed madly towards the wooden ladder behind him, trying to escape from the cellar. But he was not familiar with the conditions in the cellar, and it was pitch black, so he could not see anything. Thump! Ao stumbled and hit his head on the wooden ladder. His limbs moved slightly, and he fainted in the cellar. All the members of the Yunshi tribe gathered at the entrance of the cellar. No one left. They were all watching and talking. Jiang Yuan listened to the roar coming from the cellar. He couldn't figure out Ao's situation, so out of caution, Jiang Yuan shouted loudly. "Ao, did you get the fruit? If you did, come out quickly. Prove to everyone that the god of earth recognizes you." No one answered, and the cellar was extremely silent. There was a lot of noise among the tribesmen. Shou sneered, "Just him? How could the gods approve of him? He won't be able to get the fruit." Many people shared the same opinion as Shou and echoed it. Only the elephant knelt at the entrance of the cellar, looking anxiously into the cellar. He will never forget the instructions given by the old chief of the water tribe before his death. If something really happened to Ao, Xiang would choose to die before Ao, thus fulfilling his promise to the old patriarch. More than 10 breaths passed, and although it was far from the time when a person would suffocate to death due to lack of oxygen, out of caution, Jiang Yuan still pulled the rope in his hand and dragged the unconscious Ao out of the cellar. Seeing Ao lying limp and unconscious, Xiang rushed over to check on him. Jiang Yuan's heart tightened, thinking, could this guy be suffocated to death in such a short time? He felt Ao's breath and found it was normal, which made him feel slightly relieved. Jiang Yuan looked at the tearful elephant and said, he's fine, stop crying. Jiang Yuan called 2 tribesmen and asked them to send Ao back to the cave. As they watched the figures walking away, the arguments among the Yunshi people became more and more intense, and the noise became louder and louder. I told you, the god of earth won't let him get the fruit. A worm who can only lie is ridiculous. Maybe it was a punishment from the gods that made him faint. How come our original water tribe has these kinds of bugs? Listening to the discussion among the tribesmen and their contempt for Ao, Jiang Yuan did not explain. This was originally his punishment for Ao. Not punishing him was already a sign of mercy from Jiang Yuan. The gray-haired Song clan leader trotted over to Jiang Yuan, his face full of awe. Jiang Yuan, was it really the god of earth who punished him just now? Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, as a sign of agreement. He couldn't go and explain to Chief Song that Ao suffocated and fainted due to lack of oxygen in the cellar. Even if he explained it seriously, the Song clan leader would not understand. It would be better to just assume that it is the power and will of the gods. Save trouble. Chief of the Song tribe stood there in a daze. After a long time, he fell to the ground on all fours, kissed the soil, kowtowed continuously, and muttered something like Earth Spirit. However, Jiang Yuan, who had already left, naturally would not see it. After Jiang Yuan, Qing and she spent some time together. He told the 2 girls to have a good sleep. After covering the 2 women with animal skins, Jiang Yuan, who was worried, groped in the darkness and inspected the corridor and the bridge. The few tribesmen who were on night watch were doing their job conscientiously, holding horns and wooden spears, and did not relax their vigilance at all. Jiang Yuan took another look at the 2 river gaps at the back of the valley and then returned to the cave to rest. The Yunshi tribe's gradual growth is inseparable from Jiang Yuan's dedicated work. However, the Qifeng tribe, which may make a comeback at any time, makes Jiang Yuan feel like a heavy weight is pressing on his heart. In the cave of Xiang and Ao, Ao woke up slowly and saw the dark night again. He subconsciously thought that he was still in the cellar, and he began to struggle in fear. The elephant who had been guarding him noticed his movements, grabbed Ao's hand, and signaled him to calm down. Elephant, Ao said in a trembling voice. He was still in shock. It's okay, you're okay. Xiang held Ao's arm and tried to comfort him. Am I not dead? Ao touched his mouth and nose and found that he could breathe again. You are still young. How could you die? Xiang consoled him and whispered, Chief Ao, this is not the water tribe anymore. Tomorrow, you should just follow the tribe members and participate in the labor. Ao was silent. He suddenly withdrew his hand that was held by Xiang and said nothing. After a while, the elephant advised again. Today, you fainted in the cellar. It must be the god of the earth who blamed and punished you. Ao suddenly became emotional and cursed hysterically. It can't be the god of earth. It must be Jiang Yuan who asked a ghost to cover my nose and prevent me from breathing. It must be him. Ao grabbed Xiang's shoulders in a panic. It's Jiang Yuan. He wants to kill me. I want revenge. Xiang, help me. Help me think of a way. Xiang pushed Ao's hand off his shoulder and said in a disappointed tone, It can't be Lord Jiang Yuan. Lord Jiang Yuan rescued you personally. Ao was slightly stunned. He stood there for a long while and suddenly laughed like crazy. Impossible, impossible. He wants to kill me. I want revenge, Xiang. I want revenge. You help me, Xiang. Think about my father. You help me. Like a long sigh, he shook his head gently and sat in the corner of the cave without saying a word. Crack. The sound of a pottery bowl breaking was heard, and Ao suddenly smelled the aroma of cooked meat. He was stunned for a moment, then quickly reached in that direction and touched something greasy, and the broth spilled all over the floor, but he still managed to touch a large piece of roasted meat and a few pieces of minced meat in the broth. Ao, who had been hungry for a whole day, immediately picked up the barbecue and started to eat it voraciously. Because he ate too quickly, he choked and kept coughing. The elephant's voice came faintly from the corner of the cave again. The food you eat was sent by Lord Jiang Yuan. Ao's body stiffened when he heard this. Chapter 79, Seasons and Directions. In the following days, the Qifeng tribe still did not attack, and the Yunshi tribe lived in peace. The Yunshi tribe and the newly joined Water tribe members already had a very close relationship, and there was basically no distinction between them. Everyone got along happily and harmoniously. Ao has also been participating in the labor these days, but he is clumsy at work and lazy by nature, so it will be difficult to correct his bad habits in a short time. So Jiang Yuan turned a blind eye to him. In Jiang Yuan's opinion, as long as you are willing to accept reform, you are still a good comrade. Without war, the tribesmen had more smiles on their faces. Only Elder Wei was frowning and sighing all day long as he watched the dwindling prey within the fence. In fact, there are still about 100 prey inside the fence, but they are only leaving and not coming in. Elder Wei is heartbroken. Jiang Yuan has been busy with the sundial these days. In fact, Jiang Yuan had already completed the dial and the sundial needle, but the placement of the sundial requires a lot of knowledge. First of all, the sundial should be placed higher in the south and lower in the north, with the dial face parallel to the equatorial plane. In addition, the angle between the dial style and the dial face must also be carefully considered. The dial style should point to the north celestial pole up and the south celestial pole down. So in the past few days, Jiang Yuan spent the day asking experienced and knowledgeable tribesmen about the climate changes in the area, and at night he observed the positions of the stars. Jiang Yuan used this to infer the latitude of the Lizhan Mountains. Hard work pays off. After many days of hard work, Jiang Yuan roughly estimated the angle at which the sundial should be placed. Although it was not accurate, it was sufficient for the Yunshi tribe to use. When Jiang Yuan successfully placed the sundial, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. The hard work of many days was blown away by the wind. In Jiang Yuan's opinion, all the hard work was worth it. Jiang Yuan's laughter attracted many tribesmen. They looked at Jiang Yuan leaning against the huge round stone plate and laughing wildly. Some of them touched the back of their heads in confusion, not knowing what Jiang Yuan was laughing at. Lord Jiang Yuan, may I ask you what happened? A tribesman stepped forward cautiously and asked Jiang Yuan with concern. Jiang Yuan wiped the sweat off his forehead and smiled. It's okay, it's okay. Chief Tsang, Elders Wu, Pan, and Wei, as well as Qing, Shi, and others, all came to Jiang Yuan. Yuan, is your sundial finished? Qing Hushi knew only a little about sundials. Looking at Jiang Yuan's expression, he guessed that the sundial should be completed. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Yuan stroked the sundial so gently, as if he was caressing his woman. What is this used for? Chief Tsang couldn't figure out the purpose of this large disc-shaped stone, so he couldn't resist his curiosity and asked first. Many people fixed their eyes on Jiang Yuan's face, waiting for his explanation. Jiang Yuan knew that this was a great opportunity to spread scientific knowledge to his tribesmen. He coughed slightly and said to everyone loudly, "Do you know the difference between day and night?" "Of course I know," many tribesmen said, not understanding the purpose of Jiang Yuan's question. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. "Then do you know morning, noon, and afternoon?" The tribesmen looked at each other, somewhat confused. Jiang Yuan pointed at the projection of the sundial needle on the sundial and said, "This shadow is now located at 1/4 of an hour, which is noon. Noon is the time when we eat the second meal out of 3 meals a day." Jiang Yuan then continued, "The time from sunrise to noon is called morning, and the time from noon to sunset is called afternoon." While Jiang Yuan was explaining to everyone, he also showed them the morning, noon, and afternoon scales on the sundial. "Then what's the use of this?" Elder Pan asked with curiosity. Except for the wound on his shoulder and the broken finger, his other injuries had healed. Jiang Yuan paused for a moment and said, "This can help us remember the time." He pointed to the 7 o'clock mark on the sundial and said, "When the shadow reaches here, it means we should have breakfast, and after breakfast we have to work." He slid his finger to the 6 o'clock mark on the sundial and said, "When the shadow reaches here, it means we should have dinner, and then go to bed." I understand, I understand," Shou shouted excitedly. "Master Jiang Yuan, you made this sundial so that we can remember the time to eat, right? As soon as the shadow arrives, we should eat immediately, right?" Jiang Yuan's face darkened, and he kicked him. "Don't interrupt." Everyone burst into laughter, but Shou blushed and scratched his head embarrassedly. Jiang Yuan said seriously, "Actually, Shou is right. In addition to marking meal times, the sundial also has other uses. For example, when the shadow reaches noon, it is the time when the chiefing people rush from the chiefing tribe to the Yunshi Valley. At this time, we must strengthen our defenses." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded solemnly. Only then did they feel the importance of the sundial from the bottom of their hearts. Jiang Yuan paused for a moment and continued, "When the shadow of the sundial needle completes a circle on the sundial surface, it is a day. Of course, we can't see the shadow at night. Is it so magical?" The head of the Tsang tribe stroked the sundial with a look of amazement. In one day and one night, the shadow just travels a circle on this stone. With the brain of the Tsang clan leader, he is temporarily unable to understand this magical phenomenon. But some smarter people in the tribe have roughly understood what Jiang Yuan meant. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and said, day plus night is 1 day, and 30 days is 1 month. Moon. Confusion appeared on the faces of many Yunshi people. It was the first time they came into contact with the concept of moon. Jiang Yuan added, that's right, a month is 30 days, 3 months is a season, and a season is 90 days. All the members of the Yunshi tribe were forced by Jiang Yuan to learn the rope counting method. They had a clearer concept of quantity, but they still had some difficulty understanding the concepts of month and season. They all looked as if they understood, but not quite. Excuse me, Lord Jiang Yuan, what is the use of the month and seasons you mentioned? Asked the lame elder Wei. The other tribesmen also looked at Jiang Yuan with eyes full of curiosity. Jiang Yuan said, of course it is useful. 3 months is a season, 4 seasons are a year, and a year is about 360 days. I tell you all this to make you understand that there are 4 seasons in a year, and these 4 seasons are closely related to our lives. Many Yunshi people. Jiang Yuan said awkwardly. The first season is called spring. In spring, everything comes back to life. The temperature rises, and birds sing and dance. Some time ago, was it exactly like the spring I was talking about? All the tribesmen nodded quickly. The scene a while ago was indeed exactly the same as the spring described by Lord Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan continued, after spring comes summer, which is the season we are in now. In summer, the sun is scorching, and we sweat like rain. All kinds of plants are very lush. The tribesmen nodded again. They looked up at the scorching sun. Now everyone was sweating profusely as soon as they started working. It was exactly the same situation as Jiang Yuan described. In autumn, the weather becomes cooler, the leaves fall, and all kinds of fruits are ripe. It is the harvest season. Both humans and animals are collecting food to prepare for winter. Winter is the coldest time of the year. In winter, there is heavy snow, rivers are frozen, vegetation is bare, and it is difficult to find food. After winter, there is spring again. So, there are 4 seasons in a year. Year after year, many members of the Yunshi tribe lowered their heads, savoring Jiang Yuan's words. What Jiang Yuan described was exactly the same as what they saw and experienced, without any difference. But they are still confused and have only a half understanding. After all, it is too difficult to expect them to learn it thoroughly all at once. Jiang Yuan looked at everyone. Only a few of them seemed to understand what he said, such as Lai, Qing, Shi, and Lang, most of whom were young people. Jiang Yuan paused and comforted everyone. I know you won't understand it right away. Don't worry. Let's take it slowly. I will continue to explain it to you later. When the many confused Yunshi people heard that Jiang Yuan would explain it later, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They were all afraid that they would not be able to learn it. Jiang Yuan said, now that we know the time, we also need to learn the direction. The direction where the sun rises is the east, the direction where the sun sets is the west and the north. After a long time, Qing said to Jiang Yuan with admiration, Yuan, you are amazing. You actually know so much. Jiang Yuan was slightly stunned. He really wanted to say that this was the crystallization of the wisdom of all mankind. But when Jiang Yuan saw that all 170 members of the Yunshi tribe were looking at him in admiration, he finally nodded shamelessly. Among the tribesmen, there was no end to the voices of worshipping Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan enjoyed the admiring gazes of the crowd, feeling a little flattered. The elephant in the crowd looked at Jiang Yuan, who was talking in the center of the crowd, with a complicated expression. In the eyes of the old elephant, Jiang Yuan was too smart and too scary. Jiang Yuan is like a natural leader in a tribe. The elephant then turned his gaze to Ao, who was sitting alone in the corner of the valley, drawing circles away from the crowd. Ever since he fell into the cellar and fainted last time, the child's personality has become withdrawn and he is unwilling to say a word to others. Xiang looked in the direction of Ao and couldn't help but shook his head slightly. Chapter 80, Glazing and Weaving. Put. Accompanied by loud shouts, 20 spear throwers threw their spears at the same time. 20 sharp spears shot out, flew 60 or 70 steps away, and pierced deeply into the 20 scarecrows, piercing their bodies through. This scarecrow was made by the members of the Jiang Yuan Church, and is mainly used for spear throwers and stone throwers to practice their accuracy. Under the scorching sun not far away, 20 stone throwers were sweating profusely under the leadership of Shou. However, they did not practice with stone throwing ropes. Instead, they all attacked with wooden sticks. Although their moves are messy and their fighting skills look horrible, this kind of simulated combat is still of great benefit to improving their combat effectiveness. In Jiang Yuan's words, the Yunqi tribe cannot always rely on javelins and stone-throwing ropes to fight the enemy. Sooner or later, they will have to face close combat with the chiefing tribe. Rather than falling into a disadvantage in a fight and dying in vain, it is better to improve your fighting skills first. After all, with the brute force and fighting skills of the chiefing tribe, close combat is enough to defeat 3 enemies at once. Jiang Yuan firmly believed this. As someone who had fought against red snakes, Jiang Yuan knew very well how terrifying these cannibals were when fighting in close combat. Next to the pottery kiln behind the river, Jiang Yuan was holding a huge pottery jar and carefully applying something on the jar with a small brush made of a strand of hair. There had been no movement in the chiefing tribe for many days, and Jiang Yuan felt a rare sense of relaxation. He had the rare leisure time to glaze the pottery jar here. The wolf came hurriedly and whispered something to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. Although he was mentally prepared, he still felt a little disappointed. It's okay. If you don't find them, forget it. Jiang Yuan told the wolf again. Remember to be alert and patrol more. Don't let your guard down. The chiefing tribe has been quiet for so many days. They might suddenly launch an attack. The wolf nodded slightly and left. The wolf has been searching for gum these days, but has always returned empty-handed. Because Jiang Yuan wanted to create a powerful weapon, bow and arrow. Nowadays, there are many big tendons left from slaughtering prey in the tribe. Jiang Yuan still has a saber-toothed tiger tendon that he has not used. In addition, he has cut a lot of feathers from the wings of wild pheasants. So Jiang Yuan came up with the idea of making bows and arrows. However, the manufacturing process of bows and arrows requires a higher level of craftsmanship and is not as simple as a spear thrower. Making bows and arrows not only requires suitable wood, but also arrowheads, arrow fletchings, and glue to bond the fletchings. Now that various materials are missing, Jiang Yuan can only give up the idea of making bows and arrows. As soon as the wolf left, Lai came running over again. What's wrong? Jiang Yuan asked. He picked up the deer hair brush, dipped it a few times in the glazed mud made of wood ash, red mud and clay, and continued to glaze the pottery jar. There are 2 lifelike flying birds on the pottery jar. It has to be said that Jiang Yuan's painting skills are indeed very good. Lai was a little dazed when he saw the flying bird on the pottery jar. He rubbed his eyes, and then reached out to touch the pottery jar to see if the bird had flown onto it. Jiang Yuan slapped his hand aside. The glaze hadn't dried yet, and it was scratched just by touching it. Lai scratched his head embarrassedly and smiled, then started to flatter Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan laughed and didn't take it seriously. However, as soon as Jiang Yuan finished laughing, Lai hugged Jiang Yuan's thighs and begged Jiang Yuan to draw a pottery jar for him as well. Jiang Yuan could only agree with a gloomy face. Lai then reported happily, Lord Jiang Yuan, our tribe's spear throwers can now hit the target within 70 steps. Good, well done. Jiang Yuan was also very happy to hear this. This was a great boost to the combat effectiveness of the Yunqi tribe. You have to know that in the past, spear throwers could only hit their target accurately within 50 steps. Don't underestimate this distance of 20 steps. On the battlefield, 1 step can mean the difference between life and death. Jiang Yuan immediately patted Lai on the shoulder and said, Let the tribesmen have a good rest at noon, because we still have to work in the afternoon. In the evening, I will make you food that you have never eaten before. The Yunqi tribe has only 40 or so strong adult men. They not only have to train in the morning, but also help the tribe build defenses in the afternoon, which is extremely hard. Lai's eyes lit up when he heard about food. Jiang Yuan invented barbecue, meat soup, meat broth, egg custard, fruit soup, stone barbecue, stone fried eggs, etc. Which one is not a top-notch delicacy? When Lai thought about the new food he would be able to eat soon, he couldn't help but wipe the saliva from the corner of his mouth and left happily. Now, under the guidance of Jiang Yuan, the Yunqi tribe has built 2 more pottery kilns, which can produce dozens of pottery pieces at a time. Jiang Yuan handed the glazed flying bird pottery jar to the tribesmen who made pottery, taught them how to apply glaze and prepare glazed mud, and then left. After Jiang Yuan toured the Yunqi Valley, he went to visit Elder Wu and Pan, as well as Xi's mother. One is his future grandfather, one is a wounded soldier, and the other is his future mother-in-law. Xi's mother was just an ordinary member of the tribe and could not enjoy the benefits brought by the status of a witch, so Jiang Yuan specially brought her some animal skins, some fruits, and a piece of barbecue. Although he could see Patriarch Song every day, Jiang Yuan still went to visit both Patriarch Song and Aunt Wan. After saying goodbye to the two, Jiang Yuan hurried to the cave where supplies were stored and took out a bundle of 3-strand ropes. Jiang Yuan plans to weave a fishing net. Fishing nets are extremely useful. Not only can they be used for fishing and hunting, but they can also be used in battles. There are many different kinds of fish in the river behind the valley of Yunshi tribe. Each one of them is round and plump and looks very tempting. However, since most of the Yunshi tribe members cannot swim and dare not approach the river, no one fishes there. However, once they encounter Jiang Yuan, their miserable life will begin. When Jiang Yuan returned to the cave with the 3-strand rope, Qing Hushi was next to the cave, leading the 10 female members of the medical team to grind medicinal powder and learn to identify various herbs. These herbs mainly include puffballs for reducing swelling and stopping bleeding, hay for clearing away heat and detoxifying, and some herbs for detoxifying snake venom. Jiang Yuan is very busy with affairs and cannot spare time for many things, so it is impossible for him to waste time treating the illnesses and injuries of his tribesmen. The witch who used to be responsible for treating the tribe's illnesses is now getting older and older and is unable to do many things. In addition, Wu's medical skills were indeed crude and primitive, so Jiang Yuan was a little worried about them. So he specially trained a medical team to treat the illnesses and injuries of his tribesmen. After telling Qing Hushi that they could ask him if they had any questions, Jiang Yuan dived into the cave. Jiang Yuan had never woven a fishing net before, but he had the general steps of weaving a fishing net in his mind. Jiang Yuan could only learn by trial and error while trying to weave it. Weaving a fishing net is naturally full of difficulties and troubles at the beginning. Once a mistake is made, it needs to be taken apart and rewoven repeatedly, which is extremely testing of one's patience. However, Jiang Yuan quickly mastered the essentials of weaving fishing nets. The difficulty in weaving a fishing net lies mainly in the weaving of the mesh and the knots. However, after learning the first step, all you have to do is repeat it continuously, which is very simple. Seeing that Kingexi was free, Jiang Yuan immediately called the 2 women to help. It took the 3 of them 4 or 5 hours, and finally before dusk, they successfully completed the edge locking of the fishing net and wove a large fishing net of 4 or 5 square meters. Chapter 81: Fishing in the Water. The summer is hot, and the heat is unbearable. Even dusk comes a little later than usual. The sun was setting in the west, and the golden afterglow covered the Yunshi Valley. The air was very hot and dry, with not a single cool breeze. Jiang Yuan led Kingexi to the river behind the valley, hoping to catch some fat fish with a fishing net before nightfall. These primitive people could hardly eat such a fresh fish in their entire lives. The river at the back of the valley was wide, winding through the entire Yunshi Valley. Jiang Yuan led the 2 women to find an empty spot upstream of the river. Jiang Yuan took off the saber-toothed tiger skin on his body and plunged into the river with a splash. The clear, cool river water soaked my whole body, dispelling the stuffiness in my body and the irritability in my heart. "Call!" Jiang Yuan shouted cheerfully and waved in the river, asking Kingexi to jump in and wash his body as well. "Come on!" Jiang Yuan scooped up some cool river water and poured it on his face, inviting the 2 of them. "It's really cool. Come and take a shower." "Do you want to take a shower, Qing?" She looked at Jiang Yuan swimming freely in the river. She bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth and asked Qing softly. Qing's cheeks had already turned as red as a monkey's, but due to shame, and she quickly shook her head to refuse. And when Qing saw the river, he felt a little scared. "Then I'll accompany Jiang Yuan to take a bath." She said this deliberately to Qing. Qing frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy, but still nodded silently. She said in a low voice, "You guys go wash, I'll keep an eye on him for you." She nodded slightly. She was not very afraid of the river water. Besides, she had been busy all afternoon and had sweated a lot. She couldn't wait to wash her body. She and Jiang Yuan have been honest with each other, so they are not that shy. She stood on the shore and took off her animal skin, revealing her tall, fair body. Jiang Yuan's eyes almost popped out as he watched from the river. Qing turned her head away shyly, not daring to look at her. While they were swimming in the stream, Jiang Yuan pulled her into his arms. "What are you doing?" She was held in Jiang Yuan's arms. She was so scared that she hugged Jiang Yuan's neck tightly, and her legs swung wildly in the river. "Help you take a bath." Jiang Yuan pecked her tender red lips. "I can wash myself." She refused shyly, trying to break free from Jiang Yuan's arms around her slender waist. However, before she could refuse, Jiang Yuan had already kissed her lips, and then moved all the way down to kiss Shangxi's lips again. Don't." She leaned her back on the rocks in the river. She shouted no, but did not struggle. Her beautiful eyes were misty as she quietly enjoyed Jiang Yuan's service. Qing, who was taking a walk on the shore, already had the urge to flee. How could these 2 people be so evil? Jiang Yuan kissed her for a long time before he stood up and let go of Shi, who was already exhausted. Looking at Qing, who was lying by the river with her back to them, looking uncomfortable and at a loss, Jiang Yuan quietly swam to her side and dragged her into the river. Ah! Qing screamed in fright and struggled violently. Don't move. Jiang Yuan hugged her tightly and took off the animal skin that was wet by the river water. No. Qing covered Jiang Yuan's hand and refused with a pitiful face. It's okay. Jiang Yuan's tone was gentle and firm, and he didn't allow Qing to refuse. Qing had no choice but to let him do what he wanted. Fearing being seen, he kept sticking his head out of the river to look around. Don't be afraid. There's no one here. Jiang Yuan comforted her while holding her and swimming towards the deep part of the river. Afraid of the clear river water, he clung to Jiang Yuan like an octopus. Jiang Yuan felt both enjoyment and discomfort, but it was the first time he saw Qing's body after taking off the animal skin, and his eyes looked at her body wantonly. Let me give you a bath, Jiang Yuan said softly, and then kissed Qing's rosy lips. The three of them played and washed in the river for a long time before they stopped playing, picked up the woven fishing nets, and started fishing in the river. These plump fish may look a little silly because they have never been caught by humans. When they saw the three people swimming towards the open fishing net, they did not choose to run away. Instead, they happily waved their tails and fins and swam towards the three people. They swam around them as if they were playing in the water, and some even took the initiative to get into the open fishing net. Jiang Yuan silently said in his heart, I'm sorry, I will try my best to make the food more delicious to make it up to you. Huching, and she collected the net and came ashore. There were more than a dozen fat fish in the net, each weighing 7 or 8 kilograms. They were full of energy and kept jumping in the net. It is no exaggeration to say that the sun at dusk in summer is scorching. After the three people came ashore, the water droplets on their bodies were dried up in a short while. After the three of them put on animal skins, they picked up the fishing net, holding a dozen fat fish, and walked towards the front of the valley. When passing by the cloud tree, Jiang Yuan looked up at the cloud fruits on the tree. It had been dozens of days since he came to the Yunshi tribe, but the cloud fruits on the tree were still so green. Is this cloud fruit so difficult to mature? Jiang Yuan asked with some confusion. She nodded slightly and said, we have to wait a few more months for these cloud fruits to fully mature in winter. After Jiang Yuan's popularization of knowledge, she, who was a quick learner, had already understood the concepts of month, season, year, and direction. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. The growth cycle of this cloud fruit is almost as long as that of winter wheat. When Jiang Yuan thought of wheat, he couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know how long it had been since he had enjoyed the taste of rice and flour. When we arrived at the center of the valley, the tribesmen had already started distributing food, including egg custard, fruit, barbecue, and pheasant soup. Today, the Yunshi tribe raises nearly 200 wild pheasants. These pheasants have their wings clipped and cannot fly away. Apart from eating the food provided by the Yunshi people every day, they can only stay in the grass cages or walk around and peck at food within the fence. The egg-laying rate of these wild pheasants has also increased a lot. According to Elder Wei, about 60 to 70 pheasant eggs can be collected every day. When Jiang Yuan came among the tribesmen carrying a fishing net with fish, the tribesmen of the Yunshi tribe opened their eyes wide and stared blankly at the fish in the net. It cannot be said that these primitive people had never eaten fish, but it was very rare. Some of them probably only ate it once in their entire lives. Now, seeing Jiang Yuan coming over with a dozen lively, plump, and round fish, they were naturally shocked. When Lai saw Jiang Yuan coming, he excitedly ran to Jiang Yuan and reached out to take the fishing net in his hand. Jiang Yuan grabbed his hand and asked with a smile, "Do you want to eat?" Lai nodded eagerly. "Then come and help me." Jiang Yuan asked Lai to pick up the stone knife and taught him how to scrape off the scales and tail, remove the gills, and clean out the internal organs. Looking at the many tribesmen who were surrounding the fish in circles, staring at them eagerly, Jiang Yuan felt a little troubled. After cleaning and cooking a fish, it would weigh only 5 or 6 kilograms at most. Even if all the dozen or so fish here were cooked into food, it would not be enough for the 170 Yunshi people. He thought about it for a moment and then came up with an idea. Jiang Yuan coughed slightly and said to everyone, "Do you want to eat fish?" "Think." All the tribesmen responded in unison, each of them looking excited and impatient, eager to eat the fish. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and said, "This amount of fish is definitely not enough. Each person can only eat a small piece." Looking at the slightly disappointed faces, Jiang Yuan said loudly, "If you want to eat fish, then jump into the river and catch fish yourself." Many tribesmen looked at each other in bewilderment. Most of these primitive people had a natural fear of rivers. The reason why Jiang Yuan said this was because the spear throwers and stone throwers had already occupied all the adult strong men in the Yunshi tribe. It is impossible for Jiang Yuan to assign some people from the stone throwing and spear throwing hands to fish just for the sake of food for his people. If the tribesmen want to eat fish, they can only do it themselves. By the way, they can also go down to the river to fish and change their fear of water. Jiang Yuan thought to himself, it is not impossible to set up a special fishing team in the future. Song walked up to Jiang Yuan and whispered, Jiang Yuan, they don't dare to go down to the river. And the fish are so cunning, it's hard to catch them. Jiang Yuan smiled, shook his head, and whispered, they will. Chief Song was confused and didn't know why Jiang Yuan was so confident. Jiang Yuan shook the fishing net in his hand and said, as long as we have this and they have tasted the delicious fish, some people will definitely overcome their fear of rivers and go fishing. Chapter 82. War breaks out. What is this? Song fiddled with the fishing net in his hand and asked, is this how you catch fish? Yes. Jiang Yuan nodded, and he unfolded the fishing net and said, this is a fishing net. When the time comes, we can unfold the fishing net in the river and catch fish at will. Song's eyes were filled with joy. He imagined the scene of having fish for every meal in the future, and he couldn't help but grin with joy. Jiang Yuan added in a more serious tone, fishing nets can do more than just catch fish. When we go to war with the chiefing tribe, we can stand on the cross bridge and cast the fishing nets, or we can lay fishing nets in the river. Those cannibals will be tied up by the fishing nets and unable to move. Then they will be like fish on the chopping board, ready for us to slaughter. Chief Tsang nodded excitedly. Although he didn't understand what the fish on the chopping board meant, he could imagine what a huge role the fishing net would play in the battle. The head of the Tsang clan held Jiang Yuan's hand and asked anxiously, how many of these fishing nets have you made now? Jiang Yuan smiled and said, I just made this fishing net today. There is only this one. Why don't you hurry up and have someone make it? Chief Tsang looked somewhat dissatisfied. He said in a deep voice, the chiefing tribe has been silent for so many days. We have killed so many of their people. Sooner or later, they will come back for revenge. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. He naturally knew the threat posed by the chiefing tribe. The chiefing tribe has always been a stone weighing on his heart. He will not be at peace until the chiefing tribe is eliminated. It's a pity that there is a huge gap in strength between the Yunshi tribe and the chiefing tribe, and they can only passively defend themselves by relying on defensive facilities such as wooden doors. If we walk out of Yunshi Valley and take the initiative to attack, we will undoubtedly die in vain. So this is exactly what worries Jiang Yuan. If he cannot take the initiative to attack, then the constraints of the chiefing tribe on the Yunshi tribe will be too severe. First of all, there is no way to obtain food, and the Yunshi tribe can only eat up all the food. I will teach the tribesmen how to weave fishing nets tomorrow, Jiang Yuan said to Chief Tsang. He stood up and prepared to grill the fish. Lai had already cleaned more than a dozen fish. Jiang Yuan planned to grill the fish because Elder Wei had already led the tribe to make wild pheasant soup. Moreover, grilling can effectively suppress the fishy smell of fish. Jiang Yuan put the fish through the branches and grilled it on the campfire. The fish is plump and delicious, and during the roasting process the fish oil keeps dripping onto the burning wood, making a sizzling sound. In a short while, the aroma of the fish had attracted many members of the Yunshi tribe. They stared at the fish on the fire rack, each of them drooling and wiping the corners of their mouths. Jiang Yuan found it very funny. He picked up a rabbit hairbrush, dipped it in some lard stored from slaughtering wild boars in the tribe, and brushed it on both sides of the grilled fish. The grilled fish immediately became even more fragrant. About 10 minutes later, when Jiang Yuan felt the fish were almost done, he took 2 of them away, shook the grilled fish towards the whole tribe, and said with a smile, if you want to eat fish, go catch them yourself. But be sure to pay attention to safety. Jiang Yuan asked Lai to preside over the distribution of the remaining dozen grilled fish, while he and a group of tribal leaders sat around grilled fish, pheasant soup, grilled meat, egg custard, and other foods. Come, try the grilled fish. Jiang Yuan took out a tiger-tooth dagger, cut the grilled fish into pieces, and distributed them to the chief of the Tsang clan, Qing, Shi, the 2 elders, Wan, and others. Everyone tasted the delicious fish and praised it highly. Only Jiang Yuan sighed slightly after taking a bite of the fish. There was no salt, no seasoning, no onion, ginger, garlic, pepper, or chili. With his picky taste, the grilled fish in his hand was hard to swallow. What's wrong? Is it not tasty? Qing looked at Jiang Yuan's expression and asked with concern. Jiang Yuan shook his head and said nothing. The thought of having no salt made him feel weak all over. However, not eating salt for a long time will indeed cause adverse symptoms such as physical fatigue. But now, let alone looking for salt. They didn't even dare to go out through the wooden door of Yunxi Valley. Damn chiefing tribe. Jiang Yuan cursed angrily. Everyone thought Jiang Yuan was worried about the chiefing tribe's attack, but Elder Wei advised, Master Jiang Yuan, there is nothing to be afraid of from the chiefing tribe. Don't worry. They have come so many times, but didn't they leave dozens of bodies behind and run away each time? Jiang Yuan smiled and nodded without explaining to anyone. Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment and said to everyone, I recently invented another tool, the fishing net. Jiang Yuan placed the fishing net in the middle of the crowd and said, this kind of thing is very useful. Jiang Yuan immediately explained to everyone the purpose of the fishing net. Everyone held the fishing net in their hands and watched. Jiang Yuan added, originally, the task of making tools and building tribal defense facilities was given to Elder Pan, but Elder Pan was injured recently. I have discussed with Chief Tsang and plan to assign these two tasks to others, while Elder Pan will take good care of his injuries. Chief Tsang nodded slightly. Elder Pan said excitedly, Lord Jiang Yuan, although I am injured, there is no problem in doing my job. He also punched his strong chest. Jiang Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, when you recover from your injuries, these missions will still be yours. Elder Pan looked very helpless. Jiang Yuan said to Wen again, Wen, recently your tribesmen don't have to go out to pick fruits, so the task of making tools from now on will be yours. Wen nodded slightly and said that it was no problem. She was the one who made the rattan shield some time ago. Jiang Yuan added, now the tribe has a large number of weapons and tools, so there is no need to make more. I want the tribesmen to focus on making fishing nets, which will be used in the future when fighting with the chiefing tribe. I will teach you how to weave fishing nets later. Wen nodded and said, okay. Jiang Yuan added, as for the defense of the tribe, the wolves will be responsible for it in the future. The wolves will also be responsible for the tribe's vigilance and patrol missions. The wolf sitting nearby said excitedly, I guarantee that I will complete the mission. This young man, who originally hated Jiang Yuan extremely, has now become completely convinced and devoted to Jiang Yuan. This is enough to show Jiang Yuan's prestige and personal charm in the tribe. Only Elder Pan sighed slightly. Jiang Yuan laughed, patted Elder Pan on the shoulder, cut him a piece of juicy barbecue and comforted him. Elder Pan, don't be discouraged. When your injury is healed, the Tsang clan leader will still have important uses for you in the future. Elder Pan nodded helplessly. Jiang Yuan looked back and saw the members of the Yunxi tribe licking their fingers, savoring the deliciousness of the fish. He laughed from the bottom of his heart. Jiang Yuan poured all his efforts into this tribe. Only when Yunxi develops better and better can Jiang Yuan feel gratified from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, Chiefing Valley. The valley was covered with dark clouds, the wind was foul, the ground was covered with blood and mud, and it was dark. Only the blazing fire on the altar slightly lit up this huge and gloomy valley. On the throne, Chi Man was holding a voluptuous female tribesman in his arms and was touching her all over. This female tribesman was captured from another tribe some time ago, and Chi Man loved her very much. And below the altar and the throne, more than 300 strong and sturdy chiefing people stood with spears in their hands, and there were more than 100 young children with red hair and green faces, also with ferocious looks on their faces. Chi Shan came over quickly and whispered to Chi Man, Father, I have prepared all the weapons that the wizard ordered me to make. Okay. Chi Man happily pinched the female tribesman in his arms, causing her to cry out in pain. Chi Man still felt unsatisfied, and his grip and movements became increasingly brutal and rough, causing the female tribesman in his arms to scream in agony. Chi Man seemed to enjoy hearing her screams. He grinned and said hatefully, Tomorrow, we will attack the Yunxi tribe and avenge our people. The wizard of the chiefing tribe walked out from the dark corner at this time. He walked step by step to the top of the altar, with flames burning under his feet. The chiefing wizard faced all the chiefing people, holding up a white bone staff. A long snake with black scales and purple tongue coiled on his arm, its head arched and its tongue hissing. Chiefing wizard said loudly, when the great sacrifice was over, the heavens told me that if we attack the Yunxi tribe tomorrow, we will definitely win. We will win. We will win. We will win. Upon hearing this, all the chiefing people were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They all shouted angrily, including the young children, whose faces were ferocious. Chi Man stood up from the throne, raised his right arm high, and shouted loudly, Tomorrow, all the tribesmen will flatten the Yunxi Valley in one fell swoop. Flatten the Yunxi Valley. The roar pierced the clouds and split the rocks, startling the birds and beasts, and echoing throughout the entire Chiefing Valley. Chapter 83 Chiefing Attack. The The sun is high in the sky, scorching the earth. In Yunqi Valley, Jiang Yuan was instructing one and others to weave fishing nets. It is not difficult to learn how to weave a fishing net. With so many people weaving, several fishing nets are now almost finished, with only the last step of edge locking remaining. Jiang Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. The last time it rained was when he had just fired the pottery basin. Since then, there had been no rain in the Lizhan Mountains for nearly a month. The heat was so intense that even the branches and leaves of the big trees were scorched by the sun, not at all consistent with the capricious summer weather. Jiang Yuan glanced at the projection on the sundial. It was almost noon, and he had no mind to do anything else. He just wanted to go to the river behind the valley and take a good bath. The tribesmen stopped working and were hiding under the shade of trees or in caves to rest. Many tribesmen greeted Jiang Yuan respectfully when they saw him, and Jiang Yuan responded one by one. Whoa! The high-pitched and exciting sound of a horn suddenly resounded throughout the Yunqi Valley, and all the Yunqi people froze in their tracks. Jiang Yuan suddenly turned around and looked in the direction where the horn sounded, the entrance to Yunqi Valley. Jiang Yuan's expression changed slightly. The chiefing tribe is here after all. Hundreds of Yunqi people have rushed out of the cave and are running towards the wooden gate of the Yunqi Valley. Roaring, noise, shouting. All kinds of sounds echoed throughout the Yunqi Valley. Jiang Yuan ran back to his cave, picked up the iron spear, and walked towards the gate of Yunqi Valley. Jiang Yuan approached the wooden door. Wolf was leading several tribesmen to reinforce the door. The heavy door not only had 3 bolts, but also 3 solid woods tightly supported behind it. Master Jiang Yuan, Wolf said anxiously. People from the chiefing tribe are here. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. Is there any problem with the wooden door? The wolf replied, no. Jiang Yuan's knuckles turned slightly white as he held the iron spear with too much force. He had a premonition that the chiefing tribe's attack today would be their largest and most ferocious yet. In less than half a minute, 170 members of the Yunqi tribe had gathered in front of the wooden door. The atmosphere was heavy and solemn. At the front, 20 spear throwers were armed with spear throwers and sharp spears, and were also equipped with a wooden spear for close combat. 20 stone-throwing men followed closely behind, holding rattan shields, with stone-throwing ropes on their waists, and also equipped with a wooden spear. The 40 elite soldiers of the Yunqi tribe were all wearing wolf skins and fully armed, and they already had a fierce and brave aura. All the other tribesmen, regardless of age or gender, held wooden spears and were eager to fight. The successive victories over the chiefing tribe brought the morale of the Yunqi tribe to its peak. It can be said that the Yunqi people have basically eliminated their fear of the chiefing tribe. The head of the Tsang tribe came quickly with a wooden spear in his hand. Jiang Yuan looked at him and nodded slightly. Jiang Yuan solemnly issued an order to everyone. Patriarch Tsang and I will be stationed at the front wooden gate of Yunqi Valley. Lai, lead 20 spear throwers to the crossbridge corridor. Yes. Lai roared. Shou, lead 20 stone throwers to help Lai defend the wooden gate. Yes. Shou waved the wooden spear, and the flying stone hand followed closely behind. Elder Wei, Wolf. The 2 of you will each lead 30 tribesmen to the river gap at the back of the valley and use the horn to communicate. Yes. Elder Wei and Wolf responded at the same time and immediately went to the river behind the valley to defend. Qing, Shi, you 2 lead the medical team and be ready to treat the people at any time. Yes, responded the medical team of 12 female members of the tribe. 1. You lead 10 tribesmen to start boiling broth, transport weapons, and prepare to defend against the enemy. One responded with a heavy face. The remaining 50 or so tribesmen, men, women, young and old, are all here to assist in the defense, ready to hold up the wooden door at any time. Yes, all the remaining tribesmen shouted in unison, and their voices shook the valley. 170 members of the Yunqi tribe immediately took action in a tense and orderly manner. Jiang Yuan said to Elder Pan and Yinshi in a deep voice, "Follow me." Jiang Yuan, clan leader Tsang, and 3 others climbed up the stone steps and came to the horizontal bridge. 20 spear throwers and stone throwers were ready for battle. Each spear thrower was equipped with 20 spears, and each stone thrower was surrounded by a pile of rubble like a small mountain. Jiang Yuan just didn't believe that the Yunqi tribe, which had made sufficient preparations for the battle this time, could still fight to the point where they ran out of ammunition and food like last time. Moreover, there were 10 huge stones and thick tree trunks piled up above the tunnel. These were the rolling stones and logs that Jiang Yuan had his people prepare after he defeated the Qishan leader last time. Come on. Jiang Yuan tightly grasped the wooden spear and looked towards the front of Yunqi Valley. He had enough confidence that he could win this battle. In front of the Yunshi Valley, 350 people from the chiefing tribe stood with spears in their hands. They all have red hair and green faces, canine teeth, and are sturdy and strong. Looking from a distance, it is terrifying, and its bloodthirsty and brave momentum is creepy. People who are not in the know, seeing their horrific appearance, would think they were an army of evil spirits crawling out from hell. For this attack, except for leaving 20 people in the chiefing valley to look after the children and guard the prey, it can be said that the Chi-Man mobilized all the strength of the chiefing tribe. And he did it himself. Chi-Man was standing far away in the Yunshi Valley. On his right was his son Chi-Shan, and on his left was his most capable subordinate, Chi-Shi. Chi-Shi was like a giant, more than 2 meters tall, with a broad back, thick arms, and a round waist. His whole body was like a moving mountain of flesh. Even Chi-Man and Chi-Shan, father and son, who were nearly 2 meters tall, looked a little petite compared to him. Chi-Man looked into the distance at the horizontal bridge built across the Yunshi Valley, the corridor, and the erected wooden door. His eyes narrowed slightly, with an incredible look on his face. How did the Yunshi tribe come up with this defensive method? Chi-Shu said in a gruff voice, Master Chi-Man, don't worry. With me here, I can definitely knock those logs away and rush into Yunshi Valley. Chi-Man nodded slightly and said happily, okay. Chi-Shan secretly curled his lips. In his opinion, the red pig was just a useless fat wild boar, except for relying on its physique to gain some advantages when fighting with others. Chi-Shan even felt that he could burst the fat belly of the red pig with a single punch of all his strength. Chi-Man raised his eyes to look at the horizontal bridge again. When he saw the 40 Yunshi people wearing wolf skins, ready for battle, and full of fighting spirit, his expression changed slightly. When he faced these people from the Yunshi tribe, it was like he was facing a group of wild wolves with sharp claws and fangs. This is the momentum that can only be achieved after experiencing fierce fighting. Chi-Man said slowly and solemnly. These bastards from the Yunshi tribe seem to be different from before. They seem to have become more capable of fighting. Although he said this, his eyes were still filled with contempt. You must know that when the chiefing tribe fought alone against the entire Lizhan Mountains, Chi-Man, alone with a spear, fought against more than a dozen people without being at a disadvantage, and even killed a few of them. Its strength and bravery are evident from this. Chi-Shan, who had just fought with the Yunshi tribe, sneered, Father, although they have changed, they are still worms. Under your leadership, we can definitely crush the Yunshi tribe. Chapter 84. The army approaches the border. The 3 Chi-Mans observed the Yunshi Valley. On the horizontal bridge, Jiang Yuan, Chief Tsang, and others were also looking at the chiefing people who were camping outside the Yunshi Valley. Jiang Yuan's expression was somewhat solemn. After a rough estimate, he knew that the number of chiefing tribe members who came to attack this time was over 300, or even close to 400. In terms of numbers, the 40 adult male members of the Yunshi tribe can be said to be outnumbered 10 to 1. If we convert the fighting power of the chiefing tribe members into 1 against 3, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it is 1 against 30. The gap in strength between the 2 tribes can be said to be huge and extremely disparate. Jiang Yuan clenched the iron spear in his hand, feeling a little heavy-hearted. If the Yunshi tribe did not have defensive facilities such as wooden doors and powerful weapons such as spear throwers, the Yunshi tribe would probably have been wiped out by the chiefing tribe without leaving any trace. Who are those 2 people beside Chi-Shan? Jiang Yuan looked at the 3 people 100 steps away. He only recognized Chi-Shan. Chief Tsang clenched his fists, looking extremely nervous, and it seemed that he was frightened by the huge scale of the chiefing tribe's attack. He spoke slowly. The man in the middle is Chi-Man, the chief of the Chi-Feng tribe and Chi-Shan's father. Chief Tsang paused for a moment and said, I didn't expect that he would personally attack the Yunshi tribe. Is he very powerful? Jiang Yuan asked as he looked at Chi-Man. Chief Tsang was silent for a moment, but Elder Pan said, very powerful. I was no match for him when I was young. Jiang Yuan was slightly surprised. When Elder Pan was young, he was the most powerful man in the Yunshi tribe. He could fight 2 cannibals alone and not be at a disadvantage. Even though he was old and injured, he could still hold out against Chi-Shan for a long time. Now that Elder Pan admitted it so frankly, Jiang Yuan no longer dared to underestimate Chi-Man. Jiang Yuan looked at Chi-Man. This man was tall and strong, as powerful as a bear or tiger. He was still in his prime, and at first glance he looked like a brave and strong man. Jiang Yuan met Chi-Man's tiger eyes from a distance of 100 steps, and his heart was startled and his back tightened. Bloodthirsty, cold, ruthless, cruel, fierce. Jiang Yuan couldn't describe the look in his eyes. This kind of look could only be possessed by someone who had crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Jiang Yuan didn't know how many people this Qi man had killed and eaten to have such a fierce look that made people's hearts flutter and dare not look directly at it. The feeling that Qi man's eyes gave Jiang Yuan was just like the feeling of meeting the eyes of a saber-toothed tiger. It made his heart go cold and his whole body stiff. Jiang Yuan gripped the iron spear. The snow-white, sharp blade gleamed coldly in the sun, and the blood soaked on the spear handle told of its glory. Alien wolves, saber-toothed tigers, giant pythons, giant crocodiles, mountain wolves, countless prehistoric beasts died under this iron spear with a Tang sword as its blade, and countless cannibals became victims of this sword. According to Jiang Yuan's own estimation, at least dozens of cannibals died under this iron spear. Why should I be afraid of you? Jiang Yuan thought to himself, staring at Qi Man without any fear, refusing to give even a little. As a time traveler, if I can't beat you, I'd better not stay in the time travel circle. Who's that person next to him? Jiang Yuan asked in surprise as he looked at the red pig that looked like a mountain of flesh. With such a huge body, even a rock that was nearly 2 meters tall seemed a little fragile in front of him, just like the visual sense given by O'Neill and Yao Ming. This man's name is Qi Zhu. Song introduced Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan's face was full of question marks. Why are the names of the chiefing tribe members so strange? There is a red stone in front and a red pig in the back. Could it be that these guys not only like to eat human flesh, but also have a special liking for eating shit? Jiang Yuan shook his head to dispel the ridiculous thoughts in his mind. With a powerful enemy at the doorstep and a large army approaching, he should be ready for battle at all times. It seems these guys are determined to destroy the Yunxi tribe in one fell swoop. Jiang Yuan said with a sneer. According to Wu's estimation of the number of tribesmen in the chiefing tribe, the Qimans are definitely betting all their capital on this attack. If they dare to come, we will make sure they never come back, said the silly-looking rock with a serious face. Jiang Yuan looked at Yinshi in shock. Since when did Yinshi become an idiom? Could it be that this seemingly simple and honest rock is also a time traveler? Is he hiding so deeply? Yinshi saw Jiang Yuan's surprised look, touched the back of his head with his big hand, grinned, and said, Master Jiang Yuan, I learned this from you. Jiang Yuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help rolling his eyes. He once again looked solemnly at the chiefing tribe. This battle will definitely be a hard and bloody one. This battle will definitely determine the future direction of the war between the Yunxi tribe and the chiefing tribe. Therefore, in this battle, the Yunxi tribe must win and can only win. The Tsang clan leader put his hand over his eyes, blocking out the strong sunlight, and looking out. Why don't these guys attack yet? The more the chiefing tribe did not move, the more panicked Chief Tsang became. If they all rushed forward, Chief Tsang would not be so worried. Jiang Yuan slowly said, The chiefing tribe has traveled for half a day and has come from a long distance. They will definitely rest before launching an attack. Since the last battle with Qi Shan, Jiang Yuan discovered that these primitive people had extremely rich combat experience and should not be underestimated. The last time, Qi Shan first rested on the spot, then sent people to test the attack, and finally created an illusion and launched a sneak attack from the river behind the Yunxi Valley. It was in this battle that Elder Pan was seriously injured, and the Yunxi tribe lost 10 members. So from then on, Jiang Yuan no longer dared to look down on these primitive people and put away his contempt for them. Jiang Yuan is indeed smarter, knows more, and can create more powerful weapons. However, when it comes to experience in commanding battles, Jiang Yuan knows very well that he is not as rich as these primitive people. At noon, the sun was scorching and the air was slightly deformed by the heat. The leaves on the trees, which should have been lush green, were now yellow and curled. In a short while, the people in Yunxi standing on the horizontal bridge were all red from the scorching sun and were sweating profusely. Jiang Yuan's heart sank slightly. Originally, they should have been able to take advantage of the situation and annihilate the cannibals, but now, the enemies were resting comfortably while they were being exposed to the scorching sun. Everyone, hide under the corridor and rest, Jiang Yuan said in a deep voice. The 20 spear throwers and stone throwers did not hesitate and immediately went into the shade. Looking at the puzzled and nervous eyes of the Tsang clan leader, Jiang Yuan explained, If we stay in the sun for a while longer, the chiefing tribe will fall before they attack us. Chief Tsang looked up at the scorching sun. The scorching sunlight was so bright that he couldn't open his eyes at all. He could only nod helplessly. Father, why are they gone? Qi Shan looked at the Yunxi people who were standing on guard in the corridor and suddenly disappeared, and immediately reminded him with a nervous heart. He was well aware of the cunningness of the Yunxi tribe. Qi Man sneered. It's because they can't stand the sun. They want to rest, but I want to attack. Qi Man waved his hand, and nearly 400 chiefing people raised their spears and moved forward with terrifying momentum. Although there were less than 400 of them, they gave people the feeling of a mighty army. It was no exaggeration to say that they were so powerful that they could swallow up mountains and rivers. Seeing the high morale of his people, Chi Man nodded with satisfaction. Even if there was a mountain ahead, he had absolute confidence that he could flatten it with ease. Chapter 85, Chiefing Tribe's Preparation. Kill him. Nearly 400 people from the chiefing tribe roared in unison, their voices shaking the sky. Led by Qi Zhu and Qi Shan, they rushed towards the Yunxi Valley like a raging tide. Its unstoppable momentum seemed to be able to overturn the entire Yunxi Valley. Spear throwers and stone throwers, get ready. Jiang Yuan shouted and swung his iron spear. 40 spear throwers and stone throwers stood out from the shade, holding up their spear throwers and stone throwing ropes. The spears were sharp, rocks flew, and bones broke. They were ready to attack. As long as the chiefing tribe advanced within 100 steps, these cannibals would be prevented from returning. Qi Shan waved a wooden spear, and Qi Ji carried a wooden stick on his shoulder. The two of them were on the left and right sides of the chiefing tribe to provide support. Within 100 steps, Jiang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Put! He shouted angrily. 20 sharp spears pierced the sky, shining coldly under the scorching sun, and shot directly at the people of the chiefing tribe. Puff! More than a dozen vanguards of the chiefing tribe fell in a pool of blood in an instant. As soon as they fell to the ground, they were trampled by the tribesmen behind them, with mud flying and blood splattering. These dozen or so dead chiefing people were like a wave splashing in the sea, insignificant and did not cause any waves. It couldn't even stop the chiefing tribe's offensive. Looking at the chiefing tribe's unstoppable offensive, Shou laughed and said, "If you want to make these guys stop, we have to rely on our stone throwers." He was full of confidence. Every time the chiefing tribe attacked, they were beaten by flying stones and fled in panic, covering their heads and howling on the ground. Get ready. The hunter narrowed his eyes slightly, and while the spear thrower was retreating to reload the spear, he shouted, "Vote for me." 20 double-strand flying stone ropes were swung in the air, like arrows shot from a bow, causing the wind to whistle and smash more than 100 stones out. Die, you damned chiefing tribe. Shou was full of confidence. He couldn't wait to see the cannibals' heads being smashed by stones and their brains splattered. Jiang Yuan felt a vague sense of uneasiness in his heart. This uneasiness came from the thick wooden blocks in the hands of the charging cannibals. Qi Shan, who was running at full speed, looked at the overwhelming stones and put on a mocking sneer on his face. Damn Yunxi tribe. Let's see how you can stop the chiefing tribe this time. Give me the gear. Qi Shan roared angrily, and his voice even suppressed the sound of the charge of nearly 400 people from the chiefing tribe. Crash. There was a commotion at the front of the chiefing tribe, and then the cannibals who were charging actually raised large planks. It is not appropriate to call it a wooden board because it is too thick and rough. It looks more like the trunk of a big tree that was split and then held above the heads of these cannibals. It took nearly 10 chiefing people to lift a heavy wooden board. Because of this action, the entire charge of the chiefing tribe was slightly stagnant and the speed was slowed down a lot. But there were wooden boards covering their heads. Crash. Hundreds of flying rocks poured down like a rainstorm, hitting the heads of the chiefing people one after another. Although some cannibals were injured by the rocks, this was nothing to mention compared to the attack of the entire chiefing tribe. Damn Yunxi tribe. I wonder how you can stop us this time. Qi Shan stuck his head out from the wooden board and laughed wildly and ferociously at the Yunxi people on the horizontal bridge. Destroy the Yunxi tribe. The red pig moved under the wooden board like a mountain of flesh. He roared with all his might. The weapon in his hand was a long and thick wooden stick, which was terrifyingly heavy. Destroy the Yunxi tribe. Nearly 400 chiefing people roared in unison. Their voices were passionate and their fighting spirit was high. Their momentum and roars were like a terrifying tsunami that covered the sky and drowned all the Yunxi people. How could this happen? Shou screamed, his face pale. The overwhelming flying stone attack by 20 stone-throwing fighters caused minimal damage to the people of the chiefing tribe. All the Yunxi people on the Hengqiao corridor became panicked when they saw this scene. They looked at the wooden boards piled up above the heads of the chiefing people and even forgot to load their flying stones and spears out of panic. Jiang Yuan, what should we do? Chief Tsang's face turned pale instantly when he saw this scene. The flying stone rope that the Yunxi tribe was proud of only injured 3 or 4 cannibals in one round of attack. Is it true that the Yunxi tribe will be exterminated by the chiefing tribe today? Jiang Yuan from Hengqiao looked at this scene with a look of horror on his face. He looked at the wooden boards held above the heads of the cannibals, and his heart felt like a raging storm, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. How similar are these wooden boards to the rattan shields he just made? They are all products evolved from shields. But the question is, how did these cannibals who only know how to eat their own kind and plunder at will create a shield? Jiang Yuan never expected that the cannibals of the Chiefing tribe could think of using this method to resist the flying stone ropes of the Yunchi tribe. No wonder Jiang Yuan couldn't figure this out. It's because he had been in this world for too short a time. His understanding of this world was limited to the Yunchi tribe and the Chiefing tribe with which he had always been fighting. He did not know about the Lizhan Mountains, let alone the vast world outside the Lizhan Mountains. He had never witnessed the fighting scenes between tribes with tens of thousands of people, nor the various weapons used. Master Jiang Yuan, think of a solution. Lai shook Jiang Yuan's shoulders, his face anxious and panicked. These cannibals have already approached the trench. The second round of spear attacks by 20 spear throwers did not kill any member of the Chiefing tribe. All 20 spears were blocked by the wooden boards in their hands. Jiang Yuan came back to his senses and quickly shook his head to dispel the distracting thoughts in his mind. Jiang Yuan looked towards the front of Yunchi Valley, where the Chiefing people were holding wooden boards and advancing slowly but continuously. He looked at the Yunchi people whose morale was low and immediately felt a chill in his heart. If the Yunchi people lost their will and courage to fight, then the Yunchi tribe would be crushed by the Chiefing tribe in an instant. Let me go down and kill them. Yunchi was furious. He waved his wooden spear and wanted to jump off the bridge, but Elder Pan pulled him to the ground and scolded him. Don't panic, Jiang Yuan roared. All the Yunchi people on the crossbridge corridor stopped their rioting because of this shout, and their eyes were all focused on Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan waved his iron spear, his voice deep and powerful, inspiring everyone. What are you afraid of? We have trenches, wooden doors, wooden spears, and these rolling stones and logs. No matter how many come, we will kill them all. Everyone in Yunchi felt as if they had taken a reassurance pill, and they all felt refreshed. Come on, grandsons of the Chiefing tribe. We will kill as many of you as you come. Jiang Yuan roared at the slowly advancing Chiefing tribe. The Yunchi tribe will win. The Yunchi tribe will win. 20 spear throwers and 20 stone throwers shouted in unison, and their morale gradually recovered. Spear throwers load up their spears, and stone throwers continue to prepare to attack with stone throwing ropes. Jiang Yuan ordered in a cold voice, "Kill all these cannibals." Jiang Yuan touched the piles of rolling stones and wooden planks on the corridor and sneered, "Even if you invented shields, I will smash you with this huge rock, and you will still die." Chapter 86. War is in full swing. Come on, you damn Chiefing tribe. Let's see how you cross this trench, said the chief of the Tsang tribe coldly. After Jiang Yuan's encouragement, he regained his confidence. Spear throwers, get ready. Jiang Yuan's eyes were sharp as he stared in the direction of Qishan. Let go, Jiang Yuan shouted coldly. Whoosh! 20 spears shot towards the red mountain. You bastards! Qishan, who was cursing, fell silent immediately when he saw the spear flying towards him and quickly got under the wooden board. The spears were blocked by the wooden boards and fell to the ground one after another. However, there was still one unlucky cannibal who was pierced by a spear, with a bloody hole in his abdomen. He fell into the mud, and his body was mercilessly trampled by the tribesmen behind him. Jiang Yuan's face was slightly gloomy. The only two powerful weapons of the Yunchi tribe were. It can be said that the spear throwers and stone throwing ropes have completely lost their effectiveness. Let's see if this natural barrier of trench can stop them for a moment. Jiang Yuan thought to himself. He looked back toward the Yunchi Valley, where blazing flames were licking the bottom of a clay basin where broth was being boiled. I hope I can hold out until the broth boils. Jiang Yuan whispered in his heart. Your wooden board can withstand weapons, arrows, and stones, but can it also withstand boiling broth? The Chiefing tribe had approached within 50 steps. Although the wooden planks could protect the upper parts of the Chiefing people's bodies, they could not protect the bodies of the cannibals in the front. Jiang Yuan immediately ordered the spearmen to attack the bodies of these Chiefing people. The 7 or 8 cannibals at the front were killed instantly by spears. However, this loss is negligible to the Chiefing tribe as a whole. Nearly 400 Chiefing people with red hair and green faces held wooden boards and crowded in front of the trench, their way blocked by the trench. The cannibals gathered together in a large group. Jiang Yuan stood on the horizontal bridge and watched. It seemed as if a red wave was surging in front of the Yunchi Valley. Qishan stared at the people on the horizontal bridge, with a fierce look in his eyes. He remembered the last time he attacked the Yunchi tribe. Dozens of tribesmen fell under the spear throwers. He suddenly wanted to let the people of the Yunshi tribe feel the pain of having their hearts pierced by thousands of spears. Qishan had a ferocious smile on his face, and he shouted angrily, "Throw your spears at me, shoot them down." Boom! Hundreds of cannibals in the front simultaneously poked their heads out from under the wooden boards and angrily threw the wooden spears in their hands towards the people on the bridge. Hundreds of wooden spears cut through the sky, covering the earth and sky, like a torrential rain pouring down rapidly. Jiang Yuan felt his eyes darken. He raised his head slightly and saw hundreds of wooden spears covering the sky, blocking out the scorching sunlight. Flying stone hand. Jiang Yuan did not panic, but shouted coldly. After the last battle, he had already made sufficient preparations for this day. The rattan shield is his most powerful weapon against the cannibals' spears. Yes. The 20 stone-throwing fighters who had been trained for a long time shouted in unison. They rushed over quickly, blocking Jiang Yuan and Patriarch Song. They got ready and raised the rattan shields in their hands to form a shield wall on the horizontal bridge. Bang, bang, bang. Countless wooden spears poured down like raindrops, hitting the rattan shields, making dense and continuous hitting sounds. However, the wooden spear shot from 50 steps away had already lost most of its throwing power, like a spent crossbow, and could not penetrate the silk cloth of Lu. At this moment, let alone shooting through the solid rattan shield, even piercing the bodies of Jiang Yuan and others was a bit difficult. Hundreds of wooden spears were shot out, but no one from the Yunshi tribe could be hurt. When Qishan saw this result, he was furious and couldn't help cursing out loud. However, his pupils shrank slightly, his back felt cold, and he felt as if his whole body was shrouded in death. Above the corridor, the 20 spear throwers who had been hiding in the corridor to avoid the wooden spears saw that the cannibals had a gap to attack. Under Jiang Yuan's command, they suddenly stood up and threw the spears in their hands that had been fully charged. Nearly 400 cannibals were crowded together in front of Yunshi Valley. These spear throwers didn't need to aim at all. Basically, they could harvest the life of a cannibal just by throwing the wooden spear. The hundreds of cannibals who had just thrown their wooden spears had not yet had time to put up the wooden planks above their heads when they saw 20 sharp spears, drawing a deadly arc, shooting towards them. Qishan cursed softly, quickly pushed away his tribesmen, and crawled under the wooden board behind him. Puff, puff. The sound of spears piercing bodies rang out one after another, and blood flowers bloomed in front of these cannibals. In an instant, more than a dozen chiefing people fell under the spears. Some of the cannibals' corpses fell into the trench, pierced by thousands of bamboos, and blood flowed like a river. Damn Yunshi tribe. Fire burned in Qishan's eyes. He was so furious that he wished he could put all the members of the Yunshi tribe on the altar and roast them into charcoal. The chiefing tribe members moved very quickly. The hundreds of cannibals in the front successfully raised the wooden boards above their heads before the next round of spears were thrown. Although the chiefing tribe was well prepared for this attack, they still lost nearly 50 members of the tribe. This number made Qishan feel painful. According to the current number of members of the chiefing tribe, the death of any one of them would be an unbearable loss for the chiefing tribe. However, in Qishan's eyes, no matter how many deaths there are, it is worth it in order to annihilate the Yunshi tribe. Only by slaughtering all the members of the Yunshi tribe can Qishan get rid of the hatred in his heart. Qishan, you grandson, I will kill as many of your people as come today. Shou looked at Chiefing and his men being blocked outside the trench, and couldn't help laughing and humiliating Qishan. Qishan looked at Shou, who was cursing on the horizontal bridge, with a flash of contempt in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and sneered in response. You won't be able to laugh from now on, because you will become my food and be eaten by me. Qishan's cold eyes swept across the wide and deep trench in front of the wooden gate of Yunshi Valley and the countless sharp bamboo thorns inside. He stopped talking nonsense with the hunter and shouted, "Bring the big tree that has been prepared." There was a commotion behind the chiefing tribe, and from under the wooden planks came the cannibals' low growls. Jiang Yuan looked at the cannibals, and his heart tightened slightly. He felt that the chiefing tribe must have a way to deal with the trenches. However, the thick wooden boards not only blocked the spears and flying stones, but also blocked Jiang Yuan's vision, making it impossible for him to see the situation of the cannibals under the boards. What are they doing? Chief Tsang looked at the cannibals in front of the trench, his heart pounding. He couldn't help but ask Jiang Yuan for his opinion. Should we launch an attack? Jiang Yuan stared at the chiefing people in front of Yunshi Valley and said, "No need. They are hiding under the wooden planks. Attacking now would be a waste of spears and stones." "What should we do then?" Chief Tsang asked anxiously. He didn't know when Chief Tsang also regarded Jiang Yuan as the backbone of the Yunshi tribe. "Don't be anxious." Jiang Yuan comforted the leader of the Tsang clan. He suppressed the feeling of uneasiness that rose up in his heart again. Jiang Yuan looked towards the Yunshi Valley and saw that the broth in more than a dozen pottery basins had already begun to boil. Jiang Yuan felt a little relieved. As long as there is boiling broth and rolling stones, no matter what waves you create, it will be of no use. He was ready to give these cannibals a good beating. Combing and washing punishment. The prisoner's entire body is scalded with boiling water, and then the skin is scraped with an iron comb until the bones are exposed. Chapter 87 Bloody Battle at the Valley Mouth. Put. Following Chishin's angry shout, dozens of cannibals hiding under the wooden boards suddenly threw out the things on their shoulders and placed them above the trench. It was a piece of multiple tree trunks tied together by vines, and its shape was almost exactly the same as the short bridge built by the Yunshi tribe to cross the trench. What? Chief Tsang, Lai, Shou and others exclaimed in surprise when they saw this scene. Chief Tsang's face turned pale. He held the railing of the bridge tightly with both hands, his shoulders trembling slightly, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. Don't panic, Jiang Yuan said coldly, his voice low and powerful, calming everyone down. He had already anticipated all this from the actions of the chiefing tribe just now. Jiang Yuan's face was slightly gloomy. He was in deep thought. Why were the chiefing tribes, who originally only knew how to attack mindlessly, able to build a shield to resist the spear throwers and a short bridge across the trench in such a short time? Is it simply because they are human beings, they can think, and their brains can evolve? Or is there another master or a traveler in the chiefing tribe? Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered. He believed that in the battles of this era, things like spear throwers, stone slings, shields, and horizontal bridges should not have appeared. However, because of his existence, all these things came out ahead of time. Are there really other time travelers? Jiang Yuan whispered, but then he shook his head. Judging from the crude workmanship of the wooden board above the chiefing people's heads, it does not look like it was made by a time traveler, let alone a qualified shield. It seems that I'm worrying too much. Jiang Yuan denied this idea, but he was once again amazed at the rapid improvement of human intelligence. His appearance in this primitive world can be said to have greatly accelerated the speed of primitive man's evolution. Shishan looked at the panicked Yunshi people on the horizontal bridge and laughed wildly. Damned Yunshi tribe bastards. Wait for us to rush into the valley and slaughter all your people. Countless cannibals rushed across the short bridge over the trench and launched a life-and-death charge towards the wooden gate of Yunshi Valley. I vowed to flatten the Yunshi Valley in one fell swoop. What should we do? Many Yunshi people panicked again as they looked at the chiefing people who were pouring in like a tide. What are you panicking about? Jiang Yuan shouted angrily. He frowned slightly, picked up the horn in his hand, and started blowing it, woo woo woo. The loud and exciting sound of the horn made everyone in the Yunshi tribe feel reassured, as if they had found a magic needle that could stabilize the sea. The sound of the horn, like the roar of a tiger and the cry of an elephant, also caused the charge of the chiefing tribe to pause. They looked around in confusion, not knowing where the roar of the mountains and the sea came from. Jiang Yuan's heart trembled slightly as he looked at the more than 300 chiefing people who were charging fearlessly and risking their lives in front of the gate of Yunshi Valley. Can Yunshi Valley really withstand this overwhelming attack? Set up the door-blocking stick. Hold up the wooden door. Jiang Yuan shouted angrily towards the Yunshi Valley. Bang, bang, bang. 3 loud noises were heard, and 3 thick tree trunks as thick as a person's waist were carried by dozens of Yunshi people and pressed against the wooden door. Jiang Yuan thought to himself, in this wooden wrestling match, we must win. Yunshi Valley can only rely on these 3 door-pushing sticks and 3 solid wooden door bolts to compete with the chiefing tribe on the wooden door. Hold the wooden door. Jiang Yuan shouted angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 100 unarmed cannibals from the chiefing tribe had arrived at the front and attacked the wooden door. Boom. The wooden door made a muffled sound but did not move at all. How could the wooden door, which had been reinforced many times, be destroyed so easily by the chiefing people? Hearing Jiang Yuan's angry shout, the 50 or 60 Yunshi people behind the door, the strong ones in front, and the old and young in the back, regardless of gender, came forward one after another, roaring loudly and using their own bodies to serve as the door-breaking stick of the Yunshi wooden door. Kill! The red pig roared. He moved like a mountain of flesh among the charging cannibals and crashed into the wooden door. Boom! The wooden door trembled slightly, but still could not be broken by these hundreds of cannibals. Put! Lai and Shou shouted in unison, and 20 spears and hundreds of flying stones were thrown towards the chiefing tribe under the horizontal bridge. The wooden boards were raised to cover the cannibals' bodies. Only 4 or 5 cannibals were pierced by spears and fell in a pool of blood. Damn it, he said with hatred. The power and damage of the spear thrower were really not enough in front of this thick wooden board. Charge! Qishan roared angrily, and more than 300 chiefing people shouted angrily. They pushed forward and pushed back, shoulder to shoulder, waist to waist, and tried their best to hit the mountain gate of Yunshi tribe. Boom! The entire Yunshi wooden door trembled and made a creaking sound. Drink! The 50 or 60 Yunshi people inside the wooden door roared in unison and tried their best to hold on, creating a stalemate with the chiefing people outside the door. Jiang Yuan, the hot soup is here. One brought a dozen female tribesmen and brought a dozen ceramic pots of freshly boiled broth to the horizontal bridge. Pour it on me. Jiang Yuan roared with bloodshot eyes. Crash. Pots of boiling broth splashed down onto the wooden boards above the chiefing people's heads, then poured into the cracks between the boards, pouring onto the heads and bodies of the cannibals. Dozens of cannibals who were splashed with hot soup under the bridge let out heart-wrenching screams. They struggled, wailed, and fled from the wooden door, fleeing far away, as panic-stricken as dogs that have lost their homes. Although most of the boiling broth was blocked by the wooden boards, it was still enough for these cannibals to drink a pot. The skin of dozens of cannibals who were the first to be hit had eroded and their flesh festered, revealing the bright red and white flesh underneath. Jiang Yuan listened to the ghostly howls of the cannibals and watched them flee in panic. He sneered, "Since you can't comb my hair, I'll wash it first." It was a pity that there was too little broth and there were wooden boards blocking the way, so it did not cause widespread chaos in the chiefing tribe. The red pig's back was covered in boiling broth, and with the struggles and collisions of the tribesmen behind him, the skin on his back was already covered in blood, and his flesh and blood were so blurred that he could no longer see the human shape. However, this man seemed to have no sense of pain and continued to roar loudly, his scarlet eyes wide open, and his huge body like a mountain stood in the forefront of all the chiefing people, constantly ramming the mountain gate of the Yunshi tribe at the risk of his life. Fearless and brave, fierce and tough. This kind of opponent will only make people feel fear and timid. Raise the spear. Jiang Yuan shouted coldly when he saw this scene. The voice fell. I saw more than a dozen sharp wooden spears suddenly piercing out from the heavy wooden door, stabbing at the cannibal who was hitting the Yunshi wooden door. It was the hole that Jiang Yuan had dug out on the wooden door many days ago to leave room for attack. The red pig at the front had 7 or 8 spears piercing his body. He roared in pain and, despite being seriously injured, used his 2 strong and powerful arms to hit the Yunshi wooden door again. Boom! The 1-foot-thick Yunshi wooden door was imbalanced for a moment due to the active attack of the Yunshi people in the valley and was actually opened up by the chiefing people. Squeak! The 3 door bolts groaned as if they were about to break. Qizhu roared, and several bloody holes were pierced in his chest and abdomen. Large amounts of blood gushed out along the blood groove on the tip of the spear, flowing like a stream throughout his body. Open it for me. Qizhu grabbed the gap in the wooden door with both hands and pushed open the wooden door of Yunshi Valley at the risk of his own life. His pupils were bleeding and blood was gushing out of his mouth. His entire body had turned into a mountain of flesh covered in blood. In the Yunshi Valley, several tribesmen who had just thrust their wooden spears out of the hole saw the gap in the wooden door being pushed open and immediately dropped their wooden spears and held against the wooden door with roars. For a moment, the struggle between the 2 tribes over the wooden door once again fell into a stalemate. Puff! Qizhu's eyes suddenly widened. A sharp iron spear pierced deeply into his head, piercing through his entire skull. Chapter 88 Chiefing Retreat. Bang! The red pig's huge body, like a mountain of flesh, fell down, and the earth shook with a rumbling sound. He fell in front of the Yunshi wooden door, his eyes wide open, and the bloody hole on his head was still oozing blood. His fellow tribesmen trampled on his body wantonly, some trying to charge forward, others trying to escape. Jiang Yuan, who had been lying on the horizontal bridge and stabbed the spear at the maximum distance, retracted his iron spear. The sharp iron spear was stained with the blood of the red pig, which was dripping from the tip of the spear. So difficult to kill. Jiang Yuan felt incredible. If an ordinary chiefing person was stabbed by a wooden spear with a blood groove carved on it, he would probably die in the northwest immediately. And this red pig, even though it was hit by 7 or 8 spears, was still able to hold on for such a long time. Its vitality is really strong. Lock him up, the Yunshi people shouted in unison. When the red pig fell, the pressure on the Yunshi people who were holding up the wooden door in the valley was reduced. The power of both sides became unbalanced again, and the gap in the wooden door that the red pig had just opened with his life closed again. Master Jiang Yuan, Master Clan Leader, we are here. Roars and growls were heard in the valley. Elders Wolf and Wei, each leading 30 members of the Yunchi tribe, were rushing towards this place. Come on, kill them all. Jiang Yuan responded angrily. Kill them. Jiang Yuan roared again, and 20 spear throwers and stone throwers once again threw wooden spears and stones at the chiefing people who were attacking the wooden door. The splashing of the boiling broth and the death of the red pig caused the chiefing people to fall into panic and chaos. Many people dropped the wooden boards above their heads and fled frantically. This round of wooden spears and flying stones instantly took the lives of nearly 30 cannibals. At this moment, under the horizontal bridge and in front of the mountain gate, there was a river of blood and corpses everywhere. Don't run away. Qishan, who was hiding under the wooden board, roared. His eyes were fierce and terrifying, and he was furious to the extreme. Puff! Qishan swung his spear and pierced the throat of a fleeing chiefing tribesman. This trick really worked and immediately frightened many fleeing chiefing people. Qishan ordered the tribesmen behind him to continue the attack, while blocking the escape route of the chiefing tribesmen in front. Qishan shouted angrily, I will kill anyone who tries to escape. Attack! Flatten the Yunchi Valley. Under the shock and pressure of Qishan's bloody means, the chiefing people who wanted to escape could only pick up their weapons and turn around to charge towards Yunchi Wooden Gate again. Kill! 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 300 cannibals roared in unison. Their bodies were covered in blood, with red hair and green faces. They looked like a ghost army rushing out of hell. They were fearless and desperately rammed against the wooden door of Yunchi Valley. Bang! The chiefing tribe had a large number of people, and they charged forward at the risk of their lives. The Yunchi tribe had door bolts and door sticks, as well as 60 new reinforcements, including Elder Pan and Wolf. The struggle between the two tribes in front of the wooden door once again reached a stalemate, and it can be said that they were evenly matched. Kill! Jiang Yuan roared angrily. He lay on the horizontal bridge and swung his iron spear downwards desperately to reap the lives of these cannibals. Corpses had piled up like a mountain in front of the wooden door. The cannibals died in different and horrible ways. Some had bloody holes gouged out of their heads by spears. Some had boiling broth splashed all over their bodies, their skin and flesh festering. Others had their bodies pierced by spears, full of bloody holes, or their skulls were shattered by flying rocks, their brains splattered everywhere. It's no exaggeration to say that the area under the Hengxiao Bridge is hell on earth at this moment. Kill! Qishan was already bloodthirsty. He was waving a wooden spear and climbing on the pile of corpses, hoping to use the pile of corpses to cross the wooden door and jump into the Yunchi Valley. Countless cannibals followed suit. They followed behind Qishan, roaring and shaking the earth, with hideous wounds on their bodies and blood flowing all over. The chiefing people waved their wooden spears vigorously to resist the wooden spears of the Yunchi people on the horizontal bridge. They forgot what death was and climbed up the mountain of corpses one after another. All they could see was the Yunchi Valley ahead. This is a fighting spirit that is enough to make the enemy despair. The fierce and brave tribesmen and their indomitable momentum once again deeply shocked Jiang Yuan. He sighed in his heart. Perhaps this was the main reason why the chiefing tribe was able to dominate the Lisan Mountains. However, how could Jiang Yuan allow these cannibals to climb through the wooden door and enter the valley as they wished? Jiang Yuan ordered his men to throw the fishing nets that one had sent over to the cannibals under the bridge. Countless chiefing people were trapped in the fishing nets, mingled with the corpses. They roared, they struggled, they tore at the fishing nets with all their might, like beasts trapped in a cage, fighting for their lives. However, the more cannibals struggled, the more tangled the fishing nets became. Many chiefing people were entangled and bound by the fishing nets, like fish caught in the river, unable to move. Qishan dodged the thrown fishing net. He looked at the tribesmen who were entangled in the fishing net. He stepped forward and pulled it hard, but the fishing net was very tough and could not be torn or pulled apart. Qishan roared angrily. He was on the verge of collapse as he watched his tribesmen struggling like worms in the fishing net. When had he ever fought such a frustrating battle? Smash it for me. Jiang Yuan on the horizontal bridge shouted coldly, and the spear throwers and stone throwers who had been prepared for a long time worked in groups of two and moved the huge rolling stones and thick wooden beams with difficulty and smashed them towards the chiefing people who were tied up with fishing nets below. Bang! The huge rock fell, and 3 or 4 chiefing people in the fishing net were smashed, with blood splattered everywhere, their internal organs bursting out, and their skulls were smashed into pieces, turning into a pool of meat paste. The log fell to the ground, breaking 3 or 4 cannibals in half, and pieces of their internal organs spurted out of their mouths mixed with thick blood. At the same time, More than a dozen boulders and logs were thrown down from the cross bridge and the corridor by the Yunshi people, turning into deadly meteors and falling towards the chiefing people on the ground. There were no screams, no wails, only the muffled sound of flesh exploding and bodies shattering, which continued to ring out in front of the gate of Yunshi Valley. In an instant, 30 or 40 chiefing people who were tied up in fishing nets were smashed into blood and mud. The scene was tragic and bloody, with indescribable horror and cruelty. These boulders and logs that fell from the sky became the last straw that broke the cannibals' fighting will. The chiefing tribe was completely defeated and panicked, and the remaining chiefing people no longer had the courage and bravery to face death. They wailed and roared as they fled from the wooden gate of Yunshi Valley. No matter how Qishan roared and yelled, he could not stop the defeat of the chiefing tribe. Bang! A huge rock the size of a pottery basin fell from the sky and hit Qishan in front of him, smashing the head and chest of a corpse at his feet into pieces. Qishan was stunned by the sudden and horrifying scene in front of him. Smashed Qishan to death. A loud roar from the Yunshi people was heard from the crossbridge corridor, and all the rolling stones and logs were aimed at Qishan, who had not yet escaped. Qishan was terrified, and he completely lost the idea of attacking. He stretched out his legs and crawled among the corpses. He fled madly into the distance, without the arrogance he had before. "Don't let him escape," Jiang Yuan shouted coldly. Qishan had already escaped from the attack range of the rolling stones and wooden logs. In a hurry, Jiang Yuan snatched a tribesman's spear thrower, loaded it with a spear, and threw it towards Qishan. However, his aim was so poor that he didn't even hit a single cannibal, let alone hit Qishan. "Kill him." Lai also came to his senses and raised the spear thrower in his hand. Swish swish. Dozens of spears flew across the sky, shooting towards Qishan. Puff. More than a dozen cannibals had their backs pierced by spears in an instant and fell into the bloody mud. Qishan, who had mixed into the fleeing crowd, had already disappeared without a trace. Chapter 89. Rich result of the battle. Lord Jiang Yuan, are we going to chase them down? Shou asked excitedly, looking at the direction where the chiefing people were retreating. Open the wooden door. Chase them, Jiang Yuan ordered loudly. We must pursue the victory and expand the victory of the Yunshi tribe, even if we cannot completely eliminate the enemy. Open the wooden door. Shou shouted immediately. With a loud rumbling sound, 2 wooden doors stained with blood were opened by the Yunshi people. Boom! The corpses piled up outside the door collapsed like mud and rocks, and the mountain slipped into the Yunshi Valley. Limbs, broken bones, internal organs, blood, brains, corpses. Looking at the hellish scene outside the door, the Yunshi people who had experienced many bloody battles were no longer surprised. Even the old and the young rushed out with wooden spears to finish off the chiefing people who were not yet dead. However, the members of the water tribe who had just joined the tribe suddenly looked pale and felt like vomiting. The mountains of corpses and sea of blood outside the door obviously had a great impact on them. Chase them. Jiang Yuan jumped down from the horizontal bridge and landed on the pile of corpses. The splashing blood dyed the saber-toothed tiger skin on his body red. Yanshi followed closely behind and jumped off the horizontal bridge, waving the wooden spear in his hand and wantonly reaping the lives of these chiefing people. Qi Man, who was tall and strong as a bear or a tiger, was sitting comfortably under the shade of a tree, watching his people attack the Yunshi Valley. In his opinion, the chiefing tribe had made all the necessary preparations. With the strength of the chiefing tribe, it would be easy to flatten the Yunshi Valley. However, what he did not expect was that the chiefing people who were launching the attacks suddenly suffered a crushing defeat and fled here in a panic. What's going on? Qi Man asked angrily. He grabbed a fleeing tribesman and threw him to the ground. This chiefing man was still in shock, his body covered in blood. He stared at Qi Man blankly, obviously not yet recovered from his fright. Seeing his tribesman in such a miserable state, Qi Man wanted to smash his head with one punch, but he was so furious that he suppressed his urge to kill. He roared at the fleeing chiefing people, like thunder in the sky. Stop right there. Under the roar, countless fleeing chiefing people stopped and cast fearful eyes towards Qi Man. Where's Qishan? The veins on Qi Man's forehead were throbbing as he looked for Qishan. Father, I'm here. Qishan panted heavily and staggered over. He had just rushed to the front of the battlefield, and his body was covered in blood and broken bones. The wooden spear in his hand was broken into 2 pieces. What's going on? Looking at Qishan's appearance, Qi Man suppressed his anger and asked angrily. Qishan slumped on the ground. The fighting and the escape had exhausted all his strength. Father, we failed. Qishan's face was gloomy and he looked extremely decadent. Why did it fail? Man clenched the wooden spear in his hand with such great force that it broke into two pieces. Shan then explained to Man all the defensive measures of the Yunchi tribe. Man listened to Shan's story and gradually calmed down from his initial rage. Damn Yunchi tribe, Man said hatefully, his eyes were bloodshot. After this attack, he didn't know how heavy the losses would be for the chiefing tribe. Man raised his eyes and looked in the direction of Yunchi Valley. He could vaguely see members of the Yunchi tribe waving wooden spears and slaughtering the chiefing people who were still alive. He now wished he could rush into the Yunchi Valley and roast all the members of the Yunchi tribe into jerky with the divine fire. But he couldn't do it. Man sighed heavily. For the first time, he felt frustrated. Looking at the sparsely populated tribesmen who were still frightened, Man said in a tough voice, "Look at how many of our tribesmen we still have." Shan nodded slightly. He gathered the remaining chiefing people and counted them with his fingers for a long time before he finally figured out the number. Shan looked very unhappy. Today, nearly 400 people from the chiefing tribe attacked the Yunchi tribe, but now there are only 200 left. Even if we include the young children and 20 tribesmen in the chiefing valley, the entire chiefing tribe now has only more than 300 people. Shan gritted his teeth and reported this number to Man. Even though Man was mentally prepared, his tall body shook and he almost fainted. The chiefing tribe, which originally had 800 people, now has only about 300 members left, including more than 100 children. Why didn't Man faint from anger? Shan hurried forward and steadied Man's shaky body. Man sat on the ground, gasping for breath. His eyes were red, his chest was burning with anger, and he was extremely heartbroken. At this time, he was filled with tremendous hatred towards the Yunchi tribe. Man was filled with hatred. He hated himself for not slaughtering all the members of the Yunchi tribe when he first arrived at the Lizhan Mountains. If he had done this earlier, how could he have suffered the loss today? His son, Red Snake, might not have died. Where is the red pig? Man looked around, but could not see the mountain of flesh of the red pig. Shan lowered his head slightly and said in a deep voice, Zhu was killed by the people of the Yunchi tribe with a wooden spear. Man's body trembled slightly again. His throat felt salty, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "Father, what's wrong with you?" Shan asked anxiously. Man licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared fiercely in the direction of Yunchi Valley. "I'm fine." Shan hesitated for a moment and asked, "Father, what should we do?" Man pushed Shan away and stood up, holding the broken wooden spear. "Go back and find the witch." In the Yunchi Valley, Jiang Yuan looked at the direction where the chiefing tribe was retreating and breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that the Yunchi tribe would launch another attack while they were cleaning up the valley. Therefore, Lai led 20 spear throwers and kept on guard on the cross bridge and the corridor. In front of the gate of Yunchi Valley, the screams of chiefing people being killed could be heard from time to time. However, they were like fish on the chopping board at this moment, unable to resist at all and could only wait to be killed. All the Yunchi people began to clean up the corpses, clean up the battlefield, and collect spears, wooden spears, fishing nets and other weapons, as well as rolling stones and logs stained with blood. In this battle, the chiefing tribe alone dropped nearly 300 wooden spears. Nowadays, the armory of the Yunchi tribe is already full. Shou came over with blood all over his body, and the wooden spear in his hand was already soaked in blood. "How many of them died?" Jiang Yuan asked anxiously, his eyes flickering. Shou reported ecstatically, "Master Jiang Yuan, about 150 of their people died." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, a look of joy appearing on his face. This number slightly exceeded his expectation. The Yunchi tribe did not lose a single person, but was able to kill nearly 150 people from the chiefing tribe. Such brilliant results made Jiang Yuan so excited that he could hardly control himself. Jiang Yuan immediately instructed, "Pile these bodies together and remember to burn them with fire." "Okay." Shou nodded slightly, left immediately, and went to direct the tribesmen to clean up the battlefield. Jiang Yuan dragged the bloody iron spear backwards and walked into the valley. He was thinking about how likely it was that the Yunchi tribe would annihilate the chiefing tribe if they took the initiative to attack. At this moment, the wolf came out of the valley, dragging a member of its tribe, and threw him heavily in front of Jiang Yuan. Chapter 90 Active Attack. Jiang Yuan looked at Ao, who fell to the ground, frowned slightly, and asked, "What happened?" The wolf was indignant. "Master Jiang Yuan, we are all in a bloody battle, but this guy is hiding in a cave." Jiang Yuan looked at Ao, who was lying on the ground curled up. This young man seemed to have lost his former sharpness and arrogance. Is what he said true? Jiang Yuan helped Ao up and asked in a low voice. Ao lowered his head and remained silent. Jiang Yuan looked at the wolf again and asked, "Tell me in detail what is going on." The wolf said, "I just came from the back of the valley and saw him in the cave. Because I was in a hurry to provide support, I ignored him. I just passed by there and saw that guy was still hiding in the cave." Jiang Yuan stared into Ao's eyes. Ao's eyes dodged everywhere, but he remained silent and did not refute the wolf's words. Jiang Yuan said coldly, "Tell the elephant to find me in the cave." The wolf nodded slightly to show that he understood. Jiang Yuan returned to his cave, took out a piece of animal skin, and wiped the blood off the iron spear. Not long after, an old and frail elephant walked in, hunched over. When he saw Jiang Yuan wiping the sharp iron spear, his expression changed. Lord Jiang Yuan. Like an old man, he bowed to Jiang Yuan with a respectful look. Jiang Yuan asked him to sit on the stone pier and then put away the iron spear. Jiang Yuan's tone was slightly cold. "Xiang, during the battle today, Ao hid in a cave. Did you know that?" Xiang nodded slightly, and he admitted directly, "I know. I asked him to do this." Jiang Yuan frowned slightly. "You don't have to do it for him." "No." Xiang interrupted Jiang Yuan and said, "It was really me. I once promised the old chief of the water tribe that I would take good care of Ao. So I asked him to hide in the cave and not come out." He paused for a moment and said, "Lord Jiang Yuan, so you punish me." Jiang Yuan rubbed his eyebrows, feeling a little headache and troubled. Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "Xiang, you brought the people of the water tribe to join me. I treat all my people equally, and I don't want to disappoint you. Naturally, I don't want you to disappoint me either." Xiang stood up from the stone pier, and he bowed to Jiang Yuan again and said, "Master Jiang Yuan, I know you are very good to the people of the water tribe. I can see that. So please punish me." Jiang Yuan thought for a long time and said calmly, "Go, I won't punish you too, but you have to understand that this is the last time." And Jiang Yuan's tone became more serious. "You know the rules I set for my people. Anyone who escapes from the battlefield shall be killed." The elephant's body trembled slightly. He nodded silently and then walked out of the cave. Jiang Yuan looked at his hunched back and the trembling sound as he walked, feeling quite helpless. Xiang walked to the entrance of the cave and suddenly turned back. He bowed to Jiang Yuan again and said, "Master Jiang Yuan, I know you are a good person." Jiang Yuan looked surprised. Xiang said again, "Last time after Ao came out of the cellar, you asked someone to bring him food, and I knew you were a good person." Jiang Yuan remained silent and did not respond. The elephant turned and left. Jiang Yuan shook his head and sighed. He stood up and walked out of the cave, heading towards the cave of the Tsang clan leader. Jiang Yuan wants to discuss with Chief Tsang whether the Yunchi tribe should attack the Chiefing tribe or continue to defend. Since Qing moved out, only clan leader Tsang and Wen have lived in the cave. Without any outsiders to disturb them, the two of them could play double poker however they wanted. In the stone cave, Qing Zheng took the puffball powder and applied it on the wound on the ribs of the Tsang clan leader. Today, when he was finishing off the Chiefing people, Chief Tsang was ambushed by a cannibal who was pretending to be dead. Fortunately, he was only scratched by the wooden spear and was not seriously injured. Jiang Yuan was concerned about the injury of the Tsang clan leader. After a while, Elder Wei and Elder Pan also arrived here. For people sat around the stone. The head of the Tsang clan spoke first. "Jiang Yuan, just say whatever you want to say." Elder Wei and Elder Pan also set their sights on Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan asked, "Elder Wei, how many large prey are there in the tribe now?" Elder Wei paused for a moment and said, "There are probably about 70 more." Jiang Yuan calculated in his mind. If we kill 5 heads a day, the Yunchi tribe can still support itself for about half a month. Elder Pan said bluntly, "Master Jiang Yuan, just say whatever you want to say. We will all support you." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and said, "According to what the witch said, there are only 800 people in the Chiefing tribe. Now they have attacked our Yunchi tribe 3 times, and each time they have lost more than 100 people. According to my estimation, they have at most 300 people left." The Tsang clan leader's eyes flickered, and he guessed a little bit of Jiang Yuan's thoughts. "Jiang Yuan, what do you want to do?" Jiang Yuan took out the tiger fang dagger and made a chopping motion. "I want to take the initiative to attack and annihilate the Chiefing tribe." Upon hearing this, the 3 leaders of the Tsang clan looked at each other, wondering why Jiang Yuan suddenly made this decision. Even Elder Pan, who was always hot-tempered, chose to remain silent and did not immediately support Jiang Yuan's decision. Chief Tsang pursed his lips and said after a moment, "Jiang Yuan, even if they only have 300 members, we are no match for them. You know, there are too many women, children, and elderly people in our tribe." Jiang Yuan nodded. He naturally knew this situation. Ever since the Water tribe joined last time, the gender ratio in the Yunshi tribe has been somewhat unbalanced. Among the 170 people in the Yunshi tribe today, there are only more than 40 strong adult males, but there are about 70 strong adult females. There were also 30 young and old and 30 older tribesmen. They are said to be older, but they only look older. In modern times, their age is still considered middle-aged. Then shall we stay in the valley and wait for the chiefing tribe to attack at any time? Jiang Yuan glanced at the three people and said firmly, "The reason I say this is because I already have a plan in mind." When the three Tsang clan leaders heard this, their eyes immediately lit up. Elder Wei asked hurriedly, "Master Jiang Yuan, what are your plans?" Jiang Yuan looked at the anxious eyes of the three people and smiled. "One is to find external aid, and the other is to make more powerful weapons." Elder Pan panted and asked hurriedly, "What weapon?" The only thing in his mind was the powerful weapons that Jiang Yuan mentioned, and he simply omitted the words "seek external assistance." Jiang Yuan rolled his eyes and said in a deep voice, "The chiefing tribe is the enemy of all the tribes in the Lisan Mountains. We can't just do it to fight against the chiefing tribe. They also need help." Chief Tsang shook his head and said, "Jiang Yuan, they are scared by the chiefing tribe. They will not help us fight against the chiefing tribe until they are exterminated. And you know, I have contacted them before, but they refused to form an alliance with us." The two elders nodded in agreement. Jiang Yuan shook his head and said, "Then tell me, why did such a weak tribe like the Water tribe dare to join the Yunshi tribe and fight against the chiefing tribe together with us?" Elder Pan was impatient. He said anxiously, "Master Jiang Yuan, just speak frankly." Jiang Yuan laughed and said, "That's because they haven't seen the power of our weapons. They don't believe we can defeat the chiefing tribe. Now, our Yunshi tribe has been able to annihilate 500 people from the chiefing tribe with only a dozen people lost. I don't believe they will not form an alliance with us." Chapter 91 More Powerful Weapons. Chief Tsang looked troubled. "But if we take the initiative to attack, the chiefing tribe still has 300 people. Considering their fighting power of 1 against 3, we will need too many tribesmen. I don't think there are that many male tribesmen in all the tribes in the Lisan Mountains combined." Jiang Yuan's face straightened and he said, "That's why I said that we need more powerful weapons." "What weapon?" Elder Pan asked anxiously again. Jiang Yuan kept it a secret for a while and said, "No rush." The three of them looked disappointed. Jiang Yuan added, "Now that the chiefing tribe has just retreated, we don't know if they will launch another attack. So, we will wait and see for 3 days. If the chiefing tribe doesn't come, we will start to contact other tribes and make more powerful weapons." "How?" Jiang Yuan asked the three people for their opinions. The three of them nodded in agreement. In their opinion, Jiang Yuan's suggestions were all correct, and they just needed to nod their heads. "Okay then." Jiang Yuan stood up and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he looked at Elder Pan and said, "Elder Pan, how is your injury?" Elder Pan said, "Except for one arm that can't move, there are no other problems." Jiang Yuan nodded and said, "In the next 3 days, you can find a few tribesmen to continue chopping down trees with stone axes and collecting wood. I will be of great use to them." Elder Pan was slightly stunned. Then he patted his chest excitedly and said loudly, "No problem. What are you collecting wood for?" "That is naturally to create more powerful weapons." As a primitive man, Elder Pan can understand this logic. Moreover, Jiang Yuan's reappointment of him also made Elder Pan very excited and happy. After Jiang Yuan left, he went to the horizontal bridge at the entrance of the valley. In front of the Yunshi Valley, the mountain walls and wooden doors were covered with the blood of cannibals, which could not be washed away no matter what. Even the ground beneath their feet was soaked in blood, dyed red, and covered with blood mud. Under the horizontal bridge, dozens of heads of the chiefing tribe were hung up again. It was horrifying and terrifying, and it made people terrified when they saw it from a distance. In the distance, a raging fire was burning, with bursts of black smoke drifting away. The smell of burnt and fishy smells of roasted flesh coming from afar made Jiang Yuan frown slightly. Jiang Yuan looked up at the sky. The sun was setting in the west, and golden light was spreading across the earth, but the air was still dry and sultry. Jiang Yuan took another look at the tribesmen who were on guard patrol on the cross bridge, and his heart moved slightly. After instructing a few people to be on high alert, Jiang Yuan headed to the back of Yunshi Valley. After a day of fighting, the blood and sweat on his body had not yet been washed off. He planned to take a cool bath in the river and then have a good rest. Halfway through the journey, Jiang Yuan specifically took out 2 brand new fishing nets. Jiang Yuan jumped into the river. Wow! Water splashed, and Jiang Yuan floated comfortably on the water, enjoying the rare coolness and refreshment. For some reason, Those silly and fat fish stopped swimming around Jiang Yuan today. What's going on with these fish? Jiang Yuan looked at the fish fleeing into the distance and scratched the back of his head in confusion. Yesterday you and I were as close as brothers, but today you have a rift in your heart and are leaving me? Forget it. Jiang Yuan sighed twice and said, if you don't come to me, I will go to you. He took the fishing net from the shore, stretched it out in the river, and began to catch fish. When Chi-Man led 200 defeated soldiers back to Chiefing Valley. The moon is already hanging above the branches, and the night is as dark as ink. At the entrance of the Chiefing Valley, bones are piled up like mountains and skulls are piled up like a ridge. Gusts of fishy wind blew, and the stench was unbearable. Chi-Man led his people through the blood-stained valley entrance and walked towards the altar in the valley. In the valley, the Chiefing Wizard, who was wearing black animal skins, leaning on a bone cane, with a black-scaled snake wrapped around his arm, heard the noise at the entrance of the valley and hurriedly stood up to greet them. Chief, has the Yunchi tribe been razed to the ground? When the Chiefing Wizard said this, the wrinkles on his face were squeezed together and his smile looked extremely eerie and terrifying. Chi-Man snorted coldly, ignored him, and laid down on the throne to rest. The Chiefing Wizard looked at his tribesmen who walked into the valley. All of them were covered in blood. Their faces were decadent and gloomy, and their morale was extremely weak. More importantly, there were nearly 400 tribesmen when they left, but now there are only 200 left. Chiefing Wizard's face changed suddenly, and he understood the situation in an instant. He looked at Chi-Shan again, and Chi-Shan also had his head hung down, like a defeated rooster. The atmosphere in the entire Chiefing Valley was depressing and dreary, like a volcano about to erupt. Chi-Man, who was half lying on the throne, suddenly jumped up in rage and roared loudly. Where's the food? Where's the food? Why isn't the food ready yet? The roar echoed throughout the valley, and many chiefing people were silent, not daring to breathe. Go, get some food for the chieftain. The Chiefing Wizard glanced at a chiefing child and gave instructions. The chiefing child quickly climbed onto the altar, took down a fat and tender lamb leg from above the blazing flames, then knelt in front of the Chi-Man with a trembling body and raised the lamb leg above his head. Chi-Man's eyes were as fierce as a knife and extremely cold. He kicked the lamb leg away. The young children in Chiefing were so frightened that they trembled all over, crawled on the ground, and dared not move at all. I want to eat human flesh, human flesh. Chi-Man was like an angry lion, his face extremely ferocious. It looked as if he wanted to eat the chiefing child in front of him alive. The Chiefing Wizard hurried forward, pushed the chiefing boy away, took a roasted human leg from the altar, and presented it to Chi-Man. Chi-Man snorted coldly, took the human leg, bit it, chewed it, and swallowed it, as if he could not feel the heat of the human flesh. The Chiefing Wizard stood beside him for a while before he carefully asked, My lord, are we defeated? Chi-Man let out a long sigh. He felt that the delicious human flesh was now a little tasteless. Chi-Man, with a melancholy look on his face, threw the tasteless human leg in his hand under the altar. The cooked human leg rolled in front of several chiefing people. Those chiefing people stared at the human leg without blinking, their throats rolling slightly, their faces extremely greedy, but they did not dare to move their bodies at all. Wizard, the bastards of the Yunchi tribe are too cunning. Chi-Man angrily slammed the throne under him. Even if we use the weapons you made, we can't attack Yunchi Valley. Upon hearing this, the Chiefing Wizard was silent for a moment, walked up to the altar, and closed his eyes. He seemed to be in deep thought or praying, muttering to himself. After a long time, he was still standing on the altar with his back to Chi-Man, not saying a word. Chi-Man's patience was worn out. He asked irritably, Wizard, have you figured out a way to destroy the Yunchi tribe? Now I just want to rush into Yunchi Valley and kill all their members. Chi-Man was furious and lost his previous respect for the Chiefing Wizard. The Chiefing Wizard opened his cloudy eyes. They were pitch black and there seemed to be two ghostly fires flickering inside them. The sinister smile returned to his face. Chiefing Wizard gently stroked the head of the black-scaled snake on his arm, walked up to Chi-Man, and said respectfully, Master Chief, I have thought of a way to deal with them. When Chi-Man heard this, his fierce eyes lit up. The Chiefing Wizard whispered. Chi-Man nodded vigorously. He looked excited, and his previous decadence was swept away. Then we will go tomorrow. The Chiefing Wizard shook his head slowly. He pointed at the 200 dejected chiefing people under the throne and said, Chief, we have just been defeated. Why don't we let the people rest for a few days? By the way, let other tribes send us some prey. Chi-Man nodded slightly. His eyes flashed with a fierce look, and he said hatefully, Let those bastards from the Yunchi tribe live a few more days. Chapter 92 The Value of Pottery. Jiang Yuan woke up in the morning, already covered in sweat. He walked out of the cave, and there was not a trace of cool breeze in the air. The sun is scorching, and it is no exaggeration to say that it burns gold and melts stones. Jiang Yuan looked at the scorching sun hanging high in the sky and complained mercilessly. It was so hot in the morning, and by noon, it was no different from being in the 16th level of hell, volcanic hell. He glanced at the stone cave of Qinghe Creek, and the two women were no longer in the cave. Jiang Yuan walked to the back of the valley. He had spread 2 fishing nets in the river yesterday, and he didn't know what his catch would be today. A member of the Yunshi tribe was walking hurriedly towards him, holding a shining pottery jar. When the tribesman saw Jiang Yuan, he quickly bowed to him and said with joy, "Master Jiang Yuan, your pottery jar is finished." Jiang Yuan took it, and it was his glazed flying bird pottery jar. The surface of the pottery jar is covered with a layer of glassy glaze, which feels extremely smooth and shimmers slightly under the sunlight. In particular, the 2 flying birds on the pottery jar are vivid and lifelike, as if they are about to break free from the jar and fly into the sky, which makes Jiang Yuan very fond of them. Jiang Yuan held the pottery jar in his hand and played with it for a long time, and he couldn't let it go. The appearance and texture of glazed pottery are completely different from before. In particular, the thin glass layer on the outermost layer of the pottery jar directly increases the rarity and preciousness of the pottery by several levels. Jiang Yuan thought to himself, this simple layer of glaze is very likely to change the properties of the pottery. The simplest change is to transform from daily necessities to ornamental items. In the eyes of these primitive people, the pottery jar in Jiang Yuan's hand is no exaggeration to say that it is a treasure. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment and told the tribesmen to put the flying bird pottery jar in his cave and come to find him by the river later. The 2 fishing nets in the river caught more than a dozen fish each. Jiang Yuan was overjoyed. He jumped into the river, pulled the fishing net out of the river, and took a cold shower. At this time, that tribesman had already led the other 5 tribesmen who specialized in making pottery and were waiting on the shore. The 6 tribesmen looked very respectful. Jiang Yuan tried his best to make his tone approachable, as if chatting with friends. "Are there 3 pottery kilns in the tribe now?" "Yes, Lord Jiang Yuan," a tribesman answered. Jiang Yuan caught 6 fish from the fishing net and gave one to each of them. He smiled and said, "Now you all know how to glaze and fire pottery, right?" The 6 tribesmen were flattered. They excitedly took the plump fish from Jiang Yuan one by one and said, "Master Jiang Yuan, we have learned it all." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Making pottery is a tiring job, and the weather is so hot. You have worked hard." Jiang Yuan paused for a moment, then changed the subject and said, "Remember, you are not allowed to tell the rest of the tribe about the method of glazing and firing pottery except for you guys, understand?" The 6 tribesmen nodded quickly and said, "Got it." Jiang Yuan warned again, "Especially the glazing method. From now on, no glaze is allowed on pottery without my permission." 6 people said they knew. Jiang Yuan asked them to deliver the fish in the fishing net to Elder Wei, either to grill the fish or make fish soup. I took a look at the projection of the gnomon on the sundial, and it was almost time for breakfast. Sure enough, when Jiang Yuan returned to the cave, Qing Hushi had already brought roasted eggs, fruits, grilled meat, and broth, and was waiting there. Jiang Yuan spent some time with the 2 girls. After finishing his breakfast, he did not stay for long, but headed to the entrance of Yunshi Valley. On the horizontal bridge, Wolf was leading 2 of his tribesmen on guard. Jiang Yuan looked ahead at the valley and asked, "Is there anything unusual?" The wolf shook his head and replied, "Master Jiang Yuan, no." The wolf smiled and said, "Master Jiang Yuan, don't worry. As long as there is any abnormal situation, I will blow the horn in my hand immediately." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. He glanced at the skin of the 3 wolves, which had been tanned red by the scorching sun and was covered with dense beads of sweat that flowed down their bodies. Jiang Yuan looked up at the scorching sun. The heat was overwhelming, and then he touched the red skin of several people, feeling a burning sensation. "No." Jiang Yuan shook his head and whispered, "Lord Jiang Yuan, what did you say?" Wolf was confused. Jiang Yuan said, "The sunlight is too strong. We need to think of a way. If we stay on guard for a long time, we will get heat stroke." The wolf touched the back of his head, looking confused, not understanding what Jiang Yuan was talking about. Jiang Yuan did not give him any explanation. He just told Wolf to remember to be on guard, and that patrol personnel should change shifts frequently. Then he left. When Qing saw Jiang Yuan return to the cave, he took a piece of black charcoal and drew on the stone, constantly smearing and modifying it. She wanted to ask Jiang Yuan what he was doing, but she was afraid of disturbing him, so she could only wait. During this time, She brought some fruits in a ceramic bowl of cold-boiled water and placed them next to Jiang Yuan. But Jiang Yuan was too focused and too absorbed in his task. I didn't even notice the extra fruits and water around me. Qing waited beside Jiang Yuan for nearly a day. Jiang Yuan spent 6 or 7 hours painting on that smooth stone from early morning to afternoon. Seeing the joy on Jiang Yuan's face, he stopped painting. Qing Fong stepped forward and asked softly, "Yuan, what are you doing? Are you thirsty?" When Jiang Yuan saw Qing standing beside him, he suddenly burst into laughter, hugged her in his arms, held her little face, and started kissing her. "Ah, what are you doing?" Qing was both embarrassed and anxious, but she did not resist and let Jiang Yuan kiss her face like a woodpecker. Jiang Yuan let go of Qing's face and saw that her fair cheeks were covered with charcoal by his hands. Her black skin was blushing, which was extremely funny. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Qing touched her face, and her fingers were pitch black. She glared at Jiang Yuan helplessly. Jiang Yuan chuckled and looked outside the cave. The sun had already started to set. Jiang Yuan's expression changed. "What time is it now?" Qing replied, "I just looked at the sundial. It's already 16 o'clock. Jiang Yuan asked hurriedly, "Did the Chiefing tribe attack?" Qing shook her head slightly. "No, don't worry too much." Jiang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He was so engrossed in his work that he didn't notice the passage of time. Before he knew it, 7 hours had passed. He was relieved when he heard that the Chiefing tribe did not take any action. Qing walked up to the stone and looked at the black charcoal-painted area on the stone. In the center, there was a strange-looking thing drawn by Jiang Yuan. Qing observed it for a long time, but couldn't figure out what it was. He asked curiously, "Yuan, what is this thing you drew?" Jiang Yuan was holding a ceramic bowl and drinking water. When he heard Qing's question, he wiped the water stains from the corners of his mouth with his dark palms and pointed to the thing on the stone that he had spent 7 or 8 hours to draw. He said, "This thing is called a watchtower." Chapter 93, Building a Watchtower. "Come on, bring the wood here." Jiang Yuan stood in the corridor and gave orders loudly. At the entrance of the Yunshi Valley, on the stone steps on both sides of the mountain wall, a dozen Yunshi people were carrying wood and walking slowly towards the corridor. "Lord Jiang Yuan, how about this cut wood?" Elder Pan was in high spirits. He patted the wood that was transported to the corridor and asked Jiang Yuan. "Not bad, not bad." Jiang Yuan touched the square and neat wood and said happily, "Elder Pan, I will make you a clay pot chicken tonight." "What is a chicken?" Elder Pan asked hurriedly, becoming even more excited when he heard about food. Jiang Yuan was slightly stunned and immediately said, "It's a wild pheasant." "Okay." Elder Pan responded loudly. "Elder Pan, can the concave and convex marks on these pieces of wood fit together?" Jiang Yuan asked again with some concern. Jiang Yuan taught Elder Pan the mortise and tenon technique when he was making a wooden door. Now this technique is needed in building the watchtower. Elder Pan laughed and said, "Don't worry, Master Jiang Yuan. All the wood was made according to your instructions." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. At this moment, one came over with a few female tribesmen, carrying rattan baskets. When one saw Jiang Yuan, he said, "Jiang Yuan, I've made the wooden wedges and bamboo nails you asked me to make." She waved her hand, and the female tribesmen behind her came forward and put down the rattan baskets, which were filled with wooden wedges and bamboo nails. Jiang Yuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect one to be able to make so many wooden wedges and bamboo nails in such a short time. He took the bamboo nails and wooden wedges in his hands and observed them. They were exactly as he had expected. It has to be said that primitive people were relatively rigorous, unlike people today who are cheating, cunning, and cutting corners on workmanship and materials. "Antwin, thank you for your hard work." Jiang Yuan sincerely thanked one. He knew that one must have led his tribesmen to work day and night in the past 2 days to make so many bamboo nails and wooden wedges. "Nothing." One smiled and said, "That clay pot chicken you just said you would make for Elder Pan, just let us have some too. That's all." Jiang Yuan laughed out loud when he heard this and agreed immediately. "No problem. Master Jiang Yuan, I brought you what you wanted." While everyone was talking, the cry of a wolf came from the bottom of the corridor. Wolf, along with more than 20 tribesmen, carrying all kinds of things, had already stepped onto the stone stairs. Jiang Yuan asked everyone to put their things down. The wolf wiped the sweat off his head and said, "It's all here." There were tools such as wooden hoes, wooden ladders, wooden boards, ropes, hay, and a lot of clay and gravel. "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Jiang Yuan patted the wolf's shoulder. "Nothing." The wolf touched his head and smiled innocently. "The stone that Jiang Yuan used to draw the watchtower has been moved here." Jiang Yuan immediately compared the stone and asked the tribesmen to start construction. Jiang Yuan plans to build a watchtower on each side of the corridor. Construction started on both sides at the same time. Jiang Yuan ordered people to dig 4 large pits on the corridor with wooden hose, and then erected 4 thick tree trunks as the main beams of the watchtower in the pits. Add concrete, Jiang Yuan commanded. The tribesmen nearby had already made concrete by mixing clay, gravel, and water. After hearing Jiang Yuan's instructions, they immediately poured concrete into the pit and fixed the pillars. After waiting for the concrete to solidify and harden, the bases of the 4 pillars were as solid as rock. Jiang Yuan shook them, but they remained motionless and difficult to shake. I have to say, concrete is still easy to use. After the 4 pillars were erected, the next step was for the tribesmen to climb up the wooden ladders and place the square pieces of wood on the 4 pillars one by one. During this period, mortise and tenon technology played an irreplaceable role. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but admire. The great technology of mortise and tenon joints is truly the crystallization of the ancients' wisdom. The crowd erected wooden beams, then laid thick wooden boards, fixed them with mortise and tenon joints, wooden wedges and bamboo nails, and then built a fence around the boards. At this point, the observation room is basically completed. Of the entire watchtower, only the top of the tower has not been built. Under Jiang Yuan's command, the tribesmen erected a roof beam on the top, laid wooden boards and hay on it, and then reinforced it one by one with wooden wedges and bamboo nails. At this time, 2 watchtowers more than 4 meters high were finally built on the corridor. However, Jiang Yuan was still a little worried, so he asked his tribesmen to use a large number of ropes to wrap around the joints for reinforcement. After everything was done, Jiang Yuan was the first to climb the wooden ladder and enter the observation room. Jiang Yuan hugged the main beam tightly and stomped hard on the floor. The watchtower was very solid and stable, with no signs of shaking. Jiang Yuan finally felt relieved and stood in the observation room, looking at the surrounding scenery. The corridor was originally located at the top of the Yunxi Valley, and the watchtower was even higher than the corridor. At this moment, Jiang Yuan had a panoramic view of the entire Yunxi Valley and the endless vast view in front of the Yunxi Valley. A sense of heroism arose spontaneously in Jiang Yuan's heart. Looking at the winding and undulating mountains in the distance and the rushing river rolling forward, Jiang Yuan had the feeling that the entire country was at his feet. I fly to the top of the mountain and see no trace of smoke. Jiang Yuan felt extremely relaxed and open-minded, and a line of poetry came out of his mouth. What do you mean? The chief of the Tsang clan asked in a gloomy tone, and he had climbed up without anyone noticing when. Jiang Yuan glanced at him and laughed. It means that at a glance, nothing can block our eyes. This Lizhan mountain range and the whole world are all within our sight. Chief Tsang clan leader rarely said anything. He just stood quietly beside Jiang Yuan and looked out at the world with him. After a long silence, the Tsang clan leader suddenly shook his head and said, I haven't even left the Lizhan mountains, let alone the entire world. Jiang Yuan laughed and didn't take it seriously. Chief Tsang looked at Jiang Yuan with deep eyes and said in a heavy and powerful tone, Jiang Yuan, after I die, the entire Yunxi tribe will be handed over to you. Jiang Yuan did not shirk his responsibility. He nodded solemnly. I promise you, but, Jiang Yuan said with a smile. Chief Tsang, you are so young. It is still a long way to go before you die. The head of the Tsang clan shook his head again and said, according to your calculation of years, seasons, months, and days, I have lived for 50 years. If it were someone else, they would have probably decayed into dust. Jiang Yuan was silent for a moment. He was used to seeing older people like Chief Tsang and Elder Pan, so he subconsciously ignored the fact that primitive people had an extremely short average lifespan. There are 170 people in the entire Yunxi tribe. How many of them are elderly? Only a dozen. In the entire Yunxi tribe, Wu is the only one who can live to that age. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Chief Tsang changed the subject. He patted the pillar of the watchtower and said, Jiang Yuan, what other uses does this thing you built have besides making it stand higher? Jiang Yuan smiled and said, the higher you stand, the farther you can see. When the Chiefing tribe attacks, we will be able to know their every move. Jiang Yuan's tone slowed down and he continued, the weather is hot and the sun is scorching. With this watchtower, the tribesmen can be sheltered from the wind and rain and avoid the suffering of being exposed to the sun when they are on alert. Upon hearing this, Chief Tsang remained silent, and no one knew what he was thinking about. After a moment, he slowly said, Jiang Yuan, you and I are different. What do you mean? Jiang Yuan asked calmly with a smile on his face. The Tsang clan leader paused and organized his words. Take the sacred fire for example. I may not allow ordinary tribesmen to use it, but you not only allow them to use it, but you also work with ordinary tribesmen and eat the same food. If it were me, I would choose to keep the better food for myself. Because I am the tribe leader, I think this is what I should do. Before you join the tribe, I would often kill my tribe members for their mistakes. You give them a chance to correct their mistakes. You are different. You care about your people. I think this is the real reason why the people in the tribe like you, respect you, and admire you. As a primitive man, the language expression of the Tsang tribe leader may not be so awesome. Chapter 94, Three-Way Division. Jiang Yuan looked at the back of Chief Tsang, feeling mixed emotions, an indescribable feeling. Working, sleeping, and eating together, and treating ordinary tribesmen equally. This is just Jiang Yuan's means of stabilizing the tribe and rallying people's hearts. He is not as great as Chief Tsang said. He also did not have the ability to lead this primitive tribe into a communist society in one step. This is also not in line with the laws of development of natural society. Jiang Yuan believed that as he joined the Yunshi tribe, productivity would inevitably increase and private ownership in primitive society would immediately appear. This was an inevitable situation. Therefore, although Jiang Yuan emphasized working, sleeping, and eating together, he also emphasized the status and class differences among the tribesmen and the power in the hands of the tribal leaders. Only by allowing the idea of difference in status and strict class structure to take root in the minds of the Yunshi people and combining it with theocracy can it be beneficial to strengthen Jiang Yuan's rule over the Yunshi tribe in the future and consolidate his own position. Therefore, Jiang Yuan did not deny the divinity of flame, nor did he deny that he brought the divine fire. Jiang Yuan doesn't think that his character is noble or great. To put it bluntly, Jiang Yuan did it for himself. Jiang Yuan is such a straightforward person and doesn't care about other people's opinions. Therefore, as a primitive man, the chief of the Tsang tribe did not understand and did not comprehend the deeper meaning of Jiang Yuan's actions. Jiang Yuan climbed down from the watchtower using the wooden ladder. All the tribesmen were waiting in the corridor, staring at the watchtower eagerly, looking eager to try. Jiang Yuan smiled and said to everyone, "Everyone can go up and experience the scenery from above, but only 4 people can go up at a time." Upon hearing this, all the people in Yunshi rushed forward, eager to enjoy the scenery from the watchtower. "Wolf," Jiang Yuan called softly. "What's wrong, Lord Jiang Yuan?" Wolf looked at the completion of the 2 towering watchtowers, and his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Jiang Yuan said, "On weekdays, you will stay in these 2 watchtowers for alert. The watchtowers can protect you from wind and rain, and you won't be exposed to the sun." The wolf nodded happily to show that he understood. Jiang Yuan added, "There are 2 river gaps at the back of the valley. We can find suitable locations on the mountain wall and build a watchtower for each." The wolf responded loudly, "No problem." Jiang Yuan patted his chest gently and said with a smile, "It must be exactly the same as these 2 watchtowers. There can't be any mistakes. After it's completed, I will also treat you to clay pot chicken." When the wolf heard about food, he became excited and immediately patted his chest and made a promise to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan returned to the cave. Instead of resting, he found a stone slab and charcoal and prepared to continue painting. Simply defending cannot bring peace to the Yunshi tribe, so Jiang Yuan has to take the initiative to attack. To take the initiative to launch an attack, we need more powerful weapons to defeat the chiefing tribe with superior combat effectiveness. And this weapon is the catapult. As an archaeology enthusiast, Jiang Yuan has a rough idea of all kinds of things from ancient times. Jiang Yuan also has a general understanding of the catapult. He needs to spend a lot of time drawing, testing, and calculating the dimensions and sizes of each component of the catapult before he can build a real catapult. Time waits for no one, and the chiefing tribe may launch another attack at any time. Now the Yunshi tribe was trapped in the Yunshi Valley, and although the food was still sufficient, it would be stretched for a long time. So Jiang Yuan had to take the initiative to attack to break the predicament of the Yunshi tribe. Jiang Yuan picked up the charcoal and started drawing the rough outline of a catapult on the stone slab. The passionate and high-pitched horn sound of woo-woo-woo came from the entrance of Yunshi Valley and echoed throughout the entire Yunshi Valley. Jiang Yuan looked at the direction where the horn sounded, and his expression changed slightly. "The damn chiefing tribe is still haunting us and is back again." Jiang Yuan cursed silently. He could only put down the charcoal, pick up the iron spear again, and rush towards the direction of Hengqiao. The entire Yunshi tribe was like a machine that started running at full capacity, and all the Yunshi people began to get busy. Jiang Yuan rushed to the horizontal bridge and looked into the distance. He could vaguely see the shadowy figures of the chiefing tribe in the mountains and forests. Jiang Yuan waited for a moment, and all the Yunchi people had gathered. Jiang Yuan glanced carefully and saw Ao among them. Follow the previous defensive formation and disperse the defense. Jiang Yuan issued an order. Yes. The Yunchi people responded loudly and left with their wooden spears. You really won't let me rest. Jiang Yuan rubbed his brows. It's only been a few days since the truce. The people of Chiefing tribe are attacking again. He had originally planned to send his tribesmen tomorrow to contact other tribes to discuss the important matter of attacking the Chiefing tribe together. Now that the Chiefing tribe has arrived, all his plans have been disrupted. Come on, let's see how many of your tribesmen are left. Enough for me to kill. Jiang Yuan whispered while holding the iron spear tightly, his eyes determined. What are they going to do? Chief Tsang stood side by side with Jiang Yuan. He looked in the direction where the Chiefing tribe was stationed and asked with some confusion. In front of the Yunchi Valley, in a forest, about 300 people from the Chiefing tribe were stationed here. What puzzled Chief Tsang was that among the more than 300 people, there were more than 100 Chiefing children. In addition, there were dozens of wild deer, wild sheep, and other prey, as well as dozens of other tribal members with tattered skins and frightened faces. Bring all the prey and children here. Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered, and he said slowly, Does the Chiefing tribe want to fight a protracted war? However, what made him feel at ease was that there were only about 300 members left in the Chiefing tribe, including more than 100 young children. Jiang Yuan suddenly became more confident. Jiang Yuan believes that the complete annihilation of the Chiefing tribe is just around the corner. No matter what, as long as we defend seriously, they will not be able to break into Yunchi Valley. Jiang Yuan comforted everyone. We have a watchtower, and their every move is under our eyes. Everyone nodded, without getting too flustered. Master Jiang Yuan, Master Chief, the people of the Chiefing tribe are moving. Suddenly, shouts from the tribesmen were heard from the watchtower. Everyone's face changed when they heard this, and they remembered the last time the Chiefing tribe, led by Qi Shan, launched an attack from the river behind the Yunchi Valley. Jiang Yuan quickly climbed up the watchtower and looked towards the direction of the Chiefing tribe. Sure enough, the Chiefing tribe was divided into two groups of Chiefing people, each with about 50 people. These people were walking along the outskirts of the Yunchi Valley, and judging from the direction they were heading to the rear of the Yunchi tribe. Right in front of the entrance of Yunchi Valley, they left behind about 100 tribesmen and more than 100 children. Jiang Yuan whispered, Are we going to divide our forces and attack? Jiang Yuan rubbed his eyebrows and felt a little headache. There were too few tribesmen in the Yunchi tribe who could fight. If the Chiefing tribe launched an attack in three directions, it would be difficult for the Yunchi tribe to defend. Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment, then ordered loudly, Lead 5 spear throwers and 5 stone throwers to the back of the valley to assist the wolves in defending. Lead 5 spear throwers and 5 stone throwers to the back of the valley to assist Elder Wei and his men in defending. Yes. Li and Shou answered loudly at the same time. They each led their tribesmen, picked up their weapons, and headed towards the back of the valley. Jiang Yuan paused for a moment and said in a cold voice, The remaining 10 spear throwers and 10 stone throwers, stay here with me to defend the wooden gate of Yunchi Valley. Chapter 95, Encirclement Without Attack. After allocating the troops, Jiang Yuan stood in the watchtower and stared in the direction of the Chiefing tribe. He was looking for Qi Man, the chief of the Chiefing tribe, whose eyes contained no trace of life. Unfortunately, the distance was too far, and I couldn't make it out at all. Jiang Yuan glanced at the Yunchi Valley. At this moment, all the tribesmen, regardless of gender, age, or status, were holding wooden spears, ready to fight at any time, in a tense state under high pressure. The scorching sun in the sky shone with scorching sunlight. Even though Jiang Yuan was standing in the watchtower, with a gentle breeze and shade, he was still sweating profusely. Not to mention how hot it was for the Yunchi people below. Lord Jiang Yuan, please have a drink of water. The tribesman who was on guard on the watchtower took a pottery bowl, scooped a bowl of water from the pottery basin placed in the corner of the lookout room, and presented it to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan waved his hand to refuse. With the enemy troops approaching and a bloody battle about to break out, how could he have the desire to drink water? You stay on guard, I'll go down first. After Jiang Yuan gave this instruction to the man, he climbed down the watchtower using the wooden ladder. What are these guys doing? Why don't they launch an attack? Chief Tsang was sweating profusely, and he said impatiently. Jiang Yuan said in a deep voice, Don't be anxious, wait a little longer. The most taboo thing when facing the enemy is to be impatient and irritable. Time passed by minute, and before I knew it, several hours had passed. Jiang Yuan looked up at the scorching sun in the sky, which had already begun to set in the west. Aren't you going to attack yet? Jiang Yuan murmured. He looked at the Yunshi people who were on alert. They all looked tired and exhausted. He had been keeping in touch with elders Wolf and Wei, who were guarding the back of the valley. According to the tribesmen who delivered the message, Qishan and another tribesman, each leading 50 cannibals, also camped at 2 river gaps behind the Yunshi Valley without launching an attack. The Tsang clan leader cursed anxiously. What on earth do they want to do? An entire afternoon passed, and these cannibals still showed no signs of movement. Lord Jiang Yuan, they are making a move. Yinsher suddenly pointed in the direction of the chiefing tribe and shouted. Jiang Yuan looked in the direction of the sound and saw several cannibals from the chiefing tribe pulling out a few wild boars and wild sheep from their prey, and also pulled out a male member from another tribe who was trembling with fear and shaking all over. The cannibals took them to a place 100 steps away from the entrance of the Yunshi tribe valley. What do you mean? Elder Pan frowned slightly as he watched this scene. Puff. As soon as Elder Pan finished speaking, a cannibal raised a stone knife and stabbed it into the chest of the male member of the tribe. Blood splattered and the male tribesmen wailed continuously, but their hands and feet were bound by vines, and they could not move at all, and they could not even struggle in the slightest. The cannibals' methods were extremely cruel. Ugh! With a barely audible groan of pain from the male tribesman, the cannibals cut open his body and cut out the entrails of this human-shaped prey. The cannibal stared at the entrails in his hand, his eyes burning and his throat rolling slightly. But he did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly rushed towards Chi-Man. The cannibal knelt down on his knees and raised the heart in his hand. Chi-Man laughed loudly with a ferocious look on his face. There was a hint of greed in his cruel eyes. He took the food presented by his tribesmen and started eating it regardless of the blood. Bastard! Jiang Yuan couldn't help but curse in a low voice as he looked at the bloody scene. He gripped the iron spear tightly. His eyes were blazing with fire, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing slightly. Jiang Yuan couldn't accept it. The cruel act of cannibalism. However, Chief Tsang and others looked calm. It was obvious that they were no longer surprised by such things. They had seen such bloody scenes many times. Jiang Yuan closed his eyes slightly, calmed his turbulent emotions, and composed himself. Jiang Yuan opened his eyes and found that Chief Tsang and others were staring at him. I'm fine, Jiang Yuan said calmly. The chiefing tribe is deliberately provoking us. What should we do then? Asked the chief of the Tsang clan. Jiang Yuan shook his head. The tribesmen they killed were not from our Yunshi tribe. Why should we use our own casualties to save people from other tribes? There is no need to pay attention to these cannibals. Chief Tsang nodded to show that he understood. Jiang Yuan then instructed, let the tribesmen disperse and prepare food for the evening. Chief Tsang looked doubtful. The members of the chiefing tribe are still outside. Are we going to let them leave now? Jiang Yuan said. The tribesmen have been holding out here for an afternoon and have been exposed to the sun for an afternoon. Let them rest. Just leave a few tribesmen to guard carefully. Chief Tsang nodded slightly and gave the order immediately. In front of the valley of Yunshi tribe, more than 200 strong and young people from the chiefing tribe were stationed here. The Chi-Man, who was as powerful as a bear or a tiger, held a piece of smelly meat in his hand and chewed it in his mouth. Chi-Man chewed a few bites, frowned slightly and asked, Wizard, why don't you summon the divine fire? This raw meat is too disgusting. Chiefing Wizard was stroking the black-scaled snake wrapped around his arm. When he heard Chi-Man's question, his face became slightly embarrassed. Master Patriarch, before entering the Lizon Mountains, I was able to summon the divine fire, but it's been so long that I have long forgotten it. Chi-Man curled his lips and said, according to what you said, if the divine fire in the altar goes out, won't we never be able to light the divine fire again? Chiefing Wizard said, don't worry, Chief. I left a member of my tribe there to look after the sacred fire. Chi-Man swallowed another piece of raw meat, with some worry between his brows. He asked anxiously, can your method really force the people of the Yunshi tribe out of the valley? The chiefing wizard stroked the wolf-tooth necklace around his neck, a sinister smile on his face. Master, our attacks have been failing, so let's not attack. With so many people in the Yunshi tribe, they must eat a lot of food every day. Think about it. Our chiefing tribe blocked the Yunshi Valley. As long as they run out of food, they will definitely leave the Yunshi Valley. When they leave Yunshi Valley, how can they be a match for our chiefing tribe? Our people are so brave, they can't beat us. The consecutive defeats caused Chi-Man to lose a lot of confidence. After hearing the analysis of the chiefing wizard, his ferocious blue face regained its spirit. Qishan said immediately, if we had followed the wizard's method earlier, so many people in our chiefing tribe would not have died. The chiefing wizard leaned on his bone cane and smiled sinisterly. Master Chief, When we flatten Yunchi Valley, we can take away the male tribesmen as food, and we can take as many female tribesmen as we want. Are you still afraid that there will be no one left in our chiefing tribe?" Upon hearing this, Chi-Man could not help but burst into laughter. He licked the blood-stained corners of his mouth, looking very greedy. The chiefing wizard's words touched his heart and made the evil fire in his body stir. Chi-Man's eyes flashed with lust, and he could hardly suppress his inner desires. He immediately picked out a female tribesman who he liked from the captured tribesmen and brought her to his side. Chi-Man tore off the already tattered animal skin of this tribesman and beat him in front of the rest of the tribesmen. Chi-Man's grim smile, accompanied by the screams of his tribesmen and the laughter of the rest of the chiefing tribesmen, continued for a long time in this empty wilderness. Chapter 96. Protracted Warfare. Night falls, and the silver moon hangs high in the sky. Bonfires were burning everywhere in Yunchi Valley, and the red flames illuminated the entire valley. The aroma of meat filled the valley, constantly tempting the taste buds of the Yunchi people. In the valley that should be filled with laughter and joy, the atmosphere was now depressing and dull. No one spoke. Only the sound of chewing food could be heard from time to time. There seemed to be dark clouds covering the heads of the Yunchi people, and heavy rain was about to fall. On the horizontal bridge, 2 bonfires light up the front of Yunchi Valley. There were various foods on the table, but Jiang Yuan had no appetite to enjoy them. Jiang Yuan and Patriarch Song looked into the distance in a certain direction in the darkness. It was pitch black there, and they couldn't see clearly what was going on. From time to time, the rough laughter of men and the screams of women could be heard from that direction. That is where the chiefing tribe is stationed. Song, Jiang Yuan, you should eat something. When advised, the 2 of them had been standing here for several hours without moving. Chief Song waved at her. Wen sighed and turned away. I know what they want to do. Jiang Yuan, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Chief Song gave him a questioning look. Jiang Yuan pursed his lips and said, they either want to wait for us to relax at night and launch an attack, or they want to trap us in Yunchi Valley and let us starve to death here. Patriarch Song and Elder Pan's expressions changed drastically when they heard this. Jiang Yuan added, I think they prefer the second method, which is to trap us and starve us to death in Yunchi Valley. Because the chiefing tribe has already predicted that we will not take the initiative to attack. What should we do then? The head of the Song clan asked Jiang Yuan for his opinion. After all, Chief Song had experienced many storms, and his complexion returned to normal in a moment. Jiang Yuan shook his head slightly, his eyes deep. Before we find out the true purpose of the chiefing tribe, we have no other choice but to strengthen our defense, stay alert, and be ready for war. Patriarch Song and Elder Pan were confused. They looked at each other, not understanding what Jiang Yuan meant. Jiang Yuan sighed and said, tell the tribesmen to be on high alert tonight. They must always pay attention to the actions of the chiefing tribe and blow the horn if the situation changes. As long as we survive tonight, I will understand their true purpose. Chief Song nodded slightly and said, I'll arrange it. Jiang Yuan shook his head. I will arrange it myself. You go and have a rest. Chief Song expressed his knowledge. Jiang Yuan assigned personnel and gave them tasks such as night watch, alert, patrol, and fire-making, and asked them to do it seriously and carefully. Everyone nodded in agreement. There are 2 river gaps behind the Yunchi Valley, and the watchtowers have not yet been built. Jiang Yuan asked the tribesmen to be careful here. Before all the tribesmen went to sleep, Jiang Yuan asked them to keep their weapons beside them and be ready to fight at any time. Once they heard the horn, they would immediately provide support in the direction where the sound came from. After everything was arranged, it was already late at night. The bonfire in the clay pot in his cave had not yet gone out, emitting a faint glow. Qing Hishi was guarding the cave entrance, and the 2 had not fallen asleep yet. Yuan, my mother said you haven't had dinner yet. Qing took out a piece of barbecue wrapped in leaves from his arms. Jiang Yuan took it in his hands. The barbecue was covered by Qing and was still warm. Jiang Yuan felt warm in his heart and was deeply moved. He touched Qing's cheek and whispered, thank you. She, who was standing by, snorted coldly and said in a distant tone, there are pheasant eggs roasting on the campfire. Don't forget to eat them. After she said this, she turned and left. Jiang Yuan looked at her back and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was so exhausted now that he had no intention of chasing after her or coaxing her. After you finish eating, have a good sleep. After Qing instructed Jiang Yuan, he turned around and left. To say that she left was only 10 steps away. After all, the cave where she lived was right next to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan chewed the tasteless barbecue and sat in front of the stone cave, admiring the boundless starry sky. When the chiefing tribe changed their tactics and stopped attacking actively, Jiang Yuan was helpless against these cannibals. After all, once they left the Yunchi Valley in close combat, the Yunchi tribe would definitely not be their match. Jiang Yuan placed the iron spear under his pillow the tiger-tooth dagger beside his ear, and fell into a light sleep. Nothing happened overnight. The next day, everything woke up, and Jiang Yuan woke up. He did not sleep well last night and woke up many times. He was extremely worried that the chiefing tribe would launch a night attack. He even walked around the Yunxi Valley in the middle of the night, inspecting every corner of the valley and observing the alert status of the night watchman. Facing a powerful enemy, the pressure is like a fully drawn bowstring. The tribesmen in charge of vigilance also knew that the heavy responsibility they shouldered was related to the safety of the entire tribe, so no one dared to desert and everyone was very alert. The projection on the sundial pointed to 7 in the morning, and many Yunxi people began to enjoy their morning food. It can be seen that the mental state of the tribesmen is not very good. Some of them look drowsy, while others have dark circles under their eyes. After all, the enemy is guarding outside the door. It would be strange if they could sleep well. Jiang Yuan was not in the mood to eat. As soon as he woke up, he ran straight to the horizontal bridge. The tribesmen in charge of guarding are changing shifts. The tribesmen who were on night watch climbed down from the watchtower yawning. Jiang Yuan patted his shoulder, nodded slightly and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Go back and eat some food and have a good sleep." The tribesman was flattered and quickly bent down and said, "It's not hard. This is what I should do." Jiang Yuan looked in the direction of the chiefing tribe. Those cannibals seemed to have just woken up and were lying leisurely in the shade of the trees. They didn't seem to have breakfast. In the entire Lizon Mountains, the Yunxi tribe is the only one that can have 2 meals a day, or even 3 meals a day. They did not launch an attack. Chief Song came to Jiang Yuan's side at some point. Indeed, Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. It seems that they intend to trap us in Yunxi Valley and then starve us to death. There was a hint of sadness between the brows of the Song clan leader. Then what should we do? Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "What can we do? Either we hold on, or we break the deadlock and take the initiative to attack." Chief Song looked at Jiang Yuan, who was talking and laughing, with a somewhat helpless look on his face. Jiang Yuan said with a serious expression, "We have to prepare for both scenarios. One is to hold out against the chiefing tribe. I've observed that they don't have much prey, and they might retreat on their own once they run out of food. Second, we have the qualifications to take the initiative to attack, and this qualification is the more powerful weapon I told you about, the catapult." Upon hearing this, the Song clan leader's eyes lit up. "Where is this weapon?" Jiang Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It will take at least a month to build the catapult." "What?" Chief Song screamed in shock. His face changed suddenly and he stared at Jiang Yuan in silence. After a long while, the head of the Song tribe finally spoke with difficulty. "We only have more than 60 large prey, including wild pheasants and rabbits, which can only support us for about half a month at most." Jiang Yuan pretended to be relaxed and said, "We have fishing nets, we can catch fish, and there are fruits stored in the cellar. If all else fails, there are thousands of cloud fruits on the trees. Who says we have to eat meat? It is not a good thing to create a high-pressure atmosphere in the tribe." Chief Song sighed helplessly and said nothing. Jiang Yuan's tone sank slightly, and he said slowly, "Let the tribesmen prepare for a long-term siege. I will build the catapult as quickly as possible." Chapter 97, Chiefing Wizard's Method. The Yunxi Valley was surrounded by the chiefing tribe, and 7 or 8 days passed in the blink of an eye. The sun was scorching, the heat was unbearable, and there had been no rain for many days. The water level of the river behind the Yunxi Valley had dropped a little. Jiang Yuan was using a stone axe to chop a piece of tree trunk to make the parts needed for the catapult. The manufacturing process of the catapult is complicated, and the size requirements for each component are quite stringent. If the catapult made any mistake, the stone would be destroyed and the people on board would die before the catapult was even launched. Therefore, Jiang Yuan did not dare to be careless at all. He even made a wooden ruler to improve the accuracy of the accessory size. Qin came towards him with a ceramic bowl and grilled fish, and called out, "Yuan, come and eat the food." "Okay," Jiang Yuan responded. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. After working for a whole morning, he did feel a little hungry. "Fish again?" Jiang Yuan asked in surprise, looking at the fish soup and grilled fish in the ceramic bowl. Ever since the chiefing tribe surrounded the Yunxi Valley, they have had fish for almost every meal in the past 7 or 8 days. Various species of fish have already shown a tendency to replace wild deer, wild ibex, and other prey to become the staple food of the Yunxi tribe. Qing explained to him. Elder Wei said that since there are too many fish in the river to catch, we should just keep the prey in the fence and eat it later. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and asked, "How many prey are there in the fence?" Qing said, "There are about 50 more." Jiang Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. He remembered that before the chiefing tribe surrounded them, there were more than 60 prey inside the fence. 8 days have passed now, and Elder Wei has only allowed a dozen or so prey to be slaughtered. It is estimated that after each member of the Yunxi tribe gets this much meat, there will only be a pitiful amount. The people in the tribe are probably about to vomit from eating so much fish. Jiang Yuan tore off a piece of fresh fish meat and fed it to Qing. Go and talk to Elder Wei and ask him to kill an extra wild sheep or wild boar every day. The food is too monotonous and the tribesmen will get bored. Qing chewed the fish in his mouth and nodded slightly. Jiang Yuan saw that she looked a little hesitant and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Just say whatever you want to say." Qing said hesitantly, "Yuan, when will your catapult be completed?" Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "I have just finished drawing the sketch. The various accessories and materials are not ready yet. Adding the time for assembly and testing, it will probably take about 20 days. Oh, Qing seemed to understand what he heard, but when he heard 20 days, he couldn't help but responded with some disappointment. Jiang Yuan saw that she looked a little disappointed, so he asked, "Why are you asking this?" Qing explained, "The tribesmen have been in a panic recently. They are all afraid of the chiefing tribe who are surrounding the outside of the valley and refusing to leave." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. He naturally knew this situation. It is impossible not to feel panicked when being besieged by the enemy for a long time. "Don't worry." Jiang Yuan touched Qing's head to reassure her. Qing nodded slightly, stood up, and left. After Jiang Yuan finished eating the grilled fish and fish soup in front of him, he continued to hold the stone axe and wooden ruler and measured the various accessories on the catapult. The catapult requires a huge horizontal axle, levers, and wheels to move the catapult. Don't underestimate the wheel. Jiang Yuan is quite troubled by it. After groping for a long time, Jiang Yuan still had no clue. He could only temporarily give up the work in his hands and relax in the Yunxi Valley in the hope of getting some inspiration. Jiang Yuan walked in the valley and found that the tribesmen were in a very low mood and were absent-minded when working. Jiang Yuan sighed in his heart. It seemed that he had to hurry up and build a catapult to break the siege of the Yunxi tribe by taking the initiative to attack. The 2 watchtowers at the back of the Yunxi tribe valley had already been built, allowing for clear monitoring of the 2 groups of cannibals stationed outside the back of the valley. Today, the 4 watchtowers in the Yunxi Valley are the eyes of the Yunxi tribe, putting the Yunxi tribe in a situation where the enemy is in the open while we are in the dark. If a war breaks out in the future, we will be able to seize the initiative faster than others. After Jiang Yuan inspected the Yunxi Valley, he found that apart from the low spirits of the tribesmen, there were no other major problems. But now the Yunxi tribe is trapped in the valley, and the tribesmen are unable to hunt or pick. There are so many weapons and tools of all kinds that even the caves for storing supplies are now unable to hold them all, so the tribesmen no longer make these items. For a while, many Yunxi people became idle, just wandering around the tribe or sleeping in caves every day. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment, then waved his hand and sent all the idle tribesmen to collect stones and cut wood. Yunxi Valley then became busy again. The Yunxi tribe was having a hard time being surrounded in the valley, and the chiefing tribe that surrounded them was not in an easy situation either. Chiefing tribe camp. Qi Man was furious. He was like an angry bull, roaring and shouting in front of many tribesmen. In contrast, the rest of the chiefing people were all sitting on the ground powerlessly, watching Qi Man's performance quietly. As for the young children in chiefing, some held their stomachs and kept shouting that they were hungry, while others had lifeless eyes and were about to faint from hunger. "Father!" Suddenly, Qi Shan's voice came to his ears. Qi Man stopped his anger and looked at his only son. "What's wrong?" Qi Man asked, suppressing his anger. Qi Shan said, "I have no more food." Upon hearing this, Qi Man's eyelids twitched slightly. He waved his hand, and a chiefing member beside him pulled out a female member of the tribe. Qi Man tried to keep his tone calm. "These are our last food." Qi Shan was slightly stunned. "Have you finished eating the prey?" Qi Man nodded. Qi Shan frowned slightly. He looked at the female tribesman with an obviously bulging belly and said carefully, "Father, she is pregnant with our chiefing tribe's child." Qi Man was already impatient. "I told you, all our food combined is just for these 7 or 8 people." Qi Shan nodded silently. He pulled the female tribesman who was struggling and begging for mercy, ignoring her crying and wailing, put a vine around her neck, and pulled her away roughly. Qi Man watched Qi Shan leave. He could no longer bear the anger in his heart and shouted, "Where's Will? Bring him here." The chiefing people nearby were trembling with fear and hurriedly looked for the chiefing wizard. The chiefing wizard hurried over. Looking at the furious Qi Man, he couldn't help but feel timid. The old and frail chiefing wizard trembled as he walked in front of Qi Man, bowed and respectfully called out, "Master Patriarch." Qi Man originally wanted to throw the chiefing wizard to the ground, but just as he was about to make a move, he remembered the gods of the chiefing tribe. Qi Man suppressed his rage out of awe for the gods. The muscles on his ferocious blue face twitched as he shouted angrily, "Wizard, is this what you came up with? It's been so long. I'm afraid that the people of the Yunxi tribe didn't starve to death, but the people of our chiefing tribe must have starved to death here first." As he spoke, he pulled over a chiefing child who was so hungry that he was seeing stars and threw him in front of the chiefing wizard. The chiefing wizard wiped the sweat from his forehead. His cloudy old eyes kept turning, flashing with brilliance, and it was unknown what he was thinking of. In a moment, a sinister smile appeared on the face of chiefing wizard. Master Chief, our tribe has eaten all the prey, so we will eat the prey of other tribes. Chapter 98 Wheels and Bearings. Chi-Man didn't give him a good look. He asked unhappily, tell me about it. The successive setbacks have made Chi-Man in a terrible mood. The chiefing wizard coughed dryly and said, Master Chief, since we have no food, we will go and rob other tribes. Other tribes are not as cunning as the Yunshi tribe. If they dare to resist, we can just capture all their people and use them as food. At this point, the chiefing wizard could not help but laugh sinisterly. The sound was like the howling of a night owl, mournful and creepy. Chi-Man's eyes flickered when he heard this, and he thought to himself, yes, can't they bully other tribes however they want? With the number and bravery of the chiefing tribe, it would be easy to flatten any tribe in the Lizon Mountains. Of course, except for the Yunshi tribe. Good. Chi-Man originally wanted to pat the chiefing wizard on the shoulder, but then he felt it was inappropriate and quickly took it back. Chi-Man laughed loudly. He had already begun to imagine the scene of prey coming in groups. Chi-Man suddenly felt a surge of heroic spirit in his chest, and his previous gloom and irritability disappeared. He waved his hand and ordered his tribesmen to pull up the only 7 or 8 remaining captive tribesmen. He ordered loudly, send 2 people to Chishan, send 2 people to Chishi, and leave the rest here. Kill them immediately so that the tribe can fill their stomachs. Yes. Upon hearing that there was food, the chiefing people's green eyes, which were already green with hunger, suddenly burst into unparalleled brilliance. They grinned fiercely and pointed the stone knives in their hands at the unarmed prey. Chi-Man said to Chiefeng Wizard, I will send my people to ask them for prey now. The chiefing wizard shook his head with a profound look on his face. Chiefing looked puzzled and asked, what happened again? Chiefing Wizard said, we won't collect the prey, let them deliver it to us directly. The chiefing wizard paused for a moment, his old eyes flashing coldly. Tell them directly that before the sun sets tomorrow, each tribe must send 10 prey. If there is one less, we will kill one of their tribesmen. Chi-Man nodded. All is up to the wizard. Chi-Man immediately pointed out 38 tribesmen, and the 2 of them traveled together towards the locations of the remaining 19 tribes in the Lizon Mountains. Yunshi Valley. Jiang Yuan is still studying the structure of the wooden wheel. A small wheel was incomprehensible to Jiang Yuan at that moment. Jiang Yuan did not intend to make solid wooden wheels, as such wheels were too heavy and extremely inconvenient. However, the price of not manufacturing solid wood wheels is that the requirements for technology and accessories increase sharply. According to the technique of bending the wood into a wheel mentioned in ancient books, the wood is boiled in boiling water, baked with flames, and bent into a wheel to produce a basic wheel. As for the rest of the wheel parts, such as the rim, hub, spokes, and axle, they are relatively easy to deal with. However, this small bearing made Jiang Yuan feel troubled. The wheel is the core of the catapult's movement, the axle is the core of the wheel, and the bearing is the core of the axle. The bearings are responsible for many tasks such as the operation and load bearing of the axles. If the bearings are not up to standard, the wheels will not move. Even if they can barely move, the severe friction will cause the car to be damaged early. There are 2 types of bearings, ball bearings and sliding bearings. Given the current conditions of the Yunshi tribe and Jiang Yuan's ability, it is impossible to manufacture ball bearings. So Jiang Yuan put all his attention on this small sliding bearing. In Jiang Yuan's view, bearings do not mean just making a small catapult. The various types of weapons in the future, such as crossbow carts, knife carts, and battering rams, will all be inseparable from bearings. Even the carts, ox carts, and wheelbarrows that are used for transportation in our daily lives cannot do without bearings. So Jiang Yuan planned to make a perfect bearing to overcome this unavoidable problem in one fell swoop. The sun is setting and time is passing. Jiang Yuan, sweating profusely, took a tiger-tooth dagger and a stone axe and kept carving and chopping on a piece of extremely hard elm wood, hoping to carve out the shape of a bearing. Elm wood is hard and not easy to crack, making it an excellent material for making bearings. However, this also increases the difficulty for Jiang Yuan to manufacture bearings. Without machines and suitable tools, you can imagine how difficult it would be. Before I knew it, the projection on the sundial had pointed to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The afterglow of the setting sun spread across the earth, and the ground was covered with golden sunlight. Qing came to Jiang Yuan at some point, holding the food for tonight in her hand. Qing looked at Jiang Yuan, who was sweating profusely and fully devoted, with a trace of pity in her eyes, but she did not dare to disturb Jiang Yuan at this moment. Qing could only put the food down and sit aside waiting. At some point, Elder Wei also came to Qing's side and waited. But there was a hint of bitterness on Elder Wei's face. The moon hangs on the branches, and the night falls. Qing reheated the barbecue and broth with fire, then took a burning branch, lit the charcoal in the ceramic basin, and placed it next to Jiang Yuan. The light of the burning charcoal brought Jiang Yuan, who was immersed in the manufacture of bearings, back to his senses. He put down the half-made bearing in his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. At his feet were scattered several failed and defective bearings. Jiang Yuan looked at the bright moonlight in the sky and asked softly, "Is it so late?" He was totally unaware of the passage of time. Qing wiped the sweat off his forehead and urged, "Hurry up and drink some broth and eat some barbecue." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. When he came to his senses, he felt very hungry and his stomach was rumbling. Qing picked up the half-finished bearing that Jiang Yuan had made and asked curiously, "How is the production of this thing going?" She held the bearing in her hand and fiddled with it, but she couldn't figure out what it was or what it was used for. Jiang Yuan drank the broth while saying, "I've been busy all afternoon, but all I've produced are defective products. But I've also accumulated a lot of experience and gained a lot of inspiration. I think I'll be able to make it by tomorrow afternoon at the latest." Qing smiled innocently. She didn't understand and just carefully put the bearing back to its original place. Jiang Yuan looked at Elder Wei standing nearby and was about to talk to him, but unexpectedly, she also came over. What she held in her hands were the clothes, pants, and shoes that Jiang Yuan wore when he came to the primitive era, but they had all been washed clean by she. Jiang Yuan only had 3 sets of clothes in rotation. One was a saber-toothed tiger skin, one was a black mountain wolf king skin, and the other was the clothes in Shi's hand. As for shoes, most of the Yunshi people are barefoot. Only the tribe leader Tsang, Qing, Shi, and the 2 elders can wrap their feet with animal skins. However, after Jiang Yuan arrived, he weaved straw sandals out of hay. From then on, all the members of the Yunshi tribe wore straw sandals and felt like they were flying. Qing and Shi didn't stay long. Qing took back the pottery bowl, Shi put down his clothes, and they left. They also have their own medical team work to do. At this time, Jiang Yuan smiled and greeted Elder Wei. "Elder Wei, what's wrong? Is there anything?" Elder Wei's face was slightly bitter. He spoke hesitantly in a low voice. Master Jiang Yuan, we don't have enough grass and grass seeds to feed our prey." Chapter 99. Build a bamboo raft and develop the other side of the river. Are there not enough grass seeds and fodder to feed the prey? Jiang Yuan frowned when he heard this. He looked into Elder Wei's eyes, waiting for his explanation. Elder Wei explained in a low voice. "The cave where the fodder and grass seeds were stored was originally guarded by one of my tribesmen. I haven't checked the cave these days. I just took a look and found that the remaining grass and grass seeds are only enough for tomorrow." After hearing this, Jiang Yuan sighed in his heart. If Elder Wei had slaughtered a few more pigs and sheep, there would have been no shortage of fodder. When Elder Wei saw Jiang Yuan remain silent, he thought that he was angry. Elder Wei hurriedly said, "It's mainly because the chiefing tribe has been surrounding the outside of the valley for so many days, and the tribesmen have no way to go outside to cut grass." Jiang Yuan waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to say more. Jiang Yuan asked him, "Isn't it allowed to cut grass in Yunshi Valley?" Elder Wei looked bitter. "The grass that prey likes to eat is different. Although there is a lot of grass in the valley, we have already cut all the green grass that they like to eat. The prey will not eat the remaining grass." Jiang Yuan was speechless upon hearing this. Now all 3 exits of Yunshi Valley are blocked by the chiefing tribe. Where can we go to cut grass? Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment, and he thought of the back of Yunshi Valley. The back of Yunshi Valley is divided into 2 halves by a river. The other side of the river has a vast area with abundant water grass, a wide variety of plants, and lush vegetation. It is a rare treasure land. It has never been developed because most of the Yunshi people are afraid of water and do not know how to swim. Jiang Yuan once had the idea of building a bridge to connect the 2 sides of the river, but it was put on hold for the time being. It would be a good idea to let the tribesmen go to the other side to cut grass and feed the prey. However, most of the tribesmen who can swim are spear throwers and stone throwers. We can't let them cut grass and feed sheep. Jiang Yuan said to himself, "Do we have to put the task of building the bridge on the agenda ahead of time?" The project of building a bridge requires a huge amount of work and is no less difficult than building a catapult. Jiang Yuan was familiar with various ancient wooden bridges, such as wooden arch bridges, wooden beam bridges, etc. However, putting it into practice may be quite difficult. Elder Wei saw Jiang Yuan was lost in thought and did not dare to disturb him. Jiang Yuan looked at the night sky and saw that it was getting late. So he said, "Go back to sleep first, and we'll talk about this tomorrow." Elder Wei nodded and left. Jiang Yuan put away the unfinished bearing, and while thinking about how to cross the river, he walked into a cave to rest. We will discuss this matter tomorrow. The next day, the east was about to dawn. At daybreak, Jiang Yuan got up early. What Jiang Yuan didn't expect was that Elder Wei had gotten up earlier than him and was standing outside the cave waiting. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly to him as a greeting. The two of them headed together to the river bank at the back of the valley. Jiang Yuan squatted by the river, scooped up the clear river water, and washed away the sweat on his body. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yuan came up with an idea. He ordered Elder Wei to find a few tribesmen and asked them to bring the trench bridge across the trench. Soon, the tribesmen came carrying the trench bridge. It is called a trench bridge, but it is just a raft made of several tree trunks and ropes tied together. Elder Wei looked at the trench bridge that was carried over. He scratched the back of his head and said, "Master Jiang Yuan, this trench bridge can't reach the other side of the river." Jiang Yuan smiled. He had no intention of using the trench bridge as a real bridge. Jiang Yuan wanted to use the trench bridge as a raft so that the tribesmen could take the raft to travel back and forth between the two sides of the river. Jiang Yuan ordered his men to put the moat bridge into the water. To Jiang Yuan's surprise, the moat bridge actually showed signs of sinking to the bottom of the river. Several tribesmen quickly pulled the trench bridge back to the shore. Jiang Yuan was speechless for a moment. He immediately asked, "Does the tribe still have bamboo for making bamboo thorns?" A tribesman replied, "Master Jiang Yuan, there are still a lot of bamboos." Jiang Yuan immediately ordered someone to bring it. Several people stood on the shore and started making a bamboo raft using ropes and bamboo. A bamboo raft is not difficult to make, but even so, it fell apart many times after being launched into the water. Under the leadership of Jiang Yuan, several people spent a morning and finally succeeded in making a qualified bamboo raft. Jiang Yuan, who had been flooded by the river several times, stood on the bamboo raft and called out to the people, "Come on, try again." Elder Wei, who was soaked all over, gritted his teeth, overcame his fear of the river again, and stepped onto the bamboo raft in the river. Several members of the Yunshi tribe on the shore, who were also soaked, did not dare to disobey and stepped onto the bamboo raft one by one. This time the bamboo raft was extremely strong and could carry 5 or 6 people without falling apart. Jiang Yuan took a crudely made oar and paddled a few times in the river. The river is not turbulent and the bamboo raft is not difficult to control. Jiang Yuan had never used a paddle or sailed a bamboo raft. However, in just a moment, Jiang Yuan was able to make the bamboo raft move freely on the river. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Yuan was very happy and actually began to like rowing. The tribesmen on the bamboo raft were no longer afraid of the river water. They were eager to try and experience the thrill of rowing. Jiang Yuan immediately taught them how to row a boat. By the time everyone returned to the shore, it was already afternoon. Jiang Yuan picked out the one who was the best at swimming from among these tribesmen and appointed him as the boatman. From then on, he was responsible for driving the bamboo raft for the tribesmen to travel back and forth between the two sides of the river. Before leaving, Jiang Yuan added a rope to the bamboo raft to serve as a cable to secure it to the shore. Elder Wei was smiling now, without any bitterness from last night on his face. Jiang Yuan instructed him, "Elder Wei, when the tribesmen are mowing the grass, try not to move plants that you don't recognize." Jiang Yuan was worried that some edible plants would be destroyed by his tribesmen. He was eager to go to the other side of the river to observe the various plants and see if he could find some edible wild vegetables and the grains that the Yunshi tribe was in urgent need of. However, under the siege of the chiefing tribe, the production of catapults and bearings became the top priority of Jiang Yuan's work. Jiang Yuan could only put the matter of grains and wild vegetables aside for the time being. Elder Wei patted his chest and assured, "Master Jiang Yuan, I will do the job, so you can rest assured." Jiang Yuan rolled his eyes. "How can I feel at ease when you can't even raise dozens of prey?" However, he did not say much, but instead gave another instruction. "The prey in the fence should be slaughtered when necessary. We caught them to feed the tribe, so don't be reluctant to do so." Elder Wei nodded with a guilty look on his face, indicating that he understood. After Jiang Yuan left, he took a tour around the Yunshi Valley. He climbed up the 4 watchtowers in the Yunshi Valley one by one to observe the status of the chiefing tribe. The chiefing tribe was no different from before. For the past 10 days, they had been stationed outside the 3 exits of the Yunshi Valley, doing nothing and not launching any attacks. Jiang Yuan sneered in his heart. "Let's see how long you can hold on." The chiefing tribe had less food than the Yunshi tribe, but the number of its people far exceeded that of the Yunshi tribe. Therefore, Jiang Yuan was certain that the chiefing tribe would not be able to hold out for too long and would lift the siege and leave in disgrace. Jiang Yuan returned to his cave and found Qing and Shi waiting for him. There were also many barbecues, fish soups, fruits and other foods placed on the stone slabs. Jiang Yuan only then felt hungry. He had not had a drop of water since he got up in the morning until this afternoon. Jiang Yuan hugged the two women's slender waists to prevent them from escaping. When Qing Hushi was having dinner with Jiang Yuan, however, only takes advantage of others. After seeing off the two shy, lustful, and satisfied women, Jiang Yuan picked up the unfinished bearings and threw himself into his work again. Chapter 100. The Sorrow of the Valley Tribe. There is an abandoned valley on the edge of the Lisan Mountains, where the Gu tribe migrated not long ago. Outside the valley, the mountains are barren, the trees are withered, the grass is yellow, and the sheep are thin. In the valley, evil water flows everywhere, and the caves are dilapidated. In order to avoid being plundered by the chiefing tribe, the less than 100 members of the Gu tribe migrated to the most barren place in the entire Lisan Mountains. However, what they did not expect was that the chiefing tribe still found this place. Not long ago, 20 or 30 members of the chiefing tribe came to confiscate their prey and their people. The Gu tribe couldn't even guarantee food and clothing for its own people, let alone meet the demands of the chiefing tribe. The chiefing tribe immediately raised their wooden spears to intimidate and threaten, and forcibly took away more than 20 members of the Gu tribe. The Gu tribe did not dare to resist, nor were they able to do so, so they allowed the chiefing tribe to do whatever they wanted. As the sun sets, its afterglow fills the valley. The male tribesmen who went out hunting and the female tribesmen who went out picking returned to the valley. The chief of the valley tribe led the old and young tribesmen in the valley to go out to greet them. The chief of the valley tribe looked anxiously back and forth at the hands of his tribesmen who were out hunting. However, he only saw 5 or 6 hares and 3 or 4 pheasants from the 30 male tribesmen, and no large prey at all. A male tribesman was holding a crudely made wooden spear with a blunt tip and rubbing his palms uncomfortably. Today's harvest made him dare not look directly into the eager eyes of the valley tribe chief. The chief of the valley tribe sighed softly and said nothing. After all, this harvest was normal. But the disappointment in his eyes made these male tribesmen feel even more ashamed. "I'm sorry, chief," a male member of the valley tribe said with his head lowered. The chief of the valley tribe forced a smile and said, "It's okay. Wait for you to bring the tribe back. She picks fruits and always leads the tribe to pick a lot." Speaking of the girl Yu, the chief of the Gu tribe had a look of relief in his eyes. He picked up the child Yu from the wilderness. The child was still very young when he found him. Later, members of the Yunshi tribe came to ask for it, and he proposed to exchange it for 3 wild-horned sheep. The Yunshi tribe did not agree, and the deal failed. What he didn't expect was that after Yu grew up, he was always able to lead the female tribesmen to pick a lot of fruits. This also made the chief of the valley tribe respect her more. After a while, Yu led 20 or 30 female tribesmen back to the valley. However, what the chief of the Lingu tribe did not expect was that this group of people actually returned empty-handed, without a single fruit in their hands. "What's going on?" the elderly chief of the valley tribe asked angrily, his hair and beard standing on end. Yu stood out from the crowd, her animal hide still stained with blood. "Master Chief, we originally picked a lot of fruits, but then a group of alien wolves kept chasing us, and we lost all the fruits when we ran away, and Alway was bitten to death by the alien wolf." You couldn't help crying when she said this. What? What? The chief of the valley tribe only then realized that one of his tribesmen was missing. He was so angry that his eyes turned black, and he almost fainted. The rest of the tribesmen quickly supported him. Sigh. The chief of the valley tribe sighed heavily, hunched over, and walked back to the cave alone. The entire valley tribe was filled with gloom, and no one spoke, because they were going to go hungry again today. Nearly 100 tribesmen were assigned, less than 10 small preys. Each person received a piece of meat only as big as a little finger. They silently chewed the smelly raw meat in their mouths, as if they were eating some rare delicacy, and were reluctant to swallow it for a long time. This is their food for the whole day. Not long after, the chief of the valley tribe came out of the cave, holding a piece of animal skin in his hand, with something wrapped inside. "Come here." The chief of the valley tribe shouted weakly to everyone. He opened the animal skin and revealed some food inside. If Jiang Yuan saw this, he would definitely scream out in shock. Wrapped in the animal skin was one of the grains he had always dreamed of, wheat. Wheat, to be exact. The chief of the Gu tribe picked up the unhusked wheat and distributed it to the rest of the tribesmen one by one. However, each person only has a pitiful handful. Just as everyone was dividing the wheat, panicked shouts of the tribesmen suddenly came from the valley entrance. An extremely thin member of the valley tribe staggered back into the valley with a panicked look on his face. He spoke anxiously and stuttered, "Master, Chief, the people from the chiefing tribe are here again." "What? The chief of the valley tribe turned pale in an instant, and the wheat in his hands fell to the ground. The rest of the valley tribe members fell into extreme panic. The chiefing tribe is a horrible nightmare that they can never erase. The chief of the valley tribe complained repeatedly. What are they doing here again? Didn't they take away so many of our people some time ago? However, before he could react, two tall and powerful chiefing people had already walked into the valley. They held wooden spears and stared at the nearly 100 people from the valley tribe with extreme contempt. 2 against 100, the two chiefing people were not afraid at all, and instead had the momentum to crush their opponents. A chiefing tribe member spoke in a cold voice, his nose turned up. Our chiefing tribe leader said that before the sun sets tomorrow, 10 prey must be delivered to Yunchi Valley. What? The chief of the valley tribe screamed. He was struck by thunder and almost fainted on the ground. He stood up straight with all his strength. Didn't you take away more than 20 of our tribesmen some time ago? Why? Why are you doing this again? When he said this, a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Old thing, why? A chiefing man had an expression of extreme disgust on his face. He looked at the chief of the valley tribe and said in a vicious voice, Our chief said that if one prey is missing, one tribe member will be sent. If you can't deliver it to Yunchi Valley before the sun sets tomorrow, your entire tribe will die. You. The chief of the Gu tribe was unable to utter a word. He watched helplessly as the two chiefing people walked away in a swagger. The 30 male members of the valley tribe lowered their heads, and no one dared to step forward to stop them. What should we do, chief? A female tribesman asked with lifeless eyes. She was trembling with fear and shaking uncontrollably. The chief of the valley tribe slumped on the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked like he had aged 10 years and was about to die. He breathed heavily, his eyes constantly scanning the nearly 100 valley tribe members. The rest of the tribesmen seemed to know what the chief of Gu tribe was thinking. They all lowered their heads and avoided his gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. The chief of the valley tribe stood up with difficulty. He walked among his tribesmen, and from time to time he patted one of them with his hands as dry as tree bark. Every member of the tribe who was photographed began to cry loudly. Their bodies became limp, and they were on the verge of collapse. However, without exception, these people are all older. 1, 2, 3, 9. The chief of the valley tribe checked one by one, and found that there were only 9 elderly tribesmen. His eyes were like those of a dead fish as he swept across the faces of the other tribesmen. The remaining tribesmen are all young and young. A look of pain flashed across the face of the valley tribe leader. With a determined look in his eyes, he pointed his finger at himself and said, I'll go for the last one. At the same time, the exact same scene was happening in other tribes in the Lizhan Mountains. Chapter 101, Dark Clouds. As the sun sets, the red sunset fills the sky. However, the entire Lizhan mountain range seemed to be covered by dark clouds and was in shadow. As the valley tribe was almost in despair. Jackal tribe. There are more than 120 people in the Jackal tribe, which is almost the same as the original population of the Yunchi tribe. At this time, in the Jackal tribe, a middle-aged male tribesman with a pointed chin, dark skin, short stature, and inverted triangle-shaped eyes was saying something with a smile on his face. He is the chieftain of the Jackal tribe. Next to the chief of the Jackal tribe were 2 tribesmen sent by the chiefing tribe. The 2 chiefing people were tall and strong, forming a sharp contrast with the short chief of the Jackal tribe. Okay, in that case, don't forget to send the prey to Yunchi Valley tomorrow. A chiefing tribe member was very satisfied with the attitude of the Jackal tribe chief. He laughed and patted the Jackal tribe chief on the shoulder. The 2 of them were arrogant and looked down on everyone. They quite enjoyed the flattery and fawning from the Jackal tribe at that time, and did not take the hundreds of people of the Jackal tribe seriously at all. Okay, I will definitely deliver the prey to Yunchi Valley tomorrow. The chief of the Jackal tribe nodded quickly in agreement. His fawning look was enough to make people feel disgusted at a glance. After respectfully seeing the 2 off, the chief of the Jackal tribe straightened up. Chief, do we really want to send them prey? A member of the Jackal tribe asked in a choked voice. He was almost crying. Yes, chief. They took away more than a dozen prey and more than 20 tribesmen from us not long ago. When many members of the Jackal tribe saw the 2 cannibals leaving, they all became indignant. The Jackal tribe chief had a gloomy expression on his face. He turned around and glanced at everyone coldly. Shut up. The entire tribe suddenly fell silent. The chief of the Jackal tribe said coldly, Even if we give them prey, we won't have any. He glanced at the Jackal tribe's harvest today, just a dozen wild rabbits and pheasants. What should we do then? His son asked, then realized something and immediately chose to keep silent. The chief of the Jackal tribe cast a grim glance over all his tribesmen, seeming to be calculating something in his mind. All the tribesmen lowered their heads and dared not look at him. The chief of the jackal tribe hesitated for a moment, then said slowly, "I remember that if the valley tribe wants to go to the Yunchi Valley, they have to pass by us?" "Yes," his son nodded and replied aloud. The chief of the jackal tribe had a sinister smile on his face. "Then let's get ready here, and when they pass by, kill them all. We will send their bodies and pray to the chiefing tribe." His son was shocked when he heard this. "But father, doing this would mean going to war with the valley tribe." The chief of the jackal tribe glared at him impatiently. "What should we do? Who of you wants to become food for the chiefing tribe?" All the members of the jackal tribe immediately lowered their heads and fell silent. When the chief of the jackal tribe saw them like this, he sneered. "Even if we go to war with the Gu tribe, it's better than going to war with the chiefing tribe." But he immediately murmured to himself in confusion, "If it is a prey for the chiefing tribe, why go to Yunchi Valley?" Before the chiefing tribe migrated to the Lisan Mountains, the Manxiong tribe was undoubtedly the largest tribe in the Lisan Mountains, with a total of 500 people. However, after the war with the chiefing tribe, the tribe's population was reduced by half, and now there are only 250 people. Even so, the barbarian bears can be regarded as the #1 tribe in the Lisan Mountains besides the chiefing tribe. At this time, all the members of the barbarian bear tribe were on high alert, staring coldly at the two chiefing people at the entrance of the valley. "You just took away 20 prey and 20 female tribesmen. Why are you coming to us for them again?" The chief of the savage bear tribe asked angrily. He was tall and had dark skin, like a black bear. "And his name is Black Bear." A chiefing tribe member at the entrance of the valley said coldly, "Because we want it. Do you dare not agree?" "You." The black bear was so furious that his back teeth were almost broken, but he didn't dare to say a word of no. He had personally experienced the terrifying fighting power of the chiefing tribe. Seeing his expression, the chiefing people couldn't help but laugh out loud, with a look of contempt. "If you don't want to go to war with our chiefing tribe, then before the sun sets tomorrow, you must obediently deliver 10 prey to Yunchi Valley. Otherwise, just wait for our chiefing tribe's attack." After leaving these harsh words, the two chiefing people turned and left. There were nearly 100 strong male members in the entire barbarian bear tribe, but they were as cowardly as those in the valley tribe, and no one dared to step forward to stop them. "What should we do, chief?" asked a member of the barbarian bear tribe. "What can I do?" The black bear angrily threw away the wooden spear in his hand. He looked at the prey on the ground, 4 or 5 wild sheep and wild deer, which was the whole day's harvest for their savage bear tribe. The black bear looked extremely painful. "Let's go," Black Bear said to his tribesmen. "There is not enough prey. Let's catch as many as we can at night." Many members of the savage bear tribe looked at each other in bewilderment. After being hungry for a whole day, they still had to risk going out hunting at night? "Why aren't you leaving yet? Who of you wants to be food of the chiefing tribe?" Black Bear suddenly roared at everyone, really like an angry black bear. Chingsong tribe. About 100 members of the Chingsong tribe were gathered together at this time, looking at the two uninvited guests outside the Chingsong Valley. "All you have to do is hand in the prey before the sun sets tomorrow," a chiefing tribe member said to them. "If you are short of a prey, you can exchange it for a tribe member. You just took away 20 female tribesmen and a lot of prey from our tribe. Why are you asking for them again?" The chief of the Chingsong tribe asked angrily. Although he was in his prime, his hair was already gray. "Why don't you go ask our tribe leader?" A chiefing tribe member sneered and asked back. "If the prey cannot be delivered to Yunchi Valley before the sun sets tomorrow, all the people of your Chingsong tribe will just wait to become food for our chiefing tribe." At this point, the chiefing man couldn't help but burst into laughter, looking extremely arrogant. The chief of the Chingsong tribe was extremely angry. He was on the verge of exploding and wanted to curse out loud, but he held it back. In an instant, he became like a deflated balloon, completely devoid of any energy. The chief of the Chingsong tribe even felt a little relieved at this moment. Fortunately, he was lucky today and killed 2 wild-horned sheep, so he could save 2 tribesmen. Just when the chief of the Chingsong tribe was about to compromise, something unexpected happened. A sharp wooden spear flew out from the crowd of Chingsong tribe at high speed and pierced through the chest of a member of chiefing tribe, with blood splattering in the air. The wooden spear was thrown with such force that the chiefing people were knocked flying and nailed to the ground. The wooden spear pierced a bloody hole in the chest of this chiefing man, and he died in an instant. The green face of another chiefing member changed dramatically. He screamed in shock and raised the wooden spear in his hand to point at everyone. He looked fierce, but was actually weak. "Aren't you afraid that our chiefing tribe will kill you all?" This sudden change happened in a flash, and the members of the Qingtsong tribe hadn't even reacted yet. When they saw the dead chiefing member, all of them turned pale, as if a disaster was about to happen. Among the Qingtsong people, a tall, thin-waisted, broad-shouldered young tribesman stepped out. He looked extremely brave. The Qingtsong tribe member walked up to the timid chiefing tribe member, pulled out the blood-stained wooden spear, and pointed it at the chiefing tribe member. From now on, our Qingtsong tribe will never again offer a single prey or a single tribe member to your chiefing tribe. Chapter 102. The Cunning Jackal Tribe. What are you doing? The chief of the Qingtsong tribe hurried forward and grabbed the wooden spear of the tribe member. The chiefing people were terrified and felt that the cloud of death was hanging over their heads. He did not run away because he knew he would never be able to escape from these people's pursuit. The chiefing tribe looked at the leader of the Qingtsong tribe, and he felt as if he had grabbed the last straw. You dare to kill our chiefing tribe members. Aren't you afraid of a war? The chief of the Qingtsong tribe was shocked to hear that this cannibal dared to threaten others at such a critical moment. His face suddenly darkened. However, what was unexpected was that the cannibal began to give in again. If you let me go, I will tell our chief that he was killed by a wolf. No need, just stay here. The members of the Qingtsong tribe attacked with spears. Their moves were fierce and extremely brave. The chiefing people, who were known to be brave and able to fight against many enemies alone, were unable to withstand the attack and were defeated. The members of the Qingtsong tribe stood where they were, neither helping nor trying to break up the fight, just watching the two men fighting. Father, think about how cruel the chiefing tribe is. The man thrust out a spear, piercing a bloody hole in the cannibal's shoulder. Have you forgotten how many of our Qingtsong tribe members were eaten by them? Following a cold shout from the Qingtsong tribe member, the wooden spear in his hand turned into a meteor and pierced the throat of the chiefing tribe member. The chiefing people covered their bleeding throats with their eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand why the Qingtsong tribe, which was like a bunch of infestations, would suddenly launch an attack. You are too reckless, barbarian. The chief of the Qingtsong tribe looked at the two cannibals who died tragically in front of him, shook his head, and sighed helplessly. Man took back the wooden spear and wiped the blood off it. Father, I don't regret it. I don't want to give it to any member of the chiefing tribe anymore. What should we do? The Qingtsong tribe asked themselves in confusion while looking at the sky. Their Qingtsong tribe is unable to withstand the revenge of the chiefing tribe. I'm here to protect you. Man clenched the wooden spear in his hand, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. The next day, the chief of the valley tribe was leading 9 old and frail tribesmen walking in the valley. They used wooden sticks as crutches and were reluctant to carry even the crudest wooden spears. Let's take a break. We are almost at Yunchi Valley. The chief of the valley tribe looked at the sun and asked everyone to take a rest under the shade of the trees. If you go there, you will be sending yourself to the gates of hell with your own hands. The 10 people had sorrowful expressions on their faces, their eyes were lifeless, and some were still shaking. But none of them chose to escape. For the tribe, and even more for their own children. The grass around him rustled, and suddenly, 30 or 40 sturdy male tribesmen holding wooden spears rushed out from the hillsides on both sides. The valley tribe chief's face changed drastically. What do you want to do? The chief of the jackal tribe said coldly. We will kill you and send you to the chiefing tribe. Aren't you afraid that the Gu tribe will go to war with you? When the Gu tribe chief heard what the Chai tribe chief said, his face turned pale. He understood the purpose of these people. I'm sorry. The chief of the jackal tribe waved his hand, and dozens of young members of the jackal tribe stepped forward with spears and killed the 10 old members of the valley tribe on the spot. The chief of the valley tribe fell in a pool of blood. Before he took his last breath, his eyes were wide open and he stared at the leader of the jackal tribe with resentment. He coughed up blood and said sternly, Sooner or later, you will die under the wooden spear. The chief of the jackal tribe snorted with disdain. He pierced the throat of the chief of the valley tribe with a wooden spear, killing him completely. The chief of the jackal tribe used a wooden spear to slash the face of the chief of the valley tribe into a bloody mess. He said coldly, Cut these people's faces and send them to the chiefing tribe. Yunchi Valley. Jiang Yuan shouted excitedly, holding the bearing in his hand, ecstatic. After several days of hard work and sweat, we finally reaped the rewards today. What's wrong, Yuan? Qing, who was outside the cave, heard Jiang Yuan's call and hurriedly ran into the cave and asked. Jiang Yuan immediately hugged Qing Kuang excitedly and kissed him a few times, making Qing's cheeks covered with his saliva. Qing was helpless. Jiang Yuan laughed out loud again. As long as we have bearings, wills will not be a problem at all. Then the catapult means that at least half of the work is done. Jiang Yuan let go of Qing and immediately used the wood beside him to make a simple cart to test whether the bearing was qualified or not. Jiang Yuan pulled the cart around the Yunqi Valley. His actions attracted many tribesmen to watch, and they followed Jiang Yuan to watch. The Yunqi people didn't understand why Lord Jiang Yuan could easily move such a huge and heavy wood. And Lord Jiang Yuan didn't feel any effort? Jiang Yuan, what is this? Chief Tsang asked curiously. Is this the catapult you mentioned? Jiang Yuan shook his head and said, this is not a catapult. This thing is called a cart, which is specially used to transport supplies and things. Jiang Yuan immediately loaded a few large stones on the cart and asked a tribesman to pull or push the cart and drive it through the valley. The Yunqi people were all shocked that such a heavy stone could be lifted by just one person. Jiang Yuan squatted down and took a look. There was no deformation of the bearings, axles, and wheels. Jiang Yuan was very satisfied. The fact that the wheels and bearings could withstand such a heavy stone without deforming was enough to prove the quality of the wheels and bearings. However, he still asked someone to bring some animal oil and smeared it on the bearings for lubrication. This can reduce friction when the wheels rotate and extend the service life of the wheels and bearings. However, when Chief Tsang looked at the cart in front of him, he felt somewhat depressed. What's wrong, Chief Tsang? Jiang Yuan noticed the change in Chief Tsang's expression, so he came up to him and asked. Chief Tsang said with a displeased look, Jiang Yuan, I think what our Yunqi tribe needs now is more powerful weapons, not your so-called cart. Jiang Yuan burst out laughing. Chief Tsang didn't understand the relationship between bearings and catapults and carts. But he did not explain, he just said, Chief Tsang, you will understand later. The head of the Tsang clan shook his head again. Jiang Yuan, you should go to the horizontal bridge and take a look. Jiang Yuan was slightly stunned when he heard this. He looked at the heavy face of the Tsang clan leader and asked slowly, what happened on the Hengqiao? Chief Tsang said, you will know if you take a look. Jiang Yuan nodded and left the crowd with questions in his mind, walking quickly towards the horizontal bridge. Jiang Yuan climbed up the corridor, climbed up the watchtower, and looked out at the Yunqi Valley right in front of him. When he saw the scene clearly, his heart sank. Jiang Yuan never expected that it would be this scene. Chapter 103. Changes in the battle situation. Where the Chiefing tribe was stationed, there were herds of wild boars and wild deer, and there were countless wild-horned sheep. The pen is full of prey. The constant bleating and neighing of various prey was like a heavy hammer hitting Jiang Yuan's heart. And further away, there were many primitive people, driving their tribesmen and leading their prey, walking towards the camp of the Chiefing tribe. How could this happen? Jiang Yuan murmured to himself, his face gloomy. Jiang Yuan originally estimated that today would be the day the Chiefing tribe would withdraw the siege because their food had been completely consumed. However, the scene before him caught Jiang Yuan off guard. Chief Tsang came to Jiang Yuan and whispered, these are all other tribes in the Liaishan Mountains. It seems that the Chiefing tribe is threatening them again and asking them to hand over their prey and tribesmen. Jiang Yuan unconsciously clenched the railing in front of his chest, and his fingers turned slightly white because he was squeezing too hard. The Chiefing tribe is a vampire that can unscrupulously suck blood from other tribes to strengthen itself and maintain their siege of the Yunqi tribe. However, the Yunqi tribe was trapped in the valley, isolated and helpless. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but let out a long sigh. If the catapult cannot be built, the Yunqi tribe will probably be trapped in the Yunqi Valley forever. Jiang Yuan stared at the people from other tribes with a slightly cold look in his eyes. What these allies in his plan did today disappointed him greatly. You guys are not worthy of being associated with me. You have to think of a way, Jiang Yuan. The Tsang clan leader's eyes were anxious. You have been staying in the cave all these days while making the catapult. You don't know how scared the tribesmen are right now. Before going to bed at night, they are all wondering if they will become food for the Chiefing tribe. How long will your catapult last? Jiang Yuan remained silent for a moment, then whispered, it will take at least 10 days. The overall frame of the catapult and the lever for launching stones are no less difficult to make than bearings. Making the accessories and conducting assembly tests was the fastest time Jiang Yuan estimated. The Tsang clan leader was very disappointed, but he still hid his expression. The Tsang clan leader bowed his head slightly and replied, okay. He paused for a moment and whispered, I just took a look at the prey in the fence. It's only enough for the tribesmen to eat for 10 days at most. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. Let the tribesmen catch more fish these days. I remember there are still a lot of fruits in the cellar. My fellow tribesmen, I will go and talk to them. Jiang Yuan glanced at Chief Tsang and walked towards the crowd who were watching the cart. Jiang Yuan stood on the boulder and clapped his hands. The applause attracted everyone's attention. The Yunshi people under the boulder were completely silent. Nearly 170 pairs of eyes were staring at Jiang Yuan on the boulder. Jiang Yuan's voice was high and powerful, extremely encouraging. I know that the Yunshi tribe is surrounded by the Qifeng tribe, and everyone is very scared and panicked. But you don't have to be afraid. The Qifeng tribe cannot invade Yunshi Valley. We still have a lot of prey and fruits in storage. I'm making a catapult. Once this weapon is made, we can easily defeat the Qifeng tribe. Do you believe me? Jiang Yuan shouted to everyone in a loud voice. There was silence in the valley, and no one answered. Jiang Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He glanced at the faces of his tribesmen with full confidence. Jiang Yuan knew what the final reaction of his tribe members would be. Kill the python and the tiger, bring the divine fire, pierce the giant crocodile with a spear, wipe out the wolves, and defeat Qifeng. All sorts of almost miraculous deeds flashed through the minds of the Yunshi people one by one. They had already developed a deep sense of awe for the man in front of them, and worshipped him as if he were a god. I believe in Lord Jiang Yuan. A member of the tribe suddenly shouted loudly, with tears in his eyes. It was Lord Jiang Yuan who made sure he had enough food and warm clothes. It was Lord Jiang Yuan who avenged his dead wife and children. I believe in Lord Jiang Yuan. The shouts were like the roar of a mountain or the sea, resounding throughout the Yunshi Valley and lingering in the valley for a long time. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but burst into tears as he looked at the Yunshi people who supported and admired him. Qifeng tribal camp. Qi-Man looked at the groups of pigs and sheep, and his smile reached his ears. He excitedly pulled Qifeng Wizard's hand and said, "Master Wizard, thanks to your method, otherwise, we would have starved to death outside of Yunshi Valley." The Qifeng Wizard laughed sinisterly and looked at the groups of pigs and sheep in front of him with a very satisfied look on his face. However, when Qi-Man looked in a certain direction, his blue face couldn't help but darken slightly, and the whole person was like a volcano about to erupt, making people afraid to approach. "You from the Jackal tribe only brought these things to me." Qi-Man strode forward, picked up a member of the Jackal tribe, his eyes extremely cold. At his feet were 10 corpses brought by the Jackal tribe. Moreover, these 10 corpses were skinny and old, especially their faces, which were covered in blood and flesh and no longer resembled human beings. The member of the Jackal tribe who was lifted up was trembling with fear. The animal skin between his legs was soaked with urine, and his whole body was shaking like a sieve. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but when he met Qi-Man's ferocious eyes, he was so frightened that he couldn't utter a word. "You damn insect tribe, how dare you fool me like this?" Qi-Man roared angrily, attracting the attention of countless people. He clenched his broad palms tightly, and a huge force came, accompanied by a cracking sound. Blood gushed out of the mouth of the Jackal tribe member. He had no power to resist, and his neck was actually broken by Qi-Man. Qi-Man snorted coldly and threw the corpse, which was like a puddle of mud, aside. He glanced fiercely at the other members of the Jackal tribe who were delivering their prey. Several members of the Jackal tribe were immediately frightened and knelt on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. "Keep all these bastards." Qi-Man waved his hand, and several people from the Qifeng tribe tied up several people from the Jackal tribe with vines like chickens. It's like tying up an animal. The other tribes that came to escort prey and tribesmen were all silent, not even daring to breathe. Qi-Man was very satisfied with the fearful look on everyone's faces. He shouted at them again in a cold voice, "Whoever dares to fool me like this again, I will kill him." As he spoke, he licked the blood on his fingers with a cruel look on his face. The whole person looked as ferocious as a man-eating beast. He paused for a moment, then pointed to the Yunshi Valley and said, "Whoever dares to resist our Qifeng tribe will end up like the Yunshi tribe. Just wait to be exterminated by our Qifeng tribe." As soon as the words were spoken, many people's eyes turned to the Yunshi Valley not far away. They all looked puzzled. Why didn't the Qifeng tribe directly destroy the Yunshi tribe, but instead stayed outside the Yunshi Valley? And why are the people of the Yunshi tribe standing on the tree? What are those 2 tall wooden racks? But then they opened their eyes wide in horror, and their mouths opened in shock and couldn't close for a long time. They couldn't believe their eyes, because under those rows of wood, there were dozens of heads of Qifeng tribe members hanging. The scene was horrific, hideous, and terrifying. Make them feel like they are dreaming. "Wizard, count the number of prey," Qi-Man said loudly to the wizard at this time. He didn't realize what these people saw. The wizard pointed at the many prey with his dry fingers like twigs, then came to Qi-Man and whispered something in his ear. Qi-Man snorted coldly, picked up a wooden spear, and killed several people from other tribes. The blood splattered on the spot, making everyone terrified. Qi-Man immediately said, "I've said it before, If any tribe dares to use the old man to fool me, I'll kill them. Just as Chi Man was intimidating everyone, Chifeng Wizard frowned again and came to Chi Man and whispered, Master Chief, the Qingtsong tribe and the Gu tribe did not come to deliver prey. Chapter 104 Catapult. What? They are so bold. Chi Man's eyes widened, and he was furious. In the Lisan Mountains, except for the Yunshi tribe, no one ever dared to disobey his orders. Chifeng Wizard whispered again, and the 2 tribesmen we sent to the Qingtsong tribe have not returned yet. Chi Man narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard that. No matter how simple-minded he was, he now understood what was going on. I will send people to slaughter the Guanggu tribe and the Qingtsong tribe now. Chi Man said coldly. He wanted to use blood to restore the dignity of the Chifeng tribe in the Lisan Mountains. No. Chifeng Wizard shook his head slightly. Master Chief, the Yunshi tribe is our enemy. Don't forget that they killed more than 500 of our people. Hearing what the Chifeng Wizard said, Chi Man couldn't help but grit his teeth. Chifeng Wizard said, It is the Qingtsong tribe that not only did not send us prey, but also dared to kill our people. We can let Shishi lead the people to flatten the Qingtsong tribe. Chi Man nodded slightly. When the time comes, I will let all the tribes in the Lisan Mountains come to see the heads of the Qingtsong people and tell them that this is the fate of rebelling against our Chifeng tribe. Chi Man licked his blood-stained lips again, paused and asked, Wizard, are we going to let these guys go back? He was referring to the tribesmen who were escorting the prey. Chifeng Wizard said, Let them go back. Chi Man looked somewhat reluctant. After all, this was rare human flesh. But he still let these people go. When they heard Chi Man ask them to leave, they felt as if they had been pardoned. They ran away as fast as if their legs were equipped with Hot Wheels. Only about 100 prey were left, and dozens of tribesmen who were treated as food. These people were howling and crying bitterly. Some of them kept trembling and begging for mercy. Some even lost control of their bowels and bladder and fainted. Chi Man walked back to the shade of the tree, picked up a piece of white and yellow soil, crushed it into powder, sprinkled it on a piece of raw meat, and began to chew it with big mouthfuls. With a look of satisfaction on his face, he exclaimed, This human flesh is really delicious. 8 or 9 days passed in the blink of an eye. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, and Jiang Yuan stared at a certain direction in the valley with his blazing eyes. There, the Yunshi people were shouting in unison. Hey yo, hey yo! Accompanied by low shouts, a huge monster, made of wood was pushed out by 8 members of the Yunshi tribe, accompanied by the squeaking sound of wheels turning. Almost all the high-ranking officials of the Yunshi tribe were standing here. Their eyes were eager and hot, and their eyes were full of anticipation. This catapult is related to the life and death of the Yunshi tribe. Although Jiang Yuan's words played a role in stabilizing people's hearts, now that another 8 or 9 days have passed, the Yunshi people are becoming more and more anxious and panic-stricken, with small-scale frictions and fights occurring among the tribesmen every day. This made Song, the tribe leader, extremely anxious. Not only did he have to be on guard against the Chifeng tribe every day, but he also had to deal with disputes among the tribesmen. More importantly, the prey in the Yunshi tribe's fence had been almost all killed, leaving only 7 or 8 immature cubs. Jiang Yuan can't build another catapult, and the Yunshi tribe may be forced into a desperate situation. When everyone saw this extremely huge weapon, they subconsciously held their breath, not even daring to breathe. This catapult is so shocking. It was like a giant beast made of wood, deeply shocking the minds of these primitive people. Is this the weapon you made? The Song clan leader was shaking slightly with excitement. He swallowed subconsciously, but his mouth was dry. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, but his expression was very serious, and he was not as excited and happy as the other primitive people at all. I knew, Lord Jiang Yuan, that you could definitely build it. Elder Pan was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. He quickly stepped forward and carefully stroked the huge wooden beast in front of him. This catapult was carefully built by Jiang Yuan. Every piece of wood on it was calculated and cut in detail by Jiang Yuan, and the requirements for size were extremely strict. This catapult is more than 10 feet tall and consists of wheels, a body, and a lever for launching stones. This lever is extremely thick and long, and is made of a whole piece of wood. It can move up and down like a seesaw to launch stones. At both ends of the lever, one end is a throwing bag made of animal skins, rattan, ropes, etc., and there is also a very thick rope hanging below the throwing bag. At the other end, there are layers of fishing nets tied together. These fishing nets are woven with thicker ropes and are extremely strong. In the middle of several layers of fishing nets, there is a huge rock. At first glance, this huge rock weighs more than 1,000 pounds. This huge stone is the counterweight of the catapult. How powerful is it? The Tsang clan leader asked anxiously, unable to contain his excitement. Jiang Yuan thought for a moment and said, a spear thrower can only kill one person at a time, but a catapult can kill a group of people at a time. Everyone was dumbfounded, their mouths wide open in shock for a long time. There was even a hint of suspicion in their eyes as they looked at Jiang Yuan. Killing a group of people at once, isn't that too exaggerated? Jiang Yuan then dropped another bomb in their minds. Moreover, this weapon can be thrown more than 300 steps away. What? Everyone cried out in shock. 300 steps, what does that mean? The two tribes went to war, and before one tribe could even see the enemy clearly, a group of people were killed by a stone that fell from the sky. Jiang Yuan ignored the stunned crowd. He walked up to the 8 tribesmen pushing the catapult and asked loudly, how are the preparations going? Jiang Yuan didn't look relaxed, and even looked a little worried. Get ready. The 8 tribesmen who had been following Jiang Yuan to build catapults in recent days shouted in unison. Hot sweat rolled down their bodies. Their skin was red from the sun, but their faces were full of excitement, and their bodies were shaking with excitement. At this time, Chief Tsang and other tribal leaders who had been stunned came to their senses and came forward to watch. Jiang Yuan asked them to stay away to avoid being accidentally injured. Jiang Yuan shouted loudly, get ready. 6 tribesmen immediately stepped forward, jumped up and grabbed the rope that held the parachute bag hanging in the air. They used their body weight to make the parachutes at one end of the lever fall down close to the ground. The huge rock in the fishing net at the other end of the lever rose off the ground and hung high in the air. If Jiang Yuan had not used the pulley, it would have been impossible to pull the huge rock with the weight of these 6 tribesmen. Put down the stone. Jiang Yuan shouted again, his heart in his throat. This was the first test, and he was very worried. The remaining 2 tribesmen immediately put a stone weighing dozens of kilograms into the throwing bag. Let him go, Jiang Yuan shouted angrily. The 6 tribesmen loosened the ropes in their hands at the same time. The huge rock in the fishing net at the other end of the lever suddenly fell heavily to the ground, creating a big hole in the ground, and the earth shook. At the same time, the stone in the throwing bag at the end of the lever was thrown into the air by the huge force of the boulder falling, accompanied by the sound of breaking wind. The stone, which weighed at least several dozen kilograms, shot out in the air like a shooting star, whistling towards the distant earth and smashing down heavily. Chapter 105. The Dilemma of the Yunshi Tribe. Bang! There was a loud noise in the distance. Too far. It's difficult to tell how far the stone flew. Jiang Yuan estimated in his mind that it was at least 300 steps away. The stone shot out and created a big hole in the ground, which was more than a foot deep. The soil around the hole was splashed, and all the birds were startled. Everyone's mouths opened wide in shock again. Everyone was stunned, as if they had witnessed the most incredible scene in their lives. Jiang Yuan stretched out his hand and waved in front of the stunned eyes of the Tsang clan leader. Only then did the Tsang clan leader scream and come to his senses. His face flushed with excitement, and his shoulders trembled as he ran towards the big pit in the distance. The people who had just reacted also roared and followed Chief Tsang, running towards the big pit in the distance. Even the old witch, with the help of a cane, could walk briskly at this time. The crowd cheered and jumped for joy surrounding the big hole in the stone, like a group of monkeys returning to their ancestors. Jiang Yuan smiled when he saw this, but he did not check the stone that was shot out. Instead, he hurried to the catapult and checked the various accessories on it. When Jiang Yuan saw the lever, his face froze and his heart sank slightly. I saw a very long crack appear on the lever. Although it didn't crack completely, it was obvious that this lever could not support the next stone throwing. Is it really not working? Jiang Yuan reached out and touched the crack, his heart sinking to the bottom. Before the experiment, he was very worried that the lever would not be able to withstand the huge impact of launching the stone and would break or break. Now the facts show that his worries are not unfounded. Jiang Yuan felt a great headache. The tree used to make the lever was the hardest tree he could find in the Yunshi Valley. Jiang Yuan originally wanted to use a harder elm tree as a lever, but the only elm tree in the Yunshi Valley was made into the wheels, axles, and bearings of the catapult. You can't have your cake and eat it too. If the quality of accessories such as the catapult wheels is guaranteed, the quality of the lever cannot be guaranteed. Where can I find an elm tree? Jiang Yuan rubbed his eyebrows and collapsed on the catapult, feeling weak all over. A huge sense of loss overwhelmed Jiang Yuan, leaving him unable to move. Jiang Yuan looked at the blazing sun in the sky, which looked like a fireball hanging in the air. He muttered to himself, looking very confused. What should I do? Is the Yunshi tribe really going to be trapped to death in the Yunshi Valley by the Chiefing tribe? Yunshi tribe, Where should it go? The Tsang clan leader and his people in the distance were still in extreme excitement. They were completely unaware of the predicament that Yunchi Valley was in at the moment. In the cave of the Tsang clan leader, all the high-ranking officials of the Yunchi tribe sat around the stone, without a single person absent. Chief Tsang still had a smile on his face. He said with a smile, "As long as we have the catapult, we can easily defeat the chiefing tribe." Elder Wei also laughed and said, "It's time to defeat them. We have been surrounded by the chiefing tribe for nearly a month. There are more than 100 prey in the fence, but now there are only a few cubs left. If we don't get out, we will starve to death in the valley." Wen also nodded, with a smile on her face. "Yes, there are not many fruits stored in the cellar. After defeating the chiefing tribe, we can go out to pick and hunt again." While everyone was discussing excitedly, no one noticed Jiang Yuan, who had a heavy expression on his face and said nothing. We noticed that Jiang Yuan was in a bad mood, and he asked in a low voice, "Kid, what's wrong with you?" He reached out his hand and stroked Jiang Yuan's shoulder, asking with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" Jiang Yuan shook his head slowly and said in a deep voice, "The catapult cannot be used." It was just a simple sentence, but it was like a bolt of thunder that made everyone's expression freeze, and the entire cave fell silent. Crack. At this moment, a very small noise came from outside the cave. Jiang Yuan's face changed when he heard this, and he rushed out of the cave. I saw a black shadow passing over the hillside and disappeared in an instant. Jiang Yuan saw another tribe member approaching from a distance. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed the man's shoulder and asked anxiously, "Who left here just now?" "I don't know, Lord Jiang Yuan." The tribesman looked a little panicked, but more confused. Jiang Yuan's face darkened again. He originally wanted to hide the news of the damage to the catapult from his fellow tribesmen. At present, this news can no longer be concealed. Moreover, on the other side of the hillside is the tribe's work area, where people come and go, and it is difficult to find out who just heard the conversation between everyone outside the cave. Jiang Yuan returned to the cave with a bad look on his face. At this time, everyone who had reacted gathered around him and surrounded Jiang Yuan. Chief Tsang was so anxious that he could barely finish his words. "Jiang Yuan, are you saying that the catapult can't be used?" Looking at the hopeful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Yuan finally nodded. Everyone's eyes instantly lost their color, and their faces became extremely gloomy. Chief Tsang felt as if all the bones in his body had been pulled out. He collapsed to the ground, muttering to himself, "How could this happen? How could this happen?" Jiang Yuan helped him up and asked everyone to sit around the stone again. Jiang Yuan said in a deep voice, "Leverages made of ordinary wood cannot withstand the huge impact of the stone launch. We must at least use elm to make levers." Seeing the confused and incomprehensible looks of the crowd, Jiang Yuan said slowly, "I didn't expect that the impact of the catapult would be so great that it could break the lever directly. At present, the catapult cannot be used. We must discuss how the Yunchi tribe can break through the encirclement of the chiefing tribe." Chapter 106. Qishan is deeply tortured. After hearing what Jiang Yuan said, everyone remained silent and looked very depressed. Jiang Yuan looked at the expressions of the crowd. He coughed slightly and said helplessly, "I already have a solution." After hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up and they immediately gathered in front of Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan said, "I just thought of this method." "Lord Jiang Yuan, just speak frankly." Elder Pan, who was impatient, urged directly, "I plan to launch a surprise attack on the chiefing tribe at night and break through their encirclement in one fell swoop." When everyone heard this, their faces froze and they fell silent again. Chief Tsang hesitated for a moment and said, "Jiang Yuan, there are more than 200 people in Chiman's group, and we only have 40 people who can fight. Even if we launch a sneak attack, we are no match for them." Jiang Yuan explained, "The chiefing tribe is now divided into 3 parts. The Qishan part has only about 50 people. As long as we can capture Qishan, I don't believe that the Qi man will not retreat." Chief Tsang also looked hesitant, and Elder Pan also kept silent. Elder Wei coughed and said, "Jiang Yuan, even if there are only 50 of them, they are equivalent to more than 100 of our clansmen." "I know." Jiang Yuan nodded. He took out a branch he had just broken off from outside the cave and placed it in front of everyone. The leaves are yellow and curly. It has been nearly 2 months without any rain. The sun is scorching, the leaves are dry, and the grass is withered and yellow. And the people of Qishan live in a forest. When we attack them at night, we just need to light a big fire and shout that the gods are angry. Then the whole forest will be on fire, and they will be in a panic. Then they will be like turtles in a jar, fish on a chopping board, and can only be slaughtered by us. What if they don't sleep at night and find us?" Lai suddenly asked. He was meticulous and experienced in combat. Jiang Yuan smiled slightly. He was confident. Then let them sleep a little better. Besides, our people's night blindness has been cured. Attacking at night is very advantageous for us. Okay, Lord Jiang Yuan, I support your decision. Elder Pan was so excited that he slapped his thigh and said to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly to him and looked at the rest of the people. With Elder Pan taking the lead, the others followed suit and agreed to Jiang Yuan's plan. Jiang Yuan discussed in detail with several people how to implement the plan. After the plan was finalized, Jiang Yuan got up and left the cave. However, outside the cave, there were already layers of tribesmen surrounding it, and there were more tribesmen rushing here from afar. Master Jiang Yuan, is the catapult you built really broken? A tribesman asked anxiously. It has long been no secret in the tribe that Jiang Yuan built a catapult. Jiang Yuan looked over and saw that many of the tribesmen had hopeful eyes, waiting for Jiang Yuan's answer. Jiang Yuan's face turned slightly cold. The tribesman who had eavesdropped just now had indeed leaked the information. He was slightly angry. If his fellow tribesmen panicked, it would cause chaos in the tribe. Then all his next plans are just empty talk. At that time, the Yunchi tribe will just have to surrender. Jiang Yuan suddenly had an urge to kill someone. But Jiang Yuan was not a fool. He did not question who spread the information, but comforted everyone. The catapult is not broken, believe me. Tomorrow at the latest, I will lead you to repel chiefing. After Jiang Yuan finished speaking, the anxious crowd gradually calmed down. However, someone continued to ask, Master Jiang Yuan, I heard that the prey in the valley is almost gone. Is that true? Someone among the tribe said. There are only a few cubs left. After these words were spoken, this group of primitive people began to panic again. Jiang Yuan's face darkened slightly, but he still laughed and said, After defeating the chiefing tribe, are you still worried about having no food to eat? Jiang Yuan's laughter was very loud and contagious. When the tribesmen heard Jiang Yuan's loud laughter, smiles appeared on their faces as well, and they laughed along with him, without any worries. Jiang Yuan shouted to everyone, Everyone go back and wait for me to lead you to defeat the chiefing tribe. As the crowd dispersed, Jiang Yuan's face immediately darkened, and he vowed to find out who leaked the information. He immediately ordered, Elder Wei, go track down the person who just eavesdropped. Lai, arrange for a few tribesmen to go to the back of the river valley and blow the horn nonstop from tonight until the sun sets tomorrow. Don't let the people of the chiefing tribe rest. Ant 1, go get some animal skins and cut them into small pieces with a stone knife. Remember to plug the tribe members' ears with the skins when they rest at night. Shou, go collect all the hay and animal oil in the tribe. They will be of great use to me. Everyone took the order and left. Jiang Yuan looked up at the scorching sun in the sky, but he didn't feel the heat at all. A storm was about to come, and Jiang Yuan could only feel the cool wind, making him feel cold all over. This battle concerns the life and death of the Yunchi tribe. Qishan was on the verge of collapse. He lay under the shade of a big tree, staring in the direction of Yunchi Valley with bloodshot eyes. He originally just wanted to have a peaceful nap, but the damn Yunchi tribe would blow the damn horn every once in a while. The woo-woo sound made it impossible for him to fall asleep. These bastards deserve to die. Qishan cursed angrily. His back teeth were almost broken. Qishan pounded the ground and cursed. If you don't want to sleep, then don't sleep. I don't believe it. Can you still stay awake at night and continue to brag? After cursing, Qishan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Even though he was lying under the shade of a tree, he still felt the heat and was sweating all over. Go get me some water. Qishan kicked a tribesman next to him. The chiefing man quickly got up, broke off a dry and yellow leaf, and went to the river to fetch water under the scorching sun. Why don't you go into the water? It's so hot. Qishan stared at the sky and wanted to curse, but he was worried about the punishment from the gods, so he stopped himself. Late at night, the darkness is as thick as ink. In the darkness, Qishan opened his bloodshot eyes and stared blankly at the starry sky. He wanted to cry but had no tears. This damn Yunchi tribe started blowing horns in the afternoon and did not stop until late at night. Whenever he was about to fall asleep, the damn horn would sound and wake him up. Qishan had been tortured to the point of having no strength left, and he almost vomited blood. Lord Qishan, let's go to sleep somewhere else. A member of the chiefing tribe, who could no longer bear the torture, glared at Qishan with bloodshot eyes and pleaded. This chiefing man bumped into the loophole of a gun. Qishan, who was already in a very bad mood, became furious when he heard this. Qishan punched the man to the ground and shouted at everyone. The insects in Yunchi Valley are about to starve to death, and you want me to retreat now? What if they escape now? After beating up this tribesman, Qishan faced all the chiefing people. His chilling words spread in the darkness. I will kill anyone who dares to mention retreat again. The words fell. All the chiefing people were silent, not daring to make a sound or move. They could only lie helplessly on the grass, suffering the torture of the constant sound of the horn. Peace returned to the place, and just as Qishan was drowsy and about to fall asleep, the horn sounded again. Qishan woke up with a start. He shuddered all over, jumped up and looked around. Suddenly, he saw a black shadow passing by in the distance under the moonlight. Qishan pounced on him like a lion attacking a rabbit and knocked the man to the ground. Qishan's big hand was holding the man's throat, and with a little force, he could break his larynx. Qishan's tone was extremely cold. He shouted, "Who?" Chapter 107, Burning the Camps. The person pinned down by Qishan begged for mercy in a trembling voice. Don't kill me." Qishan picked him up and placed him under the moonlight, as easily as if he were carrying a chick. Looking at its appearance, it is actually an AO. Are you from the Yunchi tribe? Qishan's tone was cold. He applied a little force, and his finger bones crackled. Please, don't kill me. AO's face turned red, and he tried hard to pull Qishan's hand that was pinching his throat. But it is like an ant trying to shake a tree. It cannot shake the red mountain in the slightest. You damned scum of the Yunchi tribe. Now that you fall into my hands, you will become my food. Qishan looked at AO with a ferocious face and a wild laugh. He gritted his teeth, clenched his hands slightly, and before he used all his strength, he almost made AO faint. Don't kill me. I'm talking to you about the Yunchi tribe. AO uttered these words with difficulty as he fell into despair. Qishan loosened his grip upon hearing this, his eyes flickering. What do you want to say to me? AO lay on the ground and coughed loudly, tears streaming down his face. He spoke incoherently. The Yunchi tribe has created a very powerful weapon. Qishan's eyes narrowed. He had personally experienced the power of the Yunchi tribe's spear throwers and other weapons. Now that more powerful weapons have been created, what will happen? Hurry up and tell me. Qishan lifted AO from the ground with one arm again. But this weapon is broken, and their food is. The next day, the east was about to dawn. Jiang Yuan took off the 2 pieces of animal skin that were stuffed in his ears and stretched. Last night was the most comfortable night he had slept in recent days. When he walked out of the cave, he found that Elder Wei was sitting at the entrance of the cave waiting for him. Jiang Yuan quickly stood up and welcomed Elder Wei into the cave. Elder Wei evaded the question. Master Jiang Yuan, no need. I have already found out who was eavesdropping yesterday. Who? Jiang Yuan's eyes narrowed. Elder Wei said, it was AO. I asked all the tribesmen one by one yesterday. They all said that it was AO who told them first. Jiang Yuan's eyes flashed with coldness, and he whispered in his heart, I've let you go so many times, and now you want to commit suicide. There's nothing I can do. Elder Wei didn't say anything. He already knew AO's fate from Jiang Yuan's cold eyes. Walk. Jiang Yuan waved his hand and prepared to go to AO's cave. What he didn't expect was that 2 more tribesmen came quickly and blocked his way. One was the boatman who was driving the bamboo raft, and the other was the tribesman who was keeping watch in the watchtower last night. What's wrong? Jiang Yuan asked, frowning as he looked at the 2 of them. The boatman said anxiously, Master Jiang Yuan, my bamboo raft is gone. Don't panic. Jiang Yuan told him not to be anxious. It was just a bamboo raft. The tribesman who was on guard in the watchtower last night said at this time, Master Jiang Yuan, I found a body in the river behind the valley. Jiang Yuan was slightly stunned and immediately said, Let's go. Everyone rushed to the back of Yunchi Valley. I saw that the fence standing in the river was partially damaged. In the river, a corpse and a bamboo raft were blocked by a fence. Jiang Yuan ordered people to salvage the body. He walked quickly forward and turned over the corpse. There were several bloody holes on the corpse caused by bamboo thorns. The flesh and blood on the wounds had turned white by the river water. And this person turned out to be the elephant from the original water tribe. Jiang Yuan instantly understood what had happened. It must be that AO heard their conversation yesterday and spread the news that the catapult was damaged, and then he and Xiang stole the bamboo raft at night and tried to escape from the river. As a result, Xiang accidentally fell into the water and was pierced by bamboo and died, while AO should have successfully escaped from the Yunchi Valley. Jiang Yuan looked at the elephant's corpse and sighed. It is really not worth it for the elephant to follow AO to his death. You were on guard in the watchtower last night. Didn't you notice them escaping from here? Jiang Yuan asked the tribesmen who were on guard last night. This tribe member thought Jiang Yuan blamed him. He was so panicked that he knelt on the ground and explained in a trembling voice, Lord Jiang Yuan, I was on high alert last night. I only climbed down the watchtower to drink some water after the horn was blown once. I really didn't hear any movement last night. Jiang Yuan did not blame him. He looked at the several wounds on the elephant's body and shook his head slightly. In order to allow Ao to escape successfully, the elephant did not even scream when several bamboo sticks pierced its body. Otherwise, the tribesmen who were on night watch would definitely not fail to notice the slightest movement. Is it really worth doing this just for a turtle? At this time, Elder Wei frowned and asked, Master Jiang Yuan, will this Ao leak our plan? Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment, shook his head, and said, No. Ao left before we discussed the plan yesterday. Elder Wei breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded and said, That's good. That's good. Elder Wei didn't care about the life or death of Ao and Xiang. He never had any good feelings towards Ao. Elder Wei only cares about whether tonight's sneak attack can be successful. This concerns the life and death of the Yunchi tribe. Qishan felt dizzy and extremely tired. He had 2 dark circles under his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot. His hands were weakly grasping the dry grass on the ground, and he had reached his limit. He hasn't slept for nearly 2 days and 1 night. Qishan couldn't understand why this damn Yunchi tribe could blow the bullhorn for such a long time. Don't their own people in Yunchi Valley sleep? Damn you bastards. Qishan cursed weakly. He glanced at the 50 or so chiefing people who were stationed here with him. All of them looked weak and half dead. Whenever they were about to fall asleep, the sound of the horn would wake them up. Whoa! The loud and exciting sound of the horn came again, shocking the hearts and minds of the chiefing people and making their bodies vibrate. Qishan lay on the grass, pounding the ground with his fists in pain and making ghost-like howling sounds. The afternoon passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, it was already late at night. Night falls, the moonlight is dim, and the earth is pitch black. The horn had stopped sounding for 2 hours. Jiang Yuan was certain that the chiefing people led by Qishan must be sleeping like dead pigs at this moment. After all, they had been tortured by the sound of the horn for 2 days and 1 night. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of these chiefing people, they would not be awakened. At this time, behind the river in the Yunchi Valley, Jiang Yuan led 40 strong Yunchi people to gather here. They were 20 spear throwers and 20 stone throwers. Are you ready? Jiang Yuan asked in a low voice, staring at the tribesmen with burning eyes. The moonlight was not bright, and everyone could barely see. Get ready, 40 people shouted in unison. They were dressed in wolf skins, armed with wooden spears, and carrying greased bales of hay on their backs. And more importantly, each of them held a fire starter in their hands. Good. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, picked up a wooden stick, and put it in his mouth. Everyone followed suit. The people held their tongues, and the horses were restrained. Jiang Yuan glanced at Lai, Yinshi, Shou, and Lang. The 5 people looked at each other and nodded slightly at the same time. Jiang Yuan waved gently. Lai led 8 people into 2 teams and boarded the bamboo raft. The boatmen steered the raft slowly and silently toward the outside of the Yunchi Valley. Then Rock, Hunt, and Wolf led their teams out on bamboo rafts. Jiang Yuan looked at the river surface, and soon the boatmen quietly returned from outside the Yunchi Valley on a bamboo raft. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath, waved his hand, and led the last 8 people onto the bamboo raft. Jiang Yuan stood on the bamboo raft, looking up at the endless night sky, and whispered, Tonight, I'll give you one. Burn down the camp. Chapter 108, Capturing Qishan Alive. There were thunderous snoring sounds in the forest. All the chiefing people were fast asleep. Some people have drooling mouths, and I wonder what sweet dreams they are having. Jiang Yuan led 8 people into the forest and sneaked through the mountains and forests under the dim moonlight. Boom! The sound of burning fire suddenly rang out, and Jiang Yuan was startled. He looked intently and saw a raging fire burning in front of him, sweeping across the entire grassland, making crackling sounds. Some members of the Yunchi tribe have already started setting fires. Put! Jiang Yuan shouted softly, took off the greased hay from his back, lit it with a tinder, and threw it among the bushes and grass. It has been scorching hot for days without any rain, and the grass is dry and burns easily. In the blink of an eye, flames shot up into the sky from the forest, and ferocious flames spewed out, devouring the surrounding trees and grass. Some of the chiefing people had already woken up in a daze. They were lying in the shade of trees and grass, hoping to rest in the shade, but now they were caught in the center of the burning mountain fire. Kill! Jiang Yuan shouted angrily, pulled out the iron spear from behind, and stabbed a startled, chiefing tribesman to death on the ground with one powerful blow. Kill, kill, kill. In the forest, a fire dragon was lurking and tumbling, devouring everything. The shouts of killing were deafening. The Yunchi people, wearing wolf skins, rushed forward with wooden spears. After many days of continuous training and fighting, their combat effectiveness has greatly increased. When the chiefing people woke up, they looked at the raging fire in front of them and were terrified and extremely panicked. They fled in the wildfire like stray dogs. The animal skins of some chiefing people were ignited by flames. They frantically beat against the burning flames on their bodies. The scorching heat from the flames easily destroyed their psychological defenses and made them extremely frightened. When these chiefing people saw the god of fire rushing out of the flames and killing them with spears, they screamed and wailed and fled, not having the slightest will to resist. The gods are angry. Burn the chiefing tribe to death. Jiang Yuan roared, and he killed a fleeing chiefing tribe member on the spot with a spear. The gods are angry. Burn the chiefing tribe to death. Everyone in Yunshi shouted angrily and tried their best to chase and kill these cannibals who were only concerned with fleeing. In the mountains and forests, shouts of killing like thunder and sea rose one after another, shaking the entire forest, making these chiefing people even more at a loss and more frightened. They all thought that they had angered the gods and that the gods were going to ignite the divine fire to burn them to death. Some chiefing people not only did not resist the pursuit of the fire god, but knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the flames and the sky, begging for forgiveness from the gods. The mountain fires shot up into the sky, and the scorching heat made the place like purgatory. At a glance, there were burning fires everywhere, leaving no place to escape. The smell of burnt corpses, the smell of fresh blood, and the smell of burning dead branches and leaves mixed together in the mountains and forests. Thick smoke filled the sky and swept across the earth, making people forget where they were and only see the raging fires all around them. Qishan woke up from his sleep. He opened his eyes and saw endless fire all around him, which seemed to devour him. The screams of his tribesmen and the shouts of killing coming from nowhere made him lose his mind. His heart was terrified, and his limbs were shaking. The gods are angry. A loud shout came, beating Qishan's mind and making his brain confused. Qishan, who had not had a good rest to begin with, looked at the endless burning fire and thought it was really the wrath of the gods. He was horrified and his body felt weak. Qishan stood up, trembling all over, and fled frantically out of the forest. Base. The sound of breaking wind was heard, and Qishan felt a chill on his back, and a sharp iron spear stabbed towards his back. Qishan rolled over subconsciously to avoid it, but suddenly fell into the fire. The scorching flames made Qishan howl miserably, and he quickly beat out the flames burning on the animal hide. Die! Jiang Yuan looked at Qishan's miserable appearance. He shouted coldly and attacked with a spear. Kill Qishan! Jiang Yuan shouted loudly. He was informing Yunshi and the others. Qishan was terrified. He turned around and ran. Even though there were flames all around him, he was in no mood to see who was killing him. Qishan now just wants to escape. Jiang Yuan chased after him. The purpose of this night raid was to capture Qishan alive. How could he let him escape? Bang! A dull sound of bodies colliding was heard, and in the fire burning in front, a tall man rushed out on the flames, like a wild bull, and collided heavily with Qishan. As the sounds of muffled groans and screams were heard, the two were knocked flying at the same time. The person who came was Rock. Lai, Shou, Lang and others heard Jiang Yuan's cry and rushed over with wooden spears. Qishan struggled to get up, holding his chest in severe pain, and spat out a mouthful of blood. He used the light of the fire to see clearly the people in front of him. It's you. When Qishan opened his mouth to speak, his teeth were stained with blood. His expression was extremely ferocious and fierce. Damn you Yunshi tribe bastards. Puffed. Before he could finish his sentence, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Obviously, he was seriously injured. It can be seen how huge the impact force of the collision between Qishan and the Rock was just now. Catch him! Jiang Yuan shouted coldly. Rock had just been knocked away and had been lying on the ground for a long time without moving. Jiang Yuan was extremely anxious. Kill! Lai, Shou and Lang attacked. Even though Qishan was extremely powerful and could fight against many enemies alone, he was groggy at the moment, seriously injured and unarmed. How can he be the opponent of Yunshi and his people? Qishan waved his fists, struggled hard to dodge, and persisted for several rounds. In the end, his thigh was pierced by Lai Yi's wooden spear, and blood splattered. Qishan fell to the ground with a groan. Catch him! Jiang Yuan shouted again. Everyone took out ropes, rushed forward, and instantly tied Qishan up like a dumpling. Jiang Yuan hurried forward to check on Yinshi's condition. Yinsher was coughing up blood. Jiang Yuan helped him up, called the wolf to help him carry the rocks, and ran out of the forest. Go! Jiang Yuan shouted again, asking Lai and Shou to drag Qishan to follow. At this time, the entire forest began to burn. The blazing flames burned so brightly that it seemed as bright as day. The fire was about to surround the entire forest. If they don't retreat now, everyone in Yunshi will be burned to death here. Retreat! Retreat! Everyone in Yunshi shouted and gave the signal to retreat. They followed Jiang Yuan like a group of ants, dodging and circling in the firelight and moving forward quickly. After a while, Yunshi and his group walked out of the forest. Those people from Chifeng who were surrounded by flames from the very beginning were like headless flies, running around blindly in the wildfire and were burned to death on the spot. Coupled with the pursuit of the Yunshi people, they were even more confused and frightened. Some Chifeng people even ran towards the center of the fire, enduring the torture of being burned by the endless flames. Jiang Yuan looked at the fireman, struggling and running in the wildfire, listening to the screams and wails coming from it. His heart trembled slightly, and he was so excited that he could hardly control himself. The siege of Yunshi has been lifted. The annihilation of the Chifeng tribe is just around the corner. Lord Jiang Yuan, there are no casualties. Lai, who was counting the number of clansmen, reported to Jiang Yuan excitedly. Jiang Yuan showed joy on his face and nodded slightly. Cough, cough. Rock, who was lying on Shou's shoulder, coughed heavily. Lai saw him like this, scratched his head, and smiled innocently. Oh, this hurt another one. The Rock glared at him feebly. Walk. Jiang Yuan waved his hand and led everyone towards the bamboo raft that had been waiting in the river for a long time. Chapter 109, Prisoner Qishan. Lord Jiang Yuan, why don't we kill this guy? Shou kicked Qishan, who was lying on the bamboo raft. Qishan widened his eyes and roared at Shou a few times. However, his hands and feet were tied, and his mouth was stuffed with animal skin, so he could only make groaning sounds. Ha ha! Seeing Qishan's miserable appearance, all the Yunshi people burst into laughter. No. Jiang Yuan shook his head and said, we can't kill him, at least not for the time being. Why? Shou asked angrily. Qishan's hands were stained with the blood of many Yunshi tribe members. Jiang Yuan's eyes were dim. Because I want to use him to buy time for the Yunshi tribe. What should we do with this guy? Shou asked again. Jiang Yuan ordered. Lock him in a cave and assign 6 tribesmen to guard him day and night. Do not let him go. Only let him eat a little food every day, just enough to keep him from starving to death. The people of Chifeng tribe are all ferocious beasts. Qishan is the most ferocious beast among all the beasts. Guarding Qishan must not be taken lightly. After many trips on the bamboo raft, all the Yunshi people were finally transported to the Yunshi Valley. Rock was able to walk now, and it seemed that he was fine. Jiang Yuan told everyone to have a good rest, and everyone left immediately. Jiang Yuan climbed up the watchtower at the river and looked towards the forest where Qishan was stationed. The entire forest has become a sea of fire, and the dazzling flames illuminate the endless darkness. Jiang Yuan stared for a while and ordered the night watchman to be on high alert. He went back to rest only after delivering some herbs to Rock. Lord Jiang Yuan, Lord Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan was still asleep when he was woken up by shouting from outside the cave. What's wrong? Jiang Yuan looked at the panicked Lai and asked with a frown. Pan, Elder Pan, we need to kill Qishan. You should go quickly. Lai was out of breath, sweat pouring down his body. Obviously, he had been running all the way here. Jiang Yuan's heart trembled. He left Lai behind and ran towards the stone cave where Qishan was imprisoned. Elder Pan and Qishan have a blood feud. Elder Pan's wife and son both died at the hands of Qishan. When Jiang Yuan arrived at the cave, Elder Pan was trapped between Chief Tsang and Elder Wei, unable to move. The 3 of them lay on the ground and rolled over, and the Tsang clan leader was still persuading them. Pan. Jiang Yuan said that Qishan cannot be killed. Jiang Yuan walked into the cave, where several Yunshi tribe members gathered. However, facing the 3 Tsang tribe leaders, none of them dared to step forward to stop the fight. There was also a blood-stained wooden spear lying on the floor of the cave. Jiang Yuan looked towards Qishan. There was a hideous wound on his chest, and blood was flowing all over his abdomen. Qishan was dying, but not dead yet. Jiang Yuan immediately ordered his tribesmen to get puffball powder to stop Qishan's bleeding, and he walked towards the 3 leaders of the Tsang tribe and separated them. Lord Jiang Yuan, I want to kill him. Elder Pan had disheveled hair. He grabbed the wooden spear with his remaining arm and stabbed at Qishan, who was tied to the ground. If you want the Yunshi tribe to perish, then kill him. Jiang Yuan did not stop him, but said in a cold voice. Elder Pan's body stiffened, and he stopped charging. He cast a puzzled and hateful look at Jiang Yuan. Elder Pan choked up and said, Master Jiang Yuan, he killed my woman and my son. I know, Jiang Yuan said in a deep voice, and he took the wooden spear from Elder Pan's hand. Elder Pan did not resist, and let him take it away. I will use Qishan to buy time for the Yunchi tribe. I promise you that in the future, I will let you take off Qishan's head with your own hands." Jiang Yuan stared at Elder Pan's eyes. His voice was heavy and powerful, and his eyes were extremely firm. Jiang Yuan said again, "Believe me, I will let you take revenge with your own hands in the future." Elder Pan's face showed a painful struggle. He finally glanced at Qishan coldly and said bitterly, "Master Jiang Yuan, I promise you." He turned and walked away quickly. Elder Wei sighed and stood up to chase him. Chief Tsang came in front of Jiang Yuan, opened his mouth to speak, but finally sighed heavily. How could Chief Tsang not hate the chiefing tribe? His 2 sons and 1 daughter also died at the hands of the chiefing tribe. Jiang Yuan took the puffball powder brought by the tribesmen and sprinkled it on the wound on Qishan's chest. Qishan, with red hair and green face, stared at Jiang Yuan with fierce eyes. There was a hideous smile on his blood-stained face, and he looked so ugly that he really looked like a ghost. Jiang Yuan reached out his hand, patted Qishan's face, and said coldly, "You can't die now, but it will be soon." Qishan was furious and roared at Jiang Yuan, but no sound came out. When has he ever suffered such humiliation? Jiang Yuan kicked the ferocious Qishan to the ground. He took out a tiger-tooth dagger and cut off a piece of flesh from Qishan's arm. Qishan endured the severe pain without saying a word, but stared at Jiang Yuan with his eyes. Jiang Yuan picked up the piece of flesh and blood and ordered someone to send it to Elder Pan. "Just don't let him starve to death," Jiang Yuan instructed, then turned and left. The tribesman holding the food came forward and waited for instructions. He took the animal skin from Qishan's mouth, picked up a piece of barbecue, and put it in front of Qishan. "Ah!" The Yunchi tribe member who was feeding the food screamed and fell to the ground, with blood oozing from his palms. Jiang Yuan turned around hurriedly and saw that this Yunchi tribe member had actually had 3 fingers bitten off by Qishan. Qishan, staring at Jiang Yuan with a provocative look, was chewing with big mouthfuls of food while grinning and swallowing in his throat. Jiang Yuan's eyes flashed with sternness. He grabbed the stone beside him and smashed it hard into Qishan's mouth. With a muffled groan, Qishan spat a mouthful of thick blood onto the ground, mixed with dozens of teeth. Jiang Yuan threw down the blood-stained stone, picked up the remaining puffball powder, and used it to stop the bleeding on the Yunchi people's hands. Qishan, who had lost all his teeth, continued to make creepy laughs. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, forming a pool of blood on the ground. After instructing the injured tribesmen to be sent to the medical team in Kingexi, Jiang Yuan turned and left. He had no intention of teaching Qishan a lesson as he had other important things to do. Jiang Yuan walked out of the cave, and he could hear Qishan's unclear curses from behind him. Qi-man was furious. He pulled a chiefing tribe member whose body was burned black to his front. Qi-man's eyes were bloodshot, and he asked word by word with a trembling voice, "You mean Qishan is dead?" The skin of this chiefing man was burned by the flames and ulcerated, revealing his flesh and blood. He was held in Qi-man's hand, and urine from his crotch dripped down his thighs out of fear. He was trembling all over. Master, I was the only one who escaped from our place, by myself." "I don't know, Master Qishan." Without waiting for the man to finish speaking, Qishan's eyes became fierce, and with a snapping sound, he directly crushed the man's larynx into pieces. Qi-man threw the man's body on the ground and stood there motionless. After a long time, Qi-man's shoulders were shaking and he laughed out loud like a madman. When he laughed until he couldn't breathe, he started to cry again, like the cry of a ghost. The sound was chilling. A moment later, Qi-man was like an angry lion, roaring loudly in all directions, like a madman. The chiefing people around were silent as they looked at the mad Qi-man, and no one dared to step forward. The chiefing wizard had no idea where he was hiding at this time. In a very short period of time, Qi-man's 3 sons Qi-shi, Qi-shi, and Qi-shan died one after another. Qi-man, who lost all his sons, suffered an emotional and mental breakdown. Such a reaction was understandable. Just as Qi-man was going crazy, a loud shout from the Yunchi tribe suddenly came from the direction of the Yunchi Valley. The shouts resounded throughout the place. "Qi-man, your son Qi-shan is still alive." Chapter 1, 10 Chiefing Retreat. Qi-man, who was furious, heard the shouts from the Yunchi tribe. After a moment of hesitation, his confused eyes suddenly cleared up. Qi-man grabbed a member of the tribe next to him and asked cautiously, "They said Qi-shan is not dead?" The tribesman looked at Qi-man's 2 eyes that were as wide as cow eggs and nodded in fear. Qi-man threw him to the ground and laughed again, completely eliminating his previous crazy and insane look. Qi-man's concern for his son made him forget about his own safety. After laughing loudly, He ran towards the mountain gate of Yunshi tribe. The chiefing wizard hiding in the corner couldn't help but change his expression when he saw this. He hurriedly ordered many chiefing people to follow Chi-Man. Chi-Man ran 100 steps, and when he saw the trench in front of him, he finally reacted and stopped, because the bridge and corridor not far ahead were already filled with spear throwers and stone throwers. The spears and flying stones in their hands flashed a light that made Chi-Man's heart flutter. Chi-Man subconsciously began to retreat. Jiang Yuan looked at the timid Chi-Man in front of the trench and shouted, "Chi-Man, you don't have to retreat anymore. I wanted to kill you, but you've already died under my spear." Chi-Man stopped walking, his face uncertain. "Who are you? Let Song come out. Where is my son Chi-Shan?" Jiang Yuan smiled and sneered. "You are not worthy to talk to our Song clan leader." Chi-Man in front of the trench had veins throbbing on his forehead when he heard this. He was about to get angry when he suddenly saw Chi-Shan, who was being escorted onto the horizontal bridge. "Son!" Chi-Man shouted and moved forward subconsciously. It was not until the tribesmen behind him pulled him back that Chi-Man realized that he had reached the edge of the trench, with sharp bamboo, thorns under his feet. Chi-Man's back was covered with cold sweat. He glanced at the hundreds of tribesmen behind him and felt more confident. He immediately shouted, "Quickly release my son, or I will destroy the Yunshi tribe immediately." Jiang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. If he could not wipe out all these chiefing people in one go, he would have ordered his men to fire spears. Jiang Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he slapped Chi-Shan in the face. The dying Chi-Shan was unable to struggle, and blood came out of the corner of his mouth. Chi-Man, who was standing in front of the trench, felt heartbroken when he saw this scene. Jiang Yuan said coldly, "If you don't want your son to die, talk to me nicely." Chi-Man was about to explode with rage, but after hearing Jiang Yuan's words, he instantly gave in and quickly said, Okay. Lead your people away and don't attack the Yunshi tribe again." Jiang Yuan immediately shouted to Chi-Man. Chi-Man's eyes flickered with hesitation, but at the moment nothing was more important than his son's life, so he immediately nodded and agreed. "Okay." The chiefing wizard behind him couldn't help but said impatiently, "Master, the people of the Yunshi tribe have no food and will definitely starve to death. We can't agree to this." "Shut up," Chi-Man roared at the chiefing wizard. The roar was like thunder, almost frightening the chiefing wizard to death. No one has ever dared to be angry with a wizard who could communicate with the heavens and gods, but today, Chi-Man did so. Many chiefing people were terrified when they saw this scene. They shrank their heads, and no one spoke. The chiefing wizard's old body was shaking. He was almost suffocated by the roar and died instantly. Chi-Man was in no mood to pay attention to the chiefing wizard. He said to Jiang Yuan anxiously, "Let my son go. I swear by the gods of the chiefing tribe that I will never attack the Yunshi tribe again." Jiang Yuan smiled slightly and shook his head. "No, I can't let go of Chi-Shan." When Chi-Man heard this, his face darkened and he looked ferocious. "How dare you lie to me?" "No." Jiang Yuan shook his head and said, "Chi-Shan will stay in Yunshi Valley from now on, and we will let him live. But if you dare to attack the Yunshi tribe in the future, we will kill him immediately." "You." Chi-Man opened his mouth to speak, but couldn't utter a word. Jiang Yuan added, "If you are worried, you can send a tribesman to Yunshi Valley every day to see if Chi-Shan is alive." Chi-Man's face was gloomy and his expression was extremely melancholy. After nearly a quarter of an hour, Chi-Man gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I promise you. But my son Chi-Shan cannot die." Jiang Yuan nodded and smiled. "Okay, Chi-Man, as long as you keep your promise, I will hand over Chi-Shan to you before the weather gets cold." After hearing this, Chi-Man felt a little relieved. He let out a long breath, took a deep look at Chi-Shan, and turned away. Jiang Yuan's voice came from behind again. "Chi-Man, I am a member of the Yunshi tribe. If you are attacked while hunting or gathering, I will chop off one of Chi-Shan's hands." Chi-Man staggered, but without looking back, he walked straight into the distance. More than 150 chiefing people and about 100 chiefing children followed him in a swarm. Only the chiefing wizard with a gloomy face complained bitterly. But now he didn't dare to disobey Chi-Man anymore. The chiefing wizard had no doubt that if he said one more word, the Chi-Man would eat him alive. Jiang Yuan looked at the chiefing tribe leaving in a mighty procession, and a smile appeared on his face. A stone fell from his heart. The next step was to reorganize the tribe, actively prepare for war, contact the allies, and then take the initiative to attack and annihilate the chiefing tribe in one fell swoop. Jiang Yuan glanced at Chi-Shan, whose cheeks were swollen, and ordered, "Take him away." The wolf responded and took Chi-Shan away. Chief Tsung looked at the direction where the chiefing tribe left with a worried look on his face. Jiang Yuan, the chiefing tribe. Will they really not attack our Yunshi tribe again? Jiang Yuan smiled. He was confident. As long as Qi Man survives, the chiefing tribe will never attack the Yunshi tribe. As long as he can control the life and death of Qi Shan, the Yunshi tribe can rest assured. Seeing how confident Jiang Yuan was, the worry on clan leader Tsang's face gradually faded away. Jiang Yuan added, "Next, it will be the chiefing tribe's turn to face our violent attack. The annihilation of the chiefing tribe is just around the corner." His words are extremely powerful and inspiring. After hearing this, everyone in Yunshi felt a surge of enthusiasm in their hearts and became excited. It seemed that everyone had imagined the scene of the chiefing tribe's demise in their minds. Even Elder Pan, whose face had always been extremely gloomy, smiled after hearing these words. At this moment, Lai rushed towards Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan asked, "How?" Lai replied, "Master Jiang Yuan, we checked the burned forest and found about 40 bodies of chiefing people." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, and he thought in his mind, now there are only more than 150 people left in the chiefing tribe who can fight. As for the 100 chiefing children, there is no need to worry. Lai then said, "Master Jiang Yuan, we also found this in that forest." He waved his hand slightly behind him, and a member of the Yunshi tribe came with a head and placed it in front of Jiang Yuan. The head was not severely burned, and one could still vaguely see what it looked like in life. Jiang Yuan bent down and took a closer look. The owner of the head turned out to be Ao. Chapter 111 Redistribution. Staring at the head on the ground, Jiang Yuan felt a mixed feeling in his heart. There is both the joy of learning that Ao has died and the regret of learning that Xiang has died. Jiang Yuan shook his head and ordered, "Throw his head out of Yunshi Valley and let the wild beasts eat it. Betray the tribe, and I will never forgive him." A member of the tribe immediately carried his head away. "Where is his body?" Jiang Yuan asked. Lai shook his head. "I didn't find it. It should have been eaten by those guys from the chiefing tribe. We found his head among the bodies of the chiefing people." Jiang Yuan nodded. He didn't care. Ao is insignificant to the Yunshi tribe. Moreover, the deaths of Ao and Xiang would be more conducive to the return of the 40 members of the water tribe. At this time, the sun is just rising and all things are just waking up. It is still early morning. Elder Wei had already slaughtered the few cubs in the fence and cooked them into broth, barbecued meat, and grilled fish. All the members of the Yunshi tribe were enjoying the delicious food in the valley. The atmosphere was no longer oppressive. There was laughter and joy among the members, and relaxed smiles appeared on the faces of many of them. The high-ranking members of the Yunshi tribe sat around a campfire. On the campfire was a large clay pot with broth boiling inside. The rich meat aroma tempted everyone's taste buds. Jiang Yuan looked extremely excited. He looked at everyone and said, "Now that the chiefing tribe has retreated, our Yunshi tribe can finally relax for a while." Chief Tsang nodded happily. No one was more pleased to see the chiefing tribe retreat than him. Jiang Yuan's eyes were burning. The chiefing tribe has retreated, and the Yunshi tribe should now get back on track and prepare for the decisive battle with the chiefing tribe. Everyone nodded. There is a deep blood feud between the Yunshi tribe and the chiefing tribe. The temporary peace is just to prepare for a more cruel and violent battle. The head of the Tsang clan coughed and said, "Jiang Yuan and I have already discussed it. Let Jiang Yuan talk to you." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Now our Yunshi tribe, not counting us, has a total of 174 people." He paused and said, "I just counted them. There are 44 strong men, 70 strong women, 30 older people, 13 elderly people, and 17 children. Now I will redistribute manpower to everyone." Jiang Yuan said, "Select the strongest 10 from the 20 spear throwers and 20 stone throwers, and give them to Lai to lead and build an army." Lai scratched his head and asked, "Master Jiang Yuan, what is an army?" Jiang Yuan explained, "The army is the people who are responsible for fighting. They can eat 3 meals a day, and they don't have to work on weekdays, just participate in training. But there is one thing, when fighting, they have to charge at the front." Everyone looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. Although those who join the army do not have to participate in labor, they will be the most dangerous group of people if a war breaks out with other tribes. But they thought again, when a battle breaks out, which tribe member can be spared? And more importantly, they can eat 3 meals a day? Thinking of this, everyone's eyes became very excited, and they all had the idea of joining the army. Shou immediately interrupted and said, "Lord Jiang Yuan, can I join the army?" Jiang Yuan's face darkened and he refused directly. "No." Shou's face suddenly fell, and everyone couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Yuan added, "I'll leave the remaining 30 spear throwers and stone throwers to you. But you have to bring back at least 8 large prey to the tribe every day. Can you do it? Yes. Lord Jiang Yuan. Shou was full of confidence, patted his chest, and assured loudly. He had been trapped in the valley for a month and was already itching to do something. Today we have people, hunting techniques, and various tools and weapons. From a hunter's perspective, capturing 8 large prey in one day is not a problem at all. Wolf. Jiang Yuan looked at the wolf. I will assign 8 older tribesmen to you to be responsible for the vigilance and patrol of the tribe. Yes. The wolf nodded, looking a little excited. He could lead his people? In the past, he would not even dare to think about it. It was Lord Jiang Yuan who gave him this opportunity. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "Don't be disgusted. Although they are older, they just look older. In fact, they are in their prime." The wolf nodded again, indicating that he would live up to everyone's expectations. Jiang Yuan looked at Chief Song at this time and said with a smile, "Chief Song, I will assign 4 strong tribesmen to you to guard the caves and cellars where the supplies are stored." Song nodded with a smile on his face. This was a good job. Jiang Yuan looked at Elder Pan and said, "Elder Pan, I will assign you 22 older people and 10 strong female tribesmen, a total of 32 people. You will be responsible for felling trees and collecting stones. You will also be responsible for driving the bamboo raft, firing pottery, and tribal construction." Elder Pan said, "Okay, Lord Jiang Yuan." He looked solemn and felt the burden on his shoulders. Jiang Yuan looked at Elder Wei again and said, "Elder Wei, I will assign all 30 children and elders to you. You are responsible for cutting grass and feeding prey. As for the food that the tribe eats every day, I will find someone to prepare it." Elder Wei nodded. There was no large prey in the tribe now, so he did not feel any pressure at work. Jiang Yuan added, "Aunt Wen, I will assign you 40 strong female tribesmen to pick the fruits." Wen nodded slightly in agreement. She felt a little heavy in her heart. She was the leader of the largest number of tribesmen and absolutely could not let the tribe down. But with a long hook in hand and fruits in hand, picking fruits is not a problem for one and the others. Jiang Yuan smiled and said to Qing Hushi, "It turns out that the 10 strong female members of the medical team are still in charge of you too." Qing Hushi nodded slightly. Jiang Yuan added, "The remaining 10 strong female tribesmen only need to be responsible for supplying food to the tribe. All 174 people in the Yunshi tribe have been assigned." Yanshi scratched his head and asked in confusion, "Master Jiang Yuan, what about me?" Jiang Yuan patted his shoulder and said, "Stay with me for now. When there are more people in the tribe, I will let you be the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guards." Yanshi's face was full of confusion. He didn't know what the Royal Guards were, but when he heard that he could be the commander-in-chief, he immediately smiled. Jiang Yuan suddenly remembered that there was a Qishan imprisoned in the tribe, so he immediately said, "Yanshi, during this time, you should lead 2 strong and mature tribesmen to guard Qishan and don't let him escape." The Yunshi tribe's strongest fighters are Rock and Fierce, both of whom can defeat a large number of enemies alone. Now it is most appropriate for Lai to lead the army and Yanshi to guard Qishan, which will also make Jiang Yuan feel more at ease. Jiang Yuan said to Shou, "Select 2 good hunters from your hunting team and give them to Yanshi later." Shou nodded in agreement. Elder Pan hesitated for a moment and asked, "Master Jiang Yuan, there is no one specifically responsible for making tools and weapons. He was in charge of this project in the past." Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "Then this task is still for you. There are too many tools in the tribe now, so you don't need to make them. You can make some more transport carts and spear throwers." Elder Pan nodded to show that he understood. Jiang Yuan smiled and instructed, "Elder Pan, when you cut down trees, you should cut down more elm trees. The people responsible for making catapults are also under your leadership. I will need your help in making catapults in the future." Elder Pan nodded and said, "No problem." Jiang Yuan looked at Wu and said, "Wu, you are old. Apart from the sacrifices in the tribe, you can just rest on weekdays." Wu smiled and nodded. He was indeed too old to work. According to Jiang Yuan's calculation of the year, month and day, he has lived for 78 years. Jiang Yuan stood up slightly at this time, stretched his waist, and said to everyone, "As for me, I will be responsible for living in the mountains and rivers and laughing at the wind and moon." Chapter 112, Building an Army. The members of the Yunshi tribe began to get busy again. Shou had already set out with a hunting team of 28 people to the grassland where prey were aplenty. Wen Yi and a group of female tribesmen also walked towards the dense forest full of fruits, holding long hooks and animal skin bags. And within the Yunshi Valley, the busy scenes of the tribesmen can be seen everywhere. In a vast area behind the Yunshi Valley, Lai and 10 tribesmen gathered here. These 10 people were carefully selected by Jiang Yuan. They were all the tallest and strongest people in the Yunshi tribe. The brave and fierce aura they exuded was much stronger than that of ordinary tribesmen. Although they are slightly inferior to the group of perverted cannibals in the chiefing tribe, they are still far superior to ordinary people. Jiang Yuan said to Lai, I will personally command your training today. From now on, the training of the army will be your responsibility. Lai nodded solemnly. Jiang Yuan said to everyone, from today on, you are soldiers. The 10 people looked at each other. They were all very curious about the title soldier. Jiang Yuan shouted, your training will be divided into 2 parts. The morning is physical training, and the afternoon is combat training. Jiang Yuan said to Lai, you will receive training with them. Yes. Lai responded loudly and stood in a row with everyone else. Although Jiang Yuan had never been a soldier, he had at least experienced military training several times. At the beginning, Jiang Yuan emphasized the discipline of these tribesmen, and standing at attention and counting were essential. During this period, everyone was smiling and nonchalant. However, after being scolded and punished by Jiang Yuan, they all became well-behaved. They stood at attention in a very professional manner. The scorching sun continued to rise in the sky. Under the scorching sun, the skin of the 11 people was tanned red and hot sweat rolled down their bodies. Because they had been standing for too long, some of the tribesmen felt sore in their limbs and their bodies began to tremble slightly. However, none of them dared to move or slack off, as they had obviously suffered a lot at the hands of Jiang Yuan just now. Jiang Yuan looked at the projection on the sundial, which now pointed to 9 o'clock in the morning. We have been standing at attention for 2 hours. Take a rest. Jiang Yuan said calmly. Everyone immediately collapsed to the ground, including Lai. They wailed and rubbed their knees and soles, looking extremely miserable. Some people even dragged their legs and crawled on the ground towards the shade of the trees. Many of the tribesmen who were working were horrified after seeing this scene. Is it so tiring to join the army? I guess I should just join the labor camp. However, after only a moment's rest, Jiang Yuan shouted again, assemble. These soldiers moved as fast as the wind and as quick as lightning, and stood in a row in the blink of an eye. The effectiveness of Jiang Yuan's training is evident. Jiang Yuan didn't need to say much. They all held their chests and heads high, tightened their stomachs, and stood with their legs as straight as pine trees. Stand at attention, Jiang Yuan shouted, and then said loudly, count. As the loud and high-pitched counting of the crowd ended, Jiang Yuan immediately asked them to put on their straw sandals, line up in a row, and run around the open area. What disappointed Jiang Yuan was that, while they stood at attention, they looked very formal, but when they ran, they were like wolves and pigs, or a herd of wild sheep fleeing from being chased by wolves. Jiang Yuan immediately asked everyone to line up and run in unison, with Lai as the leader, around the open space. Shout! Jiang Yuan shouted, chop, cut, kill. Chop, chop, kill. In an instant, loud shouts of killing resounded throughout the place, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, in a uniform and extremely orderly manner. Jiang Yuan saw it and was very satisfied. What surprised Jiang Yuan was that after these tribesmen ran 20 laps, the total distance they had run was at least 5 or 6 kilometers. Their faces were not red, their hearts were not beating fast, and they were not even breathing heavily, but they were just sweating a lot. Jiang Yuan was amazed in his heart. The endurance and physical strength of primitive people were really incomparable to those of modern people. After all, in this cruel and barbaric primitive world, primitive people often ran and fought for long periods of time, and almost everyone developed a good body. Civilize the mind and brutalize the body. Lai was confused and didn't know why Jiang Yuan asked them to run. In Lai's opinion, isn't this a waste of energy? However, he did not dare to ask more questions. After all, when they were standing at attention just now, a tribesman asked an extra question and was scolded by Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan, however, took the initiative to explain to everyone, running can improve your physical strength and endurance, allowing you to fight with more strength, more power, and more strength. Everyone understood what he said, but no one said much. Jiang Yuan saw that ordinary running was not a problem for these tribesmen, so he immediately took ropes, animal skins, and rattan baskets, tied animal skin bags on their legs, and filled them with sand. They were also asked to carry rattan baskets with 20 kilograms of gravel placed in them. Start now, weighted running training. Run, Jiang Yuan shouted, and the 11 people began running around the open space again. Chop, cut, kill. As the loud voice sounded, Jiang Yuan smiled and shouted to everyone, keep running until lunchtime. An hour later, the scorching sun climbed to the top of the sky. This is the hottest time of the day. The 11 tribesmen, including Lai, were running with heavy loads, sweating profusely. It could be said that they had no strength left in their bodies at this time. But they didn't stop, nor did they stop chanting their slogans. Everyone is squeezing out their own potential and constantly breaking through their own limits. They drag their sore and weak legs and move forward with difficulty. Jiang Yuan glanced at the projection on the sundial. It was almost 1 in the afternoon. He immediately shouted, "Let's take a break." After hearing this, the 11 people immediately threw away the wicker baskets on their backs and lay on the ground under the scorching sun. Each of them was like a puddle of mud, and they didn't want to move at all. Everyone opened their mouths wide, their chests heaving violently, and they gasped heavily. "Did I tell you to lie down?" Jiang Yuan shouted. The 11 people stood up quickly like frightened birds. Jiang Yuan said coldly, "Rub your legs. Rub any part that hurts more." Lai raised his hand and asked, "Master Jiang Yuan, can I have some water?" "Wait a moment." Jiang Yuan paused and said, "Food and water will be delivered soon, but you need to rest for a while before eating. We gave the last half of the wild horned sheep in the tribe to you. The other tribesmen can't even have the broth." When they heard the wild horned sheep, these people began to swallow their saliva violently. Some of the tribesmen who had recovered from the shock had already begun to drag their legs and crawl under the shade of the trees. Jiang Yuan smiled again and said, "Have a good rest. We will start combat training in the afternoon." There was a burst of ghostly howling sounds at once. It was extremely miserable. Jiang Yuan lay under the shade of a tree, watching with comfort the 10 tribesmen fighting each other with wooden spears. Now the first army of the Yunshi tribe can be said to have been officially established. Combat training focuses on improving one's own combat effectiveness and combat skills. You also need to learn how to use many weapons, such as spear throwers, stone slings, wooden spears, wrought tin shields, etc., and be good at using them. Jiang Yuan's combat experience is not as rich as Lai's, and his combat strength is not as high as Lai's, so when it comes to imparting combat skills, it is Lai who guides everyone. Jiang Yuan lay in the shade of the tree for a while and felt something was wrong. He thought to himself, "After all, I am the #1 warrior of the Yunshi tribe who has killed snakes and tigers. What if I lose my strength in the future and lose face in front of my clan members?" Jiang Yuan thought of this for the so-called face and more for the improvement of his own combat effectiveness. He immediately jumped up, picked up a wooden spear, and fought against Lai, joining the training of everyone. Chapter 113, Bow and Arrow. There is a gentle breeze and light rain. Strands of drifting rain moistened the long dry land of the Lisan Mountains. Jiang Yuan has been extremely busy these past 10 days. Not only has he been responsible for the construction of the 2nd and 3rd catapults, he is also to continue training with Lai and the others. Jiang Yuan had thought about passing on the catapult construction technology to other members of the tribe. However, Jiang Yuan discovered that with the intelligence of these primitive people, it would be extremely difficult for them to independently build a large and complex weapon like a catapult. Only 1 or 2 members of the tribe could barely keep up with Jiang Yuan's thinking, but once they left Jiang Yuan, they could do nothing. So Jiang Yuan was very helpless. Elder Pan has cut down a lot of elm trees from outside the valley in recent days. Jiang Yuan was very satisfied with the levers, wheels and bearings made from elm, which is known as the king of hardwood. The catapult has undergone many launching tests, and the elm wood parts on the catapult are intact without any damage or cracking. Jiang Yuan ordered several tribesmen to push the 2 catapults that had already been built to under a mountain eaves to shelter from the rain, and the 3rd catapult that was under construction was directly covered with wide leaves. Jiang Yuan valued these catapults very much and didn't want them to get wet by the drizzle. Jiang Yuan left from the back of the valley in the drizzle. The boatman rowing the bamboo raft sat motionless on the raft, drifting with the river. I don't know what he is thinking about. More than 10 days later, the Yunshi tribe now has 70 or 80 large prey. At this time, Elder Wei is leading the tribesmen to drive these prey to a cave to shelter from the rain. Jiang Yuan looked at the plump and tender wild ibex, the chubby gorals, and the dozen or so wild boars with broken tusks and legs, and he couldn't help but smile with joy. Today, the breeding industry of the Yunshi tribe is on the right track, and many tribesmen understand the habits of these prey and the grass they like to eat. Jiang Yuan hummed a little tune and came to the place where Lai and the others were training. Lai and these 10 soldiers have been doing weight training for more than 10 days, and they have been served with fish and meat for 3 meals a day. Today, these 10 men have tanned bodies, bulging muscles, and are much stronger and more sturdy than before. At this time, 10 people were fighting each other in the rain, holding wrought tan shields in their left hands and wooden spears in their right hands. Their moves were fierce, and they were always aiming for vital points. If the spear tips were not wrapped in animal skins, blood would have been drawn. However, this is also Jiang Yuan's requirement for them. Combat training must be aimed at actual combat. Come on, Lai, let's have a few moves. Jiang Yuan was excited. He picked up a wooden spear and got ready. Lai is extremely powerful and has the upper hand in a one-on-one fight with a cannibal. After more than 10 days of specialized training, his strength must be even better than before. Lai scratched the back of his head and said, Master Jiang Yuan, forget it. He and Jiang Yuan had fought each other, and both ended in a draw. Come on, Jiang Yuan shouted, swung out a spear, and split the rain curtain. Lai thrust his spear to block. With the sound of wooden spears colliding, the two men began to fight in the drizzle. Raindrops sprayed, mud and water splashed, and the sound of wooden spears colliding continued. The 10 soldiers who were attacking were attracted and stood in the rain to watch. Jiang Yuan and Lai fought for 50 rounds in the rain, and finally Jiang Yuan won by stabbing Lai in the chest with a spear. The 10 soldiers cheered for Jiang Yuan and shouted his name. You win, Lord Jiang Yuan. Lai congratulated, panting. Jiang Yuan shook his head. After 50 rounds of fighting, he felt that the two were at the same level, and Lai lost to him on purpose in the end. But the difference is that Jiang Yuan is more brave and strong, but his spear skills are relatively crude. Lai, on the other hand, has fierce moves but is slightly inferior in bravery. Go back. I'll make an exception and let you take a rest today. Jiang Yuan said with a smile to everyone. The crowd cheered. It's a drizzle and it's hard to get gonorrhea. Jiang Yuan and Lai were walking in the rain, and Lai took the initiative to lag behind. Jiang Yuan asked, Lai, do you think our soldiers can win against the chiefing people? Lai thought for a moment and said, Lord Jiang Yuan, I think our 3 soldiers can fight against 2 chiefing people. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. From 3 against 1 to 3 against 2, it was already a huge improvement. If the cost of training soldiers was not too high and the conditions did not allow it, Jiang Yuan would have thought of training all 40 strong male members of the Yunqi tribe into soldiers. Jiang Yuan said to him, the 3rd catapult will be completed within 5 days. In the next few days, I plan to contact the other tribes in the Lisan Mountains and destroy the chiefing tribe in one fell swoop. Lai nodded slightly and said, Master Jiang Yuan, you can make the decision on these matters. Jiang Yuan looked at him and smiled, then pulled him back into the cave, took out something and handed it to him. What is this? Lai took it with both hands, and he stroked the strange-shaped device in front of him with curiosity. This is a weapon called a bow, Jiang Yuan said to him. I took some time out of my busy schedule these past 10 days to make 2 bows. Lai's eyes showed joy, and he asked innocently, Master Jiang Yuan, how do you use this thing? Jiang Yuan took out his own bow. Both bows were made of elm wood, with sheep horns decorated on both ends. However, Jiang Yuan's bowstring is made of saber-toothed tiger tendons combined with thin ropes and rattan silk, while Lai's bowstring is made of wild bull tendons. Another difference is that Jiang Yuan's bow is wrapped with saber-toothed tiger skin, while Lai's bow is wrapped with wolf skin. Jiang Yuan sighed. It's a pity that we can't find a better material. Although elm is hard, it is not the best choice for making bows. As he spoke, he took out 10 long arrows. The arrow shaft is made of bamboo. The arrowhead is made of polished bone, in a cross shape and is relatively sharp. The feathers are glued together with glue made from fish maw. As Jiang Yuan spoke, he knocked an arrow. He pulled the bowstring with all his strength, aimed at a big tree 50 steps away, and with a push of his finger, the arrow flew away. Whoosh! As the sound of breaking wind was heard, the long arrow turned into a meteor, breaking through the drizzle. In the blink of an eye, it pierced into a tree trunk 50 steps away. The arrowhead was completely embedded in the tree trunk, and the feathers at the tail of the arrow trembled slightly, making a clanging sound in the air. Chapter 114. The Shameful Chief of the Tsang Clan. Lai was stunned and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, Bows and arrows have roughly the same power as spear throwers, but bows and arrows can shoot farther, faster, and more accurately. Jiang Yuan paused and continued, but the accuracy of the bow and arrow is also difficult to practice. I have been practicing for more than 10 days before I can barely hit 8 out of 10 shots within 50 steps. Lai came back to his senses, and he was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. Master Jiang Yuan, why don't you make more bows and arrows for the tribesmen to use? Jiang Yuan smiled bitterly and said, Do you think I don't want to? Bows and arrows are too difficult to make. To make a bow and 10 arrows, you can at least make 10 spear throwers and 100 spear guns. It's not worth it. Besides, there is no time for the soldiers to practice archery again. Jiang Yuan looked into the distance. I can't wait to annihilate the chiefing tribe. After a brief pause, Jiang Yuan turned back and said to Lai, "We will mass-produce bows and arrows after we have annihilated the chiefing tribe and stabilized the tribe. By then, our tribe can completely replace spear throwers with bows and arrows." When Jiang Yuan said this, he had his own plans in mind. He planned to use the spear thrower as an important tool for the alliance of tribes in the Lizhan Mountains. Only by letting them see the advancement and power of the spear throwers can these tribes make up their minds to go to war with the chiefing tribe. By the time other tribes in the Lizhan Mountains began to regard spear throwers as treasures, the Yunchi tribe had already been equipped with more powerful bows and arrows. This can ensure that the Yunchi tribe is always one step ahead of other tribes and has a weapons advantage. Jiang Yuan took out 5 more long arrows and gave them to Lai. "You take 5 and practice your aim more. I'll keep the other 5 for myself." Lai was so excited that his whole body was shaking. With tears in his eyes, he knelt down and kowtowed to Jiang Yuan. "Thank you, Lord Jiang Yuan." Lai knew who had helped him rise to his current status from an ordinary member of the tribe. Now Jiang Yuan gave him one of the only 2 bows in the tribe. Lai didn't know how to express his feelings, so he could only kneel down and kowtow. Jiang Yuan did not stop him and accepted Lai's kneeling with peace of mind. Lai stepped into the drizzle and left. Jiang Yuan looked at Lai's back as he walked in the drizzle, his eyes dim. He needs a military leader who is absolutely loyal to him. Moreover, when the two were fighting today, all 10 soldiers cheered for Jiang Yuan, which made Jiang Yuan feel more at ease. The loyalty of a military leader is not enough. He also needs the loyalty of his troops. After Lai left, Jiang Yuan touched the saber-toothed tiger skin wrapped around the tiger tendon bow. He also threw himself into the rain and walked out of the cave. Jiang Yuan walked into the cave of the Tsang clan leader in the rain. What surprised Jiang Yuan was that Tsang and when we're actually playing double poker in the daytime. Jiang Yuan turned his head awkwardly and walked away. Chief Tsang quickly covered his waist with animal skins and called out to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan invited the Tsang clan leader to come out of the cave, and the two of them came out of the cave to talk. "What's wrong, Jiang Yuan?" Patriarch Tsang looked calm and composed. Jiang Yuan felt ashamed of his shamelessness. Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment and said, "The 3rd catapult can be built within 5 days. It's time to contact other tribes in the Lizhan Mountains to discuss the alliance." "You decide." Chief Tsang laughed and said, "With you taking care of the tribe, I can relax a lot." Jiang Yuan gave a helpless smile and asked for the opinion of Chief Tsang. "Chief Tsang, who do you think is more suitable to be sent to the alliance? Or should you go there yourself?" As Jiang Yuan spoke, he stared at Chief Tsang with a half-smile. The Tsang clan leader quickly shook his head and refused. "Forget it. I'm so old. Let's change someone else." He hesitated for a moment and said, "How about letting Yang go?" "Yang?" Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered. He was very impressed by this young man. He looked very smart. The head of the Tsang clan nodded slightly and said, "Yang is now grown up. He is very smart, especially his mouth. He is very good at talking. I used to send him to guard the wild boar ridge." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. The movements of the chiefing tribe had been observed many times by Yang, who was hiding in Wild Boar Ridge. This young man was indeed smart, and his brain was much more useful than other primitive people. "Okay," Jiang Yuan said. "Since Chief Tsang has made the decision, let him go. It is indeed time to let the young people in the tribe take charge." Jiang Yuan suddenly changed the subject. "However, Yang has little experience after all. This alliance with other tribes is no joke. So in a few days, I have asked Chief Tsang to personally accompany Yang on this trip." At this point, Jiang Yuan stood up to say goodbye. The Tsang clan leader opened his mouth to speak. Jiang Yuan interrupted him and said, "Chief Tsang, you don't have to be so excited. I know you must want to go too." "Okay, I won't say any more. I have something else to do. I'll leave first." Jiang Yuan didn't wait for Chief Tsang to speak and rushed directly into the ring. Chief Tsang outside the cave had a lot to say. His face flushed and he wanted to cry but had no tears. Only the devil wants to go out and contact other tribes. This contact would require at least 2 or 3 days of nonstop running. How could my old legs bear it? This guy. Chief Tsang stomped his feet angrily, but accidentally shook off the animal skin around his waist. It happened that at this moment a fat female tribesman passed by the cave of the Tsang tribe leader in the ring. When the female tribesman heard the Tsang tribe leader shout, she subconsciously glanced at him. But they saw the chief of the Tsang clan standing naked outside the cave, swinging back and forth. This open-minded and carefree female tribe member immediately stood still. She stared at the waist of Chief Tsang and asked fiercely, "Chief, do you want to marry a woman again? What do you think of me? I can still give birth to a cub." The dark face of the Tsang clan leader suddenly turned red. He fled and quickly went into the cave and refused loudly. No, no. Wen's roar came from inside the cave. You are so old, and you still want to marry a woman, you old thing. Get out. The naked and shame-faced Song tribe leader was ruthlessly driven out of the cave. One, with a furious look on his face, stood at the entrance of the cave with his hands on his waist, stopping Song from entering. The female tribesmen outside the cave shuddered and quickly turned away. In the Yunchi tribe, who doesn't know that Song is the head of the tribe, but is only afraid of his wife? Everyone knows it. Chapter 1:15 Sweet Potato Seedlings. After Jiang Yuan left the cave of the Song clan leader, he ran towards his own cave in the rain. Right in front of him, two tribesmen were pushing a cart hard up the steep slope. The slope was not high, but it was extremely steep, and the road was muddy due to the rain. The wheels were stuck in the mud, and the two tribesmen tried their best but failed to climb the steep slope. Jiang Yuan ran to the two men and helped them push the cart up the slope. You two, why don't you wait until the rain stops before going to work? Jiang Yuan wiped the rain from his forehead and asked the two. A tribesman panted and replied, Master Jiang Yuan, today's prey has not been fed yet. Elder Wei said that the prey likes to eat this kind of grass, so let's pull some over. Jiang Yuan looked at the fully loaded cart. Some of the grass leaves and vines were hanging down to the ground. The leaves are tender and juicy and look very delicious. Good. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Yuan patted their shoulders. His eyes inadvertently swept across the side of the cart, but were attracted by a grass seedling. Jiang Yuan's heart was shocked. He stepped forward quickly and held the grass seedling in his hand. When Jiang Yuan saw the grass seedlings in his hand clearly and confirmed that they were correct, his shoulders were shaking with excitement. He held the grass seedling in his hand and laughed heartily in the heavy rain, even dancing with his hands. The two tribesmen looked at each other, and they subconsciously thought that Lord Jiang Yuan had gone crazy. The two people were at a loss and stood with Jiang Yuan in the rain for a long time with a confused look on their faces. After a long time, a tribesman finally mustered up the courage to step forward. He called out softly several times, Master Jiang Yuan, Master Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan, however, acted as if he didn't hear anything and continued laughing wildly in the rain. The tribesman boldly stepped forward and held Jiang Yuan's arm. Jiang Yuan's whole body trembled. He stared at the tribesman with burning eyes, his face full of ecstasy, because what he was holding in his hand was a sweet potato sprout. Jiang Yuan grabbed the man's shoulder and asked anxiously, Where did you get this sweet potato seedling? No, this grass. No wonder Jiang Yuan was so excited, because sweet potatoes are a crop that is too important to humans, especially ancient humans. It was the large-scale cultivation of sweet potatoes that was able to feed the hundreds of millions of people that exploded during the Qing dynasty. It can be said that if sweet potatoes had not been introduced, the Qing dynasty would have experienced countless famines and countless people would have starved to death. Sweet potato is a crop with high yield, easy survival, and short growth cycle. The emergence of sweet potatoes can solve the food problem that has been plaguing the Yunchi tribe, and even solve the food problem that has been plaguing humanity in the entire primitive world. That's why Jiang Yuan was so excited. This tribesman was grabbed by Jiang Yuan's shoulders. He looked at Jiang Yuan's excited expression and didn't know what was going on. He quickly replied, Jiang Yuan. Lord Jiang Yuan, I don't know. You can ask Elder Wei. Elder Wei. Jiang Yuan forced himself to calm down. He let go of the tribesman's shoulder and immediately jumped onto the cart. He scattered the cart full of green grass all over the ground and lay down in it in the heavy rain to look for sweet potato seedlings. Come, help me find it. Jiang Yuan wiped the rain off his face, held the sweet potato seedlings in front of the two of them, and shouted. The two of them quickly fell to the ground to help Jiang Yuan search. The three of them searched in the rain for a long time, but only found dozens of sweet potato seedlings from a whole cart of grass. Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered. He grabbed the sweet potato seedlings and ran towards Elder Wei's cave. The two tribesmen were left in a very messy state in the heavy rain. There was no one in the cave, not even Elder Wei. Jiang Yuan ran quickly towards the cave where his prey was hiding from the rain. Elder Wei was busy in the cave, calling on his tribesmen to drive away the prey. In a hurry, he drove different prey such as wild sheep, wild deer, wild boars, etc. into a cave. Now there are constant fights between these different prey, and the sounds of sheep bleating and deer calling can be heard continuously. Jiang Yuan pulled Elder Wei out of the cave. Despite the cool weather, Elder Wei was sweating profusely. Master Jiang Yuan, what are you doing? I'm busy right now. Jiang Yuan didn't care and placed dozens of sweet potato seedlings in front of Elder Wei. Elder Wei, where did you get these sweet potato seedlings? Elder Wei fiddled with it in his hands for a while, his face full of confusion. What sweet potato seedlings? Isn't this grass? Jiang Yuan was so anxious that he almost jumped up and down. He said anxiously, "This is not grass, this is sweet potato seedlings. Tell me quickly, where did you cut it from?" Elder Wei saw Jiang Yuan's anxious expression. He thought for a moment and then said, "We cut it on a hillside outside the valley. There's a lot of this grass there." Jiang Yuan's face was filled with joy when he heard this. He pulled Elder Wei and ran wildly in the rain, heading out of the valley. "Hey, Lord Jiang Yuan, what are you doing?" Elder Wei complained. "Slow down, Lord Jiang Yuan. My lame legs can't keep up with you. Open the door." Jiang Yuan shouted loudly towards the horizontal bridge, and several tribesmen immediately climbed down from the watchtower. The wolf led them to open the gate and build a trench bridge over the ditch. "Lord Jiang Yuan, what are you doing?" Wolf asked curiously. He didn't understand why Lord Jiang Yuan and Elder Wei rushed out of the valley in the heavy rain. "Let's go find sweet potato seedlings." Jiang Yuan said this, and without looking back, he pulled Elder Wei onto the trench bridge and ran out of the valley. The wolf was confused, and he hurriedly said, "Be on guard." Then he followed Jiang Yuan and the other man out of the valley. Jiang Yuan looked at the fields of sweet potato seedlings on the hillside in front of him and couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He has already begun to think about how to start growing sweet potatoes on a large scale. Now that we have just entered summer, these sweet potato seedlings have just started to grow, and it won't be long before they produce sweet potato vines. Jiang Yuan can use the newly grown sweet potato vines to grow seedlings again and replant them, increasing the sweet potato yields several times or even dozens of times. Moreover, the growing time of sweet potatoes is more than enough this year, and the Yunchi tribe can definitely successfully harvest a large number of sweet potatoes before winter comes. Just as Jiang Yuan was overjoyed and thinking about how to grow sweet potatoes, Elder Wei, who was accompanying Jiang Yuan in the rain, watched Jiang Yuan standing in the rain, staring at a patch of weeds on the hillside, motionless, like a wooden chicken that had been standing there for 2.5 years. Elder Wei immediately pushed Jiang Yuan's arm with a dark face. He said dissatisfiedly, "Master Jiang Yuan, did you come to see this grass in the rain?" Jiang Yuan shook his head and smiled. "Elder Wei, this is not grass, this is sweet potato seedlings. When the sweet potato seedlings mature, they can produce a lot of fruits." "Impossible." Elder Wei immediately shook his head. "I have never seen these grasses bear fruit. Besides, the fruits are obviously grown on trees." Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "The fruits of these sweet potato seedlings grow underground." "Master Jiang Yuan, can fruits really grow underground?" the wolf asked in surprise after hearing this. Jiang Yuan nodded heavily. Elder Wei still looked unconvinced, but his tone had softened somewhat. "How could fruit grow underground? I've never seen such a thing." Jiang Yuan laughed loudly and patted Elder Wei on the shoulder. "Tomorrow, send a few tribesmen to this hillside to look after the sweet potato seedlings and remove the weeds to prepare for the next sweet potato seedling planting." Chapter 116, Reclamation of Wasteland. The next day, the wind stopped and the rain stopped. Jiang Yuan was in high spirits. He brought 5 tribesmen who were taken from Elder Pan's staff to the hillside where sweet potato seedlings were growing. Jiang Yuan taught everyone how to identify sweet potato seedlings and then asked them to start clearing the weeds on the hillside. Jiang Yuan made a rough estimate. According to the current number of sweet potato seedlings on the hillside, if he waited for the seedlings to form vines and then divided them into sections for further cultivation, the resulting sweet potato seedlings would be enough to plant about 2 acres of land. What does it mean to have 2 acres of sweet potatoes? According to modern data, the sweet potato yield per acre is about 5,000 to 7,000 kilograms. In this primitive world, Jiang Yuan believed that as long as sweet potatoes were carefully planted and cultivated, even if affected by problems such as fertilizer and the quality of sweet potato seedlings, the conservative yield per acre would be more than 2,000 kilograms. After all, sweet potatoes are a high-yield crop. Jiang Yuan was delighted that he could harvest 4,000 kilograms of sweet potatoes from 2 acres of land. This provided an important food guarantee for the Yunchi tribe to successfully survive the winter. 2 tribesmen were left behind to guard the sweet potato seedlings to prevent them from being eaten by wild beasts. Jiang Yuan and the others hurriedly returned to Yunchi Valley. Jiang Yuan came to the cave where the Yunchi tribe stored supplies. When the 2 tribesmen guarding the cave saw that it was Jiang Yuan, they let him pass. Jiang Yuan walked into the cave and was deeply shocked by the tools and weapons piled up inside. When did the Yunchi tribe's heritage become so profound? The spear throwers, meteor stones, stone-flying ropes, spears, rattan shields, wooden spears were piled up like a mountain. Especially the wooden spear, which was made by the Yunchi tribe themselves and seized from the chiefing tribe. Jiang Yuan took a quick look and found that there were at least 800 wooden spears. Moreover, they are all enhanced wooden spears with blood grooves engraved on them and hardened by flames. Oh my God, Jiang Yuan exclaimed in his heart. As for tools such as pottery, carts, stone axes, stone hammers, wooden ladders, wooden hoes, ropes, rattan baskets, straw cages, long hooks, etc., there are also countless. Jiang Yuan found the chief of the Tsang clan, who was happily counting the numbers deep in the cave. According to the tribesmen, Chief Tsang had to count the number of weapons and tools every day before he could leave with peace of mind. Jiang Yuan got straight to the point. Chief Tsang, how many wooden hoes are there in the tribe now? The chief of the Tsang clan lowered his head and glanced at the knotted ropes and said, there are more than 20 wooden hoes and 6 or 7 stone hoes. A wooden hoe is a wooden shovel. Jiang Yuan looked slightly surprised. He didn't expect that this group of primitive people could even invent the stone hoe. Nowadays, relying on the wisdom of this group of primitive people, they have made 2 types of tools, stone hammers and stone hoes. It has to be said that Jiang Yuan's appearance has indeed greatly promoted their intelligence and brain evolution. Without Jiang Yuan's stone axe and wooden hoe as a reference, they would not be able to make a stone hammer and stone hoe even after another 100 years. Jiang Yuan said, give me all the stone hoes. Chief Tsang asked in confusion, what do you want to do with it? But he still found the stone hoe and handed them all to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan held the stone hoe and said, reclaim the wasteland. After Jiang Yuan left, he immediately found Elder Pan. Today, wood and stones in the tribe are piled up into mountains and are no longer mined. At this time, Elder Pan was leading the tribesmen to make a cart. The cart can carry many items, which improves the transportation efficiency of the Yunchi tribe while saving a lot of manpower. Elder Pan, Jiang Yuan shouted loudly and came over quickly. What's wrong? Lord Jiang Yuan. Elder Pan stood up to greet him. Jiang Yuan taught him how to make a stone hoe in front of him. I've seen 4 or 5 carts in the tribe now, which is enough. First, help me make 10 stone hoes and 5 stone hoes. Elder Pan asked in confusion, what do you need so many stone hoes and stone hoes for? At this time, Chief Tsang also rushed to the 2 of them. Jiang Yuan explained to the 2, I want to reclaim wasteland and plant sweet potatoes. Stone hoes and stone plows are too easy to break, so I'll let you make more. Seeing that the 2 of them looked a little confused, Jiang Yuan immediately explained to them the benefits of growing sweet potatoes. After the 2 understood it, they were even more excited and trembling than Jiang Yuan. After instructing all the tribesmen to start making stone hoes and stone plows, Jiang Yuan led the tribe leader Tsang and Elder Pan to the outside of the cave to observe the Yunchi Valley. The circle of mountains surrounding the Yunchi Valley is very unique. The outer walls of the mountains are extremely steep and mostly made of rocks, making it impossible for the enemy to climb through from the outside. The slopes on the inner side of the mountain are relatively flat, with very little ups and downs, and the soil is fertile and soft, making it very suitable for farming. I have to say that Yunchi Valley is truly a rare treasure land. Jiang Yuan immediately marked out 2 acres of wasteland on the flat hillside. He handed the stone hoe in his hand to 3 tribesmen who were squeezed out from various departments. The 3 tribesmen looked a little confused, not knowing why Jiang Yuan brought them to this hillside. Jiang Yuan coughed slightly and said, from now on, these 2 acres of wasteland on the hillside will be left to you 3 to take care of. Lord Jiang Yuan, what should we do then? A tribesman asked softly. Jiang Yuan first began to paint a big picture for everyone. His voice was passionate and encouraging. To take care of it means to farm the land. When our tribe's agricultural department is established in the future, you will be the elders and heroes of the agricultural department. The 3 tribesmen looked at each other, totally unaware of what Jiang Yuan was talking about. Jiang Yuan looked at their expressions, hesitated for a moment, and then explained to everyone in a simple way. From now on, we can just pick the fruits from these 2 pieces of wasteland. But where do the fruits come from? We need to plant them and take care of them ourselves. And you are the ones who plant and take care of the fruits. The 3 of them suddenly realized that they understood the principle of planting seeds and reaping fruits. However, one of the tribesmen mustered up the courage to refute. Master Jiang Yuan, how many trees can be planted in such a small area? Besides, by the time the seeds grow into trees and bear fruit, we will be almost old and dead. Yeah, another tribesman muttered. It would be better to just go pick the fruit. Jiang Yuan's face darkened upon hearing this, and he shouted to the 3 people. How many fruits can there be? Haven't you noticed? The fruits around Yunchi Valley have been picked long ago. Now the tribesmen have to run a long way to pick the fruits. And some fruits are picked before they are ripe. If this continues, the fruits will only become less and less. At this rate, we won't even make it through the fall, let alone the winter. The three of them looked at each other. It seems to be true. There are fewer and fewer fruits now, and they have to run a long way to pick them. Jiang Yuan added. Besides, we are not planting trees. We are planting sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes can bear fruit in a few months. Do you know? It will only take a few months to produce fruits. The three tribesmen were extremely shocked when they heard this. The only trace of doubt in their hearts was covered up by their blind worship of Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan nodded heavily and emphasized again. Yes, it will only take a few months. Before winter, we will be able to eat the fruits that we planted with our own hands. These tribesmen already know the concepts of year, month, day, and 4 seasons, so Jiang Yuan is not afraid that they will not understand. Lord Jiang Yuan, what do we need to do? A tribesman asked loudly with an excited look on his face. Jiang Yuan said, you need to clear the stones and weeds on these 2 wastelands, and use stone hoes to turn over these 2 wastelands several times to make the soil more fertile and soft. No problem. The 3 tribesmen raised their stone hoes high and answered loudly. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, don't be anxious, take your time. After all, it will take a long time to complete the cultivation of sweet potato seedlings. Yes, Lord Jiang Yuan. The 3 tribesmen roared, and then took the stone hoe and threw themselves into the work of reclaiming the wasteland. Jiang Yuan, who was standing at the foot of the hill, watched the 3 people working so hard that a smile appeared on his face. By the time the 3 tribesmen have finished reclaiming the 2 acres of wasteland, the sweet potato seedlings should have been successfully grown. As for the Chiefing tribe, by then, it should have completely disappeared from the Lisan Mountains. Chapter 117 Qingtsang Tribe, Barbarian. When Jiang Yuan led his people to reclaim wasteland in Yunqi Valley. At the edge of the Qingtsang tribe's territory, a young man was running through the mountains and forests with a wooden spear. He had a resolute face, a tall stature, a thin waist, and broad shoulders, and the animal skin on his body was stained with blood. He was none other than the young chief of the Qingtsang tribe, Man. Behind him, about 20 or 30 members of the Chiefing tribe were holding wooden spears and chasing him wildly. As they chased each other, the red-haired and green-faced Chiefing people kept shouting excitedly and making threatening sounds. However, the running barbarian was like an arrow shot from a bow, extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had gotten rid of most of the Chiefing people, with only a few still hanging behind him. Man had a nimble body, and he dodged the branches and vines in the forest one by one with his deftness. However, these things became stumbling blocks for the Chiefing people. Several cannibals were blocked by tree branches and vines and tripped to the ground. In the end, only 2 people from the Chiefing tribe were left following Man. Although Man was panting and sweating profusely, his eyes were extremely bright. He turned his head to glance at the 2 Chiefing people who were following closely behind him, and a fierce look flashed across his face. Base. The mud under Man's feet splashed. He braked suddenly, turned quickly, and launched a surprise attack on the Chiefing people behind him. Puff. Blood splattered, and the sound of flesh being pierced was accompanied by a muffled groan from the Chiefing Man. The wooden spear was not sharp, but due to the powerful impact force, it pierced a bloody hole in the chest of a Chiefing Man. With a low shout, Man slid behind the 2 men, grasped the tip of the spear that stabbed from the back of the Chiefing Man, swung it hard, and pulled the wooden spear out of the man's chest. At the same time, Man kicked out and kicked the man away. The Chiefing Man fell to the ground, coughing up blood, and died instantly. Man's chest heaved as he grasped the wooden spear stained with blood in his hand and took a stance. In a flash, one of the 2 Chiefing people was killed. The remaining cannibal looked at the corpse of his fellow man on the ground with a somewhat confused expression. He obviously did not see how his companion was killed in one blow. He clenched the wooden spear in his hand and looked at the young man in front of him with a flash of fear in his eyes. "Come on," Man shouted in a low voice. Although his physical strength was almost exhausted, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit and hatred. He was like a wild beast that wanted to counterattack before dying. He wants to avenge his father and tribesmen who died in battle. The Chiefing people stared at the barbarian who was breathing heavily and the hideous wound on his abdomen that was bleeding continuously, and the fear in their hearts gradually dissipated. Who is he? He is a member of the Chiefing tribe. How can he be afraid of an ordinary member of another tribe? The cannibal roared, raised his wooden spear, and launched an attack with great ferocity. Man did not attack rashly. He used his remaining strength to constantly dodge, and occasionally stabbed out with his spear at a tricky angle. After a while, the barbarians had no new injuries, but the Chiefing people had several bleeding wounds on their bodies. The cannibal wiped the blood from his chest. He was furious. The man in front of him was like a loach, and he couldn't hurt him at all. The chiefing people roared, gathered all their strength into the wooden spear in their hands, and chopped it out as if splitting a mountain. His attacks suddenly became fierce and rapid, making it difficult for Man to resist. There was a turbid air in Man's chest that was difficult to exhale. His whole face turned red, and he could hardly breathe for a moment. It felt like facing a bull that was waving its huge horns. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of wooden spears colliding continued to ring out, and raindrops fell like a dense stream of drums and hit the doors and windows, and the sound shook the mountains and forests. The two fought for dozens of rounds, but there was still no winner. Only the blood spots that kept splashing on the ground and grass told everyone how brutal the battle was. Drink. Oh. Accompanied by a loud shout and an angry cry, two streams of blood condensed into threads and spurted out at the same time, splashing in the air. The two men's bodies swayed, and they fell into the forest. Not far from the forest where the two men were fighting, a group of 20 or 30 primitive people, carrying javelin throwers and spears, and driving the wild sheep and deer they had just captured, were walking towards this place. The moon is bright, and the stars are sparse, and the birds return to the forest. With a loud bang, the two 1-foot-thick wooden doors of Yunshi Valley were pushed open by several tribesmen. I saw the hunter leading 28 tribesmen, driving 8 or 9 large prey, carrying hares and pheasants strung up with ropes, returning happily. Another 8 or 9 prey. Elder Wei smiled and took the rope tied around the prey's neck from a member of the hunting team. Yes, Elder Wei, we caught more wild horn sheep today. Shou asked with a smile. Elder Wei, where are Lord Jiang Yuan and the others? Lord Jiang Yuan is cutting mutton inside. Go quickly. Elder Wei patted Shou's shoulder. Bring that guy here. Shou shouted to the tribesmen behind him and quickly walked towards Jiang Yuan. Master Jiang Yuan, Chief Song, look what I brought you. Shou dragged a member of the tribe over and threw him between the two of them. I captured a slave for the tribe. Jiang Yuan looked at the man who was thrown on the ground. He had a resolute face, a thin waist, and broad shoulders. He was covered in blood and had wounds of varying sizes. There were 2 deeper blood holes on his abdomen and shoulders that kept bleeding. Even though his injuries were so serious, he was thrown heavily to the ground without making a sound. Instead, he gritted his teeth and gasped. Jiang Yuan was slightly stunned when he saw the miserable appearance of this person and asked, "Who is this person? How did you catch him?" Shou took a piece of mutton and chewed it. I don't know who he is, but he should be a slave who escaped from another tribe. This guy dared to steal the wild deer we caught while we were resting. Fortunately, we found him. At this point, Shou lifted up the animal skin on his body, revealing the dark blue skin on his shoulder. This guy is really powerful. He has wounds on his body. It took several of us to beat him. When Jiang Yuan heard this, his eyes flickered slightly, and he began to think about taking this person under his command. The head of the Tsang clan looked at the man's appearance in the light of the campfire. He looked a little doubtful and said, I seem to have seen this man somewhere before. Jiang Yuan looked at Chief Tsang with surprise. Seeing that the man's face turned red and he wanted to say something, Jiang Yuan tore the animal skin out of his mouth. The man coughed loudly several times and said with a gasp, I am not a slave of other tribes. I am the young patriarch of the Qingtsang tribe, man. Chapter 118, Winning Over. Shou's eyebrows were raised when he heard this. He kicked Man fiercely and said, I don't care who you are. If you dare to steal things from our tribe, you will be a slave of our Yunshi tribe from now on. Man snorted coldly, kept silent, and completely ignored Shou. Shou was about to attack, but the Tsang tribe leader grabbed his wrist and said, I remember now. He is the young leader of the Qingtsang tribe. I met him when I went to the Qingtsang tribe before. Jiang Yuan's heart moved slightly. He quickly helped Man up from the ground and untied the ropes on him. Man's face was full of surprise and confusion, while Shou was even more puzzled. They didn't understand why Jiang Yuan wanted to untie this thief and slave. Jiang Yuan took the initiative to explain, the people of our tribe misunderstood, and we apologize to you here. Shou opened his mouth to speak, but was stopped by Jiang Yuan. Man probably didn't expect Jiang Yuan to untie him. He stared at Jiang Yuan for a long while before he grunted, It's okay, but it's also my fault. It was indeed me who stole the prey from your tribe. Jiang Yuan laughed when he heard this. These are all trivial matters. Jiang Yuan looked at the wound on Man's body and pretended to be concerned and asked, What happened to your wound? Being so concerned by Jiang Yuan, Man looked very uncomfortable. He shook his head and said, It's okay. I got injured during the battle with the chiefing tribe. As he spoke, his eyes kept scanning the fat and tender roasted meat on the campfire. In order to help the remaining tribesmen escape from the pursuit of the chiefing tribe, Man chose to take the initiative to lead the chiefing people away. He fled alone for several days and went without water for nearly 2 days. Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered slightly. This barbarian was indeed quite capable. He could fight with the chiefing tribe without having the advantage in weapons, yet he was able to survive. Just now Jiang Yuan heard Shou say that man could defeat many enemies alone, and his desire to bring man under his command became even stronger. Jiang Yuan took a leg of lamb and handed it to man. "Eat it. You look hungry." His face was full of disbelief. He swallowed hard and stammered. Is this for me?" On weekdays, he could only eat wild ram once every 10 days or half a month in his tribe, and he only got a small piece. Now Jiang Yuan actually gave him, an outsider, a leg of lamb, which was really hard for man to believe. Jiang Yuan stuffed it directly into his hand. "It's just a leg of lamb. Look at our tribe. Can't we eat meat as we please?" Man took a quick glance and looked at the tribesmen around him. In front of each of them was a clay basin filled with pieces of meat. He couldn't help but stare at the extremely messy scene. Man rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. Jiang Yuan looked at him and smiled in his heart. He had already taken the first step to tame the barbarian. He was quite shocked, but he no longer had any concerns and immediately picked up the lamb leg and started to wolf it down. Man chewed the meat with big mouthfuls and mumbled, "This meat roasted by the divine fire is delicious." Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "Have you seen the divine fire?" Man nodded vigorously. "I have seen it in the forest, but the divine fire burned for a while and then disappeared." Jiang Yuan was not surprised. He got back to the point. "Why did you fight with the people of chiefing tribe?" As he ate, Man said, "This damn chiefing tribe asked us for our tribe members and prey once, and they came to ask for it again. I killed 2 of their tribe members, and then they attacked us. We couldn't defeat them, so we had to keep running away." Jiang Yuan's heart couldn't help but beat violently when he heard this. He knew in his heart that this was a great opportunity to strengthen the Yunshi tribe. "Why don't I see other people from your tribe? Are you the only one left in your tribe?" Jiang Yuan asked deliberately. Man shook his head, took a big sip of the broth, and said "delicious" several times before answering. "There are only about 50 to 60 people left in our tribe. In order to let them escape, I led the chiefing tribe away myself, so I am the only one left." Jiang Yuan pretended to be regretful and said, "Doesn't that mean that your tribe can't go anywhere now and can only hide?" After hearing this, Man thought of his tribesmen who were suffering. He stopped chewing, put down the lamb leg in his hand, and looked very uncomfortable. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "Since you have nowhere to go, why don't you join our Yunshi tribe?" Chief Tsang and Shou were stunned. Only then did they understand Jiang Yuan's real purpose. Man's expression froze. He stood up suddenly and put down the half-eaten leg of lamb in his hand. Man was silent for a while, and then said, "I will not join your tribe." He paused for a moment and said, "I will return the mutton to you later." Jiang Yuan was not anxious. Man's reaction was within his expectations. He asked with a smile, "Don't you want your people to eat meat? Don't you want your people to escape from the pursuit of the chiefing tribe?" Man looked at the Yunshi tribe members who were feasting on the barbecue around him. A look of struggle flashed across his face, but he still firmly refused. "You can't defeat the chiefing tribe, and you can't avenge my father and my people. I won't join your tribe." Shou sneered after hearing this. "We can't defeat the chiefing tribe? Our Yunshi tribe killed more than 500 people from the chiefing tribe." Man looked at Shou with contempt. "Just you?" He naturally thought that Shou was bragging. The chiefing tribe was so powerful, how could more than 500 of its members be killed? Moreover, Man had no good feelings towards Shou who captured him. He remembered that this guy Shou was knocked down by him with one punch after only fighting with him for a dozen rounds. "It's me." Shou was so furious when he saw Man's contemptuous look that he wanted to take action immediately. Jiang Yuan held Shou again and said to Man with a smile, "What if I tell you that we can defeat the chiefing tribe and avenge your father and your people?" Man answered without hesitation, "Then I will join your Yunshi tribe." He then said in a very distrustful tone, "But how can you possibly defeat the chiefing tribe?" "Okay." Jiang Yuan patted his shoulder and said, "Tomorrow I will let you see how powerful our Yunshi tribe is. Then you can decide whether to join the Yunshi tribe or not." Jiang Yuan invited Man to sit down again and personally cut the mutton and served him the soup. He ate the mutton and drank the broth in silence. Jiang Yuan was so kind to him, he untied him and gave him food. This made Man feel seriously indebted, and he didn't know how to repay Jiang Yuan. After dinner, Jiang Yuan took Man to find a cave and let him stay there for the night. As soon as Jiang Yuan walked out of the cave, he saw Chief Tsang and Shou waiting not far away. Shou was dissatisfied when he saw Jiang Yuan. "Master Jiang Yuan, why are you so nice to this guy? He is just a thief." Jiang Yuan shook his head and said, "This man is very strong, and if our Yunchi tribe can merge with his tribe, our strength will be even stronger." Upon hearing this, Shou was silent for a moment. The Tsang tribe leader sighed at this time. "I really didn't expect that you actually wanted to merge the Qingtsang tribe." Song didn't even dare to think about such a thing, because the strength of the Qingtsang tribe used to be stronger than that of the Yunchi tribe. Ever since half of the Yunchi tribe members were killed by the Qifeng tribe, the number of tribe members has been decreasing and has never increased. After Jiang Yuan joined the tribe, he recruited wanderers and merged the water tribe. Now he even wants to merge the Qingtsang tribe. Jiang Yuan smiled slightly and said to the two of them, "Our goal is not just the Lisan Mountains, but the entire world. Without enough tribesmen, how can we conquer the entire world?" Chief Tsang and Shou were so overwhelmed with emotion by what Jiang Yuan said that they could hardly control themselves. How vast is the world beyond the Lisan Mountains? After seeing off Chief Tsang and Shou, Jiang Yuan specially gave Man some puffball powder for stopping bleeding. Man held the herbs in his hand and looked at Jiang Yuan's departing back. His eyes were moist and his body was shaking slightly. He naturally knew how precious the herbs in his hands were to a tribe. However, Jiang Yuan gave so many herbs to him, an outsider. Man recalled the scene where Jiang Yuan untied him and handed him food, and felt even more uncomfortable. He walked out of the cave, looked at the endless night sky, and muttered to himself, "If you can really help me avenge my father and my people, then I will lead my people to join your tribe." Chapter 119, The Shocked Barbarian. The next day, Man just woke up and found Jiang Yuan standing outside the cave waiting for him. Man quickly stood up, and Jiang Yuan took the initiative to walk towards him and asked, "How are your injuries?" Man replied, "I applied the herbs, and the bleeding has stopped." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. After a night of rest, his energy and strength had recovered a lot. When they talked at this time, Jiang Yuan felt that his voice was powerful. Jiang Yuan liked him even more in his heart, and said happily, "Come on, I'll take you to see the Yunchi tribe." Jiang Yuan immediately pulled Man to the training ground where Liehe's soldiers were training. At this time, 10 strong and sturdy Yunchi soldiers were attacking with wooden spears. Their moves were sharp and their attacks were fierce. "How do these people compare to your people?" Jiang Yuan pointed at the 10 Yunchi soldiers and asked Man. Man looked at Lai and the others training, and after a moment of silence, he said, "They are very strong, powerful, and good at fighting. They are much stronger than my people." Jiang Yuan took Man to watch for a while. At this time, 10 soldiers raised the spear throwers in their hands high and threw them with all their strength. The spears were thrown 100 steps away and penetrated into the ground half a foot. When Man saw this scene, he opened his eyes wide in shock. However, before he could come to his senses, Jiang Yuan had already pulled him to the side of the catapult. At this time, several tribesmen were making parts for the third catapult. Man looked at the huge wooden weapon that looked like a giant beast and asked in horror, "What is this?" "Try out the catapult." Jiang Yuan shouted to everyone. Several tribesmen immediately put a stone weighing dozens of kilograms into a slingshot and threw it hundreds of steps away. Man looked at the big hole in the ground in the distance that was made by the stone and could not help but stare in amazement, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. What kind of horrible weapon is this? It's so scary, right? Man secretly believed in his heart that Shou had not lied to him. The Yunchi tribe might have really killed more than 500 members of the Qifeng tribe. Jiang Yuan did not hide anything at all. Even if Man saw these weapons, he would not be able to learn how to make them. Jiang Yuan took Man on a tour, allowing him to truly experience the power of the Yunchi tribe. Jiang Yuan pulled Man to Yunchi Valley, the last stop. These are dozens of corpses from the Qifeng tribe. Although they were almost burned to charcoal by the fire in the mountains that night, they can still be barely recognized as members of the Qifeng tribe. Man could tell at a glance that all of these dozens of corpses were from the Qifeng tribe. He was shocked and silent for a long time, because he had begun to believe in his heart that the Yunchi tribe had really killed more than 500 Qifeng people. The Yunchi tribe might really be able to help him avenge his father and his people. Jiang Yuan patted his shoulder and pointed to the distance. "Look, what is that?" Man followed the voice and looked, and his heart was shocked again, because he saw a living member of the Qifeng tribe. He had red hair and a green face, and looked like a ghost. His body was tied up with ropes. At this moment, he was being escorted by a 2-meter-tall and extremely strong member of the Yunchi tribe. "Lord Jiang Yuan." Yanshi called out naively and pushed Qishan in front of Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan looked at Qishan, whose face was covered in blood. He was filled with a foul smell. He had lived in Yunchi Valley for more than 10 days and had lost a lot of weight. "Do you know who he is?" Jiang Yuan lifted the hair off Qishan's face. When Man saw Qishan's appearance, he was shocked again. He knew Qishan, the notorious young patriarch of the Qifeng tribe, very well. Unexpectedly, he was locked up by the Yunshi tribe. Now, Man was completely convinced that the Yunshi tribe could defeat the Qifeng tribe. Qishan's eyes now had lost their former fierceness. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but he had no teeth in his mouth, and his words were so weak that Jiang Yuan could not hear him at all. Jiang Yuan was in no mood to listen. He waved his hand and let Yanshi take Qishan away. Jiang Yuan then said to Man again, "Now, do you think that the Yunshi tribe can defeat the Qifeng tribe?" Without hesitation, he nodded vigorously. If he can win, he can win. There is nothing to be ashamed of admitting. He is a straightforward person. Then, can you now bring your people to join the Yunshi tribe? Jiang Yuan stared at Man with burning eyes. He knew what decision Man would make. From the time Man woke up until now, in this extremely short period of time, the shocks he has received have been stronger and stronger, and the shocks he has felt have been stronger and stronger. At this moment, he was so shocked that he even stuttered. I am willing to lead my people to join the Yunshi tribe. Okay. Jiang Yuan heard this and excitedly pulled his hand and said, "After you join the Yunshi tribe, I will definitely help you get revenge." Man was silent again for a long time before he asked cautiously, "After our people from the Qingtsang tribe join your tribe, can we eat the same food and use the same weapons as you?" What he was worried about at this moment was exactly the same as what he was worried about when Xiang led the Water tribe to join the Yunshi tribe. Jiang Yuan did not answer, but asked, "Do you know how many people there were in the Yunshi tribe before?" After a moment's hesitation, Man said, "It's similar to what our tribe used to be, right? Are there a lot of people in the Yunshi tribe now?" Jiang Yuan asked. Man nodded. "It seems that there are dozens of extra people." Jiang Yuan pulled over two tribesmen who were passing by and said to Man, "In the past, one of them was a wanderer, and the other was a member of the Water tribe." As soon as Jiang Yuan finished speaking, the two tribesmen immediately knelt down anxiously. "Master Jiang Yuan, we are now members of the Yunshi tribe. We are no longer members of the Wanderers, Water tribe." Jiang Yuan quickly helped the two of them up and comforted them. He then said to Man, "You can ask them how their lives are in the Yunshi tribe. I tell you, no matter who joins the Yunshi tribe, I will treat them as my own people." Man nodded slightly. He could naturally see how these two people were treated. Now that he had received Jiang Yuan's personal assurance, he felt very relieved. Without any hesitation, Man nodded heavily and said, "I will go find my tribe members now and lead them to join the Yunshi tribe." Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "Don't worry. After breakfast, I'll ask a few tribesmen to go with you. It will be safer." Man looked at the fish soup, meat soup, and fruit in front of him. He was shocked again. "Master Jiang Yuan, do you eat so much meat every time? And twice a day?" In the past, he could hardly eat meat once every 10 days or half a month, but the Yunshi tribe could eat meat every day. It's hard to imagine how many large preys are needed in a day to feed so many people. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "We do this every day. In fact, we don't eat much. We only kill 4 large prey a day." Jiang Yuan calculated that 4 large prey could produce nearly 300 kilograms of meat and nearly 200 kilograms after being cooked. The 170 Yunshi people, including the elderly and children, could each get more than 1 kilogram of cooked meat every day. Jiang Yuan gave more to the 10 soldiers. With such abundant food every day, the Yunshi people became visibly stronger. Man secretly smacked his lips, and he suddenly felt that he was really stupid for refusing to join the Yunshi tribe yesterday. This Yunshi tribe is so delicious. Jiang Yuan was very happy when he saw Lai leading 10 fully armed Yunshi soldiers and accompanying Man out of the valley. What does 50 or 60 tribesmen mean? Jiang Yuan was worried about the insufficient number of soldiers, too few members in the hunting team, and no one to take care of the newly reclaimed wasteland. These 50 or 60 tribesmen are really a timely help. Shou was still very dissatisfied with Man, and he asked Jiang Yuan, "Master Jiang Yuan, do you think this guy will escape halfway?" Shou felt that Jiang Yuan was too good to Man, which made him very uncomfortable. Jiang Yuan didn't take Shou's dissatisfaction to heart. He smiled and said confidently, "Wait and see. We will know." Chapter 1:20 Merge Qingtsang. Jiang Yuan looked at the golden sun that had just risen in the east and said, "Shou, you should also lead the hunting tribesmen to set off, right?" Shou nodded and said, "Yes, Lord Jiang Yuan. Be careful." Jiang Yuan patted his shoulder and warned him. The imbalance in Shou's heart was dispelled by Jiang Yuan's pat, and he nodded heavily. Jiang Yuan sighed slightly. The head of the Tsang clan asked with a smile, "Jiang Yuan, what's wrong?" Jiang Yuan's eyes were filled with regret. "If we take the initiative to attack the Qifeng tribe, Without the valley to rely on, we don't know how many of our tribesmen will die in close combat. When Song heard this, his face became somewhat gloomy. Jiang Yuan shook his head and sighed. But as long as we can destroy the Qifeng tribe, everything is worth it. He swept away his sadness and asked with a smile. Chief Song, is the cave where the Qing tribe members live ready? Song nodded and said, One has already led the tribe to tidy up the cave and prepare the animal skins. Jiang Yuan instructed again. Tonight, kill 6 large prey. It should be enough for us to eat. Elder Wei responded with a smile. Jiang Yuan said to Elder Wei, Don't be stingy, Elder Wei. When they join our tribe and go out hunting, they will naturally bring back more prey. Elder Wei smiled and said, Master Jiang Yuan said that he would treat them as his own people. How could I be reluctant to part with my own people? Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, and the others turned and walked towards the depths of the valley, chatting as they walked. Elder Pan, make some more spear throwers and spear guns. Elder Pan said, Good. By the way, Lord Jiang Yuan, your stone hoe and stone plow are already made. Jiang Yuan nodded and said, Okay, let's ask a few of the tribesmen who are reclaiming the wasteland to get it when we get back. Jiang Yuan paused for a moment and said, Chief Song, how are you preparing for the alliance with other tribes? When Chief Song thought about running through all the tribes in the Lisan Mountains, he felt a dull pain in his legs. Song sighed deeply and said, I have prepared all the pottery, barbecue, and other things you asked me to prepare. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. Although pottery and barbecue were nothing in Yunshi tribe, they were treasures never seen before in other tribes. Jiang Yuan said, In that case, when Lai and the others bring the people of the Qing tribe back, I will trouble Chief Song and Yang to go there in person. The Tsong clan leader nodded helplessly. As the evening light fades, the birds return to the forest. Jiang Yuan and Tsong stood on the horizontal bridge and looked into the distance. At the end of the field of vision, in the lush and green mountains and forests, there are shadowy figures and crowds of people. Jiang Yuan's shoulders trembled slightly. He held the railing tightly and said in a deep voice, Here I come. Chief Tsong nodded heavily, his face looking very happy. In the distance, Lai and 10 Yunshi soldiers, together with Man, led about 60 tribesmen towards the Yunshi Valley. The head of the Tsong clan said in a deep voice, Open the gate and build a trench bridge. With a rumbling sound, the heavy wooden door of Yunshi Valley was pulled open by several tribesmen, and then several people carried the trench bridge and placed it over the trench. Most of the Qing people behind Man were thin, dark-skinned, and looked very miserable. The animal skins they wore were tattered and stained with blood. Some people could not even wear animal skins and simply wrapped themselves in leaves. Some male members of the tribe were still dragging broken and blunt wooden spears in their hands and had hideous wounds on their bodies. 60 Qing people looked at Yunshi Valley with curiosity. They looked at the blood-stained mountain walls, the blood-mixed soil, the towering watchtower, the heavy and tall wooden door, the majestic and sturdy corridor. The eyes of these people were full of curiosity and confusion. Some were even whispering, discussing when such a big change had occurred in the Yunshi tribe. They carefully stepped onto the trench bridge, walked across the trench covered with bamboo thorns, and then entered the Yunshi Valley. Jiang Yuan and clan leader Tsong were standing in the middle of the gate, under the horizontal bridge, leading all the clan members to welcome them. When Man saw the two, he quickly stepped forward and knelt on one knee in front of the Tsong clan leader and Jiang Yuan. Master clan leader, Master Jiang Yuan, Lai and I took a little longer to find our clan members. Please punish us. The Tsong clan leader looked shocked. Jiang Yuan's face was calm, and he even felt a little impressed in his heart. Not only was Man very powerful, but he also seemed to be smart. The 60 Qing people behind Man were somewhat shocked when they saw Man kneeling down to Jiang Yuan and the Tsong clan leader. Although they knew that they would join the Yunshi tribe, they did not expect that Man, as the young patriarch of the Qing tribe, would actually kneel down directly to Tsong and Jiang Yuan. Chief Tsong and Jiang Yuan helped Man up together. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, No need to punish him, just come back safely. Man turned around and swept his cold eyes over the many Qing people. We will be members of the Yunshi tribe from now on. This is the head of the Tsong tribe, and this is Lord Jiang Yuan. Man still had a very good impression of Jiang Yuan and Tsong. He just simply disliked Shou. Greetings, Chief. When the 60 members of the Qing tribe heard what Man said, they dropped the things in their hands and knelt down in front of the two men. Jiang Yuan winked at Chief Tsong. Patriarch Tsong had been with Jiang Yuan for such a long time that he instantly understood Jiang Yuan's thoughts. He hurriedly said, Get up. From now on we are all members of the same tribe. After the words fell, The Qingsong people dared to stand up. Jiang Yuan glanced at everyone, his face showing uncontrollable excitement. There are about 30 men and women among these Qingsong people. Although they are thin, they are all young and useful. Elder Wei, Jiang Yuan shouted happily. Is the food ready? Ready. Elder Wei responded loudly. Jiang Yuan shouted to the Qingsong tribe members. You have been hungry for so many days. Go fill your stomachs first. Jiang Yuan had already made all the arrangements. He had the 60 Qingsong people sit in different places, with basically 3 Yunshi people accompanying 1 Qingsong person during meals. The enthusiasm of the Yunshi tribe members made the Qingsong people, who had been displaced, hiding, and hunted for many days, flattered and uneasy. The tragic deaths of their tribesmen and the lack of food had already pushed them to the brink of collapse. The concern of the Yunshi people made them wipe away tears. However, when they enjoyed the delicious food, they all began to eat it voraciously. Their green eyes stared at the barbecue and broth like wolves that had been hungry for many days. Jiang Yuan pulled Man to sit down, accompanied by Chief Tsang, Elder Wei, and Elder Pan. Man, why are there no old people and children? Asked the leader of the Tsang tribe. Jiang Yuan was speechless when he heard this. After hearing this, Man looked very sad. He said slowly, the children and the old man ran too slowly, and they were all killed by the people of the chiefing tribe. Having said this, he clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with hatred. The head of the Tsang clan also realized that he asked something he shouldn't have asked and immediately shut his mouth. Jiang Yuan said, the chiefing tribe and all the tribes in the Lisan Mountains have hatred. Don't worry, we will definitely help you get revenge. Man suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Jiang Yuan. Everyone was a little surprised by Man's sudden action. He said excitedly, Master Jiang Yuan, as long as you can help me avenge my father and my people, let alone lead my people to join your tribe, I will be willing to die. Jiang Yuan helped him up again. Since I promised you, I will definitely do it. Man choked up and said, Master Chief, Master Jiang Yuan, why don't you let me worship the gods of the Yunshi tribe before enjoying the food? Jiang Yuan and clan leader Tsang looked at each other after hearing this. Jiang Yuan thought to himself, this guy is quite smart. Chapter 121 Outgoing Contact. Worshipping the gods of the Yunshi tribe means that the Qingsong tribe has completely abandoned their own tribe. The primitive people's awe and worship of gods are so deep that ordinary people cannot understand them at all. Hearing what Man said, one can imagine how excited Jiang Yuan and Patriarch Tsang were. Jiang Yuan coughed slightly and said, don't worry, let the tribesmen eat first. Okay. When Man heard that Jiang Yuan cared so much about the people of the Qingsong tribe, he felt warmer in his heart and more grateful. After everyone finished enjoying the food, Man said loudly to the people of the Qingsong tribe, let's go worship the deity of the Yunshi tribe, Yinshu. The Qingsong people were originally obedient to the barbarians, and after seeing the advancement of the Yunshi tribe, they were all impressed and wanted to join the Yunshi tribe. When they heard Man's request to worship the Yunshu of the Yunshi tribe, they stood up without hesitation. Jiang Yuan ordered, go and ask the witch to go to the cloud tree to preside over the sacrifice. Yes, the wolf answered and walked away quickly. At this time, night is falling and the moon is hanging on the branches. Many tribesmen raised burning sticks, lighting up the Yunshi Valley. 60 Qingsong people looked at the unique features of the Yunshi tribe with curiosity, their faces full of curiosity and shock. They subconsciously compared themselves with their previous Qingsong tribe, and found that their previous tribe was nothing compared to the Yunshi tribe. When everyone arrived in front of the cloud tree, the witch was already prepared. He was wearing bone ornaments and snow-white animal skins, and his face was full of majesty and solemnity. Under the leadership of the witch, 60 members of the Qingsong tribe worshipped the sky, the earth, the cloud tree, the sacred fire, and the ancestors of the Yunshi tribe. After worshipping the Yunshi tribe's deity, the Yun tree, every Qingsong tribe member had mixed feelings on their faces. Man led his people and knelt down again to worship the chief of Tsang tribe, Wu, and Jiang Yuan. The 3 of them accepted it calmly. After the worship, Jiang Yuan asked when to lead the tribe to find a cave to live in. Man was at the end of the tribe. He turned around and looked at Jiang Yuan. Master Jiang Yuan, you must help me to get revenge. Jiang Yuan looked serious and nodded heavily at him. Man wiped his eyes and turned to leave. The next day, Jiang Yuan just woke up and found Man standing outside the cave waiting anxiously. What's wrong, Man? Jiang Yuan asked. Come up and tell me. The stone cave where Jiang Yuan, Qing, and she lived was much higher than the ground, and one could not see the scene inside the cave from outside. Jiang Yuan suddenly remembered that Qing and she were still sleeping soundly in their respective caves. He was worried that the two women would be exposed, so his heart tightened and he hurried out of the cave, pulling the half-walking barbarian away. Just say whatever you want to say. Jiang Yuan saw that the man was hesitant, so he spoke frankly. Man gritted his teeth and said, Master Jiang Yuan, I only know how to fight, and nothing else. Do you think I can lead a few tribesmen to fight like Lai and the others? Jiang Yuan's expression did not change when he heard this. Did Lai tell you this? Man nodded heavily. He was a tall and strong man. While talking to Jiang Yuan, he kept twisting his fingers nervously. Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment. Seeing that Jiang Yuan had been silent for a long time, Man hurriedly said, Master Jiang Yuan, I can lead 5 tribesmen. Jiang Yuan said slowly, No, since you want to fight, I will let you pick 10 tribesmen from the Qing tribe as soldiers. Really? Man couldn't help but look ecstatic upon hearing that. Jiang Yuan smiled and nodded. The 60 Qing people who had just joined the tribe were all young and strong. It was not a problem at all for 50 of them to feed 10 soldiers. Moreover, Jiang Yuan agreed to his request so readily, firstly because he saw that Man was a loyal and straightforward person, and secondly, to stabilize the morale of the people in the Qing tribe. Thank you, Lord Jiang Yuan. After hearing this, Man immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan said with a slightly dissatisfied tone, Don't kneel down at every turn. Man shook his head with a serious expression. If you can help me avenge my father, then you are my father. Jiang Yuan was speechless after hearing this. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. No, buddy, you are probably older than me. How can you recognize me as your father? Jiang Yuan paused and said, Go and gather the 60 people who have just joined the tribe. Man took the order and left. Soon, 60 tribesmen gathered here. After washing, they all put on new animal skins. They were no longer as disheveled and dirty as when they first met yesterday. At this time, Man led 10 people to Jiang Yuan. They were the soldiers he had selected. Jiang Yuan took a glance and found that although these 10 people were thin, they were much stronger than other members of the Qing tribe. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and said, Just learn how to train and use weapons from Lai and the others. You will definitely not be as good as them at the beginning, so don't be impatient, take your time. He nodded heavily with a look of joy on his face. Jiang Yuan invited Chief Tsang to come, and after some discussion, the two divided the 50 new members of the tribe into 4 departments: hunting, picking, land reclamation, and tribal construction, tool manufacturing. After everything was arranged, elders Shou, Wen, Pan, and others led the new tribesmen away. At this time, several tribesmen came towards here carrying rattan baskets. Master Patriarch, Master Jiang Yuan. Yang He and a few others bowed respectfully towards Jiang Yuan and Patriarch Tsang. Good. Is this how many tribesmen you found? Jiang Yuan looked very satisfied. The Tsang clan leader nodded and said, They are all very good at talking, and each of them is very likable with their mouths. Jiang Yuan patted Yang on the shoulder when he heard this. Work hard. In the future, Chief Tsang and I will set up a diplomatic department and let you be the director. Upon hearing this, Yang bowed his head and said in gratitude, Thank you, Lord Clan Leader, and thank you, Lord Jiang Yuan. However, he immediately touched his head and asked in confusion, Lord Jiang Yuan, what is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Jiang Yuan explained with a smile, You are responsible for contacting other tribes. From now on, we will rely on you to communicate and form alliances with other tribes. Yang nodded vigorously, looking excited, indicating that he could definitely do it. Jiang Yuan asked, Which tribes are you going to visit today? Chief Tsang said, Today we are going to visit the Tsang Wolf tribe, the Xiongyin tribe, the Savage Bear tribe, and other tribes. We will visit 6 or 7 tribes a day, and we will be able to visit all the tribes in the Lisan Mountains in about 3 or 4 days. Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment, and then he said, When you arrive at other tribes, don't talk about forming an alliance directly. You can first give them the gifts we prepared, and then talk about forming an alliance. The Tsang clan leader nodded and said, Don't worry. Yang patted the rattan basket on his back, which contained several small pottery pieces and a large amount of delicious grilled meat and fish. Yang smiled and said, Lord Jiang Yuan, the gifts are ready. Jiang Yuan was still a little worried. You must explain to them clearly how we defeated the Chiefing tribe and how many people are left in the Chiefing tribe now. And regardless of whether they agree to form an alliance or not, we must invite their clan leaders to come to Yunxi Valley in 5 days. The head of the Tsang clan nodded and said, I understand, but what if they don't come? Jiang Yuan smiled slightly. Just say that as long as their tribe leader comes to Yunxi Valley, our tribe will have better gifts for them. The head of the Tsang clan was slightly stunned when he heard this. Jiang Yuan had not discussed the gift with him before, so he immediately asked, "What gift?" Jiang Yuan shook his head and smiled. "Let's talk about it when you come back." He looked very profound. Chief Tsang curled his lips and didn't care. After watching them walk out of Yunxi Valley, Jiang Yuan reminded them again, "Be careful when walking in the wild." Chapter 122: The Beginning of the Alliance. After watching Chief Tsang and others leave, Jiang Yuan went alone to the hillside where sweet potato seedlings were growing. 2 tribesmen were sitting on the hillside. They were responsible for driving away the herbivorous beasts approaching the hillside, but now they were bored. Jiang Yuan looked even happier when he saw that the sweet potato seedlings were already showing signs of forming vines. He returned to Yunxi Valley and devoted himself to the assembling and construction of the 3rd catapult. Now the tribesmen have completed the manufacture of all the parts for the catapult and are just waiting for Jiang Yuan to start assembling them. Jiang Yuan first took out the wooden ruler he made and measured the size of the catapult accessories. After confirming that they were correct, he began to assemble them. Time flies, and a day goes by in the blink of an eye. The catapult was only half built, but Jiang Yuan anxiously came to the horizontal bridge early to wait. He climbed up the watchtower and kept looking out at the vast land in the distance, looking eagerly. It is impossible for Jiang Yuan to say that he is not anxious. Whether the alliance can be successful means whether the chiefing tribe can be completely annihilated. In the distance, the land was lush and green, with herds of elk and prey everywhere. Of course, you also need the tools and abilities to capture your prey. At the end of the earth, several people were cast with long shadows by the setting sun and were walking towards the direction of Yunxi Valley. It was the returning Chief Tsang and Yang and others. Jiang Yuan shouted loudly, "Open the door." He rushed out of the valley and ran towards several people. Chief Tsang and Yang were chatting and laughing, and the atmosphere was very relaxed. Jiang Yuan asked anxiously how. The Tsang clan leader and Yang looked at each other, and the Tsang clan leader smiled and said, "You come and talk to Jiang Yuan." Yang said respectfully to Jiang Yuan, "Master Jiang Yuan, we have contacted the Eagle tribe, the Gray Wolf tribe, the Barbarian Bear tribe today, a total of 6 tribes." A few people walked into the valley while chatting. Yang Dao, among these 6 tribes, 2 have already agreed to form an alliance with us, namely the Eagle tribe and the Gray Wolf tribe. Jiang Yuan's face was calm. He couldn't express how happy he was, nor how disappointed he was. "What about the other tribes?" Jiang Yuan asked anxiously. Yang Dao, "The other tribes have not explained it clearly to us. They have neither agreed nor disagreed." Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered slightly. It seemed that going to war with the chiefing tribe still made these tribes feel pressured, and they dared not make any rash decisions. Jiang Yuan asked, "Have you explained everything I told you?" Chief Tsang nodded and said, "It's clear now. We have also given away pottery and barbecue." If Yang hadn't been able to talk, I guess that Tsang Wolf tribe and the Eagle tribe wouldn't have agreed to form an alliance with us. Jiang Yuan looked at Yang with a strange look in his eyes. This young man did not disappoint him. Chief Tsang paused for a moment and said, "Although not all of these 6 tribes have agreed to form an alliance with us, they have all promised us that they will come to Yunxi Valley in 5 days. At this point, the head of the Tsang clan showed a little dissatisfaction. These guys, if Yang hadn't said that we would give them better gifts, they wouldn't have come. Jiang Yuan patted Yang on the shoulder and said, "Well done. But as long as they can come to Yunxi Valley, I am confident that I can convince them. Hearing something from someone else is far less convincing than seeing it with your own eyes." Jiang Yuan believed that only after letting the tribal leaders see with their own eyes the advancement and power of the weapons in the Yunxi Valley could they believe that the alliance could defeat the chiefing tribe. By then, the resistance to forming an alliance will naturally be much smaller. "Okay, don't be discouraged. Continue to contact other tribes tomorrow." Jiang Yuan encouraged everyone. The head of the Tsang clan had a gloomy look in his eyes. "Jiang Yuan, we are not discouraged. We have always been happy." Jiang Yuan uttered, speechlessly, and said nothing. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "When you contact other tribes tomorrow, you can tell the tribe leaders that the Wolf tribe and the Eagle tribe have agreed to form an alliance with us. This will give our alliance more weight." Yang's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Master Jiang Yuan, why didn't I think of saying this?" Jiang Yuan patted his shoulder with a smile and said, "You are very smart, but you are too young and don't have enough experience in dealing with others. You can learn from Patriarch Tsang in this regard." Yang nodded heavily. When Chief Tsang was praised by Jiang Yuan, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Time passed, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The sun is setting. Patriarch Tsang and Yang and others returned from outside Yunxi Valley. Patriarch Tsang rubbed his sore legs and said, I'm going to take a rest. You go find Jiang Yuan and tell him about today's situation. Okay, Yang nodded. As a young man, he had been busy all day, but he still had plenty of energy and didn't feel tired at all. Yang found Jiang Yuan, who was finishing the work on the third catapult, and said, Lord Jiang Yuan, except for us and the chiefing tribe, we have already contacted the other 18 tribes in the Lizhan Mountains. Go on. Yang glanced at the wooden board in his hand and said, Now, there are 5 tribes willing to form an alliance with us. They are the Tsanglong tribe, the Xiongning tribe, the Fengshe tribe, the Shihu tribe, and the Changchuan tribe. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. Jiang Yuan had learned about these tribes. Each of them had a population of about 100 people. They were also the tribes that suffered the most from the chiefing tribe. Yang glanced at the wooden board in his hand again and said, The 7 tribes, including the Valley tribe and the Barbarian Bear tribe, are interested in forming an alliance. Yang continued, The Jackal tribe and the other 6 tribes neither agreed nor refused. Jiang Yuan glanced at the wooden board in Yang's hand and was surprised to see that on it were pictures of wolves, eagles, and other animals and plants drawn by Yang himself. Do you rely on these diagrams to remember the 18 tribes? Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered and his tone was slightly excited. Jiang Yuan thought to himself, Isn't this shape the prototype of words? Yes. Yang nodded. He did not notice the change in Jiang Yuan's expression and continued. But these 18 tribes have promised us that they will come to Yunxi Valley the day after tomorrow. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath, patted his shoulder, and said, Well done. You'll have to work harder tomorrow and continue to contact the Valley tribe, the Barbarian Bear tribe, and other tribes that are willing to form an alliance. At the very least, we need to get the Barbarian Bear tribe to form an alliance with us. Jiang Yuan knew that the Barbarian Bear tribe had a large population and was the largest tribe in the Lizhan Mountains except for the chiefing tribe. If the Barbarian Bear tribe is willing to form an alliance, then the alliance created by Jiang Yuan will be more significant. Okay, Yang nodded and continued. By the way, Lord Jiang Yuan, we met Teng's sister in the Valley tribe. Her name is Yu. Jiang Yuan's eyes moved slightly. He had never forgotten Teng, the tribesman who died in the belly of a giant crocodile while collecting clay. Jiang Yuan once asked someone to look for Teng's sister, wanting to compensate his sister. But after the Gu tribe migrated, it was not found. Jiang Yuan nodded and said, I understand. You should go and rest first. After watching Yang leave, Jiang Yuan glanced at the third catapult that was about to be completed and breathed a sigh of relief. It's time to blow the horn to attack the chiefing tribe. Chapter 123 The Arrival of the Clan Leaders. Jiang Yuan led 20 Yunxi soldiers to stand on the horizontal bridge. Each soldier held a wooden spear and was covered with wolf skin. The bridge was filled with a murderous atmosphere. Jiang Yuan was wearing saber-toothed tiger skin and holding an iron spear. He looked up at the sun in the sky from time to time. His frowned brows showed that Jiang Yuan's heart was not as calm as he appeared to be. It's noon now, shall we arrive? Jiang Yuan muttered to himself. The Yunxi tribe is located in the middle of the Lizhan Mountains, and the distance between the Yunxi tribe and other tribes is roughly the same. Today is the day when the 19 tribes of Lizhan Mountain Range gather in Yunxi Valley to discuss forming an alliance and jointly attack the chiefing tribe. The chief of the Tsang tribe, wearing brand new animal skins, climbed up the stone stairs, stepped onto the horizontal bridge, and came to Jiang Yuan. He glanced ahead and asked, Have the chiefs of those tribes not arrived yet? Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. After a moment, he asked again, Chief Tsang, are you ready for everything? The head of the Tsang clan looked a little embarrassed. Everything is ready, but will this? Jiang Yuan shook his head. Just be prepared. Don't worry about the rest. Jiang Yuan paused for a moment. Although the chiefing tribe only has 150 strong members, their fighting power is equivalent to that of our 450 strong male members. If we don't drag other tribes into this, it will be impossible to completely wipe out the chiefing tribe. Chief Tsang frowned, said nothing, and looked very uneasy. Jiang Yuan comforted him. It's no big deal. Once they enter the Yunxi Valley, they will have to listen to us. Besides, in addition to the 5 tribes of Tsanglong, Xiongning, Shihu, Changchuan, and Fengshe, didn't Yang win over 3 more tribes, including Manxiong yesterday? Chief Tsang nodded slightly. That's easy. Jiang Yuan's eyes flashed. Here it comes. Lai suddenly shouted and pointed to the front. Jiang Yuan looked carefully. In the forest ahead, he saw 30 or 40 figures carrying wooden spears, walking towards the Yunxi Valley. Jiang Yuan immediately said, Chief Tsang, come with me to greet him. Lai, man, each of you lead 10 soldiers and stand on both sides of the mountain gate. Yes. With a loud shout, The tall wooden door of Yunshi Valley was opened with a bang by the Yunshi people. Then several tribesmen carried 2 trench bridges and laid them over the trench. Jiang Yuan observed the many primitive people approaching. They all had disheveled hair and were wearing animal skins. Each of them held a most primitive wooden spear in his hand. Why are there so many people? Jiang Yuan's eyes tightened, and he asked in a low voice. Chief Tsang explained softly, I saw the chiefs of 13 tribes. They should be halfway there and gathered together. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly upon hearing this and breathed a sigh of relief. If 30 or 40 people came from a tribe, it would be too unreasonable. Jiang Yuan took a step forward and said loudly, Yunshi tribe welcomes all the clan leaders here. His voice was loud and powerful, immediately attracting the attention of dozens of primitive people to his face. Jiang Yuan was tall and strong, especially with the saber-toothed tiger skin on his body and the powerful-looking weapon in his hand, which made the tribal leaders dare not underestimate him. Who are you? Asked a dark-skinned primitive man with a rough voice. He was the chief of the Qingting tribe. I am Jiang Yuan from the Yunshi tribe. Jiang Yuan smiled and made a welcoming gesture. Many tribal leaders looked at each other, and one primitive man asked curiously, It was you who led the Yunshi tribe to repel the Qingting tribe's many attacks. As they were talking, dozens of primitive people were still looking Jiang Yuan up and down. The primitive tribes had strict class systems, and as the patriarchs of their respective tribes, they controlled the power of life and death over any member of the tribe. These clan leaders didn't need to take Jiang Yuan, a member of an outside tribe, seriously. However, the feeling Jiang Yuan gave them at this moment forced them to put away their contempt. It's me. Jiang Yuan nodded again. Dear clan leaders, let's go. The Yunshi tribe has prepared food. Clan leader Tsang stepped forward and made an invitation. When they heard about the food, the eyes of these tribe leaders who had eaten the barbecued and cooked food of the Yunshi tribe lit up, and their throats rolled slightly. In addition, in the eyes of other tribesmen, Chief Tsang is obviously more important than Jiang Yuan. When the clan leaders saw Tsang's invitation, they all led 2 or 3 of their clansmen and walked towards the Yunshi Valley. As they walked, they looked curiously at the red mountain walls on both sides, the red soil under their feet, and the majestic and sturdy wooden gate and cross-bridge corridor at the entrance of Yunshi Valley. Why is the soil in this place all red? As he was walking, a clan leader curiously grabbed a handful of soil, looked at it in his hand, and even sniffed it. He took a sniff and his expression changed immediately. This is the smell of blood. As soon as he finished speaking, other tribal leaders also grabbed a handful of soil and put it in front of their noses and sniffed it. How many people have to die before the mountains and the earth are dyed red? Asked a clan leader in horror. They are all the blood of the Qingting tribe members. Chief Tsang looked somewhat proud when he saw the reactions of these chiefs. He coughed slightly and said, To sum it up, our Yunshi tribe has killed more than 500 Qingting people. The 13 tribal chiefs looked at each other, all with solemn expressions, and no one spoke out to question Chief Tsang's words. They didn't really believe that the Yunshi tribe killed more than 500 Qingting people. However, these clan leaders who usually ate raw meat and drank blood knew that the soil in their hands did indeed smell like human blood after just a sniff. Almost every tribal leader was secretly thinking in their hearts, it seems that the Yunshi tribe may have really killed more than 500 Qingting people. But how did the weak Yunshi tribe defeat the brutal, barbaric, and strong Qingting people? With full of doubts, the 13 tribal chiefs crossed the trench covered with bamboo thorns, walked through the heavy and tall wooden gate of Yunshi, and entered the Yunshi Valley. When they saw the 20 fully armed Yunshi soldiers standing on both sides of the Yunshi wooden door, their expressions changed again. These 20 Yunshi soldiers were dressed in wolf skins and held wooden spears. They were all strong and sturdy, with a strong build, and they were filled with a murderous aura. Moreover, the 2 leaders, Lion Man, were even more brave. The 13 tribal chiefs felt nervous. When they faced these Yunshi soldiers, it was as if they were facing the Qingting people. It's just that the Qingting people gave them the impression of being ferocious and barbaric, while the Yunshi people gave them the impression of being brave and fierce. Are these all members of your tribe? Why do they look so strong? The chief of the Limestone tribe swallowed and asked. He remembered that in the past, the Yunshi people were as thin as his own people. Why has it changed so much now? Chief Tsang couldn't help but look proud again. These are the soldiers from our Yunshi tribe. They are responsible for fighting, so they are naturally stronger. Soldier. Upon hearing this unfamiliar word, the clan leaders looked puzzled. Chief Tsang, please lead these chiefs to the valley to eat some fruits first. I will welcome the chiefs of other tribes here, and we will discuss the alliance after all the chiefs arrive. Jiang Yuan said to Chief Tsang. Okay. Chief Song nodded slightly and led the other clan leaders into the valley. All the clan leaders looked at Jiang Yuan again. Through the brief conversation just now, they vaguely discovered that whether it was the ordinary members of the Yunshi tribe or the clan leader Tsang of the Yunshi tribe, they all seemed to follow Jiang Yuan's lead. These clan leaders secretly thought in their hearts, is this Jiang Yuan really so powerful? By defeating the chiefing tribe, he won the awe and respect of all the tribesmen in the Yunshi tribe. Chapter 124. The banquet begins. The clan leaders looked at everything in Yunshi Valley with curiosity. Not to mention anything else, the cleanliness and clean air of Yunshi Valley alone make these clan leaders feel ashamed. You should know that their valleys are full of feces and urine, and the stench is overwhelming. Chief Song, don't the people in your tribe need to pick fruits? The chief of the Eagle tribe looked at the Yunshi people who were making tools and reclaiming wasteland, and asked curiously. You should know that in their tribe, almost all the members participate in hunting and picking fruits. If these clan leaders were not worried that the journey to Yunshi Valley was too dangerous, they probably wouldn't even bring the 2 clan members with them. Chief Song laughed and said, of course my people will also participate in the hunt, but aren't you coming to Yunshi Valley today? Shouldn't I welcome you? After hearing this, the clan leaders felt a little less disappointed. Come. Chief Song invited all the clan leaders to sit around a huge rock, around which were 20 stone pillars. Chief Song clapped his hands, and several female members of the Yunshi tribe heard the order and hurriedly brought many fruits and placed them on the boulder. Chief Song cleared his throat and said, let's eat some fruit first, and then discuss the alliance after the chiefs of other tribes and Jiang Yuan arrive. As soon as he finished speaking, several clan leaders from the Wolf tribe and the Eagle tribe, who had agreed to form an alliance long ago, nodded slightly without changing their expressions. The expressions of the other clan leaders were either extremely subtle and a little embarrassed, or their eyes were flickering and their expressions were unpredictable. It has to be said that primitive people with underdeveloped brains also have their own plans and tricks. After Jiang Yuan welcomed several tribe leaders into the valley again, a highlight finally came. The tribe leader of the barbarian bear tribe, Black Bear. Black Bear's team had the largest number of people, with nearly 10 of them. Welcome the Black Bear chief of the barbarian bear tribe. Jiang Yuan stood up to greet him. However, Jiang Yuan's eyes were attracted by a tribesman behind the wild bear. This man covered his body with leaves and was very thin, but his eyes were extremely sharp, bright, and energetic, which made Jiang Yuan couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. Okay, the dark-skinned black bear nodded. He smiled and said, I agree to form an alliance with you. I hope the gift from your Yunshi tribe will not disappoint me. Of course, Jiang Yuan smiled and welcomed Black Bear and others into Yunshi Valley. After Jiang Yuan saw Black Bear and his group off, he continued to wait on the horizontal bridge. Time passed minute by minute, but no one came. Jiang Yuan looked at the sun and couldn't help feeling a little anxious. A few tribes haven't arrived yet. Jiang Yuan frowned slightly. Yang looked at the wooden board and replied, Lord Jiang Yuan, the people from the Valley tribe have not arrived yet. Gu tribe, Jiang Yuan asked, didn't you just contact them yesterday? Yang's tone was a little uncertain. I invited them to form an alliance again yesterday, and they all agreed to the alliance. They should come. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and said slowly, wait a little longer. On the side of Chief Tsang, 18 tribal chiefs gathered together and were talking loudly, with leftover fruit cores lying around their feet. Which tribes haven't arrived yet? Black Bear was the last one to arrive. He had waited the shortest time, but now he couldn't wait any longer and asked angrily. He pounded the boulder while eating the fruit, and the boulder made a loud banging sound. Among these 18 tribal chiefs, his tribe has the largest number of people and the strongest power, so his words carry great weight. As soon as these words were spoken, several other clan leaders echoed them. They were all clan leaders, and after being made to wait for such a long time, they were all already getting impatient. The Jackal tribe leader had a calm expression on his face. He said with a fake smile, the Valley tribe, the Chingsong tribe, and the Water tribe haven't come yet. When Chief Tsang heard this, his expression became slightly awkward. At this time, the chief of the Fengshe tribe said in a rough voice, on the way here, I saw dozens of people from the chiefing tribe heading towards the valley of the Gu tribe. As soon as the words fell, everyone sitting around the boulder fell into a strange silence. The Tsang clan leader coughed slightly to break the silence. Wolf, go and see how Jiang Yuan is doing. The wolf left in response. Jiang Yuan, who was waiting in front of the valley gate, heard Wolf say that several tribe leaders could not wait any longer. He pondered for a moment and ordered his tribesmen to close the wooden door first and be ready to welcome the Valley tribe at any time. Jiang Yuan hurried to the gathering place. Jiang Yuan and clan leader Tsang sat in the main seats. Jiang Yuan coughed slightly and said to the clan leaders with a smile, "Sorry to have kept you waiting." He clapped his hands and shouted, "Serve the food." The words fell. Several well-proportioned female members of the Yunshi tribe came up one after another, holding pottery basins and plates. Wild pheasants in clay pots, roasted rabbit, meat roasted on stone slabs, mutton soup, meat stew, roasted fish, fish chunks, deer blood soup, and other cooked meats, as well as several plates of fruits that were more juicy and fuller than the previous ones, plus a plate of cloud fruits, were all served on the boulder. For these primitive people who usually eat raw meat and drink blood, it is already a great fortune to be able to eat a piece of meat roasted over flames. Where have they ever seen such delicacies from land and sea? At this time, the tribal leaders, smelling the fragrant aroma of meat and looking at the various delicious foods, all had their eyes wide open, their eyes as dark as hungry wolves, and they couldn't wait to jump onto the boulders and devour the food. Jiang Yuan didn't want the big event of the tribal alliance to turn into a farce of fighting for food, and he was prepared for this. Jiang Yuan coughed slightly, and then 20 female tribesmen who had been rehearsed in a way that met the primitive people's aesthetic tastes stood beside the crowd, holding pottery bowls and chopsticks trimmed from tree branches. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "Dear clan leaders, in our Yunshi tribe, we have clan members to serve you when you eat. Just tell them what you want to eat." Next to Jiang Yuan was the tall and pretty she. Jiang Yuan hummed slightly, and she immediately picked up a piece of fat and tender venison with chopsticks and put it into Jiang Yuan's mouth. Jiang Yuan chewed the food with a satisfied look on his face, looking like he was enjoying it. The tribe leaders looked at Jiang Yuan with envy. They said in unison, "The people of the Yunshi tribe really know how to enjoy life. When I return to the tribe, I will have to let the tribe members feed me." They hurriedly pointed at the various foods on the boulder and asked the female tribesmen beside them to feed them into their mouths, and they couldn't wait to chew them. Unexpectedly, the chief of the barbarian bear tribe snorted coldly at this time. "What's the big deal? I also have slaves to serve me." He pushed the Yunshi woman next to him away, patted the stone, and said, "Peng, you come and feed me." As soon as he finished speaking, the slave from the barbarian bear tribe with bright and sharp eyes hurriedly took the chopsticks and pottery bowl and stepped forward. Jiang Yuan couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. He thought to himself, "This black bear is really ridiculous. He doesn't want a woman to serve him, but a rough man instead." At the same time, Jiang Yuan shook his head again. How could it be so easy to learn how to use chopsticks? Even the smarter, she took a whole day to learn how to use chopsticks. Just as he was about to see the bright-eyed slave Pong from the barbarian bear tribe make a fool of himself, Jiang Yuan was surprised to see. After observing other female tribesmen's postures of picking up food with chopsticks for a while, Peng successfully picked up mutton on his first use of chopsticks. Although his posture was extremely awkward, it was still a success. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but glance at this man a few more times. This Peng always gave Jiang Yuan a different feeling. Now it seemed that Peng was indeed much smarter than other primitive people. The scene gradually became heated, the clan leaders ate heartily, and the atmosphere was very high. Jiang Yuan took a quick look and knew it was time to discuss the alliance. He coughed slightly, attracting everyone's attention. Jiang Yuan said loudly, "My Yunshi tribe has prepared some dances for all the clan leaders." He clapped his hands, and immediately 10 Yunshi soldiers jumped out from the side. 10 Yunshi soldiers were wearing wolf skins, holding spears in their right hands and shields in their left hands, and started fighting on the spot. There were also a few tribesmen nearby beating cowhide drums and blowing bull horns. The high-pitched and passionate sound of drums and horns, like the roars of lions and tigers, the roars of dragons, and the cries of elephants, stirred the hearts of the clan leaders one by one. The 10 Yunshi soldiers were powerful, their moves were sharp, and their attack was extremely fierce. They were fearless and brave, and each of them fought desperately like a beast trapped in a cage, with the intention of taking the other's life. The tribal chiefs were terrified and covered in cold sweat. They felt that these 10 Yunshi soldiers were fully capable of defeating the brutal chiefing people in a life-and-death battle. Soon, the outcome was decided and 5 Yunshi soldiers fell to the ground. Jiang Yuan looked at the stunned crowd. He patted the stone table and laughed with a sharp tone. "My fellow tribe leaders, do you think the soldiers of my Yunshi tribe can defeat the chiefing tribe?" Chapter 125 Negotiating Alliance. Jiang Yuan finished speaking. Almost all the tribal leaders nodded subconsciously. When Jiang Yuan saw this, he exchanged a glance with Chief Tsang, and they both couldn't help but burst out laughing. The chief of the Grey Rock tribe gnawed on a sheep bone and said, "You, the Yunshi tribe, dare to go to war with the chiefing tribe. It seems that you have made a lot of preparations. The brave soldiers and the sturdy wooden doors are the best proof. Jiang Yuan pursed his lips and said, if we want to annihilate the chiefing tribe, it is definitely not enough to rely on only our Yunchi tribe. Jiang Yuan paused for a moment. Since the chiefing tribe came to the Lisan Mountains, they have kidnapped our wives and daughters, killed our people, and driven us to a desolate place. They are a tribe of their own, but they occupy the area with the most prey in the Lisan Mountains, the northern grassland. My fellow tribesmen, each of our tribes has a deep blood feud with chiefing. I think we need to form an alliance and destroy chiefing together. Having said that, Jiang Yuan slammed the tiger fang dagger heavily on the boulder and scanned the faces of the clan leaders with sharp eyes. We came to Yunchi Valley today to destroy the chiefing tribe. I agree to the alliance. A muscular and burly chief shouted loudly. He was the chieftain of the lion and tiger tribe, and he had agreed to form an alliance with the Yunchi tribe at the very beginning. As soon as he finished speaking, several tribal chiefs, some with hot-tempered and some with straightforward personalities, stood up and expressed their agreement to the alliance. At a glance, they saw the 7 tribes that had agreed to form an alliance with the Yunchi tribe. They were the Canglong, Lion Tiger, Eagle, Changchuan, Fengshi, Manxiong, and Bison tribes. The Gu tribe, which had agreed to form an alliance, had not arrived yet. The expressions of the other 10 tribal chiefs were very subtle. Some of them said nothing and had no expression on their faces. Some of them looked struggling and hesitant. What are you guys thinking about? Seeing these people hesitating and not responding, Black Bear frowned and asked loudly. The chief of the Gray Rock tribe, who looked like he was struggling, spoke hesitantly. But we have been allies before, and we couldn't defeat the chiefing tribe at all. After he finished speaking, the chief of the Qingting tribe, who also looked hesitant, nodded. Many clan leaders also began to express their opinions, and for a moment, the scene became noisy and chaotic. Jiang Yuan's eyes kept scanning everyone's faces, taking in the reactions of all the clan leaders. Cough, cough. The chief of the Jackal tribe coughed loudly, attracting everyone's attention. The dark-skinned, pointed-faced middle-aged man chuckled and said, let's not quarrel anymore. If we don't go to war with the chiefing tribe, we'll start a war ourselves. He looked at Chief Tsang and said, Chief Tsang, why don't you take out the gift for us to see first? After all, you said that as long as we come to Yunchi Valley today, there will be better gifts. Upon hearing this, Chief Tsang subconsciously looked towards Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan raised his eyebrows and glanced at the cunning-looking chief of the Jackal tribe. This person did not show much interest in the alliance at the beginning. It seems that the reason he came today was for the gift from the Yunchi tribe. After the Jackal tribe chieftain finished speaking, the other chiefs also looked at Jiang Yuan and the other 2. Jiang Yuan was calm and said in a cold voice, bring the gift up. A dozen or so female tribesmen who were feeding the people retreated one after another. Then another dozen or so female tribesmen came with pottery and gently placed it on the boulder. The pottery is all in the shape of a pottery jar, covered with a thin layer of glass glaze, which keeps flashing under the sunlight. The bright light almost blinded the eyes of these tribal chiefs who had never seen the world. More importantly, these pottery pieces are painted with various patterns such as gray wolves, wild bears, eagles, green vines, limestones, all corresponding to the gods of these tribes. Chief Tsang looked at these pottery pieces with great sorrow. These were all treasures of the Yunchi tribe. What treasure is this? Black Bear's voice was trembling. He held the pottery in his arms. He touched the smooth glaze layer and looked at the lifelike bear on the surface of the pottery with his eyes full of fascination. Compared with the pottery that Yunchi Valley gave him a few days ago, the one in his hand now is nothing. The reactions of the other tribe leaders were even more extreme than that of the black bear. After all, these primitive people would treat any shiny stone as a treasure. Jiang Yuan looked at the appearance of the clan leaders. He coughed slightly, waking everyone up. Jiang Yuan's face was slightly cold. Everyone, as long as you agree to the alliance, the pottery in your hands will be given to you. As soon as the words fell, the faces of the clan leaders changed and became extremely complicated. They each held the pottery in their hands, and the love in their eyes almost became tangible. I agree to the alliance. The chief of the Gray Rock tribe gritted his teeth and said immediately, if we don't attack the chiefing tribe, they will attack us. He paused for a moment and touched the pottery with one hand, with a dazed look on his face. I feel that the spirit on this pottery seems to be telling me that I will definitely win this battle. The words of the chief of the Greystone tribe shook several chiefs, and then several more chiefs spoke out to agree to the alliance. At this moment, only 5 tribes including the Jackal tribe were left on the field and had not made a sound. The eyes of the whole audience immediately focused on these people's faces. The chief of the Jackal tribe was on pins and needles. He stammered, I'm still worried that we can't defeat the chiefing tribe. Several other timid chiefs also nodded in agreement. Jiang Yuan immediately said, more than 500 members of the chiefing tribe have been killed by our Yunchi tribe. Now they only have 150 people who can fight. We can definitely win. The chief of the jackal tribe was holding the pottery with an ugly look on his face. He came for the gifts, but he didn't want to go to war with the chiefing tribe at all. After a moment, he said slowly, the members of the chiefing tribe are all very powerful. Even if they are few in number, they can still beat several of us alone. Besides, how can you make us believe that there are only 150 members left in the chiefing tribe? At this point, all the tribal leaders began to worry. Yes, what if there are still many people in the chiefing tribe? How can you be like a woman? The chief of the lion-tiger tribe roared. The walls and land of the Yunchi Valley have been dyed red with blood. Can't you see it? Jiang Yuan glanced at the chief of the lion and tiger tribe, and then glanced coldly at the chief of the jackal tribe. At this moment, Jiang Yuan felt extremely disgusted with this man. Jiang Yuan said something softly to a member of the tribe, and the member left quickly. A moment later, Ra came over, bringing with him a cannibal with disheveled hair, red hair, and a green face. Qishan, seeing this man's face, the clan leader's complexion changed drastically. Their faces were filled with horror, and they cried out in surprise. You should know that many members of their tribe died at the hands of Qishan. There were many people present who had a deep hatred for Qishan. Qishan, how many people are left in the chiefing tribe? Jiang Yuan asked coldly. Qishan, who had long been tortured to the point of having no strength left, lowered his head, breathed weakly, and answered with difficulty. More than 100 children, more than 100 tribesmen. After he finished speaking, all the clan leaders looked at each other in bewilderment. Are there really only 100 or so strong people left in the chiefing tribe? When will you let me go? Qishan asked bitterly with his toothless mouth open. He had been tortured to the point of wanting to die. Jiang Yuan sneered. Soon. He never intended to let Qishan go, and what he said that day about letting Qishan go before winter was just to confuse Qi-man. Qishan's eyes were no longer so dim after hearing this. His mind was in a daze, and he had no idea what everyone present was talking about. Qishan was dragged away by the rock again. Jiang Yuan immediately stood up, picked up the tiger fang dagger, and said coldly to the tribe leaders who had not yet agreed to form an alliance. Our tribesmen combined are so much more than the chiefing tribe. I don't believe that we can't destroy the chiefing tribe. Chapter 126, Hongmen Banquet. Seeing these people still hesitating, Jiang Yuan sighed in his heart. He really didn't want to take that step until the very end. If it really comes to the final step, the relationship between the tribes will become very tense. Jiang Yuan decided to take another step back. He waved his hand, and 10 soldiers immediately came with javelin throwers and spears. The spear thrower was the tool Jiang Yuan had prepared from the beginning to attract the tribes to join the alliance. This is the spear thrower. Jiang Yuan pointed at the spear thrower and said, with these things, you should believe that we can defeat chiefing, right? Seeing the spear throwers, the clan leaders hurriedly stood up. They were breathing heavily, and their eyes were staring at the spear throwers with bright eyes. The clan leaders had heard clan leader Tsang and Yang talk more than once about the power of spear throwers and catapults. Jiang Yuan waved his hand, and 10 soldiers raised their spear throwers, loaded their spears, and threw them far away, demonstrating the use of the spear throwers to the clan leaders. After seeing the power and range of the spear throwers, the eyes of all the clan leaders sparkled. Chief Tsang, Jiang Yuan, is this the gift you want to give us? Black Bear's throat rolled, and he hurried forward, wanting to take the spear thrower in his hand to examine it. But it didn't work. Jiang Yuan pressed the spear thrower against the boulder. When the black bear saw this, his face changed. Jiang Yuan said to everyone with a smile, if you want a spear thrower, fine. If you agree to form an alliance, I will give it to you. It is a good deal to use spear throwers to buy the lives of members of various tribes. As soon as these words came out, Black Bear immediately said, I have already agreed to form an alliance with you. Why don't you give it to us? Yes, yes. Several clan leaders from the Tsanglong tribe, the lion and tiger tribe, and other tribes also said anxiously. While everyone was arguing noisily, Peng, a slave from the barbarian bear tribe, kept looking at the spear thrower with bright eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Jiang Yuan looked at Peng's thoughtful expression, and his heart moved slightly. Jiang Yuan stood up and presented the spear thrower to the clan leaders who had agreed to the alliance. Dear clan leaders, I will give you the spear thrower. As soon as these words were spoken, all the clan leaders rushed forward and began to scramble for the javelin throwers and spears. Only a few chiefs from the jackal tribe and other tribes who had not yet made a decision looked at the snatched spear throwers with anxious expressions. Haven't you made a decision yet, chiefs? Jiang Yuan looked at the people fighting for food like hungry wolves, turned around, and asked with a smile to several chiefs of the jackal tribe and others. The faces of several clan leaders turned pale. They wanted to get the spear throwers in their hands so much, but they did not dare to move and were too embarrassed to fight for them. Jiang Yuan, my Bei tribe can agree to your request, but we need to see the catapult. A primitive man suddenly said in a deep voice. After all, your Tsang tribe leader told us that as long as we have a catapult, we can easily defeat the chiefing tribe, but we haven't seen what a catapult looks like yet. Several hesitant clan leaders also nodded. In their tribe, clan leader Tsang and clan leader Yang boasted about the power of the catapult to the utmost. Even the tribe leaders who were fighting for the spear throwers turned their eyes to Jiang Yuan after hearing this. Jiang Yuan looked calm, and it was not excessive to ask to see the catapult. Jiang Yuan and Patriarch Tsang looked at each other and nodded slightly. Jiang Yuan said coldly, "Wolf, treat these tribe leaders' men with delicious food here." Yes. The wolf nodded slightly and told the Yunshi people to continue serving food. The ordinary tribesmen who followed the clan leaders watched their clan leaders wolfing down the food. The aroma of the food had already aroused their appetite, and they were anxious. When the tribesmen heard that they also had food to enjoy, they were ecstatic. The clan leaders, who were well fed and satisfied, did not mind letting their own tribesmen enjoy the food of the Yunshi tribe. Dear clan leaders, please come. Jiang Yuan invited everyone. 17 tribal chiefs followed Jiang Yuan and Chief Tsang and headed towards where the catapults were parked. When the clan leaders saw this huge catapult that was like a giant beast, they were all stunned and motionless, with shocked expressions on their faces. After seeing the range and power of the catapult, a timid clan leader trembled and fell to his knees. These primitive people could not understand the power and principle of the catapult, and they all thought it was the power of gods. They kept bowing and worshipping the catapult, calling out to the gods. Jiang Yuan felt a little ridiculous. Now, do you agree to form an alliance? Jiang Yuan's tone was slightly cold, his eyes slightly chilly, staring at several chiefs of the jackal tribe. Several chiefs of the jackal tribe and others were complaining in their hearts. They came for the gifts from the Yunshi tribe in the first place and did not want to form an alliance with the Yunshi tribe at all, let alone go to war with the chiefing tribe. To go to war means death. Having just heard Qishan say that there were only 100 or so tribesmen left in the chiefing tribe, these tribe leaders even subconsciously believed that the chiefing tribe no longer posed a threat to their own tribes, and therefore did not want to form an alliance with them. Hearing Jiang Yuan's questioning, the clan leaders' expressions changed, but they all fell silent, neither agreeing nor refusing. When the chief of the jackal tribe saw that the chiefs around him remained silent, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. The jackal tribe chief's eyes kept scanning the catapult. After a moment, the jackal tribe gritted its teeth and said to Jiang Yuan with a flattering smile, "Jiang Yuan, as long as we also have a spear thrower, I will agree to form an alliance." Several of their clan leaders failed to grab the spear throwers just now. Jiang Yuan's heart relaxed, and he smiled slightly. As long as they join the alliance, every tribe will have a spear thrower. The jackal tribe leader showed a slight smile, then hesitantly asked, "Then can you give us one of these catapults?" "What did you say?" Jiang Yuan's expression suddenly changed. His face turned cold, and he stared at the extremely greedy chief of the jackal tribe with cold eyes. He glanced at the chiefs of the other tribes and asked in a cold voice, "You also want catapults?" The expressions of several clan leaders changed drastically, but when they thought of the power of the catapult, they couldn't help but feel excited and nodded one after another. Jiang Yuan and Chief Tsang looked unhappy. Jiang Yuan was still a little worried. Other tribes that had agreed to form an alliance also asked the Yunshi tribe for catapults. Just as Jiang Yuan was worried, the chief of the Tsonglong tribe suddenly shouted angrily, "Gray Jackal, you are too cunning and greedy. Giving you a spear thrower is not enough. You also want a catapult." As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 tribal chiefs who first agreed to form an alliance, Xiongying, Changchuan, Shihu, and Fengshe, all echoed and blamed the Gray Jackal. As for Man Xiong and his companions, their expressions were subtle. The expression of the chief of the jackal tribe, Gray Jackal, suddenly changed. He said angrily, "Jiang Yuan and Tsang haven't spoken yet, and it's your turn to criticize me?" As soon as these words were spoken, the 5 tribal chiefs headed by the chief of the Tsonglong tribe and several tribes headed by the chief of the jackal tribe split into 2 factions and started arguing. The chiefs of the barbarian bear tribe remained silent. Jiang Yuan looked at the clan leaders who were divided into 3 factions. He shouted coldly, "Stop arguing." The scene suddenly became extremely quiet. Jiang Yuan looked at the gray jackal coldly. We in the Yunshi tribe will not give you the catapult. Gray Jackal pretended to be helpless and said, then we will not agree to form an alliance. The other greedy clan leaders nodded. Okay, Jiang Yuan sneered. Then please leave. We won't give you the spear throwers and pottery. The Gray Jackal snorted coldly, said nothing, and stood there motionless. Naturally, he was reluctant to part with the pottery and spear that Jiang Yuan had promised to give him. Jiang Yuan spoke again. Also, let me be frank. You 5 tribes don't have to join the alliance. But after we annihilate the Chiefing tribe, you 5 tribes are not allowed to enter the northern grasslands of the Lisan Mountains. Why? Upon hearing this, the 5 clan leaders headed by the Gray Jackal asked angrily. The northern grassland is the area with the most prey in the Lisan Mountains and is the common hunting ground for all tribes. But after the arrival of the Chiefing tribe, the area was monopolized by the Chiefing tribe. This is also the reason why the Chiefing tribe grew rapidly. Just because our tribe has shed blood and lost lives, why should we let you hunt on the territory we have recaptured? Jiang Yuan shouted angrily. The 5 tribal chiefs, Songlong, Xiongying, Changchuan, Fengshe, and Shihu, all spoke out in support of Jiang Yuan. The 7 black bears also nodded, thinking that Jiang Yuan was right. Gray Jackal sneered. The northern grasslands are where all our tribes hunt together. We will not agree to that. The 4 chiefs behind the Gray Jackal echoed, and at this time they followed the Gray Jackal's lead. Jiang Yuan laughed loudly, with a mocking look on his face. Even if you don't agree, you have to agree. Huh. Jiang Yuan clapped his hands, and as the applause rang out, 20 fully armed Yunshi soldiers suddenly jumped out from the surroundings. They divided their troops into 2 teams, and under the leadership of Lion Man, they held sharp wooden spears and surrounded the 5 chiefs of the Gray Jackal tribe. Chapter 127 Alliance Success. What do you want to do? The 5 Gray Jackals looked at the 20 aggressive Yunshi soldiers, their faces pale. He subconsciously wanted to call out to his tribesmen, but found that they were not around at all. Is the Yunshi tribe going to go to war with all 5 of our tribes at the same time? The chief of the Bay tribe looked panicked, and he shouted in a panic without any confidence. The other clan leaders were also shocked when they saw the sudden change, but since the sharp spear tip was not pointed at them, they were not too panicked. I'm not going to war with you, but you 5 tribes want to go to war with our 13 tribes. Jiang Yuan said loudly, pointing his finger at the other clan leaders. Don't say I don't agree. The other clan leaders will not agree to let your 5 tribes hunt in the northern grasslands. All the clan leaders nodded silently, as the Gray Jackal had also violated their interests. Jiang Yuan sneered. Choose, either join the alliance, or you will be the enemy of our entire alliance. The expressions of the 5 Gray Jackals suddenly changed. Why don't you choose yet? Jiang Yuan shouted angrily. He raised his iron spear and aimed it at the Gray Jackal. Kill! 20 Yunshi soldiers shouted angrily, making a terrifying cry of killing. I agree to the alliance. The chief of the Bay tribe could not bear the pressure, and his knees softened, and he knelt on the ground. I agree. With a whoosh, the last 5 chiefs, including the Gray Jackal, all knelt on the ground, without the greedy looks they had when bargaining just now. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but sneer when he saw this. He led everyone to the 3 cloud trees, where a 3-story platform had already been built. On the platform were 18 pottery jars, symbolizing the gods of various tribes, 3 animals, and a blazing bonfire in a pottery basin. The 5 Gray Jackals were forced by the Yunshi soldiers to kneel in front of the platform, while the other 13 clan leaders stood proudly. Jiang Yuan shouted, Everyone, today we are forming an alliance, with our Yunshi tribe leader Tsang as the leader, commanding all the tribesmen. Do you have any objections? All 17 clan leaders nodded silently. This alliance was originally initiated by the Yunshi tribe, and they should be the leader. Black Bear, who originally wanted to compete for the position of alliance leader, lost the idea when he saw the 20 brave Yunshi soldiers around him. Chief Tsang was shaking with excitement. He climbed up the 3-story platform and looked at the 17 chiefs below, feeling as if in a dream. When did the Yunshi tribe gain such a high status in the Lisan Mountains? Tsang's voice was excited, and he shouted loudly the words he had memorized by heart. The Chiefing tribe has invaded my land and slaughtered my people. Today, the 18 tribes of the Lisan Mountains have gathered here to attack Chiefing together. All of us tribes should work together and swear an oath of blood. The heavens are our witnesses. The earth is our witness. The ancestors are our witnesses. The sacred fire is our witness. The gods of the 18 tribes are our witnesses. Any tribe that betrays the alliance will be destroyed by the heavens, punished by the earth, and punished by the gods. When the 17 clan leaders heard the punishment for betraying the alliance, Their expressions changed dramatically. Primitive people's awe of the heavens and gods reached its peak. Chief Tsang walked down from the platform, and the other 18 chiefs kowtowed in unison towards the platform. Jiang Yuan slaughtered a wild-horned sheep, stained 2 fingers with the sheep's blood, and smeared them on his face. Chief Tsang did the same. Although the other tribal leaders were puzzled, they followed suit. Jiang Yuan said coldly, "Today, our 18 tribes have sworn an oath of blood. Anyone who dares to betray the alliance will be slaughtered sooner or later, just like this wild-horned sheep." After hearing this, the 18 clan leaders couldn't help but shudder, and their faces became solemn. Jiang Yuan led the 18 clan leaders back to the vicinity of the boulder. The 5 clan leaders of the Grey Jackal tribe had pale faces, still in shock. Jiang Yuan looked at the 5 people and sneered in his heart. With the constraints of gods and covenants, he didn't believe that these tribes would not dare to send troops. Jiang Yuan once again ordered his tribesmen to fetch 100 spear throwers and hundreds of spears. He placed them in front of everyone. Each tribe will receive 5 spear throwers and 20 spears. The clan leaders all looked pleased, but none of them fought over the items like they did just now, with their faces flushed. "Jiang Yuan, how many people from each of our tribes should be mobilized?" asked the chief of the lion and tiger tribe. Jiang Yuan said, "Each tribe must have at least 30 strong and adult male members." The clan leaders nodded slightly. Their tribe had about 100 people each, so it would not be a problem to dispatch 30 strong and adult male members. There are 250 people in the barbarian bear tribe, and nearly 100 of them are strong men. But the black bear remained silent. The chief of the Tsanglong tribe asked, "When will we go to war with the chiefing tribe?" Jiang Yuan said, "The day after tomorrow, I will ask Chi-Man to go to the Valley of 10,000 Beasts on the pretext of releasing Qishan." Everyone nodded. The chief of the Grey Rock tribe hesitated for a moment and asked, "What if the Chi-Man doesn't go to the Valley of Beasts?" Jiang Yuan pursed his lips and said, "Then let's attack Chiefing Valley." As soon as the words were spoken, the clan leaders reacted differently. The 5 tribal chiefs, including Tsanglong, reacted more enthusiastically, while the 7 people, including He Xiong and Hui Yin, just nodded slightly. The 5 tribal chiefs, including Hui Jackal, hung their heads with gloomy faces. Jiang Yuan said, "All clan leaders, please rush to the Valley of 10,000 Beasts the day after tomorrow and lead your clansmen to hide in the mountains. When the chiefing tribe arrives, we will attack from both sides of the valley and surround and annihilate them." After the words fell, although everyone seemed to be in agreement, their breathing became heavy when they thought about being able to completely annihilate the chiefing tribe. Jiang Yuan stood up, his eyes burning. "My fellow tribe leaders, if you can successfully destroy the chiefing tribe, my Yunchi tribe will have even better gifts for you." Hearing this, the eyes of the clan leaders lit up. A better gift? What is that? After all, what they saw in Yunchi Valley today was an eye-opener for them. The tribal leaders were extremely excited. They picked up their pottery, spear throwers and spears, and prepared to leave. When Jiang Yuan and Chief Tsang saw everyone off from the valley, Jiang Yuan cleared his throat and called out, "Chief Black Bear." "What's wrong?" Black Bear and his group of 10 people stopped. "Can you give me this slave? I can exchange it for a wild-horned sheep." Jiang Yuan pointed at the bright-eyed slave of the barbarian bear tribe, Peng. When Black Bear heard that he could exchange a wild ram for a slave, a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. He nodded immediately and said excitedly, "Of course, but you have to be careful. This guy is a thief. He ran to my tribe to steal food and was caught by us." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and ordered his tribesmen to bring a wild-horned sheep to give to the Black Bear. After sending the barbarian bear tribe away, Jiang Yuan found Peng staring at him in confusion. Jiang Yuan ordered, "Take him to wash and change him into a clean animal skin, then come back to me." A tribesman responded and took Peng away. Jiang Yuan, "Will these guys really lead their people to the Valley of Beasts?" Chief Tsang looked worried. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. "They will go." Jiang Yuan discovered that the gods were extremely important in the hearts of these primitive people, so he was sure that these primitive people would never dare to break their promise. He originally wanted to imprison the 5 gray jackals, but after weighing the pros and cons, he chose to let them go. The Gu tribe hasn't arrived yet. Jiang Yuan frowned slightly. It was almost evening. How could the Gu tribe not have arrived yet? Upon hearing this, Chief Tsang seemed to remember something, and he quickly said, "I just heard from the chief of Fengshe tribe that it seems that dozens of people from Chiefing tribe are heading towards the direction of Gu tribe." What? Jiang Yuan's face changed drastically when he heard that. Chapter 128, The Not-So-Simple Primitive World. "What are you worried about?" asked the chief of the Tsang clan puzzledly. "Teng's sister." Jiang Yuan said in a deep voice. And the Gu tribe has agreed to form an alliance with us. If they are exterminated, it will not be a good thing for us. Chief Tsang shook his head and smiled indifferently. Tang's sister? She is no longer a member of the Yunchi tribe. Our alliance already has 18 tribes, which is enough to destroy the Chiefing tribe. There was a hint of sadness between Jiang Yuan's brows. He always wanted to make up for his debt to Tang by paying it back to his sister. Forget it. Jiang Yuan shook his head and sighed. It will be dark soon. Let's send a few more tribesmen to the valley of the Gu tribe to check it out tomorrow. Jiang Yuan said again. Chief Tsang, you and Elder Pan will come to the cave where Qi Shan is imprisoned. The Tsang clan leader's eyes moved slightly. He said, turned and left. 17 tribal chiefs led their people across the wilderness. The gray jackal was holding pottery and a spear thrower, his eyes shining, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. He would come forward from time to time and talk to the 4 clan leaders who were forced to participate in the alliance. As the members of each tribe went in different directions, only the 5 chiefs of the Gray Jackal and their respective tribesmen were left here. Gray Jackal, what do you want to say? Chief Bei said unhappily. He was forced to participate in the alliance today, so naturally he was not in a good mood. Do you really want to declare war on the Chiefing tribe? Gray Jackal asked everyone. What do you mean? The chief of the Bay tribe glared at him and said, Aren't you going? Gray Jackal sneered. Even if our 5 tribes don't go, they have so many people that they can destroy the Chiefing tribe. Do you really want your people to go and die? After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. After a moment, the White Monkey Chief said, We promised the heavens and the gods to form an alliance. If we don't go, the gods will send us down. Before he finished speaking, the expressions of several other tribal leaders changed instantly. The chief of the Jackal tribe smiled and shook his head. I didn't say I won't go. We can go later. We can go there after they finish fighting, right? Will this work? Patriarch Bei looked hesitant. The Gray Jackal asked back, Why not? We won't have to lose any of our people, and we don't have to worry about being punished by the gods. The other 4 people were hesitant after hearing this. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on their faces, and the 2 bloodstains that had not yet been wiped off were still faintly flashing red. The 4 of them struggled internally for a while, but finally nodded and agreed. Okay, then we'll wait until the hottest time tomorrow, and then set out from the tribe. After the 5 people made the decision, they took their tribesmen and the pottery and spear throwers they obtained from Yunchi Valley and headed towards their respective valleys. Yunchi Valley. Imprisoned in the cave of Qishan. Jiang Yuan, Chief Tsang, Elder Pan, and Elder Wei stood around Qishan. Elder Pan stared at Qishan with bloodshot eyes. He held a sharp stone knife in his hand, and his shoulders were still shaking slightly. Didn't you say you would let me go? Qishan stared and spoke unclearly. Jiang Yuan sneered. Can I keep my word with guys like you who are no different from beasts? Qishan looked at the stone knife in Elder Pan's hand and seemed to sense that death was approaching, and his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. He struggled hard, like a worm crawling on the ground, and kept shouting, My father will definitely kill you. Jiang Yuan said calmly. You and Qi Man will be able to meet the day after tomorrow. Go ahead, Elder Pan. Jiang Yuan shouted, then turned and left the cave. Elder Pan thought of his children and wife who had died at the hands of Qishan. He roared and rushed towards Qishan with a stone knife in hand. With a puff, sound, and Qishan's roar, the cave returned to peace. Jiang Yuan looked up at the vast night sky, his heart feeling unprecedentedly calm. A moment later, Elder Pan came to Jiang Yuan holding a heart and a head. Elder Pan laughed wildly at Jiang Yuan, tears streaming down his blood-spattered face. After a long time, Elder Pan suddenly knelt in front of Jiang Yuan. He choked and said, Master Jiang Yuan, I never thought that I could avenge my woman and children in this life. Bang, bang, bang. Elder Pan knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily. In Jiang Yuan's stone cave, Jiang Yuan sat cross-legged. The person opposite him was the slave he had exchanged for a wild-horn sheep today, Peng. Peng stood straight in front of Jiang Yuan. Under Jiang Yuan's gaze, Peng felt extremely tormented. After a long time, Peng lowered his head and said, Thank you for saving me from the savage bear tribe today. Jiang Yuan stared at him for a long while before speaking. I saved you, and it wasn't in vain. I understand. Peng lowered his head. What do you want me to do? Jiang Yuan ignored his words and asked, You seem to be a smart person. Why do you steal? Peng looked calm and had no shame at all. I am a wanderer. I haven't eaten for many days, so I stole some food from them. Jiang Yuan said in a cold tone. Do you want to be a slave or a member of the Yunchi tribe? Peng's expression changed, and after a long while he said, No one wants to be a slave. Jiang Yuan said, then you know what to do. After hearing this, Peng knelt down in front of Jiang Yuan and kowtowed. I am Peng from the Yunqi tribe, and I greet Master Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan helped him up. I hope your loyalty is sincere. Peng replied, I only serve the strong. You are different from those foolish people. You look much stronger than me, and you saved me. I will only serve you. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and placed the spear thrower in front of him. Are you interested in this? I've seen this kind of thing in other places. Peng took the spear thrower in his hand, his bright eyes flashing constantly. Oh, Jiang Yuan's eyes flashed with a strange look. Where? The spear thrower was a weapon he invented, and no one else could make it except him. Jiang Yuan wondered in his heart. Could it be that spear throwers have already appeared in other places in this primitive world? Peng pondered for a moment. It's far away, not in the Lieshan Mountains. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. It seemed that in this primitive world, the levels of civilization advancement of various primitive tribes were not the same. Jiang Yuan patted his shoulder and said, Go and have a rest. If what you do satisfies me, I will let you gain power and status in the tribe. Peng bowed respectfully and then left. Jiang Yuan stood at the entrance of the cave, looking at the boundless starry sky, his mind filled with complicated thoughts. Jiang Yuan muttered to himself, This primitive world doesn't seem as simple as it seems. Chapter 129 Ambush in the Valley of Beasts. The next day, everyone, who among you dares to go to the Chiefing tribe, and tell Chi-Man to go to the Valley of 10,000 Beasts tomorrow and take Chi-Shan away? Jiang Yuan looked at everyone and smiled. Below, Shou, Lai, Lang, Man and others stood leaning against their spears. They looked at each other, but no one spoke. Going to the Chiefing tribe, what's the difference between that and volunteering to die? Seeing that no one answered, Man Gang was about to speak up, but he didn't expect that the young man Yang said before him, Master Jiang Yuan, let me go. Contacting the various tribes is my responsibility. Aren't you afraid? Jiang Yuan looked at the young man with admiration. Yang's eyes were bright, and there was no trace of fear. Lord Jiang Yuan, I think the Chi-Man will not dare to kill me before I return to the Chiefing tribe from Qishan. Yang thought for a moment and then answered confidently. Jiang Yuan and the head of the Tsang clan looked at each other, and both were very satisfied with Yang's performance. Okay, I'll send you to let Chi-Man go to the Valley of Beasts tomorrow. Jiang Yuan patted his shoulder. Yes, Lord Jiang Yuan. Yang took the order and left. Jiang Yuan instructed again. Shou, while you are hunting today, go to the Valley of the Gu tribe to see how the Gu tribe is doing. Since the merger with the Qingtsang tribe, there are now 40 hunting members in the tribe. They can bring back more than a dozen large prey to the Yunqi tribe every day, and even more small prey such as hares and pheasants. Yes, Lord Jiang Yuan. Shou responded and asked his tribesmen to pick up wooden spears and flying stone ropes and follow him to the vast wilderness. Li Man, Jiang Yuan shouted. The wilderness is rugged and uneven, and the catapults are slow. The two of you will lead 20 Yunqi soldiers to push the 2 catapults to the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. Place one at each entrance of the valley. Remember to camouflage them with leaves and weeds. Yes. Lion Man responded loudly. Jiang Yuan and Chief Tsang came to the horizontal bridge and watched as group after group of tribe members left. Chief Tsang looked at the 2 catapults that gradually disappeared from his sight and couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Yuan, I've been much more relaxed since you joined the tribe. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, I did this all for the Yunqi tribe. Chief Tsang patted Jiang Yuan on the shoulder and said, I am old, and the Yunqi tribe will depend on you in the future. I believe that under your leadership, the Yunqi tribe will become stronger and stronger. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. Chiefing Valley. Chi-Man looked at the departing figure of the boy from the Yunqi tribe and fell into ecstasy. Son, ha ha ha, Chi-Man laughed out loud. During the dozens of days in the Chiefing Valley, Qishan had been unable to sleep or eat. He thought about his last son, Qishan, day and night. How can I not be excited when I hear that the Yunqi tribe will be released back to Qishan tomorrow? Chi-Man was ecstatic and chewed a thigh in his hand with big mouthfuls. Someone come here, Chi-Man shouted. He stood up from the throne with an imposing manner. Here, the Red Lion responded and stepped forward. With the death of a large number of Chiefing tribe members, the originally mediocre Chishi has now become Chishan's most capable subordinate. Chi-Man shouted happily. Order the tribesmen to prepare to go to the Valley of 10,000 Beasts tomorrow to welcome my son Qishan. Yes. The Red Lion took the order and left. The Chiefing wizard, leaning on a bone cane, trembled and walked out of the shadows. He stroked the black-scaled snake on his arm and bent over to say, Master, the Yunqi tribe is so cunning. Be careful tomorrow. You're right. Chi-Man's eyes flickered, and he nodded. I will take all 150 tribesmen with me tomorrow. You stay in the valley and take good care of the children. Ahem. Chiefing Wizard was like a candle in the wind. He coughed and said respectfully, Master Chief, tomorrow in the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, without those damn trees and mountain walls blocking us, the Yunshi tribe will definitely not be our opponent. This is a great opportunity to destroy the Yunshi tribe. Chi-Man listened to what Chi-Feng Wizard said and nodded continuously, saying, You are right. How can those scums from the Yunshi tribe be a match for our people in a head-on fight? A fierce light flashed in Chi-Man's eyes. Tomorrow, we will destroy the Yunshi tribe and avenge our dead members. The moon hangs on the branches and the cicadas chirp noisily. Jiang Yuan listened to Shou's story and frowned slightly. Master Jiang Yuan, we went to the valley of the Gu tribe today, but we didn't find any of the tribe members. However, we found a lot of blood and blood-stained wooden spears in the valley tribe. Jiang Yuan asked, Have you been to the valley where the Gu tribe originally lived? Shou shook his head slightly. I went there, but there was no one inside. The valley was full of grass. Jiang Yuan sighed deeply. It seemed that the Gu tribe was in great danger under the attack of the Chiefing tribe. Could it be that not a single member of our tribe escaped? Jiang Yuan muttered to himself, clenching his fists. There was only blood in the valley of the Gu tribe, and not even a corpse. They must have been carried back to the tribe by the cannibals of the Chiefing tribe and used as food. If it wasn't too dangerous at night, Jiang Yuan would have asked his tribesmen to explore the valley of the Gu tribe yesterday. Lord Jiang Yuan. A loud shout came from outside the cave, and Yang took 2 steps at a time and rushed into the cave in a hurry. Don't panic. Jiang Yuan looked at Yang, who couldn't hide his joy. Lord Jiang Yuan, Chi-Man has agreed to go to the Valley of Beasts. Yang panted heavily and reported to Jiang Yuan excitedly. Okay. Jiang Yuan was delighted when he heard that, and couldn't help but pat Yang's shoulder heavily. As long as Chi-Man goes to the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, the plan to annihilate the Chiefing tribe will be half completed. Even if the Chiefing tribe cannot be completely wiped out in the Valley of Beasts, the death of Chi-Man will certainly leave the Chiefing tribe leaderless. The next attack on the remaining members of the Chiefing tribe will be as smooth as a chopstick. That night, the chiefs of all the tribes in the Lizhan Mountains could not sleep at all, and all of them spent the night in tension and torment. The next day, Jiang Yuan led 20 Yunshi soldiers and 40 hunting members, and set off in the middle of the night after eating and drinking. The group finally arrived at the Valley of Beasts at daybreak. After the Yunshi tribe merged with the Qingtsong tribe, there were only about 70 healthy adult male members in the tribe. Today, Jiang Yuan mobilized 60 tribesmen, which was a huge investment. In the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, groups of beasts are lurking. The mountain is covered with dense vegetation, and the cliffs on both sides are towering. There is only a narrow passage in the middle that is passable. Jiang Yuan immediately ordered Lai, Man, Shou and Lang to lead 20 Yunshi soldiers and 20 strong tribesmen to ambush at the 2 entrances of the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. He himself led Rock and 20 tribesmen to wait in the middle of the Valley of Beasts. The east is about to dawn and the sun is rising. The chiefs of other tribes continued to arrive with their people. The number of people in each tribe was more or less, about 30 or 40. When the sun rose completely, 13 tribes had already arrived at the Valley of Beasts, and the number of people gathered there had reached 500. In terms of numbers, the Lizhan Mountain Alliance is more than 3 times the size of the Chiefing tribe. Those damn bastards, the gray jackals, haven't arrived yet. The chief of the Lion and Tiger tribe cursed out loud, his face looking extremely bad. As soon as these words were spoken, the other clan leaders also started to curse. Jiang Yuan's face was also quite ugly. He really had not expected that the 5 tribal chiefs, including Gray Jackal, Bay, and White Monkey, would really dare to go against the promises they made to the heavens and the gods. Okay, forget about those 5 tribes. Jiang Yuan shouted coldly, stopping the people from cursing. Now we also have nearly 600 tribesmen, much more than the Chiefing tribe. Even without the Jackal tribe, we can still annihilate the Chiefing tribe. As for the Jackal tribe and the other tribes, we'll talk about it after we wipe out the Chiefing tribe. You're right. Even without these insect tribes, we can still defeat the Chiefing tribe, said the Eagle tribe chieftain angrily. Jiang Yuan said immediately, I will make the deployment now. The 6 tribes of Songlong, Xiongying, Shihu, Fengshe, Changchuan, and Qingting will ambush at the left exit of the Valley of Beasts. The 6 tribes of Manxiong, Huiyan, will ambush at the right exit of the Valley of Beasts. After I blow the wild bull horn, you will rush out from the 2 valley entrances immediately, and everyone throw spears at the Chiefing tribe. No matter which valley entrance the remaining Chiefing people flee to, We can surround them in the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, attack them from both sides, and annihilate them in one fell swoop. Good, good, good. After hearing Jiang Yuan's deployment, these tribal chiefs couldn't help but feel excited, their blood boiling, and they could hardly control themselves. They immediately took their tribesmen and left to receive the order. Jiang Yuan stood in the center of the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. He looked at the hazy sky and let out a long breath. He was fully prepared for this battle. This battle will decide the outcome and completely wipe out the chiefing tribe. Time passed by minute, and a tribesman suddenly came running over and reported in a hurry. Lord Jiang Yuan, the chiefing tribe is here. Chapter 130. The decisive battle begins. The sky was hazy, covered with dark clouds, and the world was gray. Chi Man carried a wooden spear on his shoulder and led more than 150 chiefing people into the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. For some reason, Chi Man suddenly felt frightened and had a vague sense of uneasiness. He looked around and saw that the Valley of Beasts, which was once bustling with activity, was now silent and windy. There were no wild animals around, and no birds singing. What's going on? Chi Man glanced suspiciously at the mountain walls on both sides of the valley entrance. The mountains were covered with dense and lush vegetation, and there was no sign of anything unusual. Chi Man shook his head, dispelled the uneasiness in his heart, and stepped into the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. The towering mountain walls on both sides made Chi Man feel more oppressive. Not long after walking into the valley, we saw Jiang Yuan leading 20 members of the Yunshi tribe staying there in front of us. Chi Man glanced at the 20 Yunshi soldiers behind Jiang Yuan, all of whom were holding a spear in one hand and a rattan shield in the other. When Chi Man saw Jiang Yuan, he became restless and murderous intent surged in his heart. He was so impatient that he wanted to tear these Yunshi people in front of him into pieces. Chi Man concealed the ferocity on his face. He strode forward and stopped when he was 30 steps away from Jiang Yuan. Chi Man shouted loudly, "Jiang Yuan, where's my son Chi Shan?" In the past, when the Chi Man lifted the siege on Yunshi Valley, they became familiar with Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan held the iron spear on his shoulder and laughed loudly. "Chi Man, I said I would return Chi Shan to you, so I will return it to you. My Yunshi tribe still keeps its word, right?" Chi Man's face showed a mocking smile, and he immediately shouted, "Let's settle the score. Let my son Chi Shan go quickly." Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "Okay, I'll give it back to you right away." He thrust the iron spear on his shoulder heavily into the ground. When Yanshi, who was beside Jiang Yuan, saw this, he immediately raised the bull horn and started blowing it, woo woo woo. Suddenly, the sound of a horn, like a tiger's roar, resounded throughout the Valley of Beasts. When Chi Man heard the sound of the horn, his face changed drastically. Every time this sound was heard, the people of the Yunshi tribe seemed to be risking their lives. "What do you want to do?" Chi Man shouted angrily. At the same time, Jiang Yuan threw something wrapped in animal skin towards Chi Man with all his might. The object spun in the air and landed at Chi Man's feet. The animal skin wrapped around it also floated to the ground during its fall. Chi Man looked carefully and found that the thing under his feet was Chi Shan's head. The hair was red and the face was green. Although it was covered in blood, it was undoubtedly Chi Shan's head. Chi Man's eyes immediately went dark, his blood boiling, rage overwhelming him. A mouthful of blood spurted out, his tall body shook, and he fell to the ground. The two chiefing people around him hurriedly supported him. Chi Man's face was distorted, like a ghost. He pointed in the direction of Jiang Yuan and roared, "Damn you bastards! I must destroy the entire Yunshi tribe and avenge my son." As soon as he finished speaking, shouts of killing like a tsunami suddenly came from all directions of the Valley of Beasts, shaking the entire Valley of Beasts. The shouts and cries of killing were deafening, like huge waves that kept crashing in, one louder than the other, covering the entire mountain and field, endless and deafening. Hearing the shouts and cries coming from nowhere, more than 150 chiefing people were terrified. They were trembling with fear and looked around in panic. Chi Man's face also changed drastically. He looked around and heard the sound of wild horses galloping in the wilderness from the two directions of the valley entrance of the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. The sound of footsteps kept coming and approached in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Chi Man discovered that countless enemies holding wooden spears suddenly emerged from the front and back. There were so many people that it was impossible to see the end. They blocked the two entrances of the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. Chi Man found that he had nowhere to escape. When the rest of the chiefing people saw this scene, they looked around in confusion. "You bunch of damn bastards." Chi Man was furious. He pointed at everyone and cursed with gritted teeth. "Chi Man, die here." The chief of the lion and tiger tribe roared. He and the chiefing tribe had a blood feud. I will destroy your chiefing tribe today. The chief of the Changchuan tribe shouted loudly. He raised the wooden spear and pointed it at the Chi Man from a distance. Kill me. Chi Man had a grim smile on his face. You bastards, you want to kill me? Just treat us as food for the chiefing tribe. Chi Man looked at Jiang Yuan, who was dozens of steps away, with a cold look in his eyes and shouted, Kill them. He took the lead, leading more than 100 chiefing people, waving wooden spears, like a pack of wolves frantically counterattacking in desperation, and pounced on the people of Jiang Yuan who were closest to him. Jiang Yuan looked at the chiefing people rushing towards him frantically. A sneer appeared on his face, and he shouted, Throw the spear. As soon as he finished speaking, 20 members of the Yunchi tribe who were beside Jiang Yuan rushed over, took up their positions, raised their rattan shields, and built an impenetrable shield wall on all sides of Jiang Yuan. At the same time, among the alliance armies on both sides of the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, hundreds of spears shot up into the sky and fell like a rainstorm, shooting towards the chiefing people in the center. Chapter 131, The Power of Catapult. Hundreds of spears filled the sky, making the already gray sky even darker. Jiang Yuan hid under the fortress made of rattan shields, listening to the sound of spears hitting the shields, which sounded like heavy rain hitting doors and windows. At the same time, outside, the chiefing people's screams and wails were heard one after another, which lasted for a long time and echoed throughout the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. Puff, puff. The sound of spears piercing bodies rang out, and blood splashed in the air. Groups of chiefing people fell down together like stalks of wheat swept by a strong wind. Chi Man was so heartbroken when he saw the tragic deaths of his tribesmen that he couldn't help but roar wildly. He swung the wooden spear in his hand vigorously, knocking away one spear after another. However, the spear's attack was dense and fierce, covering the entire sky. Chi Man groaned as a spear pierced through his shoulder. He let out a roar of unwillingness, pulled out his spear, and a piece of flesh and blood came out from his shoulder. The spear was stained with blood and pieces of meat hanging on it. Chi Man's face was ferocious, as if he felt no pain. Whoosh! With a sound of breaking through the air, a spear shot towards Chi Man's forehead. Pucci! The red lion rushed to the red barbarian and raised the body of a member of his own tribe to block the incoming spears. He grabbed Chi Man and dived into the pile of corpses. Seeing this, the rest of the frightened chiefing people grabbed the corpses beside them to block the spears shooting from the air. Even so, in the blink of an eye, nearly 50 chiefing people were killed by spears and guns. Damn it! Chi Man, his body covered in blood, opened his bloodshot eyes. Through the cracks in the pile of corpses, he looked at his tribesmen who were dying tragically outside and felt a heart-wrenching pain. While the chiefing people were retreating due to being beaten by spears and lances, Jiang Yuan ordered his men to remove the rattan shields and retreat to blend in with the army that was attacking the chiefing tribe. The chiefing tribe is now trapped in the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, with towering cliffs on both sides and hundreds of enemies attacking from both sides. It can be said that there is no way to go up or down. We are really going to be annihilated here. When Chi Man saw that there was a gap in the spear attack of the Lisan alliance, he immediately pushed away the corpse on top of him and shouted to his tribesmen, follow me, and kill them." As the voice fell, Chi Man, with red hair, green face and blood all over his body, took the lead and rushed towards the Lisan alliance, blocking the entrance of the valley like a peerless demon god. Kill, kill, kill. The bloodiness and savagery running in the chiefing people's blood seemed to be activated by Chi Man. They let out earth-shaking roars and followed Chi Man, fearlessly launching an attack towards the Lisan Mountain Alliance. Jiang Yuan sneered when he saw this. He did not let the alliance army fight with the chiefing people in a hand-to-hand fight. Instead, he shouted loudly, "Catapults and stone throwers, get ready. Smash them. Bang, bang, bang." The stone-flying man, who had been ready to launch the attack, released the double slingshots in his hands, and hundreds of pieces of broken stone shot out. At the same time, accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, two huge rocks mixed in with the rubble were seen in the sky, cutting through the sky and smashing heavily towards the chiefing crowd in the center of the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. Bang! Accompanied by two loud bangs, 4 or 5 chiefing people were instantly hit by huge rocks. Their chests shattered, their brains splattered, and the body fragments and blood spurted out, like flowers scattered by fairies, splashing all over the valley. The boulder continued to charge forward with unabated momentum, and nothing could stop it. It smashed towards the chiefing people behind it like a meteor, leaving 2 bloody paths in the crowd of chiefing people. After more than a dozen chiefing people were smashed into meat paste, the boulder fell to the ground, leaving 2 large pits in the earth. The sudden arrival of the huge rock slowed down the attack of the chiefing people, not to mention ordinary members of the tribe. Even Chi Man was frightened and confused. They couldn't understand why the huge rocks that fell from the sky attacked them. The chiefing people thought that the Lisan Alliance army had the help of gods. In the blink of an eye, the Alliance army had not lost a single member, but the chiefing people had suffered more than half of their casualties, with only about 80 chiefing people left on the field. Clan leader, what's going on with this stone? The red lion's legs were shaking and his voice was trembling. Damn you bastards. Chi Man suppressed the fear in his heart and roared like a madman. Could it be that the chiefing tribe is really going to perish here today? Thinking of this, Chi Man couldn't stop shaking all over. Is it fear or the excitement of smelling blood? Chi Man licked the blood on his face and laughed wildly. I never thought that my chiefing tribe would be wiped out by you bastards today. Jiang Yuan and his men stared coldly at the crazy Chi Man. Hundreds of spears had been equipped with spear throwers and were ready to go. Chi Man raised his wooden spear and roared loudly. People of the chiefing tribe, even if we die here in battle today, we must kill these bastards. Follow me. Kill, kill, kill. More than 80 members of the chiefing tribe were like wild beasts trapped in a cage. Their eyes were red and they let out earth-shaking roars, ready to make a final desperate fight. Chapter 132, Chi Man's Death. There were only more than 80 people from the chiefing tribe who charged forward at the risk of their lives, but they unleashed a mighty force like thousands of troops. Jiang Yuan looked at this scene, and his heart couldn't help but tremble again. Being brave and fearless is the basis for chiefing tribe to dominate the Lisan Mountains. If Jiang Yuan did not possess wisdom far beyond this era, the Lisan Alliance army would have the power to crush the chiefing tribe. Jiang Yuan would never choose to go to war with the chiefing tribe. Such an opponent is too terrifying. Fire the spear gun. Jiang Yuan looked at the chiefing people who were charging towards him in a spear formation and immediately ordered them to fire their spears again. He couldn't let the spear of the chiefing tribe tear apart the shield formed by the Lisan Alliance army at the entrance of the valley. Hundreds of spears shot up into the sky, and in an instant dozens of chiefing people fell in a pool of blood. However, this time, no chiefing people chose to stop. They were covered in blood, roaring, running wildly, and waving wooden spears, like an army of evil spirits crawling out of a bloody prison, charging forward towards the Alliance army. Kill him. Seeing the chiefing people, who were only about 30 people left, rushing towards him, Jiang Yuan let out an angry roar. Boom! The Alliance army of nearly 600 people launched the attack one after another. With every step they took, the Valley of Beasts trembled. They trapped more than 30 chiefing people in the valley and attacked them from both sides. These chiefing people were like a leaf beaten by the raging waves in the boundless ocean and were shattered in an instant. Even so, these chiefing people caused the Lisan Mountain Alliance army to pay the price of more than 30 lives. In the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, blood flowed like a river, debris was scattered all over the ground, and corpses piled up like mountains. Chi Man stood on the pile of corpses of the Alliance army. His hair was disheveled, his body was covered with blood, and his body was covered with hideous wounds of various sizes. Chi Man looked at the countless wooden spears pointing at him and couldn't help but let out a wild laugh. Jiang Yuan stared at the lonely Chi Man and shouted coldly, Chi Man, today you will pay for the lives of those people in the Lai Mountain range who were eaten by the chiefing tribe. Chi Man was gasping for breath. He was leaning on a broken wooden spear. The bloody hole on his chest was clearly visible from front to back, and blood was flowing out like a stream. He heard Jiang Yuan's angry shout and looked in the direction of the sound. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at Jiang Yuan. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, I never thought that my chiefing tribe would perish in the hands of a bunch of bastards like you. Ha! Chi Man laughed wildly again. I only regret that I can't destroy your tribe and avenge my son. Kill him. Jiang Yuan stopped talking nonsense with him and shouted coldly. Boom! Countless people moved at the same time, and countless wooden spears stabbed out at the same time. The Chi Man, who had already fought to exhaustion, was pierced by countless wooden spears. Blood gushed out of the wound like a fountain, and Chi Man died in an instant. His death was extremely tragic. Because of the countless wooden spears stuck in his body, Chi Man's body could not fall to the ground. Jiang Yuan looked at Chi Man, who was as terrifying as a hedgehog soaked in blood. A huge rock in his heart finally fell to the ground. After dozens of days of fighting with the chiefing tribe, today's battle in the Valley of 10,000 Beasts finally put an end to the war between the tribes. Chi Man, The cannibalistic demon who was responsible for the eating of half of the tribesmen in the Lizhan Mountains finally died today. Jiang Yuan walked up to the pile of corpses step by step. He swung his iron spear, cut off Qi Man's head, and held it high in the air. Jiang Yuan faced everyone, his animal hide already soaked in blood. The allied army of more than 500 people looked at Jiang Yuan, who was holding up the head of the Qi Man, their eyes flashing with fanaticism and excitement. The entire Valley of Beasts was silent. Jiang Yuan shouted loudly, "The Chiefing tribe has been destroyed." The Alliance army immediately let out a thunderous cheer that lasted for a long time, rolling and surging in the valley. In the crowd, man was holding a blood-stained wooden spear. He was holding the head of a red lion, with tears rolling down his eyes. On that day, it was Chishi who led the Chiefing tribe to attack the Qingtsong tribe, killed his father, and massacred and pursued his tribesmen. How can man not be excited when his great revenge is achieved today? Jiang Yuan walked down the pile of corpses carrying Qi Man's head. More than a dozen tribe leaders rushed up and surrounded Jiang Yuan. Lai was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. His voice was shaking. "Master Jiang Yuan, what are we going to do next?" Jiang Yuan's eyes were burning, and his blood was boiling like a surging river. Jiang Yuan raised his iron spear and pointed in the direction of the Chiefing Valley. "Kill them all and eradicate the roots." Chapter 133. Encountering the gray jackal on the road. When everyone heard this, they all shouted, "Kill them all." There are still more than 100 young children in the Chiefing Valley. Jiang Yuan cannot leave any trouble for the Yunshi tribe because of his momentary mercy. Jiang Yuan shouted to everyone, "Everyone, follow me to Chiefing Valley and completely wipe out the Chiefing tribe. Destroy the Chiefing tribe." When the dozen or so clan leaders who had been oppressed by the Chiefing tribe for a long time thought that the Chiefing tribe was really going to be destroyed today, they all trembled with excitement. Under the leadership of Jiang Yuan, the Alliance army cleaned up the battlefield, collected spears and muskets, and buried the bodies of the tribesmen who died in the battle on the spot. After an inventory, it was found that only 2 members of the Yunshi tribe were killed in the battle, and none of the 20 Yunshi soldiers were killed. The other 12 tribes each lost around 3 or 4 people. This loss is insignificant compared to today's fruitful results. The victorious Alliance army, with great momentum, led by Jiang Yuan, rushed out of the Valley of 10,000 Beasts and headed towards the Chiefing Valley. More than a dozen clan leaders were in high spirits. They surrounded Jiang Yuan and talked loudly with excitement on their faces. This huge mountain that weighed on the backs of all the tribes, this nightmare in the hearts of all the tribes, has finally been eradicated today. After walking for about a moment, we saw heads and shadows floating in front of us, as if a large number of strange people were approaching. Jiang Yuan ordered the Lizhan Mountain Alliance army to stop, and he and a dozen clan leaders stepped forward to look into the distance. When the other party approached, they found that it was the 5 chiefs, Gray Jackal, Bay, White Monkey, etc., who had rushed here with their people from their respective tribes. When Jiang Yuan saw these 5 people, he was furious and his eyes seemed to be bursting with anger. He took a long breath and suppressed the urge to ask the Yunshi tribe to attack him. Jiang Yuan didn't know what the other tribes meant. If he attacked rashly, it would most likely put the Yunshi tribe in a passive situation of being outnumbered 5 by 1. It turned out to be these 5 damn guys. The chief of the Canlong tribe cursed angrily. He said angrily, "We killed all the people of the Chiefing tribe before they came. I saw these bastards in Yunshi Valley. They don't want to go to war with the Chiefing tribe." The chief of the Changchuan tribe also cursed. Immediately, more than a dozen clan leaders shouted angrily and accused the 5 gray jackals. The gray jackal in the distance was shocked when he saw the Alliance army of more than 500 people in front of him. After staring for a moment, his eyes flashed. After a moment, the gray jackal waved his hand and hurried forward with the other 4 chiefs. "Dear clan leaders, are we heading to the Valley of Beasts?" The gray jackal looked at everyone, secretly surprised, but said with a flattering smile on his face, "Gray jackal, open your blind eyes and look at the blood on us. We have wiped out the Chiefing tribe." The chief of the Lion and Tiger tribe was furious. He pointed at the gray jackal and started cursing. The chief of the Peakstone tribe also taunted, "Gray jackal, are we heading this way to the Valley of Beasts? Have you become stupid from sleeping so much?" Gray jackal was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect that the Chiefing tribe would be destroyed so quickly. However, when Gray jackal heard everyone's angry scolding, his face turned pale and blue. As the head of the clan, how could he be humiliated like this? The gray jackal was about to leap up when he suddenly saw the unfriendly looks from the dozen tribe leaders in front of him. He immediately became like a deflated ball and said timidly, After we set out from the tribe, we kept running towards the valley of 10,000 beasts, but we didn't stop for a moment. The 4 clan leaders, including Bai Ho and Bai Yi, nodded in agreement. Jiang Yuan sneered in his heart when he heard this. The fact that these 5 guys could get together at this time meant that they had agreed in advance to be late on purpose. However, Jiang Yuan did not point it out loud because someone would speak for him. Sure enough, the chief of the Eagle tribe shouted immediately, "Our Eagle tribe is farther away than your tribes. We can make it, but you 5 tribes can't. You bunch of bastards, are you good for nothing? Why are you running so slowly?" The angry chief of the Fengshe tribe cursed. At this moment, he felt as upset as if he had been betrayed by the Gray Jackal and other 5 tribes. The 5 chiefs, including the Gray Jackal and the White Monkey, had gloomy expressions and said nothing. Just because they are afraid of the chiefing tribe doesn't mean they are afraid of other tribes. The hundreds of tribesmen following the 5 chiefs of the Gray Jackal clan looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what to do. Just as the 2 sides were on the verge of a stalemate, Black Bear, the chief of the Barbarian Bear tribe, suddenly spoke up. "Gray Jackal, the 5 tribes of you, get out of here right now. We still have to attack the Chiefing Valley." When Gray Jackal saw Black Bear speak, he put on a smile that was uglier than crying. "Our tribe has also joined the alliance. Let us attack the Chiefing Valley together with you." The Barbarian Bear tribe is a large tribe with nearly 300 people, and Gray Jackal cannot afford to offend them. Jiang Yuan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said in a cold voice, "Get out of the way quickly. We don't need you to attack the Chiefing tribe. If you stand in our way, we will destroy you too." Chapter 134, Eliminating the Roots. The Gray Jackal's face turned ashen, with veins throbbing on his forehead. The 4 clan leaders, White Monkey, Bei, and others, also had faces filled with anger. Jiang Yuan looked at the 5 people coldly and clenched the iron spear in his hand. Jiang Yuan saw it clearly. If a battle really broke out, the 5 tribes that first agreed to form an alliance, namely the Lion and Tiger, Songlong, Eagle, Fengshe, and Changchuan, would definitely help the Yunchi tribe. So Jiang Yuan was not afraid at all at this time, and was not worried at all that the Yunchi tribe would be trapped in a situation where one tribe would fight against many enemies. And now, he was intentionally trying to provoke the Gray Jackal. "Get out of here!" Man behind Jiang Yuan roared, and with his swish, he thrust the wooden spear with blood grooves carved in it into the ground. The Gray Jackal suddenly chuckled. He let out a long breath, and nodded while smiling flatteringly. Okay, we'll get out of the way right now." Currently, the 500 alliance troops are united, and the cunning Gray Jackal has no intention of challenging them. Gray Jackal pulled the still angry White Monkey, Bei, and other clan leaders to one side, and ordered more than 100 clan members behind him to make way for the Lisan Alliance army. The 500 allied troops passed by them in a mighty procession. The chief of the Lion Tiger tribe looked at the Gray Jackal and snorted disdainfully, "You bastard." Jiang Yuan was walking at the front of the army, and he was paying attention to the Gray Jackal. This guy is patient enough, totally unlike other primitive people who are hot-tempered and straightforward. Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered. He planned to settle today's account with the 5 tribes of Gray Jackals, White Monkeys, and so on. After all, the pottery and spear throwers of the Yunchi tribe were not obtained for free. Looking at the direction where the alliance army left, the faces of the 5 Gray Jackal chiefs were gloomy. "These damn guys." The chief of the White Monkey tribe cursed with hatred. Since he was born, no one except the chiefing tribe dared to humiliate him like this. Several clan leaders shouted and cursed a few times to vent their anger, then led their people away and returned to their respective tribes. The Gray Jackal sat on the ground, a gleam in his eyes. "Father, aren't we leaving?" Gray Jackal's son, Earth Jackal, asked in a low voice after hesitating for a moment. Gray Jackal pondered for a moment and whispered, "I guess the Yunchi tribe's catapults should still be in the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, right?" Jiang Yuan looked at the huge valley in front of him and was slightly shocked. This Chiefing Valley is much larger than the Yunchi tribe. The mountains on both sides of the valley stretch out into ridges that stretch as far as the eye can see. The valley was dark, and there were gusts of whistling wind coming from the valley entrance, bringing with it a foul smell. Jiang Yuan frowned slightly, covered his mouth and nose, and shouted loudly, "No matter old or young, all the chiefing people will be killed without a single one left alive. Kill them all." The alliance army behind them roared like thunder and waves, and they shouted loudly, holding wooden spears, and rushed into the Chiefing Valley. Jiang Yuan, Lai, Man, and Yinshi led 20 Yunchi soldiers and rushed into the valley. Jiang Yuan was really shocked by the scene at the valley entrance. Both sides of the valley entrance were filled with leftover human bones and remains, and the Bone Mountain was almost as high as the Chiefing Valley. The ground was covered with blood and mud, as well as wisps of hair and broken human skin stuck to the mud. It is no exaggeration to say that it is hell on earth. Not far ahead, several young chiefing people with red hair and green faces were playing in the valley. However, the Alliance army rushed to them quickly. Spears were raised and blood was splashed, and several young tribesmen from the chiefing tribe were killed. He fell in a pool of blood in an instant. Jiang Yuan's eyes were cold and emotionless. He strode forward and ordered the Yunshi soldiers around him to massacre the remaining people of Chiefing. The Chiefing Valley was instantly filled with endless crying and screaming. Jiang Yuan stepped onto the altar of the Chiefing tribe. He looked at the blazing fire in the altar and remained silent. The Chiefing tribe migrated from outside the Lizhan Mountains. It seems that the primitive tribes outside the Lizhan Mountains have a much more advanced level of civilization than the primitive tribes in the Lizhan Mountains. After all, both flames and spear throwers represent the level of advancement of a tribe's civilization. Jiang Yuan listened to the shouting and crying sounds coming from the Chiefing Valley. His heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. He didn't know what price he would have to pay for killing these young descendants of the Chiefing tribe in the future. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan thought of the great emperor who slaughtered all the descendants of Zhao when he destroyed the state of Zhao. Jiang Yuan's heart suddenly hardened like iron, his eyes clear and sharp. If we don't kill them all, we will only leave trouble for ourselves in the future. Jiang Yuan glanced around with cold eyes, and suddenly he saw a trembling Chiefing tribe member, crawling in the shadows with a hunched body. Chapter 135, The Destruction of Chiefing. Jiang Yuan strode forward, holding an iron spear, and kicked the man to the ground. This man had an old appearance, a wolf-tooth necklace around his neck, and a long black-scaled snake wrapped around his arm. He looked very eerie and scary. A wizard from Chiefing. Jiang Yuan's eyes flashed. He could tell the difference of this old man at a glance. Jiang Yuan did not kill him immediately, but carried him to the throne. Jiang Yuan sat upright on the throne, while the Chiefing wizard knelt before him, his body shaking like a sieve. "Sir, please don't kill me, don't kill me." The Chiefing wizard knelt on the ground and begged bitterly. The animal hide under his crotch was already wet with urine. Jiang Yuan placed the iron spear on the neck of the Chiefing wizard and said in a cold tone, "I won't kill you, but you have to answer a few questions for me." The Chiefing wizard kowtowed and agreed, saying, Okay. Jiang Yuan has too many questions about the Chiefing tribe. Jiang Yuan asked, "Why are the people of Chiefing tribes so strong?" Jiang Yuan has been confused about this for a long time. Although the Yunshi people were relatively weak, it shouldn't be possible for only 3 Yunshi people to barely fight a tie with the Chiefing tribe. The Chiefing wizard knelt down and answered, "I don't know, sir. The people of the Chiefing tribe have always been stronger. Tell the truth." Jiang Yuan's eyes turned cold, and the blade cut through the skin of the Chiefing wizard. The Chiefing wizard begged for mercy and kowtowed. He said, "Maybe after we came to the Lizhan Mountains, we can eat a lot of meat every day, so we have become stronger." Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment and thought that primitive people who ate cooked meat every day would definitely be stronger than the people in the Yunshi tribe who ate fruits every day. And maybe the Chiefing people really have the bonus of racial talent. After all, the Chiefing people have red hair and green faces, which is completely different from the people in the Lizhan Mountains. Jiang Yuan did not press him any further, but asked, "Where are you from?" The Chiefing wizard knelt down and answered, "We come from the distant mountains, and there are high mountains everywhere." Jiang Yuan asked, "Which direction?" The Chiefing wizard was stunned for a moment, then pointed to the west of the Lizhan Mountains. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and asked again, "Do the tribes in that place all use fire?" "Yes." Chiefing wizard nodded quickly. "They all know how to use fire." Jiang Yuan's eyes flashed with solemnity, and he asked, "Why did you come to the Lizhan Mountains?" The Chiefing wizard replied, "We were driven out. Our original tribe drove us away. We migrated all the way and came to the Lizhan Mountains." Jiang Yuan's heart tightened. "You mean, the mountains over there are full of you cannibals?" The Chiefing wizard nodded repeatedly, and then he quickly shook his head and said, "But there are other tribes there too." The Chiefing wizard then hurried forward and kissed Jiang Yuan's feet repeatedly, begging for mercy. "Sir, I have said everything you asked me to say. Please forgive me." Jiang Yuan frowned. He stood up, raised his spear, and swung it down. Blood splattered. The Chiefing wizard covered his throat and struggled and whimpered on the ground. His gloomy and turbid eyes were wide open, looking at Jiang Yuan unwillingly. Jiang Yuan sighed slightly, and he stepped on the black-scaled snake that was trying to escape to death, with a hint of sadness between his brows. According to what the Chiefing wizard said, The chiefing tribe of 800 people is just a small branch of the cannibals in the mountains west of the Lizhan Mountains. How many cannibals are living in these western mountains? If they were allowed to come to the Lizhan Mountains, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the tribes in the Lizhan Mountains. Jiang Yuan shook his head to dispel the worries in his heart. There was absolutely no need for him to worry at this moment. If it really came to that, he would have to fight back against the enemy with his own force and block the water with earth. Lion Man came quickly, both of them covered in blood. Jiang Yuan looked around and saw that the Chiefing Valley was a sea of blood and corpses. More than 500 Alliance soldiers were still ravaging the bodies of the Chiefing people, venting their resentment towards the Chiefing tribe. Lai Bing reported, Lord Jiang Yuan, the more than 100 young people of the Chiefing tribe have been killed by us. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. Nothing is missing, right? Lai shook his head and said no. At this time, more than a dozen clan leaders also came up, and the wooden spears in their hands were soaked in blood. Jiang Yuan, the Chiefing tribe has finally perished. The chief of the Lion and Tiger tribe laughed loudly. The chief of the Zonglong tribe was also shaking with excitement. My Zonglong tribe can finally return to the northern grasslands to hunt. The grasslands in the north of the Lizhan Mountains were home to abundant and juicy prey, and were originally a hunting ground for many tribes. However, after the Chiefing tribe arrived, they took over the area. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and said to everyone, My fellow tribe leaders, now that Chiefing has been destroyed, the gifts promised to you by my Yunshi tribe will definitely be delivered. Hearing this, the clan leader's eyes lit up. Jiang Yuan smiled again and said, 5 days later, please go to Yunshi Valley. Okay, all the clan leaders responded. Chiefing had been destroyed, so they did not stay any longer and left one after another. Shou saw Jiang Yuan standing there, seemingly in deep thought. He hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and asked, Master Jiang Yuan, aren't we leaving yet? Jiang Yuan picked up a piece of white and yellow soil from the body of the Chiefing wizard and looked at it in his hand. He said slowly, No hurry, explore the Chiefing Valley before leaving. Chapter 136 Salt Lake, Brine Lake. Explore it. Shou looked a little puzzled and said, But Lord Jiang Yuan, we have already searched the entire Chiefing Valley. Jiang Yuan crushed the white and yellow soil in his hand into powder and licked it with the tip of his tongue. A bitter and salty taste came out. Jiang Yuan's heart trembled, and his whole body was instantly overwhelmed by ecstasy. He seemed to understand why the people of the Chiefing tribe were so powerful. Lord Jiang Yuan, are you hungry? I have barbecue here. Shou saw Jiang Yuan eating dirt and quickly took out a piece of barbecue from his arms and handed it to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan was shaking with excitement at this moment. Bitter and salty? Isn't this the salt he has been looking for since he came to this primitive world? Lord Jiang Yuan, what's wrong with you? Shou asked anxiously when he saw Jiang Yuan's appearance. I'm fine, Jiang Yuan shouted. He pinched the powder in his hand and sprinkled it into his mouth, tasting the bitter and salty taste that ordinary people could not bear. However, Jiang Yuan's face showed an extremely intoxicated look. Jiang Yuan licked the tip of his tongue and stared at the salt block in his hand with a burning and bright gaze. Hunting. Jiang Yuan's eyes were bright, and he shouted loudly, Take your people with you. Search the Chiefing Valley from top to bottom, inside and outside, carefully again. I don't believe that there is no prey and no prisoners in this Chiefing Valley. Yes. Shou agreed and immediately led his people to search the Chiefing Valley. Lai, man, you two bring the soldiers and follow me. Jiang Yuan shouted again. He looked up and down the Chiefing Valley, looking for a way to climb. Salt may be an important reason why the Chiefing people are braver and stronger than other tribes. The block of salt in Jiang Yuan's hand was the one that dropped when he killed the Chiefing wizard. Jiang Yuan regretted deeply at this time, hating himself for killing the Chiefing wizard too early. Jiang Yuan had to find out where the salt in the Chiefing wizard's hand came from no matter what. Jiang Yuan climbed up the mountains on both sides of the Chiefing Valley. He brought 20 Yunshi soldiers with him and searched along the way for possible salt-producing areas. Before they knew it, 2 hours had passed, and everyone's faces showed signs of fatigue. However, as they watched Jiang Yuan climbing the rocks with great interest, they did not dare to make a sound and could only follow behind obediently. Ha ha! I found it! I found it! Suddenly, Jiang Yuan's ecstatic shouts were heard from a higher level of the mountain. Upon hearing this, Lion Man felt nervous and quickly increased their climbing speed. When the two stood at the same height as Jiang Yuan, they saw the scene in front of them and scratched the back of their heads in confusion, not understanding why Jiang Yuan was so excited. In the mountains ahead, there is a white lake as bright as a gem. Under the sunlight, the lake sparkles and dazzles everyone's eyes. Lord Jiang Yuan, why are you so excited? It's just a lake, right? Lai stepped forward and asked in confusion. Jiang Yuan laughed loudly. He strode forward, stepped into the lake, and reached out to touch the white and yellow crystals at the bottom of the shore. Jiang Yuan held the white-yellow crystal in his hand in front of Lai and Man and said excitedly, "This is a salt lake. To be more precise, it's called a brine lake." Seeing the two people's confused faces, Jiang Yuan put the crystal in his hand into his mouth and licked it. It tasted extremely bitter and salty. Jiang Yuan asked excitedly, "Do you know salt?" Both of them shook their heads. Jiang Yuan said, "After eating this, you will become as strong as the people of Qifeng." What? Upon hearing this, Lai and Man's eyes widened. They quickly stepped forward, grabbed a handful of white and yellow salt from the bottom of the shore, and put it directly into their mouths to chew. Pa pa pa. Lai and Man ate a large piece of the food, their faces twisted in pain. They vomited violently and quickly dived into the lake to drink 2 mouthfuls of water. The bitter and salty taste almost made them die. Master Jiang Yuan, this thing is too disgusting, isn't it? Lai's face was wrinkled. Those guys in the Qifeng tribe eat this thing every day? Jiang Yuan looked at the two people's embarrassed appearance and couldn't help laughing. This is a brine lake. The salt in it needs to be further purified. When the time comes, you will know how delicious food with salt is. As Jiang Yuan spoke, he looked around the lake and saw a stream gurgling from a higher mountain and pouring into the lake. But there is no stream flowing out of this lake. Over time, water evaporated and salt accumulated, forming this salt lake. Lai and Man looked at each other in bewilderment as they listened to Jiang Yuan's words. Could this salt really be so delicious? Jiang Yuan laughed loudly and said, "And this is a brine lake in the salt lake. Look at the salt blocks at the bottom of the lake. They are so clean. They can be eaten after a little purification. This salt lake is a rare treasure." Chapter 137 Return to the Tribe. Jiang Yuan immediately said to Lai and Man, "Take off your animal skins and pack some salt blocks back with you." After hesitating for a long time, Lai and Man finally took off the animal skins on their bodies, leaving only a small piece to use as a cover. The 20 Yunshi soldiers following behind also filled the rattan shields in their hands and the animal skins on their bodies with salt blocks dug out from the lake. Jiang Yuan pondered for a while, considering whether to leave soldiers here to guard the salt lake. After all, salt plays an extremely important role in people's daily lives. This can be seen from the state-run salt and iron enterprises in later generations. Jiang Yuan rejected this idea after a little thought, because other tribes in the Liaison Mountains had not yet discovered the importance of the salt lake. Secondly, the Qifeng Valley was half a day's walk away from the Yunshi Valley, making travel very inconvenient. A group of more than 20 people climbed down the valley, and Shou led dozens of hunting members and waited here for a long time. "Did you find anything?" Jiang Yuan asked. Shou nodded quickly and said, "Yes, Lord Jiang Yuan." He led Jiang Yuan to an extremely remote and narrow crevice in the Qifeng Valley. It was pitch black in the narrow gap, and Jiang Yuan couldn't see the scene inside at all. "Come out," Shou shouted inside. There was a rustling sound in the narrow gap, and then about 20 disheveled primitive people walked out. These people were very thin, both men and women, and their faces looked very frightened, but they all looked relatively young. I asked, and these people were captured by the Qifeng tribe. Shou explained to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan glanced at these people, and what surprised him was that some of these women were pregnant. Jiang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, with a chill in his eyes. It was obvious that the babies in their bellies were all descendants of the Qifeng tribe. Shou asked, "Master Jiang Yuan, what should we do with these people?" Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment. He really couldn't bring himself to do anything to these pregnant women. "Let's release all these women." Jiang Yuan pointed at the women who were pregnant. "You can go now." Shou immediately carried them out from the crowd and shouted to them. A few people seemed unable to believe it. After confirming with Jiang Yuan again, they ran out of the valley in ecstasy. Jiang Yuan looked at their departing figures and said silently in his heart, "After they leave, whether they live or die, it has nothing to do with me." He looked at the remaining dozen or so frightened primitive people and asked loudly, "Are you willing to join the Yunshi tribe?" A dozen people looked at each other. Some of them were wanderers, and some were from other tribes. When they heard Jiang Yuan's question, they didn't know how to answer. Jiang Yuan shouted, "Today it was our Yunshi tribe that wiped out the Qifeng tribe. If you join our tribe, we can protect you." Jiang Yuan paused and said, "Besides, we in the Yunshi tribe have a variety of food for you to enjoy." After hearing this, some people's eyes suddenly lit up, and some people immediately shouted that they wanted to join the Yunshi tribe. After some questioning, a total of 10 people were willing to join the Yunshi tribe. Jiang Yuan secretly calculated in his mind that the Yunshi tribe originally had more than 170 people and later merged with 60 people from the Qingsong tribe. With the addition of these 10 people and the high-level members of the Yunshi tribe, before he knew it, the Yunshi tribe already had about 250 people. Jiang Yuan ordered, "Ask them what tribe they are from. Let the people from other tribes go, and kill the people from the jackal, bay, and white monkey tribes directly." "Yes." Shou responded and immediately questioned the few people who were unwilling to join the Yunshi tribe. A moment later, the hunter raised his spear and 3 people were killed on the spot. Jiang Yuan glanced at the other people who were in a daze and ordered his men to pile up the bodies of all the chiefing people in the Chiefing Valley, then take the flame from the chiefing altar that had not yet been extinguished, collect firewood, and directly set all the bodies on fire. In an instant, the raging fire engulfed the entire pile of corpses, and gusts of foul-smelling wind mixed with rolling heat waves blew towards them, forcing Yunshi and his group to flee in panic. Jiang Yuan ran several hundred steps before he took a deep breath of fresh air. The people in Yunshi who followed closely behind were also gasping for breath, their chests rising and falling rapidly. "Let's go." Jiang Yuan took a deep look at the Chiefing Valley. Everyone walked towards the Yunshi tribe under the stars. Chapter 138, The Jackal Tribe's Attack. Looking at the flames burning in the Yunshi Valley, Jiang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. There were about 60 of them in their group. They traveled through the wilderness in the dark for 2 hours, but no carnivorous beasts dared to provoke them. "Open. We're back." Shou stood outside the trench with his hands in the shape of trumpets, shouting into the valley. The sleepy Chief Tsang, Elder Pan, Elder Wei and others who were waiting in the valley heard Shou shout and became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They shouted at their tribesmen to open the mountain gate. Everyone crossed the trench bridge, and Qing and Shi threw themselves into Jiang Yuan's arms. The 2 girls cried bitterly. As the living conditions of the Yunshi tribe became better and better, the 2 girls became more and more eye-catching and outstanding. Unknowingly, they changed the original aesthetic of the Yunshi tribe from strong and solid to slender and beautiful. Okay, I'm fine." Jiang Yuan put down the iron spear in his hand, patted the 2 women on the back, and with his 2 strong arms, he wrapped his arms around the 2 women's slender waists, picked them up, and walked towards the valley. The 2 girls blushed with shame and struggled in vain. They could only let Jiang Yuan carry them as they walked. Jiang Yuan discovered that since he came to this primitive world, his physical fitness and strength had been constantly improving, and after training for a long time, he could now actually lift 2 women at the same time with relative ease. The others couldn't help but burst into laughter when they saw this scene. Jiang Yuan was playing with the 2 girls in the cave. It could be said that Qing and Shi, these 2 little white rabbits, were only 1 step away from being completely devoured by Jiang Yuan, the big bad wolf. However, there was a shout from the tribesmen outside the cave. Jiang Yuan had only half of the hide removed, and he shouted impatiently, "Wait a minute." However, the tribesmen seemed to be in a hurry and kept urging outside the cave. Jiang Yuan was helpless and sighed heavily. He glanced at the 2 women and said helplessly, "I'll be out for a while, and we'll be back soon." The 2 women hiding under the animal skins were naked. Qing nodded with a blushing face. Before Jiang Yuan left, she also told him, "Wash the blood off your body." Jiang Yuan nodded, put on the animal skins, and walked out of the cave. Jiang Yuan asked unhappily with a dark face, "What's the matter?" Seeing Jiang Yuan's unhappy expression, the tribe member also panicked. "Chief Tsang asked me to call you and told you to come over immediately." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, and under the leadership of this tribe member, he rushed to the cave of the Tsang tribe leader. "Jiang Yuan, you're here." Chief Tsang nodded slightly towards Jiang Yuan and invited Jiang Yuan to sit down. In addition to the 2 elders Pan and Wei, what Jiang Yuan did not expect was that the wolf was also here. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yuan asked, sitting cross-legged. "Master Jiang Yuan." The wolf called out respectfully, his face extremely serious. "One of our tribe's catapults was lost." "What?" Jiang Yuan stood up suddenly. He suppressed his anger and said in a cold tone, "What's going on?" The catapult can be said to be the most powerful weapon in the Lisan Mountains today. The Yunshi tribe only has 3 of them now. How could Jiang Yuan not be anxious after losing one of the catapults? The wolf shrank his neck and said, "Master Jiang Yuan, when you attacked Chiefing Valley today, you asked me to escort the catapults back to the tribe. Because the 2 catapults were on both sides of the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, I divided the tribesmen into 2 groups. As a result, the tribesmen in the other group." "Speak." Jiang Yuan's eyes twitched slightly. Wolf said in a deep voice, "As a result, another group of tribesmen never returned to the valley, so we went to look for them. In the end, they were all dead, and the catapult was lost. Jiang Yuan was filled with rage when he heard this. He subconsciously thought of the gray jackal and his men. Qifeng had been destroyed, and the patriarchs of other tribes were all by his side. Only the 5 tribes, including the gray jackal and Bei, had the opportunity to take action. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath and suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. Which direction are the wheel marks going? The valley of the jackal tribe, said Chief Tsang in a deep voice. Bang! Jiang Yuan hammered the stone surface hard, and his palm was covered in blood. At this moment, Jiang Yuan's heart was filled with murderous intent towards the 5 gray jackals, and he was filled with rage. Don't be anxious, Lord Jiang Yuan. Elder Wei hurriedly advised. Don't be anxious yet. These damned bastards. Elder Pan cursed angrily. We can destroy the Qifeng tribe, and we can also destroy them. Let me see the bodies of my tribesmen. Jiang Yuan did not respond to Elder Pan's words. The wolf nodded slightly. There were 4 corpses in total, and the wounds on the corpses were all caused by spears fired from the spear throwers. What should we do, Jiang Yuan? The Tsang clan leader had a very gloomy expression on his face. Jiang Yuan rubbed his eyebrows and said nothing. The others didn't dare to interrupt. Jiang Yuan pondered for a long time, and then said slowly, I don't know whether this was done by the jackal tribe alone, or by the 5 tribes working together, and they also have a catapult in their hands. Jiang Yuan clenched his fists and said angrily, We can't just go to war with them, but we have to avenge this. When Jiang Yuan finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement. Wait for the Tsonglong tribe and other tribes to arrive in 5 days. Then we will try our best to win them over. We will definitely kill the gray jackal and other guys. Chapter 139. Peng Who Likes to Think. Jiang Yuan returned to his cave. He sat at the entrance of the cave and looked at the night sky. He couldn't calm down for a long time. The 5 tribes of Chai, Bei, and Baiho attacked Qifeng together and betrayed the tribe first, and then ambushed the Yunqi tribe and stole the catapult. Jiang Yuan whispered, New and old grudges will be settled together in the future. Today, in the Lisan Mountains, the Qifeng tribe has been destroyed. Although there are still a few insects jumping around, they are far less ferocious than the Qifeng tribe, which makes people feel uneasy. The Yunqi tribe now has more than 250 members, including more than 70 adult strong males, including 20 strong and brave Yunqi soldiers. It can be said that in the current Lisan Mountains, only the barbarian bear tribe has the strength to compete with the Yunqi tribe. With the support of catapults and various weapons and tools, the Yunqi tribe can be said to have become the largest tribe in the Lisan Mountains. The one who should be worried at this time is not Jiang Yuan, but the White Monkey and Chai tribes. They should think about how to face the revenge of the fierce tiger of Yunqi tribe. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath and no longer had the intention to tease Qing and Shi. It was already late at night, and Jiang Yuan, tired and sleepy from many days, fell into a deep sleep while hugging the 2 girls. The next day, Jiang Yuan woke up and found Qing and Shi were no longer around. He dressed and washed up, then went to check on the bodies of the 4 tribesmen who were killed in the ambush. 4 bodies were descending from a high mountain in the Yunqi Valley. Many tribesmen were watching, and some of them were covering their faces and crying. Jiang Yuan did not leave until the 4 bodies were buried. When he returned to the cave, Peng was standing beside his cave, holding a spear thrower, waiting. How's the exploration going? Jiang Yuan asked. He once asked Peng to understand why the spear thrower could shoot the spear so far. Master Jiang Yuan, I understand. Peng's eyes were unusually bright. I think that the spear thrower is equivalent to making the spear thrower's arm more powerful, stronger, and longer. That's why the spear thrower can shoot the spear so far. Jiang Yuan burst out laughing when he heard this. Although Peng didn't hit the point, at least he understood it a little bit. Just because Dan Peng likes to think and explore, he is much better than other members of the Yunqi tribe. Jiang Yuan patted his shoulder encouragingly, signaling him to work harder. Do you know what salt is? Jiang Yuan asked as he took Peng towards the stone cave where the salt blocks were stored. Lord Jiang Yuan, are you talking about that salty thing? We used to call salty things salt. Peng asked tentatively. Not bad. Jiang Yuan's eyes lit up. He stared at Peng and asked anxiously, Have you ever eaten this kind of thing? Peng heard this. His eyes dimmed, and he nodded. I have eaten it. The food tastes good with salt. Come with me. Jiang Yuan pulled Peng's arm and walked into the cave. White and yellow salt blocks were piled together in the cave, and 2 tribesmen were guarding it. Is this what you are eating? Jiang Yuan grabbed a handful of salt and placed it in front of Peng. Peng nodded and said, Yes, these are the ones, but the salt block is a bit dirty. Oh, Jiang Yuan's eyes lit up again when he heard that. Could it be that this Peng knew how to purify salt? Jiang Yuan asked, How can you make the salt clean? Peng thought for a moment and then said, add the salt block to the water, pick out the dirt inside, and then dry the water. Jiang Yuan laughed out loud when he heard this. Although what Peng said was just the most basic method of purifying salt, Jiang Yuan also felt like he had found a treasure. For a long time, Jiang Yuan had been troubled by the fact that no one in the Yunchi tribe could keep up with his ideas. Take the construction of the catapult, for example. Without Jiang Yuan, the catapult would have been impossible to build. However, Peng is knowledgeable, likes to think, and has a quick mind, which makes him a perfect candidate in Jiang Yuan's mind. Okay, Jiang Yuan grabbed a handful of salt and put it into Peng's hand and said, if you make some clean salt, if I am satisfied, I can teach you something else. Yes, Lord Jiang Yuan. Peng agreed and nodded vigorously. Jiang Yuan looked at Peng's busy figure with uncontrollable joy in his eyes. Just as he took some barbecue and egg custard and was about to return to the cave to enjoy them, the wolf came running towards him again. Jiang Yuan frowned and asked, what's wrong? Why are you so flustered? The wolf panted and said in a hurry, Master Jiang Yuan, there are many people outside the valley. Go and take a look. Jiang Yuan frowned and asked, who would come to Yunchi Valley? Didn't the Songlong tribe ask them to come back in 4 days? As for the 5 jackal tribes, Jiang Yuan knew that they simply did not have the courage to come to Yunchi Valley again. Wolf swallowed his saliva and said, I heard from Chief Song that those people seem to be from the Gu tribe. Chapter 140. The Valley Tribe Begging for Food. Chief Song, what happened? Jiang Yuan walked quickly up to the bridge and asked. After hearing that they were from the Gu tribe, Jiang Yuan rushed over without stopping. The reason is simple. On the one hand, it is Teng's sister. On the other hand, Jiang Yuan heard from Chief Song that the god worshipped by the Gu tribe is a kind of food called gu. He just doesn't know whether this gu is one of the 5 grains that Jiang Yuan has been looking for. A group of people came asking for food. Chief Song pointed at a group of people below with an unhappy look on his face. Jiang Yuan looked ahead and saw a group of people being stopped outside the trench. They had dark skin and looked extremely miserable and thin. They were even more miserable than the people of the Qingtsong tribe that Jiang Yuan had met for the first time. Most people covered their bodies with leaves and tattered animal skins, and each of them held a wooden stick in their hands. It seemed that without the sticks for support, they would faint from hunger in the next second. Jiang Yuan looked for a long time and asked, are they all from the Gu tribe? Chief Song nodded. Jiang Yuan ordered people to open the wooden door. He came to the trench and everyone followed him. The 2 groups of people, the Gu tribe and the Yunchi tribe, were facing each other across the trench. Jiang Yuan asked, what are you guys doing in Yunchi tribe? As he asked, he looked at the group of people. Many of them were covered in blood. There were almost no elderly people or children. There were probably about 50 people in total. A woman came forward. She had a dark face, sharp eyes, and limbs that looked long and strong, like a vigilant cheetah. The woman said, we are from the Valley tribe. We want to borrow some food from you. Jiang Yuan did not agree, but asked, who are you? The woman pursed her lips and said, my name is Yu. Jiang Yuan's eyes twitched slightly when he heard that. He had heard from Yang that Teng's sister's name was Yu. Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment and asked, where is your clan leader? Hearing this, Yu's face was very gloomy. Our tribe leader took the initiative to give himself to the chiefing tribe as food. At this point, Yu's eyes turned red and she began to wipe away her tears. The entire Valley tribe seemed to be plunged into sorrow, and they all sobbed and cried. Stop crying, Jiang Yuan shouted, and the people of Gu tribe stopped crying one after another. Why don't you go hunting by yourselves? Jiang Yuan shouted. When Chief Song saw Jiang Yuan's tough attitude, he touched the back of his head in confusion. He had originally thought that Jiang Yuan would treat the Gu tribe very warmly. Yu whispered, the chiefing tribe has been attacking us these days. We have been running away and have no way to hunt. Our people have not had food for many days. She choked up again. Many of our elderly and children were killed and starved to death. As Yu's voice fell, everyone in the Valley tribe was filled with gloom and sorrow. Jiang Yuan deliberately sneered and said, your tribe leader has given himself to the chiefing tribe, and they still attack you? When the people from the Valley tribe heard this, no one said a word, and everyone looked as if they had eaten shit. We don't know. Yu sighed, wiped her tears, and pleaded again. Can you give us some food? Jiang Yuan pretended to be silent. Seeing Jiang Yuan's look, Chief Song and others did not dare to speak or make a decision. A child following Yu suddenly said, we agreed to form an alliance with you before. Can't you give us some food? Jiang Yuan looked at the child in surprise. The child was about 13 or 14 years old. He looked very smart and had bright eyes. Are you Ting's sister? Jiang Yuan suddenly asked. Yu was slightly stunned, and after a long time, She nodded affirmatively. I remember there is this brother. Jiang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Then do you know which tribe you were from before? You shook her head. I was too young at the time. I don't remember. Jiang Yuan said. You used to be a member of the Yunshi tribe. Yu was shocked when she heard this. Her eyes were very confused, yet a little clear, as if she was lost in memories. After a long time, Yu looked at the scene in front of her, which overlapped with the scene in her childhood memory. She couldn't help but cover her face and cry. Where is my brother? Your brother is dead, Jiang Yuan said in a deep voice. He ordered people to bring 5 large preys. These 5 large preys can be regarded as compensation for your brother's death. With the hunting skills, tools, and weapons of the Valley tribe, it is estimated that these people cannot catch 5 large preys in a year. The people of the Valley tribe don't care about Weeping Moon and her dead brother. These people, who were almost starving to death, lay in front of the trench, staring at their prey with their eyes wide open, their throats rolling wildly. You cried for a long time before she said, Thank you for your prey. In the future, our Valley tribe will return it to you. Jiang Yuan shook his head. I can give you 2 choices. Do you want to consider it? Chapter 141. The Joining of the Valley Tribe. Yu was slightly stunned when she heard this. What choice? Jiang Yuan said. The Chiefing tribe has been wiped out by us. As soon as Jiang Yuan finished speaking, the reaction of the people in the Gu tribe, who were cut off from the news, was like a bolt from the blue, and they immediately fell into noise and chaos. The Chiefing tribe that had been chasing them and forcing them into desperate situations time and time again was wiped out. Jiang Yuan said, Whether you believe it or not, the Chiefing tribe was indeed destroyed. In the past, our tribe sought an alliance with you just to destroy the Chiefing tribe. Looking at the confused people of the Valley tribe, Jiang Yuan paused and said, Now, you can choose to take these 5 large prey away, or you can choose to join the Yunshi tribe. Everyone in the Gu tribe looked at each other in bewilderment. Although they were primitive people, they were not fools. They could see that the life in the Yunshi tribe was much better than theirs. After all, sending out 5 large preys at once is something that even the most powerful barbarian bear tribe in the Lizhan Mountains probably can't do, right? When Chief Tsang heard what Jiang Yuan said, he was secretly surprised. Wow, Jiang Yuan is planning to merge the Gu tribe. No wonder Jiang Yuan's attitude suddenly became so tough. The eyes of Chief Tsang flickered slightly, but he didn't say anything. Ever since Jiang Yuan joined the Yunshi tribe, the population of the Yunshi tribe has been in a state of rapid growth. In just a few dozen days, the number of people increased from less than 120 to more than 250, which made Chief Tsang feel like he was dreaming. If the Gu tribe can be merged, the population of the Yunshi tribe will exceed 300. This is unprecedented in the history of the Yunshi tribe. Jiang Yuan said, I can give you time to consider. If you join the Yunshi tribe, you can be protected by the Yunshi tribe and enjoy the food of the Yunshi tribe. He coughed slightly and ordered people to bring the food prepared in the morning. He, Chief Tsang, and 2 elders enjoyed the delicious food in front of everyone in the Gu tribe. The members of the Valley tribe outside the trench were drooling and staring at the barbecued meat and lamb bones in the hands of Jiang Yuan and his companions. The smell of the food has driven these starving members of the Valley tribe crazy. If the trench in front had not been covered with bamboo thorns, they would probably have held the large prey and bit them like wild beasts. Gurgle, you swallowed hard. She looked at the people in Yunshi who were feasting on their food, and at the Yunshi Valley where she grew up, and fell into extreme conflict. She also wants to go back, but will the people in the Gu tribe agree? You looked at the child who had just spoken with conflicted eyes. He was the grandson of the chief of the Valley tribe, and his name was Yu. Thinking of how the old chief of Gu tribe had asked her to take good care of you before leaving for Chiefing tribe, and looking at Yu's appearance at this moment, you shed sad tears. Sister Yu, why are you crying? Yu quickly stretched out his hand and wiped away Yu's tears. Yu hugged Yu tightly, choking with sobs, and asked, Yu, what do you think our Gu tribe should choose? As Yu is the grandson of the old patriarch and the future patriarch of the Gu tribe, she naturally has to ask you for his opinion. The young Yu frowned slightly, his eyes moving back and forth constantly. After a moment, he said, Sister Yu, do you think we can survive in the Lizhan Mountains after we leave? Yu shook her head slightly. Even without the oppression of the Chiefing tribe, the Gu tribe would find it difficult to survive without hunting skills and tools. Then let's join them. Yu nodded heavily. Then, will the other members of our tribe agree? Yu looked a little hesitant. Joining the Yunshi tribe means the demise of the Gu tribe. Yu shook his head and said, Sister Yu, I am the future leader of the Valley tribe, and they all have to listen to me. Jiang Yuan, who was chewing sheep bones across the trench, heard the conversation between the two. He looked at Yu with surprise. Although the child was young, he had his own ideas and wisdom rarely seen among primitive people. You stepped forward and shouted to the people in Yunshi. Excuse me, after our Gu tribe joins the Yunshi tribe, can we really get your protection and eat your food? Jiang Yuan wiped the oil stains off his hands and said, after joining the Yunshi tribe, you will become our people. Do you still need to worry about these? You asked hesitantly. What if the people from your tribe bully us? After hearing this, Jiang Yuan and clan leader Tsang looked at the impotent Yu and couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Yuan shook his head and smiled. Have you ever seen a tribe bullying its own people? You glanced at the people of the Gu tribe who were almost going crazy with hunger, and he shouted loudly. Okay, then our Gu tribe will join the Yunshi tribe. Jiang Yuan burst into laughter when he heard this. Chief Tsang sighed in his heart. In just a few words, Jiang Yuan successfully merged another valley tribe. Jiang Yuan shouted, build a trench bridge to welcome our new members to join the tribe. Chapter 142, The Growth of the Yunshi Tribe. As the people from the valley tribe stepped into the Yunshi Valley, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. There are nearly 50 people in the valley tribe, but there is not a single child or elderly person. It has to be said that when food is scarce and people are being hunted, the people most likely to die are the elderly and children. Thank you. The young Yu walked up to Jiang Yuan and suddenly said. Jiang Yuan looked at the dark-skinned kid and couldn't help but laugh and wanted to rub his head. But Yu Peng's hair and face were so dirty that it was unbearable to look at him. So Jiang Yuan had no choice but to give up. Jiang Yuan ordered his men to deliver the freshly prepared food to the people of the Gu tribe. Looking at the people of the Gu tribe who were eating voraciously, there was a hint of sadness between the brows of the Tsang tribe leader. What's wrong, Chief Tsang? Jiang Yuan noticed Chief Tsang's expression and asked with concern. Chief Tsang pulled Jiang Yuan's arm and came to the side. He said anxiously, Jiang Yuan, you said our tribe. Seeing that he was hesitant, Jiang Yuan asked directly. Do you think our tribe is expanding too fast, and there are too many people from other tribes? Chief Tsang nodded and said worriedly, yes, Jiang Yuan. Our Merge Valley tribe already has 300 members, but our original Yunshi tribe only had a little over 100 members. Jiang Yuan smiled when he heard this and said, Chief Tsang, if the Yunshi tribe wants to be strong, a large population is essential. You are worried about the inevitable problems that a tribe faces in the process of becoming stronger and expanding. However, since the death of Xiang and Ao, the Water tribe has completely surrendered, and the Qingtsang tribe has gradually become of the same mind as us. The important thing is that after we avenge the barbarians, they have been loyal to us. So I think it won't be difficult to get the Valley tribe to surrender. Upon hearing this, the Tsang clan leader nodded slightly, but his expression did not look very relaxed. Jiang Yuan smiled and reassured him. Chief Tsang, it is very simple to control a tribe. Power and force are all it takes. As long as we can control the army and officials, we can control a tribe. The Tsang clan leader was confused. He said, I understand the principle, but what is an official? Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and said, officials are people who hold power. For example, the hunters who are in charge of hunting and the soldiers who lead the army can all be called officials. The head of the Tsang clan seemed to understand and said, now that you put it that way, I'm not too worried. Just as the two finished their conversation, you led you over. You said respectfully, thank you. Jiang Yuan smiled slightly. It doesn't matter. I can't let my people not eat enough. You nodded silently. Jiang Yuan ordered, Elder Wei, Ant One, you will lead these people to the river behind the valley to clean up. Elder Wen Hui nodded in agreement. You go with me, you dirty little devil. Seeing that you was unwilling to move, Jiang Yuan kicked him lightly on the butt. You snorted, expressing his dissatisfaction, and left with the crowd. Lord Jiang Yuan, clan leader, I'm going hunting with my clan members first. Shou and dozens of hunting members greeted the two. Okay. Jiang Yuan stepped forward, patted Shou on the shoulder, and said, you should be careful of the people from the Gray Jackal tribe. Shou gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Master Jiang Yuan, don't worry, if we meet them, we will definitely chop off their heads. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. Go ahead, there are more and more tribesmen, and we need more and more prey. Tomorrow, I will select some tribesmen for you from those who have just joined the tribe. Shou smiled and said, Master Jiang Yuan, don't worry. There are many more prey in the northern grasslands than in other places. You can never catch them all. Okay, Jiang Yuan said. Go ahead and keep an eye out for other tribes hunting in the northern grasslands. Okay, Shou agreed and led the hunting members away. After Jiang Yuan talked with the Tsang tribe for a while, the people of the Gu tribe had finished bathing in batches. Although these people were still dark and thin, They at least looked much cleaner and were all wearing brand new animal skins. You led everyone to stand beside Jiang Yuan and clan leader Song, waiting for their instructions. Come on, worship the gods of the Yunshi tribe. Jiang Yuan said to everyone. Under Yu's leadership, the Gu tribe knelt down and kowtowed to the sky, the earth, the sacred fire, the cloud tree, and the ancestors of the Yunshi tribe. After the worship was over, the people of the Gu tribe, who had eaten and drunk their fill, still had some confusion on their faces. Master Patriarch, Master Jiang Yuan, what do we need to do? You asked first. Jiang Yuan and clan leader Song looked at each other and both smiled. This little guy spoke in a rather old-fashioned way. He was also very smart and had already started to address Jiang Yuan and the others as Sir and clan leader. Jiang Yuan said, "Don't worry, can you let me take a look at the gods that the Valley tribe used to worship?" Chapter 143, Wheat, one of the 5 grains. Hearing Jiang Yuan's question, Yu scratched his head and said, "The gods worshipped by the Valley tribe are just a kind of food. What's so good about it?" Hearing this, Jiang Yuan hurriedly asked, "Do you have any on you now?" Yu shook his head and said, "No." Jiang Yuan felt a little disappointed, but his expression remained calm. Yu said again, "In the valley we used to live in, there were many gu plants growing, and what?" Jiang Yuan stood up suddenly and asked hurriedly. Yu replied, "Besides, the grains are now hard and yellow and not tasty. The grains are only edible when they are green and soft." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan's whole body couldn't help but tremble. He was basically certain that the god worshipped by the Gu tribe was Xiaomai. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it wild wheat. Jiang Yuan glanced at the sun. It was the hottest summer day, which was the season for wheat harvest. Compared with what you said, the grain grown in the valley of the Gu tribe is undoubtedly wheat. When Jiang Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. He was even more excited than when he discovered the salt lake yesterday. The Yunshi tribe has always relied on meat and fruit as their staple food, and rarely eats wild vegetables and grains on weekdays. Jiang Yuan had always been worried about the food composition of the Yunshi tribe. Now the grain problem that had troubled Jiang Yuan had finally been solved. When the other people saw Jiang Yuan like this, they couldn't help but look at each other. They were all very puzzled. Why was Jiang Yuan so excited when talking about the gods of the Gu tribe? Chief Song even felt a little uncomfortable because of this. He had never seen Jiang Yuan so excited when talking about Yingua. Wheat is one of the 5 grains. Only those who understand its preciousness will be excited. Wheat has been cultivated on a large scale since the Han Dynasty and gradually became one of people's staple foods after the Tang Dynasty. In ancient China, wheat fed countless people. As a modern man, Jiang Yuan knows very well how important wheat is to primitive tribes. He is now eager to put wheat planting on the agenda. Wheat is a grain that has high yield, is easy to survive, and is rich in nutrients. More importantly, the planting seasons for wheat and sweet potatoes are completely staggered. After harvesting sweet potatoes, plant wheat. After harvesting wheat, plant sweet potatoes. The author wrote this article based on winter wheat and northern conditions. It can be said that the food problem that has been plaguing the Yunshi tribe will most likely be completely solved due to the emergence of wheat. This also means that the Yunshi tribe can greatly increase the speed of population reproduction and territory expansion. This will greatly promote Jiang Yuan's cause of leading the Yunshi tribe to unify the primitive world. Jiang Yuan suppressed his inner ecstasy and excitement. He paused and said, "Now, we need to go to the valley of the Gu tribe immediately. Bring back the valley of your Gu tribe." Jiang Yuan grabbed Yu's arm and said, "Come on, lead us to your original valley and find the valley." "Now?" Yu asked blankly. "Yes." Jiang Yuan nodded heavily, and he immediately gave an order. "Man, you lead 10 Yunshi soldiers to accompany us. Lai, you lead the remaining 10 Yunshi soldiers to guard the Yunshi Valley." "Yes." Lai and Man answered loudly at the same time, and then each led their Yunshi soldiers to begin preparations. Jiang Yuan pointed to the 10 stronger male members of the Gu tribe and said, "The 10 of you, go get the animal skin bags and come with us." Okay. The 10 people nodded quickly. Having just joined the Yunshi tribe, they could already see that Jiang Yuan was the core figure of the Yunshi tribe. "Master Jiang Yuan, what should I do?" Yu stepped forward and asked, "How about I join you guys?" Jiang Yuan shook his head and said, "No need." He hesitated for a moment and said, "Well, you go and lead some tribesmen who have just joined the Yunshi tribe to learn how to reclaim wasteland. Chief Song will teach you." "Okay." Yu nodded slightly. "Open the wooden door and build a trench bridge. Let's go, Rock." Jiang Yuan patted Rock's shoulder and called out. No matter where he goes, Jiang Yuan will let the Rock follow him. Rock was carrying a thick, wooden spear and nodded naively. Jiang Yuan and his group of 24 people stepped out of the gate of Yunxi Valley. They traveled in groups, rushing towards the valley where the Valley tribe originally lived. Chapter 144: Golden Wheat Grains. The valley was already overgrown with weeds, showing no signs of human habitation. There was also a white monkey in the distance, clinging to the tree branches with its arms, its body swinging back and forth, its eyes as bright as black gemstones, curiously looking at Jiang Yuan and his group who were entering the valley. "Where is Gu?" Jiang Yuan couldn't hide his excitement. His heart trembled slightly with every step he took. "It's behind the valley, follow me." You became the leader and led everyone to the depths of the valley. The valley must not be delicious now. It's yellow and hard. Jiang Yuan smiled and shook his head. This was a sign of wheat maturity. However, these primitive people would not understand. They only thought that wheat was best eaten when it was not yet mature. "How many valleys are there approximately?" Jiang Yuan asked as he walked. "You said, there are a lot of them, all over the back of the valley. They are very unpalatable, and we only eat a little when we are about to starve to death." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, and everyone came to the back of the valley. The scene at the back of the valley is completely different from the scene in front of the valley, which is covered with weeds and lush greenery. There are mature wheat plants growing here. The golden wheat and the green weeds complement each other, and neither of them gives in to the other, creating a unique beauty. Looking around, there were countless wheat plants. Although the appearance of these wheats was horrible and difficult to look at, Jiang Yuan was shaking with excitement. He strode forward and squatted down to observe the condition of the wheat ears. The ears of wheat are very small, and the grains they produce are not many. Each ear of wheat has only 8 or 9 grains. However, Jiang Yuan was already satisfied with this. It was not easy for the ancient wild wheat to grow so well without any fertilizer, breeding, hybridization, or human care. Jiang Yuan rubbed the wheat ears in his hands. He looked at the 8 or 9 golden wheat grains of different sizes and fullness in his hands and couldn't help laughing. Jiang Yuan raised the wheat ear in his hand and said to everyone, "This is wheat, do you know?" "Wheat." Yu and the others scratched their heads and asked, "Master Jiang Yuan, are you saying that valley is also called wheat?" "Yes." Jiang Yuan nodded heavily and said, "This is grain. A more accurate name is wheat." Jiang Yuan paused for a moment and taught everyone. "This is a wheat ear. This is a wheat grain. This is a wheat stalk. This is..." What you have to do now is to pick all the ears of wheat, and then use your hands to rub out the grains and put them into your animal hide bags. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone responded loudly. Jiang Yuan, however, looked serious and warned again, "Don't discard or throw away a single grain of wheat. If I find a grain of wheat in the soil later, you won't have dinner tonight." Everyone's hearts trembled when they heard this. The people from the Gu tribe who had just joined the Yunxi tribe didn't know this, but these 10 Yunxi soldiers knew that Jiang Yuan always did what he said. At that moment, everyone put away their contempt and joking intentions and became nervous and solemn. "Start harvesting the wheat." Jiang Yuan shouted loudly, and the 24 people at the back of the valley immediately began to get busy. Jiang Yuan looked up at the afterglow in the sky. The red sunset had already covered the entire valley. Jiang Yuan straightened up and patted his sore back. After a day of hard work, the animal skin bag in his hand was already filled with many golden wheat grains. The other tribesmen also finished their work, and all the wheat in the entire valley was collected. Jiang Yuan gathered everyone together and roughly estimated the weight of the wheat in everyone's hands. Regardless of whether the wheat was good or bad, full or shriveled, the total weight was about 120 kilograms. It is only barely enough to cultivate 4 acres of wasteland. Jiang Yuan roughly estimated in his mind that by the same time next year, as long as the tribesmen took good care of the land and applied fertilizer, it would not be a problem to harvest 600 kilograms of wheat from 4 acres of land. Moreover, Jiang Yuan had already made up his mind. In the first 3 years, he did not plan to let his tribesmen eat wheat. He just wanted to expand the planting and cultivate seeds. In this way, wheat production will increase several times within 3 years. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but grin and laugh again. Jiang Yuan licked his cracked lips. He was already imagining the deliciousness of noodles, steamed buns, and other pasta dishes. Jiang Yuan was still looking forward to more, and he kept muttering to himself, "It would be great if there was rice." Jiang Yuan also hadn't tasted rice for a long time. Taking a look at the tired-looking people, and then at the sun that was about to set, Jiang Yuan estimated that by the time everyone returned to Yunxi Valley, it would be almost late at night. "Let's go back to the tribe." Jiang Yuan waved his hand and greeted everyone happily. Upon hearing that they were going back to the tribe, the people who originally looked sick became full of energy and vigor in an instant, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Chapter 145. Method of Purifying Salt. Jiang Yuan and his group returned home under the stars, and many tribesmen had already gone to bed. Wolf led the tribe to open the door and welcome Jiang Yuan and his group back. The female tribesman in charge of cooking had not yet rested and was warming the food over a low fire. Jiang Yuan ordered his men to carry all the wheat back to his cave. In the stone cave, Qing Hushi was guarding a bonfire, still waiting for Jiang Yuan. Seeing Jiang Yuan coming back, the two frightened women threw themselves into Jiang Yuan's arms. After eating some meat soup and roasted eggs, Jiang Yuan did not sleep. Instead, he put his hand into the animal skin bag full of wheat, grabbing the ripe golden wheat grains again and again. Jiang Yuan can't wait to reclaim wasteland and cultivate wheat seeds on a large scale. Qing Hushi persuaded Jiang Yuan again and again, and finally he put down the wheat in his hands and fell asleep with his arms around the two girls. It's a pity that Jiang Yuan was too tired today. Even if he wanted to kill everyone, he was powerless. The next day, the sun was already high in the sky. Jiang Yuan woke up slowly. Qing was gone, and she was still curled up in his arms, sleeping soundly. Jiang Yuan looked at the fair body under him, and his heart couldn't help but be slightly moved. His heart was filled with anger, and he gently kissed she's beautiful red lips. She, who was still in her sleep, groaned in a daze. She glanced at Jiang Yuan, who was ravaging her, and couldn't help but said in a slightly angry tone, "What are you doing? I haven't woken up yet." "It's okay, you continue to sleep," Jiang Yuan said, but ignored She's words and continued to do his own thing. She was helpless, with a blush on her cheeks, and she could only let Jiang Yuan do whatever he wanted. The sound of footsteps was heard outside the cave. Jiang Yuan, who was just about to fight, had to pull some animal skins to cover the bodies of the two men. Qing walked into the cave and saw the intimacy between the two, and her face blushed. "Come." Jiang Yuan pulled Qing to the bedside. "Don't." Qing screamed and broke free from Jiang Yuan's clutches. She said angrily, "It's already noon. Don't do anything stupid." Jiang Yuan sighed slightly in his heart. His great revenge had not yet been taken, and the tribe was busy with various affairs. He no longer had the heart to indulge in lust in broad daylight. Jiang Yuan stood up from under the animal skin. When Qing saw him like this, he couldn't help but scream and ran away. Jiang Yuan touched the back of his head awkwardly and quickly put on a new set of animal skins. After having breakfast with Shi, Jiang Yuan left the cave. To Jiang Yuan's surprise, Peng was standing outside the cave holding a pottery bowl, waiting quietly. The weather was hot and he was standing under the scorching sun, his body covered with beads of sweat. "Master Jiang Yuan," Peng called out respectfully. He stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Qing said you were still sleeping in there, so I'll wait for you here. Why don't you stand under the shade of the tree?" Jiang Yuan asked. "I'm not afraid of the heat." Peng shook his head, his face calm. Jiang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Peng took out a ceramic bowl and placed it in front of Jiang Yuan and said, "Master Jiang Yuan, this is the salt I extracted." Jiang Yuan took the ceramic bowl. The salt inside was white and yellow, not fine or white. Although it was much cleaner than before, there were still many black impurities in it. "Not bad." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. It was already very impressive that a primitive man could purify salt to this level, but it can be slightly improved. Jiang Yuan licked the salt grains with the tip of his tongue. It had a strong salty taste, but basically no bitterness. It was ready to be eaten. "Lord Jiang Yuan, how can we improve it?" Peng's eyes suddenly widened when he heard what Jiang Yuan said. Jiang Yuan looked at him and couldn't help but smile. "I find you a strange person. You seem to like observing, studying, and thinking." From successfully using chopsticks for the first time to fumbling with the spear thrower and salt, Jiang Yuan could see that Peng was a very unique person. Peng smiled embarrassedly and said, "I am not very interested in other things." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Is this salt from the sun?" Peng nodded and said, "Yes." Jiang Yuan said, "You can try to boil the salt water with fire, and you can also use something to filter out the impurities in it. When the time comes, compare the salt you make with the current salt." Peng only half understood what he said, but he still nodded heavily and said, "Okay, Lord Jiang Yuan, I will try it now." "Yes." Jiang Yuan patted his shoulder and encouraged him. "Try it. If you succeed, I will teach you other things." Peng's eyes lit up when he heard that. He happily took the ceramic bowl of salt from Jiang Yuan and trotted away. Jiang Yuan looked at Peng's back as he left. He vaguely felt that based on Peng's knowledge, Peng's background should not be simple. Chapter 146, Gift of Divine Fire. After Peng left, Jiang Yuan convened a meeting of the top leaders of the Yunqi tribe. Except for Shou and one who led the tribesmen out hunting and picking, everyone was present. To everyone's surprise, Yu was also sitting here. Yu felt very uncomfortable, and she was a little uncomfortable with the surprised looks from everyone. The Tsang clan leader coughed slightly and said, "Let Jiang Yuan and you guys talk." Jiang Yuan discussed this with him before the meeting. Jiang Yuan glanced at everyone and said, "I have decided to set up 2 new departments, the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs." Elder Wei asked, "Master Jiang Yuan, what is the Ministry of Agriculture and what is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs?" Jiang Yuan explained, "The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is responsible for the communication and liaison between the Yunqi tribe and other tribes, such as alliance transactions and other matters. The Ministry of Agriculture is responsible for reclaiming wasteland, planting seeds, weeding, applying fertilizer, and harvesting grain. These things are all under their control. Grain refers to sweet potatoes and wheat." After Jiang Yuan finished speaking, he placed the golden wheat grains and a piece of sweet potato vine in front of everyone. Jiang Yuan said, "I have explained many times how important it is to grow wheat and sweet potatoes for our tribe. I don't need to say more." Everyone nodded when they heard this. "I plan to let Yang take charge of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The few tribesmen under him will remain unchanged and will be members of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs." When Yang heard this, he immediately stood up excitedly and shouted, "No problem. I will definitely live up to Master Jiang Yuan's expectations." Jiang Yuan motioned him to sit down. Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment and said, "As for the Ministry of Agriculture, I plan to let you take charge of it." After the words fell, everyone looked at each other, and Yu quickly refused. She felt uneasy. Jiang Yuan motioned for everyone to be quiet. He explained, "First of all, Yu used to be a member of the Yunqi tribe and has lived in the Gu tribe for so long. I think the tribe members will have no objection to letting her take charge of the Ministry of Agriculture. Moreover, we cannot let the members of the Gu tribe not have any power." Hearing this, everyone nodded slightly and understood what Jiang Yuan was thinking. Jiang Yuan looked at Yu. "Don't refuse." You could only nod awkwardly. Jiang Yuan said, "At present, the scale of sweet potato and wheat cultivation is not large, and the tribe has already reclaimed 2 acres of wasteland. If we reclaim another 2 acres of wasteland, we will be able to meet the needs of sweet potato and wheat cultivation." Next, Jiang Yuan explained to everyone the rules of alternating planting of sweet potatoes and wheat. Jiang Yuan said, "Originally, there were 3 tribesmen in charge of reclaiming the wasteland, but the next step is to plant sweet potatoes, and it will be very busy. I plan to add 7 more tribesmen to your agricultural department, a total of 10 people. When the planting scale is expanded in the future, the number of tribesmen will be increased." "Yes, Lord Jiang Yuan." Yu stood up and responded respectfully. Jiang Yuan pursed his lips and glanced at everyone. "There is something that has been hidden from everyone. When we destroyed Chiefing 2 days ago, the Jackal tribe attacked us, killed 4 of our tribesmen, and stole the catapult." After he finished speaking, the Tsang clan leader and 2 elders who already knew about this reacted calmly, while the others were filled with rage. Among them, Lion Man reacted most violently. They each led 10 soldiers in the tribe, and they all shouted that they wanted to destroy the Jackal tribe. Jiang Yuan shook his head and said, "At present, we don't know whether it was done by the Jackal tribe alone, or by the Jackal, White Monkey, and Bei tribes. So we can't start a war rashly, otherwise the Yunqi tribe will easily fall into a disadvantageous situation of fighting alone against many." Jiang Yuan pursed his lips and said, "I spent the last few days with the chiefs of other tribes in the Lisan Mountains and found that the Tsanglong, Xiongying, Fengshi, Changchuan, and Shihu tribes have the best relations with us. I am confident that I can win over these 5 tribes to ally with us again. Then, when we go to war with the Jackal tribe, we won't have to be afraid." Jiang Yuan paused for a moment and said, "So, I plan to use the divine fire as a gift for the alliance." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole audience fell silent. The sacred fire was bestowed by the gods. In the entire Lisan Mountains, except for the extinct Chiefing tribe, only the Yunqi tribe knew how to use it. Now Lord Jiang Yuan wants to give it away? "Everyone, do you have any opinions?" Jiang Yuan asked. As far as he knew, most of the tribes outside the Lisan Mountains knew how to use fire, so Jiang Yuan thought there was no need to hide fire. Jiang Yuan believed that if he wanted to conquer the entire primitive world, the tribes in the Lisan Mountains were his capital and the tribesmen he would conquer in the future. Why should you be stingy with the use of fire among the people of your own tribe? However, Jiang Yuan did not say it explicitly, so even if he explained it to the other people in the Yunqi tribe, they would not understand. However, the status of the sacred fire in the hearts of primitive people is too high. Even though Jiang Yuan has actually become the #1 figure in the Yunshi tribe and has the support of Chief Tsang, Jiang Yuan still has to seek the opinions of other senior leaders in the tribe first. Chapter 147 Planting Sweet Potatoes. Everyone was silent for a long time. No one said anything. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit tense, Jiang Yuan coughed slightly and said, "Elder Wei, you go ahead and speak." Elder Wei was stunned when he heard this. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Master Jiang Yuan, you and the clan leader can do whatever you want." Seeing Elder Wei's answer, Jiang Yuan nodded with satisfaction and said, "Do you think so too?" Qing swallowed and whispered, "Yuan, I support you no matter what you do." Everyone nodded in agreement. "Okay," Jiang Yuan said. "If everyone has no objection, then it is decided. Let's adjourn the meeting." Jiang Yuan got up and left. He hadn't observed the sweet potato seedlings on the hillside outside the valley for many days. Jiang Yuan estimated that they should be almost ready for seedling cultivation by now. As for the wheat grains, Jiang Yuan decided to use them as seeds regardless of whether they were full or shriveled. By then, wheat would also need to be bred. Yanshi followed Jiang Yuan, and unknowingly, Yanshi's duty seemed to have changed to protecting Jiang Yuan. When we came to the hillside, we saw 2 tribesmen guarding the sweet potatoes. The sweet potato seedlings had already formed vines and were growing very vigorously, and the sweet potato leaves were also lush and green. Jiang Yuan was very happy to see this. To grow sweet potato vine seedlings, you just need to cut off the vines and stems, then use them as cuttings to grow seedlings and wait for them to take root. The weather is so hot that it usually doesn't take long, about half a month, for the roots to grow successfully. There are still 2 days before the tribes of Lisan mountain range meet again. Jiang Yuan has nothing to do during these 2 days, so he decides to teach the tribesmen of the agriculture department, which he was in charge of, to grow sweet potato vines by cuttings. Now, the 2 acres of wasteland on the hillside in the valley have been reclaimed, the gravel and weeds have been cleared, and the soil has been turned over several times by the tribesmen using stone and wooden hoes. Everything is ready, except for the sweet potato seedlings. Jiang Yuan immediately led the tribesmen to dig ditches and collect soil on the land. Yu was wielding a stone hoe, and she was very interested in her work at the moment. They don't have to run around in the mountains and wilderness all day for food, nor do they have to worry about being attacked by ferocious wild beasts or other tribes. Yu suddenly felt that leading the people of the Valley tribe to join the Yunshi tribe was the right decision. Yu wiped the sweat off her face. Her skin was tanned dark by the sun. She asked happily, "Master Jiang Yuan, why do we have to keep turning the soil?" Jiang Yuan, who was also wielding a stone hoe, had not yet answered when Yu appeared out of nowhere. Yu pinched his waist and smiled. "This will make the soil more fertile, and the sweet potatoes will grow better." Jiang Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard this and asked, "How did you know?" Yu said, "Because I heard you say it." Jiang Yuan couldn't help but smile. After the people from the church's agriculture department dug ditches and gathered soil, the planting ditches on the 2 acres of land had been completed. Jiang Yuan led everyone to pick up stone knives and went to the hillside where sweet potato vines grew. "Lord Jiang Yuan, what should we do?" Yu asked, also holding a stone knife in his hand. Jiang Yuan ordered, "Use a stone knife to cut the sweet potato vines into small pieces, then bring them back to the valley and plant them as seedlings. Before winter comes, we will be able to eat sweet and delicious sweet potatoes." Great! Everyone became motivated at the thought of eating delicious and sweet potatoes. They have never tasted what sweet potatoes taste like. Wei Yu blinked his eyes and asked, "Master Jiang Yuan, if we cut the sweet potato vines into pieces, won't they die?" Jiang Yuan touched his head. This child, like Peng, liked to think, which was exactly what he wanted. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "It may die, but it may not die. This depends on whether we take good care of the land. As long as the sweet potato vines don't die and the seedlings take root successfully, sweet potatoes will be produced before winter." "Oh," you nodded, not quite understanding. Words like cutting and winter are still relatively unfamiliar to him, who has just joined the Yunshi tribe. "Okay, let's get to work." Jiang Yuan shouted loudly. "Now that we are entering summer, it is the season to plant sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes have high yields, short growth cycles, and are easy to survive." According to Jiang Yuan's inference, after the sweet potatoes are harvested in autumn, it is just the right time to sow wheat, and the harvested sweet potatoes will also help the Yunshi tribe survive the severe winter cold. Jiang Yuan led everyone to work for 2 days, cutting vines, planting cuttings, and gathering soil, and finally succeeded in planting all the sweet potato vines in the soil. What made Jiang Yuan happy was that he planted half an acre more. Half an acre of land means that you can harvest an extra 1,000 kilograms of sweet potatoes in the fall. Jiang Yuan looked at the green sweet potato seedlings on the 2.5 acres of land and felt extremely satisfied. 2 days passed in busyness, and Yunqi Valley is about to welcome the second alliance of Liaishan Mountains. Chapter 148. Alliance again? Jiang Yuan stood on the watchtower and looked out at the vast land. The drizzle in the sky continued, and along with the breeze, it hit the thatched roof of the watchtower. The raindrops gathered into water beads and kept dripping. The sky was gloomy, but Jiang Yuan was quite happy. Today was the day he invited all the tribes to come to Yunqi Valley. This drizzle could help him find out which tribe was the reliable one to form an alliance with. The sun was hidden in the dark clouds, and its shadow on the sundial was undistinguishable. Jiang Yuan estimated that it was almost noon. The tribe has already started cooking food, and the aroma of meat lingers in the valley, but Jiang Yuan plans to use these to entertain the clan leaders. On days when there is no war, everyone in the tribe only has 2 meals a day. Someone is coming, Lord Jiang Yuan. The wolf accompanying Jiang Yuan shouted, pointing to the distant mountains and forests. Jiang Yuan squinted his eyes and saw several primitive people leaning on wooden spears, with broad leaves on their heads, walking towards the valley of the Yunqi tribe with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. It's the chief of the Eagle tribe. Wolf said. Yes. Jiang Yuan nodded heavily and shouted, open the gate, build a trench bridge, and welcome the Eagle tribe. Jiang Yuan climbed down the watchtower to greet him. The chief of the Eagle tribe wiped the rain off his face and said, Master Jiang Yuan, this damn rain has made me step on mud. Jiang Yuan laughed loudly. He patted the raindrops on the hide of the Eagle tribe leader and said, thank you for your hard work, Eagle tribe leader. Jiang Yuan shouted, Wolf, lead the Eagle chief to warm up next to the sacred fire. Yes, the wolf responded. Jiang Yuan said, Chief Xiongying, go and rest first. I will be here to welcome the arrival of the other chiefs. Okay. The Eagle chief nodded readily and led 2 of his tribesmen towards the Yunqi Valley. Jiang Yuan waited for a while in the watchtower, and the patriarchs of the 4 tribes, namely the Lion and Tiger tribe, Changchuan tribe, Songlong tribe, and Fengshe tribe, arrived one after another. They were all the candidates that Jiang Yuan had expected for an alliance. After Jiang Yuan welcomed everyone into the valley one by one, he looked at the gray rain curtain and whispered in his heart, it seems that the 7 tribes of Barbarian Bear will not come. Today, the situation of the 18 tribes in the Liaishan Mountains is relatively clear. The 5 tribes of Songlong, Xiongying, Shihu, Fengshe, Changchuan, and Yunqi tribe are very close. The 5 tribes including the White Monkey, Jackal, and Bay have chosen to be enemies with the Yunqi tribe. The 7 tribes of Barbarian Bear, Green Ivy, and Gray Rock are likely to choose to remain neutral. They don't want to get too close to the Yunqi tribe, but they also don't want to be enemies with the Yunqi tribe. Jiang Yuan ordered, be vigilant. I will go back to the valley to entertain the 5 clan leaders first. Yes, the wolf answered loudly. Jiang Yuan had just walked down the stone steps when he heard a wolf's cry behind him. Master Jiang Yuan, another tribe is coming. Huh? Jiang Yuan's eyes were slightly surprised, and he was about to ask. The wolf continued, it seems there are quite a few of them. They are from the Barbarian Bear tribe. Open the wooden door. Jiang Yuan shouted to his clansmen. Jiang Yuan walked out of the wooden door to greet them and saw 7 tribal chiefs, including the Barbarian Bear, Green Ivy, and Gray Rock tribes, coming in groups towards the Yunqi Valley. Now in the Liaishan Mountains, only the Jackals, White Monkeys, and 5 other tribes have not arrived. Jiang Yuan looked at Black Bear and the others and sneered in his heart. It seems that the gift is still touching. He once said that the Yunqi tribe had great gifts to send off, and the 7 Black Bear tribe leaders would come even in the heavy rain. Welcome all the clan leaders. The Yunqi tribe has prepared food to entertain you all. Jiang Yuan welcomed everyone. The 7 Black Bear chiefs came in the heavy rain. They were cold and hungry along the way, with their feet covered in mud and looking in a miserable state. The 7 of them already had complaints in their hearts. If it weren't for the generous gift promised by the Yunqi tribe, they would never have come. When they heard Jiang Yuan say that the food was ready, the depression and resentment in their hearts were swept away, and they all smiled and laughed with Jiang Yuan. Come on, clan leaders, please come in. Jiang Yuan greeted. Lord Jiang Yuan, you go first. Black Bear's wrinkled face almost turned into a black chrysanthemum with smile. Originally, they had heard Yang constantly bragging about how Jiang Yuan had defeated the Chiefing tribe. A few days ago, Jiang Yuan led them to truly destroy the Chiefing tribe. These tribal leaders had long respected Jiang Yuan in their hearts and no longer dared to look down on him as they did when they first met. Therefore, when they addressed Jiang Yuan, they all included the word sir. This has never happened before. Okay, Jiang Yuan nodded. He led the way in front, and everyone came to a spacious stone cave in the heavy rain. The cave is spacious and can easily accommodate dozens of people. The edges of the stone walls are filled with ceramic pots with burning bonfires. The warmth inside the cave forms a sharp contrast with the cold and damp outside. Chief Tsang was entertaining the 5 chiefs of Tsanglong clan. When he saw the arrival of the 7 Black Bear clan members, Jiang Yuan ordered people to serve food. Everyone sat down in order around a newly built wooden table. Chapter 149, Public Outrage. Yunchi tribe welcomes all the clan leaders. Clan leader Tsang raised a wooden cup filled with red juice. This is the juice that Jiang Yuan specifically asked his clansmen to squeeze from an extremely sweet fruit. It has no additives, no blending, and is purely natural. Okay, the other clan leaders raised their wooden cups and took a sip. At that moment, all the clan leaders almost bit off their tongues because of the sweetness. Seeing everyone's reaction, the Tsang clan leader couldn't help but smile in his heart, looking quite complacent. Look at how you have never seen the world. Why is this water so sweet? The black bear licked his face and asked in surprise. Chief Tsang shook his head and said, "This is not water. This is juice squeezed from fruit." Good fellow. Upon hearing this, the tribal leaders looked at each other in bewilderment. While many other tribes were still worried about hunger, the Yunchi tribe had already made progress towards a higher quality of life based on adequate food and clothing. How rich is this Yunchi tribe? Jiang Yuan coughed slightly, and more than a dozen female members of the Yunchi tribe came in one after another, holding ceramic basins filled with food, and placed the fragrant food in front of everyone. The cold and hungry clan leaders were salivating with appetite, but they were too embarrassed to start eating since clan leader Jiang Yuan Song and the other clan leader did not say anything. "Dear clan leaders, please eat." Clan leader Tsang called out, holding chopsticks. Nowadays, almost everyone in the Yunchi tribe can use chopsticks. In Jiang Yuan's words, using chopsticks is not only hygienic, but also can pick up hot food. So the people in Yunchi who originally ate food with their bare hands have all accepted chopsticks as a tableware. This is in stark contrast to the modern Indians who still eat with their hands. A group of primitive people are more civilized than the modern Three Brothers. Whenever Jiang Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help laughing. Looking at the anxious looks of the clan leaders who didn't know how to use chopsticks at all, clan leader Tsang almost laughed out loud. Who understands the feeling of having food right in front of you, but not being able to enjoy it? Although the tribe leaders were primitive people, they did not want to lose face in front of outsiders. Therefore, even though they did not know how to use chopsticks, they had to learn anxiously with sweat on their foreheads. Jiang Yuan coughed slightly and said, "Dear clan leaders, I invited you all here today. In addition to the great gifts I promised you, I also have something to discuss." The chief of the Changchuan tribe shouted, "Master Jiang Yuan, just tell me what you want to say. We are all family." "Yes, yes, yes." The chief of the Fengshe tribe was also quite heroic. He also said loudly, "We have all fought together. There is nothing we can't talk about." Okay. Jiang Yuan put down the wooden cup in his hand and said in a deep voice, "My fellow clan leaders, the 18 tribes in our Lizhan mountain range once made a promise to the sky, the earth, and the divine fire to fight side by side and destroy chiefing together. However, these 5 tribes, including the Jackal tribe and the White Monkey tribe, broke their promise and did not play any role in the destruction of chiefing. Yes, these damned bastards from the tribe." Upon hearing what Jiang Yuan said, the chief of the Lion Tiger tribe angrily smashed the bones in his hand onto the table and said, "These bastards betrayed us. We haven't found anyone to settle this matter yet." Yes, yes. There was an immediate burst of angry shouts and curses in the cave, and all the clan leaders started cursing. Jiang Yuan looked at this scene and couldn't help but smile in his heart. But now the grasslands in the north of Lizhan mountain range should be hunted by our 13 tribes. The 5 tribes of the Jackal tribe actually dared to hunt here. Jiang Yuan glanced at everyone's faces and said, "Everyone, do you agree? This is the territory we conquered." According to the report from the hunters, the Yunchi tribe had encountered the 5 Jackal tribes more than once when hunting in the northern grasslands. Jiang Yuan just didn't believe that other tribes hadn't discovered it. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Yuan finished speaking, it was as if a powder keg had been lit in the cave. The crowd was noisy and chaotic. The chief of the Tsanglong tribe was so angry that his face turned red. He gritted his teeth and shouted that he would not agree. Jiang Yuan was even more angry and said, "In our Lizhan mountain range, all the tribes are loyal. Who would have known that there would be 5 such insane tribes and so many scums? The chief of the Eagle tribe said in a gruff voice, Master Jiang Yuan, just tell us what to do. Anyway, my Eagle tribe will definitely support you. My Songlong tribe also supports it. The Lion and Tiger tribe supports. The Peakstone tribe supports you. Master Jiang Yuan, we will do whatever you ask our Changchuan tribe to do. The 5 tribal chiefs spoke up one after another, while the 7 chiefs, including Barbarian Bear and Green Ivy, were relatively silent and not as excited as before. Jiang Yuan glanced at the 7 people, took a sip of the juice in the cup, and said in a deep voice, My proposal is that our 13 tribes form a brotherhood and jointly defend the northern grasslands. If the 5 tribes of jackals and white monkeys dare to come to the northern grasslands to hunt again, we will destroy them. Chapter 150 Brotherly Alliance. Okay, we'll listen to Lord Jiang Yuan. The chief of the Lion and Tiger tribe nodded heavily. The chief of the Eagle tribe said, I have long disliked this fellow gray jackal. I can't wait to destroy them. Yes, the gray jackals, white monkeys, and other scumbags are too cunning, and now they want to invade our territory. The chief of the Songlong tribe said hatefully, I think they want to be destroyed by us like the chiefing tribe. Yes, this fellow Bai Ho once stole the prey of our tribe, and we haven't taken revenge yet. The chief of Fengshi tribe narrowed his eyes and agreed. Jiang Yuan took a sip of the juice and thought to himself, it seems that the gaps between these tribes and the Lizhan Mountains were quite large before. The scene was noisy and chaotic. Some people were cursing with red faces and thick necks, while others said nothing. Jiang Yuan looked at everyone present. The factions were still as clear as ever. The 5 tribes of Songlong, Shihu, Fengshi, Changchuan, and Xiongning were clamoring for war. The 5 tribes that were clamoring the most were also the ones that expressed the strongest desire to form an alliance. The 7 tribes headed by the Savage Bear had originally cursed the Jackal tribe for hunting in the northern grasslands, but when they heard that they were going to form an alliance and go to war with the Jackal tribe, White Monkey tribe, and the other 5 tribes, they all kept silent. Jiang Yuan looked at the 7 silent chiefs of Black Bear, Green Ivy, and Gray Rock and sneered in his heart. He had no intention of forming an alliance with these 7 tribes. Jiang Yuan still doesn't trust these people. However, Jiang Yuan still wanted to force them to express their attitude. Jiang Yuan gently sipped the juice, coughed slightly, and said, Black Bear Chief, Green Ivy Chief, what are your opinions? Black Bear, who had just arrived at Yunchi Valley with a smile on his face, hesitated to speak. After a long time, he stammered, Master Jiang Yuan, I think the Lizhan Mountains have just returned to peace. Isn't it a bit too late to start a war now? Black Bear didn't finish his words because he remembered the scene in Yunchi Valley last time when the 5 gray jackal chiefs were kidnapped by Yunchi soldiers. The other clan leaders, led by Black Bear, nodded in agreement. Jiang Yuan laughed and said, If that's the case, Jiang Yuan won't force it. Upon hearing this, the 7 Black Bears breathed a sigh of relief. They were a little afraid that a few Yunchi soldiers would suddenly jump out from the side and point wooden spears at their throats to force them to form an alliance. Jiang Yuan paused for a moment and said, But in the future, when the Jackal tribe and the White Monkey tribe come to the northern grasslands, I hope everyone can drive them away. No problem. Upon hearing this, the 7 Black Bears patted their chests and made assurances. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and clapped his hands. A dozen tribesmen came over, leading a dozen fat and strong prey. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, This is a great gift prepared by the Yunchi tribe for you all. Each tribe will get 1 prey. Seeing these prey, Black Bear and others were slightly disappointed. They thought they were weapons and tools. But this prey is so fat, it's enough for the tribesmen to have a good meal. It's worth my trip in the rain. Thinking of this, the clan leaders felt a little better. After a hearty meal, the wind stopped and the rain stopped outside the cave. The clan leaders thanked and left. Jiang Yuan and clan leader Tsang stood up and wanted to see them off. Looking at the backs of more than a dozen tribe leaders leaving, Jiang Yuan ordered, Wolf, you lead the tribesmen to invite back the 5 tribe leaders, Xiongning, Songlong, Shihu, Changchuan, and Fengshi. The wolf left in response. A moment later, the group returned through the mud. Lord Jiang Yuan, is there anything else? The Songlong tribe leader was called back halfway and asked with some confusion. Dear clan leaders, please go to the stone cave first. Jiang Yuan made an invitation. He clapped his hands again, and more tribesmen brought food. Although these clan leaders were full, they didn't mind eating a little more. After all, the food of the Yunchi tribe was extremely delicious. Why do I feel that it tastes much better? The wolf leader, whose belly was already full, said puzzledly while eating with relish. Yes, I feel it tastes better than before. The chief of the Changchuan tribe also nodded. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw it. He ordered his people to put salt into the food this time. That's why it's more delicious than the food just now. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "My fellow clan leaders, I will tell you why the food has become so delicious later. Now I have a favor to ask of you." The chief of the Fengshe tribe said casually, "Master Jiang Yuan, if you have something to say, just tell us. You led us to defeat the Chiefing tribe and gave us so many gifts and spear throwers. We are brothers." The others all nodded. Jiang Yuan pretended to be sad and angry. "To be honest with you clan leaders, I will tell you the truth." Jiang Yuan paused and said, "After we killed Qishan that day, the Jackal tribe attacked our Yunshi tribe, killed all our Yunshi people, and stole our Yunshi tribe's catapult. So Jiang Yuan wants to form a brotherly alliance with all the clan leaders." Chapter 151, Conquering the Jackal Tribe. "What? This damn Jackal tribe." The chief of the Lion-Tiger tribe cursed loudly. "No wonder this Jackal tribe worships jackals as gods. Aren't they afraid of punishment from the gods?" The chief of the Eagle tribe said angrily, "We have sworn an oath to the heavens and the gods together." After hearing Jiang Yuan's account of the despicable deeds of the Jackal tribe, the 5 tribal chiefs cursed loudly, their expressions extremely agitated. In this primitive world, the temperaments of primitive people are mostly simple, honest, and straightforward. Therefore, the gray jackal's behavior was like rubbing sand in the eyes of these people. "How can I bear it? Lord Jiang Yuan, please tell me directly. What do you want us to do?" asked the chief of the Songlong tribe. The chief of the Fengshe tribe also nodded and said, "Yes, Lord Jiang Yuan. Do you want our tribe to help you destroy the Jackal tribe?" "The Jackal tribe must be destroyed," Jiang Yuan said with a firm look, "but behind the Jackal tribe, there are 4 other tribes, including the White Monkey tribe and the Bei tribe." The chief of the Changchuan tribe shouted, "Master Jiang Yuan, what are you afraid of? They have 5 tribes, and we still have 6 tribes." "Yes." The chief of the Lion-Tiger tribe said, "Master Jiang Yuan, don't be afraid. We will definitely help you." Jiang Yuan said in a loud voice, "Okay. Since the clan leaders said so, Jiang Yuan would like to thank you all here first." The other 5 clan leaders nodded. Jiang Yuan paused for a moment and said, "I have discussed this with Chief Tsang. The Yunshi tribe wants to form a brotherly alliance with the 5 of you tribes. We will advance and retreat together and share honor and disgrace." Jiang Yuan added, "From now on, anyone who dares to attack one of our tribes will be considered to be attacking all 6 of our tribes. We will destroy them together." After hearing what Jiang Yuan said, the 5 clan leaders looked at each other, their eyes flashing with light. In the past, they had only formed short-term alliances to deal with the Chiefing tribe. How could they have formed a long-term alliance to advance and retreat together? When hearing Jiang Yuan say this, everyone became excited and their blood boiled. Attacking one tribe is equivalent to attacking all 6 of our tribes. Who will dare to provoke us in the Lizhan Mountains from now on? Even if it is the barbarian bear tribe with a population of more than 250, we are not afraid of him. Thinking of this, the chief of the Songlong tribe was the first to shout, "Okay, my Songlong tribe will be the first to agree to form an alliance with you. My Lion and Tiger tribe agrees. The Fengshe tribe agrees. The Eagle tribe agrees. The Changchuan tribe agrees to form a brotherly alliance with you." The 5 clan leaders clamored to form a brotherly alliance with the Yunshi tribe. "Okay." Jiang Yuan nodded heavily and said, "In this case, let's swear an oath to the heavens and the gods in front of the altar. Let's form a brotherhood." "Good, good. Please come in, clan leaders. Clan leader Tsang of my Yunshi tribe has been waiting in front of the altar for a long time." Jiang Yuan led the way and everyone arrived in front of the cloud tree. The alliance ceremony was presided over by the witch. The Yunshi tribe was represented by Chief Tsang and Jiang Yuan. The 6 tribes swore an oath to the sky, the earth, the gods, the sacred fire, and their ancestors to form a brotherly alliance. After the alliance was formed, the chief of the Lion-Tiger tribe grabbed the wrists of Jiang Yuan and Tsang and said excitedly, "Tsang, Lord Jiang Yuan, the Jackal tribe dared to attack the Yunshi tribe, which means they attacked us. Just tell me how to take revenge." "Yes." The chief of the Songlong tribe also said, "How about we mobilize our people tomorrow and wipe out this Jackal tribe?" Jiang Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, "The Jackal tribe must be destroyed. We must also take revenge on the White Monkey, Bei, Blackwater, and Centipede tribes." The chief of the Fengshe tribe said, "Master Jiang Yuan, what do you say we should do? I must kill that fellow by Ho to avenge him for stealing our tribe's prey last time." "Don't worry, clan leaders." Jiang Yuan nodded and said, "The Jackal tribe stole our catapults. If we attack rashly, Even if we can kill them, many of our clansmen will die. These primitive tribes would deploy their people as sentinels not far from the tribe. If Jiang Yuan attacked rashly, his movements would surely be detected by the jackal tribe. Jiang Yuan pursed his lips slightly and said, "What I'm thinking is that while we wait for the jackal tribe to hunt, we each send out 10 members of our tribe to capture their young male members. By then, the jackal tribe will have no ability to resist." "That's right," the chief of the Songlong tribe said with a smile. "Master Jiang Yuan is really smart. If it were us, we would definitely attack the jackal tribe directly." The chief of the eagle tribe also said, "This is Lord Jiang Yuan. He led us to defeat the chiefing tribe." Jiang Yuan interrupted everyone's flattery and said, "My fellow tribesmen, the members of my Yunshi tribe have confirmed that every time the jackal tribe goes out hunting, they will go back and forth to Wild Rabbit Mountain. The day after tomorrow, each tribe will send out 10 strong tribesmen to set up an ambush here." "Okay, no problem." The 5 clan leaders nodded in agreement. Chapter 152. The clan leaders return with great success. The chief of the Lion Tiger tribe said, "Song, Lord Jiang Yuan, we are leaving first. The day after tomorrow at Wild Rabbit Mountain, we will kill the gray jackal together." "No hurry." Jiang Yuan stopped the people who wanted to leave and said, "Dear clan leaders, the Yunshi tribe has gifts for you." "Gift?" Several people looked at each other, with passion hidden in their eyes. "The gifts from the Yunshi tribe are all good things. Haven't you sent us prey? What other gifts are you sending?" The chief of the Songlong tribe patted the fat and strong wild-horned sheep beside him. Jiang Yuan laughed and said, "Everyone, what I, the Yunshi tribe, want to give you is the divine fire." "What? Divine fire?" The 5 clan leaders cried out in surprise. They suddenly opened their eyes wide with expressions of extreme shock. "Give us the divine fire." This group of primitive people knew very well the significance of the sacred fire. Cooking food, keeping warm, offering sacrifices. The effect of the divine fire is really huge. Would the Yunshi tribe be so generous as to give them the sacred fire? The chief of the Changchuan tribe breathed heavily. He opened his eyes and asked in a trembling voice, Master Jiang Yuan, is this true? Are you really going to give us the sacred fire?" Jiang Yuan smiled and nodded heavily. The 5 clan leaders, Songlong, Xiongying, Shihu, Fengshe, and Changchuan, instantly fell into ecstasy. With the sacred fire, fewer of their tribesmen would freeze to death when it's cold. Moreover, they can also eat delicious cooked food. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "Since we have already formed a brotherhood, I will naturally give you some gifts. The barbarian bear tribe, for example, doesn't have any." "Lord Jiang Yuan, thank you." The chief of the Fengshe tribe grabbed Jiang Yuan's hand, tears of excitement rolling down his face. The chief of the eagle tribe also burst into tears and said, "Master Jiang Yuan, from now on, I will do whatever you ask the eagle tribe to do." Several other people also shook hands with Jiang Yuan and Patriarch Song, each of them eagerly, like old friends who had not seen each other for many years. When Chief Song looked at the appearance of these people, he couldn't help but admire Jiang Yuan deeply again. Jiang Yuan chuckled in his heart. He has won the hearts of the people from these 5 tribes. Jiang Yuan thought to himself, in this case, I might as well give them another strong dose of medicine to make them completely obedient, so that when Yunshi conquers the world in the future, they can be at ease as the vanguard of the Yunshi tribe. Jiang Yuan immediately coughed and said, "Come here, bring the spear throwers and spears and give them to the tribe leader." After the words fell, several clan leaders were stunned again, as if they couldn't believe that the Yunshi tribe was going to give them gifts. Until the Yunshi people came with 25 spear throwers and 100 spears. They just believed it. Jiang Yuan said, "My fellow tribesmen, my Yunshi tribe will give each of your tribes 5 spear throwers and 20 spear guns. After you equip your tribesmen with spear throwers, hunting and fighting will become even more powerful." Now the Yunshi tribe is working overtime to make bows and arrows that are far more powerful than spear throwers, so Jiang Yuan generously gave some spear throwers and spears to the 5 tribes. This. The chief of the Songlong tribe looked at the javelin throwers and spears, his lips trembling with excitement, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. The same is true for several other clan leaders. The Yunshi tribe really treats them as brothers. How can we repay them? Their own tribe didn't seem to have anything to offer. When the 5 clan leaders thought of this, they felt grateful and ashamed at the same time. They didn't know who started it first, but Jiang Yuan and clan leader Tsang rolled down with a plop. Jiang Yuan was happy and satisfied when he saw this, but he pretended to be surprised. "Dear clan leaders, what are you doing? We are brothers. This is what we should do. Stand up quickly." Jiang Yuan tried his best to support them, but he couldn't move them at all. The chief of the lion-tiger tribe said excitedly, "Master Jiang Yuan, Song, my lion-tiger tribe has nothing to repay you. From now on, my life will be yours." Several others echoed. After a lot of pulling and tugging, the 5 clan leaders finally managed to stand up. The chief of the Songlong tribe bowed his hands in thanks and said, "Master Jiang Yuan, my Songlong tribe doesn't have any gifts for you. After we destroy the jackal tribe, I will bring you a few wolves. We, the eagle tribe, bring you an eagle. My lion and tiger tribe cannot bring lions and tigers, so I will bring you some slaves." Jiang Yuan was slightly surprised. It seemed that these 5 tribes all had unique skills. I just don't know whether these wolf and eagle are living wolves and living eagles, or dead wolves and dead eagles. Before the 5 clan leaders left, Jiang Yuan ordered his men to bring fire starters and give them to the 5 people. At the end, Jiang Yuan instructed, "Dear clan leaders, when you go back, you must let the clan members practice throwing spears more." Okay, several clan leaders nodded in agreement. They held tinder in their hands, spear throwers in their arms, drove the prey, and returned with a full load. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but smile as he watched them leave. The Yunshi tribe only gave away some ordinary things, but in return they received the determination of the 5 tribes to follow them to the death. This deal is quite a bargain. Chapter 153, The Tsang clan leaders' doubts. After seeing off the chiefs of the 5 tribes including Tsonglong, Jiang Yuan, and Chief Tsang walked back to the valley together. "What's wrong, clan leader?" Jiang Yuan saw that clan leader Tsang seemed hesitant to speak, so he asked first. Chief Tsang said, "Jiang Yuan, we in the Yunshi tribe can ambush the jackal tribe by ourselves. Why do we need to involve them?" Jiang Yuan smiled upon hearing this and asked, "Master Chief, are you planning to kill all the members of the jackal tribe?" Chief Tsang shook his head. "No, they are not the cannibals from the chiefing tribe. Why should we kill them all?" Jiang Yuan nodded and said, "Master Chief, you are right. We can't kill them. Why don't we win over the other tribes and divide the jackal tribe?" Chief Tsang looked very puzzled. Jiang Yuan said, "Chief Tsang, our Yunshi tribe wants to get out of the Lisan Mountains. The people of the Lisan Mountains are our capital." Seeing that Patriarch Tsang was even more confused, Jiang Yuan explained, "Capital, you understand, right?" He reluctantly explained the meaning of capital to Chief Tsang again. It was not until the clouds and fog of the Tsang clan leader dissipated that Jiang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. "It's really hard to explain it to primitive people," Jiang Yuan said. "The jackal tribe has hundreds of people. If we kill their chief and those who want to resist us, can we really win the hearts of the people in the jackal tribe? No. Even if we defeat them, they won't come back. On the contrary, if we let so many of them stay in the Yunshi tribe, it might cause trouble." Jiang Yuan said, "That's why I formed an alliance with the 5 tribes of Songlong and divided the jackal tribe with them. At that time, each tribe will be assigned some members of the jackal tribe. This way, even if the members of the jackal tribe want to cause trouble, they will be powerless because there are too few members. Over time, they will have no choice but to return. Not just the jackal tribe. I plan to split the white monkey, 100-leaf, blackwater, and centipede tribes with the Songlong tribe." At this point, Jiang Yuan looked at the highest peak in Yunshi Valley and said softly, "By then, our Yunshi tribe will have dozens more members. Moreover, these dozens of people will not know each other and will be a mess. They will be easy to surrender and be conquered by us." After Jiang Yuan's explanation, the head of the Tsang clan suddenly realized and understood Jiang Yuan's good intentions. Jiang Yuan looked at the head of the Tsang tribe and said, "After the 5 tribes of Tsonglong are divided into tribesmen, not only will the strength of their tribes be improved, but they will also be more loyal to us." Jiang Yuan paused for a moment, as if he was talking to himself. During the expansion of the tribe, such things are inevitable, but we must also proceed step by step and not eat a fat man at once. After all, the Qingtsang tribe, the Gu tribe, and the Chai tribe are different. Seeing that Chief Tsang was confused again, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. He put his arm around Chief Tsang's shoulders and walked towards the valley. "Let's go, Chief. I saw that you weren't full just now. Let's go get some more food." Speaking of food, the Tsang clan leader instantly became interested. He immediately asked, "Jiang Yuan, why does the salt you mentioned make the food so delicious after adding it to the food?" Jiang Yuan shook his head and smiled. "Salt can make food more delicious. I got the salt from the Chiefing Valley." Jiang Yuan and Chief Tsang were enjoying the delicious food. Chief Tsang was all smiles. The Yunshi tribe was becoming more and more powerful, with more than 300 tribe members. It was already the largest tribe in the Lisan Mountains. And after destroying the 5 tribes of jackal, white monkey, bay, black water, and centipede. There will be more people in the Yunshi tribe. He was happy from the bottom of his heart. And all this was thanks to the young man opposite, who was gnawing on venison with relish. Jiang Yuan had only been in the Yunshi tribe for a few months, but he had already brought about earth-shaking changes in the Yunshi tribe. Patriarch Song had never seen these kinds of changes before, and he could not understand some of the advanced aspects. Chief Song was very satisfied with Jiang Yuan. He had no son, but only a daughter, Qing. Thinking of how his daughter loved Jiang Yuan, Chief Song suddenly said, "Jiang Yuan, after we destroy the Jackal tribe, I will hand over the position of tribe leader to you." Chapter 154, Patriarch's Position. When Jiang Yuan heard what Patriarch Song said, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Jiang Yuan shook his head and laughed. "Chief Song, you are still young. Why are you saying these things?" Chief Song shook his head and pointed at his gray hair and said, "I'm already old. What's the point of being young? I've already said that I'll hand over the position of chief to you." Jiang Yuan was about to refuse again. The head of the Song tribe, however, looked stern and said solemnly, "Jiang Yuan, you should know that my 2 sons and 1 daughter were eaten by the people of the chiefing tribe. I have been the chief for such a long time, and I have always wanted to avenge my child. It was you who helped the Yunshi tribe to get revenge. Now the chiefing tribe has also perished, and I am tired. I don't want to be the chief anymore." Jiang Yuan remained silent. The patriarch of the Yunshi tribe could be said to be in his pocket. Whether it was Lai and Man who were in charge of the army, or Shou who led the largest number of male tribesmen, they all obeyed his orders. But Jiang Yuan has complicated feelings towards Patriarch Song. If he were to be honest, Jiang Yuan thought that Chief Song treated him very well. Moreover, the leader of the Song tribe generously handed over all the powers in the tribe to himself. So Jiang Yuan felt grateful to Song, but also had a feeling like a child towards his father. Jiang Yuan was silent for a long time before he spoke. "Master Patriarch, you should be the patriarch. Wait until the Lizon Mountains are unified, and when you really feel tired, I will take over." At this point, Jiang Yuan half-jokingly said, "At the very least, after Qing becomes my woman, you can hand over the position of clan leader to me. By then, I will be your son, and it will be reasonable to hand over the position of clan leader to your son." When Chief Song heard this, his eyes turned red and he looked up to the sky to prevent tears from falling. Son? A familiar yet unfamiliar name. After a long time, Chief Song stopped crying, smiled generously, and nodded heavily. "Okay, after you marry Qing, I will hand over the position of chief to you." Jiang Yuan smiled gently upon hearing this. He picked up a piece of tender venison and placed it in the pottery bowl in front of Chief Song. "Chief, tell me, how many women did you have when you were young? I don't want to have fewer women than you in the future." "Haha." Chief Song laughed loudly. He pointed his finger at Jiang Yuan and said, "You little brat." Speaking of this, Chief Song was really excited. His face was flushed, and he spoke to Jiang Yuan eloquently and incessantly. Jiang Yuan felt that the boast he made was enough to circle the earth 3 times. What kind of terms like chasing after someone, the most beautiful woman, and beauties from other tribes chasing after someone? All these terms popped out from the mouth of Chief Song. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but admire once again from the bottom of his heart the eloquence of the primitive man, Chief Song. After Chief Heat Song had a hearty meal, the sky was getting dark, the earthen stoves in the tribe had been lit, and the tribesmen who had gone out hunting and picking also returned one after another. The weather was hot, so Jiang Yuan came to the river behind the valley and took a nice bath. Jiang Yuan leisurely took out the fishing net and, together with the boatman who was responsible for rowing the bamboo raft, caught a net of fish in the river. In the primitive tribe, food is everywhere, and the fish in the river are much fatter and bigger than those in modern times. However, in the Yunshi tribe, fish has changed from a rare meat to a common food. The tribesmen had long lost their interest in fish. Nowadays, when Elder Wei goes to cut grass, he goes outside the Yunshi Valley and no longer goes to the back of the valley. The boatman who is responsible for rowing the boat also has less time. Jiang Yuan had nothing to do, so he talked to this tribesman about the situation of the tribe and learned about the issues that concerned the tribesmen. Everything is normal in the tribe, the tribesmen get along peacefully with each other, and even if there are minor frictions, they will be resolved quickly. More importantly, the members of the Shui tribe, Qingsong tribe, and Gu tribe who joined the Yunshi tribe have gradually merged with the Yunshi tribe. They are indistinguishable from each other, extremely close, and of one mind. Bullying and humiliation rarely occur. After a heart-to-heart talk with the tribesman, Jiang Yuan gave him all 5 or 6 fish in the fishing net. Jiang Yuan got up and left. He now urgently wanted to return to the cave, let Qing Hishi accompany him, and have a good night's rest. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. However, Jiang Yuan was not overly anxious. After all, Jiang Yuan was not like all of you readers, who were all perverts thinking about all kinds of embarrassing things all day long. And Omega. equals is identical to equals / Payo. The moon was hanging high in the sky, shining brightly, and in the Yunshi Valley, the tribesmen began to party again. The male and female tribesmen who were attracted to each other danced passionately and indulged in the revelry. This is how primitive people are. They don't suppress their own personalities like modern people do. Jiang Yuan found Qing and she from the crowd of spectators, following their sweet cries. Jiang Yuan carried the two people and ran back to his cave. Blow out the flames and go to sleep. Chapter 155 Conquering the World. The Yunshi tribe began intensive preparations for war again. The next day, Ping took out the salt that had been boiled over fire and showed it to Jiang Yuan. Ping looked excited. The salt he was holding in the pottery jar was finer and cleaner than the best salt he had ever tasted. This kind of salt is between coarse salt and fine salt, with very few impurities, which can fully meet the consumption needs of the tribe members. Jiang Yuan patted Ping's shoulder with satisfaction. In this primitive tribe with simple conditions, it was not easy to purify the salt to this level. Jiang Yuan coughed slightly and asked, "Are you interested in building a catapult?" The catapult is the foundation of the Yunshi tribe and the most powerful weapon in the Lizon Mountains so far. Ping's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had only heard of the Yunshi tribe's catapults but had never seen one. Then his eyes turned slightly red and moist. Jiang Yuan gave him the technology to make catapults, which meant that Jiang Yuan had truly begun to accept him in his heart. Ping nodded heavily immediately. Jiang Yuan led him to the site where the catapults were manufactured. The Yunshi tribe built a total of 3 catapults, but one was stolen by the Chai tribe. And this 4th one is under construction. Jiang Yuan carefully explained to Ping the various components of the catapult, including the production of wheels, axles, and bearings. As Jiang Yuan expected, Peng had a very strong ability to learn and accept things. In a whole day, he could remember the general idea of how to build a catapult. Although Jiang Yuan knew that Peng was a treasure, he did not expect that this treasure was so precious. Jiang Yuan excitedly handed the wooden ruler to Ping and said, "Make it well. When the catapult is finished, I will teach you the technique of making bows and arrows." The production of bows and arrows for the Yunshi tribe is currently in the charge of Elder Pan. The bow is made of an extremely tough unknown bamboo, with wild animal tendons as strings, ground bones as arrowheads, and fishmaw glue as glue for bonding. Although the production process of bows and arrows is complicated, extremely difficult, and troublesome, the power, range, and accuracy of bows and arrows are far greater than those of spear throwers. Moreover, regarding the improvements to the bow and arrow, Jiang Yuan also wanted Ping to explore them after taking over the bow and arrow. After all, a person's energy is limited. With Ping as his assistant, Jiang Yuan can let Ping share some of the work in his future inventions and creations, so that he will not be so tired. After Ping left, Yang led 2 tribesmen to find Jiang Yuan to report. Early this morning, Jiang Yuan ordered Yang to bring gifts to invite the 4 tribes of Baiho, Bei, Heishui, and Centipede to visit Yunshi Valley. The result was not beyond Jiang Yuan's expectations. The 4 tribal chiefs refused one after another, and no one agreed. Jiang Yuan sneered in his heart. These 4 people had broken the agreement before and were guilty as thieves. It would be strange if they dared to come to Yunshi tribe. Yang added, "Lord Jiang Yuan, these guys are very respectful to me and treat me with the best food in the tribe." At this point, Yang smiled disdainfully, "But the food in their tribe is all bloody raw meat. How can it be as delicious as the barbecue in our Yunshi tribe?" Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, patted Yang's shoulder, indicating that he had worked hard, and told him to go and rest. A day's travel in the Lizon Mountains is not easy. Yang and his men bowed respectfully to Jiang Yuan before leaving. Jiang Yuan looked at the backs of the people leaving, his eyes gradually becoming sharper. Jiang Yuan was determined to steal the catapult regardless of whether the White Monkey, Bei, Blackwater, and Centipede tribes participated in the sneak attack on the Yunshi tribe. He must destroy it. The process of the Yunshi tribe's growth and expansion was inevitably accompanied by bloodshed and conquest. If Jiang Yuan had to find excuses for the expansion and military dispatch of the Yunshi tribe every time, then he would never be able to make the Yunshi tribe strong, and Jiang Yuan would never be able to unify all the tribes in the world. A person's success cannot be achieved without iron-blooded means and a heart of stone. Jiang Yuan also discovered that he had been too indecisive and soft-hearted in the past. If he had ordered the Yunshi soldiers to kill the chiefs of the 5 tribes, namely Jackal, White Monkey, Bei, Blackwater, and Centipede, when the first alliance was formed in Yunshi Valley that day, later, there would not be incidents such as the Yunshi tribe being ambushed or the catapults being stolen. This can also be seen from Jiang Yuan's previous attitude of tolerance towards Ao. Jiang Yuan returned to the cave. He drew his bow, and a bone arrow flew out, killing a huge gray rat that was lurking in the bushes in the distance. Jiang Yuan looked directly at the scorching sun in the sky and felt it was extremely dazzling. He didn't know how many people from the Yunshi tribe would die in the battle as he set out to conquer the world, nor did he know how many people would be buried in a foreign land and become the dead. Chapter 156 Pre-War Preparations. Jiang Yuan came to the training ground of Yunshi soldiers. Lai and Man each commanded 10 Yunshi soldiers. At Jiang Yuan's request, the soldiers under their command were mixed and redistributed. At this time, 20 Yunshi soldiers were attacking with rattan shields and wooden spears. These soldiers were no longer as thin and frail as Jiang Yuan had seen them when he first met them. They were all strong and powerful, with bulging muscles like dragons. They have become the strongest fighting force in the Yunshi tribe and even in the Lizon Mountains. Seeing Jiang Yuan coming, Lai Heman hurried over and bowed respectfully, Master Jiang Yuan. The training is good. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly to the two of them with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with the momentum and spirit of this group of Yunshi soldiers. Lai chuckled and said, "It's because the training method taught by Master Jiang Yuan is useful." Jiang Yuan laughed and scolded, "Don't flatter me." Lai looked puzzled. "Master Jiang Yuan, what is horse fart? Horses butt or horses fart?" "Well?" Jiang Yuan groaned, feeling speechless. He did not explain, but asked, "We will fight tomorrow. Are you two ready?" The two of them nodded solemnly at the same time. Jiang Yuan asked, "Tomorrow, we are going to ambush the hunting members of the Jackal tribe at Wild Rabbit Mountain. Who of you is willing to go?" Lai and Man looked at each other. Both of them were good fighters, with rich experience in both combat and single combat. Man was the first to speak. "Master Jiang Yuan, let me do it, and let Lai rest in the valley." Lai shook his head and said, "That won't work. You stay in the valley and rest. I'll go fight." The two men immediately started arguing, and both wanted to lead the troops into battle. "Don't argue." Jiang Yuan separated the two of them. "I haven't finished talking yet. The Jackal tribe stole the catapult from our Yunshi tribe. In order to prevent the Jackal tribe from using the catapult tomorrow, I need someone to lead the soldiers to sneak into the Jackal tribe's valley to find and control the catapult." "Okay, I'll go." Man's eyes were bright. He was very confident in his skills. Man smiled and said to the two of them, "Maybe by the time you get to the Jackal tribe, their entire tribe will have been conquered by me." After the words were spoken, the three of them couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jiang Yuan instructed, "Be prepared today. Prepare all kinds of weapons, including spear throwers, spear guns, wooden spears, and rattan shields." "Yes." Lai and Man stood at attention at the same time and answered loudly. Jiang Yuan nodded, turned and left. He returned to the valley and poured more than 100 kilograms of wheat from the animal skin bag onto the ground. He called 2 tribesmen and asked them to sort the wheat grains according to their degree of fullness. After harvesting sweet potatoes in autumn, Jiang Yuan will plant wheat in the land. Jiang Yuan always used the fullest wheat grains as seeds. He didn't believe that without the support of various means and technologies, he, Jiang Yuan, could not cultivate high-quality wheat seeds. While the tribesmen were sorting the wheat grains, Jiang Yuan picked up a piece of charcoal, found a smooth stone, and painted on it. Jiang Yuan was designing a bridge. He planned to build a wooden bridge across the river at the back of the valley to connect the two sides of the river and prevent the development of the area behind the valley. As the population of the Yunshi tribe increased and the scale of breeding and planting expanded, more and more land was needed. Judging from the current land utilization area of Yunshi Valley, this area of land is far from enough for use. Whether you are farming or building houses on that land in the future, or raising livestock or growing vegetables, it will be of great use. There are many different styles of bridges. Fortunately, Jiang Yuan is familiar with bridge structure. Although there were setbacks and difficulties during the drawing process, Jiang Yuan managed to complete a quarter of the drawing before sunset. Jiang Yuan put down the charcoal, and his palms were stained black. At this time, the silver moon was hanging high in the sky, and the tempting smell of meat was already wafting from the valley. Today, the food in Yunshi tribe is rich and diverse, which is in stark contrast to the time before Jiang Yuan arrived at the Yunshi tribe. Jiang Yuan enjoyed the delicious egg custard and meat. He had to say, the food with salt added tasted much better than before. After eating, Jiang Yuan pinched a little salt and brushed his teeth with his fingers. In the past, when there was no toothpaste, Jiang Yuan simply rinsed his mouth with water. Feeling the freshness in his mouth, Jiang Yuan forcibly pulled Qing and Shi into his cave. He hugged Qing and Shi and fell into a deep sleep. Today, the stone caves of Qinghe Creek have become mere decorations. Chapter 157 Ambush. The fog was thick, the sun had disappeared, and the sky and the earth seemed like a misty fairyland, making one not know where one was. Jiang Yuan and Lai, along with 10 Yunshi soldiers, have already arrived at Wild Rabbit Mountain. The other 5 clan leaders have not arrived yet. Lai looked at the white earth and his heart trembled slightly. He asked in a trembling voice, "Master Jiang Yuan, will the people from the Jackal tribe come again?" Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, "Don't be impatient, wait a little longer." The sudden heavy fog today was really beyond Jiang Yuan's expectations. It is uncertain whether the wolf tribe will keep the appointment or whether the jackal tribe will go out hunting. Jiang Yuan was still worried at this time that if the jackal tribe did not go out today, after man led the 10 Yuan soldiers into the jackal tribe, they would be besieged by their entire tribe. Lai, would you go out hunting in this kind of weather in the past? Jiang Yuan asked in a low voice. It was the first time he encountered foggy weather when he came to the primitive world. Lai pondered for a long time before nodding and saying, "You have to know how to hunt. If you don't hunt, you'll go hungry." Jiang Yuan nodded. The jackal tribe should go out hunting as usual. Lai asked again, "Master Jiang Yuan, what's going on? Why is the sky and the earth so white?" The other Yunchi soldiers also cast curious glances. Jiang Yuan smiled slightly and told the two of them a story. Between heaven and earth, there is a divine beast. This mythical beast has great powers and can fly in the clouds. It's called the Ting Snake. Whenever the Ting Snake uses its magical powers, it will spew out clouds and mist, turning the sky and the earth white. This white thing is fog. Lai's eyes were filled with great curiosity. This beast is too powerful. It can turn the world white. Jiang Yuan smiled indifferently and said, "There are many mythical beasts more powerful than the tongue snake. The real dragon and the divine phoenix are all more powerful than the Ting Snake." Lai and the others were fascinated by what they heard. They were all excited and wanted to ask more questions, but Jiang Yuan suddenly shouted in a low voice, "Don't talk. Someone is coming." Everyone fell silent. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and Jiang Yuan's heart was slightly tense. He couldn't tell whether they were from the Songlong tribe or the hunters from the jackal tribe. It was not until the faces of these people appeared before Jiang Yuan's eyes that he breathed a sigh of relief. It was the people from the Songlong tribe who had arrived. Jiang Yuan ordered his men to put down their raised javelins and stand up to meet the enemy. The two men exchanged greetings, then led their men into an ambush in the Rabbit Mountain. Not long after, another group of people arrived here. They were the chief of the Fengshe tribe leading his people. Members of other tribes arrived one after another, and only the Eagle tribe, which was farther away, had not yet arrived. Jiang Yuan looked around and saw that the thick white fog was gradually dissipating and visibility was getting higher and higher. "The fog is about to dissipate," Jiang Yuan whispered in his heart. "Here it comes." A noisy sound of footsteps came from a distance, accompanied by low shouts and curses. Jiang Yuan's heart tightened. He huddled in the grass, staring in the direction where the sound came from. In the distance, more than 30 young and strong men from the jackal tribe were walking towards this place, carrying simple wooden spears. The 5 tribesmen in the lead were the strongest. In their hands were the 5 spear throwers and a dozen spears that Jiang Yuan had given to the jackal tribe. "These damn bastards." The chief of the lion and tiger tribe cursed. The fog had not yet completely dissipated, and they were all hiding in the grass. These guys from the jackal tribe should not be able to find them. More importantly, these hunting members of the jackal tribe were very lax, without any vigilance or alertness at all. Jiang Yuan looked around secretly, and it seemed that this ambush should be easy. "Shoot!" Jiang Yuan shouted in a low voice. He pulled the bowstring and suddenly jumped up. A bow and arrow shot towards a member of the jackal tribe who was carrying a spear thrower. Instantly, dozens of spears shot up into the sky, shooting towards the leaders of the jackal tribe. Before the ambush, Jiang Yuan discussed with everyone and decided to kill the person holding the spear first. Firstly, these people are all brave and strong. Secondly, those who can get the spear throwers must be the trusted members of the jackal tribe leader Grey Jackal, and it will be difficult to subdue them in the future. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of flesh being torn was accompanied by the screams of the jackal tribe members. Bright blood flowers splashed in the air. The spraying blood was like falling scarlet petals, wetting the white mist. It was extremely sad and beautiful. The 5 guys holding spears were full of spears, like hedgehogs stained with blood. They only had time to let out a scream before falling in a pool of blood. There was another person whose forehead was pierced by a bow and arrow shot by Jiang Yuan. Red and white substances flowed out of the bloody hole in his forehead, and he was dead in an instant. In a flash, the people of the jackal tribe were instantly thrown into chaos. They screamed and wailed, raised their wooden spears, and waved them wildly at the white fog, trembling with fear and extreme panic. Chapter 158 Massacre. At Jiang Yuan's command, all the alliance members who were lying in ambush jumped out from the cliffs and bushes on both sides, raised their wooden spears, and surrounded the panicked people of the jackal tribe. Looking at the sharp black spear tips that had been roasted by fire and the large number of enemies, the people of the jackal tribe completely lost the idea of resistance. The previous wave of spear attacks frightened the primitive people of the jackal tribe out of their wits. However, some people in this group still mustered up the courage to ask, "Who are you and why are you attacking us here?" Jiang Yuan sneered when he heard this and swung his iron spear, placing it on the man's shoulder. The cold blade made the jackal tribe member's legs tremble, and his knees weakened, and he knelt in front of Jiang Yuan. The people surrounding them couldn't help but laugh out loud when they saw this, expressing their disdain. Jiang Yuan's iron spear moved slightly and cut the man's neck, and a large amount of blood flowed out. Don't kill me. The man immediately burst into tears and kowtowed to Jiang Yuan frantically. Don't you know why we ambushed you? Jiang Yuan shouted. Tell me, was it your jackal tribe that attacked my Yunshi tribe and stole the catapult that day? Sir, it's not me. The tribesman burst into tears and begged bitterly. Was it done by the jackal tribe? Jiang Yuan asked, narrowing his eyes slightly. This tribesman nodded frantically. Damn bastards, you guys are really despicable. The chief of the lion and tiger tribe was so angry when he saw this scene that his eyebrows raised. Betrayal is unforgivable to these primitive people who like to be straightforward. His crime is as serious as betraying the tribe, and he should be killed by breaking his neck. Jiang Yuan moved the iron spear in his hand, and the man from the jackal tribe immediately relaxed and gasped for air. Jiang Yuan kicked him over and stepped on his chest. Do you want to live? This tribesman nodded frantically again. Jiang Yuan sneered and asked in a low voice, Tell me, who was involved in the sneak attack on the Yunshi tribe and the seizure of the catapult that day? The member of the jackal tribe was startled. Who was involved? All of them were present that day. Just when he didn't know how to answer, Jiang Yuan had already chopped down with a spear. The head and neck were split and blood splattered on the spot. The rest were still holding up simple wooden spears in an attempt to resist. Seeing this, the members of the jackal tribe, who were pretending to resist, all trembled all over. The other person just hesitated for a moment when answering. Why did you start to hit him? Jiang Yuan didn't want to waste time talking to them, and the sharp tip of his spear slashed through the crowd. Whoever is willing to talk, I will let him go. Upon hearing this, everyone in the jackal tribe looked at each other in bewilderment, and the scene became extremely silent. After a moment, a young man raised his arm and said, I know. Yellow Jackal, you are going to betray the tribe? Some people in the jackal tribe were so angry that they pointed at the young man and cursed him loudly. Jiang Yuan pulled the bowstring and shot an arrow, killing him on the spot. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. 2 people died, and more than 30 members of the jackal tribe were killed, but no one dared to resist. The yellow jackal shuddered all over and muttered, I'm almost dead. What's the point of having a tribe? He trotted over to Jiang Yuan and said with a flattering smile, I know who they are. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, Point it out. Huang Chai immediately pointed out more than 20 people from the crowd. All those who were pointed out had pale faces and were trembling all over. Some even cursed at Huang Chai directly. The next second, he was dead on the spot again. Seeing this, no one dared to speak. The yellow jackal stepped forward and fiercely kicked the man's body, cursing, How dare you scold me? I told you not to scold me. I told you not to scold me. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan put on a playful smile on his face. After Huang Chai kicked a few times to vent his anger, he trotted over to Jiang Yuan again and put on a flattering smile again. Sir, can you let me go now? Jiang Yuan patted his shoulder with a very satisfied look on his face. Jiang Yuan raised his spear and brought it down. The yellow jackal's body tilted, and he collapsed to the ground, covering the bloody hole in his abdomen. The yellow jackal opened his eyes and stared at Jiang Yuan with disbelief in his eyes. Blood was oozing from his mouth and he wanted to say something, but he stammered and died there. Jiang Yuan drew back the iron spear, his expression extremely cold. If someone can betray his own people without hesitation, he is not a good person. Keeping you here will only bring trouble. The chiefs of the lion and tiger tribe, the wolf tribe, and others were secretly shocked at this scene, marveling at Jiang Yuan's cruelty. Jiang Yuan pointed his iron spear at all the jackal tribe members present. Anyone who killed the Yunshi tribe members, please stand up. The crowd swayed, but no one stood up. Jiang Yuan said coldly, You don't have to come out, but in a moment, I will personally cut off his flesh piece by piece. Everyone in the jackal tribe was trembling, and no one dared to move. Jiang Yuan shook his head and sighed. Lie. Clan leaders, kill them all. Don't. I said. A member of the jackal tribe shouted, pointing at his fellow tribesmen around him. Jiang Yuan shook his head and said, It's too late. Accompanied by screams and wails, all those who participated in the sneak attack on the Yunshi tribe that day were killed on the spot. Chapter 159, The Attack of the Alliance. The chief of the Zhanglong tribe wiped the blood that splashed on his face and laughed loudly. What a pleasure! What a pleasure! The pleasure of killing the guy who betrayed you with your own hands is something that ordinary people can hardly experience. Lai dragged the bloody wooden spear to Jiang Yuan and reported, "Master Jiang Yuan, the killing is over." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and looked at the only 10 Jackal tribe members left on the field. When these people saw their clansmen splattered with blood and were swept by Jiang Yuan's cold gaze, they knelt down in front of Jiang Yuan crying, my lord, please don't kill me. We didn't attack the Yunchi tribe. I didn't either, don't kill me." Listening to the wailing sounds, Jiang Yuan said coldly, "If you want to live, you can." Jiang Yuan paused for a moment and said, "Join our tribe." Upon hearing this, the people of the Jackal tribe, who had already been frightened, nodded frantically and abandoned their original tribe without a second thought. Jiang Yuan immediately said to the chiefs of the Shihu, Songlong, Fengshi, and Chanchuan tribes, "Chiefs, these 10 people will be divided equally among our 5 tribes. 2 people from each tribe, whether they are treated as tribe members or as slaves, is up to you." Okay. Several clan leaders nodded quickly, all of them looking delighted. For primitive tribes, what is the most important thing? Tribe members. A large population is the foundation of everything. Although only 2 tribesmen were given the gift, they were still satisfied. After all, in the past, if you wanted to increase the population in the tribe, you could only let the tribe reproduce slowly. Jiang Yuan bowed and said, "Everyone, after we wipe out the white monkey, bay, blackwater, and centipede tribes, each of our tribes will be able to get dozens of young people." This promise immediately made the 4 chiefs excited. They all looked excited and clamored to quickly crush the Jackal tribe. Jiang Yuan nodded and ordered his men to clean up the battlefield. Just as everyone was preparing to continue attacking the Jackal tribe, the chief of the Eagle tribe arrived late with 10 of his tribesmen. "I'm sorry, my tribe is too far away." The Eagle tribe chief's chest heaved violently, and he gasped as he spoke to Jiang Yuan and the others. Jiang Yuan looked at the hot sweat on the faces of the people from the Eagle tribe and said immediately, "It's okay. We have wiped out those guys from the Jackal tribe. The Eagle tribe is indeed too far away." The chief of the Eagle tribe glanced at the battlefield with a hint of guilt on his face. Jiang Yuan patted his shoulder and said, "Chief Eagle, these 2 members of the Jackal tribe are for you." "How can this be possible?" The Eagle tribe had not achieved anything, and the chief of the Eagle tribe immediately shook his head and quickly refused. Jiang Yuan didn't allow him to refuse and forced it on him. Jiang Yuan turned around and smiled at the other 4 clan leaders. "Clan leaders, you should have no objection, right?" Several people laughed out loud, and the chief of the Chanchuan tribe shook his head and said with a smile, "How could it be?" The chief of the Lion-Tiger tribe also nodded and said, "Yes, we have already formed a brotherhood." "Okay." Jiang Yuan nodded, and he said loudly, "Let's set off now without delay. Let's crush the Jackal tribe immediately. Destroy the Jackal tribe." Everyone raised their wooden spears and shouted loudly. They had just wiped out all the strong men in the Jackal tribe, which made their morale unprecedentedly high. Jiang Yuan and Lai led the team, and everyone walked forward quickly. Jiang Yuan was in such a hurry to travel because he was worried about Man and others. Although Man and the 10 Yunchi soldiers were all brave and skilled tribesmen who could fight against many enemies alone, Jiang Yuan was still very worried. Even though there were only women, the old and the young left in the valley of the Jackal tribe, there were still as many as 50 or 60 people. How can Jiang Yuan feel at ease? Everyone hurried on their way, and by the time they arrived at the valley of the Jackal tribe, the smoke and fog had dissipated and the sun was high in the sky. Jiang Yuan looked at the valley in front of him that had no defenses and couldn't help but sneer. Destroy the Jackal tribe today? When the 18 clan leaders swore an oath to the gods, they promised that anyone who betrayed the alliance would die under Jiang Yuan's iron spear. Today, it is time to let Grey Jackal, this cunning, despicable, and treacherous guy, taste the power of the iron spear. Chapter 160, Chaos in the Jackal tribe. Oh no! Oh no! Suddenly, loud shouts were heard in the valley of the Jackal tribe. In a cave, a jackal was enjoying himself with a female tribesman. After hearing the shrill shouting, his mood was disrupted and he couldn't help feeling extremely annoyed. The jackal drew out his sword with a gloomy face, wrapped himself in a piece of black and tattered animal skin, walked out of the cave, and grabbed the shouting tribesman. "What are you shouting and yelling for?" the jackal shouted angrily. The member of the Jackal tribe who was shouting took a closer look and saw that it was the son of Chief Grey Jackal, Junior Chief Earth Jackal. He panted heavily and said, "Lord Tutsai, I just saw outside the valley that there are many people holding weapons walking towards our valley." "What?" Tutsai's expression changed when he heard that. He asked anxiously, "Did you see who it was?" The tribesman nodded frantically and said quickly, "It's the Yunshi tribe and the Eagle tribe." When the jackal heard this, his face turned pale instantly. Not only did he know exactly what the jackal tribe did that day, he also participated in it personally. It is obvious that the Yunshi tribe is here to seek revenge. Cold sweat broke out on Tu Chai's face instantly. He was like an ant on a hot pot, running around anxiously, and kept muttering to himself, "What should I do? What should I do? Lord Tu Chai, I have to report this to the tribe leader right away." The tribe member said urgently when he saw that Tu Chai looked distracted. The jackal suddenly woke up. "I'll go with you." The two of them ran towards the gray jackal's cave. "What?" Gray jackal's face turned pale instantly when he heard the report from his son and this tribesman. The cunning chief of the jackal tribe looked a little distraught at this moment. "How many of them are there?" Gray jackal asked loudly. "A lot. At least 60 or 70, reported a member of the jackal tribe. "It's over." The gray jackal fell to the ground, his lips trembling constantly, and his yellow teeth were still chattering. "Father, what should we do?" Tu Kai was anxious. Nowadays, all the young male members of the jackal tribe are out hunting, and all the young female members are out picking. In the entire valley of the jackal tribe, except for them, there are only 20 or 30 members, young and old. More importantly, in the entire valley of the jackal tribe, there was not a single weapon, not even a simple and primitive wooden spear. How can they resist the Yunshi tribe? "Oh, by the way, we also have catapults." The jackal suddenly reacted and shouted loudly. When Gray Jackal heard the shout, his eyes lit up instantly. On that day in Yunshi Valley, he had witnessed with his own eyes the power of the catapult. Gray Jackal seemed to have regained his confidence. He urged, "Quick, quick, go to the back of the valley and push the catapult." As he spoke, he swiftly got up from the ground, took a step forward, and ran quickly towards the direction where the catapult was hidden. The jackal and the tribesmen followed closely behind. After the Gray Jackal stole the catapult that day, he pushed it to the back of the valley and covered it with large leaves. The three of them ran and shouted loudly, calling on all the tribesmen in the valley to meet up at the back of the valley. The Gray Jackal was breathing heavily. He was already a middle-aged man. How could he compare with young people? In the blink of an eye, the jackal and the tribesmen rushed to the place where the catapult was hidden. However, the next moment, the Gray Jackal's soul emerged. Two extremely sharp wooden spears suddenly shot out from the woods and grass where the catapult was hidden, piercing the chest of the jackal and another member of the jackal tribe, and blood splattered on the spot. Two bloody holes were stabbed in the chests of the two men. They only had time to let out a scream before they collapsed to the ground, with large streams of blood gushing out of the holes. "Son!" The Gray Jackal couldn't help but burst into tears when he saw this scene. The pain of losing his son made him feel like his heart was being cut by a knife. He roared loudly and wanted to move forward. However, 11 burly men suddenly jumped out from the bushes. All of them were wearing wolf skins, holding wooden spears, and looked extremely ferocious. Gray Jack could tell at a glance that these dozen people were the guys who had once threatened him in Yunshi Valley, the so-called Yunshi soldiers. The Gray Jackal's expression changed drastically. His legs trembled, and he turned around and ran away without caring about his sadness. "My son is already dead. I can't sacrifice my own life as well." The Gray Jackal, which was originally exhausted, suddenly exploded like a scion. His legs were like spinning fire wheels, squeezing out all the potential in his body and running wildly into the distance. A Yunshi soldier saw the Gray Jackal turning around and fleeing, and immediately raised his spear thrower, loaded the spear, bent his front legs, straightened his hind legs, and raised his arms high. "No!" The barbarian who led the Yunshi soldiers into the valley of the Chai tribe grabbed the shoulder of the Yunshi soldier. Seeing the puzzled look of this tribe member, he said coldly, "I'll do it." He took the bamboo bow from his shoulder, picked up a bow and arrow, and drew the bowstring. Man was excited and eager to try. Jiang Yuan had just given him this bow not long ago, and today was a good time to test the results of his archery practice. Chapter 161, The Escaped Gray Jackal. The long arrow flew away, but it was a million miles away from the Gray Jackal. Seeing this, man's face froze. Ha! Some Yunshi soldiers couldn't help but laugh out loud when they saw this scene. "What are you laughing at? Go chase him," he scolded angrily. The 10 Yunshi soldiers immediately fell silent and started chasing wildly. However, what everyone did not expect was that the Gray Jackal, who was only concerned with escaping, ran so fast that they could not catch up with it. Even if you throw a spear, you won't be able to hit. How come this old fellow runs faster than the spotted deer on the grassland when he's running for his life? A Yunshi soldier said in surprise, gasping for breath, with his hands on his knees. Man stared at the direction where the Gray Jackal was running away in annoyance. He said unhappily, When you were about to die, you ran faster than anyone else. Well, the Yunshi soldier groaned, and seeing that man didn't look very happy, he dared not say anything. Keep chasing. I want to see how far he can run. Man said fiercely. He threw down his bamboo bow and wooden spear and started to chase after him. Jiang Yuan led the alliance army into the valley of the jackal tribe. Jiang Yuan looked at the empty valley, feeling slightly surprised. Could it be that after the guys from the jackal tribe discovered their tracks, the entire tribe ran away? Jiang Yuan walked quickly forward and ordered the people behind him to search carefully. The valley was in ruins, with feces and urine all over the ground. Apart from a few young and old members of the jackal tribe, there was no harvest at all. Jiang Yuan's face suddenly turned gloomy. The expressions of the other clan leaders were not good either. Let's go. Go check behind the valley. Jiang Yuan ordered. Yes. Lai responded and led 10 Yunshi soldiers to follow quickly. The chiefs of other tribes also followed behind. When he arrived at the back of the valley, Jiang Yuan saw from afar 10 Yunshi soldiers escorting 20 or 30 members of the jackal tribe walking towards this place. Seeing the alliance army of 60 to 70 people, man was slightly startled, but then he laughed and stepped forward. Lord Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan's expression eased slightly when he saw the 20 or so terrified members of the jackal tribe behind him. Lord Jiang Yuan, what do you think? Let me tell you, before you arrived, I had already subdued their entire tribe. He was quite proud, but he said this specifically for Lai to hear. Lai immediately snorted with disdain. I killed only strong male tribesmen. You caught some old people and children, and you have the nerve to compete with me? Lai was about to open his mouth to refute. Jiang Yuan asked first, are there only so few people left in the jackal tribe? These 20-odd people are all elderly people and children. Yes. Man answered loudly. Jiang Yuan frowned slightly. Where is that gray jackal guy? Man looked a little embarrassed. He whispered. The gray jackal escaped. Louder, Jiang Yuan shouted. Do you always speak so quietly when I train you? Everyone present, including the clan leaders, was chilled by Jiang Yuan's roar. Man immediately stood at attention and shouted loudly. Report to Lord Jiang Yuan. The gray jackal has escaped. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Explain it clearly. Man immediately reported the truth. When Jiang Yuan heard that gray jackal was released because of man's personal problems, he became furious and kicked man to the ground. The rest of the Yunshi soldiers all shuddered. If this gray jackal escapes, where can we find him? And how can we take revenge in the true sense? Jiang Yuan's skills are not inferior to Lai and man, so man naturally couldn't take the kick. Man was kicked to the ground. He rubbed his painful crotch with a grimace, but he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. After spending many days with Jiang Yuan, man knew that after being kicked, Jiang Yuan would not punish him again. Jiang Yuan stood up and walked in front of the jackal tribe members, asking loudly, where are the young women in your tribe? Although he guessed that she might have gone out to pick fruits, Jiang Yuan still wanted to confirm it. The old man from the jackal tribe was furious. I won't tell you. Jiang Yuan sighed and said, those in your jackal tribe who had grudges against me have already been killed by me. You guys have no grudges against me, and I don't want to kill anyone anymore. Just answer whatever I ask. The old man cursed Jiang Yuan again. Jiang Yuan's eyes flashed, and he swung his iron spear, but someone was faster than him. Man quickly thrust out his spear and killed the old man from the jackal tribe on the spot. Seeing Jiang Yuan looking at him, man touched his head and chuckled. Jiang Yuan didn't give him a good look, but looked at the other members of the jackal tribe who were already extremely frightened. Whoever talks nonsense again, I will kill him. These people are all old people and children. How can they withstand such intimidation? Jiang Yuan immediately answered whatever he was asked and confessed everything. Jiang Yuan looked at the inquiring eyes of the tribe leaders such as Canglong and Xiongying and replied, the female tribesmen of the jackal tribe have gone to pick fruits. They will be back before sunset. We just need to wait for a while. The other 5 clan leaders all nodded. 2 male tribesmen and this group of old people and children cannot satisfy the appetite of these tribe leaders. They all want to get more tribesmen from the jackal tribe. Chapter 162, Dividing the Jackal Tribe. The female members of the jackal tribe returned to the valley with fruits in their hands. Looking at the ferocious people holding wooden spears in the valley, they all shouted in panic. They are primitive, but they are not stupid. They screamed, threw away the fruits in their hands, and turned around to run away. However, a young man holding an iron spear in the rear had already led 10 Yunshi soldiers to block their way. Who are you? A female member of the jackal tribe mustered up her courage and asked in a trembling voice. It doesn't matter who we are. What matters is that the jackal tribe has been destroyed. Jiang Yuan said coldly. He swept his sharp eyes over the crowd and said, "The earth jackal is dead, and your chieftain, the gray jackal, has also escaped. Now I give you two choices. One is to join our tribe, and the other is to be killed by us." More than 30 female members of the jackal tribe were stunned when they heard this. "Are you giving me a choice? Can you please have some shame?" "Is there any other choice?" asked the female tribesman in a trembling voice. "Yes." The chief of the lion-tiger tribe said gruffly, "Come and be our slaves." All the female members of the jackal tribe shuddered upon hearing this. They also have slaves in their jackal tribe, and being a slave is a life worse than death. "Why are you attacking us?" someone else asked in a trembling voice. "Why are there so many whys?" Lai took a step forward and slammed the wooden spear heavily on the ground, scaring the female tribesmen so much that they shrank back. Jiang Yuan stopped Lai and shouted, "Your jackal tribe attacked us first, and we are here for revenge. Now, those who have hatred against us have been killed by us. You have no hatred against us, so make your choice quickly." After the words were spoken, all the female members of the jackal tribe fell silent. Some people even resented the gray jackal. "Why did you attack other tribes for no reason? Now, the tribe has been destroyed by others. Hurry up and speak." Seeing them dithering, the fiery chief of the lion and tiger tribe yelled. The chief of the Fengshi tribe, who seemed smarter than ordinary people, grabbed him and advised him to give them some time to choose. In fact, these people had no choice but to join various tribes, die, or become slaves. The question is, who wants to die and be a slave? So, as expected by Jiang Yuan, all the female tribesmen present chose to join the various tribes. Looking at this scene, all the clan leaders couldn't help but feel overjoyed and laughed out loud. Jiang Yuan ordered his men to gather all the old and young members of the jackal tribe and the women together. After an inventory, there are only 35 female members, 13 young members, and 10 old members left in the jackal tribe. Jiang Yuan called all the tribe leaders and said, "Everyone, we have 6 tribes in total. Each tribe will be divided into 6 female tribesmen and 2 young tribesmen. Our Yunshi tribe suffered a little loss, so we will be divided into 5 female tribesmen and 3 young tribesmen." Upon hearing this, the other tribal chiefs all nodded in satisfaction. They had no objection to Jiang Yuan's distribution. After all, with the original 2 male tribesmen, each tribe now had 10 tribesmen. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "We in the Yunshi tribe don't want these old tribesmen anymore. We are giving them to you." The other tribal leaders were not fools. They laughed and shook their heads when they heard this and refused. "What do we need old people for? They can't do any work. Are they just another mouth to feed?" After finalizing the distribution plan, Jiang Yuan tried his best to assign mother and son together, and then he and the 5 clan leaders divided up the jackal tribe. Jiang Yuan said to the old tribesmen who were unwanted by everyone, "I won't kill you guys. Just find a way to survive." As soon as the words fell, there was a sound of weeping and wailing in the field. How could 10 old men survive in this cruel and barbaric primitive world? Jiang Yuan's words undoubtedly sentenced these old people to death. Everyone walked out of the valley, and the chief of the Fengshi tribe clasped his fists and asked, "Master Jiang Yuan, when will we destroy the white monkey, bay, blackwater, and centipede tribes?" Jiang Yuan's eyes were sharp. "There is no time to lose. To prevent the news from leaking out, we must attack the white monkey tribe immediately tomorrow." "Yes." The clan leaders roared, and everyone was ambitious and excited. After the 6 tribes agreed on an attack plan, they went their separate ways. Jiang Yuan, Lion Man, led 20 Yunshi soldiers, pushed the recovered catapult, and escorted 8 members of the jackal tribe, heading towards the Yunshi Valley. Chapter 163 Gray Jackal Alliance. When Jiang Yuan was leading everyone to guard the valley of the jackal tribe, the gray jackal that had successfully escaped collapsed under a big tree, as if exhausted. The gray jackal's chest heaved violently, and it felt like his lungs were about to explode. After resting for a quarter of an hour, the gray jackal finally caught its breath, with a look of relief on its face for having survived the disaster. "Damn Yunshi tribe." The gray jackal cursed angrily. If he didn't know that there was a secret trail in the valley of the jackal tribe, he would have died in the valley like the earth jackal today. Thinking of his son Earth Jackal's tragic death, Gray Jackal was overwhelmed with grief and couldn't stop crying woo. The sound of the gray jackal's crying was like the howling of a ghost and was extremely unpleasant to hear. After a while, the gray jackal stopped crying. He gnashed his teeth with extreme resentment and said, "I must take revenge. But his son is dead and the tribe is gone. How can he take revenge?" The gray jackal sat on the ground with a confused look in his eyes until he heard a wolf howl in the distance. Then he was awakened and quickly stood up. "This is the wilderness. You never know when a carnivorous beast might jump out. Let alone revenge. Even survival would be a problem. The gray jackal walked in the vast grassland with a gray face. He looked decadent, like an old dog with a broken spine. Forget it. Let's go and join the white monkey tribe first. The gray jackal's eyes rolled around again, and no one knew what he was up to. The gray jackal took 2 steps with its weak old legs and walked towards the white monkey tribe. By the time the gray jackal reached the white monkey tribe, the sun had already set and the moon was rising. Master, a young man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks reported to the white monkey tribe's chieftain, Bai Ho. The chief of the jackal tribe, the gray jackal, is here. The white monkey, who had just finished eating a piece of rabbit meat, was slightly startled when he heard this. He looked up at the moon and asked with a puzzled look, "It's so late. What is he doing here?" The white monkey frowned slightly. He was also an extremely cunning person. After a moment of contemplation, the white monkey said, "Let him come." Soon, the gray jackal, looking disheveled, staggered into the valley. "What's wrong with you?" The white monkey, who originally wanted to be polite, saw the gray jackal's look and was stunned for a moment before asking. Gray jackal smiled awkwardly, sat down on the ground and gasped, "Stop talking. My jackal tribe has been destroyed." "What?" The jackal tribe was wiped out. The white monkey almost jumped up after hearing this. His face suddenly changed as he asked, "What happened?" The jackal tribe, a tribe of hundreds of people, was destroyed just like that. Only the chiefing tribe in the past possessed such strength, right? Is it the barbarian bear tribe? The white monkey asked anxiously. The barbarian bear tribe has more than 200 members, and they have the power to wipe out the jackal tribe. Gray jackal shook his head and said, "No, it's the people from the Yunshi tribe." Yunshi tribe. The white monkey looked at him suspiciously. Even if the Yunshi tribe had catapults and those so-called Yunshi soldiers, it would be impossible for them to destroy the jackal tribe just like that, right? After all, the population of the Yunshi tribe is similar to that of the Chai tribe. But how could the white monkey tribe's chieftain, Bai Ho, know that the Yunshi tribe now has more than 300 members? Gray jackal sighed and said, "Not only the Yunshi tribe, but also the Songlong tribe, Xiongning tribe, Shihu tribe, Fengshe tribe, Changchuan tribe, and others. These 6 tribes sent out more than 100 men and took advantage of the men from our tribe going out hunting to attack us." Jackal's eyes rolled around as he spoke. The alliance army was only 60 or 70 strong, but he said there were more than 100. What do they want to do? The Lizon Mountains have just entered a period of peace. Bai Ho's face changed drastically, and he said in a lost voice, "Is it because we did not participate in the attack on Chiefing that they are retaliating against us?" "Yes." Gray Jackal nodded heavily. He concealed the fact that the Jackal tribe attacked the Yunshi tribe and robbed the catapult. The Yunshi, Songlong, and other 6 tribes said that they wanted to exterminate us all for revenge. What should I do?" Upon hearing this, the white monkey collapsed to the ground. His eyes were dazed and he muttered to himself, "It's over. It's over." If these 6 tribes joined forces, how could his white monkey tribe be their opponent? "Don't panic." Seeing his cowardly look, the gray jackal quickly pulled him up from the ground. "If they can form an alliance, won't we also form an alliance with the Blackwater tribe, the 100 Leaves tribe, and the Centipede tribe? There are still more than 30 male members of my jackal tribe that have not been found. With the alliance of our 5 tribes, there are about 500 members." "Yes, you are right." After hearing this, the white monkey's eyes refocused, as if he had found a backbone. If their 6 tribes form an alliance, then our 5 tribes should also form an alliance. Chapter 164, Escape at Night. The white monkey and the gray jackal, having made up their minds, gradually calmed down. But the white monkey's frowning brows showed that he was not at peace inside. The white monkey was restless and paced back and forth in the cave. Gray jackal, who had been working hard all day, watched him swaying back and forth. He wanted to rest but couldn't. He said helplessly, "Stop walking around. Sit there and rest for a while." The white monkey suddenly grabbed the gray jackal's wrist and said, "What do you think we should do if the Yunshi tribe and the Songlong tribe attack us tomorrow?" Gray jackal frowned upon hearing this. "Then what do you say we should do?" "Let's go. Let's go now." The white monkey straightened up suddenly and said urgently, "Go to Centipede Mountain and find the Bay tribe, the Blackwater tribe, and the Centipede tribe." The gray jackal looked at the white monkey in astonishment. After running all day, he really didn't want to move at all, so he advised, "It's getting dark. Let's go tomorrow." But the white monkey had made up his mind and was determined. The demise of the jackal tribe frightened him to the extreme. "No, let's go now," the white monkey shouted. "I can't wait." He immediately walked out of the cave and greeted all the members of the white monkey tribe. More than 100 members of the white monkey tribe gathered together, staring at the white monkey with extremely confused expressions. The white monkey immediately told everyone that the entire tribe had decided to migrate. The white monkey is the patriarch, and no one will or dares to object. After all, a tribal chief has the power to decide the life and death of any ordinary member of the tribe. Everyone in the white monkey tribe started to move, except the gray jackal, who rubbed his sore legs with an extremely miserable look on his face. When the entire white monkey tribe began to migrate, Jiang Yuan and his group, along with the 8 members of the jackal tribe who were assigned to them, returned to the Yunchi Valley. None of the Yunchi people rested. They prepared rich food and sweet fruits, and were eagerly waiting. When everyone's figures appeared in sight, the Yunchi tribe immediately fell into a carnival. Chief Tsang excitedly ordered his men to open the wooden door, build a trench bridge, and lead everyone out to welcome them. Qing Hushi threw herself into Jiang Yuan's arms, while Chief Tsang glanced at everyone and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that there were no casualties. Are these 8 extra people from the jackal tribe? Chief Tsang has been managing supplies for many days and has become very skilled in counting. He could tell at a glance that there were 8 extra people. Jiang Yuan hugged Qing Hushi's slender waist, nodded and said, "Yes, the jackal tribe has been destroyed by us, and these are the people assigned to our Yunchi tribe." "Why is it only this much?" Chief Tsang looked a little disappointed. "You know, there are more than 100 people in the jackal tribe." Jiang Yuan explained, "Some have been killed. I don't want the old man, so it's just these people." After hearing Jiang Yuan's explanation, Chief Tsang's expression eased a little, and he nodded and said, "Let's go. The tribe has prepared food and is waiting for you to come back." Jiang Yuan nodded, took Qing Hushi's hand, and walked into the valley. A group of Yunchi tribe leaders gathered around a campfire. On the grill was a wild-horned sheep being roasted to a golden color. One, meanwhile, was holding a spoon and sprinkling salt on the roasted lamb. Elder Pan exclaimed, "This food sprinkled with salt really tastes much better than before." The arm of Elder Pan that was pierced by Chishin's wooden spear that day has now healed and is no longer in danger. Elder Wei also nodded in agreement. Ever since sprinkling salt on the food, Elder Wei felt that his appetite had increased a lot. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. The effect of salt is really huge. He tore off a piece of tender roasted lamb and fed it into Qing's mouth, which immediately caused she to snort in dissatisfaction. Jiang Yuan quickly tore off another piece of roasted lamb and gave it to Shi, but she turned his head away and didn't even look at it. Jiang Yuan raised his hands, feeling very embarrassed. The child you suddenly appeared and swallowed the mutton in Jiang Yuan's hand in one gulp. Everyone looked at this scene and couldn't help but burst into laughter. As a result, she became even angrier and was about to leave with a pout. Jiang Yuan helplessly kicked you lightly. "You little brat." He quickly pulled she back and coaxed her for a long time before she gave up. You rubbed his buttocks, which didn't hurt at all, and asked rudely, "Master Jiang Yuan, you are not afraid of women, are you?" Jiang Yuan glared at him, and the people around him laughed again. You smiled and said, "What's the big deal? When my father and mother were alive, my father was also afraid of my mother." Jiang Yuan heard this and sighed in his heart and patted Yu's head. This child lost his father and mother so early. "Lord Jiang Yuan, can you tell us how you wiped out the jackal tribe today?" Yu asked. Jiang Yuan paused for a moment and then began to explain to everyone. Although Jiang Yuan's description was not very good, this group of primitive people listened attentively and were reluctant to leave for a moment. After Jiang Yuan finished speaking, everyone looked a little unsatisfied. Jiang Yuan chuckled and said, "Tomorrow, we will continue and destroy the white monkey tribe." Chapter 165, The Disappearing White Monkey Tribe. "Master Jiang Yuan, can you take me with you when we attack the white monkey tribe tomorrow?" When he heard that there would be a battle tomorrow, Yu's eyes lit up immediately and he said anxiously. The rock heard this and laughed gruffly. "What can I do with you? You can't even lift a wooden spear, can you?" "Who said that?" "I can lift it." Yu retorted immediately after hearing it. "Really?" Rock rolled his eyes. He took out his wooden spear, which was one size larger than the ordinary wooden spear, and threw it in front of Yu. "Take it and try it." "Let's try it." Yu bent down and held the wooden spear, his face flushed, but he didn't pick it up. The rock spear can't really be called a spear. It would be more accurate to say it's a sharpened, thick tree trunk. Rock, who usually looks very honest, saw Yu's frustrated look and couldn't help but let out a shrill laugh. "I told you that you can't do it." "Humph." Yu snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. His eyes rolled around and he kicked the rock on the butt. He turned around and ran, disappearing immediately. Yincher got up and chased after them. The 2 tribesmen, one big and one small, started running in circles in the valley. Seeing this, the others laughed out loud, and the atmosphere in Yunchi Valley was very joyful. The fight between the two ended with you being picked up by Yinsher with one hand and beaten up. Okay, stop messing around. It was a dark night, and Chief Song, worried that the two men might get hurt, stopped them. You was a very smart child. Not long after the Gu tribe joined the Yunshi tribe, you was liked by many tribesmen. Jiang Yuan coughed slightly and said, "Tomorrow, all departments will follow the routine, hunting when necessary and picking when necessary. Tomorrow, Lai, Man, Yinsher, and I will lead the Yunshi soldiers to continue attacking the White Monkey tribe." "What about me?" you asked. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "Let's talk about it when you become a man." There was another round of laughter. You was helpless against Jiang Yuan's mental attack and was completely defeated. The next day, Jiang Yuan led a group of people, and after meeting up with the clan leaders, they ambushed the White Monkey tribe on the road they had to take for hunting. The White Monkey tribe did not have a catapult, so Jiang Yuan did not arrange for anyone to sneak into the valley of the White Monkey tribe. There were only 6 tribes and nearly 80 people. They waited here and there until the sun was high in the sky, but they still didn't see any sign of the White Monkey tribe. What's going on? Could it be that the group of guys in charge of hunting from the White Monkey tribe walked past here in the middle of the night? Lai scratched his head in confusion and asked. After lying in ambush for a whole morning, the impatient lion-tiger tribe chief quietly approached Jiang Yuan and whispered, "Master Jiang Yuan, how long are we going to lie in ambush here?" Jiang Yuan also felt something was wrong. His eyes flickered and he thought to himself, "This shouldn't be the case. Logically speaking, people from the White Monkey tribe must pass through here." Gray Jackal. The figure of this person suddenly emerged in Jiang Yuan's mind. He thought to himself that it was not good. He guessed that it must be the Gray Jackal who escaped yesterday who leaked the news of the Yunshi Alliance's attack. "Let's go to the valley of the White Monkey tribe." Jiang Yuan made a prompt decision and stood up and shouted to everyone. The others looked at each other and followed. This place is mountainous and densely forested, not far from the White Monkey tribe. Soon, Jiang Yuan and more than 70 men arrived at the valley of the White Monkey tribe. Jiang Yuan was just about to have everyone prepare for an attack when he saw a child sitting on a branch of a big tree at the entrance of the valley, swinging his legs and chewing fruit with relish. Why are you here?" Rock asked loudly to the child in the tree. When you saw the crowd, he threw away the fruit in his hand, climbed down from the tree nimbly, and ran to the crowd. "Lord Jiang Yuan." You bowed respectfully. "What's going on?" Jiang Yuan asked. You smiled and said, "When you set out, I followed you all the time. Later, it was too boring to wait there, so I came to the valley of the White Monkey tribe to take a look." Jiang Yuan's eyes twitched slightly when he heard that. He glanced at the people behind him. Lion Man also had their skin twitched slightly, looking a little embarrassed. As fighters, a child followed them for such a long time, and they didn't even notice it. Where can they put their faces? Is there no one in the valley? Jiang Yuan asked in a slightly hurried tone. The first time Jiang Yuan saw you, his guess was confirmed. That is, the White Monkey tribe received news from the Gray Jackal that the entire tribe had fled. "No one. I've searched it already." You nodded and replied. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath to calm his fluctuating mood. Damn it, the White Monkey tribe actually escaped. Chapter 166, Gathering at Centipede Mountain. "Lord Jiang Yuan, what should we do?" asked the chief of the Lion and Tiger tribe. Everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Yuan's face. Jiang Yuan thought to himself, the lies on mountains are so small, where can the more than 100 members of the White Monkey tribe escape to? Jiang Yuan asked everyone, which tribe is the closest to the valley of the White Monkey tribe? Lai, who was familiar with the terrain, answered, "It's the Greystone tribe." Jiang Yuan rolled his eyes upon hearing this and said unhappily, "I'm asking about one of the Black Water tribe, Centipede tribe, or 100-Leaf tribe." Lai smiled sheepishly and said, "It's the Bay tribe." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. He looked up at the sun in the sky. It was not yet noon. Jiang Yuan made a prompt decision. "Let's go to Bay tribe now." "Yes." Lai, Man, Yinsher, and 20 Yunshi soldiers roared at the same time. The other tribal chiefs were slightly shocked and stunned by the momentum of this group of soldiers. At the same time, they also felt a little envious. How great would it be if your tribe had such a capable and invincible army? Led by Jiang Yuan and 5 clan leaders, the alliance army of nearly 80 people marched aggressively towards the Bay tribe. At the same time, Centipede Mountain, Centipede tribe. Could it be that the Yunshi tribe, the Songlong tribe, and the Xiongning tribe really want to wipe us out? The chief of the Centipede tribe, Black Centipede, sat on a stone with a very worried look on his face. At this time, nearly 500 people from the 4 tribes of Centipede, Black Water, Bay, and White Monkey gathered at Centipede Mountain. There is also a Gray Jackal without any tribe members. Why would I lie to you? Gray Jackal's expression was slightly unfriendly. Our Jackal tribe has been destroyed. What should we do? The chief of the Black Water tribe's voice was trembling slightly. They received a notice from the Centipede tribe in the middle of the night, So the entire tribe ran to Centipede Mountain in the dark like blind people. Because of this, no one knew where the Blackwater tribe chief's newly born son had been lost. By this time, it has probably already been eaten by the carnivorous beast. Grey Jackal said confidently, "Don't be afraid. Now our 5 tribes have united together, and there are about 500 people. We are not afraid of their 6 tribal alliance." Hearing this, the chief of the White Monkey tribe hurriedly asked, "Grey Jackal, when will your tribesmen who are out hunting and gathering come back?" Upon hearing this, the Grey Jackal looked a little embarrassed. He had an idea in his mind. These people from the Jackal tribe would probably never come to Centipede Mountain again. However, Grey Jackal still fooled everyone with full energy. "It should be soon. As long as they find out that I am not in the Jackal tribe valley, they will definitely come." At this point, the Grey Jackal couldn't help but brag. "My people are all young and strong." The other 4 tribal chiefs nodded slightly. When the time came to accept the members of the Jackal tribe, their alliance would have nearly 600 members. "The tribesmen who went out to gather information should be back, right?" asked the chief of the Bay tribe. Their Bay tribe also reached Centipede Mountain in the middle of the night. He fell when he was climbing the mountain, and his ankle is still swollen. "It should be soon." The black centipede's eyes flickered. He looked at so many tribesmen outside the cave, and his heart gradually calmed down. He was no longer as panicked as when he just received the news of the Yunshi tribe's attack. "Master Patriarch." The shouts of the tribesmen were heard outside the cave. The anxious tribe leaders all swarmed over and surrounded him. The tribe leader of Bay tribe hopped forward on one leg, his posture looking like a golden rooster standing on one leg. "How is it? Have you found those guys from the Yunshi tribe?" Black Centipede, the chief of the Centipede tribe, asked anxiously. "Found it." The tribesman panted and said. A group of them went to the valley of the Bay tribe. "What?" The Bay tribe chief's face changed when he heard that. He stood on one leg and his body shook, and he almost fell to the ground. Grey Jackal held him and said unhappily, "Why are you panicking? Aren't all the people in your tribe here?" Yes. The chief of the Bay tribe smiled awkwardly when he heard this, but he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He is now like a frightened bird and cannot bear to hear any news about the Yunshi tribe. "Did you see clearly how many tribes there are? How many people are there?" Black Centipede asked again. This tribesman did not get a clear view of the situation of the Alliance army. He hid on the top of a tree, took a quick look, and immediately fled, fearing that he would be discovered by the people of the Yunshi tribe. When he heard Black Centipede's question, his eyes rolled around and he said, "Nonsense. There are several hundred people, but I can't tell how many tribes there are." "What? Hundreds of people?" The 5 tribal chiefs screamed in disbelief, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. Chapter 167 Preparations for Centipede Mountain. After hearing the report from their tribesmen, the faces of the 5 Grey Jackals changed drastically. The Bay tribe leader's face turned green. He asked in a trembling voice, "I don't have much hatred against them. Why did they send so many people to destroy our Bay tribe?" The Grey Jackal was also slightly shocked. Yesterday, when the Yunshi tribe destroyed their Jackal tribe, they only sent out about 100 people. It seems that they really want to kill us. While the White Monkey was speaking, he was glad that he led his people to Centipede Mountain in the middle of the night. "Don't be afraid." Black Centipede narrowed his eyes. "We have hundreds of people in this alliance." Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. They could also mobilize hundreds of their tribesmen. "They can't break into my Centipede Mountain." Black Centipede paused slightly and said to everyone very confidently. The Grey Jackal, the White Monkey, and the other 3 nodded again. They joined the Centipede tribe because they thought Centipede Mountain was easy to defend but difficult to attack. In the past, when the chiefing tribe attacked the Centipede tribe, they were helpless against the terrain of Centipede Mountain. Centipede Mountain is high and densely forested, with steep cliffs. If you want to climb halfway up the mountain, there is only a very difficult path to pass. The area halfway up the mountain is very suitable for human survival. There are caves and flat mountains. It is not a problem to accommodate their alliance of nearly 500 people. Therefore, Centipede Mountain is a recognized treasure land in the Lies on Mountains. It can be said that Centipede Mountain is easier to defend than Yunshi Valley, which has wooden gates, horizontal bridges, and watchtowers. No, we can't rely solely on Centipede Mountain for defense. Grey Jackal shook his head at this time. "What do you mean?" The Black Centipede asked with an unhappy look. Was he looking down on Centipede Mountain? At this time, Grey Jackal was alone and he did not dare to offend any tribal leader. Grey Jackal quickly explained, "Haven't we been to Yunshi Valley? We can learn from them and build something defensive." Yes. After hearing this, the eyes of the other people couldn't help but light up. "How to make it?" asked the Black Centipede anxiously. Not everyone is as careful as Grey Jackal, and most people have forgotten what the defensive facilities in Yunshi Valley look like. Grey Jackal said, "Isn't there only one path on Centipede Mountain? Let's follow the example of the Yunshi tribe and dig a big hole on the path and block the road with wood." "Right." Black Centipede couldn't help but burst into laughter after hearing this. He looked excited. Then let's see how those guys from the Yunshi tribe can destroy us. The other people were also shocked, and their fear of the Yunshi alliance was reduced a little. The white monkey said, "Now let the tribesmen start cutting down trees and digging pits." The black centipede nodded, and he immediately stood up, ready to call on his fellow tribesmen to start work. Ahem. The chief of the Bay tribe suddenly coughed. He asked with a slightly embarrassed look on his face, "Do you have anything to eat?" "We in the Bay tribe have not eaten anything for a whole day and night since yesterday." Several clan leaders looked at each other and suddenly discovered a serious problem: food. "Well?" The black centipede groaned and said, "None of our tribesmen went out to hunt or gather food today. Where can we get food?" "Yes. Nearly 500 people are huddled on this centipede mountain. How can the food problem be solved?" Several clan leaders clearly realized the seriousness of the food problem, and their faces immediately became heavy. The cave was silent, no one spoke, and the atmosphere was extremely depressing and silent. After a long time, the gray jackal finally said, "How about this? We should continue hunting and harvesting as usual. It's just that every time we go hunting and gathering, people from several tribes act together. I don't believe that those guys from the Yunshi tribe would dare to attack us when they see hundreds of us together." The equally astute white monkey nodded. "You are right. It is impossible for the Yunshi and Songlong tribes to act together every day like us." "Okay. It's decided then." The black centipede, the chief of the centipede tribe who had become the leader of the group, made the decision immediately. The chief of the Bay tribe hesitated and said, "If our strong men and women are out, who will defend Centipede Mountain?" Gray Jackal interrupted him and said, "If they are not familiar with Centipede Mountain, they won't be able to climb in. We can safely let our people go out to hunt and gather." "Okay then." The chief of the Bay tribe chose to compromise and said in a helpless tone. The Gray Jackals and their companions were already aware of this and immediately called on their tribesmen to go out hunting and gathering and to build fortifications. Chapter 168, Helpless. In the Yunshi tribe, Jiang Yuan, Chief Song and 5 other clan leaders gathered here. According to the tribesmen's inquiries, there was no trace of activities in the residences of the Bay, Baiho, and Heishui tribes, and the valleys were empty. At this time, the 7 of them were waiting for news from Centipede Mountain and the Centipede tribe. "Lord Jiang Yuan, Lord Chief." The cry of a wolf was heard outside the cave. Jiang Yuan immediately asked him to go into the cave. Wolf bowed respectfully to Jiang Yuan and the Song clan leader before reporting. "Master Jiang Yuan, the Blackwater, White Monkey, and Bay tribes have all gone to Centipede Mountain. When I led my people to investigate in Centipede Mountain today, I discovered that all of their tribes were hiding in the mountain." Everyone's expression changed slightly when they heard this. Centipede Mountain. Easy to defend, but difficult to attack. A naturally dangerous place. What should I do? After Jiang Yuan heard Patriarch Song's description of Centipede Mountain, his eyes flickered as he thought about how to defeat the enemy. The lion and tiger tribe leader asked, "Master Jiang Yuan, what should we do? We can't attack Centipede Mountain at all." The chiefing tribe couldn't deal with the Centipede tribe before. The chief of the Songlong tribe also sighed and said, "Yes, the 4 tribes united together have nearly 500 members, and they have at least 20 spear throwers in their hands. How can we attack?" He opened his mouth to say something else, but the chief of the Fengshe tribe grabbed him and said, "Don't say anything. Let Master Jiang Yuan think of a solution." The chiefs of the Gray Wolf tribe and the Lion and Tiger tribe had no choice but to remain silent. "Nearly 500 people?" Jiang Yuan said slowly. He remembered the day when the chiefing tribe besieged the Yunshi Valley. They trapped the Yunshi tribe in the valley for nearly a month. At that time, the catapult broke down and food was on the verge of running out. If Jiang Yuan hadn't suddenly thought of using fire attack to capture Chishan alive and force the chiefing tribe to retreat, the entire Yunshi tribe would probably have starved to death in the valley. Jiang Yuan said, "My fellow clan leaders, if we mobilize our clansmen to surround Centipede Mountain without attacking, I think they will choose to surrender due to hunger. You know, they have nearly 500 people. Food is a big problem. One Centipede Mountain can't feed so many people." After Jiang Yuan finished speaking, several clan leaders looked at each other. The chief of the Eagle tribe said with embarrassment, "But Lord Jiang Yuan, if we send all our tribesmen to besiege Centipede Mountain, we will have problems with food for our own people." Jiang Yuan was stunned when he heard this. He only considered the enemy but not his own allies. The combined population of their 6 tribes is about 900. The population of the Yunshi tribe alone exceeded 300. The other 5 tribes were not like the Yunshi tribe, with their cellars filled with fruits, nearly 200 large prey raised in captivity, and countless wild rabbits and pheasants. Although the 5 tribes of Songlong now had spear throwers, they could also hunt in the northern grasslands, making it easier for them to obtain food. But without hunting skills, they still struggled to have enough food and clothing. Unless Jiang Yuan is generous enough to open up the Yunshi tribe's granary and solve the food problem, These 5 tribes will be willing to send out their people to besiege Centipede Mountain. Jiang Yuan frowned deeply, and he spoke slowly. Dear clan leaders, why don't you let me think about it and discuss it tomorrow? Okay. The other clan leaders looked at each other, nodded and left. Jiang Yuan also ordered Elder Wei to bring out 5 large prey and give one to each tribe. The 5 clan leaders immediately smiled happily. They became more determined to follow the Yunshi tribe. Follow the Yunshi tribe, you can get weapons, share with other tribesmen, and eat meat. After sending off the 5 clan leaders, Clan Leader Tsang frowned and looked at Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan, what do you think we should do? Jiang Yuan was also thinking. For a moment, he was at a loss as to what to do with the terrain of Centipede Mountain. Jiang Yuan looked at the wolf standing aside and said, You lead the tribesmen to continue to explore, and you must be careful. Yes. The wolf took the order and left, immediately sending his tribesmen to Centipede Mountain again. After the wolf left, Peng followed and said to Jiang Yuan with a smile, Master Jiang Yuan, the 4th catapult you asked me to build has been completed. Jiang Yuan felt relieved when he heard that. He immediately invited the leader of the Tsang clan to watch the catapult that Peng was responsible for building alone. Chapter 169, Find out the situation. With the blueprints and wooden ruler given to him by Jiang Yuan, as well as the help of some experienced Yunshi people, the smart Peng quickly built the 4th catapult of the Yunshi tribe. This catapult is exactly the same as the 3 that Jiang Yuan had built before, as if they were carved from the same mold. After testing the power and driving of the catapult, Jiang Yuan patted Peng on the shoulder with great satisfaction. Chief Tsang also nodded continuously, feeling happy that such a smart person had appeared in the tribe. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, For catapults are almost enough. 2 will be placed in the valley for defense, and the other 2 can be deployed for combat at any time. Hearing what Jiang Yuan said, Patriarch Tsang and Peng were also excited. Their Yunshi tribe already has the strength to dominate the Lizhan Mountains. Jiang Yuan immediately said to Peng, In my cave, there is a stone with a bridge painted on it. Go find a few tribesmen to move the stone to the back of the valley and build a bridge to connect the 2 sides of the river at the back of the valley. Jiang Yuan worked hard these past few days, squeezing out time, and finally finished drawing the blueprint of the bridge. He also built a small bridge with wooden sticks as an experiment, and there was no problem at all. Okay. Peng nodded heavily, his eyes shining. Master Jiang Yuan, I want to ask, what is a bridge? Jiang Yuan smiled and said, After you look at the painting on the stone, you will understand what a bridge is. Peng nodded slightly upon hearing this. Jiang Yuan had already found a suitable location to build a bridge at the river behind the valley. After telling Peng about it, he got up and left. The curious chief of the Tsang tribe followed Peng to watch how Peng built the bridge. Jiang Yuan came to the horizontal bridge and climbed up the watchtower. He looked at the neat and majestic Yunshi Valley, the busy and orderly tribesmen, the winding mountains outside the valley, and the boundless wilderness. He felt a sense of heroism in his heart. His eyes gradually became firm. Jiang Yuan said to himself, If I can't even take down a small centipede mountain, how can I conquer the entire primitive world and unify the world? The fire flickered in the cave, and Jiang Yuan was listening to the reports from wolf and hunting. According to what Shou said, today when he was leading about 50 people from the Yunshi tribe to hunt in the northern grasslands, they encountered people from the centipede, white monkey, bay, and blackwater tribes who were hunting together. The people from their 4 tribes together number a total of 150 to 60 strong male members. Although most of them were holding simple wooden spears or even barehanded, they were numerous, and Shou did not dare to conflict with them, so he led his people to retreat. Jiang Yuan stood up when he heard this. His eyes were sharp like ice knives. These damn tribes actually dared to hunt so brazenly in the northern grasslands. Lai sneered. These guys don't really think that they can force us back by relying on their numbers, right? Wolf also reported at this time. Master Jiang Yuan, some tribesmen, and I have been observing outside Centipede Mountain for a day. We can basically confirm that the 4 tribes have all gathered in Centipede Mountain. Because today we saw more than 100 female tribesmen going in and out of Centipede Mountain, picking fruits. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly when he heard that, his eyes flickering. Lord Jiang Yuan, what should we do? Lai asked from the side. Man also said, although they have more people, our Yunshi soldiers are stronger and braver than them. One of our Yunshi soldiers can at least tie with their 3 male tribesmen. Jiang Yuan nodded again. What Man said was true. The Yunshi soldiers were not only physically stronger, but also had received more systematic combat training and possessed more sophisticated weapons and equipment. Therefore, it was not a lie that the Yunshi soldiers could defeat 3 at 1. The Yunshi tribe originally had more than 40 strong male tribesmen, and later obtained some male tribesmen from the Qingtsang tribe and the Gu tribe. Together with the people rescued from the Chiefing tribe and the Wanderers, the Yunchi tribe now has about 100 strong male tribesmen. Among them, there are 20 Yunchi soldiers who can fight 3 against 1. Elder Pan, a burly gray-haired man, knew the strength of the Yunchi tribe very well. He immediately said in a gruff voice, "Lord Jiang Yuan, we will go to the northern grasslands tomorrow and fight the hunters from these tribes to the death." Jiang Yuan patted his forehead and looked at Elder Pan in silence. Even if you, a Yunchi tribe, have the strength to fight against their entire alliance, what will happen after the bloody battle? I'm afraid that all the male tribesmen and soldiers in the tribe will die. Jiang Yuan immediately shook his head to reject Elder Pan's approach. He immediately made a decision. "Elder Wei, go and prepare 10 large prey as food for the 5 tribes of Tsanglong. Yang, send your tribesmen to contact and invite the 5 tribes of Tsanglong and their chiefs to visit Yunchi Valley tomorrow." Yes. Elder Wei and Yang immediately took the order and left. Chapter 170, Northern Hunting. In the stone cave in Yunchi Valley, everyone sat around a wooden table. "Lord Jiang Yuan, you are so anxious to ask us to come here. What do you want to discuss?" asked the chief of Fengshe tribe. He was just about to lead his people out hunting when he was hastily invited by a member of the Yunchi tribe. Jiang Yuan smiled at everyone, his eyes burning. "Dear clan leaders, I have found a way to conquer Centipede Mountain." The eyes of the other people brightened when they heard this. "Lord Jiang Yuan, please speak quickly," urged the straightforward chief of the Lion and Tiger tribe. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Since these 4 stupid guys from the Centipede Mountain tribes dare to go to the northern grassland to hunt, we should defeat them one by one. Set up an ambush in the northern grassland. After we subdue this group of strong men in their alliance, we can then besiege Centipede Mountain. Then let's see how they resist." Hearing what Jiang Yuan said, the chief of the Tsanglong tribe's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded in support of Jiang Yuan's idea. The Fengshe tribe obviously considered more. He frowned slightly. How many of their tribesmen go hunting? About 160. Jiang Yuan did not hide anything and told everyone the information he had obtained. This. Several clan leaders looked at each other. 160 people hunting together. How can this be an ambush? The chief of the Changchuan tribe immediately said, "There are too many of them. Can the ambush be successful?" Jiang Yuan was confident. "It will definitely succeed. Can you send out 200 strong men from your 5 tribes?" Several people looked at each other. There were 40 people in a tribe. Although they could afford it, this number was almost all the strong male members of each tribe. The chief of the Eagle tribe hesitated and said, "Master Jiang Yuan, how many people will the Yunchi tribe send out?" 100 strong male tribesmen, including 20 Yunchi soldiers. Jiang Yuan said to everyone. Chief Tsang on the side sighed softly. "These are all the male members of the Yunchi tribe. Jiang Yuan is going to bet the entire tribe's belongings." This. Several clan leaders were dumbfounded. They had been to and from Yunchi tribe many times, and although they had a general understanding of the population of Yunchi tribe, they did not have a general understanding of the population of Yunchi tribe. But they didn't expect that the Yunchi tribe could actually send out 100 strong male members at one time. Could it be that the Yunchi tribe has become this powerful? How? Jiang Yuan asked. "Lord Jiang Yuan, what should we do?" The chief of the Tsanglong tribe swallowed hard. He suppressed his inner shock and asked slowly. Several others also cast inquiring glances. Jiang Yuan said, "There is a mountain called Funyo in the northern grasslands. We can go there tomorrow." The northern grassland is scorching hot, like a steamer. Nearly all the male members of Centipede Mountain gathered here. They either covered their bodies with leaves or wore tattered animal skins. Most of them held simple primitive wooden spears, and a few held spear throwers. There were many of them, and they gathered together, preparing to ambush a herd of giant antelopes drinking water beside a deep lake. The food for nearly 500 people in Centipede Mountain was like a mountain, pressing down on this group of people and making it hard for them to breathe. They could only choose to ambush large prey to meet the food needs of the tribe. With a loud roar, 20 spears fired at the same time, knocking a giant antelope to the ground in an instant. Its miserable appearance was like that of a porcupine covered with thorns. Then more than 160 primitive people, like monkeys in the forest, jumped, roared, and waved simple wooden spears in their hands, swarming towards the herd of giant antelopes. The frightened giant antelopes fled in all directions, and some of them stepped into the deep lake in a panic and were eaten by the giant crocodiles and water monsters in the lake in an instant. The blood dyed the lake red, but the hungry Centipede Mountain Alliance members ignored it and tried their best to chase the injured giant antelopes and the dead giant antelopes and compete with the giant crocodiles for food. Accompanied by loud roars and angry shouts, after two people were dragged into the deep lake by the giant crocodile and one person was trampled to death by the giant antelope's hind legs, the more than 160 people finally succeeded in capturing two giant antelopes. Ha! A member of the white monkey tribe couldn't help but laugh wildly as he looked at the two huge antelopes. Today, his woman and children can finally have enough to eat. Yesterday, his wife and children were hungry for the entire day. Just as the members of the Centipede Mountain Alliance were in ecstasy and thinking about how to drag the two giant antelope corpses back to Centipede Mountain. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, the sound of breaking wind rang in everyone's ears, like the whistling of the wind and the roar of a dragon. In the distance, dozens of black spears filled the sky, drew arcs of death, and shot towards everyone. Chapter 171, Hunting by the Lake. Scratch, scratch, scratch. The sound of flesh being torn apart was endless, and beautiful blood flowers bloomed in the air. The dozen or so people at the front of the Centipede Mountain Alliance were instantly overwhelmed by the rain of spears and turned into hedgehogs. The tragic deaths of these people were not much better than that of the giant antelope that fell to the ground. The sudden attack threw the remaining 150 people into panic. They looked at the direction where the spears were coming from with fear, their legs trembling and their bodies shaking like sieves. After all, there are still responsible people in the Centipede Mountain Alliance. A young man with black hair and a strong body immediately shouted, "Load the spear gun and shoot them." His tiger roar stabilized the panicked Centipede Mountain Alliance, and immediately the primitive people holding spear throwers began to load their spears and prepare to fire back. Kill, kill, kill. Suddenly, there came a roar of killing from the front. Like a tsunami, the roar was deafening. Suddenly, countless primitive people emerged from a hillside in the direction of the attack, like a tide. They were so dense that it was impossible to tell at a glance how many enemies there were. This is too many people, right? Some people in the Centipede Mountain Alliance were completely frightened and their voices were trembling. What should we do? What should we do? Someone yelled, and his hands holding the wooden spear couldn't stop shaking. Shoot! The man with black hair roared. He raised the spear in his hand and shot a spear towards the people of the Yunchi Alliance. This man's name is Lin, and he is a fierce general under the command of Black Centipede, the chief of the Centipede tribe. Following Lin's command, more than a dozen spears were shot out from the Centipede Mountain Alliance. The four tribes in Centipede Mountain combined only had the 20 spear throwers that Jiang Yuan had given them in the past. The sturdy chief of the Lion and Tiger tribe rushed to the front of the Yunchi Alliance. He was ordered to ambush the people of the Centipede Mountain Alliance here. Looking at the dozen or so sparse spears in the sky, the chief of the Lion-Tiger tribe shouted, "Raise the Rot-Tan shields." Boom! Among the more than 100 soldiers of the Yunchi Alliance, a dozen or so at the front immediately raised the shields given to them by the Yunchi tribe. Pa pa pa! Just like a rainstorm hitting the windows, more than a dozen spears were intercepted and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the morale of everyone in the Yunchi Alliance could not help but be boosted. The slender and fast-running chief of the Tsanglong tribe led all the people of the Tsanglong tribe, wielding wooden spears, and charged at the forefront of the Alliance army. They looked so unstoppable that they seemed to have the power to destroy mountains. When the people of the Centipede Mountain Alliance saw their spears being intercepted and falling to the ground, and saw the Yunchi Alliance army was so aggressive, how could they have the heart to resist? They had lost all their morale. Someone threw away the wooden spear in his hand, shouted in despair, turned around, and chose to run away. The Centipede Mountain Alliance, which was already in a state of desperation, was instantly routed. With one person taking the lead, a chain reaction was set off, and immediately countless people turned around and fled. The group of people abandoned the captured giant antelope and the bodies of their companions and fled in panic. At this moment, they only regretted that they were born with two more legs. Lin's eyes were bloodshot. No matter how loudly he shouted and gave orders, it was like a drop of water falling into the sea, unable to create a single wave. Lin had no choice but to run wildly with the crowd. Chase him! The Eagle tribe chieftain looked excited and shouted again. Die! Just when the members of the Centipede Mountain Alliance thought they had escaped pursuit, the chiefs of the Changchuan tribe and the Fengshe tribe came out with more than 80 people from their own tribes and blocked the way of the Centipede Mountain Alliance. There are interceptors in front, pursuers behind, and a big lake around. The members of the Centipede Mountain Alliance were helpless and could only flee in the last direction. The Tsanglong tribe, Xiongyin tribe, Shihu tribe, Fengshe tribe, and Changchuan tribe joined together. They led 200 tribesmen, like a big net, and vowed to catch the 150 people of the Centipede Mountain Alliance into the net. Watching the people from the Centipede Mountain Alliance flee, the chief of the Songlong tribe laughed as he ran wildly. Ha! These guys really fled in the direction of Fuhu Mountain. The chief of the Fengshe tribe, who was known for his intelligence among the 5 chiefs, growled, "Don't talk. Chase them. We can't let them escape. Don't worry." The Songlong tribe laughed loudly. "As long as we get to Fuhu Mountain, with Lord Jiang Yuan and the others there, I don't think these guys will be able to resist." Chapter 172 Siege of Fuhu Mountain. The members of the Centipede Mountain Alliance ran for their lives, and behind them was the Yunshi Alliance army chasing them with wooden spears. "Run!" One person shouted loudly, and in order to escape, the people of Centipede Mountain threw away their only weapons, simple primitive wooden spears. The Fuhu Mountain is ahead. Lin, who was running fast in the crowd, looked up at the not-so-majestic mountain in front of him, but his heart was beating fast, and he felt uneasy. His face looked a little gloomy. The gap between his group and the people from the Yunshi Alliance was too big. After just one encounter, before there was even a real head-on fight, the army was already completely defeated. Now that we're on Fuhu Mountain, where can we escape to? Lin couldn't help but cry out in his heart. He knew very well in his heart that the cliffs on the other side of Fuhu Mountain were too steep to pass through. Once they climbed the mountain, there would be no way to retreat. But the people of the Centipede Mountain Alliance were only concerned about escaping, so why would they care about these details? Lin was wrapped in the crowd and couldn't break free, so he could only run away with the crowd. Lin looked back at the Yunshi Alliance army that had dispersed to surround his people and couldn't help but let out a long sigh in his heart. There is no way back. Let's go to Fuhu Mountain first and talk about it later. The Centipede Mountain Alliance climbed up Fuhu Mountain. This side of the mountain was flat and not steep, so it was not difficult to pass. Lin looked back and saw that the Yunshi Alliance army showed signs of being left behind. Will I really be able to escape successfully? Lin asked himself in his heart. His eyes were bright and intelligent, unlike the other primitive people who were so foolish. Kill. Suddenly, there came a cry of killing that pierced the clouds and split the rocks from the front. The sound was like thunder, which made the distracted Lin tremble all over. His mind became slightly dazed, and his legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. Even Lin, who has been in many battles and can fight a giant wolf alone, is in this situation, let alone the others in the Centipede Mountain Alliance. Lin looked up and saw a group of people standing on the top of the mountain in front of him. There were about 100 of them. They were well equipped, and each of them held a javelin and a sharp wooden spear in his hand. Among the crowd, a man with a tall figure and holding a bright iron spear was the most eye-catching. Charge! Jiang Yuan, standing on the top of the mountain, waved his iron spear and issued orders to the Yunshi people behind him. Kill! The 20 Yunshi soldiers at the front raised the rattan shields in their hands and swooped down towards the Centipede Mountain Alliance members halfway up the mountain. Taking advantage of the momentum of rushing down the mountain, the Yunshi soldiers were like tigers rushing down the mountain, with terrifying momentum and unstoppable. The members of the Centipede Mountain Alliance, who had already exhausted all their strength in escaping, couldn't help but feel terrified when they saw this scene. They were running towards the mountain to escape, but they didn't know that someone had set an ambush on the mountain. The 20 Yunshi soldiers attacked with overwhelming force and conquered everything easily. They rushed into the crowd of the Centipede Mountain Alliance like a tiger into a flock of sheep and cut several paths through the crowd. The countless members of the Centipede Mountain Alliance were like pieces of paper, completely unable to resist, and were easily knocked to the ground. The other 80 members of the Yunshi tribe followed closely behind with wooden spears, charging towards the enemies at the foot of the mountain. One side is exhausted and unarmed, while the other side is well-rested and fully armed. The gap is obvious. It's almost a one-sided massacre. In less than half a minute, about 150 members of the Centipede Mountain Alliance were all knocked to the ground, and only a few of them resisted stubbornly under the siege of Yunshi and his group. As for the members of the Yunshi tribe, not a single one was killed, and only a few were slightly injured. However, under Jiang Yuan's instructions, the Yunshi people did not kill the man, but simply knocked him to the ground. Even so, about 10 people died at the hands of the Yunshi tribe. Jiang Yuan looked at the last person standing on the field. He had black hair draped over his shoulders and a nimble figure. Although he was in danger under the siege of the Yunshi people, he was still able to hold on. Jiang Yuan looked at his moves, and his eyes gradually became strange. This man's fighting power is no less than that of Lion Man. Seeing that the tribesmen were unable to take the city after a long siege, Lai, Man, and Yinshi joined the battlefield. These three were all powerful men from the Yunshi tribe who could fight against many enemies alone. How could Lin, who was already exhausted, resist them? Puff! A mouthful of thick blood spurted out. Lin's body staggered, and he was knocked to the ground by Rock's punch. Such a sudden change happened in a moment. Oh! Rock roared, and the enlarged wooden spear in his hand was like an axe that split the world, chopping down towards Lin's head. Lin, coughing up blood, closed his eyes resignedly. He knew that he had no chance of survival. Rock, stop it! Jiang Yuan shouted loudly and swung out his iron spear to block the rocks. When Lai and Man, who were standing beside him, heard this, they immediately took action. The three of them worked together to hold the rock and wooden spear, but even so, Jiang Yuan felt a numbness at the base of his wrist, and the iron spear almost slipped out of his hand. The 2-meter-tall, broad-shouldered rock has supernatural powers. If Yinsher's fighting skills were as proficient as those of Lai and Man, he would surely be the most powerful man in the Yunshi tribe. Lin, who had escaped from the gates of hell, stared at the held wooden spear with his eyes open, and his forehead and back were instantly soaked with cold sweat. His chest heaved, he gasped for breath, sweat poured down like rain, and his dazed eyes stared blankly at Jiang Yuan. Chapter 173, Dividing the Tribe. What's wrong, Lord Jiang Yuan? Rock, who was blocked, retracted his wooden spear and asked Jiang Yuan with a somewhat dissatisfied tone. He could have smashed this guy's head into pieces with one spear. Jiang Yuan retracted the iron spear, slightly moved his numb wrist, and breathed a sigh of relief. This person can be of great use, Jiang Yuan said with a smile. Lai, Man, and Yinsher all looked a little puzzled. Jiang Yuan did not explain, because the chiefs of the 5 tribes, namely Canglong, Xiongying, Shihu, Fengshe, and Changchuan, had already arrived with their people. Seeing the more than 100 people from the Centipede Mountain Alliance lying on the ground groaning and wailing, the 5 tribal chiefs were so happy that their mouths were almost stretched to the corners of their eyes. The chief of the Changchuan tribe panted and laughed loudly. Master Jiang Yuan, I knew you could kill them all. Jiang Yuan stepped forward to greet them. He said politely, if it weren't for the tribe leaders who broke their morale and consumed their strength, how could our Yunshi tribe have subdued them so easily? Although the clan leaders did not know what morale was, they all looked quite proud when they heard Jiang Yuan say that. Only Chief Fengshe, who seemed smarter than the other chiefs, said, isn't it because Lord Jiang Yuan's arrangement was useful? After a while of flattering each other, Jiang Yuan secretly discovered that after dealing with him several times, these clan leaders had all become more smooth. Not as straightforward and reckless as before. Jiang Yuan once again felt his own greatness from the bottom of his heart. After all, it was his appearance that promoted the development of the intelligence and brains of these primitive people. Let them evolve on their own. Who knows how many years it will take. The 6 tribes of the Yunshi Alliance gathered together, totaling more than 320 people, and surrounded the 144 members of the Centipede Mountain Alliance in the center. The eyes of the Lion and Tiger tribe chief lit up. He asked with a smile, Master Jiang Yuan, how do we divide these guys? No hurry. Jiang Yuan smiled slightly, and he immediately asked all the people to stand up and gather together. Although these people had bruises on their faces and were weak, they were not seriously injured. Because those who were injured are already dead. Jiang Yuan coughed slightly and said loudly, now, you have 2 choices. The first is to join our tribe. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the Centipede Mountain Alliance looked at each other. They forgot for a moment that they were in danger, and some even started discussing it. After a moment, someone mustered up the courage to ask, what about the other one? Jiang Yuan showed him a few teeth and said with a sinister smile, the other option is to become a slave of our tribe, or be killed by us. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Centipede Mountain Alliance fell silent, with stunned expressions on their faces. Is this giving them a choice? Looking at the silent people of the Centipede Mountain Alliance, Jiang Yuan said again, the chiefs of your respective tribes once swore an oath with us in front of the gods to attack the chiefing tribe together. However, your tribal leader broke the agreement first and invaded our northern grasslands later. We will only kill your tribal leader and will not cause trouble for you ordinary people. You also know that in the past, if a tribe was destroyed, the whole tribe would be enslaved. Today, I give you a choice. Either join our tribe and become one of our people, or become a slave, or be killed. Choose for yourself. As Jiang Yuan's voice fell, the expressions of the people in the Centipede Mountain Alliance were naturally very exciting. Although they did not participate in the battle in the Valley of 10,000 Beasts to wipe out the chiefing tribe that day, they witnessed the cruelty of the battlefield. As for why their own tribe did not participate, these primitive people are not fools. After all, Jiang Yuan said that your tribe leader made an oath but broke it, It would be strange if others don't beat you. At this moment, everyone in the Centipede Mountain Alliance was shaken, and they no longer felt any burden for the clan leader who had betrayed them. When they were about to make a choice, Jiang Yuan gave them another blow deep in their hearts. Join our tribe, and I promise that you will not be bullied and will eat and sleep with our people. Jiang Yuan winked at the other clan leaders. After being stunned for a moment, the other clan leaders immediately made promises. After hearing this, the last bit of hesitation in the hearts of the people of the Centipede Mountain Alliance completely disappeared. After all, they used to do the hardest work and eat the worst food in their own tribe. All the food they worked hard to get was given to the tribe leader and elders. Hearing what Jiang Yuan said, everyone shouted that they wanted to join the tribe of Jiang Yuan and others. Jiang Yuan and several clan leaders nodded in satisfaction. There were a total of 144 people, just enough for each tribe to get 24 strong male members. Moreover, Jiang Yuan had a special trick up his sleeve when making the distribution. He divided the people from the 4 tribes, namely Heishui, Bei, Baiho, and Centipede. When these people arrived at the new tribes, they did not know each other, and it was difficult for them to pose a threat to the tribes of Jiang Yuan and others. After the distribution was completed, Jiang Yuan walked towards the primitive man who was coughing up blood after being beaten and said, "From now on, you will join our Yunchi tribe." Chapter 174. Encircling Centipede Mountain. Lin smiled sadly and swallowed the blood in his mouth. "I will not join your tribe. Kill me." Oh, Jiang Yuan became interested. Could it be that he had met the reincarnation of Guaniri? "You bastard, you have no shame even though Lord Jiang Yuan gave you the chance." The fiery chief of the lion and tiger tribe was furious. He strode forward and raised his hand, ready to slap Lin Lai. Jiang Yuan stopped the chief of the lion and tiger tribe and asked, "What's your name?" Lin wanted to keep silent, but when he thought about how Jiang Yuan had just saved his life, he whispered, "Lin." Jiang Yuan asked, "Why don't you join my tribe?" Lin said in a muffled voice, "I will not betray my tribe and my leader." Jiang Yuan shook his head and laughed. "For your blasphemous chief who broke his oath? For your tribe that bullies its own people?" Jiang Yuan's 2 questions made Lin's face change instantly. He opened his mouth to speak, but was powerless to refute. Taking an oath in front of the gods, and then breaking it is unforgivable in Lin's opinion, as in the opinion of all primitive people. Lin was embarrassed, and he stammered, "Who knows if what you said is a lie?" When Jiang Yuan saw his expression, he knew that he believed what he had just said from the bottom of his heart, but he was just unwilling to believe it on the surface. Jiang Yuan immediately said, "How about this? If your clan leader makes a promise in person, you will join the Yunchi tribe." The 2 looked at each other, and after a moment, Lin nodded heavily. "Okay." Jiang Yuan immediately ordered his men to clean up the battlefield and collect the wooden spears. The chief of Fengshe tribe stepped forward and asked, "Lord Jiang Yuan, what should we do next?" The chief of Fengshe tribe stepped forward and asked. Jiang Yuan looked at the sun, and it was still some time before sunset. Jiang Yuan immediately said, "Let's go to Centipede Mountain. I think the women from the tribes on Centipede Mountain have gone out to pick fruits and haven't returned yet. We have to intercept them outside before they return to Centipede Mountain." Okay. Several clan leaders nodded. Walk. More than 450 people immediately headed towards Centipede Mountain. Jiang Yuan ordered his clansmen to deliberately reveal some escape flaws and routes to see whether these people from the Centipede Mountain Alliance who had just surrendered would choose to escape. The result was quite unexpected to Jiang Yuan. No one escaped. Jiang Yuan was slightly surprised. After a non-stop rapid march by the Yunchi Alliance army, they finally arrived at Centipede Mountain after an hour and a half. In a dense forest 10 miles away from Centipede Mountain, looking at the hundreds of Yunchi Alliance members holding wooden spears and looking murderous in front of them, the female members of the Centipede Mountain Alliance who were out picking fruits seemed to be frightened and stood there in a daze, not moving a muscle. So many women. The eyes of the Songlong tribe leader lit up. Jiang Yuan coughed slightly and repeated to the group of women exactly what he had just said to the male members of the Centipede Mountain Alliance. Jiang Yuan waved his hand slightly, and more than 300 Yunchi Alliance soldiers took up their positions and surrounded the 160 women without leaving any gaps. Jiang Yuan said to the male members of the Centipede Mountain Alliance, "Go, find the women you know and persuade them to join Yunchi's tribe. Don't regret it if they join another tribe later." As soon as he finished speaking, many male members of the Centipede Mountain Alliance who were already married or in love with each other hurried forward to persuade him, fearing that their women or sweethearts would be assigned to other tribes. Most women are more willing to submit than men, and with the persuasion of familiar male tribesmen, These 160-plus female tribesmen easily agreed to submit to the Yunshi tribal alliance. During this period, there were many incidents of two men fighting for one woman, but they were all resolved reasonably by Jiang Yuan. There are a total of 163 female members of the Centipede Mountain Alliance. Each of the 6 tribes in Jiang Yuan received 27 people, and the Yunshi tribe got one more person, making a total of 28 people. Jiang Yuan wanted to refuse, but the chief of the Changchuan tribe spoke first. Master Jiang Yuan, you haven't got any men from the Jackal tribe, so don't refuse anymore. Okay. Jiang Yuan smiled slightly, nodded in agreement, and no longer refused. After each tribe was allocated 50 members, the chiefs were eager to try, their eyes shining, and they couldn't wait to flatten Centipede Mountain. The chief of the Eagle tribe said, Master Jiang Yuan, let's attack Centipede Mountain next. We have captured so many of their tribesmen today, there must not be many people left in the mountain. Yes. The chief of the Fengshe tribe nodded continuously. All the strong men and women are here. There should be only the elderly and children left on the mountain. Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered. He would not make the same mistake as last time and let the remaining people in Centipede Mountain escape like gray jackals. He immediately ordered the Yunshi Alliance army. Surround Centipede Mountain. Chapter 175. The Dilemma of Centipede Mountain. The moon hangs on the branches, and the earth is silvery white. On Centipede Mountain, the chief of the Centipede tribe and several black centipedes were in a state of panic, and their faces turned pale. It's because none of the tribesmen who went out hunting today have returned. Haven't the tribesmen we sent out come back yet? Asked the White Monkey tribe leader, Bai Ho, as he paced back and forth in the cave. As soon as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps were heard outside the cave, and a young member of the Centipede tribe ran into the cave. The black centipede quickly stood up and asked, Is there any news about our tribe members? The tribesmen nodded heavily. There is news. Several people looked at each other, and joy appeared on their faces. The chief of the Blackwater tribe asked, Why haven't they come back yet? The Centipede Mountain tribe member had a strange look on his face. He whispered softly, Our people are all with the Yunshi tribe. What? This sentence was like a bomb dropped on a deep lake. Several tribe leaders immediately jumped up like their hair was blown up. The tribe leader of Bay tribe stepped forward, grabbed the tribe member's neck, and asked in a fierce voice, Is this true? The Centipede tribe member said, Really? What's going on? The Centipede tribe chief, whose heart was as heavy as boiling oil, asked anxiously. The tribesman just shook his head and said, I don't know. It's just what? Tell me quickly, the impatient gray jackal asked harshly. Our people seem to have surrendered. The tribesman said softly. Bang! Several clan leaders were so scared that they sat down on the ground. The black centipede's voice was trembling. How could this happen? He seemed to have remembered something and asked anxiously. How many people from the Yunshi tribe came? The tribesman said, Too many. Together with those who surrendered, there should be at least 500 or 600 of them. The Bay tribe leader had a dazed look on his face. He kept repeating to himself, Why? Why would you surrender? Gray Jackal, who had calmed down, stood up suddenly, his eyes flickering as he asked, Why? It must be one of our tribesmen who went out to pick and hunt and was ambushed by those despicable guys from the Yunshi tribe and the Songlong tribe. Gray Jackal's words attracted everyone's attention. Black Centipede stood up immediately, his eyes fierce. As I recall, it was you who came up with the idea of letting the tribe go out, right? Yes, that's the guy. The chief of the White Monkey tribe said without mercy. This damn bastard, if it weren't for him, we wouldn't have lost so many people. Now, there are only about 100 people left in the entire Centipede Mountain, most of whom are children and the elderly. How can they resist the attack of the Yunshi Alliance army? What do you want to do? Gray Jackal saw these tribe leaders suddenly attacking, and he thought to himself that something was not good. You guy, you have been lying to us, saying that you still have 60 or 70 tribesmen. I see that your tribesmen have surrendered long ago, right? The chief of the Blackwater tribe demanded. This. Gray Jackal naturally had no idea about the whereabouts of dozens of members of his tribe. Seeing the black centipede approaching with the wooden spear, the Gray Jackal retreated while shouting, Have you forgotten who told you that the Yunshi tribe would attack you? As soon as the Gray Jackal finished speaking, hesitation instantly appeared on the faces of several clan leaders. Indeed, if the Gray Jackal had not told them the news, their tribe would have probably been wiped out. Although the current situation is not much better than being destroyed. Seeing the hesitation on everyone's faces, Gray Jackal said hurriedly, Now, we should think about how to deal with the Yunshi tribe, the Songlong tribe, the Xionging tribe. These 6 tribes, instead of fighting among ourselves. The chief of the Bay tribe, who had been silent all this time, also spoke up and advised. Yes. What's the point of killing him? Let's think of a solution quickly. The black centipede snorted coldly and put down the weapon in his hand. Baiho and Heishui no longer pressed on. Gray Jackal heaved a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, his eyes gloomy, but he pretended to smile and said, "It's okay. As long as the Yunchi tribe can't attack us, we'll be fine." Gray Jackal paused for a moment, then continued, "Aren't the big trees and pits on the trail on Centipede Mountain ready?" The black centipede nodded unhappily. Gray Jackal pretended to be relaxed and said, "That's fine. They can't get in." Gurgle. I don't know whose stomach started to growl first, but then the stomachs of the 5 clan leaders began to growl in this extremely silent cave. Very harsh. Gray Jackal and black centipede looked at each other with embarrassed expressions on their faces. The white monkey coughed slightly and said, "What should we do with our food?" Chapter 176, Jiang Yuan Strategy. At the foot of Centipede Mountain, Jiang Yuan and the 5 clan leaders set up camp. The original 300-odd members of the Yunchi Tribal Alliance and the 300 newly conquered members of the Centipede Mountain Alliance sat together. Under Jiang Yuan's instruction, almost every member of the Yunchi Alliance had to guard a newly conquered member of the tribe. The bonfire was burning brightly beside everyone, with dead branches and leaves scattered all over the ground, so there was no need to worry about fuel. Not far away, some female members of the Yunchi tribe were instructing people from other tribes to cook food using clay pots. These female tribesmen pushed carts carrying pottery basins, salt, and food, and walked all the way here from the Yunchi Valley. Jiang Yuan used the 10 large prey that he had originally intended to give to several tribes as dinner for the 600 people tonight. In addition, 2 giant antelopes were killed by the people of the Centipede Mountain Alliance. Soon, the fragrant aroma of meat wafted around. Many people's nostrils trembled, their throats rolled, and their eyes were staring straight at the direction of the food. The people of the Yunchi tribe performed well, and the people of the 5 Songlong tribes also performed well. However, these 300 people who had just been subdued were almost turning into hungry wolves. The way they looked at the food with such disgust made Jiang Yuan laugh in his heart. After all, these people used to eat raw meat and had never even seen fire. This reaction was understandable. Jiang Yuan and 5 other clan leaders were sitting around a campfire at this time, listening to a report from a clan member who had just surrendered. "You mean, there is only this one road up and down this Centipede Mountain?" Jiang Yuan asked. The surrendered tribesman nodded. "Yes, but our original tribe dug pits on this road and cut down big trees as defense." Oh, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but look slightly surprised when he heard that. The other clan leaders also became interested and listened attentively. Jiang Yuan did not expect that the Centipede Mountain Alliance would actually learn the defensive facilities of Yunchi Valley. "Aren't this big pit and big tree just a trench and a wooden door?" Jiang Yuan shook his head and chuckled. "Even if you get these things, they are useless." "Lord Jiang Yuan, when are we going to attack Centipede Mountain?" The chief of the lion and tiger tribe grabbed a piece of barbecue sent by his tribesmen and chewed it with big mouthfuls. Jiang Yuan shook his head and said, "We won't attack." "No attack." The chiefs of the lion and tiger tribe and the wolf tribe looked at each other in shock. If they don't attack, then they won't even go back to their tribe. What are they doing guarding the foot of Centipede Mountain all night? Just as they were about to ask, Jiang Yuan started to explain. "We will block here and wait for the people on the mountain to come down and surrender when they can't stand the hunger anymore." The chief of the Fengshe tribe, frowned slightly. Jiang Yuan had mentioned this method before, but how to solve the food problem for the people at the foot of the mountain? Jiang Yuan was confident. He saw what the chief of the Fengshe tribe was thinking and said, "It's different now. Most of the people on the mountain are old people and children. They can't hold on for long. As for food, our Yunchi tribe will be responsible for it first." The Yunchi tribe now has more than 200 large prey in the fence behind the valley, which is more than enough to support the food consumption of everyone in the alliance. Jiang Yuan is risking all this time. No matter what, he is determined to completely wipe out the several tribes on Centipede Mountain. When the clan leaders heard what Jiang Yuan said, they no longer had any worries and started laughing again. When almost everyone had eaten the barbecue and drunk the broth, Jiang Yuan suddenly stood up and shouted loudly, attracting the attention of about 600 people in the audience. "Is our food delicious?" Jiang Yuan asked loudly. He was very confident in the food of the Yunchi tribe. Fire and salt were conditions that other tribes did not have. "Delicious," 600 people shouted in unison, and the 300 people who had just been conquered shouted especially loudly. Where have they eaten such delicious food in their own tribe before? More importantly, such delicious barbecue and tasty broth can make them eat until they are full. You have to know that in the past, they basically filled their stomachs with fruits, and if they did have meat, most of it was raw meat with a strong bloody smell and very small portions. Jiang Yuan asked again, "Do you want to eat again in the future?" Think. The shouts of the 600 people became louder and louder, shaking the dark night and scaring many of the surrounding wild beasts. "Do you want your children and your relatives to eat such delicious food?" Jiang Yuan asked again. Think. The voices were a little quieter this time, and most of the shouting came from the tribesmen who had just surrendered. They had tears in their eyes. You know, many of their children, parents, and relatives were still trapped on Centipede Mountain, suffering from the cold and hunger. "Then why don't you go and call your relatives down the mountain?" Jiang Yuan immediately shouted at everyone. He looked confident and had everything planned out. As a man who is familiar with the romance of the Three Kingdoms, he knows how Lu Meng made Guan Yu's soldiers scatter when he attacked Jingzhou. Chapter 177, Centrifugal. Jiang Yuan was planning to have these newly surrendered tribesmen call each other brothers and sisters and look for their sons and fathers so that the remaining people on Centipede Mountain would change their hearts and minds. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Yuan finished speaking, countless tribesmen who had just surrendered ran to the foot of Centipede Mountain and shouted towards the mountain, their shouts shaking the sky. In the cave, Gray Jackal and his companions were frowning and thinking about how to solve the food problem. Hearing the shouting outside, Bai Ho frowned. What are these guys shouting? It seems to be the sound coming from the foot of the mountain. The chief of the Bay tribe listened carefully for a while and said uncertainly, "Let's go out and take a look." The black centipede stood up and walked outside. When they walked out of the cave, they found many tribesmen running hurriedly toward the mountainside. Even though the road was dark and people fell from time to time, no one stopped. Are these guys crazy? Black Centipede looked at the group of old people and children in shock and couldn't help but exclaimed. Several people followed the tribesmen and came to the small path on the mountainside. At this time, trees were piled up on the path to build a tree wall, and large pits were dug on the road. Many people gathered behind the tree wall and shouted towards the foot of the mountain. What are these people shouting? Black Centipede listened carefully, and his face changed instantly. At the foot of the mountain, there were only tribesmen who had gone out hunting and gathering today, calling out to their children and parents. Seeing the people around him with tears in their eyes and excited expressions, Black Centipede immediately became furious and shouted, "Go back! Everyone go back!" Bai Ho, Bei, He Shui and others followed suit and drove away the tribesmen who had gathered there. However, more and more tribesmen gathered, and no one listened to the command. Some even wanted to climb over the tree wall and go down the mountain. Gray Jackal looked at the chaotic crowd. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. He immediately picked up a wooden spear and stabbed to death a young man who wanted to climb over the tree wall. A scream was heard, and the young man instantly fell into a pool of blood. This scene immediately stabilized the situation. Many old people and children stared at the Gray Jackal with horror. "Gray Jackal, what do you want to do?" When the chief of the Blackwater tribe saw his tribesmen being stabbed to death, he shouted angrily, stood up instantly, raised his wooden spear, and was ready to fight with the Gray Jackal. Gray Jackal grabbed the wooden spear and shouted, "Can't you see that he wants to surrender? Once he reaches the foot of the mountain, he will become a member of the Yunshi tribe and our enemy. If we don't kill him, he will kill us." The Gray Jackal roared loudly, immediately shocking the chief of the Blackwater tribe. The chief of the Blackwater tribe looked dazed, holding the wooden spear, not knowing whether to stab or put it down. The Black Centipede and the Gray Jackal looked at each other and nodded slightly at the same time. The Black Centipede immediately raised his wooden spear and pointed it at the tribesmen around him, threatening, "Everyone, go back to the mountain. I will kill anyone who dares to come down the mountain again." These old people and children were terrified and dared not disobey anymore. They listened to the cries of their relatives at the foot of the mountain, bowed their heads and choked with sobs, dragged their heavy feet, and walked up the mountain crying all the way. The cries grew louder and louder, and in a moment, the entire hillside was filled with cries. However, the Black Centipede, Gray Jackal, and White Monkey tribe leaders breathed a sigh of relief when they saw their people being frightened. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the foot of the mountain. "Kill only the clan leader! Kill only the clan leader! Kill only the clan leader!" When the Black Centipede tribe leaders listened carefully, they realized that it was all their former tribesmen shouting. The faces of several people were extremely gloomy. The White Monkey cursed in a low voice. This group of damn bastards betrayed their own tribe just like that. What did the Yunshi tribe give them to make them surrender so easily? Black Centipede and his companions were also very confused. They didn't understand why their own people chose to surrender in just half a day, and even followed the Yunshi tribal alliance to attack them. Forget it. Let's go back, Gray Jackal said. Leave a few loyal tribesmen here to keep watch, lest the Yunshi tribe launch an attack at night. The Black Centipede and the White Monkey also nodded slightly. When a few people were about to go back, the Gray Jackal called them back. What's wrong? Asked the Black Centipede. The Gray Jackal came to the dead tribesman and said, take his body back and prepare it as food. What? The expressions of Black Centipede and his companions changed drastically. Cannibalism. What's the difference between this and the guys from the chiefing tribe? The chief of the Blackwater tribe was furious. How could he agree to the Gray Jackal eating his people? Gray Jackal pushed the Blackwater tribe leader away and said with a sinister look, there is no food left on the mountain. Are you planning to starve to death on the mountain? Seeing that they were silent, Gray Jackal sneered again. I'm afraid that by then, you will eat more enthusiastically than I do. The Black Centipede said coldly. Take it back. Don't let the tribesmen see it. The chiefs of the White Monkey tribe and the Bay tribe nodded slightly to show their agreement. The chief of the Blackwater tribe chose to remain silent. Chapter 178 Raid Plan. The next day, the east was about to dawn and the morning light was dim. Jiang Yuan, who was sleeping on the ground, woke up slowly. More than 600 members of the Yunshi alliance were stationed at the foot of Centipede Mountain, all lying directly on the grass and sleeping. Fortunately, it is still a hot summer now. If it were autumn or winter, we would be frozen to death. Jiang Yuan scratched the big mosquito bite on his body and felt itchy. Jiang Yuan woke up several clan leaders and Lai, Man, Yinshur and others and issued orders, asking them to count the number of people to see if any of those who surrendered yesterday had escaped. Listening to Wolf's report, Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. The number of people was exactly the same as last night, not one less. Jiang Yuan patted the wolf on the shoulder and said, you've worked hard. Have a good rest. Last night, it was the wolf who led the 30 people from each tribe to keep watch. It's not hard. The wolf with dark circles under his eyes laughed, then lay on the ground in the shape of a tie and started snoring. Jiang Yuan was quite speechless. He stood up and walked with Yinshur to the small path of Centipede Mountain. He climbed up the strange rocks and cliffs all the way and went through a lot of hardships before he arrived at the big pit dug by the Centipede Mountain Alliance and the piled tree wall. Jiang Yuan and Yinshur hid behind the trees and looked at the big pit and the wall of trees in front of them. This group of guys? Aren't there even any tribesmen on night watch? Jiang Yuan looked ahead at the empty space, feeling confused. He thought the chiefs of the tribes on Centipede Mountain were a little too nervous. Jiang Yuan waved his hand and quietly approached with the rock. A burst of thunderous snoring came into the ears of the two men. Yinshur tried hard to hold back his laughter. He whispered, Master Jiang Yuan, these lazy pigs are still sleeping. Shoo! Jiang Yuan made a gesture to Yinshur to keep quiet. The two of them climbed over the big pit and climbed over the tree wall. In the corner of the tree wall, they saw 4 primitive men covered in leaves huddled together with wooden spears in their arms. Who knew what sweet dreams they were having? Looking at this scene in front of him, Jiang Yuan felt speechless. If he had known that the defense of Centipede Mountain was so lax, he would have ordered the Alliance army to rush all the way up the mountain last night. Why bother going through so much trouble by building a mountain enclosure? Lord Jiang Yuan, kill them. Yinshur had raised his wooden spear, ready to kill these dereliction of duty guys who were sleeping. No. Jiang Yuan held onto the rock and whispered, I think the defense of Centipede Mountain is just SOSO. Killing them will only make the defense of Centipede Mountain tighter. Jiang Yuan and Yinshur returned secretly with a smile on his face. Given their appearance, we will launch a surprise attack on Centipede Mountain tonight. Can you do it? Rock, who is always silly, was a little uncertain. He even questioned, it's so dark at night, what if I fall off the mountain? The road from the foot of the mountain to the middle of the mountain is really difficult to pass. Jiang Yuan's eyes were firm, and his tone was unquestionable. We have to do it. As long as we pass that section of road, the tribes on Centipede Mountain will be trapped. Yinshur didn't understand what a turtle in a jar meant. When he heard Jiang Yuan say this so absolutely, he nodded heavily. After returning to the foot of the mountain, Jiang Yuan called the 5 clan leaders and explained to them the defense situation of several tribes on Centipede Mountain on the mountainside. Jiang Yuan finalized the plan to raid Centipede Mountain at night, and several clan leaders nodded in agreement. Jiang Yuan immediately gave orders, asking the tribesmen to collect wooden sticks, and asked the tribesmen in Yunshi Valley to use a cart to bring 2 pottery jars of animal fat. The next step was to have the tribesmen work overtime to make torches. Although the Centipede Mountain Alliance members who had just been subdued showed no signs of escape or rebellion, Jiang Yuan was still somewhat worried. He and the 5 tribe chiefs divided the work. The 3 tribe chiefs of Fengshe tribe, Changchuan tribe, and Xiongying tribe led 150 original tribesmen to guard the people who had just been subdued. Jiang Yuan and the chiefs of the Lion and Tiger tribe and the Wolf tribe, who were good at fighting, led 150 elite members of their tribes and prepared to attack Centipede Mountain at night. Jiang Yuan brought the herbal powder sent by the Yunchi tribe and came to Lin. He handed the powder to Lin and said, "This is herbal medicine. You can apply it on the wound on your body." The wound Lin suffered from the battle yesterday was very serious, with flesh and blood turning outward. Lin had a complicated expression. He stared at Jiang Yuan for a long time before he whispered, "Thank you." Jiang Yuan smiled slightly, stood up, and left. While the Yunchi Alliance army at the foot of Centipede Mountain was engaged in tense and busy preparations for war, a completely different scene was taking place on Centipede Mountain. Today, Centipede Mountain is filled with gloom and sadness. The people from the 4 tribes, White Monkey, Centipede, Blackwater, and Bay, whether old or young, were wiping their tears and muttering the names of their parents and children. A thin and dirty little girl huddled in her grandmother's arms, crying and shouting, "I'm hungry. I'm hungry." The elderly primitive person had gray hair, and she hugged her granddaughter's thin body and couldn't help crying. Ever since the 4 tribes came together, the amount of food they can eat has decreased dramatically. She and her granddaughter in her arms haven't eaten anything for 2 days and 2 nights. Chapter 179, Corpse Eating. The old primitive man burst into tears and helplessly plucked a handful of green grass from the side, crushed it with his dark palm, and stuffed it into his granddaughter's mouth. "Eat it, eat it." How could the little girl have anything to eat? She immediately vomited it all out. "I miss my parents." The little girl's face was covered with broken grass leaves. She spoke intermittently while crying. Thinking of his son who had not returned from the mountain yesterday, the old primitive man couldn't help but burst into tears again. It's extremely tragic and heartbreaking. The children and the elderly nearby were also infected. Some were sobbing, some were choking, and some were crying. In the entire Centipede Mountain, there was not a single person who was not crying. In the cave, the black centipede, gray jackal, and white monkey all looked pale. When they heard the crying sounds outside the cave, they couldn't help but become even more upset. "These guys, all they can do is cry," the black centipede cursed. No one said a word. The cave was silent and depressing. After a long time, the white monkey said in a low voice, "Let's think about how to resist the Yunchi tribe." There was silence again. After a moment, Gray Jackal sneered and said, "I have figured out that those cunning guys from the Yunchi tribe want to trap us in the mountains and starve us to death." The chief of the Blackwater tribe now dislikes the Gray Jackal extremely. He already harbored resentment towards the Gray Jackal, and yesterday the Gray Jackal killed another of his tribesmen, which added new hatred to old grudges. Hearing Gray Jackal's words, the Blackwater tribe leader exploded like a firecracker. "It's all your fault, you bastard. You told us not to go to the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. If we had followed the Yunchi tribe to wipe out Chiefing, they would never have attacked us." Upon hearing what the Blackwater tribe leader said, Gray Jackal's face immediately turned gloomy. He stared at the unfriendly gazes of the black centipede and the white monkey and put on a forced smile. "Why are you talking about this now? It's useless. Let's think of a way to repel the Yunchi tribe." The others snorted coldly, and no one responded. Gray Jackal had a smile on his face, but in his heart he hated those people who had repeatedly targeted him. The Gray Jackal had already started thinking about how to escape, but his limbs were weak and his mind was dizzy. So how could he escape? "I'm afraid that if I run less than 100 steps, I will be exhausted and starve to death on the road." The Gray Jackal touched his shriveled stomach. He hadn't eaten for a day and a half. The Gray Jackal had a sinister smile on his face. "Are you hungry? How about we?" He didn't finish his words, but the black centipede, the white monkey, and the others knew what the Gray Jackal was thinking. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the chief of the Blackwater tribe. The chief of the Blackwater tribe was so hungry that he felt dizzy and had stars in his eyes. Only when you really feel hungry do you realize that hunger is the most difficult thing in the world. The chief of the Blackwater tribe remained silent, and the Gray Jackals and their companions could not help but become anxious. Gray Jackal was afraid that this guy would cause him to fail in his escape, and was about to speak, but the chief of the Blackwater tribe said, "Let's eat in the evening. If we eat now and are seen by the tribe members." Upon hearing this, the black centipede and white monkey tribe leaders breathed a sigh of relief and nodded patiently. Although they were hungry, they were not about to starve to death. Only the Gray Jackal glanced viciously at the leader of the Blackwater tribe. The gray jackal had planned to sneak down the mountain tonight and escape. These words from the Blackwater tribe chieftain completely disrupted his plans. The hatred that Gray Jackal felt for the chief of the Blackwater tribe had reached a point where it could no longer be erased. That night, everything was quiet, and the silver moon was hanging high in the sky. At the foot of the mountain, Jiang Yuan and the two chiefs, Shihu and Songlong, led 150 elite tribesmen and groped forward in the darkness with torches in hand, climbing up the hillside of Centipede Mountain. 20 Yunshi soldiers led the team and walked at the front. After a long time, everyone finally climbed to the halfway point of the mountain. Among more than 150 people, only 2 tribesmen fell from the rock wall, suffering bruises, broken bones, and tendons. Jiang Yuan ordered his men to extinguish the torches. Holding sticks in their mouths and connected by a rope, more than 150 people lined up in a row and approached the large pit and tree wall in front of them in the dark. When Jiang Yuan led his men to raid Centipede Mountain, in a pitch-dark cave on the top of the mountain, the black centipede and the gray jackal were feasting on a meal. They held pieces of meat cut with stone knives in their hands and swallowed them in big gulps. Everyone's palms and faces were covered in blood. The cave was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the creepy sound of chewing echoed continuously. The 5 gray jackals knew exactly what the food in their hands and mouths was, but no one stopped eating. A corpse that has been dead for a whole day. There was even a fight between 2 tribal chiefs over offal. The other 3 people seemed not to see anything and just focused on eating. After a long time, the gray jackal, who was full, burped. He wiped the blood off his face, but it only stained his face with more blood. The gray jackal's eyes actually sparkled in the dark like a jackal's. In the darkness, he picked up the stone knife beside him and quietly walked towards the chief of the Blackwater tribe, who was still lying on the ground, licking the blood from his fingers. Chapter 180: The Tragic Death of the Chief of the Blackwater Tribe. Suddenly, a muffled groan was heard from the dark cave, followed by a painful scream. The gray jackal, who had eaten and drunk his fill, clenched the blood-stained stone knife in his hand. He took one last look at the cave and ran out of it. This sudden change happened in a split second, and the black centipedes who were eating obviously had no time to react. They only heard a wailing sound, and then saw a black shadow flash past the entrance of the cave. What's going on? The black centipede, the white monkey, and the chief of the Bay tribe came to their senses and came to the place where the chief of the Blackwater tribe was screaming. "What's wrong with you?" the white monkey asked. He stepped forward and felt something hot and wet in his hand. He put it to his nose and sniffed it. His face changed as he had just finished eating. He knew very well that it was the smell of blood. The chief of the Blackwater tribe was breathing weakly and just groaned. The knife of the gray jackal just now slashed his neck. The sharp stone knife cut his aorta, and blood almost spurted out. In a moment, he was about to die from excessive blood loss. The 3 black centipede men, who didn't understand what was going on, dragged the Blackwater tribe leader out of the cave. With the help of the moonlight, they looked at the wound on the Blackwater tribe leader's neck, and their faces changed drastically. "Who did it?" the white monkey asked anxiously. "Where is the gray jackal?" the black centipede shouted. There is no sign of the gray jackal here. No matter how stupid the 3 of them were, they now understood that the black shadow that just passed by the entrance of the cave must be the escaped gray jackal. This damn guy. Why kill him? The chief of the Bay tribe looked at the dying chief of the Heishui tribe with an incredulous tone. He didn't understand. Why would Gray Jackal kill him after just a few words of argument? The Gray Jackal is a well-known fellow in the Lisan Mountains for being cunning, despicable, and vicious, said the chief of the White Monkey tribe, who understood the Gray Jackal's behavior. He is the same type of person as the Gray Jackal, equally cunning, but he is far from being as cruel and ruthless as the Gray Jackal. He can't survive. The black centipede looked at the huge and terrifying wound on the neck of the Blackwater tribe's chief and shook his head slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, the chief of the Blackwater tribe, who was lying in a pool of blood, trembled slightly and died. "What should we do now?" asked the panic-stricken chief of the Bay tribe, his mind in a mess. The surrender of his tribesmen, the attack of the Yunshi tribe, the escape of the Gray Jackal, the death of the chief of the Blackwater tribe, and a series of other events brought him to the brink of collapse. The black centipede's face, which was already dark, was now as gloomy as the bottom of a pot. He licked his bloody face and said in a sinister tone, "What else can we do? Drag his body back to the cave." The white monkey and the chief of the Bay tribe were slightly stunned. Then they understood the black centipede's idea. The two men nodded slightly without objection and dragged the body of the Blackwater tribe leader back to the cave. After finishing the job, the three people slumped on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. The black centipede looked at the dark night sky and said, these guys finally stopped crying. Today, more than 100 tribesmen cried all day on the top of Centipede Mountain. The ubiquitous crying made Black Centipede wish that all the remaining tribesmen would die. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of sobbing was heard again. This crying sound was particularly creepy in the endless darkness. Damn it, Black Centipede cursed angrily. He was helpless. He couldn't really point the wooden spear in his hand at his own people. Jiang Yuan led more than 150 elite tribesmen to the bottom of the tree wall. Inside the tree wall, thunderous snoring sounds were heard. Lai and Man were the first to climb over the tree wall. They raised their spears and killed the 4 sleeping people on the spot. After dealing with the members of the Centipede Mountain Alliance who were on guard, Jiang Yuan waved his hand, and more than 150 people climbed over the pit and climbed over the tree wall. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, he heard the rustling sound of grass being trampled, and the careful Lai immediately looked in the direction of the sound. He and Jiang Yuan looked at each other, and Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. Lai and Man, holding wooden spears, walked cautiously towards the bushes where the noise came from. The 2 men jumped up at the same time and rushed into the bushes, only to see a primitive man, hunched over, lying in the bushes, shivering. Lai kicked the man to the ground. Without even looking at him, he raised his wooden spear, ready to kill him. "Don't kill me." The man begged for mercy loudly with a trembling voice. Jiang Yuan heard this familiar voice and shouted urgently, "Don't kill him." Lai stopped immediately, and Jiang Yuan ordered people to light torches. After climbing over the tree wall, the people on Centipede Mountain would be lambs to be slaughtered. Jiang Yuan was not afraid of being discovered by the people from Centipede Mountain at this time. Jiang Yuan walked forward with a torch and placed it next to the man's face. With the help of the firelight, Jiang Yuan saw the man's face clearly. He sneered and said, "It's you." Chapter 181. Capturing the Gray Jackal. The captured person was the Gray Jackal who had just killed the chief of the Blackwater tribe and was about to escape down the mountain. The Gray Jackal secretly groaned in his heart and trembled with fear all over. He never expected that he would be blocked by the Yunshi Alliance just after he escaped from the mountain. In fact, there is only this one path to go up and down the Centipede Mountain. Even if the Yunshi tribe does not launch a surprise attack, even if he succeeds in getting down the mountain, he will be captured alive by the Alliance tribesmen who are surrounding the foot of the mountain. No matter what, this Gray Jackal can't fly away even if it has wings. Jiang Yuan looked coldly at the dark-skinned man with a cunning look in his eyes and features, and he sneered. Gray Jackal can be said to be the main instigator of the war between the Yunshi Alliance and the Centipede Mountain Alliance. If he hadn't broken his oath and launched a surprise attack first, how could Jiang Yuan have started a war and caused the entire Yunshi Alliance to go to war with the Centipede Mountain Alliance? The Gray Jackal was still begging for mercy, and the animal hide between his legs was already soaked with urine. "Please spare me. Spare me, Lord Jiang Yuan." The Gray Jackal burst into tears, his shoulders shaking constantly. Jiang Yuan looked at his bloody face and put the iron spear in his hand against his neck. "Spare you? Beg for mercy from me again when you go to hell." The Gray Jackal had no idea what hell was. He looked at Jiang Yuan's fierce face and knew that he could not escape death. So he jumped up and attacked Jiang Yuan with his fists. Gray Jackal's face was full of ferocity. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't refused to give us the catapults, how could I have breached the contract? How could Jiang Yuan, whose combat power is firmly ranked first in the Lisan Mountains, be attacked by him?" Before Jiang Yuan could move, the Gray Jackal was kicked by Man and flew backwards. Jiang Yuan couldn't help shaking his head and sneering. He stared at the Gray Jackal that was coughing up blood after being hit by a punch. "This is the first time I've seen you being so shameless, despicable, and cunning." To be honest, this was the first time Jiang Yuan had seen such a shameless primitive man. "Take him," Jiang Yuan shouted coldly, and 2 tribesmen stepped forward and took the half-dead Gray Jackal. Jiang Yuan looked at the relatively flat mountain road and breathed a sigh of relief. The people on the top of Centipede Mountain are now like fish on the chopping board and can only be slaughtered by the Yunshi Alliance army. Jiang Yuan shouted angrily, "Light the torches. Attack in full force." Boom! Among the mountains and forests, hundreds of torches were lit by the crowd with fire starters, burning fiercely, illuminating the entire mountainside as if it were daytime. No indiscriminate killing. Capture the patriarch and elders of their tribe first. Jiang Yuan issued an order to everyone. If we want the 300 people at the foot of the mountain to return home completely, we must ensure the safety of their parents and children. The situation this time is different from when he conquered the Jackal tribe. Jiang Yuan plans to take in the old man on the top of Centipede Mountain. Attack! More than 100 people shouted in unison, shaking the mountains and forests. They waved wooden spears and rushed straight to the top of Centipede Mountain. Kill, kill, kill! In an instant, the entire Centipede Mountain was drowned in shouts and screams. On the top of Centipede Mountain, the black centipede, the white monkey, and the chief of the Bay tribe, who had just fallen into a deep sleep, were awakened from their sleep by the deafening shouts of killing. What's going on? The white monkey was stunned and asked in confusion. The black centipede roared. What's going on? Let's go? It must be the Yunchi tribe. They are coming up the mountain to attack. The black centipede was still calm. He shouted, Go gather the tribesmen and go to the mountainside to resist. He still believed that the members of the Yunchi alliance had not yet crossed the halfway point of the mountain. As soon as the words fell, the three of them hurriedly picked up the wooden spears beside them and ran out of the cave. In the dark night, under the moonlight, countless tribesmen were crying and running. And in the mountains and forests not far away, flames shot up into the sky, constantly shaking in the air. Countless people controlling the flames, waving wooden spears, shouting, and rushing down the mountain. The people of the Centipede Mountain Alliance had never seen such a scene before. Like Chishan, who was captured alive that day, they thought that it was the god of fire, who came to the world to punish them for breaking their oath. What should I do? They have reached the top of the mountain. The white monkey's legs were shaking, and his hands holding the wooden spear were trembling. At this moment, how could he still have the mind to resist? Run! Black Centipede shouted, threw down the wooden spear in his hand, went to find his woman and children, and prepared to escape. However, the road down the mountain was occupied by the Yunchi Alliance's army. Even if they escaped, where could they escape to? Chapter 182, Destroying Centipede Mountain. Jiang Yuan led everyone to the top of the mountain, with shouting and whistling sounds coming from all directions. Catch the white monkey and the black centipede. The chief of the lion and tiger tribe roared loudly. He held a torch in one hand and waved a wooden spear in the other, searching for the enemy in the dark with his eyes wide open. Capture these elders and clan leaders' relatives as well. The clan leader of the Tsonglong tribe ran fast to the top of Centipede Mountain. The torches are like blooming sparks, extremely dazzling in the endless darkness. Jiang Yuan, Yanshi, and two other people led 20 Yunchi soldiers to search these caves one by one. The members of the Yunchi alliance raised their wooden spears and prepared to slaughter people, and had long forgotten Jiang Yuan's instructions at the foot of the mountain. No killing, Jiang Yuan shouted. The enemies were all powerless old men and children, and Jiang Yuan was not a person who killed indiscriminately. No killing, Lai and Man, who were following Jiang Yuan, shouted in unison. The chaotic scene was contained. Although there were cries and shouts everywhere, no bloody scene occurred. Take all the tribesmen on Centipede Mountain to the central open space. Jiang Yuan issued an order. He originally thought that a battle would take place, but he did not expect that he would not encounter any decent resistance from the Centipede Mountain Alliance. In this surprise attack, the Yunchi Alliance army took over the entire Centipede Mountain without bloodshed. 150 members of the Yunchi Alliance, holding torches and wooden spears, surrounded the captured tribesmen. Jiang Yuan took a quick look and saw that there were about 150 people. Where are the chiefs of the Lion-Tiger tribe and the Wolf tribe? Jiang Yuan's eyes were as fast as lightning. He glanced around but could not see the two of them. It seems they went to capture several clan leaders on Centipede Mountain. Lai stepped forward and answered. Jiang Yuan was worried that something might happen to the two, so he immediately ordered Lai to lead 10 Yunchi soldiers to search for them. The top of Centipede Mountain is not small, and there are many strange rocks and tall trees. Even if the Centipede tribe leader and his fellow guys cannot escape, it is not difficult for them to hide. Jiang Yuan said again, Man, you lead 10 Yunchi soldiers to block the road down the mountain. Yes. Man took the order and left. In fact, the foot of Centipede Mountain was full of people from the Yunchi Alliance army. These guys couldn't escape at all. Jiang Yuan looked at the old people and children in the center of the crowd who were crying with panic on their faces. Their eyes were lifeless, their bodies were thin, and they looked extremely miserable. There was also an old primitive man lying at Jiang Yuan's feet, kowtowing and begging Jiang Yuan to spare his grandson. Jiang Yuan shouted to everyone, Except for the chief of your tribe, the top leaders and their families, I will not kill anyone else. Jiang Yuan paused for a moment and said, Of course, only if you surrender and submit can I protect you. Besides, your family members have already submitted to our tribe. As soon as Jiang Yuan finished speaking, many members of the Centipede Mountain Alliance fell into ecstasy. However, there were also some people whose faces turned pale, and their bodies collapsed to the ground as if they had lost strength, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Jiang Yuan glanced at these people. There was no doubt that these guys should be the family members of the top leaders of the Centipede Mountain Alliance. Not long after, the chief of the Lion-Tiger tribe and the chief of the Wolf tribe returned with their tribesmen, each of them holding a person in their hands. Jiang Yuan looked carefully and saw that they were the chiefs of the Bei tribe and the White Monkey tribe, and beside them were their children and women. The chief of the Lion-Tiger tribe threw the White Monkey to the ground and laughed. This guy hid behind a rock and thought I couldn't see him. The chief of the Songlong tribe sneered and said, "This guy is hiding in the grass. He thought my torch was fake." As he spoke, he threw the chief of the Bei tribe to the ground. The White Monkey was trembling all over. He crawled to Jiang Yuan crying and begged Jiang Yuan to spare his life. Jiang Yuan didn't want to pay any attention to him and kicked him over. In Jiang Yuan's eyes, the White Monkey was already a dead man. "Behave yourself." Yinsher stepped forward and cursed angrily. He raised his hand and slapped the White Monkey with such force that all the rotten teeth in the White Monkey's mouth were knocked out along with blood. "Why hasn't Lai come back yet?" Jiang Yuan asked with a frown, but he was not worried. On this Centipede Mountain, almost no one could pose a threat to Lai, who was leading 10 Yunchi soldiers. "I'm not sure." The chief of the Lion and Tiger tribe shook his head. "How about I go and take a look?" "No need." Jiang Yuan asked again. "Now that we have captured Gray Jackal, White Monkey, and Bei, where are the chiefs of the Blackwater tribe and the Centipede tribe?" At this moment, man came with 2 Yunchi soldiers, each dragging a person in their hands. Jiang Yuan looked closely and saw that it was the chief of the Centipede tribe, Black Centipede, his woman, and his son. The Black Centipede was about to beg, but was slapped shut by the rock. Jiang Yuan, the chief of the Lion and Tiger tribe, and the chief of the Wolf tribe were speechless when they saw the scene before them. Footsteps were heard in the distance, and a tribesman came running out of the darkness holding a torch high. "Master Jiang Yuan, Master Lai asked you to go to the cave in front." Chapter 183. The Destruction of the Centipede Mountain Alliance. After hearing the message from the tribesmen, Jiang Yuan and the 2 chiefs of the Lion and Tiger tribe and the Songlong tribe looked at each other, and the 3 of them stepped forward holding torches at the same time. Led by the tribesmen who delivered the message, Jiang Yuan and the other 2 arrived at a cave. As soon as he stepped into the cave, Jiang Yuan was shocked by the blood all over the ground. Not only the ground, but even the rock wall on one side of the cave was covered with blood. Jiang Yuan held a torch, and the ceiling of the cave was stained with blood. So much blood. Jiang Yuan's eyes were serious. "Lord Jiang Yuan, this way." A loud shout came from the cave, and Jiang Yuan walked forward. When he saw what was in front of him clearly, even though Jiang Yuan was used to bloody scenes, he couldn't help but feel a little horrified. It was a bloody corpse that was no longer in human form, with an empty chest and its internal organs lost somewhere. His body was covered with marks of being cut by stone knives and torn by teeth. Jiang Yuan observed carefully, and his expression changed slightly. He thought of the Black Centipede, the White Monkey, and the chief of the Bei tribe who were all covered in blood, as well as the Gray Jackal who escaped down the mountain, whose faces, mouths, and hands were all covered in blood. The chiefs of the Lion and Tiger tribe and the Wolf tribe were also quite shocked. They were not fools and understood everything. The chief of the Songlong tribe said in hatred, "These bastards actually ate their own people." The raid was successful without bloodshed. The blood and corpses that filled the cave corresponded well to the blood on the bodies of several Black Centipede leaders. "Aren't these and those damn guys from the chiefing tribe all man-eating monsters?" The chief of the Lion and Tiger tribe still had some disbelief in his voice. "There is another body here." Lai pointed to the side and said to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan went forward to check. Jiang Yuan, who had met the chief of the Blackwater tribe once in the Yunchi Valley, recognized that this was the chief of the Blackwater tribe. The corpse was not rotten, nor was it cold, and it was even still warm. Jiang Yuan, who studied medicine, judged that he must have died not long ago. "This guy? How could he die here?" The chief of the Lion and Tiger tribe looked surprised. The chief of the Blackwater tribe was the head of a tribe after all. Jiang Yuan said, "Just pull them over and ask them, and you'll find out." Faced with the sharp spears and terrifying momentum of the Yunchi alliance, the Black Centipede, the Gray Jackal, the White Monkey, and the chief of the Bei tribe confessed and admitted that they were the ones who ate the corpse in the cave. The 4 of them tried to crawl to Jiang Yuan's feet and beg for mercy, but their cheeks were swollen from being hit by the rocks, and they were raised high. Everyone couldn't help but feel a chill, and their relatives and clansmen were filled with disbelief. "Are there any people left out?" Jiang Yuan asked. Man reported, "No more." "Okay." Jiang Yuan waved his hand and said, "Go down the mountain." The Centipede Mountain Alliance, which was a thorn in his heart, was finally removed today. Immediately, the Yunchi Alliance army, accompanied by several Grey Jackal clan leaders and the remaining 150 people from the Centipede Mountain Alliance, headed towards the foot of the mountain. More than 100 torches lit up at the same time, like a fire dragon, moving slowly through the mountains and forests. By the time everyone arrived at the foot of the mountain, it was already dawn. The three tribal chiefs, Xiongying, Fengshe, and Changchuan, immediately stepped forward to greet them with great joy. Looking at the black centipedes with pale faces, the chief of the Fengshe tribe laughed happily. Jiang Yuan immediately invited everyone to gather at the Yunshi tribe to celebrate the annihilation of the Centipede Mountain Alliance. From then on, no one in the Lisan Mountains could stop the rise of the Yunshi tribe. What's more, Jiang Yuan has 5 extremely united and powerful tribal allies. None of the 5 clan leaders refused, and immediately a group of more than 800 people formed a mighty force and headed towards the Yunshi Valley. The news of the destruction of the Centipede Mountain Alliance was carried by the wind and spread throughout the entire Lisan mountain range a few days later. After hearing the news, the 7 neutral tribal leaders, including Barbarian Bear, Green Ivy, and Grey Rock, all had complicated expressions and didn't know what to do. After returning to the Yunshi Valley, Chief Tsang led 200 Yunshi people in the valley to open the gate, lower the trench bridge, and go out to welcome the triumphant people. Jiang Yuan picked up the 2 women, Qing and Shi, and led everyone into the Yunshi Valley. At this time, his heart was full of lofty ambitions and full of ambitions. Under Jiang Yuan's instructions, Elder Wei led the tribesmen to take out all the pottery pots and jars, slaughter pigs and sheep, kill chickens and rabbits, and prepare food for the 1,000 people in the entire valley. Elder Wei was extremely distressed. He killed about 30 large prey animals at one time. However, the Yunshi tribe was wealthy and there were nearly 200 large prey in the entire fence. Jiang Yuan didn't care about these prey at all. One also ordered people to take out the large amount of fruits stored in the cellar. These fruits had been stored there a long time ago. The Yunshi tribe had limited ability to consume the fruits, so they took this opportunity to entertain everyone. The entire Yunshi Valley was busy celebrating the demise of the Centipede Mountain Alliance. Chapter 184, Celebration. Pieces of tender grilled meat were served on the wooden table, pots of fragrant broth were placed among the crowd. The sumptuous dishes and plump fruits further pushed the warm atmosphere in the Yunshi Valley to a climax. Jiang Yuan and the high-ranking officials of the Yunshi tribe, together with Canglong, Xiongying, and the 5 tribal chiefs, sat around the stone table. The food on this table was the most abundant in the entire venue. In the center of the stone table was a whole roasted lamb. The golden color of the roasted lamb whetted the taste buds of everyone present. Jiang Yuan coughed slightly, picked up the only juice on the table, and said, "Come on, everyone, let's have a drink. Celebrate the annihilation of the Centipede Mountain Alliance and the return of peace to the Lisan Mountains." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in Yunshi raised their glasses. The 5 clan leaders didn't understand what was going on at first, but when they saw others doing the same, they followed suit with awkward smiles on their faces. Chief Tsang was particularly excited to see Jiang Yuan captured so many tribesmen. He was already acquainted with the 5 chiefs, so he felt like a fish in water when he started talking to them. Yu, holding a huge clay pot, cleverly handed out clay cups to everyone and poured juice. Everyone looked at him with more favor. The emotions of the people at the stone table became increasingly heated. Not only here, but everywhere in Yunshi Valley, there were tribesmen talking and laughing loudly. Whether it was the members of the Yunshi tribe, the members of other tribes, or the members of the Centipede Mountain Alliance who were just conquered today, the atmosphere between them was quite harmonious, without any sense of estrangement. Only those who had just surrendered were flattered to see that they could receive such treatment after being captured. They were all grateful to the Yunshi tribe and the Yunshi Alliance. The face of the Tsang wolf leader flushed, and he shouted, "Master Jiang Yuan, Chief Tsang, I promise to give you the wolf, and when I return, I will send someone from my tribe to give it to you." After he finished speaking, the wolf next to him looked a little embarrassed. He didn't quite understand why he was called this name. The chief of the eagle tribe also burped, his mouth full of grease. In a short time, he had eaten a large piece of roasted venison. The chief of the eagle tribe said, "Master Jiang Yuan, we will also bring you the eagle of our tribe." Several other clan leaders also spoke up. Chief Tsang was all smiles, and Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. These gifts were what they had promised to give to the Yunshi tribe long ago, but they had never fulfilled their promise. Jiang Yuan said, "My fellow clan leaders, I would like to express my gratitude to you here." The chief of the Lion Tiger tribe said dissatisfiedly, "Master Jiang Yuan, we are brothers. Why are you thanking us?" The chief of the Fengshe tribe also said, "Yes, you gave us so many weapons and prey before, But we didn't even thank you. Jiang Yuan laughed and said, from now on, our alliance will be called the Lisan Alliance. I hope our brotherly alliance can continue forever. Fight together and resist the enemy together. Okay. Upon hearing this, several clan leaders loudly agreed in the alliance. The Yunchi tribe is now the tribe with the largest population, most advanced weapons, and the strongest overall strength in the Lisan Mountains. They would love to have an alliance with the Yunchi tribe. As the atmosphere gradually reached a climax, Jiang Yuan shouted, "Bring the black centipede." He had learned that Lin was from the centipede tribe. Now, he wanted Black Centipede to admit in person in front of Lin that he had broken his oath so that Lin would completely return to his heart. Soon, the Black Centipede and Lin were brought up at the same time. Lin Wuxin tried to eat, but the Black Centipede couldn't eat. His face was still stained with dried blood. Under the powerful pressure from the crowd, Black Centipede did not make any excuses. He cried bitterly and admitted all his actions. Lin Yangtian sighed. Although he had expected this, he still couldn't suppress the disappointment in his heart. Isn't it time to join our Yunchi tribe? Jiang Yuan said to Lin with a smile. Lin suddenly knelt down in front of Jiang Yuan and said loudly, I am willing to join the Yunchi tribe. Jiang Yuan quickly helped him up. Lin knelt on the ground and said, You saved my life. From now on, this life belongs to you. Jiang Yuan laughed loudly. Judging from Lin's combat performance, he knew that Lin was a fierce general who was no weaker than Lin and Man. When others saw Jiang Yuan so excited, although they didn't know why he was so happy, they still congratulated Jiang Yuan. The Black Centipede crawled to Jiang Yuan's feet and begged, Jiang Yuan, Lord Jiang Yuan, I've already said it, please let me and my son go. He wiped his tears and snot on Jiang Yuan's feet. Jiang Yuan had a look of disgust on his face, and he kicked him over. A female tribesman brought clean water and washed him. Jiang Yuan looked at Lin Dao with a smile. How should we deal with it? You decide. Lin's expression was complicated when he heard this, and the Black Centipede seemed to have hope. He shouted, Lin, save me, save me. Don't forget who your clan leader is. His shouts became more and more urgent. Jiang Yuan looked at Lin's silence, took a sip of juice, and said, By the way, Lin, let me tell you, your clan leader has eaten people. Chapter 185 Execution. Lin was shocked when he heard this. He never thought that the Black Centipede would eat people. The Black Centipede continued to yell at Lin to save him. He looked at the blood on the Black Centipede's face, and after a moment of silence, he said, Master Jiang Yuan, you deal with him. Lin was full of disappointment, and he turned and left. When the Black Centipede saw this scene, he immediately cursed loudly, and his foul language was unbearable to hear. Jiang Yuan smiled slightly and winked at the rock beside him. Rock immediately stepped forward and slapped the Black Centipede hard on its swollen cheek again. The Black Centipede was beaten with blood in its mouth, and its teeth fell out. It kept wailing and mumbling something incoherently. The rock dragged the Black Centipede away. Everyone present resumed their meal and conversation, with no sign of being affected by the Black Centipede. After a long time, the banquet for thousands of people in Yunchi Valley was coming to an end, and many people had already begun to clean up the garbage and food residues and tidy up the place. Jiang Yuan has always been very strict about the hygiene of Yunchi Valley. Since Jiang Yuan joined the Yunchi tribe, the Yunchi Valley has been filled with fresh air, singing birds and fragrant flowers, which is completely different from the dirty valleys of other tribes. When everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Jiang Yuan led all the tribesmen to the back of Yunchi Valley. At the back of the valley, the ground was open with more than a dozen columns standing. On top of the column, several clan leaders and senior officials from the Centipede tribe, White Monkey tribe, Blackwater tribe, and Bay tribe, as well as their relatives, were tied up with ropes. And in the center, there is the gray jackal. Everyone in the Yunchi Valley gathered at the back of the valley, thousands of pairs of eyes staring at the gray jackals. Jiang Yuan and several others sat on rattan chairs, with Jiang Yuan, clan leader Tsang, and Wu sitting in the middle. Trial in public. The head of the Tsang clan walked onto a high platform under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The chief of the Tsang tribe loudly recited the words Jiang Yuan had given him. The 5 tribes of Gray Jackal, Centipede, Blackwater, Bay, and White Monkey have violated their oaths and blasphemed the gods. They attacked my Yunchi tribe, invaded my northern grassland territory, and hunted my northern grassland prey. Today, we, the Lisan Alliance, have annihilated 5 tribes and captured the chiefs, relatives, and elders of the 5 tribes. Their subordinates and tribesmen have sincerely surrendered, so we will not punish them. However, Gray Jackal and his ilk killed their own kind and cannibalized their own people. Their crimes are heinous and unforgivable. The Song clan leader's words were extremely formal and serious. However, the other thousands of tribesmen, except Jiang Yuan, felt confused and puzzled, and had no idea what Chief Song was talking about. But they all understood that Gray Jackal and others must die. As the Song tribe leader finished speaking, some of the Hui Chai and others lost control of their bowels and bladder, some burst into tears, and some lost their voices and trembled all over in fear. The reactions were all different. "Kill them!" Shou suddenly shouted. "Kill them! Kill them! Kill them!" Hundreds of tribesmen from the Lisan Alliance roared in anger. Gradually, the emotions of the Centipede Mountain Alliance members who had just been conquered, these deeply oppressed people, were aroused, and they shouted with tears in their eyes. All the tribesmen roared in anger, and the sound of mountains and seas shook the entire Yunshi Valley, piercing through the clouds and splitting the rocks. Faced with such a strong sense of oppression and deterrence, Gray Jackal and the others were terrified beyond their control. Jiang Yuan glanced at the few young boys on the cylinder who had not yet grown up. They were all descendants of the clan leaders and elders of the Centipede Mountain Alliance. Jiang Yuan would not do such a stupid thing as killing the father and saving the son. That would bring trouble to your future. So Jiang Yuan treated them like he treated the chiefing tribe, killing them all and eradicating their roots. Jiang Yuan stepped forward, facing the thousands of tribesmen of the Lisan Alliance, and waved his hand slightly, and the roaring sounds suddenly stopped. "Execute!" Jiang Yuan roared, and more than a dozen strong and sturdy Yunshi soldiers, holding sharp stone knives, came forward. Along with screams of agony, blood flowers bloomed in the air, and blood splashed, dyeing the cylinder and the ground red. Thousands of tribesmen watched this cruel scene and had different reactions. Someone seemed to have let out a breath of anger and roared loudly in excitement. However, some female tribesmen and children closed their eyes, unable to bear it. Most of these people were members of the Centipede Mountain Alliance. Jiang Yuan's eyes swept across Lin's face. His expression was calm, his eyes slightly closed, as if he didn't want to see this scene. The screams gradually stopped, and only a dozen headless corpses were left on the cylinder. Jiang Yuan ordered the Yunshi soldiers to hang the heads high, so that all the members of the Lisan Alliance could see these dozen heads. Jiang Yuan glanced at everyone. He was very emotional, with a lot of feelings in his heart, the feeling of which was hard to describe. Resist chiefing, strengthen Yunshi, establish an alliance, and wipe out the chiefing tribe and the Centipede Mountain Alliance. How can ordinary people understand the hardships along the way? Jiang Yuan, with a heroic spirit in his heart, could not help but shout out. The Yunshi tribe. Invincible. The Lisan Alliance. Invincible. Chapter 186, Jiang Yuan Patriarch. Countless tribesmen followed Jiang Yuan and shouted loudly, with the voices becoming louder and louder. After a long time, the shouting finally stopped. Many Yunshi people stared at Jiang Yuan with eager eyes, looking at the man who kept them well fed and clothed, repelled chiefing, and pacified the Centipede Mountain Alliance. A long time ago, Jiang Yuan was on par with gods in the eyes of the Yunshi people. Now, Jiang Yuan even surpasses gods in their hearts. Jiang Yuan's eyes were slightly moist. No one could understand how he felt as a time traveler, coming to another world and being loved by everyone. The head of the Song clan strode forward, came to Jiang Yuan's right side, and lifted Jiang Yuan's right arm high. Chief Song said loudly, "From now on, Jiang Yuan is the new chief of the Yunshi tribe." Not only Jiang Yuan, but everyone present, including the chiefs of several tribes such as Songlong, were looking at this scene in astonishment. They didn't expect that Chief Song would announce at this moment that Jiang Yuan would become the new chief of the Yunshi tribe. Jiang Yuan's lips moved, and his voice was hoarse. "Master Patriarch, you don't have to." He hadn't finished speaking yet, but he was interrupted by the cheers and shouts of the tribesmen in front. Everyone was roaring loudly. They were excited, their eyes were fanatical, and they were shouting Jiang Yuan's name crazily. "Chief Jiang Yuan! Chief Jiang Yuan!" They were like Jiang Yuan's fanatical followers, with crazy worship in their eyes. Among them, the shouts of Lai, Man, Shou and others were the loudest. They were originally ordinary people from the Yunshi tribe. It was Jiang Yuan who promoted them and entrusted them with important positions. Without Jiang Yuan, there wouldn't be who they are today. Elder Pan and Elder Wei looked at each other. These two elders of the Yunshi tribe were filled with emotion. They had no objection to Jiang Yuan becoming the new chief of the Yunshi tribe. Qing and Shi, the two women, had tears in their eyes. They looked at Jiang Yuan on the high platform and felt extremely proud of their men. The clever Yang Heyu grabbed a handful of petals from somewhere, threw them high into the air, and let them fall on Jiang Yuan's hair and shoulders. Chief Jiang Yuan, the chief of the lion and tiger tribe, shouted excitedly. He was a straightforward person. In his opinion, Jiang Yuan was more suitable to be the chief of the Yunshi tribe than Song. So he shouted extremely loudly. After a long time, the cheers gradually stopped, and the chief of the Tsonglong tribe loudly proposed, "The 6 tribes of our Liaison alliance need a great leader to lead the entire alliance. In my opinion, no one is more suitable than Chief Jiang Yuan." Yes. The chief of the Fengshe tribe nodded heavily, his eyebrows furrowed. "I support Lord Jiang Yuan to become the chief of the Liaison alliance." "I support it." "I support that too." The chiefs of the Eagle tribe, Changchuan tribe, and Lion and Tiger tribe also nodded heavily and shouted. Jiang Yuan looked at the support and admiration from the crowd, and a warm feeling flowed through his heart. He said in a low voice, "Okay, since all the clan leaders support me, Jiang Yuan, I will definitely make the Liaison alliance the most powerful alliance. Lead all the tribes to live a better life." Ha ha ha. All the clan leaders laughed heartily and congratulated Jiang Yuan on becoming the first chief of Liaison alliance. The carnival is over, Grey Jackal and others have been executed, and now it is time to divide up the big cake of the Centipede Mountain Alliance. The strong adult male members of the tribe have been divided up, with each tribe getting 23 people, and the Yunshi tribe getting 24 people. The female members of the tribe have also been divided up, with 27 people in each tribe and the Yunshi tribe getting 28 people. The main task now is to distribute the last group of captives, who are composed of the elderly, children, and older members of the tribe. Jiang Yuan and several clan leaders sat around the table, listening to the clan members' reports. The entire Centipede Mountain Alliance has 24 elderly people, 36 children, and 96 older tribesmen, a total of 156 people. To say that they are relatively old is to say that they are still in their prime in modern times. It's just that the average age of primitive people is generally lower, so they are described as relatively old. Jiang Yuan coughed slightly and said, "Each tribe will be given 4 elders, 6 children, and 16 older tribesmen." He paused for a moment and said, "Try to put fathers and sons, mothers and sons, and husbands and wives together." No objection. The other tribal chiefs showed excitement in their eyes. When they go back this time, each tribe will be able to add 76 members. This almost increased the population of their tribe by 2/3 in one go. Moreover, these tribesmen were divided up and came from different tribes, so the tribe leaders were not worried about them causing unrest. After the clan leaders had completed the distribution, they led the assigned clan members back to their respective tribes. Jiang Yuan glanced at the 78 tribesmen assigned to the Yunshi tribe and nodded slightly with satisfaction. Today, the Yunshi tribe has a total of more than 380 people, firmly sitting in the Liaison Mountains, and is the largest tribe in terms of population. Chapter 187 Flower Arrangement. As night fell, the new members who joined the Yunshi tribe were led by one to a new cave. Jiang Yuan was having a long conversation with the head of the Tsang clan, 2 elders, and others. After Jiang Yuan became the patriarch of the Yunshi tribe, Patriarch Tsang became the deputy patriarch of the Yunshi tribe. And according to Chief Tsang, only after the chief handover ceremony presided over by the witch tomorrow can Jiang Yuanfang truly become the chief of the Yunshi tribe. Jiang Yuan didn't expect that he would have to organize a ceremony tomorrow. He couldn't help but secretly complain about the trouble. After a long time, when returned to the cave, there was a hint of sadness between Wen's brows. She whispered, "Jiang Yuan, there are not enough caves in the valley. Now many tribesmen are sleeping together." Jiang Yuan looked a little serious when he heard this. There are only so many natural caves in the Yunshi Valley. The population of the Yunshi tribe has increased several times from the original 120+ people to the current 380+ people. Naturally, the place where the tribe lives has become crowded. He has been ignoring this issue. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment. There are 2 ways to solve the housing problem of the tribesmen: building houses or digging new caves. However, Jiang Yuan immediately rejected the idea of digging a new cave. Firstly, digging a new cave would require harder tools, which could not be done with stone or wooden hoes. It would require bronze or iron tools. However, the Yunshi tribe does not currently have the conditions to smelt copper and iron. What's more, Jiang Yuan can't find copper and iron mines at the moment. Even if it can be found, mining is still a problem. It seems that the only option is to build a house. Jiang Yuan made up his mind to build a house. He said, "Let the tribesmen work hard for a while. I will find a way." When said, softly to show that he understood. After saying goodbye to Patriarch Tsang, Elder Pan, Elder Wei, and Aunt One, Jiang Yuan returned to his own cave. He scooped out some clear water from the clay pot, drank a few sips to quench his thirst, and then took a nice cold shower. Jiang Yuan burped softly. He sat at the entrance of the cave, his eyes flickering slightly. He suddenly had some thoughts about Qing and Shi. He asked the two girls' ages, and they were both around 18 years old. Although they are very young, in primitive times, children of this age would run all over the ground. Jiang Yuan has joined the Yunshi tribe for about a few months. The improvement in the living and sanitary conditions of the Yunshi tribe has made the two girls, Qing and Shi, look more beautiful and fair, which is very much in line with the aesthetic of modern people. What's more, Qinggexi is a beauty picked out of thousands. Jiang Yuan's heart was burning with anxiety. He could not help pacing back and forth at the entrance of the cave. The thought of Qinghe Creek in my heart was burning like a raging fire. Jiang Yuan suddenly felt the desire to be a father. When he came to the other world, he was just a rootless duckweed. Perhaps it was only after having a child that he truly had roots in this primitive era. The cave dwellings of Qinghe Creek are located on both sides of Jiang Yuan's stone cave. Jiang Yuan quietly came to the stone cave where the two people were sleeping soundly. Jiang Yuan gently picked up the two of them and carried them back to his cave. Jiang Yuan hung a piece of animal skin outside the cave to cover the entrance. The cave became pitch black. He took out a tinder and lit a small ceramic bowl on the stone wall. The bowl was filled with grease and had a fuse on it. A tiny bit of dim firelight illuminated the cave, making it no longer so dark. Qing and Shi woke up in a daze. They looked at Jiang Yuan's face with a little confusion in their eyes. Yuan, why are you in my cave? Qing reached out and touched Jiang Yuan's face. She thought she saw Jiang Yuan in her dream. The stream beside. The reaction was also a little confused. Jiang Yuan stared at their cheeks and felt very excited. Qing looked a little shy, but he did not choose to run away as usual. Who wants to try it first? Jiang Yuan asked with a smile. Qingshi didn't say anything, just closed her eyes lightly, looking extremely shy. Jiang Yuan did not stop working all night. He conscientiously taught various work experiences and skills to his two female apprentices, Qing and Shi, and the various postures needed when working. For example, teach two people to ride a carousel at the same time in an amusement park, or teach them how to stack human figures, or let them both turn their backs to him at the same time. Bend down and wag your tail. Chapter 188 Patriarch Handover Ceremony. The next day, the sun was already high in the sky. Chief Jiang Yuan. Chief Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan woke up in a daze when he heard the tribesmen's shouts outside the cave. He hugged Qingshi's smooth body. The weather was hot, and the animal skin blanket on the bed had been thrown away somewhere long ago. Qing Hushi had a happy smile on her face, and I wonder what sweet dreams she was having. Yesterday, the two of them and Jiang Yuan learned the planting techniques of precious flowers. The two delicate petals on the flower. All of them are the roots of flowers. It's so dilapidated that it's unrecognizable. Jiang Yuan brought a blanket and gently covered them with it. Yesterday, he learned gun skills and fired wildly at the enemy with a submachine gun. He didn't know how many expensive bullets he wasted. Jiang Yuan finished his tidying up and walked out of the cave. The person who called him outside the cave was Shou. What's wrong? You didn't go out hunting today. Jiang Yuan stretched and yawned lightly. He looked at the scorching sun in the sky and estimated that it was already late. Shou smiled and said, Chief Jiang Yuan, today is the day of the chieftain handover ceremony. I want to see you become the chieftain with my own eyes. Huh. Jiang Yuan laughed and patted Shou's shoulder heavily. Are you ready to host the ceremony? Jiang Yuan asked calmly. Ready. Shou nodded excitedly. You lead the way. Jiang Yuan scooped out 2 pottery bowls of clean water from the pottery basin next to him, washed them, and then walked towards the direction of the ceremony with Shou. Are we still in front of the cloud tree? Jiang Yuan asked as he walked. At this moment, he felt his legs slightly weak. Yes, Chief Jiang Yuan. Shou replied. Okay. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. Ever since Jiang Yuan built a high platform in front of the cloud tree, from then on, the Yunshi tribe held sacrifices and alliances with other tribes next to the platform. Why aren't other tribesmen here? Jiang Yuan asked with a look of surprise in his eyes. The Yunshi Valley, which was originally bustling, was now deserted. Shou smiled and said, Chief Jiang Yuan, the tribesmen are all in front of the cloud tree, waiting for you. Okay. Jiang Yuan subconsciously quickened his pace upon hearing this. After hesitating for a moment, Shou asked, Chief Jiang Yuan, Master Qing and Master Shi, aren't you coming? All the tribesmen in Yunshi Valley know that Qing Hushi is Jiang Yuan's woman. At such an important moment, the two of them did not show up. No wonder Shou had doubts. Jiang Yuan thought of the 2 weak girls who were still dreaming. He couldn't help but said with some pride, let them rest for a while. Okay. Shou didn't doubt him and nodded slightly. At the back of the valley, There were 3 tall and sturdy cloud trees standing tall, with lush branches and leaves. Their crowns were like a canopy, and they were covered with thousands of green fruits of all sizes. This yin fruit grows too slowly. Jiang Yuan sighed in his heart. The growth cycle of yin fruit is nearly 1 year, which does not meet the Yunshi tribe's demand for this kind of food at all. When the more than 380 people saw Jiang Yuan coming, they shouted excitedly, and all of them looked excited. Chief Jiang Yuan! Chief Jiang Yuan! Various cheers and shouts were heard everywhere. Chief Tsang and Wu looked at each other. It had been a long time since the Yunshi tribe had seen a scene where someone was honored like this. It has to be said that Jiang Yuan's great contribution to the Yunshi tribe is indelible. Countless members of the Yunshi tribe have truly experienced the tangible benefits that Jiang Yuan has brought to them, as well as his importance to them. Jiang Yuan waved his hand slightly, and the shouting stopped immediately. Under the witness of all the Yunshi people, under the abdication of the chief Tsang, and under the auspices of the Yunshi tribe's highly respected witch, Jiang Yuan officially became the patriarch of the Yunshi tribe. When the grand and majestic ceremony ended, all the tribesmen present once again burst into huge celebrations. After the tribesmen dispersed, Jiang Yuan, who had been promoted from Lord Jiang Yuan to Lord Clan Leader, walked down from the high platform that symbolized divine power. I heard the congratulations from my tribesmen around me. Jiang Yuan responded one by one with a smile. The expansion of power and the improvement of status did not mean that Jiang Yuan intended to distance himself from these ordinary tribesmen. After the tribesmen finished congratulating him, Jiang Yuan walked towards his own cave. The entire ceremony took nearly an hour, mainly because the steps were too complicated. Jiang Yuan was speechless and didn't know how the old witch with gray hair could remember such complicated steps. He now couldn't wait to continue spending some time with Qing and Shi. After all, today can be said to be their wedding night. If it weren't for this so-called clan leader handover ceremony, Jiang Yuan wouldn't even be willing to leave their side. After all, Jiang Yuan is full of energy and has extraordinary strength, so it is no problem for him to fight against many enemies alone. Chapter 189 Talent. Jiang Yuan returned to the cave and looked at King Gexi's delicate appearance after being exposed to the rain and dew. He couldn't help feeling a little distressed. Jiang Yuan ordered people to bring fish soup and boiled pheasant eggs. He held the 2 people gently, fed them, and then brought clean water and carefully washed them. After asking them to rest for a while, Jiang Yuan walked out of the cave and lowered the animal skin curtain at the entrance. Although the weather was hot, it was cool inside the cave, so Jiang Yuan was not worried that the 2 girls, Qing and Shi, oh no, the 2 women would suffer from the heat. To Jiang Yuan's surprise, Peng was waiting quietly outside the cave. He stood under the scorching sun, motionless, letting the sweat flow down his face. Jiang Yuan's opinion of Peng is that he is tenacious, intelligent, likes to think, and is particularly proud inside. Peng looked down on other stupid and ignorant, primitive people. Peng's eyes, in particular, often radiate a wisdom that is not found in the eyes of other primitive people. Jiang Yuan clenched his fist and pounded his waist, then came to his side and asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Yuan didn't ask him why he didn't stand under the shade of the tree. Because Jiang Yuan had asked this question once before, he knew it was useless to ask. Peng's eyes were bright, and his voice was filled with excitement. "Chief Jiang Yuan, I have already built the bridge you asked me to build." "Oh, so fast." Jiang Yuan was a little surprised. After all, it had only been 4 or 5 days since he gave Peng the blueprint of the bridge. Could it be that I have underestimated Peng's intelligence? "Come on, take me to see it," Jiang Yuan said. The 2 walked and talked. Jiang Yuan encouraged him. "Peng, as long as there is no problem in building the bridge, then I will assign some manpower to you and let you be in charge of a department in the tribe." "Okay." Peng nodded heavily. He knew the high hopes Jiang Yuan had placed on him. From a slave at the bottom of the barbarian bear tribe to the head of a department in the Yunshi tribe, the most powerful tribe in the Liaishan Mountains, he knew very clearly who had given him all of this. After the 2 walked for more than 10 steps, Peng suddenly turned around, knelt down, and kowtowed to Jiang Yuan. "Chief Jiang Yuan, thank you." Jiang Yuan helped him up with a smile. Jiang Yuan knew in his heart that Peng, the arrogant, primitive man, had only now become convinced by him. "Do a good job," Jiang Yuan just said lightly. The 2 walked towards the river at the back of the valley. Above the quietly flowing river, there was a wooden bridge that looked extremely solid. Whether it is the bridge deck or the bridge piles, the wood used is very thick and heavy, giving people a sense of solidity. At this time, dozens of Yunshi people gathered around the wooden bridge, looking at it curiously. Jiang Yuan bent down and carefully observed the locations of the bamboo nails used on the wooden bridge, as well as the locations of the mortise and tenon structures. Elder Pan was also here. Sweat was pouring down his face, but he looked very excited. It can be seen that Elder Pan, who is proficient in mortise and tenon structure, helped Peng a lot in building the wooden bridge these days. Don't look at it, Patriarch. This bridge is very solid. Elder Pan patted the railing of the wooden bridge heavily. Okay. Jiang Yuan smiled and asked, have you tested it? We've tested it. There's absolutely no problem. Elder Pan and Peng answered at the same time, both full of confidence. Come. Jiang Yuan pointed at the Yunshi tribe members nearby and said, go up the bridge and take a walk. After hearing the order from their chief, the Yunshi people walked tremblingly onto the bridge over the river with curiosity and awe in their eyes. Looking at the tribesmen walking on the wooden bridge, Jiang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. The wooden bridge was indeed very solid. Dozens of tribesmen walked back and forth on the bridge without any problems. Peng's originally tense heart was quietly put down. Jiang Yuan nodded continuously, but the test would not end so easily. He ordered his tribesmen to push over several carts and put many extremely heavy stones on them. Even the wheels and axles were pressed by the stones and made a creaking sound. Several tribesmen pushed carts back and forth on the wooden bridge. The bridge was extremely sturdy and did not make any strange noises. Not bad. Jiang Yuan nodded with satisfaction and kept praising. These carts, together with the tribesmen pushing them, must weigh at least several thousand pounds. After several tests, Jiang Yuan recognized the sturdiness and load-bearing capacity of the wooden bridge. Jiang Yuan was once again very happy to have gained the talent of Peng. From javelin throwers to catapults, and from catapults to building wooden bridges, the answers Peng handed and made Jiang Yuan more satisfied each time. Chapter 190, 11 Major Departments. Jiang Yuan was writing something on a wooden board with a small brush and ink mixed with crushed black charcoal. Now that the Lizhan Mountains have been completely pacified, Jiang Yuan also plans to let the Yunshi tribe recuperate and develop vigorously for a period of time. However, the Yunshi tribe today has a large population and many members come from different tribes. He now has to count the population, register it, set up a new department, coordinate allocation, and fully tap the human resources of the Yunshi tribe. Qing and she sat beside her. The two girls were married for the first time. There was a hint of maturity in their eyes and eyebrows. They looked more charming than before. Qing looked at Jiang Yuan holding the brush and painting back and forth with curiosity in his eyes. She didn't know what the dark, ghostly symbols on the wooden board represented. However, seeing Jiang Yuan's serious expression, she did not dare to disturb him. Jiang Yuan stretched out the brush and gently touched Qing's nose, leaving a small black dot. The three of them couldn't help but play around. Jiang Yuan also thought about creating and promoting characters. Xingyang used various patterns to represent various tribes. At that time, Jiang Yuan had the idea of creating and promoting characters. However, with the current population and productivity of the Yunshi tribe, this condition is simply not met. Even though he created writing, his tribesmen did not have time to learn it. After some statistics, the Yunshi tribe, not counting the tribal leaders, has a total population of 383 people, including 132 strong and healthy men, 161 strong and healthy women, 50 middle-aged people, and 40 elderly and children. Including the 17 tribal high-ranking officials including Jiang Yuan, Chief Tsang, Wu, Qing, Shi, Elder Wei, Elder Pan, Wen, Lai, Man, Lin, Lang, Shou, Yanshi, Yu, Yang, and Peng. The population of Yunshi tribe is actually 400. Jiang Yuan was surprised. He immediately ordered his clansmen to pass on the message and inform all the senior leaders to gather here. Everyone gathered together. Peng and Lin, who had just surrendered, couldn't help but feel uncomfortable when they saw that the people around them were all people with high status in the Yunshi tribe. Just like you at that time, they looked very uncomfortable. Chief, just tell me what you want me to do, Chief Tsang said with a smile. After handing over the heavy burden of the clan leader to Jiang Yuan, he felt relieved. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and said, now that some new members have joined the tribe, I plan to set up some departments in the tribe. Redistribute the members. Okay, Patriarch, we will all listen to you. Elder Pan and Elder Wei supported at the same time. The others nodded slightly. Jiang Yuan said, I plan to set up 11 major departments, namely the military department, hunting department, harvesting department, industry department, construction department, logistics department, medical department, public security department, planting department, animal husbandry department, and foreign affairs department. The others looked a little confused. Jiang Yuan said so much at once, and it was difficult for them to remember it all with their limited memory. Jiang Yuan said, "You don't need to ask questions or thank me. Just listen to me assigning clan members and designating leaders of departments." Okay. The others nodded to show that they understood. They understood that this was another major distribution of power in the Yunshi tribe. Jiang Yuan immediately said, "The military department is divided into the military department, the combat department, and the defense department. Each department has 10 soldiers, a total of 30 soldiers. Responsible for defending the tribe and protecting the tribesmen, Lai leads the military department, Man leads the combat department, and Lin leads the defense department." Lai and Man looked calm, but Lin, who considered himself of low status, was flattered. He wanted to speak, but when he heard Jiang Yuan say not to ask questions, he could only shut his mouth. Jiang Yuan immediately took out 3 different tokens and handed them to Lai, Man, and Lin, saying, "This thing is called a tiger talisman. There are 3 of them in total. Each one is split in half. The 3 of you take half each. Only when the 2 halves of the tiger talisman are combined can you mobilize the soldiers. On weekdays, you can only lead the soldiers in training. If you lead the soldiers out to fight without permission, you will be severely punished. Do you understand?" "Understood," the 3 responded loudly. They looked at the half-tiger talisman in their hands. The tiger talisman was carved from hardwood and had many different patterns. The half-tiger talisman in their hands would only be complete when combined with the 3 half-tiger talismans in Jiang Yuan's hand. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. His move was to limit the military power of the 3 men. Moreover, in the future, he would personally instill in the Yunshi soldiers the concept of only recognizing the tiger talisman and not the general. Jiang Yuan added, "The hunting department is responsible for hunting. The number of people is set at 70, and they are all strong male members of the tribe. They are led by the hunter." Shou nodded slightly, and he once again felt the burden on his shoulders. "The picking department is responsible for picking fruits. There are 70 people in the department, led by 1, and they are all middle-aged female members of the tribe. The Ministry of Industry will be managed by Peng, with a staff of 40 people. You will be responsible for manufacturing tools and weapons. You will also be responsible for firing pottery, refining salt, etc." Peng looked extremely excited, his heart trembling slightly. After all, Jiang Yuan valued him, fulfilled his promise, and let him lead 40 tribesmen at once. The construction department is led by Elder Pan and consists of 60 people. They are responsible for the construction of the tribe, such as expanding fences, building watchtowers, corridors, wooden doors, etc. The construction department is also responsible for the collection and gathering of various materials, such as stone, wood, salt blocks, clay, herbs, etc. Elder Pan wanted to speak up. Why should he be in charge of so many tribesmen? There are too many. The logistics department is managed by Chief Song, with dozens of people responsible for counting and guarding the supplies in the tribe. From now on, all departments need to obtain the approval of Chief Song and me before receiving supplies. For example, the tools and weapons used by the military, hunting, picking, industry, and construction departments must be taken away in the morning and returned in the evening. Chief of the Tsang clan had a sad face. He originally wanted to take some time off, but instead the burden on him became even heavier. Although he was in charge of a lucrative job, he just couldn't be happy. The medical department will be managed by Qing Hushi. The number of staff will remain the same as before, with 10 female members of the tribe responsible for treating illnesses and prescribing medicine for the tribe members. Qing Hushi also nodded slightly. The security department is managed by Wolf. There are 15 people in the department. They are responsible for the tribe's vigilance. On weekdays, they are also responsible for mediating disputes between tribesmen and punishing those who make mistakes. At this point, Jiang Yuan looked at Wolf and said, "Wolf, you are from different tribes, so friction and disputes are inevitable. You have a heavy burden on your shoulders. You and your men must be fair and just when dealing with disputes." "Yes, Chief, I will definitely do it." Wolf looked serious and assured Jiang Yuan. "The planting department is managed by you, with dozens of people in charge. They are responsible for planting wheat and sweet potatoes, and are also responsible for making food for the tribe. In the future, as the planting area expands, the number of people will increase depending on the situation. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is led by Yang and consists of 8 people. They are responsible for contact and communication with other tribes." The Yang also responded heavily. Jiang Yuan added, "The members of the above 10 departments are all strong and middle-aged tribesmen, a total of 323 people. There are still 20 strong and middle-aged tribesmen and 40 elderly people and children left." Jiang Yuan paused for a moment. The tribe is raising more and more prey. Now there are more than 200 large prey in the fence, and even more small prey such as hares and pheasants. So being in charge of the animal husbandry department is a dirty and tiring job, Jiang Yuan said to Elder Wei emotionally. Elder Wei, these 20 strong and middle-aged tribesmen and 40 elderly people and children are all handed over to you, a total of 60 people. You are responsible for cutting grass, feeding the prey, and cleaning up the prey feces. Thank you for your hard work, Elder Wei. It's not hard at all. Elder Wei smiled faintly. He said, I'm old now. I have to make some contribution to the tribe. Except for us, there are a total of 383 tribesmen in the Yunshi tribe. All of them have been assigned. The heads of each department will come to me later to receive the tribesmen and department tokens. I will try my best to let your original subordinates follow you. Jiang Yuan shouted. Do you understand? Understood, everyone answered loudly. What about me, clan leader? Yanshi asked innocently. He always remembered that Jiang Yuan promised to get him a royal guard. Jiang Yuan smiled bitterly and said, Yanshi, when the number of tribe members increases, I will set up a department for you. Now the Yunshi tribe already has 30 soldiers, but the total population is only 400. Selecting 1 out of 10 is already the limit of the Yunshi tribe. It is impossible to form a new combat unit just for rocks. Rock said, oh, with a disappointed look on his face. Jiang Yuan patted his shoulder silently. Jiang Yuan added, as for the witch, she is old and should rest on weekdays. She only needs to work hard during the sacrifices. Wu, with gray hair and a kind face, smiled and nodded gently. He was Shi's grandfather, and he was very satisfied with Jiang Yuan, his grandson-in-law, from the beginning to the end. Jiang Yuan said, everyone can leave now. If you have any questions, you can come to me after the meeting. As Jiang Yuan finished speaking, everyone left. Peng and Lin were filled with excitement and kept kowtowing to Jiang Yuan. Elder Pan also came over and said, Master Patriarch, I don't need so many tribesmen. Jiang Yuan assigned him 60 strong and middle-aged tribesmen, and he felt that the responsibility was heavy. Jiang Yuan smiled slightly, signaling Elder Pan not to think too much. Next, the Yunshi tribe is going to build a large number of houses for the 400 tribesmen to live in. Jiang Yuan is still worried that the 60 people under Elder Pan's construction department will not be enough. Chapter 191 Criminal Law, Dog Training, Hawk Training. The breeze was blowing and the green leaves were rustling. For more than 10 days, Jiang Yuan has not rested for a moment. In order to make Qing and Shi pregnant, not only did he work hard every night, but during the day he also had to instill in the Yunshi soldiers the idea of only recognizing the tiger talisman, not the general. In addition, Jiang Yuan is also responsible for creating the criminal law. The Wolf's public security department must follow the law, abide by the law, enforce the law strictly, and punish violations of the law when exercising its power. However, creating criminal law is not easy. Because this was a primitive era, the criminal law could not be too complicated nor too simple. He considered carefully and finally formulated 9 criminal laws. He announced them publicly so that all the tribesmen would learn to recognize and respect the criminal laws. The 9 criminal laws are as follows. Article 1, Theft and Robbery. Article 2, Crime of causing trouble and fighting. Article 3, Blasphemy. Article 4, Offending the Patriarch. Article 5, Rape and Indecent Assault. Article 6, Crime of damaging objects. Article 7, Intentional injury. Article 8, Crime of causing death. Article 9, Betrayal of the tribe. Jiang Yuan asked all the tribesmen to keep the 9 criminal laws in mind. In addition to creating the 9 criminal laws, Jiang Yuan also created the first prison in history. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a prison cell. Moreover, according to the different crimes and different degrees of severity committed, Jiang Yuan formulated punishments of varying degrees, such as imprisonment, ear cutting, hand chopping, and death penalty. In addition to the above 2 major events, what made Jiang Yuan happy was that the gifts from the 5 tribes, namely the wolf, lion, tiger, and eagle, had arrived. The gift from the Songlong tribe was 2 wild wolf cubs. The gift from the eagle tribe is a nimble eagle that can soar into the sky. I won't talk about the gifts from other tribes one by one. After all, there's nothing special about them. Jiang Yuan was overjoyed when he saw the 2 wild wolf cubs and an eagle. Isn't this the original scene of primitive people taming wild wolves into domestic dogs? He had thought about training dogs when he was exterminating the wolf pack, but later he had to put it on hold because of the tense war situation in the He Chiefing tribe. When wolves first evolved into dogs, they possessed the ferocity and wildness of wolves, as well as loyalty to their owners. Moreover, dogs can not only guard the tribe, but also helped the tribe members hunt. After learning that the Songlong tribe had the technology to train hunting dogs, Jiang Yuan immediately proposed to exchange 8 large prey with the Songlong tribe for 8 wild wolf cubs and the technology to train hunting dogs. Upon hearing the generous conditions from the Yunshi tribe, the chief of the Songlong tribe could not stop grinning. He immediately ordered his tribesmen to take spear throwers to dig out the wolf dens, and captured more than a dozen wild wolf cubs that had not yet opened their eyes to exchange with the Yunshi tribe. Jiang Yuan did not ask for much. After all, raising the wild wolf cubs would be a considerable burden for the Yunshi tribe. In the end, Jiang Yuan exchanged 8 large prey for 15 strong wild wolf cubs and hunting dog training technology. No wonder that Songlong tribe is known as the best hunting tribe in the Lisan Mountains. It turns out they have the help of hunting dogs. Jiang Yuan handed all 15 hunting dogs over to the hunting tribe and asked the members of the hunting tribe to feed and train the dogs. The eagle sent by the eagle tribe looks similar to a goshawk. This eagle is still wild and extremely ferocious. In the past 10 days, Jiang Yuan had been keeping the eagle trained. While torturing the eagle, he carefully fed it with fresh meat. Finally, after a few days, he tried to let the eagle fly away. After soaring around the sky, the eagle landed on Jiang Yuan's forearm. It was obvious that Jiang Yuan had successfully tamed the eagle. Jiang Yuan named the eagle Genghis Khan. After all, the eagle in his hand is also a child of destiny, the king of the sky. Jiang Yuan looked at the eagle's sharp claws, which were deeply embedded in the animal skin on his arm, with a look of satisfaction. Although Genghis Khan's wingspan was only 1.5 meters, far less than the prehistoric giant eagle with a wingspan of more than 10 meters that he met when he first entered this world, but Genghis Khan was still a large bird of prey. Catching foxes and rabbits is no problem, and according to the eagle tribe, the eagles they train can detect enemy situations. Jiang Yuan was also generous and learned this technique using 2 large prey. After all, having a reconnaissance plane will help the Yunshi tribe avoid many ambushes and reduce casualties when going to war with other tribes in the future. Bah! Genghis Khan let out a sharp cry and spread his wings and flew away again. Jiang Yuan watched it disappear into the sky, not worrying at all that it would not return. At this time, Peng walked towards him quickly with a bow and arrow. Jiang Yuan looked at Peng jogging along the way and understood something in his heart. It seemed that Peng had completed the task of improving the bow and arrow that he had ordered. Chapter 192. Grinding bones into arrowheads, flying arrows to kill. Jiang Yuan took the bamboo bow presented by Peng. The bamboo bow was bent into an arc, and it was unknown what kind of tough bamboo it was made of. The 2 ends of the bamboo bow are tied with wild animal tendons as bowstrings, and thin ropes are wrapped around the tendons to make the bowstring more resilient, have stronger pulling force and greater power. Jiang Yuan pulled the bowstring and nodded slightly in approval. Not bad. Although the bow in his hand is not as good as his own tiger tendon bow, it should not be underestimated. Moreover, one of the most important features of bamboo bows is that they are low cost, take little time, and the production process and technology are not complicated. Where is the arrow? Jiang Yuan asked. Here. Peng responded, picked up a handful of bamboo arrows and presented them to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan took the bamboo arrow and looked at it carefully in his hand. The bamboo arrow was slender and straight, with 2 feathers at the tail end stained with fish bladder glue, and the arrowhead was made of animal bones and was very sharp. Jiang Yuan pulled the bow and shot out the bamboo arrow in his hand. Swoosh! The sound of breaking wind was heard, and the long arrow instantly shot out 100 steps away and embedded deeply into a big tree. Jiang Yuan and Peng stepped forward quickly, and the bow and arrowhead completely penetrated into the hard tree trunk, penetrating about an inch. Very good. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but admire again. The power, range, and accuracy of this bamboo bow have completely surpassed those of a spear thrower. It seems that it is time for the soldiers and hunting tribe of the Yunshi tribe to usher in the era of bows and arrows. Jiang Yuan held the bamboo bow in his hand and looked up to the sky, muttering to himself, grind bones into arrowheads, and use flying arrows to kill. It's time to dominate the world with a weapon like the bow and arrow. After sighing for a long time, Jiang Yuan asked again, how long did it take you to make this bow and arrow? Peng thought for a moment and replied, it took me 5 days to collect the bamboo and make the bow, and I made 10 bamboo arrows in total. It also took me about 5 days to grind the bone arrowheads and make the bamboo arrows. So long? 5 days. And you only made 1 bow and 10 arrows. Jiang Yuan's eyes were filled with surprise. He had also made bows and arrows by himself. It took him about half a month to make 2 bows. But the problem is that the bao Peng made is a completely simplified version. It is completely incomparable to his tiger tendon bao. Yes, Peng replied. Master, the bao is too difficult to make and it is easy to fail. Seeing Jiang Yuan's unhappy expression, he hesitated for a moment and said, But master, this is my first time making a bow and arrow. I think I will speed up the production in the future. Jiang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and said softly. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment and asked, Peng, I'll give you 10 days. Can you make 100 bamboo bows and 1,000 bamboo arrows? There are a total of 100 Yunshi soldiers and hunting tribesmen. Jiang Yuan wants to equip all of them with bows and arrows. Moreover, the 5 large kilns that Jiang Yuan has been directing the construction of these days are about to be completed. The day when the kiln is completed is the day when the Yunshi tribe's house-building plan will begin. At that time, Peng's engineering department will provide assistance to Elder Pan's construction department. So Jiang Yuan can only give Peng 10 days at most. Peng looked a little embarrassed. He had only 40 men under him, and not all of them were as smart as him and could master the making of bamboo bows and bamboo arrows so quickly. 10 days, 100 bows, 1,000 arrows. That's a bit too difficult. It's a pity that Peng doesn't know the method of borrowing arrows from a straw boat. Otherwise, he would have to travel back to the Three Kingdoms era and borrow 100,000 arrows from Boss Chow to smash them in Jiang Yuan's face. Peng nodded heavily, and he said with determination, Master Patriarch, I will work hard to make it. Okay. Jiang Yuan also knew that his request was a bit excessive, and his tone was slightly soothing. Don't be anxious. Take your time, and do your best. The quality of the bow and arrow must be guaranteed. Okay, Chief. Peng took the bow and arrow and turned to leave. Jiang Yuan went to the training ground and observed the training of Yunshi soldiers. It was called a training ground, but it was just a wide, flat open space opened up by Jiang Yuan's order and sprinkled with some soft, loose sand. 30 Yunshi soldiers were sweating profusely and attacking with wooden spears. Lai, Man and Lin were talking about something. Lin led a group of new recruits, and Jiang Yuan told him more than once to ask Lai and Man for advice. Seeing Jiang Yuan coming, the 3 of them hurried forward and bowed respectfully to Jiang Yuan. Master Jiang Yuan. Good. Keep working hard. Jiang Yuan smiled at the 3 of them and said, In the future, if the Yunshi tribe wants to dominate the Lisan Mountains and get out of the Lisan Mountains, we can't do without you. Yes, the 3 of them shouted in unison. Today, the relationship between the Lisan alliance headed by the Yunshi tribe and the 7 tribes headed by the Manxiong is very delicate. The 2 sides basically kept to themselves, and the communication between the tribes was also decreasing. Jiang Yuan must be prepared for danger in times of peace. He must train a fierce, strong, and obedient army. After leaving the training ground, Jiang Yuan went to tease the wolf cubs that were chubby from eating so much. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call them mastiff cubs. There are 15 mastiff puppies in total. They are still wild and only half a month old, but they are already quite ferocious. This is only possible due to the constant training by the hunting department. A real wolf cub would probably be several times more ferocious than this mastiff cub. Genghis Khan let out a sharp cry, flapped his wings, and fell from the sky, standing on Jiang Yuan's arms. Jiang Yuan stretched out his fingers to play with its long feathers, and said with a slight smile, Come on, let's go and see how the large kiln built by Elder Pan is going. Chapter 193 House Construction Plan. These 5 large kilns were not built in the Yunshi Valley. Jiang Yuan built them on a large open space outside the valley. Firstly, it is convenient to transport materials, and secondly, it is not easy to pollute the environment in the valley. Although it is called a large kiln, it is only slightly larger than the pottery kilns in the Yunshi Valley. Jiang Yuan planned to build a mud brick house, collect clay to make mud bricks and tiles, and use trees as beams and pillars. Jiang Yuan once learned that most of the mud bricks used to build houses in ancient China were placed in molds, compacted, dried, and supplemented with weeds. But Jiang Yuan didn't intend to fool around like that. He planned to make bricks. Since he had chosen to build a house, Jiang Yuan planned to do his best to build the best and strongest house he could. Now that the summer is just half over, Jiang Yuan plans to build all the houses for 400 people before winter comes. Clan leader. Seeing Jiang Yuan coming, Elder Pan stopped what he was doing. He wiped the mud off his hands and hurried forward to greet him. Thank you for your hard work, Elder Pan. Jiang Yuan said as he asked Yin Shi to put the bamboo basket he was carrying in front of him. The basket was full of juicy fruits. Elder Pan chuckled, picked up a fruit, and started eating it. It should be almost finished, right? Jiang Yuan asked. Yes. Elder Pan said while chewing the fruit pulp. Master Patriarch, It can be completed today. After it is completed, we just need to wait for the kiln to dry it. Don't you think you have too many subordinates now? Jiang Yuan asked with a chuckle. Elder Pan gave a bitter smile. Ever since Jiang Yuan told the Ministry of Construction and the Ministry of Engineering about the house building plan, the 60 people in their engineering department have never stopped working. Not only do they need to collect stones, wood, and clay, but they also need to build kilns, and in the future they will also need to dig foundations, burn bricks, and build houses. These are all their tasks. Fortunately, when they were resisting the Chiefing tribe, the Yunchi tribe stored a large amount of wood and stone, otherwise the people in their construction department would have been exhausted to death. Jiang Yuan said, recently, the hunting department and the military department cooperated to wipe out a lion group near a lake. Now there are no wild beasts near the lake. While the kiln is drying, you should lead your tribesmen to collect more clay for making mud bricks and tiles by the lake. Yes, Chief, Elder Pan responded. After hesitating for a moment, he said, but Master Jiang Yuan, the people in our engineering department are responsible for building houses for 400 people. The number of people is still too small. Jiang Yuan rubbed his brows and said, 10 days later, 40 tribesmen from the engineering department will help you build the house. If the manpower is still not enough, I will find a way. Okay. Elder Pan breathed a sigh of relief. After getting Jiang Yuan's assurance, he felt the burden on his shoulders was lightened a little. After chatting with Elder Pan for a few more words, Jiang Yuan took Genghis Han away. Back in the cave, Jiang Yuan took a brush pen, dipped in charcoal ink and wrote and drew on the wooden board. Yunchi Valley is a gourd-shaped valley, divided into 3 sections. The gate of the Yunchi tribe is the mouth of the gourd, the upper belly of the gourd is the front of the Yunchi Valley, the waist of the gourd is the center of the Yunchi Valley, and the lower belly of the gourd is the back of the Yunchi Valley. Among them, the area behind Yunchi Valley is the largest and the land is the flattest, but the problem is that it is divided into 2 ends by a river. Jiang Yuan planned to design 3 areas when building a house. The first one was the administrative area, which included the central hall, used by the tribe's top leaders for meetings and discussions, as well as the houses used by each department for its own administration. The administrative district Jiang Yuan is planned to be built in front of the valley. The second is the work area, which is mainly made up of caves and stone caves used by the tribesmen to live in the past. After all, a cave that can accommodate 400 people is definitely enough for them to work. Besides, major departments like the hunting department and the gathering department do not work in the cave. The third is the residential area. The valley is divided into 2 parts by the river. The front half is used to build houses and entertainment venues for the tribesmen to live, rest, and entertain. The second half has just been developed, with abundant grass and lush vegetation. Jiang Yuan plans to rebuild fences and hedges here to raise prey. Moreover, when building a house, it is necessary to equip it with indispensable infrastructure such as canals and toilets. After some calculations, we have to admit that this is a huge project. It is definitely not enough to rely solely on 60 people from the Ministry of Construction and 40 people from the engineering department. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but let out a bitter smile and rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. Chapter 194, Thriving. Just when Jiang Yuan was worried, Shou returned to the tribe with the hunting members. Shou handed the prey he caught today to Elder Wei, and then came to report today's hunting situation to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan put down the brush in his hand and asked with a smile, "How many large prey did you catch today?" Shou sat cross-legged in front of Jiang Yuan. He wiped the sweat off his face and said, "Master Jiang Yuan, we have captured 17 large prey today, and probably a dozen small prey." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. This amount of harvest was within his expectations, and it could even be said to be a little low. You should know that the hunting department has as many as 70 members. They hunt in the northern grasslands where prey is everywhere, and they have hunting experience that transcends this era. More importantly, every member of the hunting tribe was equipped with a stone-throwing rope, a spear thrower, and a sharp spear. Shou seemed to know that today's harvest was not worth bragging about. He smiled awkwardly, bowed respectfully to Jiang Yuan, and left. Jiang Yuan stood up and walked into the fence. The large prey were mainly wild boars, wild sheep, and wild deer. When Elder Pan built the fence, he opened up different areas for different animals. Nearly 300 large prey were moving back and forth constantly within the fence, and the hares and pheasants in the grass cages were fluttering and running around. Dozens of people from the animal husbandry tribe were pushing carts carrying fodder to feed the livestock. Seeing Jiang Yuan coming, Elder Wei stepped forward to greet him and asked, "Master, why are you here?" The work in the animal husbandry department was dirty and tiring, so Jiang Yuan always gave them preferential treatment when distributing food. Jiang Yuan pursed his lips and asked, "Elder Wei, how many prey do you kill in the tribe every day?" Elder Wei thought for a moment and said, "We kill about 10 large prey a day, and we kill as many small prey as we catch." Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment. 10 large prey would yield 70 kilograms of meat each, so 10 would yield 700 kilograms. After cooking, there would be at most 500 kilograms left. Each Yunchi member is allocated a little over 1 pound of cooked meat for 3 meals a day, which is really not much. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, turned, and left. He already had an idea. He wanted to exchange prey for manpower. 1 large prey in exchange for 1 day's use rights by 10 members of other tribes. After all, other tribes don't have many spear throwers and don't have the manufacturing technology, so the spears are constantly being consumed. So their hunting will only become more and more difficult. Jiang Yuan thought that other tribes would not refuse this exchange condition. Jiang Yuan wants to use the tribesmen he exchanged for to participate in the construction of houses. House building technology is not as important as manufacturing tools, weapons, etc., so Jiang Yuan is not afraid that people from other tribes will learn it. According to the current harvest of the Yunchi tribe's hunting department, Jiang Yuan plans to use 8 large prey every day in exchange for 80 tribesmen from other tribes to participate in the house construction work. Jiang Yuan was not a person who would procrastinate. He immediately asked Yang to lead the tribesmen from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to send out invitations. The invitees were not limited to the 5 tribes of the Liaison Alliance, such as the Songlong and Xiongyin, but also 7 tribes, such as the Manxiong. No one dared to disrespect the Yunchi tribe, and in the lower Liaison Mountains, the only 13 remaining tribal chiefs gathered in the Yunchi Valley. After understanding Jiang Yuan's idea, the 5 tribes of Songlong, Xiongyin, Shihu, Fengshe, and Changchuan readily agreed immediately. While the Barbarian Bear and other tribes were hesitating, 3 more tribes agreed, namely the Limestone tribe, the Green Ivy tribe, and the Bighorn Bull tribe. These 3 tribes are not good at hunting, so the exchange proposed by Jiang Yuan is very beneficial to them. Black Bear, the chief of the Barbarian Bear tribe, and others regretted their decision, but Jiang Yuan only exchanged with 8 tribes, so they could only leave helplessly. Jiang Yuan and the 8 tribes immediately made an agreement to exchange 8 large prey for a total of 80 people from the 8 tribes. The house construction plan of the Yunchi tribe is scheduled to officially start in 10 days. What made Jiang Yuan happy and surprised was that lime was actually produced on a low mountain where the Limestone tribe lived. Jiang Yuan was originally worried about using clay as a bonding material, but the appearance of lime completely relieved his worries. Taking advantage of the 10 days of drying time and the 5 kills, the Yunchi tribe was working in full swing. The engineering department makes bows and arrows. The construction department mines lime, clay, stone, and wood. The harvesting department and the hunting department work hard to harvest and hunt. And the military department protects the tribesmen on the wilderness of the Liaison Mountains every day to ensure that they are not attacked by wild beasts. All departments of the Yunchi tribe began to operate rapidly, and the entire Yunchi Valley presented a thriving scene. Chapter 195: Building a House. Elder Pan was sweating profusely, his dark skin reflecting the sunlight. He called out to the tribesmen nearby. "Come on, quickly bring this cart of bricks over. Don't delay the construction of the foundation." "Yes." A member of the Songlong tribe who was working here hurried forward and pushed a whole cart of clay bricks towards the Yunchi Valley. These clay bricks are first shaped using molds, then fired in kilns, and finally placed on open ground to dry. Moreover, under Jiang Yuan's instructions, these clay bricks, which had become very hard and solid, had to be sprinkled with water before they could be used. Inside the Yunchi Valley, there were big trenches dug everywhere. Mud was flying everywhere. Some people were moving bricks, some were mixing mud, and countless people were working hard. The first area to be started was the residential area. At that time, dozens of tribesmen were in the ditch, using bricks to build the foundation. Nothing is smooth sailing. Jiang Yuan thought building a house was too easy. The walls built by the tribesmen were either crooked or not solid, and they often collapsed. Jiang Yuan was extremely tired. If you want to build the wall, you must first train the tribesmen to become qualified bricklayers. Finally, Jiang Yuan used the Okinawa method, and the tribesmen went through many hardships before the wall they built was qualified. In planning the residential area, Jiang Yuan planned to let 4 people live in an independent house with an area of about 30 square meters. Jiang Yuan's plan allowed these primitive people who gradually developed the concept of privacy to have their own independent space. Primitive people are different from modern people. Modern people need too much furniture, while primitive people need almost nothing except a bed. The house is 30 square meters, enough for 4 people. Jiang Yuan initially planned to build 130 houses for people to live in. Moreover, Jiang Yuan has been instilling the concept of monogamy into his tribesmen during this period. As long as a man and a woman from the tribe become partners and receive the blessing and witness of the witch, they can live in one house together. You two can do whatever you want in the house at night. No one will care. Some friends may ask, how can you, Jiang Yuan, have 2 women, Qing and Shi, at the same time? Jiang Yuan smiled evilly. Sorry, because I am the clan leader. Jiang Yuan, the chief designer of the housing construction project, dared not leave the construction site for a moment. House construction is not a trivial matter. If the house built by the tribe is not up to standard and the house collapses causing casualties, it will be too late to regret then. When mixing mud, add a little more lime, do you know? Jiang Yuan was instructing a member of the Bighorn Ox tribe who was working and mixing mud here. Got it, Chief. The Bighorn Bull tribe member worked extremely hard because working in the Yunshi tribe not only provided him with 3 meals a day, but he could also eat meat almost every meal to his heart's content. With such generous and favorable working conditions, this member of the Bighorn Ox tribe was almost unwilling to leave the Yunshi tribe. Tie the bamboos together and add them in. Peng opened his bloodshot eyes and kept giving orders. The 40 tribesmen under his engineering department worked day and night, and finally made 100 qualified bamboo bows and 1,000 long arrows within 10 days. Now these bows and arrows have been equipped to the 30 Yunshi soldiers of the military department and the 70 members of the hunting department. The production of bows and arrows had just been completed, and Peng led his men to help Elder Pan's construction department build houses. Peng hasn't slept for 2 days and 1 night. Jiang Yuan's emphasis on the construction of the house makes Peng dare not take it lightly. Go and rest for a while. Jiang Yuan noticed Peng's bloodshot eyes and forcibly drove him away to let him rest. There were no steel bars in the house construction, so Jiang Yuan could only tie bamboo together to replace the steel bars. Steel bars are the reinforcements of a house, which can make the house more stable. What are you building this wall for? Tear it down and rebuild it. Jiang Yuan saw a tilted wall and immediately kicked it down. The mud bricks shattered and dust flew up. Seeing the tribesmen's self-blaming and fearful eyes, Jiang Yuan scolded them coldly. If you don't take it seriously now, you will be hit to death by bricks later. You won't be able to take it seriously even if you want to. Yes. The tribesman wiped his tears, picked up the wooden tile knife in his hand, bent down, and started working again. When other tribesmen saw this scene, they all shuddered and dared not be careless. Beams and columns are indispensable in house construction. Beams and pillars are the skeleton of a house, providing support and stability for the entire house. The Yunshi tribe had already prepared a large number of thick tree trunks and timber to be used as beams and pillars. A dozen members of the Yunshi tribe carried a trimmed tree trunk and climbed up and down the wooden ladder, preparing to erect the beams. Jiang Yuan, who was standing aside, was giving instructions to his tribesmen with his eyes wide open. Chapter 196. Time flies. Time flies like water, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Solid and imposing houses are rising from the ground in the Yunshi Valley. The roads are clean and flat, and the houses are arranged in an orderly manner. In particular, the residential area behind the Yunshi Valley has the most houses, with more than 130 in total, and the houses are densely packed and lined up. When a Yunshi member laid the last tile and the last bundle of straw on the roof to prevent rain, the entire Yunshi tribe erupted in deafening cheers. Jiang Yuan also had a faint smile on his face. After 3 months, the houses in the residential area and administrative area, including the basic infrastructure of toilets, 2 large kitchens, and drainage channels, were finally completed. Jiang Yuan shouted loudly, "Everyone, you can move into your new home now." As his shout fell, the Yunshi people who had already been allocated houses rushed into their own houses and laid down on the wooden beds. Seeing the tribesmen cheering and jumping for joy, Jiang Yuan felt very happy and couldn't help laughing. In the administrative area in front of the valley, a total of 19 houses were built and arranged in a circle. The 11 departments of the Yunshi tribe each occupy a house for office, allowing the head of each department to handle the affairs of their department in the house. The Ministry of War was divided into 3 departments, each occupying 3 houses, leaving 5 houses vacant. Among them, the central lobby, which covers the largest area and is the most imposing, is located in the center of the circle. It is the meeting place for the top leaders of the Yunshi tribe. At this time, in the central lobby, Jiang Yuan and a group of tribal leaders were sitting around a huge round wooden table. Elder Pan was the happiest person because the more than 100 houses he was responsible for building were finally completed today. He was very excited. This house is finally built. In the past 3 months, Elder Pan has endured countless hardships. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. Thank you for your hard work, Elder Pan. Peng too. Peng hummed softly. He was more diligent and responsible at work than Elder Pan. These 3 months had made him lose a lot of weight and look haggard. Jiang Yuan glanced at the happy faces of the people and smiled. With houses, the tribesmen no longer have to live in dark and damp caves, nor do they have to huddle together to rest. They don't have to worry about being exposed to the wind and sun, or being attacked by the cold in winter. The others nodded continuously as they listened to what Jiang Yuan said. Once Jiang Yuan's house-building plan was proposed and understood, it received the support of everyone. As primitive people, they understood the importance of houses to them. Jiang Yuan paused for a moment, and then continued. We have just entered autumn, and it will get colder and colder. We must be fully prepared to welcome the rainy autumn and freezing winter. Yes. After hearing what Jiang Yuan said, Chief Tsang sighed and said, every winter, many people in our tribe will starve to death or freeze to death. The smiles on the others' faces faded, as they obviously recalled the miserable scenes in the tribe in previous winters. Jiang Yuan said, Elder Pan, although the houses are built, they are still lacking wooden doors and windows. Many tribesmen have no beds to sleep on. You and Peng's engineering department should cooperate more and quickly install wooden beds, wooden windows, and wooden doors in every room. Okay, clan leader. Elder Pan and Peng responded at the same time. Shou stretched himself and said, people from other tribes should go back. We can finally save some prey. Hearing this, Elder Wei nodded in agreement. All the prey captured by the hunting team in the past 3 months, except for the consumption by the tribesmen of the tribe, were almost all given to other tribes as wages. 3 months had passed, and the scale of livestock breeding in the Yunshi tribe had remained at more than 200 heads, with no growth. Jiang Yuan advised everyone, there is no other way. They sent their people to help us, so we have to give something in return. Shou chuckled. Master Jiang Yuan, we still understand this principle. Jiang Yuan said in a serious tone. There are still 2 things to do next. Seeing Jiang Yuan's serious expression, everyone's attitude immediately became serious. Jiang Yuan said, first, we need to quickly expand the fence and build a greenhouse. In autumn, sheep are fat and cattle are strong. It is the season for animals to gain weight. It is also the season for tribes to hunt on a large scale in preparation for the cold winter. We need to quickly expand the fence and build a shed for the prey to protect them from wind and snow. Elder Shou from the hunting department, Elder Wei from the animal husbandry department, Elder Pan from the construction department, and Elder Peng from the engineering department all nodded. These were the tasks they were responsible for. Jiang Yuan added, it's early autumn now, and the sweet potatoes are almost ready for harvest. You and your Ministry of Agriculture must be prepared to harvest the sweet potatoes and sow wheat. Okay, you nodded heavily. She knew very well how much Jiang Yuan valued the Ministry of Agriculture. Jiang Yuan has said more than once that the Ministry of Agriculture will be far more important than the Ministry of Hunting in the future. Whenever Jiang Yuan said this, Shou would snort in dissatisfaction. Okay, that's all. Let's adjourn the meeting. Jiang Yuan clapped his hands and hurried out of the house. The eccentric Yu appeared out of nowhere and followed Jiang Yuan like a follower. Yu asked with a smile, Master Patriarch, have you gone to find Master Qing and Master Shi? Jiang Yuan heard this and laughed softly. Little kid, why are you asking so many questions? Chapter 197 Qinghe Creek. Yu, who was hit on the head, covered his head and groaned a few times, then went to the place where hunting dogs were trained. Yu was very interested in the 15 hunting dogs domesticated by the Yunshi tribe. Sometimes he even refused the grass-cutting task assigned by Elder Wei just to play with the hunting dogs for a while. The hound is more than 3 months old and is still young, so it is not very big. As descendants of wild wolves, their wildness has not been erased, and they are still very ferocious. However, these hunting dogs are very enthusiastic towards the Yunshi people who feed them, and some of them will even wag their tails happily when they see people. Jiang Yuan hurriedly walked towards the residential area. The road in the residential area was paved with gravel and fine sand, and was flat and clean. Each house is kept at a sufficient distance from other houses. Jiang Yuan's original purpose in designing the house was to leave enough privacy for the clan members living in the house. Jiang Yuan's house is far away from the residential area, with beautiful environment and very quiet and peaceful. With the support of everyone, the house where Jiang Yuan lives is much larger than other ordinary houses, and is more magnificent and luxurious. Outside the house, there is a fence of moderate height, forming an independent courtyard. Jiang Yuan was disrespectful and did not refuse. As the patriarch, his status is already at the top of the tribe, and no one in the tribe thought there was anything wrong with this. Instead, the tribesmen thought it was abnormal that Jiang Yuan lived in the same house as them. Jiang Yuan pushed open the small wooden door of the fence and walked into the yard. As soon as he saw Jiang Yuan, Genghis Khan flapped his wings and flew from the horizontal bar towards Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan let out a soft hiss. There was no animal skin wrapped around his arm. If Genghis Khan stood on his arm, his sharp eagle claws would tear off a piece of his flesh. Genghis Khan, who was very intelligent, immediately understood what Jiang Yuan meant. He flew back to the horizontal bar, turned his head, and used his eagle eyes to patrol the surroundings, guarding against any dangerous animals that might approach the house. After more than 3 months of getting along, Genghis Khan has been successfully tamed by Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan gently pushed open the wooden door of the house again, fearing to disturb the people resting inside. Jiang Yuan's house has 2 bedrooms and a living room, and is fully equipped with various facilities, including wooden doors, wooden beds, wooden windows, wooden tables, stools, chairs, and other furniture. Exquisite pottery jars and basins coated with glaze are also not uncommon. Qing Hushi was lying on the bed, sleeping soundly. They were covered with furry, clean, and warm animal skin blankets. Seeing the 2 of them, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but smile warmly. These 2 girls clearly have their own rooms, but they insist on sleeping together. Jiang Yuan sat on the edge of the bed. He reached out and lifted the hair off their faces, then gently pulled open the blanket. Qing Hushi's belly was slightly bulging, but it was not obvious. Jiang Yuan gently stroked their lower abdomens, where his child was being nurtured. It can be said that the 2 women became pregnant at the same time. When Jiang Yuan first discovered that they were pregnant, he was ecstatic. His hard work every night for the past 3 months was worth it. When they learned that Qing Hushi was pregnant, not only Jiang Yuan, but the entire Yunshi tribe was in a frenzy. Children mean the continuation of life. Jiang Yuan is the patriarch of the tribe, and his children mean the continuation of the power of the Yunshi tribe. Jiang Yuan immediately ordered a banquet and invited the other 12 tribes in the Lizon Mountains to come to Yunshi Valley to celebrate together. Jiang Yuan covered the 2 of them with a furry animal skin blanket. Now, the 2 of them were treated like treasures by almost all the members of the Yunshi tribe, who were afraid that they would get tired or hurt. Jiang Yuan quietly retreated, not daring to wake the 2. Ever since Qing Hushi became pregnant, she has become particularly sleepy. However, she still opened her sleepy eyes hazily, and as soon as she saw Jiang Yuan, she gently grabbed his wrist. "Yuan," she called out softly. She didn't want Jiang Yuan to leave. "No. You are pregnant." Jiang Yuan shook his head and refused softly. She acted coquettishly and dissatisfiedly. Since she had a child, Jiang Yuan refused to touch her again. However, having just experienced this unspeakable pleasure, the 2 have tasted the marrow and tasted the taste. How can I endure it? At this time, Qing also woke up. She is usually thin-skinned. At this time, he also held Jiang Yuan's wrist, refusing to let Jiang Yuan leave. Jiang Yuan gave a helpless smile. He was held by 2 men and had no choice but to give in. Chapter 198: Shared Bicycles. The next day, Jiang Yuan felt refreshed and got up early. By the time Qing Hushi was fed, it was already late at night, so he had not yet gotten up. Jiang Yuan walked out of the house and headed towards the central lobby. In the central lobby, in addition to the round table for meetings, there is also a giant sand table and a map. This sand table and map were made by Jiang Yuan during the 3 months of house construction, when he led the soldiers to survey the terrain and measure the land of the Lizon Mountains in his spare time. The Lizon Mountains are a huge circular mountain range with high mountains and steep cliffs, deep forests and dense grass, and ferocious beasts roaming around, making it difficult to travel through the mountains. In the middle of this circular mountain range is a vast plain, which includes a variety of landforms such as wasteland, low mountains, hills, and grasslands. The 13 tribes of the Lizon Mountains live in the part surrounded by the mountains. If you want to get out of the Lizon Mountains, there are only a few gaps on the mountains that allow you to pass through. At this time, the 3 leaders of the Ministry of War, Lai, Man, and Lin, and Shou from the hunting department, were standing next to the sand table, pointing and talking. "Did you discuss anything?" Jiang Yuan stepped forward and asked. When they saw Jiang Yuan, the 4 of them hurriedly bowed respectfully. In autumn, it is the time for large-scale hunting. In the past, this is the season when a large number of animals migrate south. They go to the warm and humid south to live near water and grass. At this time, they were discussing how to catch more prey. This time is different from the past. The Yunshi tribe of 400 people needs a huge amount of food if they want to survive the winter. Now under Jiang Yuan's instructions, the tribe has opened up several cellars to store food. Show said in high spirits, Lord Jiang Yuan, the lies on mountains are a must-pass place for these animals. Tell me, should we block the gaps in these mountains and build fortifications? At this point, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva and said, when the time comes, these animals can't get through and are blocked here. Don't we want to catch as many as we can? They had this idea in the past, but due to the lack of advanced weapons and sufficient tribesmen, they had never implemented it. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, no, doing so will cause a large number of animals to die. And by then, too many animals will gather together and form a beast tide, which we will not be able to stop even if we want to. After Jiang Yuan finished speaking, Man nodded. He knew very well how many animals pass through the lies on mountains. Hard to estimate. It was impossible for them to intercept herds of animals by simply building fortifications. Okay. Shou responded softly, obviously not very interested. Everyone gathered around the sand table and discussed for a while. Jiang Yuan said, in my opinion, we can hunt by digging traps and setting nets. Because the prey will come like a tide, I think we can set a few traps everywhere and catch the prey. The others looked at each other and nodded slightly. At this time, Lin suddenly said, Master, today when I led the military guards to protect the tribesmen to collect salt in Chifeng Valley, I found this. What? Jiang Yuan asked. In this primitive world, could there be something that could make him curious? Lin shouted, bring him in. As soon as he finished speaking, a member of the Yunshi tribe walked in, carrying a strange-looking object. Jiang Yuan took a closer look and his expression was so wonderful and rich. This thing turned out to be the shared bicycle that traveled with him across time. However, after the shared bicycles were trampled by the herd of elasmotic rhinos, they were deformed beyond recognition and then abandoned in the wild, no longer looking like bicycles. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions when he suddenly saw the modern things. He walked forward quickly, stroked it gently, and felt extremely complicated inside. This shared bicycle brought back his homesickness. Lin said, I saw this thing and it felt very similar to the tribe leader's weapon, so I brought it back. Well done. Jiang Yuan patted Lin's shoulder heavily and said, I'll reward you with half a roasted lamb tonight. Lin thanked him quickly. Lai, Man, and Shou were a little confused. Why was Jiang Yuan so excited when he saw this thing? Jiang Yuan slowly stroked the steel on the shared bicycle, looking extremely excited. In the past 3 months, he has traveled all over the lies on mountains. On a high mountain, Jiang Yuan discovered an open-pit copper mine. Moreover, he could see with the naked eye that these copper ores contained extremely high levels of copper. This discovery made Jiang Yuan ecstatic. It's just a stone hammer and a stone pickaxe, which are too easy to be damaged. Due to the lack of suitable mining tools, the Yunshi tribe has only mined a few pieces of copper ore in all these days. Although there is not much steel on this shared bicycle, Jiang Yuan estimated that it can at least be used to make a small hammer and a small pickaxe. With this magic weapon, mining copper ore will be much easier. By then, using the mined copper or to refine copper hammers and pickaxes will surely enable the Yunshi tribe to use copper tools on a large scale, thus getting rid of the Stone Age and entering the Bronze Age. That will be a revolutionary change. Jiang Yuan walked outside quickly and shouted, Take good care of this. Chief, what are you going to do? Lai and the other 3 were confused by Jiang Yuan's hurried look and asked loudly behind him. Jiang Yuan's voice came from outside the house. Make a blower. Chapter 199, Busy Farming Season. Although the production of the blower is a little difficult, it does not pose a problem for Jiang Yuan. In order to melt the steel on the shared bicycles into hammers and pickaxes, the required flame temperature is extremely high. At this time, the role of the blower becomes prominent. After 2 or 3 days, Jiang Yuan finally succeeded in making the blower. Jiang Yuan immediately made molds for the hammer and pickaxe, and found a kiln to refine the hammer and pickaxe. Jiang Yuan never felt relieved during the entire refining process, as the steel on the shared bicycles melted into molten iron under the licking of flames. Jiang Yuan jumped 3 feet high with joy. After several days, a short and powerful hammer and a short and powerful pickaxe were finally successfully forged. Although the hammer and pickaxe are not beautiful in appearance and are too small, they are sufficient for mining copper ore. At the moment of successful forging, Jiang Yuan, who had not slept for several days, was finally able to close his bloodshot eyes. He returned to the house, fell headfirst onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Qing Heshi felt very distressed when she saw him like this. Building wooden windows and doors, digging cellars, constructing greenhouses and fences, the 2.5 acres of sweet potatoes have also entered the harvest season. The entire Yunshi Valley has never stopped being busy since the houses were built. I thought that after the house was built, the Yunshi people would be able to relax for some time. However, the power and cruelty of the cold winter made them dare not relax at all. Under Jiang Yuan's guidance, all the 2.5 acres of sweet potatoes were harvested and stored in the cellar. Looking at the mountain of sweet potatoes, all the Yunchi people cheered. Yu was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. With so many fruits, it was worth her hard work leading the Ministry of Agriculture for the past 3 months, weeding, fertilizing, and loosening the soil. Her already wheat-colored skin became even darker after being tanned by the sun. In the Yunchi tribe that began to advocate the white and thin aesthetic, Yu felt like crying but had no tears. When Elder Wei and Chief Song saw so many sweet potatoes, their jaws almost dropped to the ground in surprise. Chief Song's lips were trembling. He had never seen any plant that could bear so many fruits. He stammered, This fruit is too powerful." He had already begun to imagine, if the entire Yunchi Valley was planted with sweet potatoes, would it mean that all the tribesmen would not have to go out to pick and hunt, and could just sleep in bed every day? Jiang Yuan made a rough estimate and found that the yield of sweet potatoes from 2.5 acres of land would definitely not be less than 5,000 kilograms. It completely met his psychological expectations. It is indeed a crop that is drought and flood-resistant, easy to survive, and high-yielding. After instructing the tribesmen to leave some sweet potato vines for preparation for seedling cultivation next year, he began to guide the Ministry of Agriculture to plant wheat in that month. In the past, the wheat harvested in the Valley tribe weighed about 100 kilograms. Jiang Yuan had already sorted the good and bad seeds, and then planted them separately on the land to prepare for the cultivation of wheat seeds. More than 100 kilograms of wheat were planted on 4 acres of land. Jiang Yuan has already begun to imagine the wheat harvest season next year, the swaying wheat waves, and the countless golden wheat grains sliding through his fingers. There is also the aroma of flour, the chewiness of noodles, and the texture of steamed buns. The saliva at the corners of Jiang Yuan's mouth was almost dripping. However, the wheat yield in this primitive era was too low, and Jiang Yuan did not plan to eat it in the first 3 years. All the wheat harvested in the previous 3 years was used as seeds. Wait until the scale of wheat planting expands before planning to eat noodles. Jiang Yuan looked at the people from the Ministry of Agriculture loosening the soil, weeding, and planting wheat. He couldn't help but smile. The Ministry of Agriculture will be very busy next year. Next year, the scale of sweet potato and wheat planting will expand several times. When all the wheat seeds are planted, it means the end of the busy farming season, which only lasts for a few days. However, in just a few days, Elder Pan has led the tribesmen from the construction department to install doors and windows in all the houses. The greenhouses and fences used to help the livestock resist wind and snow and store fodder have also been successfully built and expanded. Ping led the engineering department to produce a new batch of bamboo bows and bamboo arrows during these days to equip the Yunchi soldiers and the members of the hunting tribe. You know, in the past 3 months, the hunting tribe's bows and arrows were almost used up, and they almost went back to the days of using spear throwers. After seeing that the tasks of the Ministry of Construction and the engineering department had become easier, Jiang Yuan immediately handed over the task of mining and refining copper or to Elder Pan and Ping. These 2 most miserable social animals of the Yunchi tribe could only devote themselves to the mining and smelting of copper or without stopping. Chapter 200 Great Hunt. The cold wind is howling and the north wind is whistling. On the northern grassland of Lizon Mountains, a team of nearly 100 people ambushed there. It was already late autumn, the grass and trees were withering, and the earth was a dry and yellow color, looking more desolate and cold than ever. For this hunt, the Yunchi tribe dispatched all members of the hunting department, as well as 20 soldiers from the military department and the combat department, leaving only 10 soldiers from the defense department in the valley to guard the tribe. In some time, winter will come and the migration of the animals to the south will soon be over. This hunt will be the last large-scale hunt before the Yunchi tribe enters winter. Jiang Yuan opened his mouth and exhaled a stream of white-hot air, warming his slightly frozen hands. The winter in this primitive era was colder than any winter he had experienced in modern times. He held a spear in his left hand, a tiger tendon bow on his body, and was wrapped in thick animal skins. Since Jiang Yuan joined the Yunchi tribe, which has been nearly half a year, the Yunchi tribe has slaughtered countless prey. The stored animal skins were enough for their entire tribe to survive the cold winter. "It's so cold," man said softly, breathing out hot air. In his hand, he held a sharp copper spear that flashed a cold light in the air. From early autumn to late autumn, over a 2-month period, the Yunchi tribe used the copper ore that they initially mined with hammers and pickaxes to make many copper hammers and pickaxes. They used these copper hammers and pickaxes to mine more copper ore and make more copper artifacts. With the expansion of the scale of copper smelting, the military department and hunting team of the Yunchi tribe are the most direct beneficiaries. 30 Yunchi soldiers and 70 hunting members are all equipped with copper spears and bows with copper arrowheads. Although the Yunchi tribe's smelting technology was not advanced, the hardness and purity of the smelted copper were much lower. But there is no doubt that the power of copper weapons is definitely stronger than wooden spears and bone bows and arrows. The herd of giant antelopes should be here soon, Lai murmured to himself. In previous seasons, the giant antelopes are the last large-scale migratory herds of herbivores. Here it comes. The hunter, who was well-versed in hunting, let out a low cry, his eyes fixed on the herd of giant antelopes slowly approaching in front of him. Seeing these huge guys covered in flesh, everyone's breathing quickened. The advancement of weapons has allowed their prey to become larger and larger. Not long ago, the hunting tribe even hunted an elephant and an elasmotic rhinoceros using bronze spears and bows and arrows. Today, the Yunshi tribe even raises 2 bighorn cattle. Jiang Yuan plans to use this bighorn bull and calf to reclaim wasteland and plow the land next year. Pull the bow and drive the herd of giant antelopes into the trap. Jiang Yuan took out the tiger tendon bow and gave orders to everyone. Not far away is a naturally formed large pit. What Yunshi and his group have to do is to drive these giant antelopes into the pit. Shoot! With an angry shout, hundreds of bronze arrows whizzed towards the giant antelope. In an instant, several giant antelopes fell on the grass. Kill! Jiang Yuan shouted, and nearly 100 Yunshi people waved bronze spears and rushed towards the frightened herd of giant antelopes. Gee. The panicked herd of giant antelopes ran away, and the direction they fled was exactly the location of the big pit. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yuan, Shou, Lai and Man all couldn't help but smile. On the vast land, nearly 100 primitive people were chasing a herd of giant antelopes. Looking from the sky, the sight of hundreds or thousands of giant antelopes running wildly was too shocking. Boom, boom, boom. The sudden appearance of the huge pit made it impossible for the giant antelopes at the front of the herd to dodge, and they all fell into the pit. The pit was very deep, and the soil inside was stained with a lot of blood. The giant antelope fell into the pit, inevitably breaking bones and tendons. Immediately, the giant antelope screams echoed over the earth. Looking at the dozen or so giant antelopes struggling in the huge pit, everyone in Yunshi couldn't help but show joy on their faces. The herd of giant antelopes had already gone far away, abandoning their fallen companions. Jiang Yuan issued an order: kill them on the spot. 10 people go pull the cart and prepare to load the meat. The military and combat departments should be on alert to prevent sneak attacks by large beasts. Yes, everyone shouted loudly and took action. Jiang Yuan, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, was about to take a break. But when he inadvertently saw a pair of yellow animal eyes in the withered grass in front of him, his heart couldn't help but forget to beat.